The holy knight starts his day with a prayer, completely unaware of the nightmare lurking in the shadows. He spots a presence and vows to smite the demon in the name of his lord. Unfortunately, he's just a trash-tier snack for the killer, who finds his righteous preaching incredibly annoying. The unseen monster mocks his corpse, telling him to go finish his sermon in the afterlife. Next up is our boy in the suit, an old-timer who looks like he's seen some serious action. He checks his watch, realizing he's running late for something far more important than a fight. It's his wedding anniversary, and he's hoping to wrap this up quickly to get back to his wife. But the killer just laughs, thinking a funeral is a much more fitting event for the old man. In a heartbeat, the veteran is turned into a pincushion, proving that experience doesn't mean squat here. Finally, a young girl wanders into the slaughter, innocently asking if anyone is still around. The girl peeks inside, innocently wondering if she finally reached the boss at the top of the tower. She giggles about getting lost, but her cute act is just a mask for the frustration bubbling underneath. Suddenly, her face twists in rage as she prepares to blast the goat-headed freak for wasting her time. Her bravado vanishes instantly when the monster grabs her by the hair, leaving her sobbing for her life. This swordsman is cut from the same cloth, charging in only to be met with a blindingly fast strike. Our boy stands dumbfounded, his mind unable to process the sheer speed of the attack that just landed. He realizes too late that he's already been carved up like a trash-tier snack by the invisible blades. With a final, brutal slash, the monster proves that no amount of courage can bridge their massive power gap. The beast stares down his next meal, his glowing red eyes judging the pathetic quality of his newest toys. Sitting on his throne of skulls, Baphomet reveals he is the master and final judge of this death trap. Baphomet finds a twisted sense of joy whenever a new toy wanders into his domain to be broken. His glowing red eyes track every pathetic movement, searching for even a spark of actual entertainment. Yet, the monster quickly realizes that these weaklings only bring him a deeper sense of soul-crushing despair. He dangles the lifeless challenger like a piece of trash, lamenting that this one broke just as easily. With a careless toss, he discards the corpse, having already forgotten the name of the man he slaughtered. The beast stalks toward the sealed gates, his heavy footsteps echoing through the empty, silent hall. His claws clack against the cold stone as he realizes he is forever barred from the human world. Trapped in silence, he struggles to find any way to drown out the suffocating boredom of his existence. Suddenly, his composure snaps as he seethes with rage, absolutely sick of the endless cycle of garbage. He bashes the wall in a fit of pure fury, demanding to know why he is cursed like this. Baphomet screams about how this place is a total bore while venting his rage against the walls. He keeps smashing the stone, wondering why he's cursed with this soul-crushing monotony and isolation. Staring at his shackles, he laments being the only one trapped in this miserable, silent cage. Suddenly, a strange buzzing makes him jump as he notices a glowing object on the cold floor. It's a device dropped by the last piece of trash he slaughtered, and it's actually vibrating. The beast is dumbfounded, never having seen a human item act like this in his entire life. Just then, a new challenger bursts in, laughing like he's already won the lottery by reaching him. This overconfident hunter demands to know if Hez the boss, dreaming of becoming a legendary hero. Fast forward a few seconds, and Baphomet has already turned his arrogant face into a bloody mess. The once proud warrior is now on his knees, pathetically begging the demon for his life. Our boy is absolutely terrified, scrambling away while screaming for someone to save him from this nightmare. He cowers in fear, realizing that his life now depends entirely on the whim of this goat-headed monster. Baphomet ignores the pathetic begging, more interested in the glowing human device he found on the floor. Seeing a chance to survive, the hunter explains that this specific model needs a face to unlock it. The demon actually listens, holding the phone up to his snout while the hunter cheers him on. To keep the beast occupied, our boy starts explaining how the camera captures precious moments forever. They even snap a ridiculous selfie together, looking like two best friends instead of predator and prey. The hunter then mentions the music feature, hoping some catchy tunes will keep the demon distracted. He keeps the tutorial going, desperate to prove his worth as a guide to the human world. Finally, he praises the monster for being a natural, feeling a glimmer of hope that he might live. The hunter thinks he's finally off the hook, but the demon decides the lesson is officially over. With a single strike, our boy is turned into a red mist as the monster finds a new hobby. Standing over the remains, the beast realizes he's been hoarding the belongings of every trash-tier challenger he's crushed. Hez dumbfounded by a notebook filled with names, wondering what kind of masterpiece these humans were chasing. The demon tosses the journal aside like garbage, though he'll eventually regret throwing away such valuable intel. He starts sifting through the rest of the loot, finding strange trinkets from a world he's never seen. A simple photograph of a smiling woman catches his eye, making him realize these toys actually had lives. Lying back with the phone, he listens to their music and feels the weight of human stories. The more he learns, the more he realizes that staying in this tower is becoming a massive problem. He reaches toward the light, desperate to experience the real world instead of these hollow imitations. Our boy Baphomet stares into the void, his mind consumed by the stories of the humans he's slaughtered. He wonders if the legends are true and if a god really exists to grant his deepest desires. Looking at the glowing device, he desperately hopes even a monster like him can have a wish granted. Suddenly, the device dies with a quiet beep, and he curses his luck as the silence returns. As dumbfounded by his own grief, realizing it's pathetic for a demon king to lament over a toy. A sudden vibration echoes through the floor, snapping him out of his existential crisis as he senses a presence. The tower itself begins to wail, signaling that another trash-tier challenger has finally reached the summit. The massive doors creak open, but he's bored out of his mind and expects another weakling to break. The challenger enters with a heavy thud, and the demon dismissively tells him to just drop his loot. The warrior stares back with cold golden eyes, clearly not intimidated by the beast on the throne. Baphomet feels his heart race for the first time in centuries as he stares at the intruder. He can't help but lock eyes with the man, sensing a strength that isn't trash tier. His blood pumps with a forgotten excitement, making his demonic instincts scream for a real battle. Without warning, the Demon King lunges forward, but our boy effortlessly parries the massive, crushing blow. The challenger remains completely unfazed, his sharp gaze cutting through the beast's overwhelming, dark pressure. Baphomet smashes the ground in a frenzy, sending the warrior skidding back across the cold stone floor. Suddenly, the silver-haired warrior ignites with a brilliant blue flame, finally showing his true, hidden power. He moves like a streak of azure lightning, closing the distance before the demon can even react. The blue fire consumes the area, leaving the tower master dumbfounded by the sheer intensity of the heat. Instead of fear, a wicked grin creeps across Baphomet's face because he's finally found a worthy opponent. The blue explosion rocks the floor as Baphomet realizes he's finally found a high-quality toy to break. As the dust and smoke begin to settle, the atmosphere in the room shifts into something far deadlier. Our boy emerges from the haze, his expression cold and focused, ready to end this demonic reign. Baphomet tenses up, his massive frame radiating a terrifying pressure as he prepares to go all out. The Demon King lunges forward, his heavy footsteps shattering the stone floor with every explosive movement. Not to be outdone, the silver-haired warrior kicks off the ground, matching the beast's insane speed and power. Their weapons collide with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the tower as they trade high-speed blows. Baphomet feels a burning sensation in his chest, realizing these long-forgotten emotions are exactly what he craved. Their blades dance in a blur of steel, neither side willing to give an inch in this struggle. With a massive clang, the demon realizes this is the peak excitement he had completely forgotten existed. Baphomet taps into his demonic mana, manifesting a crimson seal to turn the tide of this duel. Suddenly, glowing chains erupt from the sky, binding the beast and leaving him completely dumbfounded by the trap. Instead of fear, the Demon King realizes they are cut from the same cloth, both living for battle. He tears through the air with animalistic fury, determined to crush the human who dared to bind him. Baphomet's strike is heavy enough to shatter mountains, and he praises the warrior for even standing his ground. Our boy doesn't blink, his eyes glowing with a cold light as he calculates the perfect moment to counter. The demon slams into the floor, creating a massive crater, while the challenger effortlessly glides through the air. Reaching for his blade, the warrior prepares to unleash a strike that isn't meant for some trash-tier opponent. He ignites his blue flames, diving down like a vengeful spirit to finish what he started. Baphomet is pinned to the earth, finally tasting the overwhelming power of a true master as flames consume him. Baphomet is pinned to the dirt, realizing the power gap is wider than he ever imagined. Our boy's eyes burn with a cold, blue intensity that signals the end for the Demon King. The beast is dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere human could push him this far. Baphomet roars in agony, feeling a strange jealousy toward the warrior who possesses such overwhelming talent. Pinned in the crater, the master of the tower looks like a broken doll against the red-stained earth. Without a shred of mercy, the silver-haired challenger delivers a heavy kick that rattles the demon's very skull. Desperate to reclaim his pride, Baphomet summons his massive scythe and a magic circle for one final strike. He swings the cursed blade, refusing to believe that his reign could end at the hands of a mortal. Our boy just blazes forward, his sword wreathed in blue flames that cut through the demon's desperate defense. The strike connects with lethal precision, burying the blue-flamed edge deep into the monster's throat. Our boy spins his blade, letting the blue flames dance as he prepares to end this trash-tier boss. Baphomet's pride takes a massive hit as their blades collide, unable to believe he's actually being pushed back. The demon is losing his mind, wondering how a mere toy could possibly stand against the tower's master. In a desperate bid for control, Baphomet activates every magic circle he has to overwhelm the intruder. A torrential rain of legendary weapons falls from the sky, aiming to pin our boy to the dirt. He just scoffs and carves through the metal storm, proving that titles like ruler mean nothing to him. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the demon's face as he realizes his absolute authority is finally crumbling away. Looking into those cold red eyes, it's clear the beast is finally tasting true, unfiltered fear. The silver-haired challenger appears like a ghost behind him, reminding the demon that he's the one trapped here. Before the beast can even react, our boy leaps high, charging a final strike to burn everything down. The blue inferno erupts with a roar, trapping the tower master in a cage of pure mana. Baphomet is absolutely dumbfounded that a mere toy is actually pushing him into a corner. He rages internally, unable to accept that a human dares to challenge his absolute authority. Looking at our boy, the demon realizes the gap between them is wider than he ever imagined. The challenger's gaze remains cold and lethal, showing no mercy for a beast that's lived too long. The demon's ego completely shatters as he finally questions if he's the one who's truly weak. A cold shiver runs down his spine, realizing his long reign is finally coming to an end. With a single, fluid motion, our boy slices through the master, spilling black blood everywhere. The massive burst of blue flames proves this isn't just a plaything, but a peak human warrior. In his final moments, the beast envies that strength and wishes he could be just as free. Our boy delivers the final blow, watching as the beast's blood spurts across the chamber. The system confirms the clear, but warns that the entire tower is about to come crashing down. He doesn't stick around to celebrate, leaving the fading corpse behind as the system urges an immediate exit. With a steady pace, he heads toward the exit, knowing his work here is finally done. He steps through the massive doors, leaving the nightmare of the upper floors behind for good. Outside, the cleanup crew begins their grim work, grabbing discarded weapons from the debris. A massive blast of energy erupts from the peak, signaling the official end of the abyssal climb. In the shadow of the city, the recovery team prepares to face the aftermath of the tower's collapse. The workers call out to each other as they start uncovering the bodies of those who failed. One worker sighs, wondering just how many lives this cursed tower has actually claimed today. Amidst the smoking wreckage, a lone figure stands tall, catching the attention of the stunned cleanup crew nearby. Our boy looks completely dumbfounded, struggling to process how he is even breathing after what just happened. His mind flashes back to the peak, remembering the exact moment he thought his life was truly over. He had been pushed to his absolute limit, staring death right in the face without any hesitation. In a desperate final move, he unleashed his blue flame manipulation, hoping to incinerate the nightmare before him. The massive demon was swallowed by the azure blaze, a sight that should have meant a total victory. Even as the fire consumed him, the master of the tower refused to go down without a fight. But then, the challenger's eyes widen as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong with his final plan. Blood begins to trickle from his mouth, the cold reality of his injuries finally catching up to him. Turns out, Baphomet had one last trick, impaling him through the chest, in a brutal, final exchange. The blue flames consume everything. Yet in the heat, a heart is snatched away in a final act. Standing amidst the ruins, our boy is bombarded with questions by workers desperate to identify the lone survivor. He just grins, touching his throat as he realizes the cold air feels different on his new skin. It finally clicks that he isn't a monster anymore. Baphomet has successfully crossed over into a human body. In this world, hunters are usually the ones taking out the trash-tier beasts that threaten society. Everything changed during the Gate Shock, a nightmare scenario where towers overflowed and slaughtered a third of humanity. As the former ruler of the tower, Baphomet was the one who personally ended the most hunters. Ironically, the public is completely dumbfounded, hailing this former demon as the hero who saved them all. They expected a god-tier savior, forcing him to face monsters that were now far beyond his reach. Without his demonic powers, he gets absolutely crushed, leaving everyone to brand him a pathetic, lying scammer. Baphomet sits in the gloom, listening to his subordinates treat him like a king of the underground. It seems our boy has reinvented himself as a gritty gang leader within the depths of a mine. Deep inside a dungeon, the constant clatter of work reveals a massive operation hidden from the surface. A nervous newcomer steps up for his first shift, hoping he can handle the pressure of the job. A friendly senior worker welcomes him, appreciative of the fresh energy the kid brings to the tunnels. The veteran tells him to stay calm, assuring him that this manual labor is actually pretty straightforward. They observe how much the mine has grown lately, expanding further into the dark than ever before. The old man credits the hunters for clearing out the trash-tier monsters and making their work possible. He assigns the rookie to Area D, mentioning that the rare gems there keep things from getting boring. Their conversation is cut short when a sudden, aggressive shout orders them to get out of the way. Our boy Baphomet remains silent, his expression unreadable as he blends into the shadows of the mine. A group of rough-looking thug workers shoves past the miners, demanding everyone clear a path for their boss. The newbie miner watches in fear, while the senior miner warns him to keep his distance from that crew. The old-timer explains these guys are nasty, trash-tier thugs who will make life hell for anyone they dislike. He specifically points out Baphomet, telling the kid to steer well clear of that particular individual at all costs. The rookie wonders if it's safe, but the veteran sighs, knowing they're stuck with these monsters for now. Turns out, the foreman actually loves these guys, because their work ethic is surprisingly top-tier compared to others. As the foreman hands out physical paychecks, one thug complains about the old-school method, while the boss laughs. When the foreman approaches Baphomet with his envelope, our boy pauses, his sharp eyes scanning the man's face. The foreman mentions he already sent a cut to her directly, causing Baphomet to flinch in visible shock. The foreman walks away, leaving Baphomet trembling in a state of absolute, bone-chilling shock. His crew tries to lighten the mood, offering to treat their boss to a meal or games. One trash-tier thug asks where he is sending his money, completely failing to read the heavy atmosphere. He immediately catches a heavy slap to the face for being such a clueless moron. The guy grovels on the ground while the others warn him to keep his mouth shut. Baphomet is trapped in his own head, shaking as he desperately begs for a second chance. His expression turns feral, his eyes filled with a mix of self-loathing and intense, burning fury. Our boy finally loses it, letting out a pained scream that shakes the very walls of the mine. He grits his teeth, cursing the quack doctor who is currently siphoning away every penny he earns. Memories of his life as a disgraced scammer flood back, recalling when he was broke and desperate. The quack doctor pets her cat while telling our boy he has no choice but to accept her deal. She flashes a predatory smile, suggesting he pay off his massive debt with his own body instead of cash. Before he knew it, Baphomet was slaving away in the dark mines just to cover those insane medical bills. He thought the isolation would be a blessing since his face was plastered everywhere after that national scandal. Unfortunately, some trash-tier miners recognize him and start pestering the former con man for his secrets to fame. Baphomet tries to keep his head down, ignoring the small rocks they start chucking at his back. The harassment doesn't stop, and he realizes that no matter where he goes, his past will always follow. As the group laughs behind him, our boy's patience finally hits rock bottom in the suffocating heat. Deciding he's had enough of the scammer label, he delivers a bone-shattering punch to the lead mocker's face. He proceeds to absolutely wreck anyone who messed with him, letting his frustration out through his heavy boots. One trash-tier miner thinks he's tough, mocking our boy and daring him to show what he's got. He quickly regrets it, ending up flat on his back while Baphomet walks away without a care. Word of his strength spreads, and soon the other thugs are huddling around, calling him their new boss. Baphomet just smirks, realizing he's accidentally become the king of a bunch of low-life goons. But deep down, he knows this pathetic human existence is a far cry from his former glory. He remembers his true self, a terrifying beast that once brought absolute carnage to the tower. Back then, even the newbie miner would have been nothing but a snack for his monstrous form. However, even a god-tier ruler had his limits when the elite hunters finally breached his floor. A massive energy blade tears through the air, reminding him of the strike that ended his reign. These top-tier hunters were the ones who finally cut him down during his legendary final stand. The newbie miner is paralyzed with fear, realizing he nearly became another statistic in this blood-soaked dungeon. Luckily, the hunters arrive to pull him back. Though they aren't exactly thrilled about Bifsta babysitting a reckless amateur, Baphomet just watches the drama unfold, his mind miles away from the petty scolding of the mining crew. He stares intensely into the void, haunted by the memory of a power that could level mountains. Looking at his fragile human hands, our boy wonders if he's lost his true self along with his divinity. He yearns for the absolute strength of the silver-haired challenger, the only human he ever truly respected. One of his new lackeys starts yapping, trying to convince him that hunters are just overhyped frauds. The rest of the goons chime in, acting like they could take on elites if the playing field was level. They start rambling about the riches hunters earn, clearly jealous of the penthouses and fame they'll never have. To these trash-tier workers, it's all just luck, ignoring the sheer grit required to survive at the top. Baphomet is caught off guard when his lackeys ask why he's wearing such a pleasant expression. Our boy is genuinely confused, wondering if he actually let a smile slip in front of these guys. He tries to play it off, admitting that their mindless bickering is actually pretty entertaining to watch. Scratching his cheek, He feels a bit awkward being the center of attention for something so simple. The crew just stares back, completely dumbfounded that their terrifying boss finds their trash-tier antics funny. Suddenly, they explode with energy, demanding to know who won the bet for making him laugh first. Baphomet realizes this feeling of pure joy is the same one he felt when crushing challengers back then. He grins as he realizes he doesn't need god-tier power to feel alive anymore. He just needs this. A bright smile breaks across his face because, for the first time, he's finally embracing his humanity. The mood shifts when they ask if he even has a real name, leaving him deep in thought. Baphomet admits he abandoned his old name, making the kid think he has some cool, mysterious backstory. The newbie even offers up his own name, thinking our boy is far more worthy of it. When Baphomet finally asks for it, the kid gets annoyed since he has already introduced himself. Just as he starts to say his name, the world behind them erupts into a literal hellscape. A massive explosion tears through the site, instantly turning their peaceful conversation into a total disaster. Baphomet wakes up dazed, his ears ringing with a strange beeping sound as the flames roar around him. He struggles to sit up, clutching his chest as a sharp pain radiates through his fragile human frame. Checking his body for wounds, he realizes he is mostly intact but feels a deep, internal ache. He looks up in total shock, realizing the situation is much worse than a simple mining accident. Around him, innocent people are being swallowed by the fire, their desperate screams echoing through the burning ruins. Our boy reaches out, his hand pressing against the damp, soot-covered ground as the heat intensifies around him. Baphomet stares into the inferno, his mind struggling to process the sudden, violent shift in his fragile reality. He collapses onto the scorched earth, clutching his chest while his only companion lies motionless in the dirt. The poor newbie is face down in the flames, his heart hammering a frantic, dying rhythm against the floor. Fire quickly consumes the young worker, turning what was once a bright future into nothing but charred remains. Baphomet feels his own pulse quicken, a familiar and dark sensation bubbling up from his very soul. He laments how his new toys are already broken, his old demonic shadow looming over his human shell. A sinister glint returns to his eyes as he remembers the twisted joy of his former, god-tier life. He trembles on the ground, not out of fear, but from a mounting and uncontrollable rage toward the perpetrators. His gaze sharpens into a deadly glare, silently demanding to know exactly who dared to ruin his peaceful retirement. Baphomet stares at his fallen companion, his mind racing as he demands to know who caused this massacre. He can barely contain his fury, his voice trembling with a bloodlust he hasn't felt in ages. The flames roar around him with a loud fwoom, matching the heat of his rage while he searches. Nearby, a male hunter struggles to catch his breath, realizing these class opponents are actually a real threat. His partner agrees, admitting that taking on two skilled fighters at once is pushing them to their limits. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a jumpsuit steps out, laughing about how his infiltration plan worked out perfectly. He brushes his hair back with a creepy grin, clearly obsessed with claiming a prize for himself. The hunters are dumbfounded, finally realizing this trash-tier worker is actually a notorious scavenger looking for loot. They'd heard rumors about hunters who hunt their own kind for items, but never expected one here. The scavenger just smirks, telling them they've only guessed half the truth about his real identity. The female hunter asks if anyone can survive, wondering if healing can still save the few injured souls left. She suddenly freezes in place, realizing the situation is far more dire than just a simple rescue mission. When she notices her partner's hesitation, she's terrified he might actually be thinking about running away. He admits they're facing a B-class threat they can't handle, yet he can't bring himself to abandon the civilians. Just as he suggests calling for backup, a sudden strike cuts through the air and ends his sentence. His blade is sent flying as he collapses, the sound of steel hitting the dirt, signaling their total defeat. The scavenger hunter just rubs his neck, mocking them for wasting so much time on useless chatter. Enraged by his arrogance, our girl leaps forward with a scream, desperate to make this bastard pay. He remains completely unfazed, a dark shadow looming over her as he prepares to finish the job. He knows that once a hunter loses their cool, they've already lost the fight before it even begins. The female hunter is sent flying, as the scavenger coldly notes that her kind won't survive for long. He waves a hand toward the darkness, calling for his hidden accomplices to finally show their faces. A shimmering portal erupts as more trash-tier thugs step out, ready to clean up the mess. They look around the cavern with predatory grins, satisfied with the roomy space for their dark business. One thug keeps a stone-cold gaze while his partner snickers at the absolute despair on the girl's face. Our girl hits the dirt, sobbing as they talk about harvesting her partner's body for spare parts. She freezes in terror when they mention her eyes are the most expensive items on the menu. They stare into her trembling gaze, calculating the high price a young class hunter will fetch. The lead scavenger turns around, cryptically telling her that her assumptions about them were only half right. He crouches down to her level, preparing to reveal the terrifying truth behind their scavenger disguise. The lead scavenger mumbles something chilling, his voice barely a whisper as he prepares for the harvest. The hunter girl is completely paralyzed, her eyes wide with the realization that these monsters want her eyes. While the boss lights a smoke, his trash-tier lackeys pin her down, enjoying her desperate cries for help. They dismiss her gear as worthless bound items, proving they only care about parts that can be sold. He steps closer, explaining that using bound equipment is a fool's errand since the stats just won't work. He raises a dagger, noting that a stolen weapon is basically just a useless roll of paper in combat. The thug in the hoodie yanks her hair, mocking her for thinking a hero would ever show up. Suddenly, the scavenger's head is sent flying as our boy finally decides he's seen enough of this filth. Baphomet stands cold and silent, the sound of blood hitting the floor the only thing breaking the silence. In a flash of gore, the former Tower Master dismantles the trash, leaving the survivors absolutely dumbfounded. Baphomet's voice is a low growl as he demands to know who is responsible for this mess. Standing in the inferno, he screams for the bastard to come out and face his judgment. A hidden quest completes, granting him the power he desires, for finally feeling rage for a human. He looks at them with eyes like ice, asking which of these trash-tier thugs broke his toy. He starts walking forward, each step echoing with the promise of a very painful death. Our boy doesn't need to say anything else because his killing intent is already suffocating the room. He stops right before a discarded blade, the blood on the floor painting a path of vengeance. The moment he grips the weapon, the system acknowledges his return to his former, god-tier glory. He moves like a ghost, delivering a slash so fast that the scavenger leader's head simply detaches. The traitor is left dumbfounded, his cigarette falling as he realizes his life just ended in a flash. Baphomet demands to know which of these trash-tier thugs dared to break his only toy. The scavenger crew stands dumbfounded as blood drips from our boy's newly claimed blade. He coldly wonders if any of these lowlifes are actually going to survive his coming wrath. The scavenger leader just smirks, completely unaware he's staring into the eyes of a literal god. Baphomet locks eyes with the man, asking if he's the one responsible for the mess. The leader just laughs it off, mocking him for being way too old to care about toys. Without another word, our boy dashes forward, moving faster than their pathetic eyes can even track. The leader panics and screams for his crew to wake up, realizing this guy is no minor. He tries to keep his cool, grinning while wondering if this mysterious hunter can actually fight. His crew finds out the hard way that Baphomet is offering a lethal bargain they can't refuse. The scavenger leader smirks, thinking he's finally cornered his prey, but he has no idea who he's facing. His crew members leap into action, hoping to end this quickly before anyone else notices the commotion. Their weapons clash against Baphomet's blade, but our boy doesn't even budge under their combined weight. One thug freezes in place, realizing that his strength is absolutely nothing compared to this supposed minor. The leader's confidence instantly evaporates as he feels a cold, murderous intent that he can't possibly match. With a sharp shink, Baphomet plunges his blade through one man's head, ending his life in a heartbeat. He kicks the dying man away with a spurt of blood, already moving to dismantle the remaining trash. The leader tries a desperate swing, but Baphomet catches his arm in a grasp that feels like iron. A vertical arc of blood sprays across the room as the former Tower Master delivers a lethal judgment. With a clean slice, the leader's head falls, leaving Baphomet standing alone among the corpses of the scavengers. Baphomet stands amidst the carnage, blood painting the air as he finishes off the initial trash. Our boy doesn't feel a shred of remorse, his eyes colder than the steel he's currently holding. Suddenly, another scavenger emerges from the shadows, looking like he just stumbled upon a massive fortune. This trash-tier hunter smirks, thinking he's hit the jackpot by finding a lone, supposedly exhausted miner. Their blades collide with a heavy clash as the newcomer tries to overwhelm him with sheer speed. The scavenger laughs mockingly, telling Baphomet that he's quite the catch for a mere low-level worker. Baphomet just stares back with indifference, wondering how many more of these pests he has to squash. They trade blows in a blur of motion, the sound of clanging metal echoing through the cave. The hunter's grin turns into a mask of insanity as he realizes Baphomet is way above class. A sudden whoosh of air passes by as our boy narrowly avoids a desperate, high-speed strike. A thin trail of blood trickles down Baphomet's cheek as he remains silent, assessing his opponent's surprising speed. The scavenger mocks him, questioning if this supposed hunter is just another lowlife looking to loot the area. He laughs off the questions, deciding that a dead man doesn't need to give any answers anyway. With a crazed look, the trash-tier hunter leaps forward, aiming to end the fight with a single strike. Our boy quickly raises his bloodied blade, knowing he can't afford to be careless against such frantic speed. Suddenly, A sharp blade bites into his shoulder as he realizes the scavenger is faster than he anticipated. Before he can even react, another shallow cut opens on his face, the air filled with whistling steel. The relentless assault continues as a slice tears through his leg, threatening to break his solid stance. He tries to block, but the scavenger's rapier-like precision catches his arm in a flurry of motion. Baphomet finds himself caught in a lethal web of strikes, his body becoming a canvas for the hunter's blade. The scavenger hunter wears a smug grin, convinced he has already secured the kill against our boy. He lashes out with a whip sword, thinking it is the perfect counter for those relying on physical strength. However, Baphomet's eyes sharpen as he begins to read the erratic rhythm of the segmented blade. With a sudden burst of focus, he narrowly avoids a lethal strike that was meant to end him. The traitorous hunter is left dumbfounded, wondering how a mere miner could possibly dodge his specialized weapon. Unbeknownst to him, Baphomet's passive skill, Death Throw, finally triggers as his blood begins to spill. This unique ability activates specifically when he suffers a sudden loss of blood during a desperate fight. With a 15% stat buff surging through his veins, our boy's movements become dangerously fluid and precise. The scavenger panics, claiming that this sudden power-up is cheating, as his tactical advantage completely evaporates. Before he can retreat, Baphomet delivers a devastating blow that sends the trash-tier hunter crashing into the wall. The scavenger hunter hits the deck, groaning as he tries to process the sudden shift in momentum. Our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, bringing his blade down with bone-crushing force. The traitorous hunter is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a lowly miner possesses such overwhelming, raw strength. Baphomet continues his relentless assault, his movements becoming a blur of cold, calculated violence. The scavenger barely manages to dodge a lethal slash, realizing he's no longer the predator here. Even with blood trickling down his face, Baphomet's focus remains unshakable, as his passive skill keeps him surging. He spins into another strike, catching the trash-tier hunter off guard with his inhumanly fluid combat transitions. The scavenger grits his teeth, frustrated that this supposed weakling thinks his physique is superior to his own. He lashes out with his whip sword, desperately hoping to exhaust Baphomet before his own stamina hits zero. Our boy lunges forward with a terrifying aura, making the scavenger realize he's dealing with a B-rated hunter. Baphomet's eyes glow with a lethal intensity, making the scavenger wonder if he's finally met his match. The traitorous hunter flinches, his previous confidence completely shattered by the overwhelming pressure radiating from our boy. He stares into the abyss of Baphomet's silhouette, suddenly realizing he isn't dealing with a mere human. Drowning in a sea of red, the scavenger panics while trying to understand the monstrous entity he's facing. A clean slice cuts through the air, confirming his terrifying suspicion that this miner is something far worse. Baphomet coldly declares that this first arm is for the friend who always led their group. He recalls the face of his fallen comrade, using that memory to sharpen his resolve for the slaughter. The scavenger howls in pain as his blood spurts, realizing his life is slipping away in an instant. Our boy doesn't stop, delivering another fluid strike that leaves the trash-tier hunter completely defenseless. He dedicates the next blow to his silent companion, ensuring the debt of blood is paid in full. A brutal slash rings out as our boy continues his systematic dismantling of the trash-tier scavenger. He remembers the chubby miner who was always snacking, another life snuffed out by this senseless disaster. The scavenger crawls back in terror, realizing both his legs are gone, as the debt continues to grow. Baphomet recalls Minu Cha, the kid who barely started his journey before the flames took everything away. Another agonizing scream fills the air as the reincarnated king carves his vengeance into the traitor's flesh. Standing over his prey, Baphomet prepares the final strike for the one thing that truly matters now. The dying hunter trembles, desperately asking what kind of monster he accidentally provoked in this dark tunnel. Our boy coldly explains that this last bit of pain is simply because the scavenger pissed him off. Realization finally hits the trash-tier hunter as he stares into the eyes of a god he cannot escape. With a final, heavy strike, Baphomet ends the pathetic life of the man who dared touch his people. The heat of the blood sprays everywhere as our boy begins his brutal work on the trash-tier traitor. The scavenger can only scream about the searing heat as his life starts leaking out onto the floor. Baphomet doesn't stop, his mind consumed by a primal hunger that the dying scavenger simply cannot satisfy. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity, while he demands a real human to sate his growing bloodlust. Looking down at the unconscious female hunter, he realizes a mere hunk of meat isn't enough anymore. He stands over the fallen woman, convinced that only a living sacrifice will quench this internal fire. A dark, sinister voice inside his head commands him to end her, reminding him of his true nature. The echoes of his past life as a tower master scream that his sole purpose is human extinction. Just as he prepares to deliver the killing blow, The blood-red commands reach a fever pitch. Suddenly, a radio transmission about survivors breaks his trance, making our boy pause his lethal strike. Baphomet is snapped out of his murderous trance when he hears a radio report about a survivor killing another. The recovery agents nearby realize they've found their target and decide to cut the chatter over the radio. Our boy stands there dazed, still clutching his blade while staring down the unexpected intruders. His eyes flare with a ghostly light as he realizes he has 2 more humans to slaughter. Driven by instinct, he leaps at them, though a nagging feeling suggests he's seen one face before. The agent with the glasses doesn't even flinch, his cold gaze fixed on the incoming threat. The silver-haired challenger remains just as calm, watching the former Tower Master's desperate struggle with total indifference. Baphomet lets out a blood-curdling roar, demanding they die as he closes the distance for the kill. Suddenly, a glowing white hand reaches out, radiating a power that halts his momentum mid-air. With a gentle touch to his forehead, he's told to sleep as his world finally fades to black. Our boy finally hits his limit, stumbling forward as his body gives out in front of the suits. Hez completely out for the count, sprawled on the dirt while the recovery agents wonder what just happened. Deep in his subconscious, memories of his glory days as the demon lord on his throne begin resurfacing. Back then, he was a god-tier ruler, whose very presence demanded absolute submission from every living soul. With a single gesture, he would command his legions to tear through anyone foolish enough to resist. He lived for the slaughter, ordering the total extinction of humanity to cement his legacy as the master. But reality is a cruel mistress, reminding him of the moment his blood spurted across the cold floor. The silver-haired challenger appeared like a ghost, mocking him for being nothing more than a frog in a well. Those cold eyes pierced right through him, exposing just how trash-tier his supposed power actually was. As the blade sank in, he was forced to accept that in this world, only death awaits the weak. Our boy snaps back to reality with a violent flinch, the phantom sensation of blood still feeling fresh. He gasps for air, his mind reeling from the jarring transition between his past glory and this body. Looking around the sterile room, he realizes he is no longer at the mine, but somewhere far more clinical. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, noting that the supposed miner has finally woken up from his slumber. A recovery agent with a smug grin leans in, clearly looking down on our boy like he is trash tier. The stranger calls him a scammer, accusing him of lying about clearing the tower for some cheap fame. He continues his interrogation, wondering if the recent kill was just another one of our boy's elaborate cons. Our boy just stares back, wondering if the suit is talking about the bastard whose limbs he recently shredded. The agent explains that there is no record of him existing, making him a total ghost in the registry. With a cold gaze, the suit demands to know who he really is and how he obtained such power. The agent warns that our boy's fate depends entirely on how he chooses to answer the next questions. Fed up with the trash-tier interrogation, Baphomet suddenly smashes his fist right through the reinforced glass. As the glass cracks, he tells the suit to stop wasting time with all these useless questions. The recovery agent is left dumbfounded, clearly not expecting a mere miner to have this kind of strength. Baphomet calls him a shameless bastard for hiding behind a wall while demanding an introduction from a prisoner. He snaps that he never asked to be a hero and openly admits to slaughtering the hunter they tracked. With a murderous glint in his eye, our boy explains he only killed the man because he was annoying. He promises that even if they revive the guy, he will just slice him into unrecognizable pieces again. Turning his cold gaze toward the agent, he asks if the suit wants to experience that same brutal fate. Instead of being intimidated, the agent just lets out a mocking laugh at our boy's violent threats. Baphomet keeps slamming the glass, but the agent's mocking laughter just keeps echoing through the room. Our boy suddenly falters, realizing his threats aren't having the impact he expected on this trash-tier suit. He glares with pure malice, asking if they really believe they have the power to kill him. Suddenly, the agent looms over him like a giant, making the power dynamic shift in an instant. The recovery agent finally steps out from the shadows, showing his face with a smug, punchable grin. He tilts his head and asks what our boy plans to do now that he's finally revealed himself. Baphomet's heart begins to race, as a familiar, terrifying presence starts to cloud his mind. He sees a vision of the silver-haired challenger, the very man who ended his first life. Looking at those cold eyes, Baphomet realizes this agent is cut from the same cloth as his conqueror. Overwhelmed by instinct and rage, he leaps forward to end this confrontation once and for all. Our boy lunges with everything he's got, desperate to tear that smug look off the agent's face. Baphomet's eyes are filled with a primal hunger, fueled by the traumatic memories of his past life's defeat. Yet, the lead recovery agent doesn't even flinch, watching the attack come in with a terrifyingly calm expression. A massive impact shakes the area as their clash sends a violent shockwave through the ruined ground. As the dust settles, the cracked earth proves that the raw power gap between them is absolutely massive. Baphomet gasps for air, pinned firmly against the concrete, and realizing he is completely outmatched by this human. The lead recovery agent just smirks, noting that at least the rumors about his hunter-level strength were true. He keeps our boy pinned like a bug, mocking his effort while demonstrating overwhelming physical dominance and control. Another man steps forward, revealing they belong to Rogue, a secret government guild for hunting down criminal hunters. The Rogue agent explains that the scavenger Baphomet slaughtered was actually a high-priority criminal they were already tracking. The lead recovery agent explains that the scavenger was a monster who sold hunter organs to the wealthy. Baphomet trembles as he hears about this sick superstition, realizing the world he's in is truly trash tier. Even if the kill was justified, the agent notes that the brutal efficiency of the slaughter can't be ignored. He suspects our boy isn't just some lucky miner, but a natural-born killer with a mountain of bodies behind him. Baphomet is dumbfounded that his cover as a simple swindler was blown so easily by these government suits. He curses his weak human body, realizing he can't even stand on equal footing with a mid-tier hunter yet. In his mind, he compares this pressure to the silver-haired monster who ended his first life in the tower. The lead recovery agent decides it's better to nip this dangerous potential in the bud before he becomes a problem. He reaches out, intending to end the threat right here, while Baphomet seethes with pure, unadulterated rage. Our boy can only watch as the hand closes in, cursing his helplessness in this pathetic human form. The Central Agency for Hunter Affairs stands tall as the massive hub governing all hunter-related business. Inside, the lobby is packed with people buzzing about the latest tower clears and dungeon raids. Staff members stay busy, processing rentals and wishing the hunters luck on their next dangerous missions. A receptionist beams with a professional smile while calling out the next number in the long queue. Among the crowd, a mysterious man covered in bandages stands quietly, waiting for his own business to conclude. He doesn't say a word, simply observing the chaotic flow of the agency with a cold, focused gaze. Back in the alley, the lead agent bursts out laughing and asks our boy if he really felt threatened. He explains that even they wouldn't do something so reckless, and admits he's actually impressed by him. Baphomet is left dumbfounded, instinctively touching his neck while wondering what this government suit is playing at. The agent finally drops the bombshell, inviting him to join the Rogue Guild to utilize his natural killer instincts. Our boy steps up to the counter, calmly stating his intention to finally register as an official hunter. The receptionist brightly agrees to pull up his files, unaware she's dealing with a former tower god. Meanwhile, the lead agent works behind the scenes, ensuring the system records are tweaked to hide his identity. Once the data clears, she informs him that he needs a professional code name for the official records. The agent explains that these names are mandatory to keep hunters separate from the ordinary, trash-tier civilians. She asks if he has a preference or if he'd like her to suggest something more standard. Hez warned to stay discreet, since his recent stunt in the alley already put him on the radar. Our boy just smirks, thinking they'll definitely regret giving him the chance to reclaim his lost power. He chooses his original name, Baphomet, vowing that the world will once again learn to tremble in fear. Somewhere deep in a gate, a massive frost wolf lets out a roar, sensing a new predator's arrival. Our boy lands a heavy strike, proving even in this body, his instincts are still sharp. The beast snarls in pain, but he just stares it down with those cold, murderous eyes. He follows up by smashing the creature's head into the ground, ending its life instantly. Seeing their comrade slaughtered, the other wolves start whimpering and backing away in pure terror. He stands over the carnage, his leg bloodied but his resolve as unshakable as ever. A massive stomp suddenly rattles the forest, announcing the arrival of something much more dangerous. The alpha frost wolf emerges, looking to avenge its pack with a roar that shakes the air. It pounces with lethal intent, but he doesn't even bother to dodge the incoming attack. He simply commands it to wait, leaving the giant beast completely dumbfounded and frozen in place. Raising his hand, he prepares to exert his dominance over this high-tier monster. Our boy tries to call upon his old authority, commanding the beast to submit to its true master. He stands tall against the massive frost wolf, expecting the creature to bow before his divine presence. Turns out, his attempt at a grand summoning fails, leaving him vulnerable in front of the snarling monster. The alpha doesn't hesitate and lunges forward, its claws tearing through the air with a lethal slash. He narrowly ducks under the strike, realizing his current human vessel is still far too slow and weak. With a heavy thud, he buries his fist into the wolf's gut, sending a spray of blood everywhere. As he steps forward, sparks of his original power begin to crackle and surge through his very veins. He stares at his hands, frustrated that his god-tier strength hasn't fully returned to him just yet. A system window pops up, suggesting he only received enough power to kill the trash-tier hunter he hated. He wonders why this mysterious system keeps barking orders at him, even after his reincarnation as a human. Our boy decides to stop overthinking, and finally settles on a plan for his new life. Since he's lost his god-tier strength, he realizes he just needs to claw it all back again. Suddenly, a chilling presence looms behind him, asking if he's really the one they call Baphomet. He spins around instantly, his instincts screaming as he tries to identify the pest bothering him. The lead recovery agent starts barking about how he must be starving for attention to act so reckless. He gets an earful about using a tower boss's name as a codename, which is basically a death wish. Our boy just picks his ear, completely bored while being told his reputation among hunters is absolute dirt. He pauses when the agent mentions that the investigation into the Abyssal Tower is finally complete. Turns out, the world believes the hero Raven sacrificed himself just to take down the original Demon King. He just smirks, refusing to walk on eggshells regardless of how much the rest of the world yammers. Our boy realizes the only way to silence the noise is to climb back to the top and get stronger. The agent keeps barking orders in the alley, but his threats are just background noise to a former god. He looks completely dumbfounded that this human thinks he can actually hold him accountable for his reckless actions. Soon they land on Jeju Island, where the tropical breeze signals the start of a brand new chapter. His eyes lock onto the horizon, paralyzed by a sight he never thought he would see in the flesh. It turns out the ocean is way more massive than the tiny pictures he saw on his old phone. While his handler tries to hail a taxi, our boy suddenly bolts toward the shore like a total maniac. He cheers at the top of his lungs, finally experiencing the freedom of the sea for the first time. The rogue agent just sighs, wondering if keeping such an unpredictable monster around is a massive mistake. His boss reminds him that normal people cannot survive this world, and they need someone exactly that crazy. The lead agent smirks, convinced that only a twisted soul can survive the madness of the hunter world. A pair of flashy foreign hunters chat nearby, oblivious to the literal god of death standing in their shadow. The blonde man flaunts his features, clearly thinking he is the main character of this little excursion. Baphomet eyes them intensely, curious if these new humans are as fragile as his previous playthings. The rogue agent quickly drags him away, desperate to prevent our boy from causing a massive public scene. They reach the Harleton Hotel, the designated hub where every rookie hunter must undergo their mandatory orientation. His handler explains that hunters are treated as national assets, essentially becoming tools for the government to use. He hands over a smartphone and an official ID, finalizing the former Tower Master's transition into modern life. Our boy asks if he should go by his new name, trying to adapt to this strange human identity. He looks at the name Minu Cha, silently acknowledging the legacy of the man whose life he is now living. The rogue agent tells our boy it is finally time to head inside and start the orientation. Baphomet quickly realizes his handler is sticking close, noting that the man is keeping a very watchful eye. He stares ahead with a cold gaze, knowing the answers he seeks are waiting just beyond those doors. Suddenly, he spots something that catches his attention, wondering if this is the thing he was told about. The orientation director stands before the crowd, welcoming the fresh batch of hunters to their new official lives. Seongun Ma introduces himself with a polished smile, hiding his lethal nature behind a pair of professional glasses. Our boy is left dumbfounded by the sight of a lavish buffet, questioning what kind of training this is. He corners Seongun Ma, demanding to know why a secret agent is playing the part of a lowly bureaucrat. Baphomet scoffs at the deception, realizing the man has managed to fool every single rookie in the room. The agent just smirks, firing back that a clean cover is better than our boy's reputation as a con man. Our boy quickly realizes the entire room is buzzing with nasty rumors as the other rookies start pointing fingers. These trash-tier hunters are already bonding over their shared hatred for the guy they think is a total fraud. He just stares blankly, hearing them mock his codename as if he is some kind of delusional narcissist. The agent warns him to keep their connection a secret before a staff member calls him away for business. He walks off with a smug grin, leaving our boy alone to navigate the toxic atmosphere of the orientation. Deciding the drama is not worth his time, he figures filling his stomach is a much better plan. Suddenly, he freezes mid-thought as his sharp senses pick up a specific conversation from across the crowded room. The agent is casually dining with staff, asking what the rookie was pestering them about just a moment ago. The employees start complaining, wondering why the government would ever let such a shady crook into their ranks. The agent immediately shuts them down, reminding the group that questioning official permits is basically an act of insubordination. The lead recovery agent smirks while the staff apologizes, feeling like he has the entire situation under his thumb. He glances at our boy, thinking his reputation is absolute trash and wondering how much longer he can cover. Seeing Baphomet looking so blissfully happy, the agent assumes the guy has simply resigned himself to his pathetic fate. Suddenly, the agent's smug expression completely vanishes as he senses a massive shift in the room's mana. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall, signaling the arrival of some heavy hitters who definitely don't belong here. The tension spikes as a group of elites enters, their presence alone making the air feel thick and suffocating. Everyone is dumbfounded to see actual A-class hunters showing up at a trash-tier orientation meant for rookies. The staff member explains that these elites are starting special training today, much to the agent's visible horror. Even though the schedule was supposed to be next week, the dates were moved up to catch everyone off guard. The agent forces a shaky smile, pretending this surprise visit will be a great influence on the new recruits. Our boy is finally about to dig into a meal that isn't trash-tier instant ramen for once. He remembers how food meant nothing as a demon, but this human body is absolutely starving for flavor. Just as he is about to give thanks, some arrogant prick decides to drench him with water. The entire room goes dead silent as the other rookies watch the disaster unfold in complete shock. A massive shadow looms over him, asking if he is really the one using the infamous name, Baphomet. The jerk introduces himself as Leon, an A-class hunter who thinks our boy looks way too ordinary. Another elite steps in to scold Jiwan Bang, though it is clear they are both looking down. The newcomer tells his buddy to show some restraint, since everyone is watching their little power trip. The elite gives a fake apology, claiming the reincarnated demon is partially to blame for his own misfortune. He warns that using the name of a hunter-killer is a provocation, and recommends changing it immediately. Our boy doesn't take the disrespect lying down and dumps his entire meal right onto Leon's arrogant head. The surrounding rookies are completely dumbfounded as the sound of shattering plates echoes through the silent cafeteria. Even the professional staff members panic while the director looks like he is about to have a total meltdown. Leon stands there dripping with soup and scraps, his mind racing as he tries to process this absolute audacity. He snaps and grabs the reincarnated demon by the collar, asking if the rookie has a literal death wish. Baphomet just stares back with cold eyes, wondering why these trash-tier hunters are so sensitive about a simple name. Leon's face contorts with pure, unadulterated rage, realizing this rookie isn't showing a single ounce of fear. Our boy hits him where it hurts, suggesting that Leon's anger is just a cover for his own pathetic incompetence. The elite hunter standing nearby is left speechless, unable to wrap his head around such savage and twisted logic. Baphomet finishes him off by mockingly pointing out that Leon was simply too weak to save his friends back then. Baphomet mockingly wonders if he finally pushed the elite hunter's buttons too far with his savage remarks. Leon completely loses his cool and activates a physical amplification buff to crush the arrogant rookie. The director watches in absolute horror, realizing the situation is spiraling way out of his professional control. Leon is suddenly haunted by the memory of Baphomet slaughtering his entire squad back in the tower. He remembers his old leader once praising his strength, a bitter contrast to his current state of humiliation. Back then, he was a rising star with a bright future, not a soup-covered laughingstock. Driven by trauma and pure rage, Leon throws a lethal punch while screaming about his fallen friend. Our boy calmly weighs his options, knowing that any move he makes will likely lead to a bloodbath. Suddenly, the man who once conquered the tower steps in, catching the strike with effortless ease. Leon is left completely dumbfounded, staring at the legend who just saved him from a certain death sentence. Our boy is sweating bullets, instantly sensing that the man who intervened is on a completely different level. The rookies in the back start gossiping, realizing they are standing in the presence of a legitimate celebrity. He stares intensely, his mind racing as he tries to place where he has seen those cold eyes before. It clicks that this silver-haired kid is the younger brother of Raven, the legend who ended his first life. Baphomet is stunned, realizing he is now face-to-face with the kin of his greatest enemy. This is Griffin, a certified monster who became the youngest hunter to ever reach the elite A-class. A nearby elite tries to offer a shaky greeting, but Griffin is clearly not in the mood for pleasantries. He effortlessly keeps Jiwan in check, warning him that his trash-tier behavior is breaking every protocol in the book. Griffin laments that his brother died because he wasn't strong enough to finish the job against the tower boss. The director finally jumps in, pleading with the high rankers to stop their posturing before someone actually gets killed. The director tries to play peacemaker, reminding the hot-headed hunters that they have an audience to maintain. Jiwan is furious, demanding to know why a trash-tier rookie like Baphomet was even allowed to pass the gates. His teammate just sighs in frustration, clearly exhausted by Jiwan's constant need to pick fights with everyone. The director keeps his cool, flashing a professional yet slightly mocking smirk that hides his true intentions. He offers a hollow apology, clearly just trying to move the schedule along without more bloodshed. Suddenly, he turns his attention to our boy, asking if they can have a quick, private conversation. His tone shifts instantly as he whispers for Baphomet to shut it, asserting his dominance over the situation. Baphomet decides to play along for now, walking away while the high rankers watch his every move. Griffin doesn't look convinced, his sharp eyes following the mysterious rookie as if sensing a familiar, dangerous aura. As the tension finally breaks, the group prepares to move deeper into the Harleton facility for the next phase. Yu Jianghan kicks off the orientation, welcoming the new recruits to the seminar on the Hunter system. She explains how they can link to the intelligence agency's program if they aren't used to system windows. Our boy is clearly over the lecture, looking completely drained as he tells the director to just hit him. The director is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering if the kid has finally lost his mind after all the recent chaos. He starts blaming himself for the recruitment, feeling like the weight of the situation is entirely his fault. Desperate to snap him out of it, the director shouts for Baphomet to slap some sense into him instead. Baphomet doesn't hesitate, his eyes glowing with a murderous intent that makes the director regret his big mouth. He questions why he should bother holding back when he's constantly being treated like trash-tier garbage by everyone. The director stands his ground, insisting that he must endure the disrespect until he actually has the power to back it up. He drops a cold truth bomb, stating that Baphomet wouldn't stand a chance against a real A-class hunter right now. Someone is scrolling through news of a tower-clearing scam, being warned to keep their mouth shut and behave. A couple of trash-tier rookies complain that this fraud is giving every hunter a bad name. Their gossip is cut short when a heavy fist slams into a nearby vending machine with a loud thud. The duo is left dumbfounded as our boy Baphomet grumbles about the machine stealing his hard-earned money. He looks absolutely murderous, contemplating if he should just beat the machine until it coughs up his change. The rookies start shuddering in terror, feeling a level of bloodlust that no ordinary trainee should possess. They quickly scramble away, convinced they've just encountered a man who has taken countless lives before. Baphomet just watches them go, satisfied that he's successfully keeping his head down and avoiding any unnecessary trouble. He realizes his luck is turning when a free drink suddenly drops down, without him even paying. While taking a refreshing sip, he remembers the guys mentioning an upcoming match between elite A-class hunters. The atmosphere in the training center is heavy, crackling with the anticipation of a high-stakes duel. Our boy Baphomet wanders into the arena, blending in with the other rookies while keeping his guard up. Suddenly, a loud slam echoes through the hall as a trainee is sent flying across the mats. Ji Wanbong stands victorious, looking completely bored after another trash-tier opponent fails to challenge him. He offers a condescending pat to his opponent, noting that the guy has actually improved since their last bout. The Kaha staff member announces Ji-won's 8th consecutive victory, desperately asking if anyone else will step up. A heavy silence falls over the room as the rookie hunters realize they aren't even in the same league. Ji Wanbong turns his attention toward the stands, calling out to Griffin, who is just chilling with a drink. He goads the silver-haired prodigy, suggesting it's finally time for him to show everyone what he's made of. Griffin just stares back, clutching his gold lanyard as Ji Wanbong reminds him of the rules governing their rank. Ji Wanbong prepares for the bout, where the goal is simply to snatch the blue band from his arm. The staff enforces a strict ban on all skills, promising to intervene if the scrimmage gets too dangerous. The lead recovery agent notes that this display will be a perfect learning experience for the watching rookies. Our boy Baphomet watches from the sidelines, likely unimpressed by these human power struggles. One of the staff members can't help but gush over how handsome and popular Griffin is. Griffin stands ready, looking like a total heartthrob while the girls wonder if they can get his number. The staff members continue to giggle, clearly enjoying the spectacle of the young prodigy's fame. Turns out Griffin is only a middle schooler, a fact that makes his A-class status even more insane. They all share a laugh, knowing the rookies have no idea they're being outclassed by a literal child. The match begins, and Ji-won is immediately dumbfounded as the kid matches his strength in a heavy grapple. Ji Wanbong smirks, eager to test just how much the young prodigy has actually improved. Griffin remains silent, his sharp eyes locked onto his opponent as he prepares to show his true speed. The kid moves like a blur, easily leaping over Ji-won's initial strike with grace that defies his age. Ji-won swings with everything he's got, but Griffin simply ducks under the blow like it was nothing. With a cold gaze, Griffin tracks every muscle movement, waiting for the perfect moment to turn the tables. He dances around the older hunter, making the elite look like a slow-moving amateur in front of the crowd. Ji-won tries to stay calm, thinking Griffin's aggressive pace will eventually force him to make a fatal mistake. Suddenly, Griffin reaches out and snatches Ji-won's armband, proving he was never just mindlessly attacking. The elite hunter's face pales as he realizes he's been completely baited by a middle schooler. Panic sets in for Ji-won when he realizes a massive counterattack is coming, and he's wide open. Griffin snatches the armband, leaving Ji-won completely dumbfounded by the kid's insane speed and technical precision. The surrounding rookies can't believe their eyes, seeing an elite hunter get played like a total amateur. Our boy Baphomet just watches the spectacle, his sharp eyes analyzing the silver-haired prodigy's every move. With the victory secured, Griffin stands tall, as the crowd whispers about him being the top A-class hunter. Everyone knows it's only a matter of time before this monster officially reaches S-class status and surpasses everyone. Ji-won realizes he was baited into an opening, feeling the sting of defeat from a mere middle schooler. After a brief mention of his legendary brother, Griffin wastes no time and asks to pick his next opponent. He points directly at Baphomet, singling out the former Tower Master in front of the entire stunned room. Baphomet is genuinely caught off guard, wondering why this brat is suddenly looking for a quick death wish. Ji-won is absolutely livid that the kid would pick a random nobody after just beating a high-ranking elite. The staff member is sweating bullets, worried that a novice like Baphomet will get absolutely slaughtered by an A-class. Up on the balcony, the director finds the whole situation amusing and decides to let the chaos unfold regardless. He thinks this is the perfect chance to see the power gap, though he suggests giving Griffin a handicap. Our boy Baphomet and the silver-haired prodigy finally square up, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. Baphomet glares at the director, annoyed that the man who told him to stay hidden is now encouraging this. He decides that if he has to fight, he might as well teach this arrogant brat a painful lesson. Griffin prepares himself, knowing he carries the weight of his legendary brother's reputation on his young shoulders. Baphomet realizes that with his current weakened human body, securing a real win against this monster is actually impossible. He plans to just play along and forfeit after a few hits, but Griffin isn't planning on holding back. Suddenly, a heavy strike connects, and Baphomet realizes this kid's speed is on a completely different level than expected. Griffin grabs our boy's arm, making it clear he has zero intention of taking things easy today. He slams Baphomet into the concrete with enough force to make him wonder if he'll even survive this. A massive fist comes hurtling down, and Baphomet realizes this kid is genuinely trying to end him. The strike narrowly misses his head, shattering the floor as Baphomet grits his teeth in pure desperation. Griffin looks down with cold eyes, convinced that Baphomet is just another trash-tier hunter playing a dangerous game. He's out for blood, determined to beat the man who chose him as an opponent into a pulp. Turns out, Griffin is fueled by rage because Baphomet is using the same name as his brother's killer. He launches another heavy blow, his speed leaving Baphomet with almost no room to breathe or counter. The A-class prodigy starts using our boy as a literal sandbag, landing a brutal bash that echoes everywhere. Baphomet winces in agony, cursing the fact that his human shell is feeling every bit of top-tier pain. Baphomet tries to dodge, wondering how much longer he can endure this A-class brat's relentless assault. Griffin catches him off guard, slamming our boy into the concrete with speed that shouldn't be possible. The prodigy follows up with a heavy kick, forcing Baphomet to realize he's in a different league. Baphomet leaps back to create distance, his body screaming as he tries to recalibrate his defense. Wiping blood from his mouth, our boy realizes that Griffin is still just messing with him. He laments that a strike like that would have been absolutely nothing in his previous life. Baphomet feels a sting of shame, realizing his current human shell is a pathetic handicap. If he weren't restricted by this body, he knows he could have seen Griffin's true potential. He grinds his teeth, desperate to witness the full power of the man standing before him. As Griffin strikes again, Baphomet realizes the way this kid fights is eerily familiar and dangerous. Baphomet takes the hit, but he's actually thrilled to finally witness such overwhelming, god-tier power firsthand. Our boy is practically blushing with excitement, desperate to see the full extent of this kid's strength. Just as things get heated, Griffin suddenly halts his strike, leaving Baphomet completely dumbfounded and hanging. Griffin stares him down coldly, deciding that they've seen enough and should end the session right here. Baphomet is left reeling, his mind racing as he tries to process why the fight was cut short. The lead recovery agent steps in, reminding them that this was merely a show match for the agency. As Griffin asks if anyone else wants to step up, Baphomet stands there with his heart still pounding. He's absolutely itching for more, his soul screaming that he needs to keep fighting to reclaim his authority. However, the agent shuts him down, bluntly stating that our boy is currently too trash-tier to even compete. Baphomet begrudgingly accepts his weakness, yet feels an odd sensation, as if he's drifting further from his goal. Our boy's inner ego screams at the world, refusing to be held back by pathetic human constraints any longer. Baphomet just gives a chilling smirk, proving he is definitely not cut from the same cloth as these rookies. He rejects their petty rules entirely, his demonic shadow manifesting to tell the entire world to screw off. Griffin is left completely dumbfounded as he realizes the trash-tier miner he mocked is actually a literal monster. Before the silver-haired prodigy can even blink, a massive surge of authority swats him like a bothersome fly. The sheer force of the impact sends both of them hurtling through the air in a violent, uncontrolled blur. The agency staff and the lead recovery agent can only watch in silence, their professional composure utterly shattered. Griffin barely has time to register the situation before realizing his pride is about to take a massive hit. Their momentum carries them straight through the facility windows, shattering the glass in a chaotic burst of debris. The fight ends with a massive splash in the outdoor pool, leaving the lounging hunters absolutely terrified and soaked. The lounging hunters are completely rattled, wondering what on earth just fell from the sky into their pool. One of the girls peers into the depths, realizing that the projectile was actually a living person. Griffin fumes internally, swearing that despite this humiliating one-shot defeat, he'll eventually make our boy kneel. Down in the deep end, the former Tower Master realizes a major flaw in his new human vessel. He starts gasping as he realizes that for all his power, he never learned how to breathe underwater. As he starts to black out and sink, a blonde hunter dives in to save the mysterious intruder. His vision begins to blur, the cold water filling his lungs as his consciousness starts to slip away. Through the bubbles, he catches a glimpse of his savior, a blonde girl with striking blue eyes. She reaches out to grab him before he hits the bottom, determined not to let him drown. Our boy can only stare at her striking features as his consciousness finally begins to fade away. Our boy is fading fast, staring at his savior as the world turns a cold, suffocating blue. Survival instinct kicks in, and he desperately grabs her. His mind clouded by the primal fear of drowning, he starts flailing like a madman, dragging the poor hunter down into the depths in a blind panic. Up on the surface, the other hunters grow restless, wondering why their friend hasn't resurfaced yet. The pool remains eerily still, hiding the desperate struggle for air happening just a few feet below. Suddenly, golden strands float to the top as the underwater scuffle takes a turn for the worse. The girls flinch in horror and scream for help, realizing something has gone terribly wrong. As his consciousness slips, he's pulled into a memory of his past life as a lowly, numbered slave. Baphomet is startled back to a time when he was treated like trash-tier muscle, forced to work. Even in his demon form, he was just another cog in the machine, questioning his own existence. Baphomet remembers the nightmare of his past life, where humans hunted his kind like they were mere sport. Our boy snaps back to reality, his lungs burning as he realizes he is no longer in the abyss. He wonders why these human dreams feel more like a gritty curse than a simple memory of his past. Suddenly, another pair of eyes snaps open, signaling that his underwater struggle has finally come to an end. The blonde hunter he nearly dragged down lies there, looking completely spent after their desperate scuffle for air. He realizes she is a foreigner, and wonders if this girl actually tried to save his trash-tier life. Before he can process anything, a fiery redhead looms over him, threatening to gouge his eyes out right now. Baphomet scrambles back in a blind panic, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift from drowning to being interrogated. He steals a nervous glance at his surroundings, his heart racing while he tries to plan his next move. He finds himself cornered by a group of elite-looking women who clearly are not happy with his pool stunt. The agency staff rushes in, desperately apologizing for the chaos that just crashed their private party. Turns out, the woman they are bowing to is Echidna, the powerhouse president of the prestigious Art Guild. As the lead agent tries to de-escalate, he realizes they have interrupted a high-profile guild retreat. Echidna holds up a few strands of hair, looking like she is ready to commit a crime. She coddles her guild member, Unhye, who seems more dazed than actually hurt by the splash. The tension is thick as Echidna stares down the agent, demanding an explanation for this trash-tier intrusion. It seems the Art Guild was just trying to enjoy a peaceful pool party before our boy fell. Echidna points a finger at Baphomet, blaming the novice for ruining their expensive relaxation time. The agent can only sweat and apologize while she holds the evidence of their ruined morning. She rants about the insane cost of maintaining Yoonhee's hair, from Gangnam salons to organic diets. Echidna is absolutely losing it, pointing out the dark circles under her eyes from all the avoidable stress. She claims Yoonhee is the literal face of their guild, and every strand of her hair costs a fortune. The entire group just stands there in awkward silence, completely dumbfounded by her ridiculous and greedy logic. The lead agent starts sweating bullets, desperately offering anything. Echidna isn't having it, and shoots a sharp glance, insisting that our boy pays for his clumsy entrance. Baphomet can't believe his ears, wondering if he actually heard the insane demands of this trash-tier crazy woman. She demands over 100 million won for the lost hair, leaving our boy feeling absolutely speechless and robbed. The agent panics internally, thinking Baphomet must have some horrible karma to end up in this financial nightmare. Echidna twitches in annoyance, questioning if this random human is even worth the effort of a proper conversation. Surrounded by the elite hunters, Baphomet just stares back, wondering why these people are so obsessed with money. Valkyrie is an S-class hunter and a massive celebrity model who sells out every piece of jewelry she wears. Echidna and her crew find the hype total nonsense, clearly unimpressed by the flashy celebrity status. She decides that trying to explain anything to a trash-tier rookie like our boy is just a waste. Echidna gets aggressive, threatening to end his hunter career unless he pays for the damage immediately. She even suggests a shady installment plan, where he pays with his body if he's truly that broke. The threat triggers a dark memory for Baphomet, making him relive the trauma of his previous life's debts. Fed up with the nonsense, our boy snaps back and asks if she really thinks he's some chump. He immediately points the finger at the lead agent, arguing that the guy in charge is the careless one. Then he shifts the heat to Griffin, the silver-haired hunter who actually kicked him into this mess. The girls suddenly freeze up, realizing they can't afford to start a war with someone from the Nebula Guild. Echidna stares him down, weighing whether this trash-tier rookie is actually bold enough to lie to her face. She demands the truth from Griffin, who shamelessly confirms he was the one who sent the boy flying. A panicked staff member tries to play it off as a simple accident during a friendly training session. Echidna isn't buying the sob story, and tells our boy he still needs to cough up the compensation. The lead agent suddenly intervenes with a smug grin, promising that the agency will handle all the costs. He explains that while direct cash is against regulations, he has a much more lucrative alternative in mind. The girls are dumbfounded when he offers tower exclusivity, a prize far more valuable than any stack of bills. This system is basically a goose that lays golden eggs, providing a guild with infinite resources and items. He offers them a year of exclusive rights to a tower that hasn't been cleared in 18 months. Echidna plays it cool and says she'll think about it, even though her guild members are already celebrating. A staffer worries about making a call without clearance, but the lead agent knows this deal is necessary. Echidna pauses to consider the offer, realizing that exclusive tower rights are a game-changer for her guild's future. She finally agrees to the terms, deciding that the potential profit outweighs any lingering doubts about the agency. The agents are over the moon, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up now that the contract is basically sealed. Nearby, Valkyrie seems totally disconnected from reality, her blank stare suggesting she is still recovering from the shock. Echidna quickly checks if her star hunter is okay, feeling a wave of relief when she gets a response. She questions why the agency is even involved in this mess, but decides to get answers later. The guild members start filing out of the area, ready to put this exhausting training session behind them. Our boy and Griffin watch the girls leave, both of them sensing that things are about to get complicated. Valkyrie remains lost in thought as she leaves, her pride likely stung by how easily she was overwhelmed. Valkyrie locks eyes with our boy, her gaze sharp and calculating despite the recent chaos. Baphomet is caught off guard, wondering why this S-class celebrity is suddenly paying him any attention. She flashes a playful wink and a smirk, clearly finding his bewildered reaction quite entertaining. Our boy stands there dumbfounded, questioning if he just hallucinated that interaction while the staff starts apologizing. The association staff bows deeply, expressing their sincere regrets for the dangerous mess that occurred during training. Both Baphomet and Griffin look utterly drained, just wanting to escape the awkward tension of the lobby. As night falls over the Carlton, the dust finally begins to settle on a very long day. Walking through the halls, Baphomet muses about how diverse and money-hungry the hunter world truly is. He stares at his hand, genuinely confused if that blonde girl was trying to provoke a fight. Suddenly, Griffin lunges forward with a burst of speed, catching our boy completely by surprise. Baphomet confronts the silver-haired hunter, calling him weak, and claiming his presence is almost impossible to even sense. He gets right in the guy's face, demanding to know how such a trash-tier weakling stole his blue band. Before Griffin can even react, our boy suddenly disappears, leaving the elite hunter standing there completely dumbfounded and alone. Griffin breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he didn't even see the movement or feel the guy leave. His instincts start screaming as he tries to process the sheer speed of the man he just called a rookie. He looks down at his own arm in total shock, realizing his prize has already been snatched back. The luxury pool area remains eerily still while the weight of the encounter finally starts to sink in. The blue band sloshes through the water, serving as a silent reminder of how easily he was outclassed. Baphomet just sighs, thinking the A-class hunter was flailing around so much he was practically begging to be robbed. Griffin stands there frozen, finally realizing that only a seasoned veteran could have moved with such terrifying, silent precision. Griffin demands to know who this mysterious rookie really is after being completely outplayed. Our boy just stares back with cold eyes, totally unbothered by the A-class hunter's sudden interrogation. He flips the script, asking if this grudge is about him using the name of his brother's killer. Griffin grits his teeth in frustration, clearly unable to handle being read like an open book. The elite hunter suddenly freezes, scoffing at the idea of actually caring enough to avenge a scumbag. He looks away, admitting that his motives weren't nearly as noble as seeking justice for his kin. Turns out, he just needed a convenient punching bag to vent all that pent-up rage and turmoil. Griffin tries to regain control, demanding an answer while masking his own growing sense of insecurity. Baphomet drops a truth bomb, asking if he's just mad the demon stole his kill. Griffin's visible panic confirms the dark truth, proving he and his brother weren't exactly cut from the same cloth. Baphomet notes that Griffin didn't feel hatred during the fight, but his recent outburst revealed a clear grudge. He continues pressing, suggesting Griffin actually planned to kill his own brother before the demon got to him. Griffin is dumbfounded by the accusation, struggling to process being called out for wanting to commit fratricide. Our boy just shrugs it off, reminding him that hunters are far from being saints in this world. The silence hangs heavy, as Griffin realizes his deepest, darkest secret has been laid bare by a stranger. Instead of denying it, Griffin shifts the focus, deciding to ask a much more pressing question instead. He recalls that terrifying burst of bloodlust from earlier, a sensation that felt hauntingly familiar yet completely inhuman. Getting right in his face, Griffin explains that such a murderous aura only comes from Apex Tower demons. He concludes that Baphomet is nothing more than a demonic beast wearing the stolen skin of a human. Baphomet just loses it and starts howling with laughter at how quickly the hunter connected the dots. Baphomet's laughter echoes through the room as he finds the whole situation absolutely hilarious. Our boy mocks Griffin, noting that he is just as much of a fun plaything as his brother was. He openly admits his demonic nature, daring the hunter to try and exterminate him right then and there. Baphomet suddenly grabs Griffin's shirt, pulling him close to make sure his next words really sink in. He points out they are both cut from the same cloth, driven by a mutual desire to kill. Griffin stares back, speechless, as the demon challenges him to actually grow strong enough to expose his identity. If Griffin fails to reach that level, Baphomet promises that he will be the one to end his life. Later, Baphomet finds himself wandering through a quiet neighborhood, wondering exactly where he is being dragged off to. The lead recovery agent explains that living in saunas is trash tier, so he has secured a proper residence. He proudly presents a modest house, officially welcoming the reincarnated demon to his new home sweet home. The agent shows off the garden, though it's really just a patch of dirt and overgrown weeds. It's a traditional Korean house that looks more like a rundown relic than a proper hunter's residence. Our boy stands there taking it all in while the agent waits for an explosion of demonic rage. The agent already prepared a smug rebuttal, fully expecting the former tower master to call it a dump. He starts lecturing about keeping a low profile, but Baphomet surprisingly admits the place isn't half bad. Instead of whining, he figures he can just pull the weeds and enjoys the open, airy atmosphere. The agent is completely dumbfounded that his plan to humble the demon backfired so spectacularly. He even checks if the guy hit his head, wondering why he isn't acting like a typical powerhouse. Turns out, Baphomet hates high-rise penthouses because they make him feel like a caged animal. The agent looks visibly disappointed that he couldn't get a rise out of him, which just annoys our boy. The lead agent asks if anything suspicious went down during the orientation, but his subordinate seems pretty unsure. Our boy vividly remembers a pair of sharp eyes burning into his soul throughout the entire event. It turns out Griffin was acting like a total creep, refusing to break his gaze for even a second. The silver-haired stalker even followed him to the restroom, proving he is definitely cut from a different cloth. Back in the present, a dark silhouette lurks in the shadows, keeping a close eye on the two agents. The rogue agent suddenly spins around, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there among the quiet city streets. He mentions the feeling of being watched, but the director just dismisses it as a case of jumpy nerves. The lead agent settles in to brief his man on the details of their next high-stakes operation. He explains that novices are being paired with mentors, and they have a very specific target to monitor. The target is none other than Baphomet, who looks ready to handle whatever trash-tier mission they throw his way. Our boy is stunned to hear he's being assigned a mentor who is supposedly a big deal. This new guy shows up looking way too smug for a trash-tier government dog. Baphomet is confused why they want him to monitor this guy instead of just taking him out. The director explains the concept of drive hunting, treating the whole operation like a high-stakes game. It's a classic tactic where you corner the prey to flush out the real mastermind behind the scenes. Baphomet realizes his job is to play along and find the puppet master pulling the strings. The director laughs at him, reminding our boy that as a lowly hunter, he's barely qualified for this. The mentor, codenamed Quartz, starts yapping about his wife and why he took this boring government gig. He notices Baphomet's killer aura and nervously asks if he said something to offend the former Demon King. Baphomet is just dumbfounded that this is his life now, wondering how he ended up in this mess. Baphomet is fuming because he expected to hunt hunters, not listen to lectures about domesticating livestock. The director insists that gathering intel is vital, ordering our boy to get close to the assigned mentor. Our boy just smiles, thinking that keeping someone alive is a walk in the park for a demon. He wonders if the mission still counts if he just hacks off the guy's limbs for convenience. The real challenge is figuring out how to actually tolerate a talkative trash-tier mentor like Quartz. They soon reach a D-class gate, a dungeon supposedly filled with weak demonic beasts for the rookies. Quartz tells the group of 4 newbies that they'll be clearing this place under his watchful eye. The rookies are instantly terrified, knowing their F-class rank makes a D-class dungeon a potential death trap. Quartz just smirks, explaining that this is the lowest tier assigned to hunters at the bottom of the food chain. The trainees look completely dumbfounded, unable to remember a single helpful thing from their recent orientation. Baphomet explains that D-class dungeons require hunters because military weapons just don't cut it against those beasts. Turns out, our boy only memorized the manual because that annoying agent forced him to during training. Quartz agrees, and tells the terrified rookies they'll be fine as long as they stick together and cooperate. The mentor opens the gate, telling everyone to grab their gear and prepare for the dive. Quartz is confused when Baphomet claims his fists are enough, especially since he isn't even a fighter class. Suddenly, a trash-tier rookie shoves Baphomet aside, acting like a big shot and heading in first. Baphomet's eyes narrow as he realizes there is something very familiar about this loud-mouthed idiot. He finally recognizes the guy as one of the same jerks who was talking smack on his first day. It is the same pathetic trio that thought they were better than him back at the mining site. As they enter the dark cavern, the sound of clashing metal echoes through the damp, rocky walls. A trash-tier rookie lets out a desperate scream as the reality of a real dungeon finally hits home. One of the arrogant miners manages to land a slash, desperately trying to prove he belongs here. He starts celebrating his kill, completely unaware of the shadow looming directly behind his pathetic, exposed back. Quartz watches the struggle with a critical eye, hearing the clumsy clanging of weapons against monster hide. He realizes that while the guy has raw power, his agility is lacking and his movements are amateur. The girl charges in next, but Quartz notes that her persistence is weak and her technique is sloppy. Another trainee misses a massive blast, showing that his destructive power is useless without any actual accuracy. Quartz concludes that this entire group is lacking, but his attention suddenly shifts toward the mysterious Baphomet. A sharp swoosh cuts through the air as a strike narrowly misses its target with lethal intent. Our boy just tilts his head calmly, looking completely unfazed by the amateur hour happening around him. Baphomet dances through the chaos, treating these high-stakes attacks like a simple walk in the park. The monsters are losing their minds, snarling with a primal rage that doesn't even faze our boy. He casually drops low, letting the trash-tier mobs take each other out, while mocking their pathetic coordination. A cold glint enters his eyes as he decides it is finally time to stop playing around. With a heavy stomp, he crushes a demon's skull, showing off just a fraction of his latent strength. He leaps through the air with predatory grace, leaving nothing but a trail of blood and broken bodies. His hand shoots out like a viper, clamping onto a monster's face with a lethal, crushing grip. The creature can only stare in pure terror as it realizes it is facing a literal god. In one brutal motion, he smashes their heads together, turning the training ground into a total slaughterhouse. Quartz watches from the sidelines, feeling a mix of intrigue and dread at the raw violence on display. Our boy looks at his blood-stained hands, realizing his new body's judgment and agility are actually perfect. He knows that in this world, hunters with his level of raw, unbridled talent are labeled as irregulars. Quartz can't help but feel dumbfounded, realizing that simply calling this guy talented is a massive understatement. Baphomet tries to follow the director's advice about being likable, but his attempt at smiling is pure nightmare fuel. The trash-tier trainees catch their breath, just relieved they managed to survive the floor without any major injuries. When Quartz mentions they've cleared the area and need to discuss feedback, our boy's patience starts wearing thin. Internally, he's absolutely losing it, because slaughtering these weaklings is becoming a total drag for a former god. He eyes the mentor, wondering if a B-class hunter like him could actually provide a decent challenge for once. Quartz explains he needs to make a massive impression, sparking a dangerous idea in Baphomet's bored mind. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the trainees and Quartz wait for the next move. Quartz and the rookies wonder why the boss hasn't spawned yet since they've already wiped out the mobs. Suddenly, the sound of something heavy being dragged through the crimson mess echoes throughout the dark, damp cavern. A massive, clawed limb scrapes against the stone, leaving a trail of gore that makes the trainees' skin crawl. The mentor looks at the gathered blood and confirms that this gruesome display is exactly what they needed. Our boy senses a shift in the air as Quartz explains that killing the minions is only the first step. The ground begins to tremble violently, making the trash-tier hunters realize that something truly massive is waking up. A violent blast of energy erupts behind the mentor, who doesn't even flinch as the real nightmare finally begins. The terrified rookies can only gape in horror as Quartz identifies the beast as a legendary, bloodthirsty deathworm. Baphomet's eyes glow with a predatory light, finally finding a monster that might actually be worth his time. A monstrous, multi-mouthed horror screeches into the air, and the mentor warns them all to avoid becoming its lunch. One trash-tier hunter trembles, desperately hoping the mentor will step in before they all get slaughtered. Our boy doesn't have time for cowards and delivers a brutal kick to the hunter's face. The weakling is sent flying, losing his grip on his massive blade as he hits the dirt. Before the weapon even touches the ground, Baphomet's hand firmly grips the heavy hilt. He slams the former owner against the cavern wall, leaving the other trainees completely dumbfounded. Ignoring the rules about bound weapons being useless for thieves, our boy dashes straight toward the monster. Quartz just smirks, realizing that the boss isn't the only one currently lost in a bloodthirsty frenzy. With a massive burst of power, Baphomet leaps toward the screeching horror to deliver a devastating strike. The surrounding hunters can only gape in awe, wondering how a mere human can jump that high. Even the mentor's smug expression fades as he witnesses the raw, overwhelming strength of this supposed rookie. Quartz realizes the fight is already decided before the final blow even lands. Our boy brings the stolen blade down with enough force to shatter the earth itself. His eyes burn with the same cold intensity he held as the Tower Master. The hidden boss lets out a final, pathetic screech as the blade carves through its flesh. Baphomet sticks the landing with cold indifference while the massive beast looms behind him. Suddenly, the monster's head bursts into a fountain of gore, ending its reign of terror instantly. The other trainees can only watch in horror, unable to process the slaughter they just witnessed. Even the veteran mentor is left sweating, realizing he completely underestimated this supposed trash-tier rookie. Baphomet just smirks, remembering that in this world, the only rule that matters is absolute power. As he walks away, the dumbfounded hunters wonder if he really just ended it in a single strike. The tactical swordsman is left sweating, realizing our boy is operating on a completely different level than them. One female hunter is even completely smitten, her heart racing after witnessing such a god-tier display of power. Quartz starts clapping, officially acknowledging that Baphomet just pulled off a perfect round without breaking a sweat. The mentor approaches him, declaring that he has finally seen enough to make a decision on his status. Baphomet smirks to himself, thinking he has successfully secured a spot where he can just coast along. But then, Quartz drops a bombshell, congratulating him because he is far too skilled to remain a trainee. Our boy stands tall for a moment, thinking he has finally earned the easy life he wanted. Suddenly, reality hits him like a truck, and he shouts out in pure, unadulterated shock at the news. He starts trembling as he learns that being a professional means he has to handle everything on his own. This messes up his entire plan, and he desperately tries to find a way out of this early graduation. Quartz mentions distributing demon crystals for cash, but Baphomet is too busy panicking about his unwanted promotion. Our boy desperately tries to downplay his power, claiming the boss was just trash tier and anyone could have won. The other trainees just glare at him, clearly not buying his blatant lies for even a single second. Quartz officially ends the session, telling everyone to hit the hospital if they feel like they're falling apart. He gives Baphomet a final send-off, wishing him luck as he gets kicked out of the trainee nest. Baphomet trudges away from the site, his dreams of a lazy life officially crushed by his own competence. He starts spiraling, wondering where he went wrong, and if he misunderstood how humans are supposed to act. Just as he's wallowing in his failure, a voice calls out to him, snapping him back to reality. A cute trainee approaches him for his number, proving that his god-tier performance definitely didn't go unnoticed. Meanwhile, the director watches from a distance, completely unsurprised that things played out exactly as he predicted. Baphomet realizes that life never goes smoothly, especially when he's forced to deal with trash-tier pests. He admits he might have set the bar too high for this pathetic excuse of a hunter. Our boy decides to dial it back and start with something a bit more manageable. A class criminal hunter has been marked for death, and Baphomet is the one holding the blade. The director watches from the shadows, leaving the messy details of the execution entirely up to him. He lets his inner demon take the wheel for a moment, ensuring the target doesn't suffer for long. He checks the rules for body disposal, knowing a cleared dungeon will wipe away all the evidence. Standing in the quiet alley, he watches the last sparks of mana crackle and fade into the night. Hez actually feeling pretty good since those demon crystals are his ticket to a top-tier pork stew. With his dinner plans sorted, he disappears into the darkness, looking like a completely normal human again. Baphomet sits in the dim light, his mind racing as he tries to navigate this pathetic human existence. The lead recovery agent smirks from the car, mockingly asking if the recent execution actually bothers him. Our boy doesn't take the bait well, smashing his fist into the wall in a surge of pure frustration. He lets out a curse, realizing that being a human tool is far more annoying than being a god. The lead recovery agent just watches him, clearly enjoying the fact that he has a demon on a leash. Meanwhile, Quartz gathers the recruits and announces they'll be heading into a simple D-class dungeon today. He knows it is far too late to start getting friendly with anyone in this cutthroat business. Watching from the sidelines, the rogue agent decides he will have to uncover the truth about Baphomet himself. He adjusts his cap, reminding himself that understanding the prey is the first principle of any successful hunt. As Quartz explains the mission's scope, the tension between these different factions starts to reach a boiling point. Quartz and the other mentors share a laugh, likely thinking our boy is just another trash-tier rookie to manage. Far from the training grounds, the city stands tall, hiding secrets that Baphomet is desperate to uncover. After a quick stop, the shopkeeper bids him a polite farewell, unaware of the monster walking among them. Our boy heads home, his steps heavy with the boredom of a life he never asked for. However, he isn't alone, as the rogue agent keeps a sharp eye on him from the shadows. The agent is fuming because he spent all day stalking him only to find absolutely zero evidence of crime. He decides that following this guy is a total waste of time since he just works and goes home. Little does he know, Baphomet is currently fighting a primal urge to taste blood for the first time in ages. He realizes that the only thing protecting this annoying stalker is the human law he's forced to follow. In his mind, he's already visualized exactly how he'd slice the agent apart if they were back in the tower. The agent is already planning how to incapacitate our boy to get the answers he's looking for. Baphomet senses the hostile intent behind him, his demonic instincts flaring up in response to the threat. He visualizes the agent's pathetic plan, imagining how the stalker thinks he can actually win this fight. Our boy pauses for a second, seriously wondering if he should just give in to those violent urges. He decides to keep walking, leaving the agent leaning against the wall, completely unaware of his near-death experience. Baphomet reminds himself that he's in the human world now and needs to handle things like a civilian. However, he's honestly stumped on how a former tower master is even supposed to act like a human. Suddenly, he hears a clack and decides to make a move before the situation gets even more annoying. The agent is left dumbfounded as our boy suddenly pulls a dash and disappears into the building. The quiet apartment complex remains peaceful, hiding the fact that a literal monster just walked through the door. Our boy suddenly spins around, his instincts screaming that someone is lurking in the shadows behind him. Hez gasping for air, the weight of his human emotions finally catching up to his former demon heart. His eyes dart around frantically as he desperately searches the street for any sign of Yuhyun. Suddenly, Yuhyun appears right before him, looking completely startled by his sudden and intense presence. She notices how deathly pale he looks and asks why he hasn't been answering any of her calls. Relief washes over him as he pulls her into a tight hug, finally silencing the chaos in his mind. Yuhyun stands there trembling, totally caught off guard by this rare and sudden display of raw vulnerability. Little do they know, the rogue agent is lurking nearby, watching the entire emotional reunion with predatory interest. The stalker stands silently in the twilight, realizing he's just discovered the one thing our boy actually cares about. A trash-tier smirk creeps across his face as he realizes he's finally found the perfect leverage to use. Poor Minu Cha hits the pavement for good as the cleanup crew finally moves in to finish the job. The lead recovery agent stands over the trash-tier remains, thinking the mission is done and the evidence needs vanishing. He pulls out a phone, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to scrub any digital footprints left behind. He finds a suspicious text from Minu asking how to stage a fake accident, confirming the whole setup was intentional. Meanwhile, our boy Baphomet comes charging back home, his heart racing as he fears the worst has happened. He screams out Yuhyun's name, desperate to know if she's still safe after the chaos he just escaped. He finds her safe and sound, though she's busy patching up his wounds while he tries to process everything. Baphomet looks completely dumbfounded when he realizes there's another presence in the room he didn't expect to see. Yuhyun explains that a mysterious man saved her from a car accident, though Baphomet's instincts are screaming red alert. Scanning the room, Baphomet realizes this helpful stranger is actually a hunter, and things just got a lot more complicated. A hand brushes against a framed memory, a reminder of the peaceful life our boy is desperately protecting. Suddenly, the mysterious stranger grabs Baphomet's arm, calling him by his hunter name with a chilling, smug familiarity. The man claims to be Yuhyun's husband and starts fishing for details about the accident to test him. Oblivious to the danger, Yuhyun beams and insists that their helpful new guest stays for a home-cooked dinner. She treats the intruder like a trusted colleague, wanting to repay his supposed kindness with some warm hospitality. Baphomet decides to play along, aggressively stuffing his face with food to keep his cover while observing closely. He nods like a madman while inhaling his meal, trying his best to act like a normal, hungry human. As Yoo-hyun serves more rice, Baphomet stays on high alert, sensing the predator sitting right across the table. He shoots a sharp, suspicious glare at the agent, wondering what kind of trash-tier game this guy is playing. When asked if he needs anything else, Baphomet coldly declines, his mind already plotting how to handle this threat. Yoo-hyun heads off to grab more food, leaving our boy alone with the suspicious suit. The agent leans in, casually asking if Baphomet is actually enjoying his new life as a hunter. Baphomet grumbles about his forced graduation, but the agent just laughs it off as a necessary move. He offers some veteran advice, but the tense atmosphere is broken when a plate suddenly slips. A loud crash echoes as Yoo-hyun drops the dish, prompting the agent to spring up in concern. Our boy just watches the scene unfold, his sharp eyes tracking every move this trash-tier guest makes. The agent calls him a doting husband, claiming it makes sense since he already lost her once. Baphomet is completely dumbfounded by the comment, so the agent quickly pivots to some random license plate. While Yoo-hyun innocently offers to write it down, Baphomet realizes something is horribly wrong with her. He stares at her back, knowing for a fact that this woman actually died a long time ago. Raven recalls his early days when he was just an irregular, dreaming of hitting the big leagues. Yoo-hyun was always his anchor, terrified that the front lines of the towers would eventually claim his life. She didn't care about the riches or the fame, only that our boy would return home safe. To keep her heart at ease, he actually abandoned his path to glory and settled for a mentor role. Teaching rookies was a grind, but he pushed through just to see her smile at the end of the day. He even gave her a high-grade teleporter, a safety net designed to whisk her away to a secure shelter. But then the gate shock hit, turning their peaceful reality into a literal hellscape of blood and monsters. Trapped and terrified, Yoo-hyun found herself cornered by a beast, while the world around her crumbled into dust. In her final moments of desperation, she reached for the device, praying it would be her ticket to survival. However, Baphomet sees through the illusion, coldly reminding her that she never actually made it out alive. Yoo-hyun finds herself cornered by a trash-tier orc, realizing her life might end in this filthy alleyway. Suddenly, a bucket of liquid splashes the beast, momentarily blinding it and buying her a few precious seconds. Another desperate survivor grabs her hand, urging her to move before the monster regains its footing. In the frantic dash for safety, our girl's sandal trips on a crack, sending her heart into her throat. She hits the pavement with a heavy thud, her bag spilling its contents across the blood-stained street. The other woman checks if she's okay, but Yoo-hyun insists she's fine, despite the stinging pain. Amidst the scattered makeup, the high-grade teleporter Raven gave her sits like a beacon of hope. The stranger's eyes lock onto the device, instantly recognizing it as a one-way ticket out of this nightmare. A heavy silence falls between them, as the woman realizes this small button is worth more than gold. She looks at Yoo-hyun with a face full of regret, her silent apology masking a dark, desperate betrayal. The thief activates the stolen teleporter, her desperate desire to live outweighing any sense of guilt or morality. Yoo-hyun watches in total disbelief as the only person who could help her chooses a cold-blooded betrayal. With a faint shimmer, the stranger vanishes into safety, leaving our girl completely alone in the ruins. She stares at the empty space, realizing her kindness just cost her the last chance at survival. As a massive serpent looms, Yoo-hyun remembers dying that day and wonders what Raven actually did to her. Back in the present, Raven keeps a cold, stoic face while investigating the lead on a mysterious rental. He uses his status as a government contractor to bypass privacy laws and secure the customer's home address. Reaching the door, our boy hesitates for a split second before finally reaching out to turn the knob. He steps into the dim room, the heavy silence of the apartment feeling like a weight on his shoulders. His eyes widen in pure shock as he finally comes face to face with a truth that leaves him dumbfounded. Yoo-hyun stands by the window, a ghostly figure bathed in light that feels far too peaceful for this place. She turns slowly, her expression blank as if she's just a hollow shell of the woman Raven once loved. Raven is completely dumbfounded, his heart dropping into his stomach at the sight of his supposedly dead wife. He slams the door shut, his mind racing as he tries to process how this impossible reunion is happening. Suddenly, Baphomet steps out from the shadows, mocking Raven for being so predictable when it comes to his wife. The former Tower Master strolls past him, explaining that he knows exactly what Raven received in exchange for his crimes. Raven's face pales as the weight of his past sins and the current nightmare finally start to sink in. Baphomet roughly grabs Yoo-hyun, revealing the cruel truth that she is nothing more than a reanimated corpse. Our boy's blood boils as he warns the demon not to lay a single finger on her. Baphomet just pokes her cheek, noting how she completely switched off the moment she realized she was actually dead. Raven reminds the demon that he already gave a clear warning about crossing the line. Baphomet ignores him, pinching the girl's cheek while asking how Raven even managed this twisted resurrection. Our boy's vision narrows as he demands the monster take his filthy hands off her immediately. The demon just shrugs it off, shoving the lifeless body aside like she's nothing but trash-tier junk. Raven reaches out in a panic, but he's too slow to catch her before she hits the floor. He whispers her name, his heart shattering as he stares at the woman he lost once already. He collapses to his knees, completely broken while the former Tower Master looms over him like a god. Baphomet coldly suggests that since she's already dead, Raven should just find a way to revive her again. The demon tells him to stop the pathetic theatrics, having no patience for human grief or sentimentality. Raven stays silent, his shadow deepening as a dark, dangerous resolve begins to brew within his soul. Raven finally snaps, summoning a glowing spear from his inventory to put this trash-tier monster down for good. Baphomet doesn't even flinch, pulling out his own weapon as he prepares to collect a bloody service fee. The demon grins like a total maniac, deciding that taking one of Raven's arms is a fair price. Our boy doesn't care about the cost, his eyes burning with a cold and murderous intent. A massive blast rocks the corridor as their killing intent finally boils over into raw, unbridled destruction. Dust and debris fill the air, but neither of them is planning on backing down right now. Raven dashes through the thick smoke, moving with the speed of a man who has nothing left to lose. They leap at each other, scythe meeting spear in a collision that shakes the very foundation of the building. Their blades clash in a shower of sparks while they lock eyes, both ready to end this nightmare. Raven barely dodges the flying sparks, his instincts screaming that one wrong move means a quick grave. He reaches out to steady his momentum, refusing to let the demon's overwhelming pressure break his rhythm. Their weapons collide again, spear against scythe, as they trade blows that would pulverize any normal hunter. Baphomet expertly parries with a hidden blade, mocking the predictable patterns while looking for a lethal opening. The demon laughs through the chaos, swinging his massive scythe with a grace that betrays his monstrous nature. Raven resets his stance in the narrow hallway, his mind racing to find a way through that ironclad defense. Shadows dance across his face as he prepares a final, desperate gambit to end this once and for all. He lunges forward with a piercing strike, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into a single thrust. The air screams as their powers clash, leaving nothing but a trail of destruction in their wake. Baphomet grips his dagger, his eyes burning with the cold intent of a former Tower Master. He launches himself off the ground, the force of his leap cracking the very floor beneath him. Our boy bounces off the walls like a blur, using the tight space to build up lethal momentum. He brings the blade down in a vicious arc, aiming to split Raven right down the middle. Raven doesn't even flinch, his face hidden in shadow as he calculates the exact moment to strike. With a flick of his wrist, he prepares a counter that Baphomet never saw coming in his arrogance. The two powerhouses collide in a bone-shattering explosion of mana that shakes the entire corridor. Raven stares through the debris, his gaze cold and unyielding despite the blood staining his skin. Baphomet realizes this isn't some trash-tier hunter, but a monster cut from the same cloth as himself. Baphomet pulls a dagger from his inventory, ready to show Raven exactly why he was the Tower Master. He strikes with blinding speed, but Raven intercepts him, his movements as fluid as a seasoned pro. In the heat of battle, Raven's mind drifts back to a time when things were much simpler. He vividly recalls Yuhyun's infectious laughter, back when they were just kids without a care. Our boy leaps again, his face a mask of fury as he tries to break Raven's iron defense. Their blades collide just like they did during their rough middle school days, fueled by pure adrenaline. Back then, Yuhyun would always lecture them, her face scrunched up in that familiar, annoyed pout. By high school, the atmosphere had shifted, and Baphomet's gaze had already grown cold and distant. The memory of her crying eyes still stings, reminding Raven of the tragedy that started it all. Raven and Baphomet clash, their history together making every strike feel like a personal betrayal. Suddenly, the memory shifts to a darker time, when Raven stood paralyzed by a horrific sight. Turns out, he found Yuhyun lying in a pool of blood, wondering why she was still there. Kneeling over her, he laments that the teleporter he provided should have kept her safe. A single tear falls as the realization of his loss begins to warp his very soul. He deduces someone stole her chance at survival, and vows that no one will notice another death. Looking at the discarded device, he prepares to hunt down the trash-tier humans who betrayed her. The blood-soaked teleporter lies abandoned, a silent witness to the cruelty that broke our boy. His face shadows over with a demonic intensity, proving he's ready to paint the town red. Baphomet looks down, thinking he's seen plenty of trash-tier guys who try to use emotions as a shield. He grips the man's shoulder, blood spurting as he prepares to show him what real pain feels like. Our boy stands over the trembling hunter, noting that the fight ended the moment he let emotions lead. He stares with a cold, shadowed gaze, completely unimpressed by the pathetic display before him. Suddenly, he snaps, hissing that he didn't grind for weeks just to deal with this level of incompetence. The desperate hunter lunges forward, screaming that everything he did was only to bring his dead wife back. As the man begs for mercy, Baphomet reminds him that his job is simply putting down criminal hunters. He freezes when the man mentions Yu Hyun, the name of the woman he just lost, hitting him hard. He lets out a heavy sigh, listening to the hunter ask what's wrong with saving someone meant to live. Finally, Baphomet loses it and roars for the man to stop making pathetic excuses for his crimes. Baphomet calls out the trash-tier hunter for making shady deals while pretending he hasn't committed any real evil. Our boy is genuinely offended that this coward would dare defile the concept of evil with such a repulsive attitude. He slowly draws his blade, deciding that some people are just cut from a cloth that needs burning. As he looms over the broken man, Baphomet cold-bloodedly concludes that the hunter is simply better off dead. Nearby, the body of Yu Hyun lies motionless in a growing pool of crimson, a grim reminder of the chaos. Suddenly, her fingers twitch against the cold floor, suggesting that death might not be the end for her. Her eyes snap open, with a predatory glint, as she hungrily catches the metallic scent of fresh blood. Baphomet is caught off guard when a system warning flashes, announcing a demonic beast has suddenly appeared. The criminal hunter is equally dumbfounded, staring at the red notification, ordering the immediate elimination of the threat. A dark, oppressive aura erupts as Baphomet wonders what kind of hellish mess the system is flagging now. A massive explosion of purple flesh suddenly erupts, completely obliterating the ceiling and catching our boy off guard. Baphomet barely has time to react as the building crumbles around him from the sheer force of the impact. To his horror, he sees Yu Hyun's body fused into the trunk of a grotesque, pulsating purple monstrosity. Looking down at his blood-stained hands, he can't wrap his head around how this nightmare is even possible. Yu Hyun's face remains eerily still, her vacant eyes showing no sign of the woman he once knew. The creature lets out a sickening sound, its bark-like skin splitting open to reveal rows of jagged, hungry teeth. This isn't just a monster. It's a multi-eyed deathworm that's absolutely starving for a taste of fresh blood. As the creature looms over him, the faint silhouette of Yu Hyun remains trapped within its disgusting, fleshy mass. Suddenly, her face twists into a terrifying, demonic grin, proving that whatever is left of her is long gone. Baphomet's blood boils as he snarls at the second-rate demon for daring to touch his intended prey. A clean slash rips through the monster's flesh, sending dark blood spraying everywhere as the battle heats up. The massive deathworm wails in agony while Raven remains frozen on the ground, completely broken by the sight. Our boy Baphomet steps forward, his death throes passive kicking in as he mocks Raven for being a romantic. Despite the heavy blood loss, Baphomet just grins and asks Raven if he really sees his wife in that. With a 15% stat buff surging through him, he makes it clear that he only sees a monster. The beast lets out a deafening screech, swearing to end the human who dared to wound its disgusting hide. Baphomet doesn't even flinch, simply reminding the creature of the warning he gave it just a moment ago. He leaps into the air and slams his blade down, knowing the resurrection was a total sham from the start. Looking at the beast, he feels a wave of nausea from the sheer evil radiating off its trash-tier aura. The monster is left dumbfounded, unable to believe a mere human could possess such terrifying, godlike strength. Baphomet grips his blade, wondering who the sick bastard is that would create such a twisted, hollow puppet. He drives the steel deep into the beast, refusing to let this mockery of human life continue any longer. A clean slice tears through the thick hide, sending a spray of dark blood across the training grounds. Our boy dashes along the monster's massive frame, his movements a blur of pure, lethal intent and speed. With blood dripping down his face, he looks on with cold eyes, completely unfazed by the surrounding carnage. The deathworm lets out a piercing screech as its many eyes widen in absolute, primal terror. He yanks the blade free, knowing that every strike brings him closer to ending this trash-tier nightmare. Leaping high into the air, Baphomet prepares to deliver a final blow that will shatter the cruel illusion. The blood-soaked edge looms over the monster, a grim reminder that its time is finally running out. He stares at the shell of Yu Hyun fused to the beast, disgusted by this horrific desecration of the dead. The monster's hide finally gives way as a massive burst of blood erupts from its side. More wounds open up, sending spurts of dark ichor everywhere as our boy continues his relentless assault. He shreds through the beast's defenses, turning the entire area into a chaotic, bloody mess. The creature is being torn apart, its physical form dissolving into a spray of gore and viscera. Everything turns red, as the final remnants of the trash-tier monster are obliterated in a single moment. Baphomet follows through with his strike, his expression cold and focused on the grim task at hand. Raven stands there dumbfounded, watching in slow motion as his wife's head falls through the air. He collapses to his knees, his world shattering as the severed head hits the ground with a thud. Trembling with grief, he can barely whisper her name as the reality of the situation sinks in. There she lies, a tragic casualty of a cruel game, leaving Raven broken and utterly alone. Raven screams in absolute agony while the remnants of the monster still mindlessly mutter about their hunger. Our boy isn't having any of it, and crushes the last of that trash-tier beast under his boot. Suddenly, a system warning flashes, reminding Baphomet that true power always demands a heavy price. His passive skill, Death Throes, triggers a berserk debuff that he clearly finds annoying as hell. He glances back at the broken hero, realizing his original plan to end him hasn't changed. With a lethal dash, Baphomet decides to put the grieving man out of his misery right now. He figures if Raven wants to cling to a corpse, he is much better off just being dead. In his twisted mind, sending the man to hell is the only way they stay together forever. Just as he prepares to strike, the system detects a massive threat and issues a danger warning. Before he can finish the job, a lockdown effect slams Baphomet into the dirt, halting his rampage. Baphomet hits his absolute limit, his physical body reaching a 99% risk level from overusing his latent abilities. Our boy is completely dumbfounded as the system suspends all his functions, leaving him paralyzed and wide open for attack. Just a few feet away, Raven remains hunched over his wife's remains, his grief finally curdling into a murderous rage. He looks back with cold eyes, blaming Baphomet for the destruction of everything he ever cared to protect. Baphomet can only grit his teeth from the ground, realizing his plan to end Raven's misery has backfired spectacularly. Raven stands up and laments that if Baphomet had just stayed away, none of them would be suffering right now. He grips his weapon with a blood-soaked hand, telling our boy that he brought this execution upon himself. As the killing blow whistles through the air, Baphomet is shocked to see a strange system message flashing again. The system claims that it is the only one who truly cares for him, leaving our boy completely weirded out. With a final movement, Raven prepares to finish the job, while Baphomet remains trapped by the system's restrictive grip. Suddenly, the lead recovery agent steps in, delivering a brutal kick that catches Quartz completely off guard. Our boy Baphomet watches from the ground, stunned by the sudden turn of events, as blood splatters everywhere. Quartz can barely process the betrayal, his eyes wide with shock as his own superior turns on him. The director offers a cold apology, showing that sentimentality has no place in this gritty business. With a massive slam, he craters the traitorous mentor into the floor, ending any hope of a counterattack. Quartz staggers back, coughing up blood as he realizes his life is forfeit for dabbling in crime. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, leaving a massive pool of crimson staining the dungeon floor. The lead recovery agent looks over the carnage, seemingly unimpressed by the mess left behind. Looking at Yuhyun's remains, the director remarks that Quartz's criminal side was bound to be discovered eventually. He tells Mr. Cha to leave the rest to him, while Baphomet internally seethes about his lost kill. Baphomet lies in the dirt, cursing himself for not finishing off the trash-tier mentor before the director arrived. Our boy is absolutely fuming, blaming the system's interference and his own pathetic human strength for the failure. The lead recovery agent looks down at the broken hunter, who can only mutter about needing a severed arm. As night falls over the city, the agency begins the process of checking on Baphomet's current physical condition. While driving, the rogue agent confirms they drugged Baphomet and shipped him off to avoid any more public complaints. The director explains how he cleared the scene, using a fake system error to keep nosy hunters away. A fabricated warning about a demonic beast was the perfect cover to hide the truth of the incident. In the back of the car, a battered Quartz sits in chains while the director demands some real answers. He presses the traitor, asking who had the twisted power to turn his dead wife into a literal demon. Quartz stays silent as they drive through the city, the weight of his dark secrets finally catching up. The director listens as the traitor mocks the lonely path he's chosen to walk as an investigator. He doesn't care about the insults, demanding to know why Quartz sold out rookie hunters to a monster. As they speed through the night, he reminds the trash-tier mentor that those kids are now dead or missing. Trading lives for the chance to resurrect a dead wife is a crime that won't ever be forgiven. Quartz just stares back with hollow eyes, clearly unbothered by the weight of his sins or the director's threats. The driver realizes the interrogation is going nowhere and suggests giving the broken man some time to think. Suddenly, the rogue agent slams his foot down, but the mechanical parts only emit a useless clicking sound. Panic hits the car as the brakes fail, and a dark, multi-eyed shadow begins to swirl behind the prisoner. The director is dumbfounded as the traitor warns him that catching the real culprit is a death sentence. With a twisted grin, Quartz wishes him luck while the monstrous creature manifests to end their ride. The director and his driver realize the car is a death trap, as the brakes completely fail them. Tires scream against the asphalt as they desperately try to regain control before the inevitable impact. While the humans panic, a dark, multi-eyed sludge slithers out from the wreckage unnoticed. This fragment of the monstrosity wobbles on the pavement, searching for a way to hide its true form. It stretches its shadowy mass, morphing into a harmless-looking cat to blend into the city's urban sprawl. Our new feline friend trots away from the chaos, proving that even a nightmare can look cute. It effortlessly scales a building, heading toward a specific target while the authorities remain completely clueless. Inside a quiet room, a lone tablet sits waiting for a signal that shouldn't exist in this world. The creature hops onto the device, causing the screen to flash as it begins its digital infiltration. With a single tap of its paw, the monster accesses the network, ready to cause even more havoc. A digital profile flickers to life, detailing the mediocre stats of a 21-year-old warrior named Minu Cha. This is the face of the man whose identity our boy is now forced to wear. Baphomet wakes up with a groan, feeling a suffocating weight pressing down on his chest. He struggles to draw a single breath, wondering if his human body is finally giving out. Suddenly, he realizes the heavy burden is just a pile of white fur perched right on him. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded to find a stray cat treating his torso like a premium mattress. He looks up as a shadow falls over him, recognizing the feline from his previous life. A woman with a predatory smile greets him as Patient 302, her voice dripping with mock concern. His heart sinks because he knows only one person would ever address him with such a cold designation. The quack doctor leans in close, tapping his chest while teasing him about his looks and plotting more debt. The doctor smirks and tells him it is finally time to pay his massive debt using his body. Our boy lets out a terrified scream, clearly not ready for whatever twisted procedure she has planned. With a crash, she scoops up her cat as Baphomet scrambles back in a state of panic. He calls her a total fraud, but she reminds him that this hospital belongs to her. She mentions his new gig with the recovery agent, surprised he would work under someone like that. The doctor licks her lips with a predatory glint, making it clear she has no professional boundaries. She uses her heel to lift his shirt, commenting on how much better his physique looks lately. Baphomet shouts for her to get her hands off, though she playfully points out she isn't using them. He grits his teeth and wonders what kind of hellish treatment she is forcing on him now. She sighs and tells him to watch his mouth before people start getting the wrong idea. Baphomet demands to know what she did to him, his patience wearing thin as he sweats from the strain. The doctor just smirks and calls him by his patient number, offering to teach him a lesson in reality. She towers over our boy, relishing the fact that they are completely alone in the room for some education. Meanwhile, the clinic's receptionist is just chilling at her desk, completely oblivious to the chaos brewing behind the door. She looks up when a visitor arrives, confirming that the man known as Minu Cha is currently inside. Suddenly, a loud crash and a pained scream echo through the hallway, making the poor girl jump in surprise. The lead recovery agent bursts into the room, looking absolutely frantic as he searches for the source of the noise. Inside, the doctor is having the time of her life, laughing like a total maniac at her own twisted games. Baphomet is left sprawled on the floor, looking like his very soul has been sucked out by her treatment. The doctor squeals with delight while the agent stands there dumbfounded at the absolute trash-tier scene before him. Our boy immediately accuses the agent of planning this whole mess, but the man just looks completely lost. The agent mocks Baphomet for his main character syndrome, wondering if he thinks the world revolves around him. Turns out, the doctor and agent were old colleagues, leaving Baphomet dumbfounded that the quack was actually a hunter. They sit down to talk shop, realizing the government had been testing our boy's limits before tossing him aside. The agent goes quiet for a moment, the weight of his next words clearly hanging heavy in the air. He drops a massive bombshell, revealing that Quartz has been offed, sending a chill through the room. The agent explains that a mysterious mastermind is responsible, leaving our boy to process the sudden turn of events. He recounts how they tried to secure the scene and find clues on the body to avoid civilian casualties. Unfortunately, they found nothing but half-eaten remains, suggesting something truly trash-tier and demonic was at work. The agent suspects a necromancer is behind this, using reanimated beasts to do their dirty work in the shadows. Baphomet is absolutely livid, claiming he should have just finished the target himself if they were this incompetent. He slams the table, berating the agent for wasting all the effort he put into the capture. Our boy demands to hunt the mastermind, but the agent laughs off the idea as a total suicide mission. The agent explains that even his elite senses missed the trap, proving the enemy is likely near S-class. He looks Baphomet dead in the eye and bluntly tells him he simply isn't good enough yet. Baphomet fumes, insisting he would have sniffed out the trick and squeezed the truth from the mentor. Suddenly, the agent snaps and grabs our boy by the shirt, tired of his trash-tier attitude. He pins him down, reminding Baphomet that he is currently just a lowly B-class hunter in their eyes. Fed up with the disrespect, our boy storms out while the doctor watches the heated exchange in silence. The agent shouts for him to come back, but Baphomet has already had enough of these government games. Baphomet leaves a parting gift, flashing a single, disrespectful gesture as he heads for the exit. Our boy doesn't care about their authority and walks out without even looking back at the suits. The director is left fuming while the doctor mockingly asks if they actually just had a physical brawl. He sighs, explaining they were just blowing off steam, but the doctor isn't buying his trash-tier excuses. She narrows her eyes, questioning if he's just using the kid's condition to extort some quick cash. When she threatens to report him, the agent desperately tries to claim he has legitimate professional reasons. She remembers the day the government dumped a blood-soaked Baphomet on her doorstep like he was trash. The suits didn't even care if he survived, bluntly telling her to just deal with the mess. She recognized him from the news, realizing the government had failed to turn him into their puppet hero. Now, she snaps at the agent, tired of seeing the government ruin every hunter they get their hands on. The agent tries to bridge the gap, reminding her that he's part of the same government system. She remains skeptical, wondering if he's just a loyal dog or a wolf hiding in sheep's clothing. He stays silent, though the weight of her sharp accusation clearly hits a nerve. She recalls the night Baphomet arrived, a bloody mess that even the nurse thought was beyond saving. Looking at our boy's mangled body, she realized he lacked the strength to survive the surgery. Just as she was about to give up, a chilling sensation washed over the entire operating room. A red system window suddenly flickered into existence, defying every rule of magic she knew. The interface issued a brutal ultimatum, threatening her life if she failed to keep him alive. She admits the medical debt was just a ruse to keep him close and investigate his nature. The agent is completely dumbfounded, realizing the system might actually have a mind of its own. The doctor smirks, finding the system's obsession with keeping our boy alive almost romantic in a twisted way. She truly believes the system treats him like its favorite child, shielding him from the cold embrace of death. Meanwhile, life in the city continues, as the government tries to manage the fallout of the recent disaster. The agent tells our boy to take it easy since his powers are currently in a state of lockdown. He suggests that Baphomet should enjoy some normal human downtime, while the higher-ups figure out his next move. Back at headquarters, the agents discuss whether they should keep a constant eye on their mysterious new asset. The director orders them to watch and protect him, fearing his data might have leaked to dangerous masterminds. But our boy has other priorities, suddenly getting distracted by the shiny accessories on the agent's ear. The agent is caught off guard when Baphomet asks where he can get some earrings just like those. It turns out the former demon lord is more interested in human fashion than his own survival right now. Our boy realizes that, to prepare for future battles, he first needs to actually enjoy being a human. He starts his vacation by stuffing his face, demanding even more meat and rice from the overwhelmed staff. He even picks up the local habit of taking aesthetic photos of his desserts before finally digging in. Wandering the streets, he munches on snacks while finally experiencing the world from a mortal's perspective. Eventually, he stops at a batting cage, curious about how these humans play their strange physical games. He focuses on the target, preparing to swing with the precision and timing of a former demon lord. With a sharp clang, he crushes the ball, vowing to experience every thrill the city has to offer. Seeking a change of pace, he heads to a library to quietly read, while others nap nearby. He finishes his day at the movies, casually eating popcorn while a dark curse plays out on screen. The vengeful spirit on screen screams for its legs, but our boy just watches with total, gritty indifference. Baphomet watches the movie ghost, who pathetically begs for her life while he remains completely unmoved and bored. He briefly manifests his demonic aura, scaring the absolute trash out of the spirit as he gives chase. Later, a street busker pours her heart out into a microphone, trying to capture the city's fleeting soul. Our boy stops to listen, but the music doesn't spark even a hint of warmth in his cold heart. Standing among the happy crowd, he feels like a complete outsider, disconnected from their mundane human joy. He turns his back on the laughter, realizing that blending in is much harder than he originally thought. He curses under his breath, frustrated by the overwhelming emptiness that follows him everywhere in this world. Under a lonely street lamp, he laments how this weak-ass body provides zero satisfaction regardless of what he does. Suddenly, a system window pops up, mockingly asking if he's feeling sad about his current rock-bottom status. His eyes flare with a dangerous red light as his true nature begins to stir beneath the surface. Baphomet loses it, laughing at the sheer absurdity of the system finally deciding to play nice with him. He screams at the empty air, demanding to know why this trash-tier system is suddenly acting all friendly. Our boy is absolutely livid, accusing the unseen force of being the one who ruined his entire life. A cold red window appears, claiming that every miserable thing that happened was actually for his own sake. He just sneers, convinced that the system is only looking for new ways to torment his weary soul. Deep within the digital void, a mysterious entity begins typing, preparing to launch a hidden protocol. This cold administrator reveals this is the trillionth attempt, threatening to reset everything if he fails again. Baphomet looks exhausted, wondering if this annoying voice is just going to keep getting in his way forever. With a final tap, the goddess activates the sequence, uncaring of our boy's mounting frustration and despair. He finally hits his breaking point, telling the system to just end his life if it's that disappointed. The goddess is determined to make this attempt work, no matter how many times she has failed before. Our boy has completely lost it, begging for the sweet release of death rather than another miserable reset. Ignoring his pleas, the administrator successfully bypasses the security protocols to take full control of the world. A massive surge of energy whirs through the digital fabric, as the Earth's very foundation is forcibly rewritten. The sudden flash leaves Baphomet dumbfounded, his senses reeling from the overwhelming power of the system's interference. He stands frozen in the middle of a bustling street, wondering what kind of trash-tier trickery is happening. A glitching figure approaches him, offering a hollow apology for the chaos she is about to unleash. The entity explains that hijacking a foreign system was a total pain, which is why she was late. She jumps between bodies, telling him not to misunderstand her intentions as she settles into the crowd. The administrator insists she is not trying to be cruel, even though she is playing with his reality. The administrator prepares to drop a truth bomb about why our boy is currently powerless and pathetic. Baphomet is completely dumbfounded as the reality of his situation starts to sink in. A smug smile creeps across the entity's face, enjoying the absolute control she has over his fate. She finally reveals her true form, looking every bit the high-tier goddess of this digital nightmare. Her cold eyes lock onto him, showing zero remorse for the trash-tier treatment she has handed out. Our boy can barely find the words to confront the being who ruined his life. With a casual snap, she explains that reaching this point took billions of grueling attempts. Turns out, she ran countless simulations just to see if his soul could survive a human vessel. She reveals the dark truth that every single one of those tests ended in absolute disaster. In every timeline, Baphomet was brutally torn apart, failing to handle the power of a god. Baphomet is left dumbfounded, realizing that every single one of his past lives ended in a brutal death. The entity explains she gambled on an unknown path, by stripping his powers to see what would happen. Our boy can't believe his ears, questioning why a high-tier being would ever put faith in him. She reveals he's the key to her wishes because he was the one who summoned her. He reflects on his former glory as a demon king, a stark contrast to his current human vessel. Standing in the digital void, he starts to process the sheer scale of the simulations he endured. It finally clicks that his desperate plea for a new life wasn't just a dream, but her doing. He smirks, demanding to know the identities of the monsters who managed to kill him billions of times. He grabs her firmly, his warrior spirit ignited by the thought of facing enemies stronger than himself. The entity just gives a chilling laugh, pleased that her favorite toy is finally showing some real teeth. The entity warns Baphomet that his current human shell is still far too weak for what comes next. She reveals the silhouettes of the monsters who turned his previous billions of lives into a nightmare. If he wants to survive, he must become even more powerful than his original demonic self. The path ahead requires him to reach a level of strength that defies the tower's basic logic. He stares at the eyes of his past executioners, feeling his blood boil with a newfound purpose. Those cold glares serve as a brutal reminder that he was once just a toy for them. Our boy hardens his gaze, fully accepting the grueling training that lies ahead of him. Suddenly, he flinches as a familiar and oppressive aura begins to leak into the digital space. A heavy boot cracks the floor of the void, signaling that an uninvited guest has arrived. Turns out Raven has forced his way in, looking like he's ready to finally finish their duel. Raven is right there, and our boy is completely dumbfounded as to how he found this secret space. The system entity whispers that he already knows the secret to unlocking his true, overwhelming strength. She claims that burning desire for vengeance is exactly what will make him a god once again. Baphomet realizes his endless hunger for power is the fuel for his latent demonic abilities. Suddenly, the administrator's blessing activates, reclaiming his old skills and evolving his passive into pure adrenaline. With a sudden rush of wind, he finds himself standing in the middle of a busy city street. The people around him are just shadows, leaving him confused about where the reality ends and simulation begins. He wonders if the world has finally returned to normal, or if this is just another system trick. Looking around the crowd, he desperately searches for the system entity, but she has completely vanished. Our boy is left stunned, realizing the transition back to the real world was far from seamless. The story moves to a medical center, where secrets are buried deep under the cover of night. A mysterious specimen is handed over, with a demand to analyze the fragment taken from a fallen demon. The lead recovery agent meets with the quack doctor to uncover the truth behind the creature Baphomet slaughtered. He offers a quick word of thanks, but his mind is already racing with dark possibilities. Using her unique data-gathering skill, the doctor reveals findings that leave the agent completely dumbfounded. He breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe the massive discrepancy in the boy's original power readings. It has only been a month, yet our boy's stats have somehow exploded tenfold, defying all logic. Meanwhile, Baphomet stands frozen as he feels the terrifying weight of his own rapidly evolving potential. He can only let out a nervous laugh, realizing his human vessel is reaching its absolute limit. In this world, stats define your tier, and our boy is breaking every rule in the Hunter Handbook. Most hunters climb the ranks by slaughtering beasts and harvesting mana stones for a quick power boost. Others prefer the grind of the gym, though rumors whisper of a hidden route to absolute godhood. Back at the clinic, the lead recovery agent sits down with our boy and the shady doctor. He adjusts his glasses with a cold smirk, asking Baphomet if he's been keeping out of trouble. Our boy just digs into his ear, acting totally unbothered by the high-ranking agent's intimidating presence. The agent's patience wears thin as he warns the kid not to stir up any more chaos. Baphomet snaps back that since the guy is stalking him anyway, there's no point in even asking. The doctor just sighs, watching these two grown men bicker like a couple of trash-tier middle schoolers. Suddenly, the agent shoots a sharp glance toward the side, sensing something is definitely off in the room. The doctor freezes mid-sip, her eyes widening as she realizes the atmosphere has shifted into something dangerous. The shady doctor tries to play peacemaker, grabbing our boy to keep him from making things even worse. She leans in close, her eyes glowing with a digital haze, as she initiates a secret data scan. Baphomet realizes she's trying to peek at his stats, but he's got way too much hidden for her. She gives him a sharp slap on the back, mocking his grumpy attitude while finishing her little investigation. Our boy isn't having it, barking back at her to keep her hands to herself before he loses it. The doctor tells the lead recovery agent that the kid's power levels are way beyond anything considered normal. The agent wonders why Baphomet reached out first, since they aren't exactly on friendly terms yet. Baphomet knows this guy holds all the cards when it comes to classified information on the city's hunters. If he can squeeze even a bit of intel out of the agent, he'll be ready for the elites. He suspects the mysterious system entity is just using him as a puppet for her own twisted games. The system entity tries to tempt Baphomet by offering him a chance at revenge against his original killer. Our boy remains skeptical, wondering why this meddling entity is suddenly offering him such friendly advice and tactical support. When he demands she handle the situation herself, she bluntly admits that her direct intervention has its limits. She explains that her power is strictly limited to stealing, as she cannot actually create or destroy anything herself. Baphomet is dumbfounded, questioning how she managed to craft his new human body if her powers are so restricted. With a chilling look, she reveals that even his current physical form was just another thing she had stolen. Snapping back to reality, the lead recovery agent asks what Baphomet is actually hoping to gain from their meeting. Baphomet asks for a specific job, but the agent reminds him that human criminals don't appear like dungeon gates. Since sitting around is a waste of time, our boy suggests taking on standard hunter missions to stay busy. The agent finally agrees to the plan, secretly curious to see how much chaos the former demon will cause. The agent watches our boy, wondering just how fast this irregular will actually climb the ranks. He offers a deal, promising Baphomet total control over the mastermind if he can track them down. But there is a catch. He needs to grow strong enough to actually handle that kind of heat. Determined to level up, Baphomet storms the Hunter Agency, demanding a high-stakes mission immediately. He asks for a tower raid, but the receptionist reminds him that F-class trash-tier hunters don't get those. She suggests buying a permanent blade, but he finds using the same gear repeatedly to be utterly boring. When he pushes for a loophole, she suddenly remembers a specific mission that bypasses the usual rank requirements. The only catch is that the hunter must be officially registered with a guild to gain entry. Our boy claims he is already in one, though he knows his government ties are strictly off the books. He is dumbfounded when she confirms his status, wondering how his secret guild membership is already visible. A clear sky marks the beginning of what Baphomet hopes will be a productive day of grinding. The labyrinthine tower stands tall, serving as the designated site for the high-stakes mission he managed to snag. Echidna and Eunhee take the stage, representing the Ark Guild as they address the gathered crowd of hunters. They explain that the guild is opening the tower to everyone today to mitigate the risk of disaster. Some trash-tier hunters whisper that the guild is only doing this to salvage their greedy, money-hungry reputation. The promise of a 90% loot split has everyone wondering if the guildmaster will handle things herself. Excited fans start gossiping about a famous hero clearing the tower, leaving our boy completely unnoticed. Baphomet looks utterly annoyed, finding the constant chatter of these weaklings to be a massive headache. He scratches his head and wonders if he should just quit, since he is really not in the mood. When he tells the system to stop talking, the entity just snarkily notes it has nothing better to do. The system entity tells our boy to stay positive, but he just wants to find a mute button. When it warns him that his trash-tier attitude might draw unwanted attention, he tells the voice to stop nagging. The entity jokingly claims to be his mother, leaving Baphomet completely dumbfounded and wishing for a moment of silence. Suddenly, he accidentally bumps into a flashy hunter, who immediately starts throwing a tantrum about his personal space. The elite hunter is shocked when his expensive armor literally cracks just from brushing against our boy's sturdy frame. His lackeys rush over to check on their master, while Baphomet wonders why these weaklings are so loud. From a distance, Eunhee and Echidna notice the commotion, though the guildmaster dismisses it as typical hunter ego. However, Eunhee stops in her tracks, her sharp eyes narrowing as she senses something unusual about the stranger. She realizes that this unmotivated guy looks strangely familiar, though she can't quite place where they've met before. The armored clown continues screaming about his airlifted gear, demanding compensation while Baphomet just stares back with pure indifference. Jiwan is losing his mind because Baphomet isn't paying any attention to his expensive, cracked armor. Our boy sighs and offers to pay for the damage, but his casual attitude just fuels the fire. One of the lackeys leans in, whispering that this guy doesn't look like a threat at all. He points out the trash-tier gear, realizing Baphomet is just the F-class charity case they heard about. Jiwan starts laughing, wondering how a bottom feeder could ever afford to compensate an elite like him. He continues his rant, claiming F-class trash should be slaving away in low-tier dungeons instead of here. As the insults fly, Baphomet remains silent, his shadow growing darker as his patience finally hits zero. Before the clown can finish his sentence, our boy's hand snaps out, crushing the hunter's face. With a terrifying aura, he warns that further blabbering will result in a truly humiliating death. The tension is cut short when Echidna arrives, ordering the bickering hunters to move out immediately. Jiwan whines about his damaged gear, while Baphomet internally regrets not ripping him a new one right then. Echidna shuts down the bickering by bluntly reminding the group they are all stuck in the same party. The purple-haired girl watches silently as the tension simmers among the hunters preparing for the raid. The mission is clear. 6 members per gate must conquer 3 different paths to unlock the boss. Some maps are just straight-up slaughterhouses, where the only goal is to wipe out every demon in sight. Other chambers force the team to use their heads, solving puzzles before they can even start the killing. Then there are the trap maps, where dodging lasers is the only way to reach the gate guardian. Jiwan asks which nightmare they are walking into, but the elites seem just as clueless as the rookies. Echidna admits she has no idea, leaving the arrogant hunters feeling a lot less confident about their survival. Since the tower's layout shifts randomly every day, our boy is stepping into a total mystery. Before they step into the unknown, the leader begins a final roll call to verify the raid party. Our boy flinches as the names of hunters from various prestigious guilds are called out in order. The purple-haired girl checks in while Baphomet starts sweating, sensing a massive humiliation heading his way. His soul nearly leaves his body when he is announced as a member of the Sweet Pink Angel Guild. The group gathers for the final briefing, but the tension is replaced by the sheer absurdity of his title. Baphomet stands there dumbfounded, wondering how his life as a supreme demon king led to this total embarrassment. Even the stoic girl cannot hold back a laugh after hearing such a trash-tier name for a hunter. Elsewhere, the doctor admits she only built this shell guild to siphon government funds and dodge some taxes. She explains to the agent that Baphomet has no choice since he is basically government property now. The doctor cackles at the thought of the fearsome warrior being stuck with such a flowery, ridiculous label. The director is having the time of his life, gleefully ignoring the doctor's frantic phone calls. Jiwan Bong can't stop wheezing, claiming the flowery guild name is a perfect match for a rookie. Our boy just stands there in a dark cloud of misery, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. He seethes with rage, mentally adding that shady doctor to his list of people to kill later. Echidna cuts the chatter and prepares to lead the group into the heart of the dungeon. She drops a cold reality check, stating that their lives are their own responsibility once they enter. The tension is thick as the group stands ready, finally facing the massive gate ahead of them. With a heavy thud, the doors swing open, and the hunters vanish into the blinding light. They expect an immediate bloodbath, but are greeted by an eerie silence that fills the empty chamber. The purple-haired girl and Echidna quickly realize this isn't a typical combat zone. Raising their guard, Echidna drops a glowstone, realizing that a lone demon in an empty room usually means a trap. A massive armored knight suddenly appears in the light, confirming that this floor is a deadly gauntlet. The silent guardian looms over them, its presence radiating a chilling pressure that would terrify any trash-tier hunter. Echidna tells the group to stay back and follow her lead, since she knows these rooms best. She tells our boy to just save his strength and follow along, clearly underestimating his true power. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges forward to trigger the room's hidden defenses herself. Her boot hits the floor with a heavy thud as she prepares for the dungeon's first strike. A faint click echoes through the chamber when she triggers a pressure plate hidden in the floor. She effortlessly dodges a pitfall trap, mentally noting that the first obstacle has been cleared. Arrows whistle through the air next, but she just weaves through them while confirming the second trap. Echidna senses the next trap and prepares her body for the sudden shift in the dungeon's lethal rhythm. A massive surge of electricity erupts, but she effortlessly flips through the lightning to stay completely unscathed. Her eyes widen in a sudden twitch of realization that someone is moving even faster than her. She mentally notes that only a top-tier hunter like Reaper should be able to match her current pace. Suddenly, our boy Baphomet blurs past her like she is standing still, leaving the guild leader completely dumbfounded. He does not even slow down, dashing toward the boss while she struggles to process his insane speed. His system kicks in, highlighting every demonic beast in the vicinity with a cold and predatory precision. With a target locked, he decides to test out his returning strength against the dungeon's strongest heavy hitters. Jiwan Bang is left speechless when a massive hole is punched right through his supposedly high-grade silver armor. The floor's guardian construct crumbles into dust, signaling that the first level has been officially cleared. Jiwan Bang stares at his ruined gear, unable to believe a supposed rookie just shattered his pride and armor. The fifth floor is cleared in record time, leaving nothing but a broken guardian construct in our boy's wake. Jiwan is absolutely fuming, realizing that the F-classer he looked down on is actually a monster in disguise. Baphomet doesn't care about the drama, pushing his physical limits as he blitzes through the dungeon's dark corridors. A lethal rain of arrows descends from the ceiling, but he treats the deadly trap like a simple stroll. His system warns him of the incoming barrage, feeding him the perfect path to stay completely untouched and safe. With his eyes glowing a predatory red, he calculates every trajectory with the cold efficiency of a demon king. He executes a light jump just as the floor is peppered with steel, dancing through the chaos effortlessly. The system predicts the next wave coming from the right, keeping him one step ahead of the dungeon's mechanics. He twists his body mid-air to clear the final volley, proving that trash-tier rankings mean nothing to him. Our boy catches a stray chain mid-air, already planning how to turn this junk into a lethal weapon. He realizes a good diversion is the best way to keep these mechanical trash-tier mobs off his back. As one guardian falls, Baphomet drops from the ceiling to ensure the next one doesn't stand a chance. The next Silver Knight stands ready, but it has no idea its structural flaws are already being analyzed. A single, precise strike slices through the construct, proving that even heavy armor is useless against his speed. He loops the heavy chain around the target's throat, the metal rattling as he prepares the finishing blow. Knowing the neck is the primary weakness, he yanks the chain with the strength of a demon king. He steps behind the massive construct, using his weight to tighten the noose and crush the magical core. With a cold, predatory gaze, he prepares to end the fight before the knight can even react. The chain bites deep into the armor's neck, sealing the guardian's fate as its power finally flickers out. Baphomet leaps through the air, his weapon whistling as he targets the guardian's most vulnerable joint. Our boy wears a predatory grin, clearly relishing the chance to let loose in this training dungeon. A massive impact shatters the construct into pieces, marking the successful completion of the 15th floor. Echidna and her companion watch in silence, deeply suspicious that an F-class hunter could move like a god. Echidna warns him about the legal trouble of hiding his rank, while the others struggle to process the carnage. Jiwan Bang is left trembling with rage, his pride as an elite shattered alongside his expensive chestplate. The girls trade barbs about the pace, wondering if this raid is becoming a joke to the veteran hunters. Jiwan tries to save face by demanding a break, but he is clearly just terrified of the next floor. Echidna looks completely unimpressed, realizing the elite hunters she brought along are actually just trash tier compared to him. Despite his armor being forged from a legendary tower boss, it was no match for a single, casual strike. Echidna is absolutely dumbfounded, questioning how a trash tier F-class could possibly possess the power of a legendary boss. Our boy just plays it cool, wondering to himself if he really looks that intimidating to these mere humans. Jiwan Bong looks like he's seen a ghost, his mind racing as he tries to process the impossible gap. He can't accept an F-classer outshining him, even as his secretary begs him to focus on the next room. Secretary Kang tells him to stop wasting breath on the Art Guild and just show off in the chamber. The purple-haired girl recognizes the crest on the armor, identifying it as the mark of the elite royal gold. Even with his fancy gear, Jiwan stands there looking pathetic, while his subordinate tries to salvage his dignity. The purple-haired girl is stunned by the tension, her eyes darting between the broken elite and our boy. She leans in close to inspect the damage, realizing the armor's origin is far more suspicious than it looks. She notes that Bahamut items are never traded legally, basically calling out the elite for his illegal smuggling. Jiwan is sweating bullets while his secretary asks what he even wants from this disastrous situation. The purple-haired girl just gives a smug smile, clearly enjoying how much she's rattled the elite hunter. Our boy steps in and offers to catch the scammer if they agree to a favor later. Suddenly, the girl shifts into combat mode, her eyes sharpening as she prepares to unleash her hidden power. A massive trap knight lunges forward, its cold steel aiming to end the intruder's journey right here. The first knight is instantly sliced apart, proving these mechanical guardians are just trash-tier fodder for her. She leaps through the air with insane grace, weaving through the metal giants like they are standing still. Baphomet watches her every move, analyzing her technique to see if she is actually worth his time. She grits her teeth and pushes her mana to the limit, determined to clear the room alone. With a single violent flick of her threads, the remaining squad of knights is reduced to scrap metal. The girl smirks, her threads ready to turn anyone in her way into a bloody mess. They continue their climb up the massive tower, where each floor promises even more dangerous trials. Our boy sprints through the dark corridors, keeping pace easily, while the others struggle to catch their breath. As time passes, the tower's atmosphere grows heavier, signaling that the real challenge is just beginning. While the rookies argue and recover, Baphomet just chills with a drink, completely unimpressed by the drama. Night falls over the structure, but for these hunters, there is no rest until the boss is dead. Suddenly, a knight mounted on a vicious wyvern appears, looking like a high-tier threat for any normal hunter. Jiwan Bang freezes in terror as the beast lunges, realizing his fancy armor won't save him this time. He stares up, totally dumbfounded, as he prepares to meet his end at the hands of this monster. But Baphomet intervenes, swinging his chain axe to decapitate the beast before it can even land a hit. Jiwan Bang is barely holding it together after clearing the 49th floor, his ego taking a massive hit. Even the Reaper is gasping for air, realizing this tower is way more taxing than she initially expected. They are both completely spent, but Jiwan tries to play it cool despite his legs shaking like a leaf. He looks over and sees our boy standing there without a single drop of sweat, which is just infuriating. Baphomet is just built different, looking like he is out for a casual stroll rather than a deadly raid. The massive doors ahead pulse with an ominous energy, signaling that the real nightmare is about to start. Baphomet knows the drill, expecting a boss, but he senses something much more specific lurking in the shadows. The purple-haired girl explains that a mid-tier named Demon is waiting, trying to flex her knowledge of the floor. She smirks, suspecting Baphomet might be an illegal intruder since he did not seem to know that little detail. Our boy just tells her to back off, leaving her annoyed while the other hunters watch the tension rise. Echidna warns them that the monsters ahead aren't like the trash-tier mobs they have faced so far. She places her hand on the massive gate, ready to reveal the horrors waiting on the other side. It is just a suggestion, but she makes it clear that staying might lead to a gruesome end. She offers a way out, telling anyone who is second-guessing their survival to head back down immediately. To sweeten the deal, she promises full payment for their loot so nobody leaves empty-handed or bitter. The purple-haired girl does not hesitate, deciding she is definitely moving forward to the next chamber. Our boy is only here for a real challenge, so he casually announces his plan to hunt a demon. The purple-haired girl agrees, feeling it would be a total waste to quit after coming this far. Echidna turns to the others, wondering if the rest of the crew has the guts to follow them. Secretary Kang tries to talk some sense into his boss, reminding him they only needed the experience. Secretary Kang tries to play it safe, suggesting that quitting now is the only way to avoid certain death. Our boy just stands there with a cold expression, completely unfazed by the growing tension in the room. Jiwan Bang's pride is clearly wounded as he stares at the man he considers a mere trash-tier rookie. He grits his teeth, refusing to let a supposed F-classer show him up in front of everyone. Despite the danger, the blonde knight declares he is moving forward, unwilling to let his reputation take a hit. The crew prepares to enter the next zone, each of them wondering what kind of nightmare awaits them. They are immediately dumbfounded when they find themselves standing before massive, weathered stone structures shaped like chess pieces. The purple-haired girl suspects these aren't just decorations, and warns the team they might actually be dormant gargoyles. Suddenly feeling the pressure, Ji-won Bong advises everyone to keep their distance to avoid triggering a deadly trap. He finally puts the pieces together, realizing they have walked right into a giant, high-stakes game of chess. The crew realizes the statues are actually massive pawns, confirming they have stepped onto a literal, life-sized battlefield. A giant piece slams down with a heavy wham, nearly turning our boy and his team into human pancakes. One of the hunters freezes as the gravity of the situation sinks in, sensing something truly malevolent watching. The purple-haired girl looks on in shock, her sharp instincts screaming that they are being toyed with. A spectral hand reaches out as the dungeon chillingly demands they make their move in this high-stakes game. Secretary Kang is completely dumbfounded, questioning if the tower is actually communicating with them through the board. He quickly urges his master to step up, hoping Ji-won Bang's supposed tactical genius can save their skins. Ji-won Bang starts sweating as he tries to calculate the next move to avoid getting crushed like trash. He finally spots what looks like a gap in the enemy's formation, and points it out to everyone. The blonde knight waves the group over, confidently claiming he's found a safe zone to catch their breath. Secretary Kang steps forward with a smug grin, praising his master for supposedly finding a safe path forward. But our boy Baphomet just stares coldly, muttering that they couldn't be more wrong about their situation. Secretary Kang freezes as a sudden, suffocating pressure fills the room, making his heart stop in pure terror. Ji-won Bong looks up in a daze as a massive, world-ending shadow completely swallows the light above him. He reaches out a trembling hand, realizing his tactical genius was nothing more than a trash-tier delusion. With a sickening slam, a massive black pawn crushes Secretary Kang into the floor in a burst of gore. The purple-haired girl and her companion watch in paralyzed silence as their teammate is erased in an instant. Ji-won Bong can only stammer his subordinate's name, his pride shattered alongside the stone beneath him. The remaining hunters scream in absolute panic, finally understanding they are just prey in a much larger game. The purple-haired girl realizes the tower's earlier warning wasn't for them, but for the dungeon's own lethal pieces. The purple-haired girl freezes as she realizes they aren't the ones playing the game. They're just the pieces. Looking at the layout, it's clear they are nothing more than ants scurrying across a board of death. While everyone else panics, our boy Baphomet just thinks the previous floors were far too easy for his taste. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he knows the real tower is finally showing its true, lethal face. A sudden explosion of blood coats the floor, signaling that the first move has already been made. Ji-won Bong reaches into the mess, his elite pride replaced by a desperate, primal need to save his man. He frantically promises a state-of-the-art recovery, completely delusional about the level of destruction he is witnessing. The elite hunter turns pale as he realizes he is only holding a severed limb, his subordinate already erased. Echidna can only watch in horror, her leadership crumbling as the dungeon starts its systematic slaughter of her team. Just as a massive rook slams down to finish the job, Echidna yanks the dumbfounded Ji-won Bong to safety. Echidna barks out a command for everyone to get a grip before they get themselves slaughtered. The purple-haired girl is visibly rattled, her usual cold composure shattered by the tower's sudden lethality. She narrowly avoids being crushed as a massive stone construct slams into the floor with bone-shattering force. With a desperate dash, she pushes her body to the limit to escape the next incoming strike. A giant sphere craters the ground behind her, proving the traps are only getting faster and more lethal. She pauses in the shadows, realizing that one wrong step means an instant, messy end. Glancing upward, she senses the next wave of destruction preparing to wipe them all off the map. Just as death looms, a hooded hunter uses a teleportation skill to yank her from the impact zone. She breathes a sigh of relief and thanks her savior, though the danger is far from over. Our boy Baphomet stands ready, looking entirely unimpressed by the tower's desperate attempts to stop him. Reaper calls out to Baphomet, her voice trembling as the tower's pressure starts to feel suffocating. Shez convinced he's seen this all before, demanding to know how Hez, predicting every single trap. Our boy just stares back, warning her that dragging this out will only lead to their inevitable deaths. He looks at the incoming threats and finds the tower's survival game to be completely trashed here. The system entity's rules require them to survive a chess match before the boss even shows its face. As a massive construct looms over him, Baphomet decides he's done playing by the tower's annoying rules. He wonders why he should bother waiting for the clock to run out when he can end it. Clenching his fist, he prepares to deliver a blow that will bypass the entire survival phase. He lets out a massive smash, obliterating the trap knight and forcing the dungeon to skip the line. The tower's defenses are left trembling, completely dumbfounded by a hunter who treats death traps like toys. The female hunter is completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of the plan being proposed. Our boy remains calm, knowing that the only way to win this trash tier game is to break it. He yells for everyone to just smash everything until there is nothing left of the trial. By destroying every piece on the board, he plans to force the hidden boss out into the open. The Reaper stands frozen, unable to process the absolute madness of his brute force strategy. She wonders what kind of hunter would even think of such a reckless and destructive solution. Seeing no other choice, the female hunter follows his lead and prepares a devastating physical strike. She delivers a massive smash to the ground, deciding to help him tear this entire room apart. She tells Baphomet to stay close to her as they dive headfirst into the resulting chaos. Sharp magic threads swish through the air as the tower's reality starts to buckle under their pressure. Reaper struggles against the massive chess pieces, realizing Baphomet's plan is much harder than it looks. She gets caught in the crossfire, gritting her teeth as the pressure of the trial starts to mount. After smashing another piece, she realizes these high-intensity moves are draining her stamina way too fast. Suddenly, a massive crack appears on the main piece, proving that their mindless destruction is actually working. Our boy Baphomet doesn't slow down for a second, absolutely obliterating everything in his path with raw power. He swings his chain with lethal precision, determined to tear this entire dimension apart to find the boss. Out of the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure finally appears, watching the carnage with a cold, silent gaze. Baphomet lunges forward with a predatory grin, ready to end this game on his own terms. The hooded entity just stands there, seemingly dumbfounded that anyone would try to break the trial like this. With one final, devastating strike, Baphomet shatters the ground, forcing the hidden enemy to finally face him. The hooded boss hits the dirt, finally forced out of hiding by the sheer destruction. Our boy Baphomet doesn't hesitate, diving into the fray with his chain axes ready for blood. He growls for the bastard to stop hiding, his patience for these games wearing thin. A massive, weathered skull mask emerges from the gloom, revealing the true scale of his opponent. The forest guardian calls him a fool as giant vines lash out, nearly ensnaring the purple-haired girl. Baphomet lands amidst the crushing roots, realizing this trial is far more dangerous than he anticipated. He sharpens his focus, knowing one wrong move in this overgrown hellscape will be his last. A gargantuan hand slams down with a thud, but he manages to slip away just in time. The guardian's reach is terrifying, nearly pinning him down under a palm that dwarfs his entire body. He vaults into the air, scanning the area to find where the real boss is hiding. The massive stone hand of the forest guardian lunges forward, trying to crush our boy into the dirt. It misses, but the sheer weight of the strike sends tremors through the entire trial area. Baphomet realizes this trash tier trap is just a twisted chessboard designed to pin him down. He senses a strange, dark aura lurking just beyond the reach of these mindless stone limbs. Spinning his chain axes into a deadly whirlwind, he prepares to strike at the heart of the forest. Suddenly, he spots a flicker of movement and launches his weapon straight into the thicket. The axe bites deep into the glowing core of the vines, forcing the true mastermind to reveal himself. A hooded figure rises from the wreckage, cursing the insolent human for disrupting his perfect domain. The entity glares with a hollow skull face, furious that a mere mortal dared to damage his realm. Baphomet remains unfazed even as the hooded boss promises he'll pay the ultimate price for his arrogance. Baphomet licks his lips, finally getting the challenge he's been waiting for in this trash tier tower. Meanwhile, the city lights of Seoul hum with a false sense of security, while monsters lurk in the shadows. Hunter Echidna, the powerhouse behind the Art Guild, wraps up her business with a cold, calculated grace. She dismisses the groveling chief editor, knowing exactly how to manipulate the media to keep her guild on top. Just as she's about to leave, her assistant interrupts with an urgent buzz from a high-ranking hunter. The news is about the Labyrinthine Tower, a place where most hunters go just to end up as fertilizer. Echidna takes the call. Her interest peaked when her subordinate addresses her with absolute, cult-like reverence. On the other end, Shining reports that the mysterious guy from the pool party has resurfaced in the raid. Echidna's eyes widen as she realizes our boy is currently tearing through a mission he shouldn't even survive. Back in the fray, Baphomet's chains slash through the forest guardian, proving he's definitely not your average rookie. Baphomet's chain axes tear right through the forest guardian's bark-like hide with effortless, brutal precision. Our boy is a total blur of motion, dancing through the vines and turning the monster into firewood. As the heat of battle rises, his adrenaline skill kicks in, sharpening his focus to a lethal edge. With a massive stat boost, he launches himself directly at the coward, hiding behind the trial's curtain. The hooded boss is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere human is moving this fast. The overseer wonders if this brat is cheating, as every swing seems heavier and more precise than before. The skeletal entity realizes he is no longer the predator in this twisted game of tower survival. Baphomet marks him as the target, stacking his buffs to ensure the boss has absolutely nowhere to run. Cold sweat drips down the boss's face as he feels the overwhelming pressure of a true demon king. Our boy just smirks, enjoying the look of pure terror on the face of his supposed executioner. The hooded boss barely has time to react before the chain axe whistles through the air. A clean strike connects, making the overseer scream in agony as his wooden form begins to splinter. Baphomet looms over him, mockingly noting that wood is the perfect fuel for a little bonfire. With a sinister glow in his eyes, our boy decides it is time to test a brand new skill. Meanwhile, Echidna is losing her cool on a call, desperate to keep someone from meeting Valkyrie. Out in the field, Shining mentions how Valkyrie would never associate with the person who scalped her. The girl is left dumbfounded when her boss implies there is more to the story than she knows. Echidna points out the absurdity of an S-class hunter simply fainting from a little bit of water. She screams that the chances of such a pathetic failure are absolutely 0%. Suddenly, the system flickers to life, revealing Raven as a disciple with a hidden special skill. Raven's influence manifests through the system, providing the blue-tinted mana needed for a massive giga-tier strike. Baphomet completes the chant, his own red flames erupting as he prepares to unleash the full blaze. He leaps into the air, swinging his flaming chain axes with a violent whoosh that scorches everything. The hooded boss is left speechless, wondering how a mere hunter could possess such overwhelming, godlike power. It is utterly absurd to him that his trial is being dismantled by such a trash-tier-looking rookie. A massive kaboom rocks the entire floor as the fire consumes the forest guardian in a blinding explosion. Maniacal laughter echoes through the burning debris, signaling that our boy is finally enjoying himself. The purple-haired girl stands frozen and dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer destruction happening before her. Standing tall amidst the inferno, Baphomet laughs like a true demon king reclaiming his lost throne. He grins with pure malice, thinking that this is finally starting to feel like a proper, bloody fight. Baphomet is having the time of his life, but the system kills the vibe by calling him embarrassing. He actually regrets not bringing sweet potatoes to roast, making the purple-haired girl think he's a lunatic. Despite his goofy antics, the purple-haired girl senses something terrifyingly familiar, hidden beneath his trash-tier facade. She questions how a supposed warrior can use such high-level magic, wondering if he is actually a sword mage. The only person she knows with this kind of overwhelming presence is the legendary hero, Raven. Suddenly, the entire floor begins to shake violently, catching the group of surviving hunters completely off guard. Fissures start spiderwebbing across the ground as the female hunter realizes the trial is finally collapsing. The purple-haired girl spots a glowing portal and urges everyone to move before the floor gives way. Jiwan Bong follows behind them, looking completely drained after witnessing the sheer scale of the recent destruction. As his heavy boots hit the floor, the ground gives a final crack, signaling their time is up. Jiwan Bong loses his footing as the floor beneath him completely disintegrates into the dark void. He stumbles blindly, his body refusing to obey as he realizes he is about to plummet. The purple-haired girl watches in pure horror, her heart stopping as she sees him slip away. He reaches out in desperation, but only finds the severed limb of his fallen comrade floating by. Gravity finally takes hold, dragging the elite hunter down into what looks like a bottomless pit. Above him, the purple-haired girl and the other challengers can only scream in shock at the tragedy. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the air as someone launches themselves toward the falling man. Just before he vanishes into the darkness, a powerful grip clamps onto his arm with iron-like strength. It turns out our boy Baphomet isn't letting him die yet, dangling from a chain like a total boss. He looks down with those cold eyes, clearly unimpressed by the elite hunter's pathetic display of weakness. Shining is panicking because Valkyrie has been in that death trap of a tower for way too long. Echidna realizes that if that mysterious hunter reached the top, a collision between them is already inevitable. Meanwhile, Jiwan Bong has completely checked out, his spirit crushed by the sheer weight of his own failure. Our boy Baphomet watches him closely, realizing this supposed elite has lost the spark that keeps a hunter alive. Back on the outside, Echidna starts sweating as she realizes her carefully crafted narrative is about to fall apart. Baphomet knows that once a warrior loses their will, they're basically just walking trash-tier meat waiting to rot. Echidna quickly pivots, cornering the chief editor to use her media connections to bury the truth of this disaster. Seeing no point in saving a man who has already given up, Baphomet begins to loosen his iron grip. Echidna puts on her best fake smile, ready to manipulate the press and spin this failure into a win. With a cold heart, Baphomet decides it's better to let the broken hunter die than carry useless dead weight. A massive shockwave rocks the area, signaling that the real cleanup is only just beginning. Our boy Baphomet sticks a perfect landing, his eyes already searching for the next trash-tier obstacle. he remains completely unfazed, his sharp gaze cutting through the settling dust like a predator. Suddenly, he's forced to leap back as another heavy impact thuds against the crumbling floor. A blur of blonde hair swishes past, belonging to a newcomer who clearly knows her way around. This mysterious woman effortlessly hauls the broken Jiwan Bang away, moving with elite grace. She locks eyes with Baphomet and casually remarks that he seems like a pretty bad person. Baphomet doesn't even blink, silently acknowledging that her assessment of his dark nature isn't wrong. She just smirks, finding the idea of taming such a dangerous monster to be a fun challenge. Outside, Echidna is sweating bullets while desperately searching for a journalist who can bury this scandal. A professional interviewer leans in, asking the one burning question that fans have been dying to hear. Valkyrie sits back with elite poise, ready to maintain her perfect public image in front of the cameras. She casually claims that looks don't matter to her, insisting she only wants someone she can actually talk to. However, her mind immediately drifts to a mysterious, top-tier guy who seems to defy all her public standards. She's completely dumbfounded by his aura, secretly admitting that this stranger is 100% her type of man. A sudden splash echoes through the air, signaling a change of pace at a high-end pool area. Valkyrie finds Baphomet lying on the ground and realizes this is the perfect chance to make her move. As other hunters approach to help, she knows she has to act fast before someone else steals her spotlight. She theatrically collapses right next to him, faking a dizzy spell to force a romantic encounter. A red-haired rival watches in disgust, knowing Valkyrie is just using her charms to trap the poor guy. Echidna ruins the mood by stepping in, causing Valkyrie to accidentally fall asleep for real. Later, Valkyrie makes a grand entrance as a top-tier idol, basking in the cheers of her fans. She flashes a practiced, perfect smile, fully aware of the power her beauty holds over the crowd. Spotting our boy, she approaches Baphomet and Reaper to apologize for the earlier poolside chaos. Baphomet just gives her a cold stare, clearly unimpressed by her status or her sudden apology. She finds his choice of a demonic codename incredibly bold and starts laughing at his audacity. Our boy remains completely silent, his trash-tier social skills making the entire interaction feel incredibly awkward. She leans in playfully, asking him what kind of villainous secrets a bad boy like him is hiding. He offers no reaction at all, his stoic expression proving he is definitely not cut from the same cloth. Valkyrie just giggles and admits that handsome, dangerous men are exactly her type of trouble. Our boy just stares back with a face of pure indifference, completely immune to her practiced charms. Valkyrie keeps giggling to hide her growing frustration, trying to force a connection that just isn't there. Baphomet finally speaks up, but only to ask Reaper who this strange, loud woman even is. Valkyrie looks absolutely dumbfounded, her ego taking a massive hit because he genuinely doesn't remember her. She quickly forces a smile to save face, while her jealous teammates glare at her behind her back. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked hunters watch the exchange with sparkling eyes, totally envious of Valkyrie's bold approach. Shifting back into professional mode, she gathers the crowd to announce their entry into the boss chamber. She confidently claims the Arc Guild will handle the boss, telling the rookies they can just sit back. Turning to her team, she demands a status update to ensure everything is ready for the final push. Shining hesitates with a panicked look, realizing that Party C is in much worse shape than expected. Saul of the Nebula Guild is confirmed dead, a grim reminder that this tower doesn't spare anyone. Valkyrie pushes the dread aside and readies the group, declaring it is finally time to face the boss. The massive doors creak open, releasing a heavy, suffocating pressure that chills the hunters to their core. A violent gale whooshes out from the darkness, threatening to blow the entire party back into the corridor. Reaper braces herself against the wind, her instincts screaming that something truly monstrous is waiting for them. She spots a flicker of movement in the shadows, her pupils dilating as she realizes they're being targeted. A terrifying arc of red energy slashes through the air, and she desperately warns everyone to stay down. The lethal strike swooshes just inches above their heads, nearly turning the front line into trash-tier scrap metal. A massive kaboom echoes as the attack connects with the wall, leaving the rookies absolutely dumbfounded and trembling. A dark, ominous voice mockingly welcomes them, noting that the pathetic humans have finally reached the end. The boss sighs, admitting he really hoped he wouldn't have to stain his blade with blood today. This monster is Charon, the commander of the Labyrinthine Knights, and he radiates an overwhelming, lethal pressure. He stands up and mockingly asks which of these weaklings is supposed to be his actual opponent. Shining lets out a terrified gasp, her instincts telling her that she's basically just prey in his eyes. Charon scans the group, wondering if the guy standing next to her has any real backbone. Then his gaze stops on our boy, who looks back with a cold, dead stare that's totally unnatural. Baphomet lets a sliver of his true nature slip, his eyes flashing a dangerous, demonic crimson. Even the legendary commander flinches, sensing a terrifying presence that makes his own blood run cold. Realizing there's a wild card in the mix, Sharon prepares his massive sword for a proper slaughter. He unleashes a violent strike, intending to wipe out the trash tier hunters in one single, clean sweep. The shockwave hits, and the trash tier hunters don't even have time to scream before getting caught. It's a total bloodbath as the weaker ones are tossed around like ragdolls by the commander's overwhelming pressure. Shining barely manages to leap back, her heart hammering against her ribs as she narrowly avoids the strike. She cries out in terror, realizing that even the elite Valkyrie might not be able to stop this. Our boy just stands there, completely unfazed, acknowledging the danger with a chillingly calm demeanor. He begins to chant a forbidden spell, ready to unleash a power that would expose his true identity. Suddenly, Valkyrie intercepts the blow with a brilliant flash, stepping in to protect the guy she thinks is a rookie. Baphomet is actually dumbfounded, not expecting this self-proclaimed elite to jump in and ruin his timing. She sees this as the perfect moment to prove her worth and finally earn some respect in this hellhole. Valkyrie goes all out, determined to make sure everyone remembers her name after this desperate counterattack. Sharon is clearly annoyed, thinking he hasn't finished culling the weaklings in this trash tier group yet. Valkyrie just ignores his taunts and triggers her blessing, calling upon a massive spirit to turn the tide. This massive buff creates a protective barrier, shielding every nearby ally from both physical and magical strikes. Even our boy is caught in the aura, though he probably doesn't need the extra help right now. She prepares to ascend, her mana flaring as she readies herself for a high-stakes duel against the commander. Clad in radiant golden plate, she looks like a true warrior, ready to face a living nightmare. She stares the monster down, making it clear that she is his only real opponent in this room. The system confirms her rank 1 blessing is active, pushing her physical limits to the absolute max. Their weapons collide with a deafening clang as her stats skyrocket, allowing her to match his monstrous strength. The commander swings back with a lethal swish, but his overwhelming power is finally being met with resistance. Their blades cross in a violent explosion of mana, neither side willing to give an inch. The system grants her a massive boost, increasing her immunity to debuffs by 30% mid-fight. Valkyrie matches the commander's weight, her golden armor shimmering as their weapons scream against each other. She shifts her weight, sending her spear whistling through the air with a lethal, high-speed swing. A flurry of strikes follows, each one aimed at finding a crack in the monster's heavy defense. A sharp trail of green energy cuts through the darkness, forcing the knight to stay on his toes. The impact catches him off guard, rattling his heavy plate armor as he realizes she isn't just fodder. He roars in fury, demanding to know how a mere human dares to stand against his authority. Ignoring his pride, she leaps high into the air and smashes her spear down with earth-shattering force. She drives her strike home with blinding speed, her armored hand cutting through the air like a comet. The air screams as Valkyrie's relentless assault hammers against the commander's ironclad defense in a blinding display. She grunts as the shockwaves of her own power ripple back, testing her resolve against the monster's weight. Despite the chaos, she remains eerily calm, silently searching for a single opening in his impenetrable guard. Watching from the sidelines, our boy notes that S-classers really are built differently than the trash-tier hunters. He realizes that even epic bosses look like mere fodder when these high-tier hunters finally get serious. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the commander prepares a strike that feels fundamentally wrong and utterly overwhelming. A terrifying wave of dark energy erupts, threatening to swallow the golden hunter whole in a single swing. She dances through the storm of steel, her movements a blur of desperate high-speed evasion to stay alive. The monster's eyes glow with a predatory light, locking onto his prey with nothing but pure murderous intent. He looms over her like a god of death, ready to end this little game once and for all. Valkyrie finds a desperate opening, lunging forward with her spear to end this grueling, high-stakes stalemate. With a sickening splatter, her blade pierces the commander's armor, finally drawing the blood of a god. She breathes heavily, her mind racing as she wonders if that single strike was actually enough to kill. A system message confirms the kill, and the golden radiance of her transformation begins to voom away. Shining and the other hunters rush over, showering Valkyrie with praise for her seemingly perfect performance. Despite the victory, she feels a cold shiver, sensing that something about this fight felt far too easy. Looking at the fallen boss, she realizes an epic tier guardian shouldn't have folded like trash tier fodder. The lack of a clear notification confirms her worst fears. The trial isn't actually over yet. Suddenly, the supposed corpse twitches as a dark, malevolent energy begins to fwish within the red cape. Sensing the shift, our boy flinches, realizing the real nightmare is only just beginning. Valkyrie's eyes widen as she realizes her big win might have been a total fluke. Sharon's body erupts in a blinding blue light, proving he is far from finished. Shining and the other hunters are absolutely dumbfounded, their celebratory mood turning into pure terror. Even elite hunters like Jiwan Bang can only watch in horror as the mana density spikes. Our boy narrows his eyes, sensing that this is not a second phase, but something much more tragic. Valkyrie demands to know how the boss is still moving after she supposedly landed the killing blow. An ethereal figure suddenly manifests over the fallen knight, shimmering with a ghostly radiance. The spirit cradles Charon, mourning the fact that he had to die in her stead. Tears stream down her face as she asks why they cannot just be left in peace. The companion reveals her sorrowful face, her heart breaking over the endless cycle of the tower. Our boy realizes the mourning spirit is the actual boss they should have been worried about all along. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts in the sky, bathing the entire chamber in a blinding, divine flash. More circles manifest with a heavy V-woom, humming with a power that makes the air feel suffocating. Valkyrie is completely dumbfounded, her confidence shattering as she realizes her supposed killing blow meant absolutely nothing. Baphomet warns everyone to clear out, but one hunter isn't interested in playing it safe today. Reaper suddenly dashes forward, her mind consumed by the thought that she has finally found her long-awaited moment. Shining can only watch in pure confusion as the mysterious girl charges straight toward the center of the disaster. With a crazed look in her eyes, Reaper reaches out, her heart set on a desperate, high-stakes gamble. She leaps into the air, her silhouette framed against the massive, rotating gears of the celestial magic circle. In a violent whoosh of mana, she is swallowed by the light, leaving the other hunters in total shock. Valkyrie is sweating bullets, her mind racing as she realizes the situation has spiraled completely out of control. Our boy Baphomet stands amidst the blinding mana, seemingly unbothered by the desperate warnings to watch out. She reaches out to grab him, but he vanishes into the light like a ghost in the machine. Left in the silence, she can only mutter in despair, knowing she just lost their most important lead. Meanwhile, Reaper slowly opens her eyes, the rhythmic drip of water echoing through the dark, cold void. She sits up and scans the area, realizing her high-stakes gamble to cross over actually worked. Before her stands a massive, silent cathedral, a place that looks far too holy for this gritty tower. A crazed smile spreads across her face because she knows that expensive information was worth every single penny. She cheers in absolute triumph, accidentally trampling over a body as she celebrates her successful infiltration. Her celebration is cut short when a pathetic groan from beneath her feet makes her pause in confusion. Our boy Baphomet snaps back to reality, realizing someone is using him as a human rug. Reaper quickly hops off him while Jiwan Bang struggles to stand, completely dumbfounded by their sudden relocation. Looking around the massive hall, Jiwan Bang wonders what kind of holy place they have stumbled into. Reaper feels the weight of Baphomet's icy stare as she realizes her secret plan just got company. A sudden scream echoes through the cathedral, shattering the silence of this mysterious hidden zone. She offers a half-hearted apology, knowing she has dragged these two into a high-stakes mess. Turns out her warp magic was a bit too effective, pulling in anyone standing in her immediate vicinity. She identifies the area as the Labyrinthine Temple, a secret floor that only opens under specific conditions. Baphomet immediately clocks her true motives, asking if she is after some trash-tier rare treasure. She just smirks and tells him that what she is looking for is worth far more than gold. Reaper excitedly gestures toward the temple, claiming this holy site is exactly what she was searching for. She explains that the architecture itself holds the key to understanding the culture and environment of demonic beasts. Looking at the statues, she notes that even these monsters seem to fear and yearn for a deity. This sanctuary is a total goldmine for anyone wanting to study the hidden history of the demon race. Baphomet is completely unimpressed, asking if she is really risking her life for some dusty old history lessons. Reaper ignores his saltiness, dreaming about becoming a famous archaeologist and writing a best-selling book about her finds. Baphomet calls her delusional, claiming this temple is just a fake setup designed to mimic a real civilization. He coldly reminds her that the only thing inside a demon's head is the command to slaughter every human. From their perspective, they are not just mindless killers, but are simply soldiers defending their turf from invaders. Reaper brushes off his dark lecture and points toward a mural that supposedly depicts the demon's true story. The ancient script reveals a world view tied directly to the mysterious boss of the Labyrinthine Tower. Long ago, the splendid kingdom of Bellatrix was ruled by a magnificent king named Razel. Razel possessed beauty beyond compare, and magical control that made even the greatest magicians look like trash-tier amateurs. Our boy Baphomet ponders the connection, suspecting this legendary king might be the very boss they are facing. But perfection breeds envy, and soon the surrounding nations launched a brutal war to tear Bellatrix down. To defend his lord, Charon corrupted his own soul with dark magic, becoming a terrifying knight of shadows. Even the archmage Betelgeuse gave up his flesh to a tree spirit, trading his humanity for ultimate power. Watching his people suffer broke Razel's heart, as he only ever wanted peace and prosperity for his kingdom. Driven by despair, he decided to create a colossal, impenetrable fortress to keep the world's cruelty at bay. That sanctuary for his subjects eventually transformed into the nightmare everyone now calls the Labyrinthine Tower. Just as the purple-haired Reaper explains the tower's secrets, a sudden impact shatters the silence. Turns out Jiwan is losing his cool, blaming the tower's creator for the death of his comrade. He screams in pure rage, unable to process the grief of losing someone to this trash-tier death trap. The girl panics, realizing that messing with the temple's structure is a recipe for absolute disaster. She warns him that the temple doesn't take kindly to vandals, while our boy Baphomet senses a shift. Suddenly, a chilling wind picks up, signaling that the system is reacting to the knight's reckless outburst. Baphomet narrows his eyes, instinctively knowing that a dangerous new event is about to trigger. A blinding flash of mana erupts from the floor, threatening to swallow everyone whole in an instant. The energy swirls violently around them, cutting off any hope of a quick escape from the room. The trio stands dumbfounded as the tower's ancient defense mechanism finally decides to wake up and play. A quest window pops up as a majestic, armored figure descends, signaling the start of a forced encounter. The system makes it official, demanding they eliminate Razel, the legendary boss of this cursed tower. In the face of death, Jiwan's mind drifts back to his childhood, wondering why he is always failing. He stares blankly into the void, paralyzed by the same weakness that has haunted him since he was small. Snapping back to reality, the elite hunter is trembling, realizing he is completely out of his league here. The ground rumbles as Razel looms over them, his presence alone enough to make their hearts stop. Reaper is losing it, realizing that taking down a boss of this caliber is a total suicide mission. She admits her only plan was to poke around and bail, never expecting to be cornered like this. Desperately, she pulls out a teleportation crystal, praying it is her ticket out of this trash-tier nightmare. Our boy Baphomet shuts her down, explaining that the system locks all exits once the boss is present. Razel declares the area a boss chamber, sealing their fate within the ancient walls. He charges his mana, reminding the intruders he offered a way out before they trespassed. A blinding flash erupts as the boss decides their intrusion is an unforgivable sin. Our boy Baphomet just scoffs, calling the god a total cheapskate for crying over a broken wall. Razel's power surges as the system reveals he was once the legendary savior of this tower. Baphomet realizes the temple was built for worship, making the boss's tantrum over the damage inevitable. He watches the swirling energy, genuinely wondering why every god he meets is so incredibly petty. Reaper is completely dumbfounded, barely able to stand against the raw pressure of the boss's mana. Suddenly, Razel's true form manifests, staring down at the group with cold, judgmental eyes. Baphomet just grins, thinking these high and mighty types really need to take a serious chill pill. Razel looks on with a smug expression, asking if our boy really thought he could win so easily. Suddenly, a violent surge of mana erupts, sending the other tower challengers flying like they are trash-tier fodder. The entire area is consumed by a blinding light as the boss begins warping the very fabric of reality. When the light fades, the cold stone floor is replaced by a hellish landscape of crackling, dancing flames. Baphomet is completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he realizes the scenery has shifted to a familiar nightmare. He flinches in horror, finding himself kneeling in the dirt while clutching the bloodied body of his fallen companion. Looking down at her lifeless face, he is forced to confront the crushing weight of his most painful memory. Razel manifests behind him like a vengeful ghost, coldly asking if he still carries the burden of regret. The boss explains that this is the moment of his greatest sin, where he killed the person most precious. Baphomet breaks into a cold sweat as Razel mockingly suggests that he simply had no other choice that day. Baphomet stares at his bloodied hands, unable to believe he was the one who killed his only friend. Razel whispers that he can fix this, promising to use his authority to erase the tragic mistake. Our boy is clearly rattled, his heart hammering as he considers the possibility of undoing the past. The boss doubles down, claiming that a complete reset is well within his godlike power. It seems like Baphomet is on the verge of breaking, his eyes searching for any sign of hope. Suddenly, his expression shifts into a mocking grin as he tells the boss he isn't interested. The fiery nightmare begins to crack, unable to maintain its form against Baphomet's sudden surge of clarity. With a violent shatter, the entire mental landscape falls apart like glass hitting the floor. Razel looks completely dumbfounded as Baphomet laughs off the attempt to manipulate him with such a trash-tier illusion. He stands firm, telling the boss that using his trauma was a pathetic trick that won't work twice. Baphomet smirks, clarifying that the tragic memory the boss tried to use wasn't even his own. He questions how Razel even managed to transform his demonic essence into this weak human vessel. Turns out, that trauma belonged to the original owner of this body, not our boy. Razel tries one last time to tempt him with a reset, but Baphomet is completely done. He firmly declares he is never going back to those endless cycles of failure ever again. Instead of falling for the trap, he lunges forward, finally ready for some real combat. With a wild grin, he challenges the boss to bring on his best shot. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl wakes up in a panic, her eyes wide with terror. She delivers a massive slap to his face while screaming an apology for her sudden outburst. Baphomet is left dumbfounded, wondering why a trash-tier human slap actually managed to sting so much. After the warp, they realize the boss trapped everyone in a mental trance to keep them out of the fight. Our boy is actually impressed that the purple-haired girl had enough willpower to snap out of it so quickly. While they try to regroup, it becomes obvious that Jiwan Bong is still completely lost in his own head. Despite dumping every immunity potion they have onto him, the elite hunter remains dazed and unresponsive to the world. Baphomet, still feeling the sting of her earlier slap, listens as she suggests one last desperate way to wake him. She explains some questionable advice from her uncle about how a single blow to a man's weakness topples anyone. Our boy visibly flinches at the thought, realizing this crazy girl is actually considering a trash-tier low blow. She gets flustered and tries to make him do it instead, but he immediately shuts down that ridiculous idea. Refusing to let it go, she prepares to just smash through the problem with pure, unadulterated physical violence. Before she can commit a total disaster, Baphomet grabs her braid and tells her to stop because it's useless. Baphomet explains that high-tier mind spells are nearly impossible to break without a caster of equal strength. The Reaper starts tearing up, blaming herself for dragging the elite hunter into this mess in the first place. Meanwhile, Jiwan Bang remains trapped in a mental void, his eyes wide and vacant as the illusion takes hold. Suddenly, his consciousness jolts as the tower's cruel trial begins to peel back his most painful memories. He finds himself standing in a dark abyss, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in his surroundings. Looking around in a panic, our boy wonders where he is as the world starts to manifest around him. He watches as medical staff dash past him, realizing he's been transported back to a day of pure tragedy. The scene shifts to his younger self, a child burdened by the heavy guilt of his mother's passing. He curls up in despair, forced to relive the whispers calling him a talentless disappointment compared to his sisters. Just as he hits rock bottom, a familiar voice calls out to him, signaling the start of his trauma. Secretary Kang tries to coax him out, but Jiwan is too busy drowning in his own perceived worthlessness. He stares at the trash-tier score on his test, wondering why he lacks the talent his sisters possess. Tears stream down his face as he questions why his mother sacrificed her life for someone so pathetic. The secretary gently lifts his head, trying to stop our boy from spiraling further into deep self-hatred. He promises Jiwan that he will eventually find his own path, just like the elite misses of the family. Suddenly, the image of a legendary hero bathed in blue mana flickers across his mind's eye. A massive mana blast erupts, representing the overwhelming power that changed the world's fate forever. Years later, Jiwan watches the news in awe, as the 18-year-old Raven clears yet another impossible tower. He is completely dumbfounded that someone his own age could become such a god-tier symbol of hope. If only he could be like that hero, he thinks, reaching out toward a light in the darkness. A giant pawn slams down, crushing his spirit as G1 realizes he is just a toy in this game. He trembles in terror, the name of his only protector escaping his lips in a desperate, broken plea. His own self-hatred takes physical form, wrapping cold fingers around his throat to finish what the tower started. This shadow of himself snarls that his selfish greed is the true reason Secretary Kang is dead. The trauma deepens as he imagines his mother's voice, echoing the lie that his very existence is a mistake. Every person he ever loved becomes a ghost in this mental hell, haunting him for his perceived failures. He even sees his current allies, certain that his trash-tier luck will eventually get them slaughtered too. His strength completely fades as he accepts the dark thought that he should never have been born. Our boy collapses in total defeat, kneeling before the boss who has successfully stripped away his will to live. Razel notes they are cut from the same cloth, both haunted by the lives lost under their watch. Razel offers to fix everything, reaching out to the broken hunter with a promise to undo his past. The boss wears a sinister smile, telling the fallen man that he is about to undergo a transformation. A blinding light erupts as the tower's authority begins to rewrite the very essence of his soul. Ji-Wan's eyes lose all humanity, proving even elite hunters are trash tier when facing the tower's true authority. Hess suspended in a void of dark mana, letting out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the room. Baphomet and the Reaper watch in horror, wondering if their ally is going berserk or losing his mind. The agony is unbearable as the transformation tears through his mind, leaving nothing but a vessel for destruction. Every fiber of his being is consumed by the white light, signaling that the old Leon is gone. Our boy and his companion can only stare, dumbfounded by the sheer pressure radiating from the floating hunter. A massive shockwave smashes into them, sending the duo flying as the boss's new puppet finally awakens. The Reaper's blood runs cold as she realizes their ally has been replaced by something utterly trashed here. A demonic silhouette steps from the gloom, its eyes glowing with a hunger that screams pure, unadulterated violence. Jiwan has become a literal nightmare, his humanity stripped away to make room for this spiky, mana-infused shell. Suddenly, a jagged tail whips through the air with enough force to split a mountain in two. Our boy and the girl are sent reeling, as the shockwave from the monster's slash nearly ends them. She hits the ground hard, her mind spinning as she desperately wonders if the old Jiwan is still inside. The creature doesn't care about sentiment, lunging at her with the predatory grace of a high-tier floor boss. Before she's turned into a kebab, a chain axe flies into the fray, cutting through the dark mana. Baphomet expertly wraps his weapon around the beast's arm, determined to reel in his out-of-control teammate. He hangs in the air, using every ounce of his demonic strength to keep the transformed hunter from killing them. Baphomet stares down the nightmare that used to be his teammate, realizing this fight won't be easy. Our boy remains silent, his sharp eyes scanning for any opening in the monster's chaotic mana flow. He plants his foot firmly, bracing himself for a high-speed exchange that would kill any trash-tier hunter. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaps forward, closing the distance before the beast can react. The two collide in a flurry of steel and dark energy, their weapons clashing with ear-splitting force. A massive impact sends sparks flying as Baphomet realizes the sheer weight behind the puppet's mindless strikes. He slides back across the stone floor, his chain axe ready to strike again at a moment's notice. Jiwan crouches low, his predatory instincts taking over as he prepares for another lethal lunge. Instead of being afraid, Baphomet just grins, clearly enjoying the thrill of a real challenge. The purple-haired girl watches in total shock, dumbfounded by the terrifying laughter echoing through the boss room. Baphomet admits his current strength isn't enough to secure a win against the transformed hunter. He realizes the puppet's stats were massively buffed by the spell cast upon him. The purple-haired girl desperately asks if there's any way to actually stop their former ally. Our boy casually deactivates his weapon, suggesting that killing the man might be their only choice. He explains that only a caster as powerful as the tower boss can reverse this dark enchantment. As the beast slashes at her, she admits her own skills aren't cut from that magical cloth. She wonders if taking down the boss would break the spell, but they don't even know his location. Baphomet remains calm amidst the chaos, knowing they are running out of non-lethal options. While flipping through the air to dodge a lethal strike, he reveals he has his own hidden agenda. He decides it's finally time to test out a secret skill he hasn't had the chance to use. Baphomet notes that his secret skill requires being on a tower's top floor to even function. He zips past the beast, noting the second requirement is facing an enemy he cannot defeat. As he prepares his next move, he reveals there is one final, crucial condition to meet. Landing next to the purple-haired girl, he tells her that she is the one who must fulfill it. He leans in and mumbles the dark truth of what she needs to do right now. The girl is absolutely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with terror at the insane request he just made. She screams that it's ridiculous and fears everything will go wrong if she actually tries it. Our boy reminds her of her dream to be an archaeologist, asking what's the point if she dies. His gaze turns cold as he gives her an ultimatum to either help or he'll kill Jiwan. He darkly muses that killing the poor guy after he was dragged here would be quite the irony. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she realizes she's actually going through with this insane gamble. Our boy just gives a sinister smirk, knowing he's successfully manipulated her into playing her part. The demonic puppet Jiwan looms in the shadows, his presence a constant reminder of the stakes involved. Fed up with his cold-blooded nature, the girl curses him for being an absolute piece of trash. She lunges forward and carves a deep wound into his chest, letting his blood spill onto the floor. He staggers back from the strike, yet his expression remains calm, as if he expected this betrayal. Falling to the ground, he prepares to unleash the specific skill needed to trigger the next phase. He whispers the command for chrono break, finally putting his secret plan into motion to reset the board. Suddenly, a violent crimson shockwave erupts, tearing through the room and swallowing everything in sight. The girl shields her face from the blinding light, terrified of what this temporal shift will actually cost. System notifications confirm all conditions for his ultimate skill are met, including receiving that fatal wound. As his old body breaks down, the girl panics and asks if our boy is actually dying. A countdown begins in the void as his demonic eye snaps open, pulsing with raw, unbridled mana. Just as the timer hits 1, she screams his name, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying pressure he is emitting. He decides it is better if she stays in the dark, knocking her out with a swift, precise strike. Her eyes roll back, and she goes limp, finally escaping the nightmare unfolding in this boss room. As she falls, the mindless puppet Jiwan looms behind her, ready to tear into his next meal. But our boy has other plans, focusing his murderous intent solely on the fallen elite hunter. He makes it clear that he is not finished with this trash-tier puppet just yet. Jiwan stares back with glowing eyes, sensing that his prey has suddenly turned into a true apex predator. Baphomet leaps at the mindless puppet, moving with speed that defies human logic. He decides that since he is letting the trash-tier hunter live, a small price must be paid. With a single, brutal swipe, our boy effortlessly severs Jiwan's arm as blood sprays across the room. He wears a predatory grin, relishing the moment he finally reclaims a piece of his true self. The demonic energy within him surges, transforming his vessel into something far more ancient and terrifying. He successfully activates his ultimate skill, assuming the form of the demon god, until this tower is cleared. The tower's hidden overseer is left reeling, terrified that our boy has actually regained his original, forbidden powers. Standing tall with his new horns, Baphomet looks every bit the nightmare he was born to be. He laughs, feeling the intoxicating rush of mana that he has not tasted in a very long time. However, the system binds him with chains, imposing a year-long cooldown and proving how cheap its rules are. Baphomet warns the chained entity to stay still, noting his lack of practice might lead to an accidental kill. Peering into the magic, our boy realizes the enchantment binding this creature is nothing but a tangled, trash-tier mess. The hidden overseer starts sweating, deciding it is better to just leave this nightmare to someone else. Baphomet prepares to tear through the fabric of the trial, his claws sharpening with dark, ancient mana. He demands the hidden entity to show itself, tired of playing games in this artificial reality. Standing in the void, he realizes the silence from the system's puppet is starting to get on his nerves. Our boy loses his patience and commands the coward to stop hiding and face its true master. His eyes glow with pure malice as he screams at the pathetic maggot for daring to ignore his orders. The hidden insectoid demon boss shrieks in agony as Baphomet's sheer presence forces it out of the shadows. Exposed and vulnerable, the monstrous entity curses its luck for being trapped with a literal demon god. Baphomet stands tall as a voice from his past recognizes him, realizing this nightmare is far from over. It turns out the voice belongs to Beelzebub, the former big bad who once ruled the Tower Peak. While the world assumed our boy was always the top dog, the truth is much more humiliating. In reality, a far more arrogant entity sat upon the true throne of the Abyss during those early days. Beelzebub was the one born into power, reigning supreme until a certain fateful encounter changed everything. Back then, Baphomet was just a trash-tier grunt, struggling to drag a mountain of loot up the tower. He finally reaches the summit, gasping for air while the true boss demands to know who he is. Beelzebub just sneers, mocking him as a mere gatekeeper who had no business climbing this high. Our boy was just a low-tier demon who had to scrap and crawl his way out of the gutter. He nearly fumbles his gear, desperately grabbing a blade as he tries to maintain some shred of dignity. Baphomet fumbles with his loot, looking like a total trash-tier grunt in front of the true king. Beelzebub just sits there, completely unimpressed by the lowly gatekeeper who dared to enter his throne room. He sighs in annoyance, telling our boy that he is pathetic and needs to stop wasting his precious time. With a cold glare, the boss demands he choose a weapon to die by, ending this little farce. Turns out, Baphomet was not just some weakling, as he stands ready to prove he is cut from different cloth. Against all odds, our boy stands victorious over the massive beast, who desperately begs for his life. Beelzebub claims the tower will collapse if he dies, hoping to trick Baphomet into sparing him. He quickly pivots, suggesting that Baphomet should just take over as the new boss instead of killing him. The fallen king even offers to teach him magic, promising to serve as a loyal, quiet subordinate. Back in the present, Baphomet commands his old servant to break the spell, holding Jiwanbang captive. Beelzebub grumbles about helping a human, but Baphomet quickly shuts down his trash-tier attitude with a threat. Realizing he has no choice, the former boss manifests his power to assist our boy in this mess. Baphomet questions if the Archmage can actually handle the complex chains binding the mindless puppet, Jiwanbang. Beelzebub scoffs, claiming no spell can resist his authority, before he begins unraveling the dark mana. Suddenly, the scene shifts as the tower's deep history begins to bleed into the present reality. The grand halls of a lost civilization appear, revealing the tragic beauty of a kingdom long forgotten. Razel stands at the center of it all, desperately reaching for a light that no longer exists. Behind that cold visor, the king's resolve is absolute even as his world crumbles into dust. He vows to rebuild Bellatrix into a prosperous land where no invader can ever set foot again. A single drop falls as he prays for glory, trapped in a cycle of grief and duty. Razel feels a sudden chill as he realizes something is interfering with his absolute control over the trial. A small crack spiderwebs across the air, proving that even the king's magic isn't invincible. He's dumbfounded that anyone in this tower could possess the raw power to fracture his reality. Suddenly, the entire illusionary world shatters in a violent blast of mana and flying debris. The king stands frozen, unable to comprehend how his carefully crafted spell was just torn apart. He glares through his visor, desperate to find the trash-tier intruder who dared to break his world. Praising the Archmage for a job well done, our boy plants his heavy boot right on the king's face. A massive shockwave ripples through the floor as Baphomet brings the hammer down with a devastating smash. Sitting atop the wreckage like a true predator, he tells the fallen king that his time is up. He flashes a savage smirk, challenging Razel to come at him with every bit of strength he has. Razel is reeling, unable to grasp how a mere human could shatter his absolute authority. Our boy just stands there with a terrifyingly calm expression, clearly enjoying the king's growing panic. The fallen monarch demands to know how a trash-tier hunter obtained such godlike demonic strength. Baphomet brushes him off, noting that they aren't exactly buddies and he has no reason to explain himself. Without another word, he lunges forward, forcing the king to realize this isn't a conversation anymore. Desperate to survive, Razel channels his tower authority into a massive defensive spell. He floats high above, raining down magical circles to trap our boy in a cage of pure mana. A blinding pillar of light erupts, aimed directly at the spot where the reincarnated Demon King stood. Baphomet just dances through the beams, mocking the king's pathetic attempts to pin him down. Before Razel can even blink, Baphomet closes the distance, declaring that this fight is far too easy. Razel is completely dumbfounded as he realizes his previous attack didn't even leave a scratch on his opponent. A massive explosion of mana rocks the room, but it's clear the king is just stalling for time. Desperate to regain control, he weaves an intricate defensive spell to keep our boy at bay. Sweat beads down his face while he prays this next barrier is enough to stop the monster. Baphomet just smirks through the smoke, mockingly asking if that pathetic spark was really his best shot. The king's eyes widen in pure terror when he sees the Demon King hasn't even broken a sweat. Baphomet stands calmly as dozens of magical circles manifest around him, preparing for a massive counteroffensive. A blinding blast of energy erupts, completely dwarfing anything the fallen monarch could ever hope to produce. As the smoke from his aegis clears, the sheer gap in power becomes obvious to everyone watching. Razel stares up in horror, realizing he's now the one trapped in a cage of divine chains. Razel struggles against the divine chains, his holy armor flickering under the weight of Baphomet's overwhelming authority. Our boy stands completely unfazed within his barrier, mocking the king for wasting such high-tier skills on him. With a predatory glint in his eye, the Demon King asks if the monarch finally understands the gap. The fallen king can only stare in silence, his pride crumbling as he realizes he is just a toy. Baphomet lashes out with a flurry of chains, demanding the boss actually try to entertain him for once. The impact sends shockwaves through the chamber, forcing the once mighty ruler to desperately brace for the next hit. Pure terror finally takes root in the king's heart as he sees his inevitable end approaching in red. In a blur of speed, our boy closes the distance, making the boss's defensive magic look like trash-tier tricks. He delivers a crushing blow that shatters the floor, proving that even a king is nothing before him. Baphomet just stares down at the wreckage, his hunger for a real challenge still nowhere near being satisfied. Baphomet maneuvers behind the boss, catching the once mighty king completely off guard with his superior speed. He delivers a brutal strike that sends the armored ruler tumbling across the cold stone floor like trash. Our boy isn't finished yet, demanding the boss show him more of that supposed royal power. Razel can only stare in shock, his glowing eyes reflecting the sheer madness of his demonic opponent. With a bloodthirsty grin, the Demon King repeats his demand, clearly enjoying this one-sided beatdown. A massive shockwave erupts as Baphomet continues his relentless assault, turning the boss room into a graveyard. He clenches his fist, channeling enough mana to pulverize anything standing in his way. The blow connects squarely with the king's visor, shattering his pride along with his expensive armor. Razel is slammed into the masonry with enough force to leave him broken and gasping for air. As the dust settles, the fallen monarch slumps in defeat, while Baphomet casually walks over to finish him. Baphomet is hungry for a real fight, demanding the king stop holding back and show some actual effort. Razel is completely outclassed, his regal composure crumbling as he realizes he is facing a literal monster. Our boy wonders if this pathetic display is just a joke, or if the boss is truly trash tier. He finally sees a spark of power and grins, glad that the boredom might finally be ending. To finish this farce, he calls out to his old servant Beelzebub, expecting his legendary arsenal to manifest. He demands a massive blade to end the king's life, reaching into the void for his favorite tool. Turns out his former servant has some awkward news, admitting that the demonic weapon stash is totally empty. As the floor gives way, the spirit explains that the tower's collapse wiped out his entire gear collection. Baphomet is left dumbfounded in the rubble, realizing he has effectively lost all his best toys. Suddenly, Beelzebub's massive blue hand slams down, proving that even without a sword, they still pack a punch. Razel decides to stop playing around, summoning a massive blue dragon to finally crush our boy for good. The former king looks on with a cold, somber gaze, ready to end this long-standing grudge once and for all. Baphomet dodges a lethal blast while screaming at his useless servant for letting his legendary gear collection rot away. Beelzebub just shrugs it off, claiming the tower's mechanics are to blame and it's really not his problem. The king channels his mana into a final sealing spell, eager to never see Baphomet's smug face again. The summoned beast opens its massive maw, charging a beam of pure destruction that illuminates the entire room. Suddenly, our boy finds himself trapped in a cage of chains, his best skills currently stuck on cooldown. His servant bids him a cheeky farewell, leaving him completely vulnerable to the dragon's incoming breath attack. A murderous red light flickers in his eyes as he calls the king a goddamn maggot for this trap. The cage of chains is swallowed by a massive explosion of light as the dragon and Razel unleash everything. Razel is caught off guard as the impact of the previous explosion rattles the entire throne room. Our boy tries to counter with a borrowed weapon, but the trash tier blade snaps instantly under his grip. A system alert confirms his raw demonic strength is just too much for such a pathetic, ordinary tool. The king mocks him from a distance, claiming he only wanted a little fun before things got serious. Suddenly, the environment shifts into a starry void, leaving Baphomet wondering what kind of realm they entered. The king clenches his fist, declaring that wielding his royal power is far from a childish game. He manifests an entire flight of dragons, looking down on our boy from atop his massive lead mount. Baphomet is left completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the king's hidden authority and mana. The beasts charge their beams, as Razel claims he must protect his loyal vassals at any cost. With his people's legacy on the line, the king prepares to wipe the intruder from existence forever. Razel stands atop his massive beast, screaming that this realm is his kingdom and his alone. He mocks his opponent's power, claiming it is trash tier compared to the divine might of his dragonflight. Driven by pure desperation, the king roars for the glory of his fallen nation, Bellatrix. Suddenly, a dragon's head is lopped off as Baphomet coldly reminds him he knows nothing of his nature. Razel stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to process how his legendary guardians are being treated like fodder. Blood sprays everywhere as another beast is decapitated, proving that numbers mean absolutely nothing to our boy. With a single fluid motion, Baphomet cleaves through the massive scales of another dragon like wet paper. Crimson slashes fill the sky, systematically dismantling the king's entire air force in a matter of seconds. The king's arrogance evaporates instantly, replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes he's facing a true monster. Razel stares in absolute horror, his mind racing as he realizes his kingdom's protectors are being slaughtered. Our boy clashes head-on with the massive beast, his demonic power easily matching the dragon's divine strength. He reflects on the countless times he has died, a cycle of agony that forged his current existence. It took tens of thousands of brutal ends to finally reclaim the god-tier power he now wields. He remembers being stabbed over and over by the same man, a memory etched in blood and spite. There were times his limbs were sliced clean off, leaving him as nothing more than a broken mess. He even recalls the sensation of being crushed to a pulp, yet he always found a way back. After being resurrected endlessly, he decided it was finally time to show the tower what true terror looks like. Suddenly, his demonic chains erupt from the ground, skewering the dragon and turning the predator into pathetic prey. He proceeds to systematically dismantle the dragons, hacking away their limbs just as they once did to him. The chains tighten with a sickening crunch, turning the once mighty guardians into nothing more than broken, bloody heaps. Our boy reaches out, his demonic presence filling the room as he prepares to settle an ancient debt. He clenches his fist, fueled by the memory of every time he was crushed by this tower's arrogance. His chains erupt upward, clearing a path of gore until he finally stands at the very peak. He confronts the king, sneering that no one gifted him this power because he earned it all himself. The boss can only tremble in fear, wondering who could possibly possess such a terrifying and meaningful authority. Before the royal can finish his sentence, our boy strikes, proving that the king's reign is officially over. He wears a cold smirk while revealing his true name is Baphomet, the Demon King reborn for vengeance. A memory surfaces of when our boy was just a trash-tier mob, asking what lies at the peak. He was told that the unnumbered gatekeeper, Baphomet, was the only thing standing in his way. His superior is dumbfounded, noticing the lowly minion has suddenly stopped stuttering and found a backbone. Our boy calmly declares his intent to murder the gatekeeper and take that power for himself. The older demon just laughs, warning the weakling that hell only find a quick death against such strength. He explains the tower's cruel rules where minions respawn endlessly as long as their boss remains standing. Our boy realizes he can exploit this cycle, using every death to grow stronger until he's truly unstoppable. He vows to eventually steal the name Baphomet and claim the authority that comes with it. Back in the present, the Demon King stares coldly, his eyes reflecting centuries of grit and slaughter. He stands over the broken body of Razel, proving that the former minion is now the tower's absolute master. Baphomet reflects on his current power, doubting many hunters possess the strength to even stand against him. He acknowledges that while most are trash tier, a select few elite killers might actually be capable of ending him. Instead of feeling threatened, our boy just lets a predatory smile creep across his face. He finds the prospect of a real challenge entertaining, relishing the thought of a true life-or-death struggle. Meanwhile, Razel is left dumbfounded, unable to process how his reign is ending in such a pathetic manner. The fallen king crawls through his own blood, desperately gasping that he cannot die before saving his kingdom. Baphomet stomps his foot down, genuinely impressed that the boss still has the willpower to cling to life. He decides to be cruel, explaining that the kingdom of Bellatrix is nothing more than a fabricated tower lie. Razel trembles as he hears the truth that he is just a common demon meant for hunter experience. The boss remains in total denial, refusing to believe he is just a disposable tool for the tower's growth. Baphomet senses something is wrong, as the system starts acting up during his execution of the boss. Suddenly, Razel begins to glitch out, as the tower system revokes his access and marks him for deletion. Our boy is left dumbfounded when a critical error message pops up, completely erasing his hard-earned prey. Before he can even react, a blinding flash of light forcibly ejects him from the boss chamber. He hits the ground hard, wondering what kind of trash-tier glitch just interrupted his moment of triumph. As he stands up, he notices a pathetic figure cowering in the shadows of the hallway. He admits he sensed a rat following him earlier, but didn't think they were worth his time. Baphomet recognizes the intruder as a weakling from one of the earlier parties who somehow survived the chaos. He leans in close, his gaze piercing through the coward's soul with cold, demonic intensity. The hunter trembles in terror as Baphomet demands to know why he has been playing hide-and-seek. The labyrinthine tower stands silent under the night sky, its massive structure hiding the absolute chaos within. Deep in the surrounding woods, eerie blue sparks flicker as the tower's unstable mana begins to bleed out. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a violent surge of energy ripples through the air, signaling a forced exit. Valkyrie and her squad step away from the blinding light, having been ejected before they could finish. They stand there completely dumbfounded, questioning why the system is announcing a clear they didn't actually earn. Valkyrie's eyes widen in realization, as she senses a monstrous pressure radiating from the center of the glow. Nearby, hunters can only watch in silence as another portal tears open, defying the tower's usual trash-tier logic. A dark silhouette begins to form within the light, carrying an aura that feels far too heavy for a human. Valkyrie holds her breath, her instincts screaming that the person stepping out is definitely not cut from the same cloth. Our boy Baphomet casually strolls out of the portal, hauling the survivors like they are nothing but heavy laundry. Scene shifts to the Minguk Medical Center, where the fallout of the tower raid is finally settling. Valkyrie rushes through the halls, demanding to know exactly where they've stashed Sang-hun after that brutal exit. Her assistant delivers the grim news that while he's alive, the boy has officially lost an arm. She's absolutely dumbfounded that he's just sitting there, refusing the life-saving surgery needed to fix his condition. Bursting into the VIP suite, she's ready to knock some sense into him for being so incredibly stubborn. However, she freezes when she sees the state of the elite hunter who was once so full of pride. Jiwan sits there looking like a ghost of his former self, his body battered and spirit clearly broken. His sisters are making a scene, but he just tells them to relax since her presence is overkill. Valkyrie sighs, mentioning that their father would have caused an even bigger riot if she hadn't held him back. Her gaze sharpens as she realizes that the trauma from the tower is deeper than just a missing limb. Valkyrie is absolutely losing it, because our boy Ji-hwan is straight up refusing the surgery he desperately needs. The mood gets even darker as she reveals the tragic fate of Secretary Kang, who didn't make it. Ji-hwan is drowning in guilt, wishing he was the one who died instead of the man who warned him. The weight of the tragedy hangs heavy over the room as the family processes the devastating loss. Despite his broken spirit, he's curious about the mysterious hunter who risked everything to pull him out alive. Meanwhile, director Ma stands by, watching a scene that is far less dignified than a typical hero's recovery. Someone is busy stuffing their face with zero regard for the high-stakes drama happening elsewhere in the building. Turns out our boy Baphomet is the one pigging out, looking completely unfazed by his luxury hospital surroundings. Ma is visibly annoyed, telling him to show some class while Baphomet insists he isn't even actually injured. He casually mentions the Royal Gold Group sponsored this feast, leaving the director absolutely dumbfounded by his connections. Baphomet decides that anyone providing free gourmet food can't be all bad, even if they're a bit annoying. He continues his feast while questioning how the authorities tracked him down to this specific hospital room. Director Ma explains that his high-level clearance allows him to monitor every tower clear in real time. Even with the official report, the director remains skeptical that a supposed rookie could actually clear the labyrinth. Our boy doesn't take the disrespect lightly, asking if the director thinks he's running some trash-tier scam. Ma insists he's just being realistic, as Baphomet's recorded power level shouldn't be capable of such a feat. To settle the debate, Baphomet offers to show off the demon crystal he ripped from the boss corpse. However, the director knows there is a much more definitive piece of evidence required for official verification. He demands to see the crux, the unique essence granted to a tower conqueror. When the door suddenly slides open, Raven steps inside, apologizing for his tardiness while noting that the government moved faster than he expected. Baphomet is stunned to see Director Ma, wondering why a government big shot is invading his personal space. The director ignores the tension, questioning what a supposed hero is doing in such a pathetic state. He mockingly introduces himself as the training lead, pretending it's an honor to meet the tower's conqueror. His tone shifts instantly as he steps closer, his professional mask slipping to reveal pure, unadulterated arrogance. Looking down at our boy, the director openly wonders if this entire report was just a massive failure. He scoffs at the situation, clearly annoyed that he had to waste his time on such nonsense. A predatory smirk grows on his face as he prepares to expose what he considers a goddamn fraud. Ma stands tall over the hospital bed, flanked by a rogue agent while labeling Baphomet a conman. The insult hits deep, and Baphomet grits his teeth while his demonic pride boils under the surface. Ma just finds the reaction lukewarm, claiming he couldn't wait to see this trash-tier spectacle for himself. Jae-ka mocks our boy as a conman, wondering how he managed to trick everyone into this partnership. He narrows his eyes, convinced he's finally figured out the trash-tier scheme the government is trying to pull. Looking at the rogue agent, he asks if they're part of some secret government cleaning crew. Jae-ka laughs, noting that conmen like Baphomet will do any dirty work just to keep food on the table. His tone turns cold as he warns Baphomet that his new supervisor is a truly heinous individual. Baphomet is dumbfounded to learn that Mr. Ma once wiped out 7 innocent S-class hunters in one go. Before he can react, Mr. Ma violently intercepts Jae-ka's movement, proving his terrifying reputation is well earned. A nearby rogue agent gasps in shock, terrified that a full-blown war is about to erupt in the room. Jae-ka starts to tremble, realizing that fighting this monster would turn the entire hospital into a graveyard. Mr. Ma stares him down with murderous intent, warning the director to never cross that line again. Jae-ka tries to pivot the conversation, demanding to know if our boy actually cleared the labyrinthine tower. Baphomet just gives a chilling smirk, finally understanding why these suits are so desperate for answers. He decides to stop playing games, and brings up his system interface to prove his worth. Standing tall, Baphomet prepares to reveal the ultimate proof that he isn't just some trash-tier hunter. He manifests the crux of the labyrinthine tower, an artifact he snatched right from the boss's dying hands. Getting right in Jae-ka's face, he asks if he still looks like a pathetic conman to them. The director is stunned, his eyes trembling, as he stares at the impossible item held by a supposed nobody. Jae-ka grits his teeth in pure frustration, unable to accept that his assessment was so dead wrong. He lashes out in a panic, calling Baphomet a failure while our boy calmly points out the director's incompetence. The tension in the room reaches a breaking point, as the elite agents realize they've completely underestimated their target. Just when things get heated, Ji-won-bang rolls in with his high society entourage from the Royal Gold Group. Jae-ka immediately flips his script, putting on a fake smile to greet the powerful corporate director. Sangha Lee keeps it professional, acknowledging the director while her brother watches the scene with a cold gaze. The director practically trips over himself trying to suck up, hoping to secure a lucrative business deal. Ji-won isn't buying the act for a second, wondering why this government suit is even bothering them. Jae-ka tries to play the sympathy card, expressing fake regret over the young hunter's recent tower injuries. Suddenly, Ji-hwan points right at our boy, shocking the room by identifying him as his sole savior. He drops a total bombshell, calling out the director for being utterly disrespectful to his literal lifesaver. While Jae-ok-ha freezes in horror, Sangha explains they were scouting for a new hunter development program. Ji-hwan just smirks, telling his sister that investing in a guy who can't recognize greatness is a mistake. Sangha Lee agrees that the director is a waste of time and cancels all future business meetings. Just as the director tries to salvage the situation, a hand taps him to get his attention. Ji-hwan's younger sister steps in, politely telling the government suit to beat it so they can talk. Sangha flashes a cold smile, reminding him that their family motto doesn't leave room for trash-tier partners. Ji-hwan makes it clear that anyone who disrespects his savior is now officially an enemy of the family. The director is left standing there like a fool while they practically show him the door. Jae-ok-ha is absolutely fuming, cursing the day he ever crossed paths with these arrogant elites. Our boy just sits back and grins, savoring every second of the director's spectacular downfall. Once inside his car, the director loses it, kicking the seats in a violent, pathetic tantrum. He screams at his driver to shut up, unable to handle the sting of being publicly humiliated. Jae-ok-ha broods in the back of his car, unable to grasp how a supposedly unawakened nobody displayed such strength. He begins to doubt his own legendary instincts, wondering if he truly missed a diamond in the rough this time. The director refuses to believe he was wrong, doubling down on his claim that the boy was a total failure. He commands Ji-hyun to investigate every detail of the kid's background to find the source of his hidden power. Something feels off to the director, and he is determined to uncover whatever secret the boy is hiding from them. Back at the hospital, Ji-hwan offers a sincere thank you, his arrogant shell finally starting to crack after the ordeal. Our boy stands casually in his hospital gown, looking completely out of place next to the stiff family butler. Ji-hwan confesses his past rudeness and expresses deep gratitude for being rescued from a certain death in the tower. Minu gives him a cold, empty stare, showing that he couldn't care less about the elite hunter's emotional growth. He simply shrugs the thanks off, keeping the truth hidden that he actually planned to leave the kid behind. Sangha Lee's younger sister suggests they step out so the two men can have a private conversation. Sangha Lee questions the director's official status, wanting to discuss some pressing business matters regarding his department. The director claims his office is basically a welfare service before making a hasty retreat from the room. The door shuts with a heavy click, finally leaving the two hunters alone in the sterile hospital room. Our boy stands over the broken elite, the silence between them growing heavier by the second. Minu sighs and scratches his head, bluntly admitting that he never actually intended to rescue the kid. He explains that the only reason Ji-hwan is still breathing is because of the hunter known as Reaper. Turns out, Reaper was desperate to save him, and Minu only helped after striking a specific deal. He doubles down on his coldness, telling the stunned hunter that he was fully prepared to leave him. Ji-hwan just stares back with empty eyes, confessing that he didn't even care if he lived or died. Minu admits he is actually relieved the rest of the squad managed to survive the ordeal. He continues by confessing that the self-sacrificial nature of humans is something he will never truly understand. Our boy crouches low, wondering why anyone would prioritize others when death is a constant in the tower. He stares off, realizing that, despite his power, the human heart remains a complete enigma to him. Standing up, he asks if there is more to this meeting than just a simple, heartfelt apology. Ji-hwan offers any reward within his means, though Minu thinks the previous entertainment was payment enough. However, our boy is not about to reject a gift and prepares to make a very specific request. Turns out, he just wants to polish off the massive feast laid out on the table before leaving. Ji-hwan is left dumbfounded, telling him the food is already his to eat or trash as he likes. He even lets the debt for the broken armor slide, since the gear was not even real anyway. Ji-hwan tells him that such small requests are unnecessary, and he should aim higher for his reward. Our boy gets straight to the point, bluntly asking if the rich kid actually has deep pockets. He starts imagining the struggle of a solo hunter, gasping for air while pushed to his absolute limit. A massive demonic beast towers over him, proving that going alone is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. As the monster roars, he realizes that having a reliable squad would make this nightmare a total breeze. He laments his isolation, knowing that a proper raid team is the only way to survive this trash-tier situation. Suddenly, Director Ha pops into the vision, pitching a solution to every hunter's desperate need for backup. He explains a revolutionary party matching system that connects hunters together for high-stakes raids. Next is an equipment rental service, offering everything from basic gear to top-tier legendary weapons for a price. The pitch is so perfect that any rookie would be dumbfounded, thinking this system sounds absolutely amazing. The commercial wraps up by promising top-tier medical care and family benefits for everyone joining the government's agency. Director Ha flashes a blindingly bright smile, looking more like a used car salesman than a high-ranking official. Turns out this whole spectacle is just a government-sponsored ad, meant to lure in more naive recruits. Our boy Baphomet isn't impressed at all, scowling at the screen while nursing a drink in total silence. He finds the entire production utterly cringy and can't believe anyone would willingly participate in such trash-tier acting. Director Ha suddenly pops up behind him, clarifying that he isn't the supervisor today but just wanted to chat. He mentions that the idol in the ad is a fellow hunter who struggled through every single take. A nearby staff member immediately snaps, threatening to report him to the idol's fans for his rude comments. This is Yu Jung-han, who quickly shifts gears to warmly greet Baphomet, like an old acquaintance. Baphomet recognizes her from orientation, before Director Ha ruins the moment by asking about some major new headlines. Director Ha hands over his phone, revealing a flood of articles clearing our boy's name from fraud allegations. Baphomet stares at the screen, seeing that the media is finally starting to unveil the truth about him. This was all part of a deal with Ji Huanbang, who looked dumbfounded when asked to manipulate the press. Baphomet had simply asked to dispel the fraud rumors, knowing the wealthy hunter had journalists in his pocket. However, he strictly forbade Ji Huan from mentioning that he was the one who actually cleared the labyrinthine tower. He explains that certain dangerous individuals are currently trying to hunt him down for his hidden power. Our boy plans to stay under the radar until he is the one doing the hunting, instead of being prey. Back in the present, Director Ha notes the bait is working and social media is already blowing up. He isn't even worried about the backlash, since another department will be the one catching all the heat. As the director walks away, Yu Jung notes how rare it is for him to show someone this much attention. Yu Jung asks for his thoughts, but our boy just plays dumb and claims he has no clue. She realizes he won't spill the beans, but she just laughs it off and keeps things moving. As they walk, he admits he didn't know this department had such high-end tech for training. They reach a secure area, where a sudden slap against the wall echoes through the quiet hallway. Inside, a disheveled doctor looks like he has seen a ghost, trembling with pure, unadulterated fear. Yu Jung prepares to introduce the man in charge, completely oblivious to the guy's total mental collapse. The doctor spots them and looks like he is about to lose his mind, reaching out desperately. He screams about a bug, while Yu Jung casually tells Minu to head inside for the test. Our boy looks completely unimpressed by the spectacle, while the staff member finally realizes something is wrong. The doctor is clearly at his breaking point, looking like a man who has been utterly broken. A sudden crash shatters the silence as the doctor finally loses his footing and his dignity. He lets out a frantic laugh, desperately trying to mask the sheer terror written all over his face. The man makes a pathetic excuse about a fly, claiming it could have caused a total system failure. Our boy just looks down with cold eyes, clearly done with this trash-tier attempt at a cover-up. The doctor suddenly slips and faceplants, making the whole situation even more awkward for everyone watching. Minu wonders if the agency agents will ever stop gossiping about him like a bunch of schoolgirls. Yusuk Kim quickly pulls himself together, attempting to regain some semblance of professional authority. He introduces himself as the lead conductor, ready to start the evaluation that will determine Minu's future. Since the tower clear was an anomaly for a low ranker, standard numerical readings are completely useless now. To see what he is truly capable of, they have decided that only raw combat will settle the score. Yusuk explains the test has 3 stages, and tells our boy he can quit whenever he feels overwhelmed. The doctor asks with a smug grin if he's actually ready to begin the evaluation test. Minu just wants to get this over with, telling them to quit stalling and just start the damn thing. Stage 1 kicks off as a glowing blue orb manifests in the center of the high-tech testing chamber. The rules are simple. Find the blue orb among the decoys, and touch it as fast as possible. Every mistake drains his score, and the doctor mockingly asks if he's got some kind of color blindness. Minu gives a cold stare, making the doctor realize reconfiguring the program for a failure would be a hassle. Our boy moves like a total blur, snatching the blue orb to prove his agility is on another level. He doesn't slow down for a second, pushing his endurance while maintaining a calm, predatory focus. His reflexes and visual acuity are sharp, making this trash-tier test look like child's play for a former king. Minu continues to showcase his overwhelming physical prowess, making the high-tech sensors struggle to keep up with his speed. He effortlessly snatches the final orb, finishing the first stage while barely breaking a sweat or losing his focus. The simulation shifts to stage 2, manifesting a virtual night hunt filled with data-replicated demonic beasts from the towers. Our boy finds himself surrounded in the dark, tasked with slaughtering as many monsters as possible within 5 minutes. A massive claw swipes through the air, but these virtual predators are nothing compared to the horrors he's faced. He responds with a devastating blow, shattering the digital forms of skeletons and serpents with a single heavy strike. A hulking minotaur steps into the fray, foolishly believing its massive frame and horns give it an actual advantage. Minu doesn't give it a chance to breathe, lunging forward to deliver a lethal slash that paints the floor. The frost wolves are cut down next, their predatory instincts failing them against a much more dangerous, ancient hunter. Another beast is decapitated in a blur of motion, proving that for Minu, this evaluation is just a warm-up. A stray monster gets its skull pierced, proving our boy isn't playing around with these trash-tier mobs. He moves like a shadow, turning the virtual battlefield into a literal blender of digital gore and steel. As the second stage ends, the system announces the grand finale is finally ready to begin. A massive, clawed hand slams into the ground, signaling the arrival of a truly heavyweight opponent. Minu stares ahead as the system explains his destructive power will be measured against this final boss. A colossal blue dragon towers over him, a beast designed to crush any hunter's spirit instantly. Our boy immediately recognizes this bastard, remembering the creature from his previous life's bloody history. Instead of being dumbfounded by the scale, he just stands his ground with a cold, focused intensity. A savage smirk creeps onto his face, because it has been a long time since they last met. He grips his blood-stained blade, ready to prove he isn't the same weakling who was once defeated. The blue dragon narrows its glowing eyes, sensing a lethal pressure it hasn't felt in ages. Minu doesn't waste a second, gripping his blade and asking the beast if it's finally ready to die. Back in the observation room, the staff member is completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. She stares at the monitor in pure disbelief, unable to process the insane power levels being displayed. As our boy lunges toward the ceiling, she realizes he isn't just fighting. He's hunting a legendary disaster. The massive dragon lets out a deafening roar, trying to intimidate the tiny human challenging its authority. Minu ignores the noise, focusing every ounce of his demonic mana into a single, lethal trajectory. Their powers collide with a violent flash, sending massive shockwaves through the entire testing facility. He becomes a blur of steel, landing a flurry of strikes that ring out like a death knell. Effortlessly weaving through the beast's desperate snaps, he prepares to end this trash-tier reunion once and for all. The beast lashes out with its massive claws, desperate to crush the pest annoying it. Minu just scoffs, mocking the creature for thinking the same old move would actually work a second time. He drives his blade deep into the dragon's limb with a heavy stab, anchoring himself against the heat. A massive inferno erupts with a whoosh as our boy mocks the beast's predictable patterns. He commands the trash-tier lizard to just die already, pouring every drop of his spite into the strike. The dragon lets out a pathetic scree, its pride shattering along with its physical form under his pressure. Back in the booth, Yu Jung-han is frozen as the room begins to glow from the explosion. The lead researcher sighs about the data recovery time, but he can't hide his own growing deja vu. Minu carves through the fire like a demon possessed, proving he's far beyond any normal hunter's limits. As he moves, the memory of Raven flickers, a reminder of the legendary power he once stood beside. Yusuk Kim watches the aftermath, wondering if this new monster is actually cut from the same cloth as Raven. Meanwhile, the city remains quiet, blissfully unaware of the god-tier power that just walked out of the facility. Our boy trudges up the stairs, realizing he might have flexed a bit too hard during that evaluation. He remembers the dumbfounded looks on Yu Jung-han's face and knows he has definitely drawn some unwanted attention. Slipping into his place, he decides to lay low until he can sniff out whoever is currently hunting him. Suddenly his phone buzzes with a call from the agency, reminding him that rank results take time to process. They mention a specific reward from the tower clear, something he completely ignored during the chaotic orientation. Curiosity gets the better of him, so he taps the interface to see what this trash-tier system is offering. A blinding flash erupts in his cramped room as the tower's hidden authority finally recognizes its new master. Turns out clearing that hellhole pays off, as every single one of his skills gets a massive level boost. Minu is stunned to find that clearing the tower grants rewards usually reserved for the absolute elite. He realizes his skill levels actually jumped, explaining why trash-tier guilds are so desperate for boss kills. While scrolling through the stats, he notices something even weirder about his current cooldown timers. Our boy is dumbfounded, realizing the system isn't just buffing power but slashing his ability cooldowns. Meanwhile, the lead recovery agent is busy bragging on the phone about how well he treats his staff. Suddenly, the smug director starts gagging as if his own body is rejecting a sudden surge of mana. His phone clatters into the grass while his subordinates panic, asking if He's about to throw up. Back at home, Minu collapses in pure agony, feeling like his brain is literally going to explode. Through the blinding pain, a strange vision of a glowing purple flower begins to manifest in his mind. He sees a familiar, smiling face from his past, suggesting his old life is finally haunting him again. Our boy is pushed to the brink as a mysterious voice demands to know his true identity. A blinding flash erupts across the neighborhood, signaling that something massive is shifting within his soul. He hits the deck, hacking and coughing, as the physical toll of this mental invasion becomes unbearable. Gasping for air, he realizes his own throat is tightening under the weight of an overwhelming presence. The aura feels absolutely trash-tier and disgusting, making him feel like his very essence is being poisoned. As his vision blurs, a strange figure starts to take shape right in front of his eyes. He stands there, dumbfounded, trying to make sense of the hallucination currently wrecking his brain. Suddenly, he's face to face with a younger version of himself, wondering why his past looks so damn clear. A familiar, chilling sensation crawls up his spine, and he realizes he knows this specific brand of evil. He stares into the kid's eyes and asks if the legendary Beelzebub is the one behind this mental circus. A piercing scream echoes through the neighborhood as the reality of the situation finally sets in. Beelzebub is absolutely losing his mind, horrified to find himself trapped in the body of a lowly human. Baphomet just stands there with a bag of clothes, watching the former boss have a complete mental breakdown. The spirit remembers his glorious, chiseled demonic form and can't believe has been reduced to this hideous lump. He reluctantly pulls on a hoodie, still reeling from the shock of his sudden physical manifestation. The kid snaps, blaming Baphomet for absorbing that boss crux and literally kicking him out of his body. When asked why he looks like a brat, Beelzebub admits this form is just the most suitable for Earth. He hits the floor in despair, realizing that just like Baphomet, his god-tier powers have completely vanished. Baphomet gets a devious look, realizing his former inventory manager is now physically bound to his every command. Beelzebub begrudgingly confirms the link, knowing he's stuck with this trash-tier human existence for now. Minu gives a wicked smirk, realizing he finally has total leverage over his former servant. Beelzebub realizes he's in deep trouble, fearing whatever sadistic task our boy has planned next. Minu cracks his knuckles, reminding the brat about the trash-tier insults he threw earlier. The chase is on as Minu lunges forward, determined to make the kid pay for his big mouth. Beelzebub bolts for the exit, cursing his luck that Baphomet actually remembered his mocking farewell. He stops for a second, genuinely dumbfounded that his master's human brain isn't as slow as he thought. Minu bursts through the gate like a madman, screaming at the little maggot to stop running. Suddenly, he freezes when he finds a group of strangers waiting right outside his front door. Our boy stands there speechless as the neighbors gossip about the new tenant, Minu Cha, arriving home. The realtor greets him warmly, completely oblivious to the demonic chaos happening just seconds ago. The quiet Seoul neighborhood looks peaceful, but our boy is about to face a nightmare worse than any dungeon. Minu stands there dumbfounded as the local grandmas swarm him, treating the former demon king like a common errand boy. He reluctantly follows the group down an alley, wondering how his life devolved into following a bunch of hags. One lady boldly claims she will be the first to use him, catching the legendary hunter completely off guard. Our boy just stares in disbelief, realizing his terrifying demonic presence doesn't mean a thing to these neighborhood elders. She continues her pitch, mentioning that while her property is a bit trashed, it is still technically usable. Turns out, she wants a god-tier demon to play mechanic and fix her broken-down white scooter right there. He lets out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of his mundane human life crushing his pride as a warrior. Minu shouts about why he has to do this, but Youngja Kim just calmly introduces her gossiping friends instead. She shamelessly starts faking body aches, guilt-tripping him into helping a poor, weak old lady with her chores. Minu tries to ditch the elders, but the old lady refuses to let her mechanic escape so easily. He refuses to be a chump, yet the system intervenes and tells him to just do the favor. Our boy freezes in place, sensing that something is very wrong with this sudden, red system notification. A terrifying quest appears, warning him that rejecting this neighborhood chore will result in his immediate death. He loses his mind over the absurdity, but the system just mocks him for being a petty cheapskate. The system suggests this is a chance for him to finally express some affection toward humanity. Minu looks absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process why he would ever need to show affection to anyone. His companion manifests as a spirit, encouraging him to find his own way by interacting with others. He looks at his hands, remembering the mountain of corpses he left behind in his past life. She gently challenges him, asking if he still struggles to tell his friends apart from his foes. Our boy snaps back, insisting that everyone around him is either a trash-tier toy or a target. His companion remains silent, her cold gaze suggesting she isn't buying his edgy act for a second. When she bluntly tells him to just die then, he slams his hand against the wall in frustration. The sudden thump catches the attention of his bossy neighbor, who wonders what that racket was. Minu hides in the shadows, grumbling about why the spirit hasn't just gone back home already. He looks completely dumbfounded, wondering how on earth he is supposed to fix this neighborhood mess. The quiet night over the rooftops seems peaceful, but a new problem is already lurking nearby. Down in a dark alleyway, a stray cat minding its own business starts cleaning its fur. Suddenly, the feline flinches as it senses something dangerous approaching from the darkness. It dashes out into the street, right into the path of an oncoming car's blinding headlights. A heavy step echoes as a new threat arrives, targeting the last undeveloped corner of the city. Two silhouettes overlook the slums, debating if the elderly residents will actually put up a fight. This scarred thug asks how long it will take to drive everyone out and raise the neighborhood. He smirks, convinced that as long as nothing weird happens, the demolition will be a total breeze. Meanwhile, our boy Minu is screaming in agony after a pathetic accident during some home repairs. His neighbor wonders if he really just hammered his own hand like some trash-tier amateur. Before he can recover, the bossy old lady from next door shows up, demanding his immediate help. She explains that a stray kitten is stuck high up in a tree and needs rescuing. She tells him to be a sweetie and use a ladder, completely ignoring his annoyed expression. Minu ignores the ladder and moves like a blur, leaving the neighbors dumbfounded as he saves the cat. Minu finally grabs the stray, but the ungrateful beast bites him right on his already injured hand. He lets out a pained scream that echoes across the rooftops, while the kitten just keeps on wailing. Despite the injury, he goes back to work while his neighbor praises him for being such a sweetheart. Beelzebub starts narrating a ridiculous fantasy where Minu lives a boring life and dies as a neighborhood hero. In reality, our boy is stuck painting walls with his demonic subordinate acting like a regular human kid. They spend their days running through the streets, looking less like monsters and more like a pair of brothers. The quiet life in the slums continues, though Minu is clearly getting tired of these endless manual labor tasks. He lugs around heavy boxes while wondering how a former demon king ended up as a trash-tier delivery boy. He finds Beelzebub slacking off with human novels, which the demon admits are actually quite interesting for lowly scum. Beelzebub mocks his desire for a human life, but Minu just snaps at him to start being useful. Beelzebub plays the child abuse card to avoid manual labor, leaving our boy absolutely dumbfounded by the audacity. The former demon subordinate is a natural actor, charming the elderly neighbor into giving him even more books. Minu realizes the little shit is adapting way too fast to human life, while he does the heavy lifting. When he asks the system why the demon turned human, the response is just a vague shrug about hacking. Apparently, only the world's architect knows the truth, leaving Minu stuck with his boxes and unanswered questions. He is reaching his limit with these trash-tier chores, wondering when the system will stop giving him errands. The main quest is basically a glorified community service program, forcing a former demon king to learn about affection. After fixing a neighbor's scooter, he is surprised when she actually offers it to him as a reward. Word spreads fast in the slums, and soon every neighbor is calling him to fix their broken hot water. Yongja Kim mentions a previous tenant, hinting that Minu isn't the first mysterious young man to live here. Minu listens intently as the old lady spills the tea about the guy who lived here before him. She explains that everyone in the neighborhood was dumbfounded why a young guy would move into these slums. Turns out, the previous tenant was a total wreck who spent his days drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Worried head kicked the bucket alone, Yongja Kim started pestering him with chores just to keep him moving. At first, he was just as annoyed as our boy, questioning why he had to help her at all. Eventually, he changed his tune and requested she treat the next tenant with that same annoying kindness. Minu realizes he's been played by a ghost's request, and he is absolutely not feeling the sentiment. He fumes while eating, realizing the previous guy is the reason he's stuck doing these trash-tier errands. Even though he's pissed, he has to admit the rural home-cooked meal actually hits the spot. As they finish their meal on the roof, Minu realizes he's been trapped in a cycle of kindness. Yongja's granddaughter finally returns home, and the old lady immediately asks if she's had anything to eat. The girl coldly brushes her off, saying she's already eaten and needs total silence for her studies. Yongja doesn't seem to mind the cold shoulder, proudly bragging that her granddaughter is a total genius. As evening settles over the neighborhood, a much more dangerous element is starting to mobilize. In a dimly lit office, a man with a prominent chin scar prepares to cause some trouble. This scarred thug checks his phone with a smug look, clearly plotting something for his own profit. He tells his subordinates to gather the crew because it's time to remind everyone who's in charge. The lackeys suggest starting with a house that's currently struggling with a massive amount of debt. The quiet atmosphere of the slums is about to be shattered by these heartless loan sharks. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the aggressive bam-bam of someone pounding on a metal gate. That aggressive pounding wasn't the loan sharks, but just our boy Minu, finishing up some DIY home repairs. He steps back and admires the perfect wooden platform he just built for his small yard. After clearing out the weeds and fixing the plumbing, He even considers getting a dog for extra security. Minu takes a long look at his handiwork, feeling a rare sense of accomplishment in his new life. He makes sure the legs are sturdy enough to support a former demon king's weight without breaking. Finally, he flops down on the wood, letting the peaceful atmosphere of the slums wash over him. As he reaches toward the sky, he reflects on how much better this view is than the tower. He lets out a genuine laugh, realizing that this humble neighborhood is actually starting to grow on him. Suddenly, he sits up and grumbles about Beelzebub being a total slacker for not helping with the work. His peaceful afternoon is cut short when a red system mail dings, signaling that duty is calling again. Our boy taps the notification, anxious to see if the government finally recognized his true power level. His demonic gaze sharpens as he realizes his human disguise is holding up perfectly for now. The results are trash tier as expected, but he realizes he still has some neighborhood chores to finish. Meanwhile, Suyan is hiding in the shadows of the slums, trying to escape her stressful reality. He even left a blunt warning sign nearby, proving he takes his handyman reputation very seriously. The girl's secret break is cut short when a sharp voice rings out, making her jump in surprise. Youngja starts scolding her immediately, worried that smoking will get her expelled before she even graduates. They start bickering about her future, but the old woman's talk of college only makes things worse. Suyan looks away, clearly tired of hearing about a dream they simply can't afford to chase. She drops the truth about their empty bank account, leaving her grandmother looking absolutely devastated and dumbfounded. The argument heats up as Youngja promises to find tuition, but her granddaughter isn't buying the empty hope. Suyeon snaps that her father's debt is already a mountain, and the only way out is finding a job. Their bickering is cut short when a shadow looms over them, stopping the two women dead in their tracks. A couple of trash tier enforcers from the local syndicate show up, looking like they're ready to cause serious trouble. The scarred thug greets the old woman with a fake smile, making her heart sink since it's not payday. He claims the syndicate is in a pinch and demands the payment early, leaving the grandmother completely panicked. The thug points at their modest home, coldly suggesting they sell the place to settle their mounting debts. Suyeon demands to know where they're supposed to live, but the enforcer just shrugs off their desperate situation. Suddenly, a sleazy idea crosses the thug's mind as he remembers the girl mentioned needing a job. He looks her over with a predatory grin, suggesting her looks could earn enough to find a tiny studio. The scarred thug turns to his rookie, asking if he agrees with the sleazy plan to exploit the girl. The rookie looks visibly disgusted, reminding his boss that the girl is just an underage student who deserves better. Suyeon suddenly snaps and grabs the thug's head, mockingly agreeing to the job just to get rich. Youngja Kim watches in a total panic, begging the girl to stop before things get even worse for them. The enforcer loses his temper and shoves her aside, sending the poor girl crashing into the trash and boxes. The violent commotion echoes through the building, reaching the ears of someone they really shouldn't have disturbed today. Inside, our boy Minu was just trying to enjoy a story while relaxing with the kind old lady. Sudden banging on the door interrupts their peace, making the young hunter wonder who is looking for trouble. He hears the door creaking open and realizes the situation outside is far from a friendly neighborhood visit. His eyes sharpen as he wonders which trash-tier bastards are currently making a scene on his doorstep. Youngja Kim stands her ground and demands to know who these intruders think they are. Nearby, the neighborhood dog Lucky starts barking frantically, sensing the violent aura of the men in suits. Minu looks back and tells the dog to be quiet, wondering what has it so worked up. He notices the heavy wooden clubs the thugs are carrying, realizing they aren't here for a friendly chat. The enforcers tighten their grip on their weapons, preparing to use force against the helpless residents. Our boy finally loses his patience and shouts at them, demanding an explanation for their violent behavior. He looks down to see the old lady and the granddaughter trembling on the ground in total fear. Standing on the roof with his bucket, Minu fumes and yells that the paint he just applied isn't dry. The syndicate thugs are left dumbfounded, questioning why a young man like him is living in this dump. He clenches his jaw in frustration, annoyed that his hard work was interrupted by these trash-tier pests. The thugs dismissively tell Minu to mind his own business, completely unaware of the monster they are currently provoking. Our boy is absolutely fuming, mourning the fact that his first successful paint job is being ruined by these pests. One of the trash-tier goons loses his cool and throws a massive haymaker right at Minus' head. The punch connects with a dull thud, but Minu doesn't even flinch, absorbing the impact like it was nothing. In that precise moment, the atmosphere changes as the goon realizes he just messed with a sleeping dragon. The rookie is sent flying through the air like a rag doll, leaving the scarred leader staring up in disbelief. The boss is left totally dumbfounded, his brain struggling to process how a normal human could possess such strength. A cold sweat breaks out across his face as the realization of his impending doom finally starts to sink in. Suddenly, Minu closes the gap in a blur, appearing right in front of the leader with a terrifying gaze. The thug screams in pure desperation, finally realizing that the man standing before him is a high-ranking hunter. The scarred leader admits he used to be a hunter, but gave up the life years ago. He explains that the competition was simply too steep for a trash-tier guy like him to survive. Seeing the massive gap between himself and a truly powerful partner made him feel completely hopeless. His subordinate is left panicking, wondering why a high-level hunter would even bother living in the slums. The boss decides they need to do some serious digging to find out who our boy really is. Meanwhile, Minu returns to the neighborhood only to find the entire place has been turned upside down. The local residents are in a total frenzy, shouting about how masked men trashed their homes. One neighbor is absolutely fuming because the thugs destroyed the floor they just spent money fixing. Youngja Kim is heartbroken over her ruined vegetable garden, feeling like their small slice of peace is gone. Minu listens silently as they worry about rumors of forced redevelopment, making the elderly homeless. Minu stalks through the quiet streets, his patience wearing thin after seeing the state of his neighborhood. He is suddenly interrupted by a familiar face who has been waiting in the shadows to catch his attention. Suyeon looks completely terrified as she asks if he is actually a hunter who takes on paid commissions. She holds out her phone and promises to pay him everything she has just to keep them safe. The girl begs him to stop the goons from returning, but our boy simply tells her to keep her money. He explains that he was already planning to slaughter those thugs for daring to touch his personal territory. Little does she know, Beelzebub is already lurking nearby, fully disguised and ready to carry out the dirty work. He calmly prepares himself, knowing that the hunt for these trash-tier lowlifes is about to begin in earnest. It turns out the demon had already laid the groundwork by attaching a tiny familiar to the fleeing attackers. Since he was already at the old lady's house, he made sure the bastards would not be able to hide. Beelzebub's familiar is ready to track those trash-tier thugs straight back to their hidden lair. Our boy wastes no time and leaps over the gate, eager to start the hunt. Suddenly, a rogue agent appears out of nowhere and questions where he thinks he is going. The agent reminds him that killing civilians is strictly forbidden, regardless of how much they deserve it. Minu wonders if just giving them a brutal beatdown is acceptable as long as they stay alive. The agent surprisingly agrees, noting that a non-lethal lesson should not cause any official issues. With permission granted, he dashes off into the night to settle the score. Meanwhile, the agent pulls out his phone to report the situation to his superiors. He confirms to his boss that their target has officially left his residence and is on the move. The area falls silent as the shadow of the former Demon King disappears into the city's depths. The boss hands over a fat envelope of cash, rewarding his lackey for a job well done. The trash-tier thug eagerly accepts the payment, promising to be ready for their next dirty job. When questioned about the bandage on his face, the scarred leader dismisses it like it is nothing. His subordinate assures him that the rest of the crew will be fully prepared for the upcoming eviction. Just as he bows to show respect, a sudden impact sends one of their men flying backward. The thugs are completely dumbfounded, wondering who would be crazy enough to ambush them on their own turf. Before they can even blink, a massive hand grips a goon's face with terrifying, bone-crushing force. Our boy Minu slams the trash into the concrete, finally letting his inner demon out to play. He moves with the predatory grace of a king, already swinging for the next target in the room. The thugs realize they are in deep trouble as Minu pins them down with overwhelming, god-tier strength. A thug screams in absolute agony as blood sprays everywhere, his arm likely snapped like a dry twig. Minu stands over the carnage, his face hidden in shadow, as he finally embraces his old, violent nature. The rest of the trash-tier goons freeze in place, completely dumbfounded by the sudden and brutal shift in power. Our boy gives them a cold, piercing glare from under his cap that promises a world of pain. They realize they aren't dealing with a normal handyman, but a monster cut from a completely different cloth. Minu casually twitches a bloody blade, his expression remaining hauntingly calm despite the fresh gore on his hands. The scarred leader panics from the back, desperately ordering his terrified subordinates to swarm the lone attacker. One goon tries his luck with a metal pipe, swinging wildly in a pathetic attempt to save himself. Another thug joins the fray with a desperate roar, hoping sheer numbers can overcome the overwhelming demonic pressure. It is all for nothing as Minu stands tall amidst the fallen bodies, looking like a king reclaiming his throne. The trash-tier goons swing their pipes in unison, but they are far too slow for a former demon king. Minu weaves through the chaos, his blade carving through flesh and bone with terrifying, surgical precision. The air fills with the scent of iron as he continues his relentless, bloody dance through the hallway. In a single, fluid motion, he dismantles the entire group, leaving nothing but a trail of broken bodies behind. One thug freezes in pure terror, finally realizing that the man before him is a walking natural disaster. He tries to scream, but the blade is already moving to silence his pathetic life for good. The goon suddenly remembers the rumors of a hunter who humiliated their rookie and realizes he's next. The scarred leader stumbles back in a cold sweat, desperately wishing he had never set foot in this neighborhood. Blood splatters across the floor as the last of the resistance is systematically erased from existence. Our boy casually flicks the gore from his knife, looking completely bored after taking out the trash. Baphomet stares down the trash tier thug, asking if they've crossed paths before while his eyes remain ice cold. Without waiting for an answer, he flings a heavy bag over the goon's head, completely catching him off guard. Our boy yanks the thug close, telling him to stop whining and start filling the bag with the mess. The hallway is a literal bloodbath, littered with severed limbs that serve as a grim reminder of his power. The terrified goon wonders why he's the one stuck cleaning up his friend's remains while trembling in fear. When asked if he's collected everything, the thug frantically confirms that every piece of trash has been bagged. Baphomet just stares at the stairs, casually mentioning that there's still one very specific part missing from the collection. The thug freezes in pure horror as he realizes our boy is actually referring to his own limbs next. Silence finally settles over the slum rooftops as the night hides the gruesome cleanup happening inside the building. Under the flickering hum of a cheap fluorescent light, the brutal lesson for these loan sharks finally concludes. Outside the office, a lone syndicate thug stands watch, completely unaware that his shift is about to end painfully. Our boy approaches with heavy steps, making zero effort to hide his presence from these trash-tier goons. The guard snaps at him to get lost, clearly not realizing he's talking to a literal demon king. Meanwhile, inside the office, a phone buzzes on the desk with an unknown caller trying to reach the boss. The scarred thug answers with a bored expression, wondering who would dare disturb his peace at this hour. He listens to the silence on the other end, his annoyance growing as the caller refuses to speak. Dismissing it as a pathetic prank call, he's interrupted by a massive impact that rattles the entire room. Suddenly, his own guard comes crashing through the wall, soaring through the air like a discarded ragdoll. The boss watches in total disbelief, noting how his man is literally flying like a feather in the wind. The goon hits the floor with a bone-shattering thud, signaling that the real trouble has finally arrived. Our boy steps into the office with the cold, calculated stride of a predator entering his new hunting ground. The scarred thug looks up, his annoyance shifting into confusion as he spots the uninvited guest. Baphomet slams a gruesome bundle of parts onto the desk, letting the heavy thud signal his arrival. The boss stares at the mess, clearly dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of this random intruder. He coldly advises the thug to be careful when stitching his men back together so the pieces fit. Recognition finally hits the boss, who realizes this is just the hunter living in the nearby slums. He mocks the idea of a hunter claiming territory, treating the threat like a pathetic slap on the wrist. The trash-tier thug just laughs, failing to realize he's mocking a being far beyond his comprehension. The atmosphere turns heavy when the boss reveals he already sent a crew to raid the hunter's house. Baphomet's expression goes dark as he hears they've targeted the home where the neighbor's granddaughter is staying. Baphomet just smirks, mockingly asking if the boss thinks he's targeting a helpless little brother. The scarred thug remains smug, boasting that his men are likely trashing our boy's home right now. His grin vanishes instantly when he notices the chilling, murderous aura radiating from the man before him. Baphomet leans in close, whispering that the boss should actually be praying for his own men's survival. Meanwhile, the syndicate goons arrive at the house, completely unaware they've just stepped into a death trap. One enforcer freezes in place as glowing mana threads suddenly weave a deadly web around his body. He realizes that even a slight twitch will result in his head being severed by the searing heat. Suyan remains perfectly calm, reading her book while the trash-tier thugs are sliced apart around her. She casually explains that these compressed embers work exactly like high-tech lasers to keep the pests away. After one thug loses his legs for moving, the rest realize they are at the girl's mercy. Suyan finds this magic use tedious, but knows Baphomet would lose it if the house got wrecked. She gives a playful giggle, clearly enjoying the absolute control she has over the situation. Looking at the terrified goons, she politely asks them to stay put until she finishes her chapter. The trash-tier thugs are paralyzed, knowing a single move means getting sliced by the humming mana. Suddenly, a phone begins to buzz incessantly in one of their pockets, breaking the heavy silence. Back at the office, the scarred boss grows frustrated as his men fail to pick up his call. He sighs in annoyance, completely unaware that his entire hit squad is currently being held hostage. Our boy Baphomet suddenly lunges, his blade clashing against the boss's knife in a shower of sparks. The thug brags about his glory days as a hunter, trying to regain his fading composure. However, he's left dumbfounded when he realizes just how much power was behind that single, casual strike. The clash intensifies as the scarred boss desperately tries to gauge our boy's true power level. Baphomet remains completely unfazed, realizing this trash-tier hunter is even weaker than he initially suspected. The boss's phone buzzes again, making him realize that continuing this fight is a losing gamble. He catches a glimpse of a message revealing the terrifying truth about the monster standing before him. The text confirms his worst fears, leaving no room for doubt about the massive gap in strength. Realizing he is hopelessly outclassed, the thug immediately drops his weapon and begs for mercy. Our boy is left momentarily dumbfounded by how quickly this supposed tough guy threw in the towel. The boss puts on a fake, nervous smile, trying to negotiate his way out of a brutal beating. He promises to abandon his plans for the neighborhood if Baphomet overlooks his previous violent actions. Baphomet just smirks, knowing this snake is only acting nice because he is cornered and terrified. Baphomet answers the thug's fake smile with a cold blade, proving he doesn't negotiate with trash-tier criminals. The scarred thug just grins as the blood sprays, realizing his pathetic peace offering was flatly rejected. Now, missing an arm in a hospital bed, he tells his boss he is officially dropping the job. He explains that A-rankers are government-monitored monsters who are basically just one step away from becoming gods. If they aren't careful, this monster will wipe out their entire family tree without even breaking a sweat. When his subordinate asks about the contract, he admits that no amount of money is worth certain death. He starts wondering about the mysterious source that sent him the warning text in the first place. The message was a direct warning that the hunter was already on the move and heading his way. Looking at the screen, he knows whoever sent this must be intimately familiar with our boy's true strength. This intel is the only reason he is still breathing, confirming he was dealing with a literal monster. Jae-ka sits back and smirks, likely the one who sent that anonymous warning to the thugs. He plays the part of a polite visitor when Young-ja Kim offers him a meal for stopping by. The elderly woman looks him over, clearly not used to seeing such a sharp-dressed man in these slums. He laughs it off, assuring her he is fine, and asking how his favorite handyman is doing lately. She admits our boy is incredibly handy, despite his constant grumbling whenever he has to do a favor. The director is visibly dumbfounded to hear someone describe a literal demon king as a reliable neighborhood helper. He quickly masks his shock with a laugh, agreeing that the guy certainly has a unique way of working. Meanwhile, Minu-cha stares at his system interface, completely caught off guard by a sudden notification popping up. Turns out he cleared a hidden quest for helping the residents, but the screen shows absolutely zero rewards. Our boy loses his cool, calling the system trash tier for being cheaper than the old ladies he helps. A flashback reveals a trainee hunter bleeding out, realizing his deal for tower rewards was a total lie. He collapses in shock, demanding to know how his partner could betray him after they agreed to split everything. The purple-haired girl remains cold, dismissing his impending death as a simple mishap that maximizes her own earnings. Enraged by her callousness, the dying man lunges for one last strike, while cursing her name in vain. She calmly signals for an end to the chatter, showing no remorse for the life she is about to extinguish. A terrifying shadow with piercing red eyes manifests behind her, answering the call of its ruthless master. She gives the order to bite, letting her monstrous summon close the distance for a final, lethal strike. The man is completely frozen in fear, realizing too late that he was never in her league. A violent splatter of blood hits the wall as the beast tears through him, ending the grim flashback. Back in the present, our boy is dumbfounded to find out his rental costs just doubled for no reason. Minu stands at the counter, still processing the weird joke about his rental fees. The receptionist clarifies that the first weapon breakage is on the house, much to his relief. She warns him that future accidents will cost him the full price, making him reconsider his gear. Our boy decides to offload some loot, presenting the glowing demon crystal he took from Razel. After hearing that an auction yields more cash than a quick appraisal, he chooses the long game. As the crystal is whisked away, he can't help but ask about a certain legendary item. He curiously inquires about the market value of the Demon King Baphomet's own crystal. Expecting a massive payout for his old self, he brags about its mythic tier status. Has absolutely dumbfounded when she reveals his own crystal was actually worth less than Razel's. Turns out magic types are just more valuable than physical brawlers, leaving our boy feeling completely disrespected. Our boy is fuming because even Beelzebub used to mock his total lack of magical talent back then. The clerk explains that since high-tier gear relies on mana, his physical-heavy background makes his loot less desirable. Things get weird when she mentions that Baphomet's original crystal was never actually recovered from the tower ruins. He freezes up, racking his brain to recall every detail of that final, brutal showdown with the hero. He distinctly remembers Raven just walking away after the kill, leaving the loot behind without a second glance. Since these crystals are basically eternal batteries of life force, they don't just vanish when a tower falls. Shaking off the confusion, he tells the clerk he's ready to move on and clear out his inventory. A system prompt pops up, asking him to sync his personal data with the government's official hunter network. He starts scrolling through his stash, ready to dump the trash-tier items he's been lugging around for cash. Suddenly, his finger pauses as he spots something in his inventory that definitely shouldn't be there. Baphomet finds Raven's legendary sword in his inventory, but it's locked and bound to his soul. As he wonders how it got there, a ball suddenly drops right at his feet. He looks down to find a husky staring him down with an oddly intense gaze. The dog just pants happily, though its eyes suggest it is definitely not a normal pet. Suddenly, a woman calls out for the beast, referring to it simply as canine. Two hunters approach to retrieve their runaway pet while our boy just stands there dumbfounded. The woman snaps at her partner for losing track of the creature while they were away. The guy quickly apologizes and tries to lead the monster off for a game of fetch. Baphomet watches them leave, feeling like something is seriously off about that supposed dog. When he mentions the dog's weird vibe, the staff member asks if he is really that clueless. The doctor explains that these awakened beasts are actually referred to as hunting dogs. Ever since the gate shock, even common household pets have begun experiencing their own strange awakenings. The phenomenon was first discovered in a famous actress's cat, marking the start of this global anomaly. While people suspect it stems from the power of love, our boy finds that theory absolutely trash tier. He stands in her office, completely dumbfounded that anyone would believe such a sentimental and ridiculous explanation. Frustration finally boils over as he slams the desk, unable to handle the absurdity of his current situation. He threatens to quit immediately, refusing to represent a guild with a name as embarrassing as Sweet Pink Angel. The greedy doctor just smirks and waves an envelope containing all the money he toiled for in the mines. She clings to him, mockingly claiming her moral compass is the only reason his savings are still safe. She whispers a cold reminder that he needs a guild affiliation if he ever hopes to enter the towers. Our boy yells that the money is his, and he'll find a better guild elsewhere. He tries to walk out, but a stone-faced agent stops him, claiming leaving isn't an option. When accused of stalking, the agent simply calls it surveillance, while the doctor watches the drama unfold. The agent hands over a folder, explaining that our boy has been drafted for a specific mission. The targets are bottom-feeder scavengers who murder hunters and plunder their hard-earned loot after tower clears. Though their ranks are unverified, the agent warns they are likely dealing with a dangerous A-class threat. It's a tricky setup since these bastards are cautious enough to sniff out any suspicious hunters nearby. Our boy's eyes widen as he realizes he just saw these exact people at the central agency. He recognizes the faces in the files, including that suspicious dog and its irritating owners. The mission leads him to a luxury building called the Heaven, where the real work starts. The luxury hallways of the Heaven look pristine, but the filth living inside is anything but high class. A woman enters the suite and stops dead in her tracks, her expression shifting into one of pure disgust. She begins to tremble with rage, asking her partner if he is actually serious about this mess. She screams at the scavenger hunter, who lounges beneath a portrait of their dog amidst several unconscious victims. He just sways with a dazed grin, asking if she wants to try some of his stash. Fed up with his trash-tier behavior, she delivers a heavy kick straight to his face. As he whines about the pain, she demands to know if he is back on the junk again. Her anger boils over when she realizes he likely blew all their money on his pathetic addiction. He casually suggests they just raid another tower and slaughter more hunters to fix their financial problems. He laughs off rumors of vigilantes, convinced that no one is crazy enough to hunt hunters like them. The scavenger's partner stays silent as her junkie teammate mocks her for being too scared to raid. Ignoring his trash-tier taunts, she looks around the empty room and asks where their dog is. She stands tall, clearly the only one holding this dysfunctional crew together, with her cold, sharp resolve. Their strange-eyed husky trots over, seemingly the only thing in this room that isn't completely rotten. She gently pets him, whispering that they are heading back into the tower for another payday. Her expression hardens as she accepts that survival means they will likely have to kill again. The dog just barks happily, completely unaware of the blood his masters are about to spill. She tells the good boy to just hold on a little longer until their debt is finally paid. She clings to the hope that the five of them can eventually live like they used to. But under the dark, heavy clouds, it feels like their luck is finally about to run out. The Tower of Moonlight looms ahead, a glowing beacon of death for anyone foolish enough to enter. These scavengers double-check their research, making sure their latest mark won't be coming back to bite them. The woman remains cautious, questioning if they really know the true strength of the man they are tailing. Her partner dismisses her worries, noting the target is just a trash-tier hunter who failed his A-class promotion. They find it absurd that this supposed B-ranker actually had the guts to enter the first floor alone. As they follow his trail, they confirm the loot will be split down the middle, like every other job. The man smirks, thinking their target is a total sucker for doing all the heavy lifting for them. He figures it's much easier to let the mark clear the path before they permanently retire him. Even their loyal husky seems to join in the fun, as they laugh about their easy payday. Ultimately, the woman decides the target's life depends entirely on how much gold he manages to dig up. The scavenger partner realizes that letting the target live means splitting the loot, which she absolutely hates. She fumes at the thought of losing her payday, convinced they will end up with nothing at all. Suddenly, the heavy doors creak open, revealing a presence that definitely was not part of their greedy plan. Her greed quickly turns to terror when a massive, multi-eyed monstrosity looms over her, ready to strike. Back at the agency, the rogue agent sighs, noting how unfortunate it is that the target knows them. The doctor warns that the scavenger's hunting dog has a nose for trouble and will easily sniff them out. Our boy is dumbfounded when they claim the mission is a total bust before it even really starts. The spirit explains that since he is a TV star now, his face is way too famous for stealth. Minu just stares at them, wondering why they are overcomplicating things when the solution is right there. The companion suggests a simple disguise, thinking a new look might be enough to fool the enemy. The scavenger partner is sweating bullets, nervously asking if these are the hunters assigned to their tower raid. A massive armored gauntlet reaches out, while the stranger offers a greeting that feels way too polite for this dump. He calls himself Bill, standing tall in a room covered in blood like it is just another Tuesday. Behind that cold visor, he just smirks, clearly knowing he is the most dangerous person in the room. A trash-tier demon suddenly interrupts the tension, screeching as it lunges for a piece of the action. Our boy Bill does not miss a beat, jumping high to deliver a strike that screams pure dominance. His eyes flare with a lethal light, showing he is definitely not just some random mercenary for hire. Their weapons clash in a spray of sparks, but the demon is clearly outmatched by this silver-clad monster. The blade cracks through the beast's armor like glass, proving this guy is in a league of his own. He splits the monster clean in half, leaving the scavenger partner absolutely dumbfounded by his overwhelming strength. Bill's blade finds its mark, sinking deep into the demon's eye with a sickening thwack. He does not stop there, using the momentum to spray the floor with the beast's dark, corrupted blood. Our boy effortlessly slides past the next trash-tier mob, carving through its torso like it is wet paper. A whirlwind of steel and gore follows as he spins, making sure nothing is left standing in his wake. Even with blood coating his silver plate, Bill looks completely unfazed, his focus locked on the next target. He moves with a lethal grace that no ordinary hunter should possess, a blur of silver and crimson. One final, horizontal slash clears the path, sending a spray of mana-infused blood across the cold stone floor. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as strange purple vines begin to crawl through the shadows of the room. A massive, tree-like monstrosity rises from the depths, dwarfing our boy and radiating a truly oppressive demonic pressure. Bill stands his ground as the beast's tentacles whip around him, his mana flaring in a defiant blue glow. Bill launches into a series of blinding slashes, his blade humming with raw, destructive mana. He doesn't give the monster a second to breathe, following up with a heavy, arcing swing. Every movement is calculated, showing that our boy is far beyond any trash-tier hunter in this tower. The air screams as he pivots, delivering another powerful blow that carves through the oppressive atmosphere. He becomes a whirlwind of silver, shredding through the encroaching shadows with terrifying, high-speed efficiency. The massive guardian stares him down through its four-eyed mask, radiating a pressure that would crush a normal man. Unfazed, the knight continues his relentless assault, determined to tear this overgrown weed apart limb by limb. The beast seems to analyze his movements, its cold, demonic gaze locked onto the intruder's every twitch. Seeing an opening, our boy leaps high into the air and hurls his massive broadsword with bone-shattering force. The blade finds its mark, burying itself deep into the core of the monstrosity with a satisfying thud. Our boy tightens his grip, preparing to unleash a move that is definitely not in the beginner's manual. He lunges forward like a silver streak, closing the distance before the guardian can even react to the threat. Inside the helmet, the Demon King begins to chant a high-tier spell, disguised as a simple knightly skill. Deep within, the true power of the Demon King flickers to life, ready to turn this floor into ash. A massive blast of demonic fire erupts, incinerating the boss's core and lighting up the entire dark chamber. As the smoke clears, a pair of tactical boots clicks against the stone, signaling that unwanted guests have arrived. These elite scavenger hunters can't believe their eyes, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction. The knight stands victorious over the mangled remains of the boss, looking like a god among trash-tier mortals. Turning to his new audience, our boy decides to keep up the act of being a holy, eccentric preacher. He drops a bizarre joke about ice cream in church, leaving the predatory hunters feeling completely and utterly confused. The Holy Knight delivers the punchline of his terrible joke, fully leaning into his role as an eccentric preacher. While the scavenger partner looks ready to snap, her teammate is just dumbfounded by the knight's bizarre energy. Our boy lets out a boisterous laugh to sell the act, masking his cold calculations behind the silver visor. His laughter echoes through the dark tower, making the atmosphere feel even more surreal for the predatory hunters. He remembers when the medical staff suggested he hide his identity by pretending to be a middle-aged man. The quack doctor was skeptical, wondering if he could actually pull off such a role without getting caught. Minu was completely dazed by the plan, knowing his acting skills were likely cut from the same trash-tier cloth. Back in reality, the scavenger partner has had enough, and tells the weird mister to stop the pathetic puns. While the other hunter finds the show hilarious, our boy is internally groaning at the embarrassment of his disguise. The mood shifts instantly as a massive canine approaches, its steady steps signaling that the games are finally over. Our boy observes the rare hunting dog, noting how uncommon these beasts actually are in the tower. The scavenger partner explains these creatures live as long as humans and can even stomach toxic chocolate. Acting the part of a curious old man, our boy asks if he can pet the big softie. But the moment his hand gets close, the beast flinches as if sensing a primordial predator. The scavenger partner is instantly on edge, sensing something is seriously wrong with the animal's sudden terror. It turns out the quack doctor prepared a special perfume for our boy to mask his demonic aura. She explained that while humans can't smell it, the scent is an absolute nightmare for high-tier tracking beasts. With a smug grin, she promised that the foul odor would keep his true identity hidden from everyone. Back in the present, the dog is practically losing its mind trying to escape the knight's touch. The scavenger partner and her crew watch in total confusion as her elite tracker treats the mister like death. Blood sprays across the silver armor as the knight takes a calculated strike to test his durability. The scavenger partner follows through with her blade, showing no mercy even during this brutal evaluation. She looks back with a cold gaze, questioning if this mysterious knight is actually worth their time. Her partner isn't so sure, wondering if the man could even handle their tracking beast in a fight. Still, she can't shake the feeling that this guy might be hiding some serious, high-tier power. Her partner suddenly gets a greedy idea, thinking they could use the knight's strength for their own gain. The group moves deeper into the tower, finding a quiet spot under the ancient, decorated ceilings. A small campfire pops and crackles, momentarily masking the dangerous atmosphere of the dungeon. Our boy stares into the flames, realizing these trash-tier scavengers are actually trying to recruit him. He looks up and asks if they really want someone like him to be their new comrade. The small campfire crackles as the scavengers explain that teaming up is just a better business move for everyone. They even offer our boy a generous 60-40 loot split to sweeten the deal and keep him hooked. Secretly, they plan to throw him some bait to earn his trust before the real trap is sprung. Once he's comfortable, they intend to make him do the dirty work their tracking beast usually handles. The woman looks on coldly, making sure her partner doesn't reveal their hand too early in the game. Even their beast seems to sense the tension as they prepare to exploit this high-tier knight's strength. She mulls over the split, knowing that giving up a little now means a massive payday later on. She finally agrees to the deal, but adds a condition that catches our boy completely off guard. Her partner chimes in, insisting that if they're a team, the knight needs to finally show his face. She explains that trust is everything in the tower, and she won't work with a complete mystery man. The Holy Knight hesitates, knowing that revealing his face is a risky move that could blow his cover. The scavenger woman watches him intently, her predatory instinct sensing that he is hiding something beneath that helmet. Meanwhile, the agency director tells our boy that his mission is to infiltrate, not just kill everyone. He needs to get close to his targets, just like he did back when he was a fresh trainee. Back in the tower, the knight agrees to unmask but warns the scavengers they might regret seeing it. The woman jokes about him being shockingly handsome, completely unaware of the grim reality he is about to show. She suddenly flinches as a wave of heavy, tragic energy radiates from the man sitting across the fire. He finally unmasks, revealing a face ravaged by horrific burns that look like they have seen hell itself. As the fire crackles, he explains these are not just wounds, but a permanent curse from a boss. The scavengers sit in stunned silence, as he claims the curse even spread to his own innocent son. Bill laments that even the most famous healing hunters couldn't break the curse, destroying his family. His eyes burn with a desperate resolve, claiming he would sacrifice anything to save his son. A heavy silence fills the room as the scavengers process the weight of his tragic backstory. Our boy starts sweating under his helmet, worried he might have overacted his role as the father. The scavenger's eyes light up with predatory glee, convinced that meeting this desperate knight is fate. He claims they are cut from the same cloth, sharing a similar struggle with their own parents. He describes the absolute hopelessness they felt when every conventional medicine failed to save their family. Everything changed when they met a mysterious benefactor who finally managed to stabilize their parents' condition. He introduces a shadowy figure, promising that this man is the only one who can help. The masked man looms in the darkness, appearing as a final beacon of hope for the night. The doors swing open, revealing a blinding light that promises a way out of their misery. Two figures emerge from the glow, dressed in traditional robes that look completely out of place here. Their masks are frozen in eerie smiles, making the scavenger wonder if they've found salvation or something worse. With a sudden snap of fabric, the dancers begin a ritual that feels heavy with ancient mana. Every movement is perfectly synchronized, as if they are two halves of the same haunting soul. They glide across the floor, their dance weaving a spell that seems to mend the very air. The scavenger watches, dumbfounded, as the ritual reaches a fever pitch and the pressure shifts. Up close, the painted faces are terrifyingly still, yet they radiate a warmth that feels almost divine. He realizes these aren't just trash-tier performers. They are the gatekeepers to the miracle his family needs. They swirl into a blur of white and blue, signaling the arrival of the man who changed everything. The dancers swirl in a frantic blur of mana, their ritual finally reaching its peak. Suddenly, the mysterious benefactor lands with a heavy thud, commanding the room with his overwhelming presence. One of the victims cries out in pure desperation, begging for her father to be saved. The grief in the room is suffocating as the young woman realizes her family's fate is no longer hers. She collapses to her knees, completely broken, and praying for a miracle that seems impossible. Standing tall in his white robes, the masked healer looks like a divine savior amidst the wailing crowd. He remains cold and detached from the crying, his focus entirely on the hidden agenda he's playing. Turns out, our boy just triggered a system notification, fulfilling the secret conditions to advance his main quest. An eerie mask looms close as the system issues a chilling command to eliminate the designated target. He just smirks behind his mask, thinking it is quite the coincidence that everything is falling into place. Minu studies a cryptic book, realizing the 7 deadly sins are the true source of the tower's corruption. He tells Jiwon that Raven was just the start, acting as the infamous disciple of wrath. The next sin on the list is lust, a figure hiding behind a mask that screams pure nightmare. This self-proclaimed savior stands before the crowd, soaking in the desperation of those begging for a miracle. A mother presents her daughter, a child whose life has been slowly withered away by an incurable leukemia. The girl looks utterly hollowed out, her spirit broken by years of fighting a battle she can't win. The masked healer kneels down, putting on a performance of sympathy that would make any actor jealous. As her mother breaks down, the girl confesses her only fear is leaving her family behind in grief. He promises to purge the sickness from her body, making the surrounding crowd believe they're witnessing a god. His hand erupts in a golden glow, though our boy knows there is always a price for such miracles. The masked healer releases a swarm of golden light, making the ritual look like a genuine divine intervention. The surrounding crowd is completely dumbfounded, staring at the display with a mixture of awe and desperation. The mother can't stop trembling, her heart racing as she waits to see if her daughter truly wakes. A sudden breeze of mana stirs the air, signaling that the girl's stagnant life force is finally moving. The girl looks up in shock, her pale face regaining a glow she has not seen in years. Seeing the impossible happen right before their eyes, the spectators lose their minds and start celebrating. As the mother embraces her child, the crowd begins chanting and hailing the masked figure as their father. The healer acts humble, telling the weeping mother that he simply fixed the girl's internal flow of energy. He commands her to move the child to his house of prayer to ensure the healing sticks. Our boy watches the scene with a cold gaze, knowing this trash-tier miracle likely has a hidden price. The crowd is desperate, claiming the masked healer is the only one who can save their dying children. He leans into the hype, asking the masses if they truly want to meet the man they call father. Bill plays along with the act, hiding his true identity behind a mask to get closer to the target. The morning sun rises over the city, but the atmosphere remains heavy with the scent of a scam. They arrive at a massive estate, the kind of place built on the backs of desperate, grieving families. A cold-eyed assistant greets them, claiming she already knows exactly why they've come to seek an audience. She mentions the curse plaguing the boy, testing to see if their desperation is deep enough to exploit. Inside the lavish office, Bill finally stands face to face with the man running this suspicious house of prayer. The leader introduces himself as Chongyu, the head of the Papilio order, radiating a fake sense of divinity. Bill keeps his cool and introduces himself, ready to dismantle this trash-tier cult from the inside out. Chongyu eyes the bandaged figure, assuming the small person hiding behind the knight is his sickly son. Jiwon Bong stays quiet, his face wrapped in bandages to hide his identity from the suspicious cult leader. He peeks out with a nervous look, playing the part of a shy child perfectly for the scam. Turns out, Jihuan was completely dumbfounded when our boy first suggested he should infiltrate this trash-tier den. Sitting on the porch, Jihuan questions if this is necessary, since the leader's power should be obvious. Minyu drops a bombshell, admitting the guy actually feels way weaker than him, which makes no sense. Jihuan can't believe it, wondering how one of the 6 legendary killers could be such a weakling. He shouts in frustration, reminding Minyu that they are both just pathetic humans now without their former glory. Jihuan points out that even the great Demon King could actually die if this trap goes south. I just twitches, clearly annoyed by the reminder of his current mortality and the risky plan ahead. Jihuan breaks down the logic, explaining that the tower only revived Minyu because it saw him as a beast. He warns that since the tower was destroyed, the next time Minyu falls, it will be for good. Jihuan threatens to end our boy himself if he keeps acting like a coward with his tail tucked. Later, the masked healer leans in close, claiming he can sense a terrifyingly evil curse on the pair. Jihuan realizes the guy is just a fraud who cannot even distinguish a curse from pure demonic mana. The healer claims Minyu is also cursed, while our boy plays his role perfectly, calling the man father. He agrees to treat the boy but warns that such a heavy task requires a massive amount of effort. The scam artist finally shows his true colors, making it clear that this miracle requires both money and time. He demands they attend weekly prayer services, though he quickly pivots when he senses Minyu might be busy. Creeping up behind him, the healer hints at a much more burdensome shortcut to get the job done. The masked healer spins around, deciding that the boy needs to stay behind for his supposed treatment. He makes it clear that from now on, Jihuan will be living under their roof to recover. Showing off the facilities, he points out the sleeping quarters where the young man will be staying. He continues the tour by mentioning a canteen where all the followers gather for their daily meals. There is even a nice outdoor area, making this cult compound look like a high-end rehab center. The healer explains that Jihuan won't be alone, as he'll be doing everything alongside their loyal followers. Suddenly, 2 creepy women step forward, whom the healer introduces as the boy's new teachers. They smile and call the healer father, promising to take good care of their new student. Before Jihuan can even protest, the teachers grab him, insisting he come meet some friends his age. Jihuan casts a desperate glance back at our boy, realizing he's officially being kidnapped by this trash-tier cult. Jihuan suddenly lunges forward and gives Baphomet a massive hug, catching our boy completely off guard. Sniffling through his bandages, the kid promises to be a good student if Baphomet doesn't leave him. Baphomet can only sweat under his mask, realizing he has to play along with this ridiculous drama. The boy doubles down on the waterworks, threatening a curse if his fake dad actually abandons him. Gritting his teeth, Baphomet forces out a response, pretending hell miss his son just as much. The cult staff finally drag the boy away, leaving Baphomet alone to finish this infiltration mission. He gives a silent nod, mentally thanking his partner for making such a cringe-worthy sacrifice. The masked healer decides to wrap things up, claiming he has other desperate souls waiting for miracles. Our boy stays silent, keeping his cool while he observes the inner workings of this trash-tier operation. He finishes the act with a firm handshake, thanking the healer for taking in his troubled child. The masked healer holds onto Baphomet's hand, lingering a bit too long for comfort during their final farewell. He leans in close, noting that for a hunter, the man has surprisingly soft and slender fingers. Our boy feels a sudden chill down his spine, wondering if this creep just saw through his disguise. He quickly yanks his hand away, trying to play off his nerves while his heart hammers his ribs. The healer just stands there, his unreadable mask making the atmosphere in the room feel heavy and suffocating. The scavenger partner interrupts the tension, reminding everyone it's time to check on their stabilized parents. The gray-shirted hunter prepares to leave as well, casually telling Bill it's time for them to head out. Suddenly, the healer calls out for them to wait, stopping the group dead in their tracks. The hunter realizes he almost forgot a crucial topic they still needed to discuss before parting ways. He approaches the masked figure again, ready to settle whatever business this trash-tier cult has left to finish. The healer looms over the hunter, his silent mask hiding whatever twisted thoughts are racing through his head. He addresses our boy by his alias, making it clear that the conversation is far from over. The scavenger partner pulls him aside, advising him to prioritize his son's recovery over this trash-tier religion. As they walk, she warns him that getting involved with this cult is a mistake he can't afford. Back in the treatment area, Jihuan looks completely lost as the reality of his situation starts to sink in. A staff member confiscates his book, claiming it interferes with the brainwashing, treatment they have planned for him. She beams with a fake, practiced kindness that makes the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He's ushered into a dining hall where other children sit like dolls, waiting for a feast to begin. The staff commands them to show gratitude to their benefactor before they start eating the suspicious-looking spread. When the door finally clacks shut, Jiwon realizes he's been left alone in a den of monsters. Jiwon meets a girl named Dag-young, who seems way too cheerful for a place this creepy. He plays along with a fake name while wondering if the staff are actually the leader's monstrous familiars. Before digging into the suspicious meal, our boy decides he needs to see the truth behind this facade. He activates his demon eye, determined to peel back the layers of this trash-tier cult's illusions. But the moment his vision shifts, he's nearly dumbfounded by the horrific reality hidden in plain sight. Every single child in this room isn't being cured. They are actually dying right before his eyes. The feast is just a distraction from the fact that these poor kids are already on death's door. Meanwhile, the parents are weeping with joy, completely blind to the tragedy unfolding right in front of them. They praise their benefactor, believing their children are finally getting better, thanks to his supposed miracle. The masked healer sits atop his throne, soaking in the gratitude of people whose lives he's effectively destroyed. The desperate parents beg to know how they can possibly repay the healer for his supposed miracle. He questions if they are truly ready to pay the price for his trash-tier kindness. The cult leader demands they show him the full extent of their passion and affection. A heavy silence falls as the followers wonder exactly what kind of devotion he is looking for. He repeats the word passion, his voice dripping with a manipulative weight that chills the air. His eyes lock onto the crowd, emphasizing that affection is the only currency he accepts. The parents immediately snap, wearing hollow smiles as they begin a disturbing display of forced intimacy. Minu-cha watches from the edge of the room, disgusted by the twisted scene unfolding before him. The healer starts shaking with a low, sinister chuckle that reveals his true, sadistic nature. He trembles with dark delight, savoring the absolute power he holds over these broken souls. The healer's mask clatters to the floor as he erupts into a fit of dark, mocking laughter. He praises the parents for their performance, leaving the crowd dumbfounded by his sudden, unmasked cruelty. To this twisted man, there is no reason to feel shame when lives are on the line. He dismisses their desperate actions as nothing more than a base instinct for survival. Coiling snakes emphasize his malice as he suggests adding a spoonful of pleasure to their noble deeds. He wears a smug, trash-tier grin, fully aware of the absolute power he holds over these broken souls. Far from the cult, Minister Songjin Baek sits in his office, inquiring about the agency's newest powerhouse. Agent Ma reports that Baphomet is working hard, though his erratic behavior remains a constant concern. The minister praises Agent Ma for his scouting eye, noting that their recruit reached A rank incredibly fast. However, he warns that hunters shouldn't be suppressed and trusts Ma to juggle the carrot and the stick. Inside a sleek sedan, the agency heads discuss our boy's progress as he climbs the hunter ranks. Agent Ma reports that Minu has already infiltrated the cult's den with terrifying speed and diligence. The director ponders how to wrap this up, clearly planning something more hands-on for the final phase. He decides to handle the situation personally, showing he doesn't trust anyone else with this high-stakes mission. Meanwhile, our boy realizes the healer is a trash-tier fraud using illusions to mask his true power. A massive mana-sucking insect reveals that the entire residence is trapped within a complex, hidden spell. Minu sees through the lies, disgusted that the patients are rotting away while believing they are being cured. When a child suddenly dies, our boy cuts his mental link to deal with the returning twin sisters. The scavenger partner finally arrives, apologizing for the wait, before leading the disguised Demon King inside. She mentions her brother and their dog are visiting their parents. Unaware our boy is onto their game, Minu steps inside the facility, wondering if entering with just the scavenger partner will complicate his infiltration mission. She reassures him that a smaller group is better, as managing a large crowd would only be tiresome. They approach the grand headquarters, a place that looks like a sanctuary but reeks of hidden, dark magic. The sound of rhythmic clapping echoes through the halls as the cult prepares to showcase another fake miracle. The staff proudly presents a young girl named Dak-young, claiming she is fully cured and ready for home. The brainwashed followers cheer and congratulate the child, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding right before them. Our boy claps along to maintain his cover, though he finds the entire theatrical display absolutely disgusting. Through his demonic perception, the truth is revealed. They are parading a literal corpse around like a puppet. As the doors slide open, Minu realizes that humans can be every bit as cruel as demonic beasts. The girl's parents rush in with joyful tears, heart-wrenchingly oblivious that their daughter is already long gone. The parents embrace their daughter, weeping with joy because they think she's finally been cured. The identical staff members smile warmly, suggesting a farewell party to celebrate the girl's miraculous recovery. They even ask the parents to help with the preparations, making the trap feel even more welcoming. Our boy stands back, his gut twisting, as he senses something foul beneath the surface of this sanctuary. He activates his demonic perception, his eyes glowing red as he prepares to see the world's rot. The illusion shatters, revealing the parents have already been slaughtered by these trash-tier monsters in human skin. Blood sprays as a head goes into a spin, proving the miracle was just a gruesome massacre. With a heavy thud, the girl's head hits the floor as Minu realizes she was dead all along. It hits him that these bastards are far more sadistic than any demonic beast he ever fought. The monsters drop their act, hungrily eyeing the fresh corpses and wondering if it's finally time to feast. The cult staff member drops her mask, her hollow eyes revealing the true hunger of a trash-tier demon. She lashes out with a grotesque, elongated neck, ready to feast on the helpless victims like they're just snacks. Turning to our boy, she mockingly asks why he isn't smiling at the beautiful sight of the slaughter. She leans in close, sensing his intense gaze and wondering if he can actually see her true, hideous form. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a cold, damp dungeon where the real dirty work is being handled. A sharp blade whistles through the air, cutting through the silence of the underground facility. The scavenger partner moves with lethal grace, her eyes cold, as she carves through anything in her path. She flips through the air with ease, landing a heavy blow that sends a monster reeling in pain. With a single, fluid motion, she tears through a demon mob, proving she's cut from a very dangerous cloth. She sticks the landing perfectly, her hand hitting the cold floor as she prepares for the next wave. Hati is gasping for air, her stamina clearly hitting its limit after that intense flurry of attacks. She quickly regains her composure, her sharp eyes scanning the area for any remaining trash-tier threats. Our boy Minu, hidden behind his silver plate armor, casually strolls past the massive corpse he just dropped. He remains silent, his visor hiding the cold, calculating gaze of a former demon king. They decide to push through 2 more floors, the heavy clank of armor echoing against the stone stairs. Minu is focused on the mission, but he can't help but wonder about his companion's strange choices. He finally asks why she warned him to stay away from the Papilio Order if she's involved. Turns out she's only paying the cult to save her parents, knowing full well it's a predatory scam. Minu is dumbfounded by the cult's logic that faith is measured by how much cash you cough up. Despite the greed, she admits the masked healer's powers are undeniably real and terrifyingly effective. The scavenger partner's elderly parents are her only source of hope in this bleak, monster-infested world. She clenches her fist, fueled by the desperate dream of finally bringing her family back together again. Turning to Minu, she admits how lucky they are to have a powerhouse like him in their party. Our boy asks if her obsession with the cult is driven solely by the need for more money. He wonders what kind of effort the healer expects from those who are completely broke and desperate. She explains that those without funds have to entertain the leader in ways that are far from modest. When she reveals that some give up their bodies as payment, Minu visibly flinches at the depravity. She asks if he's repulsed, reminding him that he'd supposedly do anything to save his own son. Looking at the beastly reality of their situation, she insists there's no other way to survive this nightmare. She presses her hand against the heavy door, ready to face whatever horrors lie on the other side. They step into the dark corridor, but the tension between them is thick enough to cut. She senses his growing hostility and tries to deflect by claiming he is the one truly repulsed. Before she can finish her thought, our boy snaps and lunges forward with terrifying speed. A massive crash echoes through the hall as he slams the scavenger right into the stone wall. He steps toward her slowly, his heavy armor clanking with every cold, calculated movement. The impact leaves her grounded and gasping for air amidst a cloud of rising dust. Rising from the wreckage, Minus' visor glows with a murderous intent that freezes her blood. She flinches when he points out that unlike her brother, she actually knows she is trash. He admits he is disgusted by how she commits such evil without even a shred of dignity. As he blurs into motion again, she is left completely dumbfounded by his sudden, violent shift. Minu leans in close, warning the scavenger that she better keep her guard up if she wants to live. Without a second's hesitation, he slams her into the ground to show her just how outclassed she really is. She trembles under his overwhelming pressure, realizing that this armored monster isn't just some random low ranker. Every muscle in her body flinches as she stares into the cold, unyielding visor of her captor. Minu finally pulls off his helmet, leaving her completely dumbfounded by the face hidden beneath the steel. Our boy flashes a predatory smirk, mockingly asking if his handsome face is really that much of a shock. He gets serious, telling her she's going to help him hunt down the cult leader they call Father. This triggers a memory of the masked healer standing over her parents and their loyal dog. She remembers how Hyuksol watched over them, a constant reminder of the life she's trying to protect. Her parents look so happy in the vision, unaware they are just pawns in a much darker game. The loyal hound remembers the warmth of his master's touch, a memory that feels like a cruel, distant dream. He can almost hear the familiar voices calling out to him, anchoring his soul to a past long gone. Every detail of that lost life flashes before his eyes, fueling a grief that no beast should ever carry. Tears well up in the dog's eyes as the crushing weight of his loneliness finally breaks his spirit. The hunter tries to offer comfort, totally oblivious to the grim reality that their loved ones are already gone. The beast knows the truth, feeling the cold sting of a loss that his human companion hasn't realized yet. In reality, the parents are nothing more than empty, lifeless shells, their souls extinguished by the cult's twisted games. The dog snaps back to the present, his instincts screaming that this entire situation is a complete lie. He realizes that the man they worshipped as a savior is actually the monster who destroyed their lives. The healer just scoffs, noting that even a half-assed illusion couldn't trick the sharp senses of a hunting dog. The poor guy is completely dumbfounded, unable to process why his father isn't acting like himself. The healer reveals his hand, admitting he only wanted the dog brought along for his own twisted amusement. Our boy senses the malice and lets out a low growl, ready to tear this fake savior apart. He mocks them further, claiming he's already milked them for all the gold they were worth anyway. Suddenly, the beast's mana flares up as he decides he's done playing along with this trash-tier illusion. With a deafening roar, the massive creature lunges forward, intent on crushing the monster hiding behind that mask. His eyes burn with a primal hunger, signaling that he only needs one thing from this pathetic cult leader. A blinding light erupts as the hunter shields his eyes, caught in the crossfire of a god-tier transformation. Glowing butterflies scatter into the darkness, while the beast's shadow looms over the entire fraudulent operation. The healer just raises a finger, signaling that the real nightmare is only just beginning for them both. The beast's eye snaps open, burning with a primal hunger that spells certain doom for everyone present. The scavenger partner steps forward, calling out to her loyal companion to finally finish the job. She gives the cold command to bite, as the massive wolf prepares to tear the healer apart. The cult leader acts dumbfounded, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden escalation of violence. Her teammate is frozen in pure shock as the air grows heavy with a suffocating bloodlust. Suddenly, the beast lunges and shreds the poor guy instead, proving it's completely lost its mind. He gasps out a final question, unable to comprehend why his own ally would betray him. The monster's eyes glow with a demonic intensity, signaling that a much darker power is at play. The healer just starts laughing as the illusion shatters, finding the entire bloody mess absolutely hilarious. He admits the brutality even caught him off guard, enjoying the chaos unfolding before his very eyes. A spectral snake hisses at the healer, sensing the foul demonic energy radiating from his very soul. The serpent slithers across his chest, a manifestation of the dark contracts binding this twisted game together. A trembling hand reaches out, desperate for any shred of hope in this trash-tier nightmare they have created. The scavenger partner whispers in his ear, her voice shaking as she realizes their plan has gone completely south. She clings to him like a lifeline, asking for guidance now that her beast has turned into a killer. The healer looks genuinely impressed, wondering if they actually prepared this bloody little surprise just for his entertainment. A low chuckle escapes his lips as he realizes how perfectly the chaos is serving his ultimate goals. He breaks into a full-blown fit of laughter, while the blood-soaked beast stands over its fresh, mangled kill. The monster snarls with a primal hunger, its eyes burning with the influence of a much higher demonic power. He brushes his hair back with a predatory smirk, admitting that he absolutely loves how messy things have become. The cult staff smirks with total confidence, fully believing their rigged miracle show is going to be a success. However, Minu-cha is already planning a surprise party of his own to crash this trash-tier performance. Our boy Jiwan Bong stands ready, playing the role of a cursed, faceless victim to absolute perfection. The announcer declares that these two will be the main focus of today's divine prayers and miracles. They spin a tragic yarn about a son whose face was stolen by a curse, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Minu acts dumbfounded and desperate, playing the part of a grieving father just to bait the cult leader. The civilians are completely hooked, weeping over the fake tragedy like it is the most heartbreaking thing ever. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the cult's big boss decides to personally bless these two poor, unfortunate souls. The masked healer struts out in his white robes, ready to perform a miracle for his brainwashed audience. The crowd erupts in cheers for their father, totally unaware they are watching a high-stakes game of deception. The cult leader leans in, gloating about how much the brainwashed crowd absolutely adores his fake miracles. He reaches out with a predatory grace, clearly enjoying the power he holds over these desperate people. He grabs our boy's face, mocking the blind trust of his followers while hiding his own dark secrets. The healer tells Bill to watch closely, but there is a chilling edge to his voice that feels personal. Suddenly, He drops the bombshell by revealing he knows Minu is actually the legendary, trash-tier demon king, Baphomet. Minu stands dumbfounded as the leader gestures toward the stage, realizing his cover might be completely blown already. He tries to keep his cool, but the weight of the situation is starting to press down on him. Our boy realizes things just went south and internally panics as the ritual begins to spiral out of control. A massive red magic circle erupts with a sudden burst of mana, signaling a very real, dangerous ceremony. Jiwan is hoisted into the air as the mana surges, looking more like a monster than a victim. Minu reels as the energy peaks, realizing this isn't some trash-tier parlor trick but a real demonic surge. In the crowd, the scavenger partner stands frozen, unable to process the chaotic scene unfolding before her eyes. She stares at the blinding light, desperately wondering if this so-called divine power is actually a demonic nightmare. A massive shockwave rips through the hall, proving the cult and the monsters are cut from the same cloth. She rounds on our boy, in his knightly disguise, screaming in denial that her entire reality is a lie. Her world crumbles as she demands to know if every miracle she witnessed was just a cruel, cheap trick. She desperately clings to the memory of her parents' warmth, the only thing that kept her going until now. The image of their smiling faces haunts her, making the weight of this potential betrayal feel utterly soul-crushing. Realization finally sinks in, and the sheer horror of the cult's manipulation leaves her completely shattered and dumbfounded. Minu looks her dead in the eye, asking the chilling question of whether she ever saw them outside this place. The scavenger partner realizes with a sinking heart that every crime she committed was for a total lie. Minu coldly reminds her that her entire life up to this point has been a complete waste of time. Our boy explains that the cult leader likely lured her partner in just to eliminate him like trash. She looks completely dumbfounded, as he reveals that her brother has almost certainly been wiped out as well. The crushing weight of her reality finally hits, and she drops to the floor in absolute, broken despair. Standing over her, Minu demands her help to handle the casualties before the government starts sniffing around. He offers her one final chance to make amends for her past mistakes and get some actual revenge. She grits her teeth in fury, finally finding the resolve to turn against the cult that betrayed her. Suddenly, Jihuan Bang's mana explodes as he manifests the void, dark orbs of energy swirling with lethal intent. Minu weaves through the projectiles with ease, his sharpened senses making the high-speed assault look like child's play. The space around them suddenly warps, as a massive dome of dark, starry energy begins to swallow everything. Jihuan Bang unleashes his infinite prison, a high-tier domain intended to trap and crush anyone caught inside. Our boy doesn't even flinch, his eyes narrowing as he analyzes the structural weaknesses of this trash-tier trap. He finds himself suspended in a literal void, but to a former demon king, this is just another Tuesday. Minu primes his muscles, feeling the familiar rush of mana as he prepares to tear this dimension apart. Suddenly, a lethal spear of dark energy jabs toward his throat, seeking to end the fight instantly. He shifts his weight with impossible grace, letting the projectile whistle past him, without a single scratch. The attacks come faster, but Minu just darts and flips through the air like a predator in his element. He wishes through the darkness, realizing Jihuan is putting everything he has into this desperate, final assault. With a cold glare, Minu closes the distance, ready to show him the true meaning of demonic power. Minu ducks under the strike, his instincts as a former king keeping him a step ahead. The dark energy whistles past, barely grazing the air where our boy stood just a second ago. He remains unfazed, realizing this trash-tier assault is nothing more than a desperate distraction. Jiwan stands before his ultimate domain, pouring every ounce of his cursed mana into the ritual. With eyes glowing a lethal crimson, he points toward his target, ready to unleash hell. His vision narrows as the demonic influence takes full control of his shattered mind. He activates the Demon Eye, a forbidden power that twists reality to find a single opening. Meanwhile, Beelzebub sits dumbfounded on his throne, sensing a presence that shouldn't exist. He jolts in shock, wondering how he suddenly returned to the tower he once called home. He curses his luck, finally realizing that the monster he was hiding from has found him. Baphomet staggers under a massive load, wondering why anyone would choose to live at such a ridiculous height. Even as a trash-tier demonic beast, our boy's intense gaze shows he's definitely not your average minion. Beelzebub sits frozen on his throne, completely dumbfounded by the impossible sight unfolding right before his eyes. He realizes he's actually returned to the past, caught in a cliché trope he never expected to experience. Baphomet remains clueless about the shift, simply focused on hauling his cargo through the grueling tower terrain. Beelzebub prepares for war, swearing that this timeline will be the one where he finally gets his revenge. In the present, Minus' eyes burn with a crimson light as he reaches out to seize control. He plunges into the dark mana, his body moving with a fluid grace that defies the laws of physics. He calls upon his inventory, knowing that summoning his elite equipment is the key to ending this fight. Jiwon stands at the center of a shattering ritual, his power cracking the very reality surrounding him. Jiwon stands frozen as the fabricated reality around him finally begins to shatter into a million jagged pieces. The surrounding civilians can only watch in absolute terror as their safe world starts to crumble away. The masked leader of the order stands tall, completely unfazed by the chaos has likely orchestrated from the start. Our boy Minu doesn't hesitate for a second, lunging through the debris with his spear ready to end this charade. He locks his gaze on the target, his eyes cold and devoid of any mercy for these trash-tier manipulators. The cult leader just chuckles, noting that he's finally seeing Minus' true, monstrous face behind the human mask. Minu launches a lethal strike, but a sudden ritual circle flares up to protect the transformed Jihuan. A massive ice wall erupts with a loud burst, forcing Minu to adjust his trajectory mid-air. A stray shard grazes his cheek, a tiny reminder that even a former demon king can still bleed. The ice barrage rains down, but our boy isn't about to let some frozen trash slow him down. He tightens his grip and starts spinning his spear with the precision of a seasoned warrior. Every shard that comes close gets deflected as he creates an impenetrable circle of steel around himself. His eyes narrow with intense focus, already calculating the exact moment to turn the tide of this fight. With a sudden burst of power, he thrusts his weapon straight into the heart of the massive ice spike. The giant construct shatters into a million pieces, proving that these parlor tricks won't save the cult. He twirls his spear with effortless grace, ready to move on to the next phase of his assault. Jiwon stares back with glowing red eyes, clearly dumbfounded that his ultimate defense was dismantled so easily. Minu doesn't stop to chat, lunging right past the shocked hunter to reach the real mastermind behind this. Minu deflects every strike with ease, leaving his opponent wondering how a mere human is this fast. He leaps through the air, closing the distance to end this farce before the ritual can be completed. Beelzebub is absolutely fuming, unable to comprehend how his perfect plan is being dismantled by this monster. Our boy shifts into his true Baphomet form, delivering a heavy blow that sends the Demon King reeling. He lands a perfect flip, watching as the shockwave of his power forces his rival to retreat. Beelzebub realizes that even after regressing, Baphomet remains an unbeatable wall he can't hope to climb. The demon grits his teeth in pure desperation, realizing he's completely underestimated the threat standing before him. Back in the present, Jiwon prepares his ultimate dimensional magic, hoping to finally put an end to this. Green mana begins to swirl violently, signaling that the real nightmare is only just beginning. Green mana swirls violently as the sanctuary spell activates, pulling everyone into a deadly new dimension. Our boy finds himself suspended in mid-air as the Extinction Sanctuary summons a literal swarm of trash-tier flies. These insectoid demons are fanatically loyal, screeching that they will do anything for their master, Beelzebub. They lunge with mindless hunger, desperate to tear apart the one who dared to challenge their lord's authority. Minu stands his ground as the sky fills with monsters, realizing this ritual is far more dangerous than expected. Beelzebub screams for his rival's head, his face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. Suddenly, Baphomet manifests and tries to lighten the mood with a bizarre joke about ice cream in church. The Demon King ignores the nonsense, leading his swarm forward to crush the man who mocks his power. Minu is left completely dumbfounded, wondering if his past self was always this much of a weirdo. Minus past self continues the cringy joke, asking why the ice cream went to church. Our boy is stuck in a mental loop, drifting through his own subconscious while repeating the word ice cream. He struggles to find the answer, his mind feeling like it's being squeezed by the absurdity of it all. He finally drops the punchline about it being a Sunday, looking absolutely horrified by his own lame humor. Back in reality, Jiwon is panicking on the floor because he thinks their entire plan has gone to bust. He tells Minu that he's currently locked in a warehouse while his captors decide his ultimate fate. If they uncover his identity, Jiwon fears they'll eventually trace everything back to Minu and ruin their cover. Minu just scoffs and tells him it doesn't matter, leaving the poor guy completely dumbfounded by the lack of concern. The plan is to show them his true strength, so they'll try to use him instead of killing him. Jiwon explains that his demon eye already nullified the enemy's illusion, making him immune to their mental games. Minu suggests he just pretend to be brainwashed, or even cast a self-inflicted spell to sell the act. The two realize they need a specific trigger word to snap Jiwon out of it when the time comes. Turns out, that cringy ice cream joke is the perfect uncommon phrase to act as his mental safety switch. Beelzebub just laughs, thinking that even a trip back to the past won't save his pathetic rival. The Demon King mocks our boy for having zero magical talent or brains, despite his massive physical strength. He admits that while Baphomet is a magical failure, his raw combat prowess is actually top tier. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts as the sanctuary's power begins to consume the innocent souls trapped inside. The surrounding crowd can only shield their eyes as the sheer intensity of the mana threatens to burn everything. Even the ruthless Reaper is forced to brace herself against the suffocating pressure of the sanctuary's red mana. Minu realizes that Baphomet's true essence is actually buried deep underneath the surface of this chaotic ritual. The masked healer senses the shift, realizing the source of this overwhelming power is far deeper than expected. As the light intensifies, the innocent victims are pulled into the depths of the sanctuary's hungry mana. Our boy doesn't hesitate and triggers a massive earthquake to smash through the floor and reach the bottom. The ground gives way with a sickening crack, unable to withstand the weight of his concentrated physical strike. A blinding blast follows, tearing the sanctuary apart and exposing the secrets hidden beneath the surface. Minu lies among the ruins, his eyes fixed on the prize as the dust finally begins to settle. Turns out, a radiant golden core was the heart of this mess all along, pulsing with divine energy. The golden core sits exposed, the literal heartbeat of this trash-tier ritual just waiting to be snuffed out. Our boy doesn't waste a second, launching himself forward with the kind of speed that defies human logic. He closes the distance in a flash, his spear aimed right at the center of the cult's power source. Minu's eyes burn red as he taps into his old demonic authority, pushing his body past its limits. The masked healer is completely dumbfounded, watching his entire plan crumble before his very eyes in an instant. The cult leader desperately tries to scream for him to stop, but it's far too late for pleas. The tip of the spear connects with the core, meeting a brief resistance before shattering the divine seal. Minu pours everything into the strike, triggering a massive eruption of energy that consumes the entire ritual room. The sanctuary can't contain the pressure and literally blows its top, signaling the end of this twisted charade. The explosion from Minu's strike sends a blinding pillar of light through the facility, shocking the gathered crowd. People scream in terror as the shockwave hits, shielding their eyes from the raw power our boy unleashed. Panic sets in instantly, with everyone realizing that staying in this crumbling death trap is a one-way ticket. Amidst the chaos, the scavenger partner stands firm, commanding the terrified civilians to evacuate before the ceiling collapses. She screams for them to hurry, knowing that the structural integrity of this trash-tier cult base is failing fast. The crowd finally breaks into a desperate sprint, dashing away from the epicenter of the divine energy eruption. However, some parents hesitate, frozen by a fear that is even stronger than the threat of the explosion. They cry out that their children are still trapped inside, desperately pleading for someone to save their little ones. The scavenger partner freezes as she remembers the kids are still being held for treatment by the cult leader. She realizes this is her chance to make amends and finally live up to the forgotten hunter's oath. The scavenger partner promises to rescue the kids, urging the civilians to run while she handles the danger. One of the cult staff members panics, screaming for her master as the entire ritual site begins destabilizing. The masked leader walks calmly, while his subordinates freak out over the mana stone holding his stolen power. They beg for forgiveness, admitting they failed to notice the intruder before the situation spiraled out of control. Our boy Minu is absolutely fuming, realizing he fell for their trash-tier tricks and was completely fooled. He senses a massive surge of mana and decides that destroying the core is the only way forward. It is a real shame he has to pass up a good fight, but survival takes priority right now. After everything he went through to get this human body, he refuses to let it all end here. With a single decisive strike, he shatters the mana stone, sending shards flying as the energy finally erupts. A massive blast consumes the room, signaling the end of the cult's primary power source and their miracle. Minu prepares for the next phase of his plan, while debris from the shattered stone rains down. He looks up to see Jiwan plummeting through a massive hole in the ceiling like a broken doll. Jiwan is completely drained and realizes he doesn't even have enough mana left to stop his own fall. Our boy just sighs, thinking these magic casters are utterly useless when things actually get messy. He flinches as the pressure intensifies, knowing he has to move fast before the situation gets even worse. High above, the cult's subordinates watch coldly as the exhausted hunter falls toward the dark floor below. These trash-tier zealots show zero emotion, clearly done with anyone who can't serve their master's twisted purpose. Jiwan is totally dumbfounded, staring into the abyss as he prepares for a very painful impact. Minu lets out a frustrated roar, annoyed that he has to play the hero for this reckless kid. He leaps into the air with a burst of strength, reaching out to snag the falling hunter mid-flight. Minu doesn't hesitate, swinging his spear to clear a path through the obstacles in his way. Jiwan screams out the Demon King's name, realizing he's the only one who can stop this fatal plunge. Our boy spins with predatory grace, his eyes locked onto the targets trying to intercept his rescue mission. Suddenly, the ground erupts as a massive spike rises, threatening to impale them both during their descent. Jiwan grunts in pain as the sheer pressure of the fall nearly crushes the breath out of him. These cultists aren't human anymore, their eyes glowing with a sinister light as they corner the reincarnated king. Metal clangs against magic as Minu holds his ground, refusing to let these trash-tier zealots slow him down. He exhales slowly, focusing his demonic perception to find the perfect opening in their coordinated defense. With a sudden lunge, he drives his weapon forward, cutting right through the heart of their assault. The zealots glare back with hollow black eyes, proving they are nothing more than empty shells for their master. Minu clashes with the cultists, their limbs twisting like serpents as they try to overwhelm our boy. Jiwan lies there dumbfounded, the impact of the fall leaving him gasping for air against the cold stone. He watches the chaotic battle from below, certain that if this keeps up, he won't survive the night. Minu doesn't give them an inch, weaving through their supernatural strikes with the precision of a true king. Suddenly, Jiwan feels a shift in the mana, his eyes widening as he realizes the situation is changing. He scrambles to his feet, refusing to be just another victim in this twisted ritual of the Papilio order. Our boy sticks the landing, his spear vibrating from the force of repelling those trash-tier enforcers. The identical cultists step forward in unison, their hollow eyes fixed on the intruder who dared disrupt them. A new presence descends, the heavy thud of his boots signaling the arrival of the man pulling strings. The masked healer finally shows his face, mockingly admitting that our boy actually managed to get him good. The cult leader finally drops the act, mockingly admitting he definitely underestimated the power of the legendary Baphomet. Minu just stares back with cold eyes, fully aware that this trash-tier healer is hiding a much nastier form. A violent rumble shakes the foundation, signaling that the sanctuary's mana is becoming dangerously unstable. Feeling the floor buckle beneath her, the scavenger partner realizes the shockwave from the battle is tearing the building apart. She ignores the danger, desperately searching the dark corridors for the children the cult was using as leverage. Out of the shadows, a terrified girl appears, her small frame trembling from the sheer weight of the demonic pressure. She quickly moves to comfort the child, asking if she's hurt while trying to keep her own fear in check. Looking at the girl's hollow expression, she realizes the cult's miracles were nothing more than a sick, twisted illusion. The girl points toward the darkness, confirming that the rest of the victims are still trapped further inside. Taking the child's hand, she starts the trek out, praying they can escape before the entire place collapses. Our girl freezes as her gaze finally lands on the hidden chamber where the cult kept their leverage. She finds the victims huddled in the dark, looking like hollow shells after being drained by the sanctuary. She promises to lead them back to their parents, desperate to get them away from this nightmare. Suddenly, the canine monster looms over them, its massive frame and glowing red eyes radiating a lethal pressure. Instead of screaming, she starts to cry, realizing the beast isn't just some random trash-tier summon. She calls out to Hoxiol, realizing her old friend was twisted into this monstrous form by the Order. Her mind flashes back to a brighter day at the pet store before the tower ruined everything. She recalls the warning that the small pup would eventually grow far too large for a normal home. Back then, the civilians and children only saw a cute animal, never imagining the power it truly held. It was just a regular outing for these people, a memory of peace that feels like a lifetime ago. A random customer walks in looking for a small puppy, totally oblivious to the power lurking nearby. The staff just goes through the motions, treating these future legends like basic retail stock. Outside, the winter chill settles in, a quiet backdrop to a moment that will eventually turn bloody. The shop sign jingles as the door opens, signaling the start of a bond cut from different cloth. There he is, the future beast, looking like a harmless pup despite the lethal pressure in his gaze. The scavenger partner steps inside next, her mind set on finding a dog to keep her company. She scans the room, hoping to find a spark of warmth in a world that is growing colder. She notices the husky is a bit big for his age, but his cuteness wins her over instantly. Staring into those unique eyes, she decides right then and there that he is the one. She offers her hand to the little beast, never imagining he would one day become a terrifying monster. The scavenger partner reaches out with a smile, asking the little guy to finally come home with her. Our boy stares back with those unique eyes, wondering if this human is actually cut from different cloth. A flicker of ancient, predatory instinct flashes in his gaze as he weighs the benefits of this arrangement. He decides to play along, masking his god-tier potential behind a facade of innocent, puppy-like curiosity. Now settled in, he sits patiently by the door, waiting for the only human who showed him kindness. Every noise in the hallway makes him perk up, his loyalty slowly anchoring him to this new life. When she finally returns and calls his name, Huxal, he can't help but feel a spark of joy. He lets out a happy pant, perfectly content to play the part of a loyal companion for now. He even offers a paw, sealing a bond that neither of them realizes will lead to future tragedy. Meanwhile, in the shadows, terrified victims huddle together as the Papilio Order continues its dark, ritualistic experiments. A heavy stomp echoes through the darkness, signaling that the situation is about to get incredibly messy. The scavenger partner freezes in place, feeling a sudden, crushing pressure that makes her heart sink. Sweat beads on her face as she realizes the harmless puppy she adopted is anything but ordinary. Hyuksal lets out a bone-chilling howl, his form shifting into something far more predatory and ancient. His eyes glint with a murderous red light, proving he is definitely not just some trash-tier pet. Panicked, the girl tries to bolt, but her instincts tell her she is already trapped in a nightmare. Her eyes widen in pure terror when she finally glimpses the true nature of the power before her. She stands dumbfounded as the reality of her situation crashes down, leaving her feeling completely vulnerable. Our boy steps forward with his spear, noting that he smells a familiar, dark scent coming from her. The cult leader just smirks, claiming that Minu is not acting out of justice, but something much darker. The cult leader smirks, claiming he sees far more darkness than light swirling within our boy's eyes. Minu isn't buying the act, calling him a trash-tier pervert who hides behind a fake mask of divinity. The blonde-haired snake insists he only wants to join in on what he calls a noble deed. Our boy just laughs at the irony, wondering what a total sleazeball could possibly know about being noble. Losing his patience, the leader decides it's time to silence Minus' annoying mouth once and for all. Minu fires back, saying he'd much rather rip that smug face right off the cult leader's head. He explains that his own brand of evil is immaculate and merciless, unlike the leader's filthy, fake version. Without another word, our boy pounces forward with his spear, eager to prove just how dark he can get. The identical staff members stand their ground as the air grows heavy with the scent of impending slaughter. The leader stands firm, his smug expression showing he is more than ready for the upcoming clash. Minu gets blasted back as the room explodes, realizing he severely underestimated the power hidden within that mutt. A massive thud shakes the floor when the beast's heavy paw slams down, signaling the start of a nightmare. The transformed husky towers over the cult leader and his staff, its presence radiating pure, unadulterated bloodlust. It glares at the man who controlled it, its mind consumed by a singular, primal urge to kill him. Our boy looks over to see the scavenger woman trembling, her body broken and bleeding from the sudden transformation. She weeps while pleading for Minu to slay the canine, unable to bear seeing her companion become a monster. The beast lashes out with a savage swipe, its claws cutting through the air like giant, jagged razors. Minu braces for impact as the monster smashes into him, testing the limits of his reinforced human body. Realizing he needs a better angle, our boy leaps into the air to avoid being pinned against the rubble. He dives back into the fray, his spear clashing against the lunging beast in a high-stakes game of death. Minu moves like a blur, his demonic instincts kicking in as he maneuvers through the chaotic debris. He clenches his fist, channeling his overwhelming strength into a single, concentrated point of impact. Our boy slams his fist down, shattering the ground to create a shockwave and disrupt the beast's footing. He finds himself staring right into the abyss of the monster's throat as it tries to swallow him whole. The massive beast doesn't let up, lunging forward with a speed that defies its hulking, shadowy frame. Its red eyes glow with a feral hunger, the creature completely lost to its new, monstrous nature. Minu rockets into the air, positioning himself above the beast to deliver a decisive, god-tier strike. He grips his spear with white-knuckled intensity, ready to end this tragic transformation once and for all. With a savage jab, he drives the blade deep into the monster's hide to halt its rampage. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eyes, leaving him dumbfounded by an unexpected skill activation. A shadow shield suddenly manifests around the beast, protecting the very target our boy is trying to kill. He feels his mana being hijacked by the system, leaving him completely dumbfounded as his plan falls apart. The monster erupts with a shadow needle barrage, turning Minu's own twisted power against him in a swarm. He spins his spear in a frantic blur, deflecting the lethal spikes as they whistle past his head. With a quick burst of speed, he slips through the gaps in the attack to find an opening. The creature slams its massive claw down, and Minu strains every muscle to block the crushing weight. A faint crack resonates through the shaft, signaling that his trash-tier equipment has finally reached its limit. He stares in pure horror, realizing he is about to lose much more than just the fight. He remembers the Keha staff member's cheerful warning about the soul-crushing costs of damaging the agency's gear. The spear snaps in half, leaving him weaponless and facing a debt even scarier than the monster. The Frostwolf lunges with predatory hunger, slamming into the earth and sending shockwaves through the entire floor. Jiwanbong can only watch in pure disbelief, dumbfounded that the legendary Baphomet is actually the one fighting. Suddenly, two members of the cult staff descend upon him, their presence feeling colder than the dungeon itself. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact zone, turning the surrounding area into a chaotic mess of flying debris. These trash-tier cultists look down with hollow eyes, clearly viewing our boy as nothing more than a nuisance. Before things get worse, a pair of demon mobs swoop in and scoop the injured hunter into the air. Jiwan trembles and desperately orders his summons to get him to safety while he still has mana left. He scoffs at the idea of helping Baphomet, knowing that the lucky bastard always finds a way to survive. Coughing up blood, he realizes he is only in this life-threatening mess because of that demonic freak's reckless actions. The insectoid demons make a quick exit, carrying their unconscious master far away from the center of the storm. The trash-tier demon shrieks in absolute terror, desperately calling out for his master as the battlefield turns into chaos. The cult leader remains chillingly calm, ordering the minions to evacuate their lord while he handles the situation himself. He casts a sharp glance toward the destruction, his eyes filled with the arrogance of a man holding all cards. Standing before the massive barrier, he prepares to unleash a surge of mana that puts every hunter here to shame. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, signaling that the real fight is only just beginning for our boy. A massive claw slams into the ground with a heavy rumble, sending a clear message that death has arrived. Minucha finds himself completely dumbfounded, as a giant, red-eyed wolf looms over him like a literal shadow of death. The scavenger girl reaches out to pet the beast, softly calling its name to keep the monster under her thumb. She reminds the creature that they need to finish this mission so their family can finally live together again. With a hauntingly sweet smile, she asks the beast if it truly understands the blood they are about to spill. The scavenger girl gives the order to finish our boy off while he is pinned against the wall. But Minucha isn't going out like a trash-tier extra, his eyes flashing with a lethal red glint. He tightly clenches his fist, gathering the raw mana needed to finally turn the tables on this beast. He delivers a massive punch that echoes through the area, striking the monster with his god-tier strength. The impact is so heavy that the giant creature goes sliding backward across the rough, broken ground. It quickly regains its footing, looking even more pissed off than it was just a few moments ago. Our boy decides that weapons are just dead weight and prepares to fight with only his bare hands. He raises his guard and settles into a combat stance, looking completely unfazed by the creature's massive size. He confidently dares the beast to come at him, choosing to settle this score with his fists instead. The canine monster responds with a bone-chilling roar, ready to swallow him whole in a fit of rage. Our boy winds up, channeling his former Demon King mana into a single, devastating fist. He connects with a heavy thwack, proving that trash-tier monsters are no match for his raw strength. The beast is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how a mere human can hit with such overwhelming force. It tries to lunge back in desperation, but its movements are sluggish compared to his refined instincts. Minu catches it with a perfectly timed kick, sending its massive head snapping back with a loud whack. He doesn't let up for a second, following through with a bash that rattles the creature's very soul. Another heavy pow lands, and it becomes clear that this predator has finally met its match. He stares it down with cold eyes, showing no mercy to a creature that dared to challenge him. The once terrifying monster begins to tremble, finally realizing the true identity of the monster standing before it. It lets out a pathetic whimper, its spirit completely broken by our boy's god-tier physical dominance. Minu just keeps raining down blows, turning the once mighty beast into a literal punching bag. Our boy's eyes glow with a cold, predatory light as he completely locks onto his target. Every strike lands with bone-shattering force, leaving the creature with no room to even breathe. He focuses his perception to the limit, making sure not a single opening goes to waste. The beast's vision begins to blur as it realizes its life is finally flashing before its eyes. Despite the desperate command to kill him, the monster is sent flying by a massive shockwave of mana. Minu lands perfectly on his feet, ready to end this trash-tier fight once and for all. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a domain called Forest of Shadows traps him in a dark, twisted reality. He senses a lethal presence creeping up from the darkness, realizing he is no longer the only predator. Before he can even react, a sudden slash tears through the air, catching him completely off guard. Minu stares at the fresh wounds on his arm, dumbfounded that something actually managed to draw his blood. Suddenly, the entire space is carved up by a relentless barrage of blindingly fast and lethal slashes. Our boy barely manages to tilt his head back, as a massive blade of mana whistles past him. He realizes the source is a massive frost wolf, a beast manifesting from the shadows to hunt him. Minu stays on the move, knowing that standing still in this twisted domain is a literal death sentence. Even with blood spurting from his wounds, he keeps his cool and analyzes the predator's erratic patterns. The air itself seems to turn into a meat grinder as more slashes rain down from every direction. He clenches his fist, preparing to counterattack despite the overwhelming pressure of the beast's cold presence. The spectral wolf lunges with bone-crushing force, slamming into him before he can even find an opening. As he is sent reeling, Minu realizes that if he doesn't adapt, he is going to lose an arm. Our boy decides he's had enough fun, and finally activates his signature Lord Baphomet skill. The system locks onto the Frost Wolf, boosting his adrenaline as he marks the beast for death. He takes to the sky, looking down at the predator that thought it had the upper hand. Minu dances through a lethal web of mana slashes, narrowly avoiding the wolf's snapping jaws. He dives back into the fray with blinding speed, ready to show this construct real power. The spectral beast looks up, realizing too late that the hunter has become the ultimate predator. With a cold gaze, he decides it is finally time to put an end to this game. His hand erupts in a violent inferno, the air screaming as his demonic mana ignites. He plunges toward the wolf's head, channeling a massive gigablaze to incinerate everything in sight. The flames swallow the beast whole, proving that trash-tier constructs can't handle a real Demon King. A massive explosion rips through the air as Gigablaze finally connects with its target. The spectral wolf lets out a bone-chilling scream as the demonic flames begin to melt its very existence. Our boy doesn't hold back, shouting for the trash-tier construct to finally stay down and burn. The beast's cries of agony fill the training hall, proving that data-replicated monsters are no match for real power. Watching from the sidelines, the scavenger partner coldly commands her beast to kill the hunter, despite the overwhelming fire. The creature's glowing eye reflects the absolute terror of a predator that has finally realized it is actually the prey. Her partner stands nearby with his arms crossed, still foolishly believing their pet can somehow turn the tide. The wolf's final screams echo through the inferno as the system's mana begins to dissipate into thin air. The woman remains focused on the kill, her mind already planning how to loot the remains once the fire dies. She issues a final, ruthless order for the canine to strike, unaware that her prized toy is already finished. Minu realizes too late that the burning construct isn't finished, his eyes widening as the beast lunges forward. Hes completely dumbfounded by the monster's speed, realizing his fire didn't pack the punch he actually expected. A sickening crunch echoes through the hall as the wolf's fangs tear through flesh, sending a limb flying. In this moment of agony, our boy's mind drifts back to his brutal days within the abyssal tower. He remembers how relying on dull, trash-tier blades made every single floor a messy, blood-soaked nightmare. Back then, death was just a temporary setback, and Head casually remind his victims they'd just respawn anyway. With a final, savage strike, Head paint the walls red, never caring about the weight of his sins. Even as a Demon King, he found the constant gore and low-quality gear to be utterly repulsive and exhausting. Now, as the wolf pins him down, he laughs at the irony of needing a better weapon right now. He wonders if his life is flashing before his eyes. Annoyed that he's thinking about gear during a struggle, Minu realizes Raven's borrowed skill barely scratched the beast, leaving him in a truly desperate spot. He flinches as the grim reality sets in, that failure here means a total, permanent loss. As the wolf's jaws loom, he regrets naively thinking a single borrowed skill could solve his problems. Our boy grinds his teeth, his body shaking under the pressure of the beast's overwhelming strength. He recalls being harshly reminded that he isn't special, and that death is a very real threat. The staff's advice about buying quality gear rings in his head as he laments his trash-tier equipment. He envisions Raven's legendary power, feeling the massive gap between himself and a true hero. Those glowing blue eyes serve as a mocking reminder of the strength he currently lacks. His heart hammers against his ribs as survival instincts kick in, forcing him to find an opening. The wolf lets out a low growl, preparing to finish the job while Minu's life hangs by a thread. The beast lets out a feral snarl, its massive fangs dripping with saliva as it prepares to lunge. Our boy barely manages to jam his leg into its maw, desperately holding back those bone-crushing jaws. He grits his teeth, knowing that if his strength wavers for even a second, he's basically dog food. With a sudden burst of desperation, he delivers a heavy blow that sends the monster reeling back. Standing battered and bloodied, he realizes his current trash-tier approach isn't going to cut it against this thing. He calls out for his inventory, searching for anything that can tip the scales in his favor. After being slammed into the dirt, he curses himself for foolishly relying on someone else's borrowed power. He decides it's time to stop playing around and fight the way he always used to. His finger hovers over a specific icon, ready to unleash the one weapon he knows best. He remembers Raven standing tall, wielding the very blade that once ended his life at his peak. Minu realizes Raven's sword is top tier, far better than any trash-tier rental gear he's used before. But the problem is, he's currently busy trying not to get shredded by the massive frost wolf. Our boy locks in, knowing he needs that legendary blade to survive this nightmare evaluation. Suddenly, the system shuts him down, coldly stating that the item is currently locked and unusable. He desperately tries to force the unlock, while the beast relentlessly hunts him across the snowy field. After taking a beating, he plants his feet, refusing to let a mere construct break his spirit. He stands his ground against the towering predator, finally ready to face it on his own terms. The wolf glares back with murderous intent, sensing that its prey has suddenly stopped running. Minu stares right back into its soul, warning the monster that it's about to regret ever existing. A blinding flash of mana erupts as he prepares to unleash a strike that'll end this fight. The frost wolf lunges for the kill, but our boy is already weighing the cost of his life. Deep within the system's void, a legendary blade starts rattling against its ancient, glowing chains. A sinister chuckle echoes through the darkness as the weapon senses a worthy soul finally reaching out. Suddenly, a massive burst of mana shatters the evaluation's limits, catching everyone completely off guard. Minu doesn't flinch, even when the sentient blade mocks him and compares him to some previous brat. The entity reveals its true nature as an ego weapon, one that's been waiting for this exact moment. It decides to grant him temporary access, acknowledging his past life as the legendary Baphomet. Our boy stands there dumbfounded, never expecting a piece of gear to actually talk back to him. He suspects the lazy goddess is behind this, imagining her watching the chaos while snacking on popcorn. The demon sword finally manifests, claiming it will take whatever shape its master desires to win this fight. Minu pauses for a second, processing the fact that this sentient blade is actually asking him for a preference. The ego weapon pulses with mana, demanding to know exactly what kind of killing tool our boy wants. Instead of overthinking it, Minu just flashes a predatory grin, showing he is ready to get back to work. He tells the blade that aesthetics do not matter, as long as the weapon is big and hits hard. The virtual wolf construct lunges forward, smashing the floor into pieces in a desperate attempt to crush him. The beast is left dumbfounded when it realizes its massive paw did not catch anything but the floor. Our boy has already taken to the skies, manifesting a wicked red blade that hums with dark energy. Suddenly, the system kicks in, activating his weapon steal skill and boosting his stats based on his proficiency. He leaps even higher, looking down at the trash-tier construct like a predator about to end its existence. With his eyes glowing a lethal red, Minu prepares to show this simulation the true power of a king. The virtual beast charges with everything it has, but it's clearly outclassed by a real predator. Minu doesn't even blink, delivering a clean slash that cuts through the construct's thick mana hide. Dark blood sprays everywhere as the wolf realizes this isn't just another training exercise. The beast's eyes widen in shock, feeling a level of pain it was never programmed to handle. Our boy just smirks, enjoying the sensation of the hunt and the weight of his new blade. He doesn't let up for a second, pivoting to deliver another devastating strike to the creature's flank. The wolf is completely overwhelmed, unable to keep up with the speed of a former tower master. Their powers collide in a massive burst of energy that shakes the entire simulation chamber. Minu hits the ground with enough force to shatter the floor, his body humming with demonic power. Without wasting a breath, he launches himself back into the fray to finish this trash-tier fight. The frost wolf lunges forward, desperate to reclaim its dominance in this digital arena. But our boy is already airborne, moving with a grace that defies his current human shell. He locks onto his target, his sharp eyes seeing every opening in the creature's mana-infused defense. His blade becomes a blur of steel, deflecting the beast's desperate counterattacks with effortless precision. The wolf lets out a pained howl as it realizes its predator status has been revoked. Minu lets out a roar of his own, pouring his demonic intent into every single movement. He carves through the wolf's thick hide, treating the high-level construct like absolute trash-tier fodder. A massive slash tears through the simulation, proving that the former tower master is back in business. He doesn't stop there, delivering another lethal slice that begins to dismantle the wolf's data-driven form. Landing firmly on the ground, he prepares to end this farce once and for all. Minu slams the beast down, making it clear that his strength is on a whole different level. With his eyes glowing with demonic intent, our boy readies his blade for the finishing blow. He delivers a strike so brutal it tears through the wolf's mana, painting the simulation in digital blood. The creature lets out a pathetic shriek, finally realizing it's nothing more than a toy to him. Meanwhile, the scavenger partner recalls a single warning that changes everything she thought she knew. She remembers the mention of a true canine, a beast that shouldn't even exist in this world. A primal, demonic eye watches from the void, sensing the massive surge of power coming from Minu. Ignoring the distractions, our boy leaps into the air to bring down the hammer of justice. The wolf can only tremble in fear as it watches its inevitable demise approach from above. Minu dives down like a falling star, intent on erasing this trash-tier construct from existence. The frost wolf snarls in a final, desperate attempt to survive, its red eyes burning with primal terror. Back in the real world, the scavenger partner is pulled into a deep memory of a familiar voice. She vividly remembers being told that she can finally stop fighting and let her heavy burdens go. The wolf's gaze remains fixed on the predator before it, sensing the end is only seconds away. Minu delivers a crushing blow that shatters the simulation, slicing the trash-tier wolf into glowing digital ribbons. Watching from the darkness, the canine monster narrows its eyes as it witnesses our boy's overwhelming power. Its pupils dilate as it processes the scene, perhaps recognizing the scent of a true king among monsters. The beast stands firm, its own name echoing through its mind as it reflects on its hidden past. It recalls the silhouettes of its old crew waving and calling for it to hurry up and come home. For a fleeting second, the monster's fierce expression melts away, replaced by the face of a loyal companion. The beast finally realizes that its long, lonely struggle has come to an end. It decides it doesn't need to keep pushing through this digital nightmare anymore. As the simulation dissolves, the loyal creature finds the peace it always craved. It walks toward the light where its old crew is waiting with open arms. Suddenly, the somber atmosphere is shattered by a violent burst of speed. Our boy closes the distance in a flash, leaving nothing but a trail of mana. Minu delivers a heavy strike that sends the white-haired elite reeling back. Leon just smiles, seemingly impressed that our boy actually managed to land a hit. Minu mocks his flashy robe and asks if he's ready for his turn. Rewinding a few hours, Leon laughs while questioning who the real exhibitionist is here. Minu doesn't hesitate and launches a brutal slash that catches the elite hunter completely off guard. Leon's smug expression finally cracks as he realizes our boy isn't just some trash-tier amateur. The impact draws blood, making the guiding spirit scream out in absolute terror for her master. Leon retaliates with a massive spectral snake, desperate to reclaim control of the chaotic fight. Minu grinds his teeth and holds his ground, refusing to let the manifestation crush him. With a burst of raw power, he shatters the summon and dives straight for the kill. The spirit can only watch in horror, her eyes filled with rage and disbelief at his strength. Our boy delivers a final, crushing blow that sends Leon slamming hard into the dirt. He looks down at the defeated duo and coldly tells them to stay down like clowns. Standing amidst the rubble, Minu radiates a terrifying aura that proves he's on a different level. Minu looms over Leon, his heavy blade ready to end this pathetic struggle once and for all. The elite hunter finally realizes he's completely outclassed, his face pale as he stares at the monster. Our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, launching himself forward with blinding, predatory speed. A single, clean strike cuts through the air, proving that Leon's defenses are basically trashed here. Leon stands frozen in disbelief, a thin line of blood marking the moment his pride was shattered. Suddenly, his body begins to flutter away into golden butterflies, revealing this was just another annoying trick. Minu keeps his guard up, knowing a rat like this wouldn't go down without one last gimmick. Multiple figures begin to manifest from the light, surrounding our boy in a desperate attempt at containment. He finds himself trapped in a circle of clones, each one radiating a fake, shimmering power. Leon activates his ultimate domain, hoping that sheer numbers can finally bring the former Tower Master down. Leon mocks Minu, wishing Head found him sooner so they could have had some real fun together. He laments that things have to end this way, while his golden mana begins to swirl dangerously. The rat starts multiplying, using his dimensional magic to create even more annoying copies of himself. Minu doesn't hesitate for a second, spinning through the air with his blade to clear the shimmering trash. Our boy remains unfazed by the light show, keeping his eyes peeled for the real target among clones. Leon continues his mind games, wondering aloud if it's truly too late for them to find common ground. The clones crowd him, whispering about giving up the fight and just surrendering to pure pleasure instead. The golden mana shifts again as Leon prepares to pull another pathetic trick out of his sleeve. He shifts his form into a beautiful woman, trying to use seduction to catch our boy off guard. Minu isn't buying the act, telling him to piss off before unleashing a massive slash to end it. Leon just laughs like a maniac, his hand glowing as he prepares to escalate this trash-tier mind game. He mocks our boy's stubbornness, claiming it's a total waste for someone with his potential to keep resisting. Minu keeps swinging through the illusions while Leon desperately begs him to actually think about the offer. The rat suggests that reaching a climax of pleasure is far better than shedding blood in this fight. He leans in close with a smug grin, whispering that this special opportunity is being offered only to him. With a predatory glint in his eye, Leon finally drops the act and offers him a contract of servitude. Our boy isn't having it, piercing Leon's defense and striking him squarely in the chest while telling him to shove it. Leon is completely dumbfounded, reeling from the critical hit as he realizes his dimensional trickery just failed him miserably. He desperately wonders how Minu pinpointed his real body or if it was just some insane stroke of luck. But seeing that cold, glowing red eye, Leon realizes our boy saw through his pathetic illusions from the start. Minus blade cuts deep as Leon realizes it wasn't luck, but pure, terrifying instinct that found him. The A-class hunter crashes to the ground, utterly defeated and face down in the rubble. He struggles to get up, his mind still reeling from how easily his ultimate domain was shattered. But just as he's about to be finished, a massive demonic serpent erupts from the ground, roaring for its master. The beast smashes down with incredible force. But our boy is already airborne, easily dodging the attack. It tries to wrap him up in its coils, a last-ditch effort to protect its fallen master. The serpent opens its massive jaws, questioning where he thinks he's going as it tries to swallow him whole. But Minu is just too fast, using the monster's own head as a launch pad to leap even higher. He lands perfectly on its skull, poised right between those glowing crimson eyes. With a final, devastating blow, he smashes his sword straight through its head. Minu raises his blade high, pouring every ounce of his demonic strength into this one, final, decisive strike. The blade connects with a sickening thwack, carving right through the beast's thick, mana-reinforced hide. As the massive creature begins to slump, our boy effortlessly glides through the air, completely unfazed by the carnage. He touches down with the grace of a predator, his dark aura flickering as the serpent's life force fades. The twin-headed monstrosity can only watch in silence as its physical form finally gives up the ghost. Minu doesn't even look back, coldly telling the trash-tier summon to just get lost and stay dead. The light fades from the serpent's crimson eyes, realizing it never stood a chance against a former tower master. It lets out one last pathetic hiss, its massive jaws agape as the reality of its defeat sets in. A fountain of blood erupts into the air, painting the battlefield red as the creature is completely torn apart. With a heavy thud, the giant falls, leaving our boy standing alone amidst the wreckage of his enemy. Minu stands tall, his body radiating a terrifying heat as he stares down his pathetic, broken opponent. He looms over the fallen hunter, his massive blade ready to end this one-sided farce for good. Nearby, the mangled remains of the serpent twitch in the dirt, its master's life force rapidly draining away. The dying beast looks on, realizing its sacrifice was utterly meaningless against a monster of this caliber. Minu brings his blade inches from the brat's face, the cold steel signaling his impending doom. Silence hangs heavy in the air as our boy waits for any last words from the trash-tier elite. Suddenly, flashes of a life he never lived flood his mind, showing him being slaughtered by this bastard. He feels the phantom sting of every wound and the agonizing heat of flames from a forgotten timeline. Memories of standing atop a mountain of corpses become crystal clear, fueling a rage he cannot ignore. Minu ignites his blade, swearing he'll make sure this hunter never gets the chance to kill him again. Jihuanbang is a total wreck, his elite status failing to save him from this absolute beatdown. The atmosphere shifts as a dark, primal hunger begins to radiate from the dying summon nearby. The demonic serpent erupts in a violent burst of mana, refusing to go down without a fight. Our boy is visibly annoyed, cursing the persistent pests that just won't let him finish the job. His eyes lock onto the beast, realizing this trash-tier creature is about to do something incredibly stupid. The massive serpent looms over its broken master, its jaws gaping wide to reclaim its borrowed power. Minu realizes the beast is trying to steal his kill and screams in pure, unadulterated rage. The creature prepares for a final chomp, its predatory instincts overriding any sense of loyalty it had. Refusing to let his prize be snatched away, our boy launches himself off the scorched earth. He leaps into the air with his blade raised, determined to show this snake who really owns this battlefield. Minu Cha dives straight for the serpent's head, refusing to let this trash-tier summon ruin his hunt. The beast desperately calls out to its sister, sensing its end is near, as our boy closes the gap. With a thunderous smash, Minu's blade connects, sending the massive creature reeling back in pure agony. The serpent's fangs snap shut on nothing but air, as it realizes it's completely outmatched by the former king. Our boy's eyes burn with a cold fury, his mind focused only on obliterating everything in his path. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, consuming the serpent in a blinding flash of destructive mana. Silence falls over the battlefield as the dust settles, leaving nothing but shattered stone and rising smoke. Minu slowly rises from the wreckage, his body battered but his spirit far from broken. He turns to see Jihuanbang standing there, now in a female form and laughing at the chaotic mess. Jihuan mocks his efforts, saying it's a shame he tried so hard when there was absolutely nothing he could do. Jiwon mocks Minu, claiming a trash-tier hunter like him could never interfere with her master's divine scheme. Instead of breaking, our boy just starts to chuckle, the irony of the situation finally hitting him. His laughter turns into a full-blown hysterical roar as he shakes with a dark, uncontrollable energy. Jiwon looks on, genuinely dumbfounded, wondering if the pressure finally caused his mind to snap. But the laughter stops instantly, replaced by a cold, murderous intent that chills the very air. His gaze locks onto her, his demonic perception pinpointing every weakness in her transformed state. In a blur of speed, he lunges forward, his blade cutting through the air with a lethal whistle. Jiwon can barely process the strike, her voice trembling as she desperately calls out for her master's protection. With one eye burning a hellish red, Minu commits to a strike meant to end this farce. Blood sprays across the ruins as his blade finds its mark, leaving no room for further mockery. Minu grips his blade tight, his hands slick with blood as the exhaustion finally starts to set in. He lets out a pained, breathless curse, his body pushed to its absolute limit after the fight. Our boy collapses onto his sword, gasping for air amidst the wreckage of the battle. Even through the haze of pain, his demonic eye flickers with a lingering, predatory heat. He lets out a primal roar that echoes through the ruins, venting his pure frustration. Later, Jae-ha questions the story, asking if he really had no choice but to fight the staff. Minu sits in the interrogation chair, looking bored, while the director demands he take things seriously. He dismissively says he doesn't care if he's believed, noting that Taeyong should have already briefed him. Jae-uk reminds him that his only job was to report and retreat when things got dangerous. Minu just stares off, claiming the situation spiraled before his senses could even pick it up. Jae-ha narrows his eyes, questioning how someone with Minu's god-tier skills could possibly fail to read the room. Our boy just sits there with a cold, unreadable expression, letting the director's accusations wash right over him. The director recalls the golden rule that suppressing powerful hunters is a gamble that requires a perfect balance. He starts to worry that he might have been too soft, giving Minu far too much leeway lately. In his mind, a hunter who constantly acts out of line and ignores orders is a liability he can't afford. He firmly believes that a hunting dog refusing to follow its master's lead eventually needs to be put down. If he doesn't nip this rebellion in the bud now, Minu might become a monster he can no longer control. Suddenly, the air in the room shifts as a radiant, ethereal figure begins to manifest out of thin air. Jae-uk is left completely dumbfounded, as his cold calculations are shattered by this impossible, glowing presence. The companion spirit materializes fully, standing guard over our boy as if daring anyone to lay a finger on him. The spirit's hand reaches out, its ethereal glow signaling a power far beyond any human hunter. The companion hovers over Jae-uk, her presence a silent warning that his schemes won't go unpunished. Outside the interrogation room, the quack doctor is losing her cool and demands they open the door. She and her hunter associate are fuming, ready to tear the place down to get to their patient. A rogue agent blocks their path, insisting that unauthorized personnel aren't allowed near the high-threat survivor. The doctor snaps back, claiming Minu belongs to her guild and won't let them drag him away. Agent Ma remains unfazed, reminding her that he was the one who assigned Minu to her trash-tier guild. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses as she realizes these government suits are playing a dangerous game. Ma wonders if she actually thinks she has any leverage against the power of the rogue unit. When she threatens to leak everything to the news, the agent's expression shifts into something much colder. The quack doctor goes nuclear, threatening to cause a massive public scene if they don't open the door. She screams for our boy Minu while Agent Ma and her associate realize she's completely lost her mind. Inside the room, Director Ha is sprawled on the floor in total shock, while Minu sits there unbothered. Ha is completely dumbfounded, screaming about a ghost while his mind struggles to process the terrifying spiritual encounter. Later, the doctor brings up the urban legend of the system spirit to see if Ha saw it. Ha describes the inhuman white-haired woman he saw, clearly still haunted by her cold and terrifying presence. The doctor jokingly asks if the ghost was pretty, but Ha is too busy nursing his shattered nerves. Turns out she saw the red system window too, confirming that something supernatural is definitely protecting their patient. She asks if the system threatened him, but Ha knows the warning he received was much more personal. The spirit's message was clear. If he tries to kill Minu, it will only result in his own destruction. The system window delivers a final, chilling decree that Minu will serve the director's desires just like hers. Director Ha sits in silence, wondering if that terrifying spirit actually knew exactly what he was secretly after. He feels like she was trying to persuade him, though the doctor remains skeptical of his ghostly claims. Meanwhile, our boy Minu stands outside his home, his presence alone marking him as something truly special. Jiwon is caught completely off guard when he sees the former tower master return to the slums so soon. He immediately starts sucking up, pointing out Minu's healed arm and bragging about cleaning the house as ordered. Minu doesn't say a word, walking past the trash-tier brat who clearly fears his master's cold wrath. Jiwan starts sweating, making pathetic excuses about being out of mana to justify why he abandoned the fight. He tries to play it off as a minor setback, claiming they will surely get their target next time. Minu tells him to shut his mouth just as a demonic laugh echoes, leaving Jiwan absolutely dumbfounded and terrified. A legendary sentient blade suddenly tears through the air, announcing its long-awaited and dramatic return to the world. It demands an audience with Baphomet for some unfinished business, while Minu and Jiwan watch the artifact float. The weapon claims it only lent its power before, and now requires a test of worthiness from him. It keeps yapping about seeing the limits of his power, clearly overestimating its own importance in this reunion. Our boy doesn't care for the theatrics, and simply snatches the trash-tier talker right out of the air. He starts spinning the blade like a cheap propeller, leaving Jiwan dumbfounded while the sword shrieks in shock. Minu decides to turn up the heat, using a magnifying glass to scorch the blade until it stings. He immediately follows that up with a plunge into ice water, making the arrogant spirit scream from the cold. Not finished yet, he takes a grinder to the metal, ignoring the sword's desperate pleas to protect its sheen. After the brutal maintenance session, silence finally returns to the slums as the noisy weapon learns its place. The trash-tier ego weapon finally breaks, begging for mercy and admitting our boy is the true boss. Minu demands some respect, making the trembling blade address him as Sir Baphomet, while Jiwan watches in awe. When Jiwan wonders why a sword can feel pain, the weapon explains it only hurts when the master strikes. It turns out the blade's very essence is shaped by the user's stats, disposition, and even their combat playstyle. The sword admits that the user's raw strength has the biggest impact on its own power and personality. Jiwan mentions the legendary Raven was the former master, but the sword finds that hero's style incredibly boring. Apparently, Raven treated it like a basic tool, whereas Mina's versatile mastery makes them a match made in heaven. Just as the sword pledges its loyalty, our boy asks a question that shifts the entire mood of the room. He wants to know whose stats are truly more compatible with the blade, his own or the legendary Raven's. The sudden heavy atmosphere leaves Jiwan sweating, realizing Minu is dead serious about surpassing the hero who defeated him. The sentient sword explains that its satisfaction is purely a reflection of the master's raw, overwhelming stats. It reminds Minu Cha that since he was crushed by Raven, he should know power better than anyone. Jiwan Bong nearly jumps out of his skin when the blade starts calling the legendary hero a pervert. The weapon claims that Raven would have turned those massive serpents into sushi in a single, effortless strike. It vividly recalls the hero's blue flames, a power that felt more like a cold force of nature. In that memory, Raven stands over a pile of ashes, leaving absolutely nothing left of his unfortunate enemies. Back in the present, our boy just stares at the vibrating blade, while Jiwan Bong watches in terror. Jiwan Bong starts sobbing and trembling, convinced that Minu Cha is about to lose his cool and erupt. Minu Cha stays silent, his face hidden in shadow, as he weighs the legacy of his old rival. He finally lets out a tired sigh, seemingly done with the sword's constant comparisons to the past. Minu Cha surprisingly agrees with the sword, admitting that his current human form is indeed ridiculously weak. Jiwan Bong is completely dumbfounded, wondering why a monster like Minu would just accept that trash-tier insult. Our boy clenches the blade, swearing to erase the stain of his past by killing his old rival. His gaze sharpens with a dark intensity as he resolves to become something far greater than ever before. Even the spirit of his old friend seems to echo his burning desire for more power and growth. Suddenly, a system alert confirms that his sheer ambition has caused his stats to spike to abnormal levels. Standing tall, Minu declares his intent to surpass his current limits, while a terrified Jiwan Bong watches on. Meanwhile, the city's civilians go about their lives, totally unaware of the monster growing in their midst. High above the streets, a massive corporate building looms, hiding dark secrets within its many lit windows. Inside, a medical device beeps rhythmically as a fresh bag of blood is prepared for something truly sinister. In a hidden facility, unconscious men are hooked to machines, their life force being drained for something sinister. These test subjects are clearly high-tier specimens, but here, they are just trash-tier fuel for a dark experiment. Staff members move coldly through the ward, ensuring the steady flow of blood continues without any interruptions. Elsewhere, a ripple breaks the surface of a deep, crimson pool as something begins to emerge. A woman with long green hair rises from the gore, looking like a nightmare born from pure slaughter. She stands amidst the blood, her body absorbing the essence of the fallen to mend her broken form. Relaxing in the macabre bath, She seems to savor the feeling of her power returning in heavy waves. A jagged scar marks her face, a grim reminder of a past battle she is not finished with. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, revealing a hypnotic spiral that signals her consciousness has finally returned. Grabbing a weapon, she prepares to hunt, her face twisted into a mask of pure, murderous intent. She wastes no time and fires a round, intending to paint the walls with this intruder's brains. To her surprise, his head bursts into glowing butterflies, revealing the man was just a clever, magical illusion. Loki suddenly materializes behind her, casually stroking her hair while praising her ever-sharp instincts. She looks him in the eye, asking why a high-tier trickster like him has crawled out of the shadows. Flashing a trash-tier smirk, he explains that he has a very specific favor to ask of her. She finds the request intriguing, knowing that anything involving this man usually ends in absolute chaos. Her blood-stained hand reaches out, the weight of her recent slaughter still fresh on her skin. A sudden thud shakes the room as the atmosphere turns heavy with the scent of impending violence. She quickly gains the upper hand, pinning the trickster to the ground to show him her true strength. Cackling with delight, she tells him that his own massive ego finally cost him his divine powers. The green-haired woman demands to know who managed to leave the legendary trickster in such a pathetic, broken state. She leans in close, noting that despite his trash-tier condition, he still possesses those annoying, handsome features. Her spiral pupils flare with a predatory hunger as she weighs the value of his current, desperate situation. She finally steps back, leaving Loki sprawled on the floor like a discarded toy after her initial interrogation. Loki sits up, realizing that even without his divine powers, he can still manipulate this bloodthirsty monster easily. He pulls up a file on Baphomet, claiming he is currently too vulnerable to handle the hunter himself. Flashing a smug grin, Loki knows exactly which buttons to press to send her on a violent collision course. The woman practically squeals with delight, deciding that hunting a legendary demon king sounds like the ultimate thrill. Staring at Minu Cha's profile, she becomes obsessed with his olive skin and the potential taste of his blood. Meanwhile, the internet is losing its mind over rumors that a monster cleared the tower, leaving everyone dumbfounded. A lone witness huffs in frustration, desperate for anyone to believe the terrifying truth he saw with his eyes. His mind is permanently scarred by the memory of what really went down back at the labyrinthine tower. He remembers the Demon King's true form, a horned nightmare covered in glowing white mana markings. Baphomet was no trash-tier boss, appearing like a literal god of destruction that could swallow the world whole. The man remains completely dumbfounded, swearing that the legendary Demon King was definitely present within the abyssal tower. Meanwhile, the morning sun hits a local clinic where our boy is just trying to keep a low profile. Ji-won is practically vibrating with joy after finally scoring a new smartphone to fuel his web novel addiction. Minu just sighs at the kid's excitement, warning him to stop blowing all his cash on digital junk. Ji-won snaps back and calls him a total cheapskate for hoarding money while he's out there risking his life. The two keep bickering over buying an AC unit, with Minu hilariously claiming he's only doing it for the environment. Ji-won mentions the phone was a reward for their recent hunt, when a sudden notification interrupts their bickering. A red system message pops up from the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, asking if they want to read. Minu realizes the demon crystal from the labyrinthine tower boss finally sold at the high-end hunter auction. Both of them freeze in anticipation as they prepare to see the final payout for their dangerous work. Their eyes nearly pop out of their heads when they see the staggering number displayed on the screen. It turns out someone actually dropped 800 million won just to get their hands on that rare crystal. Ji-won is already calculating how many thousands of bowls of pork stew he can buy with this windfall. He excitedly points at a nearby skyscraper, wondering if they finally have enough to buy a luxury apartment. Minu shuts him down immediately, reminding the kid that Seoul real estate is a different kind of monster. Our boy jokingly wonders if Ji-won has a crystal he can harvest, sending the poor kid into a panic. Minu suggests they should actually secure the cash in their hands before they start making any big plans. The pair decides to head to a high-end family restaurant to celebrate their massive 800 million won windfall. The restaurant is already buzzing with excitement, as the regular diners notice a famous hunter in their midst. A fan scrolls through a social media post featuring the legendary Valkyrie, who looks stunning even in casual photos. At a private table, the elite hunters are just complaining about the summer heat and planning their next move. Avane is completely glued to her phone, wondering if she should grab some ice cream for dessert after dinner. She looks totally checked out, clearly finding the burden of her celebrity status more exhausting than a dungeon raid. Her teammate calls the whole situation boring, sensing that the blonde hunter is losing interest in the conversation. Avane leans her head on her hand in frustration, feeling the weight of being the world-renowned hunter Avane. The redhead starts venting about a trash-tier date who spent the entire night bragging about his golf and charity. Yvain vents about some arrogant guy, admitting she actually prefers someone more like our boy. Her friend immediately shuts her down, reminding her that Baphomet already gave her the cold shoulder. Ivane gets defensive, insisting she never actually confessed and can't believe she's being labeled as rejected. She explains she only suggested a celebratory dinner after they conquered the labyrinthine tower together. In her memory, the legendary hunter just stood there, looking confused by the simple invitation. She waited anxiously for an answer while he stood there shirtless, looking like he had zero clue. Instead of a date, he started listing boring chores like rank tests and fixing up his house. He flatly told her he didn't have time, leaving the world-class Valkyrie completely dumbfounded. Her teammates are speechless, wondering if this guy is just dense or has no interest in dating. They start speculating if he's already seeing someone else or if he's just totally oblivious. Judy starts throwing out wild theories, wondering if our boy just prefers the company of men instead. Yvain is visibly annoyed while her friend suggests she might just not be his specific type at all. She keeps pouting, realizing he could have been seeing someone else from the very moment they first met. Meanwhile, the man of the hour is busy focusing on his own path, completely unaware of the drama. Our boy shows up with his reluctant servant in tow, only to be stopped by a familiar face. It turns out to be the Reaper from the Ark Guild, reminding him of their time in the tower. She flashes a bright smile, clearly excited to finally catch up with the legendary hunter outside of combat. She leads them to a high-end establishment called the Heaven, which feels way too fancy for them. Both Minu and his trash-tier servant are sweating bullets, wondering what kind of trap they just walked into. They find themselves at a massive feast, wondering why a ruthless Reaper is suddenly being so generous. The Reaper smiles warmly and tells him to order whatever he likes since she is footing the bill. She explains that she heard about him rescuing everyone from the labyrinthine tower and wanted to show gratitude. Since they finally crossed paths today, she figures this lavish meal is the perfect way to say thanks. Our boy isn't buying the sudden kindness, wondering why a cold-blooded hunter is acting like a long-lost friend. He bluntly asks if she dug into his background, suspecting her friendly act hides a much deeper motive. The atmosphere shifts instantly as her playful expression vanishes, replaced by a gaze that is sharp as a blade. She drops the pleasantries and asks point-blank if he was the one who actually cleared that cursed tower. After being stonewalled by the Ark Guild and the Central Agency, she realized he is the only one left. She admits she lacks hard evidence, so she will not push him if he decides to keep playing dumb. Silence hangs heavy over the expensive pasta, as they both know the truth is far from simple. Reaper flashes a sly smile and mentions she has a very specific favor to ask our boy. Minu looks skeptical when she suggests he should act as her personal mercenary for their next big raid. While Juwon focuses on his meal, she explains she was scouting the Central Agency for a top-tier mercenary. She needs someone with an aggressive style who can instantly assess and dismantle a tower's complex layout. Her gaze intensifies as she hints that he is the mysterious hunter who cleared the labyrinthine tower. When he asks about the danger, she warns him the difficulty is on par with the world's deadliest zones. Minu closes his eyes to weigh the risks, while she offers to settle the specific payment details later. Our boy doesn't miss a beat, and bluntly demands 800 million for his participation in the raid. Jiwon nearly chokes on his food, completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of such a massive price tag. Even the usually composed Reaper is left speechless, realizing our boy is definitely not doing this for charity. Our boy doubles down, claiming that risking his life for her mission is easily worth the massive price. Jiwon looks like he has seen a ghost, while Reaper wonders if Minu is secretly some eccentric rich guy. Their awkward standoff is cut short when a door creaks open, signaling an unexpected and formal interruption. Suited agents burst in, sounding desperate as they apologize for failing to greet their lady properly upon arrival. They offer a deep bow of submission, completely shifting the power dynamic in the middle of the room. When they mention the president is busy, Reaper just shrugs since she sees her uncle every single day. She dismisses the staff with total ease, acting like this level of subservience is just her daily routine. Reaper finally notices their stunned faces and realizes she forgot to mention her family's true status and influence. She casually reveals that her family actually owns the entire luxury hotel where they are currently dining. Our boy and Jiwon are left dumbfounded, realizing the Reaper is playing on a whole different social level. Reaper just tilts her head, wondering why they are acting so weird about her family's massive wealth. Our boy and Jiwon are literally blinded by the sheer radiance of her elite, high-tier social status. In their minds, she's basically a goddess born with a golden spoon, floating in a sea of pure luxury. She quickly changes the subject, excitedly announcing their next big move is raiding the Tower of Sanctum. Elsewhere, Director Ha is losing his mind because someone he thought was finished is still inside that tower. His agent confirms the system still detects signs of life, meaning their heavy investment hasn't kicked the bucket yet. Hes clearly stressed, wondering how the Nebula Guild is reacting to their top members being trapped like rats. Apparently, Guildmaster Vongo is planning a solo rescue mission, which would definitely throw a wrench in Ha's plans. Ha knows that specific hunter must be the one to clear it, or all his dirty money goes poof. He orders his team to intercept the guild and take control since they were the ones who issued the commission. Jaok-ha orders a total lockdown on the Tower of Sanctum, ensuring only his hand-picked pawns get inside. He tells his agent they need A-tiers who are basically trash tier in potential, making them perfectly expendable. Suddenly, a commotion catches his ear as someone nearby starts throwing a fit about the new restrictions. Turns out our boy Minu and the Reaper are currently stuck at the front desk, looking completely dumbfounded. They are desperate for that massive reward and cannot believe they are being blocked from their payday. The poor staffer is practically in tears, desperately hiding behind company policy, while the two hunters loom over her. Just as things get heated, Jaok-ha slides in with a greasy smile, offering to clear the air. Minu immediately senses something is off, giving the director a look that could kill a lesser man. The director cannot help but mock him, calling him a loser before correcting himself to address him as Baphomet. He lays out a deal, suggesting they join his support mission so everyone gets exactly what they want. Minu isn't buying the act for a second, flat out asking the director what kind of scheme he's running. Jaok-ha just keeps that greasy smile plastered on, claiming he's just a humble civil servant training hunters. He even has the nerve to promise he treats every single hunter with the highest level of respect. Our boy can see right through the lies, internally cursing the man for being such a blatant snake. The Reaper wonders why a desk jockey is hiring muscle, then asks who exactly they'll be babysitting. The director reveals the first target is Chiu, a high-ranking heavy hitter from the prestigious Nebula Guild. Next is Nelia, an A-tier summoner who stands as the only woman among the three trapped elites. Minu is visibly stunned when he hears the final name, realizing the last guy is related to a legend. This young hunter's reputation is currently sky-high, making him the most valuable asset in the entire tower. Turns out the man of the hour is Griffin, the younger brother of the legendary hero Raven himself. Minu hears the name Griffin and instantly connects it to the legendary hero he once knew. A sudden, violent memory of a city engulfed in flames begins to surface in his mind. He vividly remembers the screams of terrified people as they tried to escape the unfolding disaster. The earth trembled under the weight of a massive, unseen predator stalking through the smoke. It was a scene of pure carnage where a giant dragon treated the city like a playground. Every movement of the beast sent shockwaves through the streets, crushing vehicles and hope alike. Deep within the darkness of his mind, a voice desperately calls out for someone named Hyuk. The shouting intensifies as the person's fear becomes palpable in the void of the memory. A young boy named Suheok Do appears, looking completely dumbfounded by the horror surrounding him. Trapped inside a wrecked vehicle, his older brother frantically asks if he can even hear him. The older brother decides to find their parents, telling the little guy to stay put in the wreckage. He disappears into the thick smoke, leaving his sibling alone in the middle of a literal war zone. The younger boy reaches out in desperation, pleading for his brother not to abandon him in the dark. His screams echo through the void as the only person he has left vanishes into the carnage. Suddenly, Griffin jolts awake from the nightmare, his face drenched in cold sweat from the haunting memory. He apologizes for oversleeping, but the legendary hero Raven just checks in to see if he's feeling better. Raven places a firm hand on his shoulder, reminding him of the weight carried by their family crest. Armed to the teeth, the hero prepares to face the tower alone, leaving the heavy burden to Griffin. Back in reality, the quack doctor checks in on our boy's recovery at the local medical center. The quack doctor shamelessly brags about her generosity, even though Minu Cha knows she's just protecting her investment. The quack doctor playfully asks if he's planning to ditch her guild, but Minu knows he needs her. He sets his sights on the mysterious Tower of Sanctum, knowing a support mission won't keep him safe. The doctor warns him that they're flying blind since information on this new tower is practically non-existent. When she asks about Agent Ma, our boy figures the guy is just busy scrubbing away his latest mess. She suspects something fishy is going on, likely feeling like she's being used for her connections and resources. Before he leaves, she suddenly demands his hand, making Minu flinch as he wonders what trash-tier contract she's pushing. He reluctantly reaches out, bracing himself for whatever predatory magic this greedy doctor has up her sleeve. A surge of green mana erupts between them, weaving a complex spell that binds his safety to her interests. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded, feeling a strange power settle into his skin as the ritual concludes. She simply smiles and says it's finished, leaving him to wonder what kind of insurance policy she just installed. Minu notices his arm feels lighter, wondering what the greedy doctor actually did to him. He spots tiny, glowing spirits clinging to his skin while the doctor explains their true nature. These little guys are busy patching up his lingering injuries, though their constant giggling creeps him out. The doctor smirks, clarifying that she isn't just a mage, but a specialized spiritualist. She admits her combat skills are trashed here, having spent her active days as a mere supporter and buffer. Meanwhile, at a nearby church, the atmosphere is thick with a different kind of spiritual energy. A man stands before the crowd, addressing his brothers and sisters with a chillingly calm smile. He questions the congregation's devotion, probing into the selfish reasons they might cling to their faith. The civilians listen intently as he wonders if they're just praying for better grades on their exams, or perhaps they're just desperate enough to beg the heavens for a decent job at a top-tier company. Our boy continues his act, admitting that praying for a better life isn't entirely a trash-tier motivation, but the trickster claims the real secret is gratitude for the basic senses their father bestowed upon them. He leans into the manipulation, promising that deeper devotion leads to even greater divine rewards for the faithful. The green-haired operative plays along perfectly, shouting praises like a true believer to sell the performance. Once the room clears, she mocks his silver-tongued sermon, wondering where he learned to lie so effortlessly. Loki just laughs, revealing his true blonde hair while explaining that a golden-haired pastor would look too suspicious. She's more curious about his methods, asking how he managed to charm the local mother and daughter. At first glance, the two women look like ordinary, devoted followers, standing quietly in the church light. However, their glowing red eyes reveal they are possessed puppets who likely disposed of the original pastor. She finds it hilarious that he's playing dumb about their true nature, when the evidence is so obvious. Loki leans into his role, preaching about how the brightest lights always cast the darkest shadows. He smirks, warning that leaving the former Demon King to his own devices is a recipe for disaster. His partner just grins, confident that every piece of their twisted game is falling perfectly into place. Meanwhile, the Reaper is losing her cool, wondering why her partner is taking so long to show up. Our boy finally arrives, casually reminding her that he's actually 10 minutes early for their little rendezvous. She doesn't care, buzzing with excitement about being the first group to raid the mysterious Tower of Sanctum. To her, it's a thrilling adventure, but our boy just sees it as another day of trash-tier work. Hez prepared for the long haul, stocking up on enough food and potions to survive a literal war. He even bought an inventory expansion, scratching his head over how much junk he's actually carrying. Suddenly, he stops, realizing he packed 3 years' worth of supplies for every single person in the party. The Reaper is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering if our boy has finally lost his mind with these insane preparations. She points out that even elite hunters haven't cleared the place in a month, making his supplies seem overkill. Despite the risks, they're both set on entering the tower to support the team and finish the job. Suddenly, she remembers their specific agreement and asks him if he's actually serious about the weird condition. Our boy doesn't blink, coolly confirming that he won't be using a single skill during this entire raid. Over dinner, he explains that relying on trash-tier shortcuts won't help him reach the level of strength he needs. Hess realized that depending on system-granted skills is a trap that stops a true warrior from actually evolving. The Reaper isn't convinced, worried that his little training session might end up getting her killed in the process. He just smirks, promising that for an 800 million won payday, he'll ensure she stays breathing no matter what. Just as they're about to move, a mysterious hunter arrives with a swift whip, catching our boy by surprise. A new face appears, and our boy is immediately suspicious of who this random hunter actually is. Turns out, Director Ha personally ordered his top agent, Ji-hyun, to infiltrate the upcoming raid party. He wants her to keep a close eye on the Baphomet bastard, since their intel is still trash tier. Ji-hyun is confident in her skills but worries that a monster like Minu will see right through them. The director doesn't care, cryptically stating he actually wants to stay on the former Tower Master's mind. He believes that having a tail will force our boy to show off, making info gathering a breeze. Back in reality, she introduces herself as Zest, an A-tier hunter, ready to tackle the Tower of Sanctum. While the Reaper is happy for the extra muscle, our boy remains silent and keeps his guard up. He cuts straight to the point, bluntly asking if she's only there to keep tabs on him. She just shrugs it off, telling him to think what he wants, as long as they get the job done. Minu gives them a death stare, clearly not buying the friendly act from these two. High above, the Tower of Sanctum looms like a jagged needle piercing the clouds. Looking at the floating fortress, they realize the only way up is through a specialized transport system. Ji-hyun points out the warp device, explaining it's the only ticket to the top for hunters. The girls wait for our boy to move, but he's currently lost in his own frustrations. He snaps about his massive debt, realizing he has no choice but to dive into this mess. Without another word, he steps onto the platform, ready to leave these two behind. The device launches him upward like a spring, leaving the girls dumbfounded by the sudden, violent acceleration. They stand alone for a moment, processing the sheer intensity of the man they're supposed to tail. With a sharp swish, the warp consumes them too, dragging the whole party into the tower's depths. Minu sticks the landing like a pro, explaining that the warp works fine if you land properly. Zest just tilts her head while Reaper looks on, clearly not sharing our boy's confidence in the tech. Reaper stares at the massive pillar of light, realizing there is absolutely no turning back from this dive. When Minu asks if she is coming, she reluctantly agrees, though her nerves are getting the better of her. Even our boy admits it is a bit sketchy, mentally rehearsing his landing to avoid becoming a pancake. The descent is pure chaos as he ends up hauling a screaming Reaper through the blinding white void. They finally hit the floor of a dark chamber, the silence feeling heavier than the warp itself. While Zest stays sharp, Reaper is busy fighting back her lunch after that trash-tier travel experience. The only thing in sight is a glowing pedestal, with no obvious exit to the next floor. Minu figures they have to trigger the device, betting that pressing the button is the only way out. Minu hits the button before the girls can even finish their sentence, forcing the issue without a second thought. Zest is completely dumbfounded by his reckless behavior, realizing they are officially committed to whatever madness comes next. Reaper screams that they should have planned first, but her complaints are cut short by a sudden surge. A violent swirl of mana erupts from the pedestal, signaling the start of the floor's trial with a roar. Trash-tier mobs start crawling out of the shadows, surrounding our group with hungry, glowing eyes and sharp fangs. A system window pops up, giving them a tight 10-minute window to clear the room or face failure. The objective is simple: slaughter every single demonic beast in sight to unlock the path to the next floor. Minu just smirks and tells the girls to quit stalling and get their weapons out for the coming bloodbath. Realizing there is no other choice, Zest manifests her blade through a flicker of digital mana and resolve. She stands ready to fight, knowing that surviving this floor is the only way to keep her cover intact. Zest locks onto her target, her eyes glowing with the cold calculation of a professional agent. A trash-tier beast lunges forward with its jaws wide, completely unaware that it is already dead. She drops from the air like a reaper, her mana-infused blade splitting the creature in two. More monsters pounce from the darkness, but she remains unfazed as the scent of blood fills the air. She knows that one slip-up here means certain death, so she sharpens her focus to a razor's edge. With a sudden whirl, she transforms into a lethal tornado of steel to keep the swarm at bay. Her blade bites deep into demonic flesh, sending dark ichor spraying across the cold stone floor. Even as the pressure mounts, she moves with a grace that proves she is no rookie hunter. The room becomes a chaotic blur of slashes as the demonic beasts are systematically dismantled. Not to be outdone, our boy Minu joins the fray, effortlessly cleaving through a winged monstrosity. Minu dives in, his blade carving through the beast like it's nothing but trash-tier fodder. He doesn't stop there, turning the room into a slaughterhouse with a flurry of precise, lethal strikes. His grip tightens on his jagged blade as it pulses with a dark, hungry energy. This isn't just a weapon. It's a tool of absolute destruction that feels right at home in his hands. Standing over the remains, our boy looks like a true demon king, reclaiming his throne amidst the carnage. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity, proving his human shell can barely contain his true power. While the system confirms the floor is cleared, the purple-haired girl stands there completely dumbfounded. In the center of the room, a mysterious glowing pillar emerges, signaling the path to the next floor. He reaches out, but his instincts tell him that they aren't alone in this cold, stone tomb. Before she can even react, Minu grabs her arm, his gaze demanding to know who she's working for. The purple-haired girl is panicking, begging for a moment to actually talk before they rush into another slaughter. She argues that they need to be battle-ready, but the undercover agent just wants to reach the advance party. Frustrated, she complains that our boy is just going to charge ahead and do whatever he wants anyway. Minu isn't interested in small talk, pointing out that the system has already laid out the clear rules. A red system window warns that failing to clear the beasts in time will just reset the whole floor. The agent realizes that even elite S-tier hunters likely failed here because they couldn't beat the ticking clock. Minu agrees, knowing they can't afford any delays if they want to reach the survivors before it's too late. Still, the girl insists that their own safety should be the top priority in this literal death trap. Minu shuts her down instantly, questioning why she suddenly cares about safety after her crimes in the labyrinthine tower. Caught in her own hypocrisy, she can only stutter out a weak apology while trying to save face. Minu stands ready, his efficiency proving he's far beyond any trash-tier hunter in this tower. He maintains a cold, calculating gaze, focused entirely on the most direct path to victory. The undercover agent watches him closely, realizing our boy is still hiding his true cards. Suddenly, Minu lunges forward with terrifying speed, his eyes glowing with a demon king's hunger. He slams a demonic beast into the dirt, crushing it instantly with a single, overwhelming strike. The creature stands no chance, sliding into the cracked earth as the impact echoes through the chamber. With the floor finally cleared, the system confirms that every last beast has been wiped out. The girls notice the difficulty spike, worried that the monsters are getting stronger with every passing minute. They remember Mina's warning about the floor resetting if they don't maintain this insane pace. Minu just smirks, feeling nostalgic for his old climb but itching for a fight that actually challenges him. Minu knows the government agent is only here to measure his power, so he keeps his skills hidden. He remembers how trash-tier fools once begged for mercy after realizing they messed with the wrong guy. As the trio moves deeper into the floor, a nagging feeling starts to eat at our boy's gut. He senses a hidden gaze tracking his every move, like a predator waiting for the perfect moment. Minu subtly glances back, his demonic instincts screaming that they aren't as alone as they seem. He stops and looks toward the ceiling, wondering if the tower itself is playing tricks on his mind. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierces the silence, catching him off guard as his demonic perception spikes. He calls out for the Reaper, shocked that someone with her reputation would let out such a scream. Our boy just pauses with a deadpan expression, finding the dramatic timing of this tower almost impressive. A massive gate erupts in blinding light, signaling the start of a much more dangerous trial. The purple-haired girl is suddenly acting like a tourist, obsessed with taking photos of the scenery. She claims this floor finally captures the true vibe of the tower, unlike the previous generic chambers. Even the undercover agent is dumbfounded, wondering if they are on a raid or a vacation right now. Their attention shifts to a strange, floating triangular button that radiates an ominous, ancient energy. Minu realizes this chamber belongs to a named demonic beast and decides to snap a quick evidence photo. Done with the sightseeing, our boy tosses the phone back, ready to get down to business. He steps forward with total confidence, telling the girls it is time to finally get this show started. Without a second thought, he slams his hand down on the mechanism to trigger the next trial. A massive pulse of mana erupts from the pedestal, locking the trio into the challenge. As the system announces the 20th trial, the Reaper's anxiety spikes while the real danger begins. The undercover agent snaps to attention as the atmosphere in the chamber suddenly shifts into high gear. Minu doesn't even blink, his sharp gaze already locked onto the incoming threat with total indifference. A massive explosion of dust and debris sends the girls reeling, while our boy stands his ground. The floor shatters under the weight of a mechanical monstrosity that just crashed into the arena. The system identifies the beast as Doc M2, a high-tier guardian designed to shred intruders to pieces. The Reaper and the agent are paralyzed with fear, realizing this isn't just another trash-tier mob. Things get even worse when a penalty warning reveals that failing here resets their entire tower progress. Minu looks up in pure disgust, thinking the Tower Master's sense of humor is honestly making him sick. The mechanical beast lets out a low hum, its glowing sensors locking onto the three challengers. Our boy's eyes narrow as he prepares to show this scrap metal why he was the former king. The mechanical beast pounces with lethal intent, but Minu isn't about to let scrap metal win. Doc M2 whips its tail around, forcing our boy to react before he gets sliced in half. He clangs his blade against the metal, realizing this guardian is built tougher than usual trash-tier mobs. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from the beast's sensors, trying to disorient the former demon king. A hail of energy fire follows, but Minu weaves through the chaos with the grace of a pro. He swishes through the air, closing the gap to deliver a strike that should end this fight. Just as he's about to connect, a golden shield V-wooms into existence, blocking his path entirely. Minu skids back, his mind racing as he analyzes why his initial plan just hit a wall. Our boy mumbles about the annoying shield, his red eyes narrowing as he hunts for a weakness. Seeing the opening, the Reaper and the agent charge forward, determined to hit the beast with everything. The Reaper and the agent realize this trash-tier shield won't break unless they throw everything they've got. With 9 minutes left, the agent pushes his limits, but the beast's defense remains absolutely rock solid. 6 minutes pass in a blur as the Reaper gets tossed around, struggling to find any opening. Our boy finally decides to step in, his eyes glowing with a hunger for absolute destruction. 2 minutes remain, and the team is reaching their breaking point while the Guardian stands its ground. Suddenly, the shield begins to crack under the mounting pressure, signaling the end of this stalemate. Desperate, the Reaper calls out to her companion, hoping he has a plan to finish this. Minu just gives them a cold stare and tells everyone to get out of his way. He readies his blade, intending to obliterate the mechanical monster in a single, overwhelming strike. Our boy lunges from above, a streak of red energy aimed directly at the Guardian's core. Minu is ready to end it, his demonic eyes burning with the intent to kill. Out of nowhere, a massive stone hand lunges forward, intercepting the target before he can strike. With only a second left on the clock, the golem delivers a crushing blow that shatters the guardian. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded as he watches his hard-earned kill get snatched away. He lets out a frustrated roar, absolutely livid that someone else finished the job he started. The team stares at the mysterious golem, realizing this thing definitely isn't one of the tower's beasts. A steady footstep echoes through the chamber, signaling the arrival of the golem's master. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, standing calmly beside the massive stone summon. She pulls back her hood, revealing a face that looks far too composed for this chaotic floor. The girls immediately recognize her as Nelia, one of the elite hunters who was supposed to be trapped. The purple-haired girl is stunned to see an elite hunter like Nelia appearing out of nowhere. Our boy isn't impressed and demands to know why she just stole his kill like some trash-tier scavenger. Instead of answering, Nelia just staggers forward, looking like she's about to drop from total exhaustion. She faceplants right into the dirt, leaving everyone wondering how a top-tier hunter ended up this pathetic. The Reaper girl snaps at Minu for not catching her, but he honestly couldn't care less. Nelia starts trembling on the ground, whispering something that sounds like a dying man's final request. Turns out she's just starving, looking like a literal zombie as she begs for a decent meal. While the others panic over her condition, our boy just yawns, completely bored by this dramatic display. He stands there dumbfounded, watching the supposedly legendary hunter flop around like a fish out of water. Somewhere else, a polite apology is offered over tea, hinting that this mess is far from over. Jaeuk-ha starts by apologizing, explaining that the hunter training department has been absolutely swamped lately. He notes that he invited them to explain the reasoning behind his recent, somewhat controversial administrative decisions. The director reveals he's already dispatched 2 talented hunters to back up the tower's struggling advance party. He mentions one is a total irregular who reached A tier at a speed that seems almost impossible. Jaeuk smirks, suggesting it's in the Nebula Guild's best interest to let their own hunters take the clear. Vango sits silently in the darkness, listening to the director's manipulative pitch without saying a single word. With a confident grin, the director assures him that the entire situation is currently under his absolute control. He believes the support team should have linked up with the main raid party by now to help. However, Raven looks ready to kill, his intense gaze proving he has no patience for these bureaucratic games. He immediately puts a blade to Minu-cha's throat, testing if our boy is actually a threat or not. Raven grits his teeth, his frustration boiling over as he realizes something is seriously wrong. His eyes widen in pure shock, completely dumbfounded by the power he's currently witnessing. Jumping back a few hours, a mysterious mana-infused portal glows within the damp tower walls. The Reaper and the undercover agent arrive only to find a scene they never expected. Nelia is frantically stuffing her face with noodles, looking like she hasn't seen food in years. Our girls just watch in silence, as the elite hunter treats trash-tier snacks like a 5-star meal. She's practically glowing with joy, finally getting the carbs her body has been desperately screaming for. It turns out she's been starving for 2 weeks, only surviving because she's cut from elite cloth. She explains that her teammates' pride kept them trapped, forcing her to sneak out for supplies alone. The agent remains skeptical, wondering why she didn't just use a teleportation device to get out instantly. Nelia explains that teleportation is a total no-go inside these cursed walls, making escape impossible for anyone trapped. Our boy just keeps munching on snacks as she confirms the tower's anti-teleportation field is the real deal. She mentions hearing rumors of towers deactivating high-tier tech, and this place clearly fits that trash-tier description. The undercover agent notes the government is struggling to develop devices that can actually bypass these magical anomalies. When asked about her progress, Nelia reveals she managed to descend all the way from the 49th floor. She warns them that clearing 49 floors might not even be the halfway point of this vertical nightmare. Our boy is slightly dumbfounded when she mentions the tower likely hides over 100 floors of chaos. He just keeps chewing, processing the fact that this raid is going to be much longer than expected. Suddenly, Nelia gets in his face, acting all friendly while asking for the handsome fella's secret code name. She starts spinning around him like a whirlwind, interrogating him about his warrior class and even his height. Minu is completely thrown off when she starts prying into his height and his preferred choice of weaponry. He snaps back that he's a master of everything, clearly annoyed by her constant, trash-tier questioning. Nelia just gives him a playful wink, seemingly satisfied that she's found a versatile powerhouse for her team. She takes a firm step forward, ready to finally show them why she's considered an elite tower survivor. The girl claims their odds of survival just skyrocketed, thanks to this ragtag support party joining her. She brags about possessing a unique O-tier skill, that supposedly carried her all the way to A-tier status. To activate it, she tells everyone to grab a hand, forcing our boy into an awkward group huddle. The four of them form a circle, though the tension is thick enough to cut with a dull blade. With a serene smile, she instructs them to visualize exactly where they want to go in this nightmare. Our boy and the others are left dumbfounded, looking at her like she's completely lost her mind. Minu and the Reaper girl are caught off guard as the teleportation skill triggers a blinding surge of energy. The world turns into a white void as the inversion magic kicks in, dragging them to their next destination. Meanwhile, Griffin is lost in a dark memory, his eyes squeezed shut as he grapples with his failures. He sits alone before a massive, locked gate, looking like a total wreck, while contemplating his stagnant power. Suddenly, he snaps back to reality, his gaze sharpening as he remembers the weight of his brother's legacy. Director Ha checks the data and notes that the young hunter's stats haven't budged an inch lately. The suit warns him that, at this pathetic rate, reaching S-tier is nothing more than a pipe dream. He explains that irregulars need a specific driving force to evolve, something Griffin seems to be lacking. The director mocks him, suggesting that whatever fire used to burn inside him has completely died out. If he doesn't find that spark soon, this cold floor is exactly where his journey will end. Griffin stares into the void, wondering why he's hit a wall while others keep climbing. Suddenly, a strange sensation drifts past him, making our boy flinch as his instincts scream in warning. He springs up instantly, his body reacting before his mind can even process the shift in the air. A foul, demonic presence is suffocating the room, and he desperately scans the shadows for the source. Realizing the threat is right on top of him, his gaze sharpens with a lethal, cold intensity. He unleashes a desperate slash, but the shadowy figure he targets feels like an immovable mountain. His eyes widen in pure shock when he realizes his best strike didn't even leave a scratch. Despite the effort, the blade stops short, held back by a power that makes his own feel trash tier. Jiwanbang smirks and warns him to get stronger, or he'll personally be the one to end him. Minu Cha just stands there, looking bored, while Nelia watches the drama unfold with wide, dumbfounded eyes. Griffin is completely blindsided, demanding to know why Nelia returned instead of calling for backup as planned. Nelia quickly explains that she ran into a support party sent by Director Ha while heading down. Griffin can't believe his ears, wondering how a support team could have arrived so fast. Our boy just smirks, greeting Griffin like an old friend, while the tension in the room spikes. Nelia is left dumbfounded, asking if the two of them actually have a history together. The purple-haired girl and the rogue agent freeze, their eyes widening as they recognize a legendary figure. Standing before them is Hunter Chu, a mountain of a man whose presence alone commands the entire room. He lets out a booming laugh, clearly relieved that the situation isn't as dire as he first thought. The old man starts stuffing his face, thanking them for the backup, while accidentally spitting food everywhere. The girls whisper about his lineage, realizing he is the older brother of the famous Nebula Guild master. The narrator notes that while Vango comes from a line of legends, he's the real monster among them. Chiu grits his teeth with renewed vigor, ready to dive back in now that backup has arrived. He gestures toward the path ahead, making it clear that the real trial is just beginning. Massive, ornate doors stand in their way, sealing off the horrors lurking within the floor's depths. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled, asking if they seriously expect him to take down a demonic beast solo. Nelia steps in to explain that Hell be working alongside Griffin to ensure the job gets done. She maps out the strategy, pointing out that Griffin will be entering through the opposing set of doors. Minu remains suspicious, questioning why he's the solution when their own elite squad couldn't clear it. Hez left dumbfounded when she insists that defeating the beast will be a walk in the park for him. Nelia keeps her cards close to her chest, simply stating that this is the only way for now. Nelia promises to explain everything later, leaving our boy and Griffin to split up for the trial. Minu heads toward his designated entrance, still skeptical about why this secret mission requires his specific touch. Griffin doesn't say a word, simply focusing on the task ahead as he approaches the opposing gate. Stepping into the blinding light, our boy prepares himself for whatever trash-tier monster is waiting inside. He keeps his guard up, knowing that in this tower, even the simplest rooms can hide deadly traps. A strange red sigil flickers in the darkness, signaling the activation of the floor's mechanical guardian. Minu recognizes the massive beast immediately, realizing this is the same creature that gave the elites trouble. He leaps into action, eager to test if this thing is actually worth his time and effort. With a single, heavy strike, he connects with the Guardian, expecting a struggle that never actually comes. Turns out the beast is total garbage, leaving our boy absolutely fuming over how weak his opponent is. Minu steps back into the hall, surprised to see Griffin already finished with his own trash-tier mob. Nelia mentions that our boy actually took a whole minute longer than the silver-haired kid to finish. Minu is absolutely dumbfounded, immediately demanding a rematch because there is no way he was slower. Chiu and Nelia watch on, realizing the next floor won't open until they meet a hidden condition. Griffin stays silent, but he knows the two chambers they entered were actually mirrored twin rooms. Nelia explains that the clear time is the key to unlocking the path forward for the group. Chu adds that both demonic beasts have to be obliterated at the exact same millisecond to proceed. Our boy realizes all those annoying questions from earlier were just to gauge his specific combat speed. With a smirk, Nelia prepares to signal the start of their high-stakes cooperative mission. Minu and Griffin finally lock in, ready to prove they are cut from the same cloth. Reaper stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to believe how quickly the mountain of food just vanished. She knew our boy was a heavy eater, but seeing the empty ration boxes makes her head spin. Even though she brought extra supplies specifically for Baphomet, she realizes she vastly underestimated his demonic appetite. Turns out Griffin was just as hungry, likely making up for 2 weeks of literal starvation in this hellhole. As Reaper regrets her poor planning, Zest approaches and offers to help her clean up the trash-tier mess. The two of them get to work, bending down to gather the remnants of the hunter's massive feast. While cleaning, Zest keeps a predatory eye on the group, wondering if they can actually pull this off. Baphomet and Griffin discuss the near-impossible requirement of clearing both chambers at the exact same millisecond. Reaper finally understands why the previous advance party was stuck here for so long without any progress. Zest realizes that despite his bottomless stomach, Baphomet might be the only hope the advance party has left. Our boy Baphomet stays silent, his sharp eyes scanning the room as he senses the shifting tension behind him. Reaper decides to stop playing games and confronts Zest about her real reason for being in this hellhole. Zest doesn't even try to hide it anymore, admitting she's strictly there to keep tabs on Baphomet's every move. Reaper just laughs it off, telling the agent that her poker face is trash tier and completely obvious. The mood shifts when Zest mentions the deep-seated bad blood between her boss, Jaeuk Ha, and Baphomet. Reaper assumes Zest is just another victim of Ha's meticulous and cold-hearted management style. Suddenly, Zest flips the script and asks if Reaper truly believes the director is a villainous person. She looks away, explaining that while the world sees a monster, she sees a man with a necessary vision. Her gaze turns ice cold as she warns that anyone blocking Ha's path is officially marked as her enemy. Reaper stands there dumbfounded, realizing this agent is far more dangerous and devoted than she first appeared. Looking at the growing pile of trash, the group realizes they can't leave their base looking like a dump. Reaper flashes a sly, confident grin, claiming she has the perfect high-tier tool to solve their little clutter problem. She reveals the Void Cube, a legendary artifact that makes anything placed inside vanish into a literal nothingness. Zest is stunned to see the mythic tier auction prize, realizing Reaper bought it just to keep her secrets buried. The agent's heart skips a beat as she considers how useful such a powerful item would be for her. In a quiet whisper, Zest asks to borrow the artifact later, and Reaper happily agrees with a playful wink. Our boy Minu shifts the focus back to the mission, suggesting they use a timer to coordinate their strike. Nelia immediately shoots the idea down, explaining that the chamber's special aura makes all digital devices totally dead weight. Minu doesn't care about the tech, telling everyone to just unleash their full power the second they enter. Hunter Chiu remains skeptical, noting that since everyone's strength varies, predicting the exact moment of victory is impossible. Our boy Minu suggests a simple fix, thinking they should just beat the target into a near-death state. Griffin scoffs at the idea, claiming his deep knowledge of the tower makes his perspective far more reliable. Not one to take lip, Minu asks if he's expected to just shut up and follow a stranger's lead. Griffin looks down on him, finding it fascinating that the rookie would interpret his expertise as a personal attack. Nelia watches the tension rise, realizing that a lack of cooperation will lead to a total party wipe. She finally intervenes, calling both of them out before their massive egos ruin the entire mission. Hunter Chiu steps between them, dropping his guard and reminding the hotheads that allies shouldn't be trading blows. The old man cracks his knuckles, suggesting they fight him instead if they really need to vent some steam. Both Minu and Griffin are left dumbfounded, questioning why they would waste precious energy fighting a teammate. Chiu's eye glints with a challenge, mockingly asking if they're just worried they can't actually take him down. Minu and Griffin are fuming after being called cowards by a man who clearly doesn't know them. Our boy and the white-haired hothead decide to team up for once, lunging at the veteran simultaneously. The Reaper and the undercover agent can only watch as a massive shockwave erupts from the clash. The force of their collision sends debris flying, proving these A-tiers aren't just for show. Chiu just smirks through the dust, mocking them for having such weak strikes despite their big reputations. Minu is absolutely dumbfounded by the old man's durability, wondering if he is even human at this point. Griffin refuses to back down, leaping into the air to bring down a strike with everything he has. Suddenly, the white-haired hero freezes in midair, realizing he has completely misread the old man's next move. Minu tries to capitalize on the opening, swinging a heavy strike to catch the veteran off guard. He narrowly misses as Chiu maneuvers with surprising grace, turning the spar into a high-stakes dance of death. Minus heavy strike is met with a bone-jarring impact as Chiu blocks him with zero effort. Our boy is left reeling when the veteran hunter casually notes that he has decent street fighting power. Chiu isn't impressed though, pointing out that Minus' wild swings completely lack any real purpose or precision. Before Minu can even process the insult, the old man winds up a fist packed with overwhelming mana. A single heavy blow sends Minu flying backward, proving the massive gap in their raw physical stats. He manages to stabilize himself, spitting out blood while realizing this monster is in a different league. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him as Chiu closes the distance with terrifying, godlike speed. The veteran slams Minu into the pavement, creating a crater that shakes the entire training area. Seeing his partner in trouble, Griffin surges forward to catch the old man from his blind spot. Chiu just sighs and weaves through the air, making the A-tier hero look like a total amateur. Griffin locks in, realizing he needs to step up his game to help our boy. He blurs into motion, trying to use his superior agility to catch the veteran off guard. With a massive leap, he closes the distance, but the old monster doesn't even flinch. Chiu actually smiles, admitting the kid is nimble and has some decent technical skills for a rookie. Before he can land a hit, Griffin's world flips as he realizes he's been completely outplayed. The veteran slams him down, leaving the girls watching from the sidelines absolutely dumbfounded by the power. Both Minu and Griffin end up face down in the dirt, realizing S-tier strength is just built different. Chiu just laughs it off, shouting about how the future looks bright with such talented newcomers. He even offers to beat them into the pavement whenever they like, leaving them both speechless. Nelia just stares at the old man, wondering why on earth anyone would ever agree to that. The Tower of Sanctum looms ahead, a silent monument to the brutal climb that still awaits them. Days have passed since joining the advance party, and the Reaper is busy documenting every single tactical detail. Nelia warns that demonic beasts will invade the waiting area if they don't hunt the named ones regularly. She explains to our boy how the original survivors had to rotate shifts just to keep their sanctuary safe. The veteran Chiu senses the tower is pressuring them to finally clear the 49th floor once and for all. Since the chambers only allow one person, Griffin decides to align his own fighting style with Minus. He acknowledges that Minu has fought that beast hundreds of times and understands exactly when it will fall. Our boy tells him to show his moves, planning to learn and follow the kid's specific combat pattern. Griffin tenses his body, ready to prove he's not just some trash-tier hunter during this high-stakes demonstration. Griffin unleashes a flurry of strikes, showing off the speed he inherited from his legendary brother's lineage. He finishes his display with a heavy breath, hoping his technique was enough to impress the former king. Tossing the practice weapon over, he expects our boy to struggle with the complex flow of his movements. Minu catches it effortlessly and tells the kid there is absolutely no need to copy him exactly. He tilts his head and mocks the boy, claiming he probably couldn't even pull it off in one go. Suddenly, his eye glints with a demonic red hue as he activates his perception to deconstruct the technique. Griffin feels a sudden chill, realizing the monster in front of him is on a completely different level. With a series of violent swishes, Minu perfectly replicates the entire sequence with even more lethal precision. When Griffin asks for feedback, the Reaper and the undercover agent just stand there completely dumbfounded by him. Reaper is completely shaken, realizing our boy didn't just copy the move, he perfected it instantly. Suddenly, the heavy training hall doors creak open, signaling that their private session is officially over. Minu and Griffin both snap their heads toward the entrance, wondering who would dare interrupt them now. A mysterious woman steps into the light, immediately demanding they repeat the entire sequence from the start. She watches them with a cold gaze, ordering another round before they even have time to breathe. Her voice grows even sharper as she commands them to go again, clearly testing their absolute limits. Griffin is starting to feel the burn, but the overwhelming pressure from this elite hunter keeps him moving. Nelia stands firm, explaining that the tower's waiting area is governed by its own set of brutal rules. She hums to herself while analyzing Minu, sensing that this supposed handyman is hiding some god-tier power. Our boy and Griffin are completely gassed, so Minu decides it's finally time for a much-needed breather. The silence of the hall feels heavy as they recover from the brutal intensity of their training session. Standing alone, Minu wipes away the sweat, while reflecting on the massive gap in their current power levels. Griffin smirks and asks if Minu actually thought he could keep up with such a high-intensity pace. He suggests that syncing their movements would be way more efficient for their upcoming climb through the tower. As Griffin walks off, Minu can't help but call him a total jerkface for his arrogant attitude. Suddenly, a hand offers him some water, addressing him as Baphomet as if they know his true identity. The purple-haired girl promises that his mercenary pay remains guaranteed regardless of how far they actually make it. Minu isn't just in it for the cash though, declaring his absolute resolve to conquer the entire tower. The purple-haired girl notes that Minu must be loaded if he's throwing cash around for archaeology. She presses him further, wondering if there's a deeper motive behind his obsession with the towers. Our boy stares her down and admits his real goal is to end this endless war immediately. She realizes that demonic beasts might only be considered evil because of a human-centric point of view. Looking weary, she questions how many decades this war will drag on before they all eventually die. Minu's eyes sharpen as he disagrees with the idea that these beasts only exist to kill humans. If they keep investigating the abyss, she's certain they'll eventually find a way to end things peacefully. However, Minus' blunt response leaves her completely dumbfounded as she stares at him in disbelief. She finally snaps and tells him he really sucks, clearly frustrated by his lack of social grace. The Reaper is absolutely stunned that our boy would actually say something so blunt to her face. Minu ignores her and crouches down, realizing they shouldn't overcomplicate the simple goal of killing demonic beasts. He grinds his teeth, wondering why the hell the 49th floor is proving so difficult to clear. Without telepathy to coordinate their strikes, he realizes taking down multiple demons at once is nearly impossible. Suddenly, he springs up with a revelation, shouting that they've been approaching the entire problem the wrong way. The sound of footsteps echoes through the chamber as the group prepares to get back to business. Griffin and Nelia stand ready as our boy joins them, prepared to resume their climb through the tower. Nelia checks in to see if the legendary Baphomet is actually paying attention to the plan. Minu snaps out of his thoughts and confirms he's listening, his mind already racing with a new strategy. Nelia urges Griffin to endure the fatigue, noticing their timing is finally starting to sync up perfectly. Hunter Chu stands like a mountain, his silence masking the intense pressure of the upcoming battle. With a sharp clap, Nelia signals that the time for talk is over and the real work begins. The entrance to the next stage bursts open, unleashing a wave of energy that rattles their very bones. The group moves forward as the heavy gates creak and thud, locking them into their destiny. Nelia considers the cost of failure, but Chu remains unshakable, insisting they won't be forced back down. A sudden, brilliant flash erupts behind her, signaling that the tower's mechanics are shifting once again. Before she can even process the change, the light intensifies, leaving the veteran hunter completely dumbfounded. A massive gateway of pure mana stabilizes, inviting our boy and his crew into the unknown. Minu stands firm, as Griffin asks how he realized the two doors were actually communicating with each other. Both Griffin and Chu wait for an answer, wondering if our boy has seen something they completely missed. He explains that Nelia previously noticed mana threads flowing between the doors, though she couldn't break them. While Nelia found it impossible to sever the connection, Minu wonders why they haven't tried hijacking it instead. Griffin is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a human could even use the tower's own systems. Minu just closes his eyes, calmly questioning why his companion thinks such a feat would be impossible for them. The young hunter stares back in disbelief, questioning if our boy has finally lost his mind in this place. Griffin argues that the tower is a demonic den designed to screw over hunters at every single turn. However, our boy just shakes his head, telling him that his entire perspective on the tower is a misconception. He reveals the truth that the tower is actually impartial, treating both hunters and beasts with the same coldness. Hunter Chu ponders the revelation that the tower is merely a neutral battleground designed for both sides to exploit. Our boy smirks, pointing out that if beasts truly controlled the tower, they would have escaped to massacre humanity. Griffin finds the logic unsettling, noting that Minu is starting to think exactly like a high-tier, demonic beast. He searches for any sign of madness or hidden intent behind those cold, calculating eyes. Minu remains unfazed, his gaze sharp as he prepares to drop a truth bomb on his skeptical companions. Hunter Chu is clearly sweating, demanding they explain how this theoretical information-sharing system actually works in practice. The two hunters stand in silence for a moment, the weight of the plan hanging heavy in the air. Griffin mocks Minu's intelligence before suggesting they simply hijack the very system the monsters are currently using. Hunter Chu is completely dumbfounded, questioning if such a high-tier gamble is even possible for mere humans. Griffin just points toward our boy, confident that the former Tower Master will somehow pull a solution out. Our boy just smirks, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else in this trash-tier dungeon. He casually asks for a bit of help to wrap up the final part of his plan. A brilliant light floods the area as the tower's hidden mechanics finally begin to reveal themselves. Nilia looks on in total disbelief, questioning if his proposed solution is even humanly possible. The entire squad stands tense, realizing they are about to attempt a move cut from a different cloth. Minu confirms his theory was right, explaining they had to eliminate both demonic beasts at the exact same moment. Nilia is left sweating and dumbfounded, trying to grasp the insane precision required for such a feat. He simplifies the layout into 2 chambers, showing how the tower's internal logic actually functions. It turns out the monsters are linked, with one's movement instantly triggering a reaction in the other. He clenches his fist, noting that these high-tier threats are just puppets being manipulated by mana strings. Nilia explains that inconsistent mana flow made it impossible to perfectly sync her movements with Griffin. To counter this, our boy enters the chamber unconscious, letting his raw instincts handle the heavy lifting. His body is immediately enveloped in mana, proving his theory about the tower's internal logic was spot on. Nilia watches in awe as he begins mimicking Griffin's exact movements from the previous chamber. She is left sweating and completely overwhelmed by the insane result of his gamble. The mental exhaustion finally takes its toll, and she collapses right in front of the dumbfounded squad. Later, she apologizes for her perceived stupidity, feeling like she failed her role as the team's strategist. Hunter Chiu tells her to focus on recovery, while Minu tries to hide his annoyance at the sentimentality. After hearing their reassurance, she finally calms down and offers the group a rare, peaceful smile. The Reaper admits that his veteran-level judgment far exceeds what any normal A-tier hunter should possess. Minu plays it cool, laughing off the praise while hiding his true identity from the suspicious group. The squad moves deeper into the floor, each step heavy with the weight of the upcoming trials. Our boy stays focused, his mind already calculating the most efficient way to clear the next zone. Griffin can't help but stare, sensing a depth of power that shouldn't exist in a new recruit. Hunter Chu is genuinely impressed, noting that being a fresh A-tier doesn't explain such monstrous talent. He recalls their earlier spar, realizing the sheer level of seasoned experience behind every single strike. It dawns on him that this mysterious hunter might actually know these towers better than anyone alive. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the ruins, signaling the start of a massive spatial shift. The Reaper stands tall within the glow, her silhouette radiating a cold, lethal intent. She steels her resolve, ready to prove that her title isn't just for show in this hellhole. The purple-haired girl is completely caught off guard, as the blinding light fades into a total nightmare. She and the rogue agent find themselves standing in a desolate, destroyed cityscape, alongside a calm Minu Cha. Our boy doesn't panic, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the perimeter for any hidden trash-tier threats. The area is a graveyard of concrete and steel, looking like a world that ended long ago. Every corner of this urban hellscape is choked with debris, leaving absolutely no room for a quick escape. Minu realizes the scale of the destruction, wondering if this is a memory or a dark future. The Reaper is dumbfounded, questioning how they could still be inside the tower amidst such vast, realistic ruins. A system prompt clarifies they've entered a virtual reality quest designed to test their absolute limits. Griffin joins the group, his skepticism replaced by a grim focus as he prepares for the coming trial. Suddenly, a massive floor guardian manifests behind them, forcing the hunters to face their first real challenge. The group immediately dives into the fray, their weapons clashing against a swarm of trash-tier floor guardians. Our boy remains completely unfazed even as a massive lava golem attempts a pathetic ambush from behind. A single, devastating impact echoes through the ruins, reducing the guardian to a cloud of dust and embers. Minu steps firmly onto the beast's cooling remains, proving its supposed strength was nothing more than a joke. He rests his massive blade on his shoulder, wondering why these legendary guardians feel so incredibly weak. Griffin maintains his cool, barely glancing at the serpent lunging to tear his throat out in the chaos. Hunter Chu joins the slaughter, his seasoned eyes tracking every movement as another beast charges with mindless rage. Blades and magic collide in a blur of violence, the team finally acting like they are cut from the same cloth. Nilia watches the carnage with a sinking heart, realizing the tower's illusions are becoming far too real. They stand amidst the hollowed-out city ruins, a grim reminder of the world they are desperately trying to save. A flood of demonic beasts swarms the ruins, turning the hollowed city into a literal death trap for everyone. In the middle of the carnage, a desperate hand reaches out from the rubble, seeking any sign of salvation. Minu stares back as a terrified survivor, asks if he is a hunter sent to finally rescue them all. The girl clings to our boy's leg, sobbing and begging him to save her from the encroaching darkness nearby. Minu and the Reaper are left dumbfounded, wondering how anyone else could have survived this long in such hell. The Reaper begins to tremble, her usual cold exterior cracking as the gravity of the situation finally sinks in. Griffin grows suspicious, questioning why a supposed expert like her is suddenly so clueless about the tower's current state. He realizes that if their guide is truly lost, they might be walking straight into a massive meat grinder. Nelia grits her teeth in fear, realizing the tower's rules have been completely thrown out the window this time. Even the veteran hunter Chu looks tense, knowing this trash-tier mission just became a total S-rank nightmare for them. Nelia is visibly shaken as she realizes the tower has transformed into a literal graveyard for the living. The surrounding ruins are a perfect, haunting recreation of the gate shock incident that once devastated the entire world. Far away from the chaos, the cold atmosphere of the SG Tower parking garage hides a different kind of danger. Inside a luxury car, a call is made confirming that a secret agent has been deployed to monitor the situation. Jiayu Ka puts on his best corporate smile while assuring his contact that the Nebula Guild has everything under control. But as soon as the line goes dead, his expression turns cold, showing his true, manipulative nature. He grits his teeth in annoyance, finding Van Gogh's obsession with saving his older brother to be a total waste. Just as he plans his next move to gather intel, he spots a familiar face lurking in the dim light. It is Mr. Ma, a man whose presence usually means the agency's dirty work is about to get even messier. Jiayu Ka stares intensely, realizing that this unexpected encounter might just be the wild card he wasn't prepared for. Jiayu Ka spots Mr. Ma's car and wonders why the agency's cleaner is tailing him in the same direction. He realizes they are both heading toward the same destination, making him wonder if his plans are already compromised. Meanwhile, at a secluded traditional estate, the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of brewing trouble. Inside, Neptune checks his phone, frustrated by the vague reassurances he keeps receiving from his superiors. Our boy Neptune sighs in annoyance, thinking that staying calm is much easier said than done right now. He mentions that a government agent has been sent to the Tower of Sanctum to monitor the situation. When asked if he actually trusts those government dogs, Neptune scoffs at the very idea of relying on them. Van Gogh remains silent, his silhouette reflecting the heavy burden of leadership and the secrets he is currently harboring. He stares at the glowing Tower of Sanctum, feeling a deep, gut-wrenching intuition that something is seriously wrong. Turning his back on the view, the Guildmaster prepares to face whatever nightmare is brewing within those walls. Neptune decides it's finally time to hire some specialists to handle the tower's growing mess. He tells his contact that these hunters will do anything as long as the pay is right. Deep in the woods, a hooded mercenary checks his phone, waiting for the signal to move. The message finally arrives, and the team prepares to infiltrate the area under the cover of night. They notice their third member is missing, wondering if the trash-tier recruit got cold feet and bailed. Suddenly, a mysterious figure steps from the shadows, offering a lazy apology for being behind schedule. It turns out the latecomer is the green-haired woman, a lethal operative with a very sharp grin. She explains their mission is to secure the advance party and help them clear the floor. The woman notes that a support party is already inside, her mind racing with her own hidden agenda. She accidentally mentions Baphomet, leaving her teammates completely dumbfounded by a name they have never heard before. The green-haired woman suggests they try working as a team despite this being their first meeting. She flashes a sharp, predatory grin, clearly keeping her true motives hidden from the group. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as one of the mercenaries ends up dead on the cold ground. Meanwhile, our boy Minu is back in the neighborhood, looking like a completely ordinary young man. A neighbor stops him, explaining she's locked out and needs a ladder to climb her own wall. Minu clarifies her plan to scale the fence, wondering why she'd take such a risky route. He pauses to think, realizing this trash-tier lock doesn't stand a chance against a simple trick. He produces a 9-volt battery, explaining that holding it against the pins will provide emergency power. The neighbors are left dumbfounded as the gate clicks open, marveling at his unexpected technical cleverness. Minu just laughs, joking that he learned the trick online since schools don't teach useful survival skills. Minu asks the doctor if he can read her book while they discuss useless school subjects. She is shocked to find out our boy doesn't even attend school, wondering if he is on early break. When she insists it is the law to make friends, Minu just shrugs, clearly uninterested in trash-tier social circles. He mentions his older self is still busy in the tower, buying him some time to stay hidden. Suddenly, his demonic instincts flare up as a sharp red glow pierces through his calm facade. He realizes that while he was busy helping neighbors, some rat actually had the nerve to break in. The quiet courtyard of his home feels heavy with the presence of an uninvited guest lurking nearby. Everything remains still, until the silence is broken by the faint, metallic movement of the front gate. The heavy wood creaks open, revealing a shadow that definitely does not belong in this peaceful neighborhood. This mysterious tower witness vows to expose the demonic beast hiding behind a human mask, no matter what. Minu looks down at the intruder, realizing this rat is actually a survivor from his past life. The sight of the witness triggers a grim memory of a city reduced to nothing but rubble. It was a day when the sky fell, and hope was buried under twisted metal and concrete. Amidst the chaos, a massive red dragon tore through the streets while a powerful hunter rescued a child. Hunter Chu desperately asks for a way out as he clutches the terrified boy against the dragon's wrath. Nelia points toward a flickering safe zone, the only chance they have to survive the unfolding nightmare. Seeing the opening, the old man grits his teeth, knowing he only has one shot at this. He channels every ounce of his strength into his legs, preparing for a desperate, high-stakes gamble. With a massive leap, he soars over the destruction, leaving the chaos of the dragon behind them. They slam into the safe zone with a heavy wham, barely escaping the jaws of certain death. The system updates the kill count as Hunter Chu channels his remaining mana for a desperate final stand. Nelia thinks they've cleared the floor until the dragon roars, proving the nightmare isn't over yet. Suddenly, a jagged blade pokes through the beast's neck as the survivors inside start hacking their way out. Another strike tears through its scales, showing the dragon that it swallowed the wrong pair of hunters. Our boy Minu looks like he's crawled out of a meat grinder, his face completely masked in gore. Raven is just as messed up, his silver hair matted with blood as he pushes past his limits. With a final, explosive slash, they rip through the dragon's hide and emerge from its cooling corpse. The dust settles over the shattered buildings, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet after the intense carnage. Minu drops low, cursing under his breath because that fight took way more out of him than expected. He wipes the grime off, complaining to Raven that his brand new equipment is now totally trashed and bloody. Minu and Raven are caught off guard when the rain suddenly starts shimmering with a strange, magical light. A literal rainbow cuts through the gloom, signaling that something powerful is messing with the tower's atmosphere. Nelia pops up to explain they were coming to help, praising the duo for slicing their way out. Nearby, Hunter Chu is getting absolutely drenched and grumbles about needing a way to dry off quickly. The rogue agent shows him a demon deterrent device, explaining it uses waves to keep them hidden. She mentions that the legendary Reaper was actually the one who prepared all this high-tech survival gear. Turns out the Reaper is just curled up in a corner, looking completely drained from the recent ordeal. Raven checks his system window and realizes they still have 9 more survivors to find and rescue. He asks Nelia what the next stage implies, but even she is stumped by this weird mechanic. Minu just wipes the blood off his face, wondering why the system can't just call it a floor. Minu suggests the next floor might be a carbon copy of this hellish virtual gate shock environment. Raven remains stoic, crossing his arms as he weighs the tactical disadvantage of a repeating stage. Our boy just flashes a grin, asking them to consider the possibility purely as a hypothesis. He realizes the Tower Master wouldn't go through the trouble of building this wreckage for one-time use. Nelia chimes in, noting that a perfect replication means a massive swarm of demonic beasts is inevitable. She directs her suspicion toward the man she knows as Baphomet, trying to gauge his reaction. Seeing his lack of fear, she asks if he was a survivor of the original disaster himself. Nearby, the Reaper is barely holding it together as the virtual atmosphere triggers her deep-seated trauma. The rogue agent observes the girl's distress, realizing not everyone is cut from the same cloth. Nelia remains dumbfounded by Minu's silence, noting he acts like the gate shock never even happened. The rogue agent checks on the Reaper, who admits she's never actually lived through a real gate shock. Nelia steps in to comfort them, reminding our girl that everyone's tolerance for this trash-tier reality is different. Despite the support, the Reaper is still clearly struggling as the simulated disaster digs up some dark memories. Nelia offers a sympathetic smile, preparing to drop some lore about her own tragic awakening during the incident. She recounts being a young newlywed when a department store date turned into a literal nightmare of falling concrete. While demonic beasts tore through the city, she found her husband crushed and bleeding out under the heavy rubble. Just as hope was fading, she awakened her hunter powers, a stroke of luck that changed everything. She tells the group that her new strength was the only reason she could drag him to safety. Turns out the surprises weren't over, as a nurse later revealed she was actually pregnant through it all. Her husband was absolutely dumbfounded with joy in his hospital bed, celebrating the news of becoming a father. Nelia looks absolutely crushed despite the good news, her mind clearly stuck back in that hellish disaster. She admits those haunting memories of the screams and the blood just won't leave her head. Even though she saved her husband, the guilt of ignoring everyone else's cries for help eats her alive. Her husband just smiles and reminds her that he wasn't the only life she managed to pull back. He gently places a hand on her stomach, revealing she actually saved their unborn child that day too. Realizing she protected a new life right as her powers awakened leaves her completely dumbfounded and speechless. That moment of clarity is exactly why she chose to become a hunter and save as many as possible. The Reaper and Zest listen intently, as she explains how that trauma eventually turned into her greatest resolve. She tells the group that their real mission is making sure no one else suffers through another gate shock. With a bright smile, she rallies the team to clear this tower and keep the innocent people safe. The Reaper listens quietly, her sharp eyes scanning the room as the heavy atmosphere finally begins to lift. Zest can't help but butt in, asking Nelia how she could possibly have a kid given her age. Nelia just laughs it off, casually revealing she actually turned 40 years old earlier this year. While our boy watches from the sidelines, she jokes that her youthful skin comes from a strict routine. With the mood lightened, the final survivor is successfully warped out of the tower's dangerous lower floors. The group watches the last civilian vanish, satisfied that their rescue mission has finally reached its conclusion. Suddenly, system windows pop up in front of Nelia and the Reaper, signaling a shift in the tower. Raven and Minu look on as the system commands the party to proceed to the next stage immediately. A blinding light erupts from the center of the floor, signaling the start of a new trial. The entire area is consumed by a massive flash, as they are transported deeper into the tower's ruins. Hunter Chiu and Nelia brace themselves as the system's teleportation magic violently pulls them into the next floor. They arrive in a virtual nightmare, a perfect recreation of the city during the initial gate shock disaster. Minu observes that, as they climb higher, the number of survivors left to save is steadily dwindling. To make matters worse, the demonic beasts stalking these ruins are becoming far more dangerous than trash-tier mobs. The party splits into 3 active teams, trusting the powerhouse Hunter Chiu to handle his sector completely solo. They navigate the hollowed-out remains of the city, where every crumbling building feels like a potential death trap. A new quest window appears, tasking our boy with finding 3 specific survivors to advance the stage. Minu tells Griffin they need to hurry and finish this before the gate shock environment suffocates them. Griffin remains silent and focused, likely wondering if he finally has what it takes to surpass his brother. They step deeper into the heavy mist of the ruins, where the next trial is already waiting for them. Griffin narrows his eyes, his suspicion toward Minu reaching a boiling point as they trek through the ruins. The decaying city around them serves as a grim reminder of the chaos the tower brings to reality. Griffin suddenly stops, feeling a piercing gaze and wondering if someone is stalking them from the shadows. Minu senses the tension too, his demonic instincts flaring as he realizes Griffin is finally losing his patience. He smirks and asks if Griffin is still hung up on their encounter back at the Hunter orientation. Our boy leans in, reminding the younger Hunter of the cold warning he gave him once before. Griffin doesn't flinch and coldly promises to end Minu if his true nature as a beast is exposed. They stand toe-to-toe, Griffin claiming he knows for a fact that Minu is nothing more than a monster. He points out that inside this lawless tower, a corpse is just another casualty of the demonic beasts. Minu stares back, realizing Griffin is actually dumbfounded enough to suggest a literal fight to the death right now. A sudden, desperate cry for help shatters the heavy tension between the 2 rivals. Minu clicks his tongue, deciding to postpone their duel since a survivor's life is on the line. Our boy doesn't hesitate, dashing toward the scream while leaving a stunned Griffin in the dust. Griffin freezes as the voice triggers a memory, wondering if he actually knows the person in trouble. It turns out to be a terrified boy, waving his arms and begging for someone to save him. A massive, multi-toothed demonic beast lunges forward, ready to tear the poor kid to shreds. Before the monster can strike, Minus Blade carves through its body in a single, violent burst. He flicks the gore off his sentient sword, thinking the kill was almost too easy. Standing over the remains, Minu casually notes that the rescue mission is officially a success. Griffin finally catches up, looking completely dumbfounded by the sheer speed of Minu's lethal efficiency. Griffin stands frozen, his mind racing as he tries to process the familiar name escaping his lips. Nearby, the young boy is trembling, his silhouette drenched in cold sweat from the sheer terror of it. Suhyuk looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, wondering if his older brother has finally come to save him. But there is no time for reunions as a trash-tier demonic beast lunges forward with a violent roar. The ground shatters from the impact, but our boy and the Reaper leap back with effortless grace. The purple-haired girl doesn't waste a second, weaving her lethal magic threads through the air with cold precision. She strikes the beast's massive frame, her movements a blur as she begins her calculated dance of death. A single thread whistles through the air, wrapping around the monster's neck like a silent, glowing noose. More threads crisscross around its limbs, trapping the creature in a web it can't possibly hope to escape. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the magic wires bite deep, carving through the beast's reinforced hide. The Reaper tightens her threads, but the trash-tier beast is surprisingly resilient against her lethal magic. Suddenly, she spots a shadow moving above and shouts out in surprise as a stranger joins the fray. Zest dives from the ruins, her eyes locked onto the monster's weak point with predatory focus. She drives her blade deep into its skull, delivering a lethal strike that ends the struggle instantly. A massive burst of mana erupts, signaling the end of the simulation's most dangerous threat. Landing with a heavy thump, the rogue agent stands tall as the beast's corpse begins to dissolve. They both catch their breath, realizing this simulation is a terrifyingly accurate depiction of the original gate shock. The agent offers a quick apology for the sudden interference, leaving the Reaper completely dumbfounded. She gets flustered and insists she's fine, knowing everyone here has survived similar nightmares before. An awkward silence settles between them as they realize they might be cut from the same cloth. They both agree it's time to quit standing around and keep pushing through this nightmare. As they walk away, the heavy atmosphere of the simulation starts weighing on their minds. A sudden rustle behind them breaks the silence, putting our girl on high alert instantly. The Reaper stops in her tracks, her mind racing with regret over her performance so far. She remembers Baphomet's words and worries that she's only been a burden to the others. She starts thinking she's a total trash-tier hunter for making her teammates carry her weight. Shaking off the dark thoughts, she turns back to apologize to the agent for her earlier behavior. Turns out Zest is barely holding it together, her body finally buckling under some hidden strain. Nearby, Nelia is distracted by her spirit companion until the sound of approaching footsteps catches her ear. Nelia diagnoses it as a rare paralyzing venom, warning them that a standard potion won't do squat. Zest feels like a total burden, apologizing for her lack of caution despite being an elite agent. Nelia tells her to chill out, explaining she is there specifically to handle these messy situations. Suddenly, a tiny, squishy summon pops out to provide a much-needed healing buff to the downed agent. Both the Reaper and the agent are dumbfounded by how adorable the little fella actually is. They continue through the desolate, ruined city, the weight of the tower's destruction hanging heavy in the air. Nelia stretches her limbs, eager to find more survivors, while the Reaper finally lets out a genuine laugh. When the Reaper calls her cute, Nelia just laughs it off, reminding her she is just a middle-aged mom. She admits her summons were not always this friendly, crediting her son for their current soft appearance. In a warm memory, her boy begs to play with her summons, unaware of their true, terrifying nature. Turns out, her original guardians were nightmare-tier beasts cut from a much darker and more violent cloth. Nelia hugs her boy tight, as the terrifying shadows of her original summons loom over them. Screams of monsters echo through the apartment complex, a haunting reminder of the day everything changed. Since then, her summons shifted into cuter forms, proving the bond between master and spirit is everything. As they walk, the Reaper listens intently to the secret of how a summoner's heart fuels their power. Nelia recalls the rare cases where hunters literally put their lives on the line for their spectral companions. She remembers a young, stubborn hunter who refused to back down no matter how high the stakes were. Turns out that kid grew up to be a legendary S-class guildmaster, proving that determination pays off. The Reaper takes it all in, her sharp eyes softening as she reflects on the mother's heavy past. Nelia notices her companion looking a bit less anxious, and asks if she is finally feeling better. She admits her nerves were rattling, fearing she would be useless if another gate shock hit this world. Nelia dismisses the Reaper's worries, claiming that letting another disaster happen is total nonsense. She is determined to clear every tower in existence to keep the world safe from another gate shock. Still, she keeps a level head, knowing they need to finish this specific floor before celebrating. The Reaper notes the eerie silence, wondering why they haven't encountered any survivors in such a massive zone. Suddenly, a tiny girl in a pink dress emerges from the darkness, looking completely lost and broken. The poor kid is shaking like a leaf, her eyes filled with the kind of trauma no child should endure. Nelia kneels down, gently telling the girl that she is safe now and they will get her out. When she sees the girl's injured leg, she realizes the child has been hiding in pain this whole time. She offers to carry her, noting that the little one is roughly the same age as her own son. Watching the exchange, the Reaper feels a rare moment of warmth, seeing Nelia's motherly side shine through. The Reaper is already daydreaming about spending quality time with our boy once this trash-tier tower is finally cleared. But her peace is shattered when the little girl suddenly drives a massive spike through Nelia's back. Nelia is left dumbfounded, blood trickling from her lips as she realizes the child was actually a deadly trap. Horrified, the Reaper screams for her friend, her mind racing to process the brutal and sudden turn of events. The pint-sized monster just smirks, her face lighting up with mechanical mana lines as she reveals her true nature. A violent explosion rips through the hall, punctuating the Reaper's desperate cry as the entire floor begins to crumble. Far away, our boy stops in his tracks, his demonic senses tingling as he feels a massive, hostile surge. He hears a faint groan nearby and wonders if that loud blast was the signal for an all-out ambush. he discovers a terrified survivor huddled in the dark, shaking like a leaf amidst the tower's suffocating atmosphere. The poor kid is completely broken by fear, clutching his head as the psychological pressure begins to take hold. Rewinding to a few hours earlier, Minu and Raven find themselves standing before the trembling survivor. The kid looks up in a daze, his presence bringing a sudden, heavy tension to the group. Raven stares back with a cold intensity, recognizing the familiar face of the brother he thought was lost. Our boy just watches the drama unfold, staying silent as he processes this unexpected family reunion. He even catches himself wondering if the silver hair is a family trait or just some trash tier dye. The boy desperately begs the hunters to save his parents, unaware of the grim reality of the tower. Suddenly, Raven's system flashes a bright blue notification, signaling that the peace is about to end. Minu receives a matching red alert, his demonic senses tingling as the tower forces a new objective. An emergency quest triggers as a dark, powerful energy begins to manifest from the surrounding shadows. A massive thud echoes through the area, forcing the hunters to snap out of their thoughts and fight. A swarm of high-tier demonic beasts begins to emerge, their presence suffocating the very air around them. These aren't just trash-tier mobs. They are the tower's elite guardians, hungry for fresh hunter meat. Even the legendary Calamity Dragon looms in the background, a reminder of the absolute destruction it once caused. Our boy Minu is visibly annoyed, hating the fact that they have to stay hidden from these pests. Every heavy stomp, vibrating through the floor, confirms his suspicion that every single demon here is upper tier. He wonders if this specific region was hit harder by the gate shock, given the sheer density of power. Raven checks his system map but realizes he can't even find a single safe zone in this hellhole. The situation gets messier as they realize they have to protect the traumatized kid while navigating this gauntlet. The boy trembles on the ground, apologizing for being a burden, but desperate for their help. He begs Raven to find his brother, admitting he left him behind to search for their missing parents. Raven grits his teeth in regret, wishing he had brought his brother along if he knew this would happen. Our boy Minu finds the situation strange, noticing the kid is far more coherent than the usual trash-tier survivors. He questions why the boy is so self-aware when everyone else usually just screams for help. To settle the kid's nerves, Minu points at Raven and claims that the hunter is actually his brother. Minu racks his brain, trying to remember the plot of a cheesy web novel he once saw Beelzebub reading. He flashes a smug grin and tells the boy they actually traveled back from the future to save him. Raven looks completely dumbfounded, as Minu explains that his brother becomes a legendary hunter in the years to come. Young Soo-hyuk is left speechless, staring at the silver-haired man while trying to process this insane revelation. The boy remains silent for a beat, his mind racing as he analyzes the person standing before him. Finally, he calls out the bluff, certain his brother would never dye his hair such a weird, flashy color. Our boy Minu just smirks, finding it hilarious that a literal child is dismantling his trash-tier cover story. Raven clicks his tongue in annoyance, clearly hating that he's being dragged into this ridiculous future traveler lie. He pivots to explaining the whitening, a freak phenomenon from the gate shock that permanently altered the survivors. It turns out the trauma of the tower was so intense it literally drained the color from them. Only the few who crawled out of those cursed regions carry the mark of the white-haired survivors. Raven is haunted by the memory of the carnage, knowing he barely escaped the clutches of death. Young Soo-hyuk stands amidst the metaphorical blood of his past, realizing he and his brother were truly alone. The kid looks completely dumbfounded as the weight of his solitary survival finally starts to sink in. When Minu asks about their parents, Raven is reminded that they were the only ones who made it. Raven goes silent, his sharp eyes filled with a bitterness that only someone who lost everything could understand. The kid's eyes are wide with terror as he witnesses his entire world falling apart around him. Back in the present, Minu and Raven are swarmed by trash-tier monsters that clearly don't know when to quit. In a flashback, young Soo-hyuk catches a protective device, desperate to find any place to hide. A massive explosion rocks the facility, sending the terrified boy scrambling through the choking smoke and debris. He ducks under the heavy steel rafters, praying the entire structure doesn't collapse on his head. With trembling hands, he carefully prepares to place the ward on the ground, just like he was told. He clings to the hope that this artifact will actually keep the demonic beasts from finding him. Time is rapidly running out, and he knows he must finish the setup before the monsters arrive. His heart thumps in his chest when he realizes something far worse is watching him from the shadows. Kneeling in the void, the boy desperately calls for his parents, unaware they are already gone. The city lies in total ruin, a silent graveyard of concrete swallowed by a thick, suffocating fog. Suddenly, a violent blue blast erupts, shattering the silence and signaling that the real nightmare has begun. Intense waves of mana surge through the streets, carrying the weight of a tragedy that cannot be undone. Our boy Minu braces himself, his sharp eyes widening as he senses a presence that shouldn't be here. Raven stands completely dumbfounded, struggling to process the sheer scale of the destruction unfolding before him. A ghostly silhouette of a child appears between them, radiating a chilling sense of unforgivable resentment. Young Soo-hyuk is pushed to his absolute limit, his face pale as the trauma begins to resurface. The poor kid can only stammer that everyone is gone, his voice trembling with a soul-crushing despair. Fueled by a cold, murderous rage, Raven vows to hunt down and slaughter every last monster responsible. As his heart hammers against his ribs, the boy realizes there is no escaping this living hell. Soo-hyuk stares up in horror as he finds his parents' bodies suspended by cold, dark spikes. His heart hammers against his ribs as the brutal reality of their deaths finally sinks in. He can't look away from his mother's broken form, realizing she never stood a chance against the tower. The poor kid is completely paralyzed, his mind fracturing from the sheer weight of the trauma. Seeing his father discarded like trash tier fodder makes something deep inside him snap. Tears stream down his face while his pulse thunders, marking the exact moment his childhood ends. Kneeling in the darkness, he realizes that only he and his brother are left in this cruel world. He looks at his trembling hands, wondering why he was the one cursed to survive this nightmare. Suddenly, a surge of raw mana ignites in his eye, signaling a power he never asked for. A massive explosion of blue energy levels the surroundings as he lets out a soul-shattering scream of agony. A massive explosion rocks the area, forcing Minu and Griffin to brace for the coming impact. Our boy looks on in shock as a mysterious force surges past them with blinding speed. They can barely track the movement, wondering if another trash-tier threat is about to ambush them. Suddenly, a swarm of demonic beasts manifests behind them, turning the situation from bad to worse. Blue flames erupt with a roar, signaling that a power far beyond their expectations is finally awakening. A spectral frost wolf emerges from the heat, its icy presence crackling through the intense blue mana. The energy continues to spiral out of control, threatening to consume everything in its path. With a violent burst, the mana expands, proving that this isn't just some low-level hunter trick. A massive army of spectral monsters towers over them, leaving both hunters looking like small, helpless ants. Griffin is completely dumbfounded, asking what in the world is happening as the scale of power shifts. Griffin is sweating bullets, finally realizing the terrifying truth hidden within these intense blue flames. Even young Soo-hyuk is paralyzed by fear as the traumatic memories of that day start flooding back. He vividly remembers how they barely managed to survive the inferno that nearly consumed their entire world. A hand reaches out through the heat, offering a desperate chance at life amidst the suffocating chaos. The figure warns him of the danger, beckoning the boy to find safety within his protective reach. Back in the present, Griffin is completely dumbfounded as the legendary hero finally steps into the light. Raven emerges from the mana, his heart consumed by a cold, unwavering desire to slaughter his enemies. With his system powers fully awakened, he prepares to hunt down every single monster in his sight. Griffin desperately shouts his brother's name, but the man before him feels like a total, cold-blooded stranger. Our boy Minu just watches silently, knowing that the real carnage is only just beginning. Raven lets out a chilling smirk, clearly relishing the carnage as his blue mana begins to flare. A sickening sound tears through the air as a hidden blade finally finds its mark. The Reaper is completely dumbfounded, her hand reaching out too late to stop the inevitable. Nelia gasps as a cold, jagged blade erupts through her chest in a spray of crimson. It turns out the innocent girl they found was just a trash-tier mimic, waiting for a backstab. The creature reveals its true, mechanical nature, wearing a twisted grin as it mocks their misplaced kindness. Refusing to let her friend die, the Reaper screams Nelia's name with a voice full of desperation. She dashes through the smoke, her only thought being to save the woman who just saved them. Catching the falling hunter, she realizes the wound is fatal if they don't get out immediately. Just then, a massive mechanical beast slams down, cutting off their only path to safety. The mechanical beast mocks their struggle, laughing at how pitiful it is to see humans try to run. The Reaper grits her teeth in frustration, her mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. She hauls Nelia's limp body through the debris, as a massive explosion nearly blows them off their feet. A jagged metal limb lunges forward, forcing her to make a desperate leap to avoid being skewered. The monster looms over them like a shadow of death, declaring that this floor will be their grave. Its core begins to whir with a terrifying hum, charging up a lethal blast of concentrated mana. A blinding blue beam tears through the ruins, narrowly missing the fleeing hunters as they scramble for cover. The Reaper pushes her tired legs to the limit, sprinting through the searing heat of the energy discharge. She braces herself against the shockwaves, focusing entirely on keeping Nelia's head above the rising smoke. The beast slams its massive weight down with a heavy wham, nearly crushing the ground beneath their feet. The mechanical beast doesn't let up, its massive red armor clanking as it prepares another crushing strike. It mocks their puny defenses, claiming a flimsy green shield won't save them from the inevitable. Realizing she's on the brink, Nelia desperately uses an advanced healing potion to keep her heart beating. Her vision blurs as she forces down hemorrhage suppressants, trying to ignore the agonizing pain in her chest. The Reaper isn't doing much better, burning through her inventory of regeneration potions just to stay standing. She's completely out of breath, her lungs burning as she realizes they're running out of time and options. Suddenly, a distant memory of Nelia's son crying out for her flashes through her fading consciousness. Nelia manages a weak, blood-stained smile, telling her companion she's just glad the girl is still safe. She remembers her own promise to stay strong, believing her life is a small price for his survival. With her last bit of strength, she urges her friend to hurry and leave her behind. Nelia is fading out, begging her friend to leave her behind while there is still a chance. The Reaper isn't having any of that self-sacrifice nonsense, telling her to shut it and stay focused. She snaps at Nelia, reminding the dying woman that she is a hunter, not some weak civilian. If she survived weeks of starvation in this hellhole, a puncture wound shouldn't be her end. While the mechanical guardian rains down fire, the Reaper keeps their defense holding by a thread. Looking down at her fallen comrade, the Reaper realizes that words alone won't keep Nelia alive. She plays her last card, asking if Nelia really wants her son to grow up as an orphan. Desperate, she activates Calix's pocket watch, a legendary artifact capable of bending the very laws of time. As the world freezes, she tells Nelia to just wait while she handles the real threat. With a cold resolve, the Reaper stands tall, swearing she won't let her friend's story end here. The mechanical beast mocks her, thinking she can stay hidden inside her little green bubble forever. It taunts her, claiming she's finally hit a dead end with absolutely nowhere left to run. But our girl just stares back with cold eyes, wondering who exactly decided she was the one trapped. The Guardian calls her a pathetic little rat as she finally steps out from the shadows to face him. Without a second of hesitation, the Reaper pounces, closing the distance before the machine can even react. She's moving with a lethal grace, her mind focused entirely on tearing this scrap metal apart. Her magic threads lash out, clashing against the beast's armor in a flurry of sparks and steel. The Guardian just laughs, calling her efforts trash tier as her strikes fail to leave a single scratch. Even as the machine mocks her, she keeps the pressure on, refusing to let up for even a heartbeat. The beast smashes the ground in a show of force, admitting that for a mere human, she isn't trash tier. Reaper weaves through the chaos, her eyes locked onto the mechanical monstrosity looming ahead. Her threads strike the surrounding rubble, though it looks like she's completely missing her target. More lines sink into the stone, creating a web of magic that the beast hasn't noticed yet. Suddenly, our girl yanks her arms back, revealing she wasn't actually aiming for the machine. The Guardian stands dumbfounded, finally realizing it's been caught in a trap designed to limit its reach. It retaliates with a burst of energy, desperately trying to blast its way out of the invisible cage. Even as the ground shatters, the beast mocks her, claiming a mere human could never truly win. The Reaper doesn't flinch, already calculating the exact moment to trigger her final, lethal strike. With another powerful pull, she uses the environment itself to drag the metal titan off balance. As explosions rock the city, the Guardian mocks her accuracy, completely unaware he's already lost. The mechanical beast roars that it has arrived, ready to turn the battlefield into a graveyard. Our girl effortlessly dances around its massive strikes, mocking the creature for missing yet another obvious blow. Frustrated by her constant dodging, the Titan demands to know what she is actually trying to accomplish. Turns out, the Reaper was busy weaving a massive web of mana threads right under its nose. The beast lashes out with a desperate slash, but it is far too slow to break the trap. It scoffs that she is not even trying to land a hit, completely misreading her true intentions. Suddenly, the monster freezes in shock as it realizes it has been completely ensnared by the glowing grid. With a cold gaze, she confirms that landing a direct hit was never the plan to begin with. The Guardian stands dumbfounded, unable to process how a mere human managed to outmaneuver its superior programming. She finally reveals her trump card, activating a lethal skill inherited from the legendary weaver, Arachne. The mechanical beast finds itself pulled into a strange, digital-looking domain known as Haven. It looks around in a daze, realizing the environment has shifted completely from the tower floor. The Guardian is genuinely rattled, demanding to know where this trash-tier human has dragged it. The Reaper suddenly manifests in the void, claiming she actually hates getting her hands dirty in combat. The beast lashes out in a panic, screaming that humans are nothing but prey to be hunted. She just ignores the tantrum, reflecting on the paralyzing fear she felt every time she entered the tower. With a cold, hollow look, she suggests there might be a peaceful way to end this cycle. The Guardian pauses for a split second, its sensors trying to compute this sudden change in tone. It quickly snaps back, roaring that coexistence is a lie, and their two species are destined for war. The monster doubles down on its programming, swearing it was born to destroy every human in its path. The Guardian rants about reigning over humanity, convinced that conquest is the only reason for its mechanical existence. Suddenly, its systems start to haywire as it realizes it can no longer control its own metallic frame. The Reaper just watches with a chilling calm, respecting its opinion while completely paralyzing its every motor function. She prepares her final move, coldly noting that this trash-tier beast will serve as a necessary sacrifice. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she tightens the invisible threads that have already sealed the monster's fate. The Guardian's sensors go wild in a desperate attempt to process how a mere human could overpower its programming. It begs for her to stop, but its pleas fall on deaf ears as the pressure becomes unbearable. In a violent burst of scrap metal, the beast is torn to shreds, leaving nothing but floating debris. She stares at the carnage with hollow eyes, justifying the brutal execution as a small price for true peace. As the mechanical remains fade into the void, the silence of the tower returns to its heavy, suffocating norm. A quest complete notification flashes as the massive Goliath, 1-3, is finally confirmed as eliminated. The Reaper stands amidst the fading purple light as the system begins restoring the zone's original dimension. As the environment begins to shift, she looks back at the destruction with a cold, detached expression. Standing over the wreckage, she looks down at the trash-tier remains of what used to be a guardian. A haunting silhouette appears, labeling her a hypocrite and claiming she can never erase her bloody past. She whirls around in shock, her eyes wide as she searches for the source of that mocking voice. The silence of the ruins only amplifies her fear that she's being hunted by her own dark memories. Our girl snaps out of it and dashes toward Nelia, who is collapsed and glowing with fading mana. Nelia offers a faint, weary smile, while admitting she'll definitely need emergency aid to pull through. She's suddenly dumbfounded by a massive blue barrier that seems to be cutting them off from the world. This massive blue barrier isn't natural, acting like a cage that keeps the different zones strictly divided. The Reaper is shaken, realizing the world hasn't reverted to normal despite her completing the emergency quest. Meanwhile, Jiwan snoops through a phone, teasing our boy about his search history being filled with his rival. Minu quickly snatches it back, wondering why his trash-tier servant thinks he has the right to pry. Jiwan reminds him that Raven is long gone, so there's no point in obsessing over a dead man. Our boy just closes his eyes, fully aware of the truth, but unable to shake his inner turmoil. Turns out, his only wish is to test his strength against that legendary hero just one more time. The system answers his desire by spawning a lethal construct, ordering the immediate elimination of the Raven clone. With the area isolated, the battle begins, and the fake hero unleashes a wave of devastating blue mana. Griffin is forced into a desperate retreat, realizing he's now facing the terrifying ghost of his own brother. Griffin barely evades the strike, feeling the cold intent radiating from his brother's shadow. Their blades collide with a heavy clang as Griffin struggles to hold his ground against the construct. Raven stares back with hollow, glowing eyes, showing no mercy to the boy he once protected. Sweat pours down Griffin's face, realizing the gap between them is wider than he ever imagined. Another massive impact sends vibrations through his arms, making him wonder if he can even survive this. Suddenly, the fake hero's blade ignites with a familiar, soul-chilling blue flame. Raven leaps through the air, raining down strikes that force Griffin into a desperate retreat. A sharp glint in the clone's eye signals that the real slaughter is only just beginning. He clenches his hilt, pouring even more mana into the flames to finish this lopsided duel. Griffin is blown back by the sheer pressure, completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming power of a legend. Raven refuses to be treated like a mere sidekick, his hollow eyes burning with a cold, artificial intensity. He lashes out with a heavy strike, the sound of clashing steel echoing through the desolate arena. Our boy Minu effortlessly snatches the flying chain daggers out of the air like they were trash-tier toys. He offers a mocking smirk, noting that it has been a long time since they last crossed paths. The Spectre doesn't miss a beat, resetting his stance as the cold wind whips around his blade. Griffin watches from the sidelines, completely dumbfounded to see his brother's image standing right before him. Minu decides to show the legend some respect, triggering a locked passive skill as his mana begins surging. He knows he can't half-ass this fight against Raven, finally unlocking his true offensive potential for the duel. Standing in the shadows, he grips his daggers, ready to show this construct the power of a king. With a lethal glare, he prepares to end this reunion by cutting down the ghost of his rival. Minu launches a high-speed lunge, but Raven is too quick, dodging the strike with practiced ease. The legendary hero crouches low to the ground, his instincts screaming that more lethal attacks are coming. Our boy doesn't let up, swinging his chain daggers from above to trap his slippery opponent. Raven meets the assault head-on, swinging his blade upward to parry the heavy momentum of the king. The air fills with the sound of clashing metal as they trade blows at a blinding, superhuman speed. Minu stares down the cold edge of the blade, his red eye glowing with the thrill of battle. This familiar rhythm triggers a sudden sense of déjà vu from their ancient, world-shaking clashes. He can't help but chuckle, realizing that even as a data construct, Raven is still a total monster. Minu resets his stance, his chains rattling as he prepares to unleash a much more complex technique. Raven slides back, his body steaming from the exertion of keeping up with a reincarnated demon king. Minu tightens his grip, determined to show this data ghost the true power of a demon king. Raven remains unfazed, his sharp eyes tracking the trajectory of the incoming chain with robotic precision. Our boy whips the blade again, trying to snare his opponent in a web of cold, unforgiving steel. The force of the exchange is absolute, shattering the concrete as Raven absorbs the heavy impact. He stabilizes instantly, his feet digging into the cracked earth while he calculates his next lethal move. Minu lunges forward with a smirk, relishing the chance to trade blows with his greatest historical rival. He rains down a heavy overhead strike, putting every ounce of his reincarnated strength into the blow. Raven stands his ground, his calm demeanor proving that he is far from being some trash-tier simulation. He effortlessly sidesteps the vertical slash, letting the momentum of the king's attack work against him. Raven counters with a high kick, nearly catching Minu as he readies a massive, ornate broadsword. Raven is blasted back by the force, yet he remains eerily calm while soaring through the debris. Minu watches through the reflection of his steel, his blood boiling with the excitement of a true challenge. Even after being slammed into a crater, our boy grips his sword, refusing to let the momentum die. Raven hovers within a storm of blue flames, looking like a god ready to pass final judgment. Those glowing blue eyes pierce through the smoke, scanning for any weakness in the Demon King's stance. Minus vision turns a predatory red as he feels his heart hammering against his ribs in pure anticipation. The simulation narrows its focus, calculating the exact trajectory needed to silence the reincarnated king for good. Our boy stares back with a defiant glare, knowing that one wrong move means an instant trip to hell. Raven finally lets a smirk slip, realizing that his opponent is actually cut from the same cloth. Minu tightens his grip on the ornate hilt, ready to show this ghost why he was the master. Minu slams his blade down with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath them. The resulting explosion of mana sends shockwaves through the arena, obscuring everything in a blinding blue light. Through the chaos, the legendary hero's data-replicated form cuts through the debris like it's made of paper. Our boy just grins, feeling the rush of a real fight, as he realizes the climax is finally here. He launches himself into the air, a red streak of pure aggression aiming to crush the ghost of his past. Raven's simulation doesn't miss a beat, effortlessly slicing through every obstacle Minu throws his way. A heavy blade bites deep into the stone, a testament to the sheer lethality of their exchange. They lock eyes in midair, two masters of death dancing on the edge of a digital abyss. Minus bloodlust peaks as he demands more excitement, his demonic heart craving the thrill of a life-or-death struggle. The simulation flickers with static, Raven's cold blue gaze, remaining unshaken despite the king's overwhelming pressure. Their blades collide with a deafening ring as Minu tests the weight of the hero's legendary strength. Neither gives an inch, suspended in a mid-air struggle where a single slip means instant death. Our boy flips through the air, trying to find a gap in Raven's seemingly perfect defensive stance. They break away for a split second, both predators waiting for the other to make a fatal mistake. Minus blade whistles through the air, hungry to taste the mana of a worthy opponent once again. He laughs through the friction, finding the life-or-death intensity of this simulation absolutely exhilarating. Raven lunges forward with mechanical precision, his sword aimed directly at the king's vital points. Another spark-flying impact confirms that both fighters are truly cut from the same elite cloth. A heavy blow forces Minu back, the sheer force of the hero's data-driven strike rattling his bones. He slides across the digital floor, grinning because he hasn't felt this alive since his original reign. Their blades scream as they collide repeatedly, neither side willing to give an inch of ground. Our boy drops into a low stance, his heart racing as he admits this fight is actually fun. He pivots on his heel, the friction of his boots against the floor echoing through the arena. Minu catches his breath, his body straining under the pressure of keeping up with a legendary hero. His eyes burn with a demonic red glow, proving that his inner monster is finally waking up. He stares down the silver-haired legend, realizing that a simple simulation shouldn't be this overwhelmingly powerful. Raven remains cold and calculated, his blue mana markings pulsing with the efficiency of a perfect machine. Sensing something is blocking his path, Minu lunges forward with every ounce of strength he has left. The hero stands his ground, looking like an immovable wall that no ordinary hunter could ever scale. As the data begins to flicker, the king realizes he must finish this before the system reaches its limit. Minu stares ahead, his demonic eye flaring as he prepares to push past his human limits. But Raven doesn't give him an inch, sending our boy flying with a strike that shatters the ground. As he tumbles through the air, he can't help but curse his current, hopelessly fragile state. He realizes that despite his past glory, this weak vessel is barely holding together under the pressure. His body screams in protest as he loses his grip on the fight, falling toward the cold floor. A massive smash echoes through the arena, signaling that the gap between them is still a mountain. Raven just stands there like a god, completely unfazed by the desperate struggle of the reincarnated king. The legend's blue mana eye pulses with a cold light, analyzing every flaw in Mina's pathetic form. Even Griffin watches from the sidelines, dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the power being unleashed. Slumped against the rubble, Minu spits out a curse, frustrated that his current shell just can't keep up. Minu grits his teeth, realizing that in his past life, a strike like that wouldn't have even moved him. He knows this is his only chance to bridge the gap, as there won't be another opening. Our boy focuses his gaze, searching for any weakness in the legend standing before him. He admits that his previous victory was just a lucky loophole, and right now, he's weak as hell. Meanwhile, Raven turns his cold blade toward Griffin, treating the elite hunter like a mere warm-up. Minu sits slumped against the ruins, his fragile human shell reaching its absolute limit. The two brothers clash in a storm of blue mana, but the power difference is utterly soul-crushing. Looking at his trembling hands, the former king feels a wave of self-loathing wash over him. But then he clenches his fist, deciding that his current weakness doesn't change his core nature. His eyes ignite with a hellish glow as he finally embraces the terrifying power of Baphomet. The dust settles over the ruined city as the echoes of their brutal clash finally begin to fade. Griffin hits the pavement hard, staring down the cold steel of a blade he never expected to face. Raven stands over him like an executioner, his eyes burning with a hollow, terrifying blue light. The elite hunter is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why his own brother is treating him like trash tier. Yet, Raven is visibly trembling, his body reacting to a pressure that shouldn't exist in this simulated reality. Suddenly, a heavy heartbeat thumps through the air as a dark, familiar shadow begins to manifest. Raven freezes in place, feeling a primal chill crawl up his spine as the atmosphere turns blood red. From the depths of the void, the goat-headed silhouette of the true Demon King starts to take shape. The legendary hero looks like he's seen a ghost, realizing the monster he once killed is back. The legend of Baphomet has returned, and his mere presence is enough to shatter the entire simulation. High above the chaos, the armored administrator watches in disbelief, wondering if our boy has finally lost his mind. He admits using the tower's systems was clever for a human, but this stunt definitely crosses the line. The Guardian fumes with rage, outraged that a mere mortal would dare try to hijack his precious tower. Deep within the glitching reality, Minu's true demonic essence erupts as he calls upon his ancient, terrifying authority. A special skill suddenly triggers, signaling that the legendary conqueror is ready to reclaim his rightful domain. Despite the low success rate, Minu doesn't hesitate to confirm he wants to proceed with the system hack. The skill successfully activates, though the effective range is currently limited by his temporary trash tier level. He realizes the activation is unstable, but the potential to control the whole tower is finally within reach. To truly claim the throne, he knows he must climb higher and evolve beyond his current human limits. As the system acknowledges its true lord, Raven watches in horror while the entire simulation begins to scream. Raven feels his heart hammer against his ribs as a suffocating pressure fills the air. The silhouette of the true Demon King begins to solidify within the glitching system. He can barely breathe, realizing the monster he once killed is standing right there. Minus demonic eyes flare with a murderous intent that transcends the digital simulation. Our boy Raven is completely paralyzed, his body refusing to move despite his legendary instincts. The goat-headed nightmare stares back, radiating a cold authority that demands absolute submission. Baphomet has finally returned, reclaiming his throne and leaving everyone in the room speechless. Griffin stands there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the terrifying shift in the atmosphere. He notices his brother shaking in pure terror, an emotion the legendary hero never showed. Not even during Suhyok's traumatic mana awakening did the legendary hero look this utterly broken. Raven was always a beast, even when he cleared the solo tower through sheer grit and blood. Back then, The only thing driving our boy was pure, unadulterated rage against the monsters in his path. But now, the legendary hero's blade is shaking, a tremor he can't hide from anyone watching. That familiar fire in his eyes has been snuffed out, replaced by a cold, suffocating dread. He stares at the goat-headed nightmare, realizing the monster he once killed has finally come for him. Baphomet looms over the battlefield, his glowing red eyes promising nothing but total annihilation for his old enemy. Griffin watches his brother crumble, wondering if Raven is shaking because he remembers the taste of death. Even in human form, Minu radiates the exact same demonic aura that once ruled the Abyssal Tower. Griffin finally snaps and screams that this guy is a demonic beast, unable to stay silent anymore. He looks at his brother, desperately trying to understand why the legendary hero is so utterly broken. Raven is completely lost, asking Griffin if he is actually Suhyok, while trying to process this impossible reunion. Our boy Raven starts sweating buckets, convinced that this whole situation is just some kind of twisted hallucination. He stares into the void, haunted by the realization that he definitely should have stayed dead. Meanwhile, Minu is absolutely loving the chaos, laughing like a maniac as his demonic power starts to overflow. He thinks things are finally getting interesting, relishing the chance to settle the score on a level playing field. Raven realizes the tower system actually reconstructed his data, making this nightmare a cold, hard reality. Griffin looks on with a grim determination, finally ready to see if he can survive his brother's shadow. The air turns heavy as demonic circles manifest around Baphomet, signaling that the real slaughter is starting. Even Minu seems caught off guard for a split second, dumbfounded by the system's sudden, violent interference. As glowing chains erupt from the ground, a desperate voice screams for the madness to finally stop. The impact sends Griffin and his brother flying as the demonic chains tear the ground apart. Their blades clatter onto the cold stone, seemingly discarded in the wake of such overwhelming power. Suddenly, the weapons begin to spin with a life of their own, responding to a desperate call. Griffin snatches the blades out of the air, his eyes burning with a resolve to finally end this. Raven steps forward, realizing that understanding this beast is impossible if it remains this aggressive. He warns his brother that this mythic tier boss is far beyond anything they have ever faced before. Griffin just snaps back, telling him to mind his own business because he can handle himself just fine. He drops into a low crouch, coldly reminding his brother that he is the real enemy here. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges toward Baphomet, hoping to take out both targets at once. Meanwhile, Jyoka mocks his progress, noting that his trash tier stats will never reach the S tier. Griffin narrows his eyes, fully committed to proving he is no longer just a shadow of his brother. He grips his blade tight, channeling every ounce of mana into a high-tier skill to end this quickly. With a roar, he unleashes a wind slash, aiming to tear through the Demon King's suffocating aura. The strike connects with a violent burst, but the beast doesn't even flinch from the impact. Our boy is sent reeling back as the monster effortlessly parries the blow with terrifying physical strength. Suddenly, the demon catches the blade with his bare hand, treating the mythic weapon like a mere toy. Griffin is completely dumbfounded, realizing his best move didn't even leave a scratch on the monster's skin. With a casual flick, the Demon King tosses him aside like he's nothing more than trash-tier luggage. He skids across the floor, his pride taking a bigger hit than his body as he struggles for air. He manages to flip mid-air, desperately trying to regain his footing before the next nightmare begins. Griffin kicks off the wall, desperately trying to use the momentum for one last-ditch effort against this monster. He pours every ounce of mana into his blades, swinging at the Demon King with blinding, desperate speed. A sharp, white arc of energy cuts through the air, aiming straight for the demon's throat. He lands a perfect grid of slashes, yet the beast just stands there like he's made of indestructible iron. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, his breath hitching as he stares at the lack of blood on his weapons. He realizes with a sinking heart that he didn't even feel his blades connect with the monster's skin. Turns out the Demon King is so durable that Griffin's ultimate combo didn't even feel like it sliced anything. Suddenly, a single glowing red eye narrows, signaling that the monster is finally done playing with its food. Griffin freezes as the reflection of his own impending doom burns brightly in his wide, terrified eyes. Finally, the Demon King lets out a soul-shaking roar, unleashing a wave of mana that dwarfs the trash-tier hunter. Griffin is shaking because the sheer pressure of the Demon King is inducing a terror status effect. Baphomet's presence is so heavy that Griffin's stats are literally halved by the system. He tries to fight it, but the paralysis is too deep for a trash-tier hunter to overcome. The monster looms over him, making it clear that he is completely unable to even twitch a finger. Looking up at the mythic tier beast, Griffin finally understands the massive gap between their power levels. A massive clawed hand reaches down, ready to crush our boy like a literal insect. Suddenly, Raven gets caught in the crossfire as the Demon King slams them both into the dirt. Baphomet looks down with disdain, noting that Raven hasn't improved a single bit since their last encounter. The demon mocks the legendary hero, asking if his will to fight died along with his past self. Raven can only stare back in shock, his mind breaking as his greatest failure stands right before him. Raven leaps into the fray, while Griffin watches from the back, totally dumbfounded by the insane power gap. Baphomet stands like a god of death, his demonic aura making it clear that our boy is in trouble. Raven feels his heart skip a beat when the Demon King suddenly looms behind him like a living nightmare. He tries to swing his blade, but his body locks up, paralyzed by the sheer weight of demonic presence. A massive blast erupts as their powers collide, turning the entire battlefield into a chaotic mess of dust. As the smoke clears, the silence feels heavy, signaling that the real slaughter is only just beginning. Those glowing red eyes stare back through the gloom, proving that the demon hasn't even broken a sweat. Raven realizes he's completely outclassed, his mind racing to find a way out of this trash-tier situation. His desperate trap turns out to be nothing but wishful thinking as the demon shatters the magic circle. It pisses him off that despite his best effort, the demon treats his ultimate strike like a mere annoyance. Baphomet looms over the battlefield, his red eyes burning with a primal hunger for destruction. Raven stands his ground, though he's clearly dumbfounded by the terrifying pressure radiating from his foe. Without warning, the Demon King vanishes, leaving nothing but a crater where he once stood. Their blades collide in a frantic blur of steel as they trade blows across the shattered ground. Even at his absolute peak, the hero realizes he's barely managing to parry the monster's heavy strikes. Baphomet lets out a bone-chilling roar, his demonic aura flaring into a violent shade of crimson. Raven responds by pushing his mana to the limit, surrounding himself in a desperate, flickering blue light. They lock eyes for a split second, both realizing that the final exchange is finally here. The demon's jagged blade pulses with heat, prepared to end this trash-tier struggle once and for all. Raven grips his sword tight, praying his cold blue steel is enough to survive the coming storm. The clash intensifies as our boy Raven matches the Demon King, blow for blow in a shower of sparks. Raven's eyes burn with a cold blue light, his focus sharpening as he analyzes the monster's every move. He remains silent, his mind racing to find a single opening in the demon's overwhelming defense. After another heavy exchange, the hero finally understands the rhythm of this trash-tier simulation and prepares to counter. Pushing his physical limits, Raven taps into the system's hidden data to accelerate his movements beyond human comprehension. A sharp glint in his eye signals that Hayes no longer just defending. He's found the killing blow. With a sudden lunge, he cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blue mana in his wake. Instead of the demon, his blade pierces the hidden surveillance drone monitoring this entire high-stakes trial. Minu feels a sudden chill, realizing the hero just detected the presence of the watching system administrator. The system is left dumbfounded, wondering how a mere data specter could ever possess such terrifyingly sharp intuition. Raven realizes the tower's trash-tier system is just using his data as a mindless demonic beast. He lets out a heavy breath, feeling more alive in death than he ever did before. Our boy decides there is only one way to handle this rigged simulation once and for all. Minu watches in pure shock as the demon form suddenly shifts its focus toward the hero. He tries to shout a warning, but the speed of the next move leaves him completely frozen. Raven looks on with a cold gaze, knowing exactly what needs to happen to end this farce. A blade flashes through the air with lethal intent, cutting through the digital fabric of the room. Blood splatters everywhere as the hero is brutally struck down, fulfilling the system's twisted requirements. The floor is cleared, but Minu is left fuming at how this entire trial just played out. Griffin watches his brother's digital ghost vanish, wondering if the pain he saw was actually real. Raven stares at the blade our boy shoved through his chest, completely dumbfounded by the sudden, lethal betrayal. His hand trembles as he reaches out, the digital reality of his existence starting to flicker and fade. Minu grabs him tight, refusing to let the hero vanish before getting the answers he needs right now. Raven just smirks, questioning how a legendary demonic beast like Baphomet could ever truly become a mere human. Looking at the ruins, he admits that in this chaotic world, absolutely nothing is ever a guaranteed given. He assumes it was a quest reward, since the system makes even the impossible possible for its players. As his data glitches, Raven reveals that a quest was also the reason he came running here initially. He realizes our boy lost his true power and is currently inhabiting a body that isn't even his. Minu stands there frozen as the hero mocks him for being so weak in his new fragile form. With a final glitch, Raven claims he has no clue how to use the body before fully vanishing. Raven continues to glitch out, his existence flickering as he prepares to leave our boy behind. Minu watches with a sharp gaze, trying to process the cryptic warnings the hero just dropped. The legendary hero finally dissolves into data, leaving Minu standing alone in the empty simulation space. Our boy looks completely dumbfounded, wondering how he is supposed to reclaim his throne in this weak body. He stands in the middle of the arena, the silence heavy as the simulation quest finally wraps up. Meanwhile, the veteran hunter Chiu strokes his beard, contemplating the reports of named demons appearing everywhere. The Reaper and Griffin join him, confirming that every zone faced a similar high-tier demonic threat. Chiu recalls the trash-tier twins, who tried to ambush him by revealing their true, monstrous forms. The Reaper is relieved they cleared the zones, but her expression darkens when mentioning their injured comrade. Turns out Nelia is in rough shape, barely able to breathe as the agents try to stabilize her. Chiu ponders the situation, his face etched with the weight of the demonic surge they just barely survived. He checks on Nelia, asking if she can even stand after that trash-tier demon nearly ended her life. Despite her insistence that she can push through, the veteran hunter knows her limits better than she does. He calls for a full stop, shocking the group by prioritizing their lives over the tower's immediate completion. Chiu insists that teamwork means knowing when to retreat, especially when a teammate is this battered and broken. Nelia is left dumbfounded, realizing her failing health is the only thing standing between them and the next floor. Suddenly, our boy Minu crosses his arms and declares he isn't going anywhere, shocking the Reaper with his defiance. She snaps at him, wondering if he is actually arrogant enough to think he can solo the rest alone. Minu just glares back with an intensity that suggests he has seen far worse than a few floor guardians. Sensing his dark mood, the Reaper decides she cannot let him go alone and begrudgingly agrees to stay too. Griffin unexpectedly steps forward, claiming it would be a total waste to turn back after coming this far. He admits he has personal business to look into, refusing to leave the tower's mysteries unsolved. The young hunter hardens his resolve, clearly hiding a deeper motivation behind those sharp eyes. Our boy Minu watches him intently, silently judging whether this brat actually has the guts to survive. Chiu asks if anyone else is staying, but Zest decides he must escort the injured back down. Zest is clearly drowning in guilt, blaming his own lack of strength for the veteran hunter's critical condition. When the muscular veteran turns his focus to the Reaper, she is caught completely off guard by the question. She steals a quick glance at Minu, wondering if following him is worth the absolute chaos that follows. With a heavy sigh of resignation, she realizes she cannot just let these two head into danger alone. Raising her hand high, she officially joins the suicide mission to climb higher alongside Griffin and the Demon King. The green-haired operative suddenly pipes up, insisting she's joining the climb despite the obvious danger. She flashes a smile that feels way too innocent for someone cut from such a gritty cloth. The Reaper is suspicious, questioning if this newcomer is really the notorious hunter known as Dokebi. Ignoring the tension, Dokebi leans into our boy Minu, acting like they're about to be best friends. Chiu decides the plan is set, preparing to escort the broken Nelia and Zest back to safety. While the heavy hitters stay to climb, Chiu promises to return once the injured girl is stable. The Reaper tells Zest to stay sharp, entrusting Nelia's life to the guilt-ridden agent for the descent. Zest steals one last glance at Minu, apologizing in his head for failing Director Has secret mission. Mana begins to crackle and swirl as the exit portal hums with a low, electric buzz. The silhouettes of the retreating group vanish into the light, leaving the real monsters to continue the climb. The group stands before the portal as the others depart, leaving the heavy hitters to face the higher floors. Minu decides it's time to move, leading the small party deeper into the tower's lethal simulation. The Reaper starts second-guessing herself, worrying if dragging our boy into an epic-tier tower was a massive mistake. She realizes there's no turning back now, and she'll have to play her cards right to survive. Her plan is simple: stay alive and avoid unnecessary risks until Chiu finally makes his way back. But the tower has other plans, and her gut feeling tells her things are about to get messy. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the floor as a giant mechanical guardian decides to gate-crash their party. A lethal metallic claw lunges forward, desperate to crush the intruders before they can even react. Our boy and the Reaper spring into action, realizing these mechanical mobs are built for pure destruction. Swarms of drill-armed beasts descend upon them, proving that the climb is only going to get more brutal. Griffin and Nelia are pushed to their absolute limits, desperately holding the line against the relentless mechanical onslaught. A massive mechanical guardian looms over them, its cold, diamond-shaped eye locking onto the intruders with lethal intent. Our boy joins Griffin in a perfectly timed pincer attack, aiming for the beast's core to end this fight. The Reaper finally hits her breaking point, screaming that she can't take another second of this trash-tier exhaustion. Even with the guardian scrapped, the group looks completely drained as the weight of the climb settles in. The Reaper is visibly dizzy and sweating, practically begging for a moment to rest before she completely passes out. Suddenly, a warm golden light erupts from the center of the room, signaling the activation of a powerful artifact. It turns out they've triggered the Golden Incense Burner, a high-tier magic item designed for rapid recovery. As the healing aura washes over them, the Reaper finally feels her strength, returning in this makeshift safe zone. She realizes they just cleared the 89th floor, and despite the chaos, their progress is actually legendary. Griffin stands up, declaring that resting is a waste of time and he needs to keep moving. Our boy stays silent, but he can feel the heavy tension radiating off his supposed ally. Griffin doesn't hold back, admitting that just being in the same room as Minu makes him sick. He looks down with pure contempt, clearly blaming our boy for everything that went wrong. Minu just stares back with those sharp eyes, unfazed by the trash-tier attitude being thrown his way. The Reaper is left completely dumbfounded, wondering why these two are suddenly at each other's throats. Amidst the drama, the mysterious newcomer just smiles, seemingly enjoying the chaotic energy of the group. Realizing the awkwardness, the Reaper tries to play peacemaker by introducing everyone to the new hunter, Dokebi. The green-haired woman claims she's a mercenary hired by the Nebula Guild to ensure their safe passage. She explains how she ran into Hunter Chu earlier, making her story seem somewhat legitimate for now. Minu isn't buying her story, demanding to know what happened to the rest of her hunter squad. Dokebi acts all flustered, claiming the demonic beast's traps wiped out everyone else in her group. She describes a brutal ambush, where she had to fight for her life against overwhelming shadowy figures. With a chilling smile, she admits she barely made it out alive, though her eyes say otherwise. Our boy remains unimpressed, mocking the supporting party's trash-tier teamwork compared to the advanced team's efforts. The Reaper immediately snaps at him, defending the survivor who just went through a literal hell. She tells Dokebi to ignore the jerk, since being a total asshole is basically his default setting. The green-haired mercenary just stands there silently, her expression unreadable as she processes the group's weird dynamic. She eventually lets out a heavy sigh, seemingly accepting the cold reality of their current situation. However, something about the woman's reaction leaves the Reaper feeling completely dumbfounded and on edge. The Reaper can't shake the feeling that the mysterious hunter is hiding a power far beyond his current rank. Suddenly, the system administrator dashes forward with lethal intent, its mechanical joints whirring as it targets the intruders. It opens fire without hesitation, forcing the girl to dodge a hail of mana-infused bullets that shred the surroundings. The Guardian doesn't give her a second to breathe, leaping high to deliver a crushing overhead sword strike. She manages to parry the blow, but the sheer physical weight behind the machine's attack leaves her teeth rattling. The force is too much, sending her crashing into the wall as the simulation's structural integrity begins to fail. However, a sudden counterstrike pierces the administrator's side, interrupting its killing blow with a sharp burst of metal. She remains pinned and dumbfounded, her mind racing as she realizes how close she came to meeting her end. Turns out Jiwan Bang has finally decided to join the fray, pouncing on the mechanical enforcer with savage intensity. He smashes the trash-tier Guardian into the dirt, proving that even a servant can be a total monster. Reaper hears a sharp click, her instincts flaring as she realizes the situation is changing once again. Suddenly, the green-haired woman fires a massive mana beam that completely obliterates the surrounding mechanical threats. Our girl is left dumbfounded as the dust settles, barely processing how much power was just unleashed. She tries to offer her gratitude, but the mysterious sniper remains silent, while her digital weapon hums. The woman just gives a mocking smirk, her scarred face revealing a level of malice she can't hide. Reaper feels a cold sweat, realizing this newcomer is looking at her like she is nothing but an eyesore. While the others praise the Demon King's strength, Reaper notices the woman refuses to leave his side. She starts to wonder if this stranger has a crush, or simply sees her as a romantic rival. The thought makes her absolutely fume, internally shouting that she couldn't care less about that trash-tier man. Despite the internal bickering, the simulation floor begins to crack from the sheer intensity of the lingering mana. They finally reach the 99th floor, faced with two massive doors that lead into the unknown. Minu notes they need to check both paths, already calculating the most efficient way to proceed. He suggests splitting the party to balance their close-range and long-range fighters for better efficiency. Reaper is absolutely fuming, sensing that the green-haired woman is trying to move in on her territory. Our boy remains completely unbothered by the rising tension, looking bored by the petty interpersonal drama. Internally, Reaper is practically screaming for him to pick her just to spite the newcomer she despises. After a moment of silent deliberation, the former Tower Master prepares to announce the team pairings. He chooses Nelia, bluntly explaining that Reaper's chaotic magic wires are just a massive pain to avoid. With the teams officially sorted, The group prepares to move out and finish this trash tier simulation. Reaper follows along in a daze, still dumbfounded that she was basically called a liability by him. The green-haired woman wears a sly smirk, clearly hiding a dark secret behind her helpful facade. Reaper is absolutely livid, cursing the newcomer under her breath while Griffin just tries to keep pace. Sensing something is off, Reaper decides she can't just trust a random party member blindly. She activates her identity skill, determined to peel back the layers of this suspicious woman's profile. Her eye flinches as the system scan kicks in, searching for any hidden red flags or lies. Meanwhile, our boy walks through the dark corridor with the mysterious woman, wondering what lies ahead. They find themselves in a seemingly endless tunnel, questioning if they picked a total dud of a path. The woman suddenly glances back at him, shifting the conversation toward something much more personal. She asks if Reaper is his girlfriend, but Minu just gives her a deadpan look of pure confusion. When she pushes further about his dating life, our boy wonders why she's so obsessed with other people. Minu notes they are finally alone, instantly turning the quiet hallway into a potential kill zone. Nelia looks completely dumbfounded, her face heating up as she tries to process his blunt statement. Without warning, our boy strikes with lethal precision, his eyes flashing with a terrifying demonic light. She narrowly avoids the blow, realizing her target is far more dangerous than any trash-tier hunter. Wiping blood from her mouth, she realizes she's dealing with a professional who's seen real war. Minu stalks forward through a crimson aura, mocking her for failing to hide her obvious bloodlust. He confesses that he's sick of fighting mindless guardians and wants a target with actual spirit. His gaze turns murderous as he tells her to value her life before he takes it. The purple-haired hunter suddenly intervenes, catching his arm before he can finish what he started. The group stands in a cold stalemate, with Nelia left shaken by our boy's overwhelming pressure. Minu receives a chat request from the Reaper, wondering what this guild hunter wants from him now. The purple-haired girl mumbles to herself, realizing the survivor they found isn't even a registered government hunter. Our boy leans in close, catching her off guard as he demands to know what she just said. He casually suggests grabbing a meal after they escape, leaving the girl completely dumbfounded by his timing. Suddenly, he senses a threat and moves with the blinding speed of a top-tier predator. Another presence steps out from the darkness, ready to turn this quiet moment into a bloodbath. The green-haired woman reveals herself, aiming her weapon with the cold precision of a professional assassin. Minu leaps into action, his demonic aura clashing against her as he closes the distance instantly. He delivers a lethal red slash, showing this intruder that her firearms are useless against a real monster. With his eyes glowing a terrifying red, our boy prepares to end this trash-tier interference for good. The green-haired assassin hides her face, her eyes glowing with the cold, predatory hunger of a professional killer. Minu doesn't even flinch as a gun is shoved in his face, his demonic instincts already taking over. Their blades collide with a deafening ring, proving this intruder isn't just some random trash-tier fodder. Our boy keeps his guard up, his red eyes tracking every micro-movement this assassin makes. She tries to mix gunplay with her sword, but Minu is already a step ahead of her tactics. He unleashes a flurry of red slashes, forcing the assassin to retreat into the air to survive. Undeterred, she swings her blade with a toxic green glow, hoping to catch him off balance. Minu counters with a massive swing, his power beginning to dwarf her meager attempts at combat. The two clash again in a burst of mana, neither side willing to give an inch. He plants his foot firmly, preparing to launch a final strike that will end this annoying distraction. Minu clenches his fist, ready to show this pest the true gap in their power. He catches her mid-kick, completely reading her high-speed movement like it is a slow-motion film. A massive blast erupts as they collide, the force of their mana shaking the very air. The impact sends the assassin flying backward, unable to withstand our boy's overwhelming physical pressure. Both fighters land and reset, the silence in the room becoming heavy with killing intent. Minu rises from the rubble, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to stop playing around. The assassin stands her ground with a creepy smile, clearly relishing this high-stakes dance of death. He notes that her weapon-swapping speed is insane, realizing she must be using a high-tier inventory system. She is an unregistered hunter, a ghost in the system, who operates entirely outside the law. Looking at her, Minu knows he cannot treat her like the usual trash-tier fodder he has faced before. Minu looks at her smile and realizes she has likely taken countless lives throughout her career. Our boy asks if he is the reason she snuck in, and she confirms her target is Baphomet. When he questions if her goal is murder, she cheerfully agrees with a blood-chilling smile. She admits it sounds rude but explains she received a specific contract to end his life. The assassin claims she is picky about her jobs, unlike the trash-tier killers he usually faces. Looking at our boy, she suddenly decides that killing him right now would be a total waste. She wonders aloud if death is necessary, her tone shifting into something far more unsettling and predatory. Instead of a kill, she suggests just removing his dangerous parts to keep him as a pet. She recalls her grandmother's words about how toys are much better when they are still alive. The assassin stares with a creepy intensity, leaving our boy almost dumbfounded by her sheer insanity. A haunting flashback reveals the purple-haired girl as a child, standing before a truly sinister mentor. She was forced to watch as people were broken, learning that living toys are the most entertaining. Back in the present, the assassin is practically vibrating with a twisted, murderous excitement. She wears a blood-chilling smile, while promising to shower our boy with love after dismembering him. Grabbing her gear, she tells him to remember that her true name is actually Peacemaker. She suddenly tosses her cloak aside and leaps back, moving with the speed of a top-tier predator. Our boy weaves through a hail of bullets, realizing he needs something sturdy to block the lead. His guardian spirit warns him to stay sharp, because this crazy woman is surprisingly powerful. Minu just lets his eye glow red, find it hilarious that anyone would consider her a threat. A distorted image of the legendary hero Raven flickers by as the battle reaches a new level. Blades collide with a deafening clang, as Minu matches the assassin's frantic speed blow for blow. Our boy realizes that compared to the legendary hero who once killed him, this girl is nothing. The memory of Raven's overwhelming power still burns, making this current fight feel like child's play. With a crimson glow in his eyes, he's certain that losing to a mere human is impossible. Peacemaker tries to gain distance, aiming her rifle to keep the reincarnated Demon King at bay. She stares in disbelief, sensing a terrifying pressure emanating from the man she thought was easy prey. Minu smashes the floor with enough force to send her flying back through the rising debris. Emerging from the dust, he grips a simple hand axe, ready to end this annoying little game. His guardian spirit finally understands his plan as he channels mana into the basic tool. The assassin is left dumbfounded, wondering if he really just dismissed her as a mere toy. Minu stands tall, making it clear that he isn't the toy in this twisted little game. He gets right in her face, coldly declaring that she's the one being played with. Our boy lets out a devastating red mana slash, forcing the assassin to dodge for her life. He keeps the pressure high, leaping through the air as she desperately tries to create some distance. Their weapons collide with a heavy clunk, but Minus' raw strength is clearly on another level. He flashes a predatory smirk, enjoying the way his opponent is starting to crack under the pressure. Peacemaker's eyes widen in shock as she realizes this trash-tier hunter is actually a literal monster. With a sharp whish, he descends again, swinging his axes with the precision of a master executioner. He moves with a blur of speed, completely outclassing her tactical movements and leaving her in the dust. Realizing she's outmatched, Peacemaker prepares to get serious, wondering how he suddenly gained such insane power. Minu maneuvers through the air as Peacemaker lashes out with her whip, desperately trying to snag him. Our boy isn't having it, swinging his dual axes to deflect the incoming strikes with total ease. He stares her down with those glowing red eyes, completely unfazed by her frantic attempts to trap him. With a sudden burst of demonic power, he snaps her mana-infused whip like it's made of cheap string. They collide again, their weapons clacking together as the simulation environment struggles to keep up with them. A stray blade whizzes past his leg, but he's already predicted her next three moves with ease. The floor shatters under the weight of their exchange, sending debris flying everywhere as the pressure mounts. Peacemaker grits her teeth, realizing her usual tricks aren't enough to stop this literal monster. A massive shockwave slams against the wall, showing just how much raw mana they're both throwing around. Minu lands perfectly amidst the chaos, his predatory gaze locked onto his target for the final blow. Minu can't stop comparing this fight to his legendary clash with Raven, the hero who once ended him. He tracks the trajectory of her mana whip, knowing exactly where the weak point in her technique lies. Our boy clues right through her weapon, proving that trash-tier tricks won't work on a former Demon King. He doesn't give her a second to breathe, sprinting forward to close the distance before she can recover. Peacemaker desperately lashes out, smashing the ground to create a smokescreen and buy herself some precious time. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she realizes her target has already vanished from her line of sight. The dust settles for a split second, but the oppressive pressure of Minu's aura only grows heavier. He flickers behind her like a ghost, moving with a speed that defies the laws of this simulation. If this were Raven, he'd have countered by now, but this assassin is nowhere near that level. Minu delivers a brutal kick that sends her flying, showing her exactly why he sits at the top. Peacemaker finds the situation absolutely wild, her twisted smirk showing she's just as unhinged as our boy. She leaps back into the fray, fueled by the insane desire to tame the former Demon King. A massive shockwave erupts as their powers collide, threatening to tear the simulation apart with every strike. Minu plants his feet, shattering the ground beneath him to prepare for an overwhelming and explosive counterattack. He maneuvers through the air with predatory grace, narrowly avoiding the whipsword whistling past his red jacket. The assassin's eyes widen as a flying axe nearly takes her head off, realizing he's playing for keeps. Their blades collide in a shower of sparks, neither warrior willing to yield a single inch of ground. Realizing her current tactics are failing, she pulls a hidden mana firearm to catch him off guard. She unleashes a hail of lead, but Minu simply twists mid-air, making her aim look totally trashed here. Reaching for a fresh blade from his inventory, our boy prepares to deliver a finishing blow she won't survive. Minu flings his weapon with lethal intent, forcing the assassin to scramble back to avoid being split in half. She barely evades the red mana trail, feeling the heat of his power as it slices through the air. Despite the pressure, Peacemaker's eyes stay sharp, fueled by the thrill of facing someone who isn't trashed here. Our boy catches his blood-stained axe mid-air, his grip tightening as he prepares to end this simulation. She lands hard on the shattered floor, her boots skidding through the blood of her own shallow wounds. Standing tall with dual axes, Minu looks completely unfazed, like he's just taking out the neighborhood trash. Peacemaker drops to a knee, blood dripping from her arm as the weight of his demonic strength finally sinks in. His gaze turns cold, and his eye glows a piercing red, signaling that the playtime is officially over. Instead of begging for mercy, she starts laughing, clearly losing her mind from the sheer intensity of the fight. Her hysterical laughter echoes through the arena as she realizes she's finally found a monster worth dying for. Our boy just stands there, listening to her unhinged laughter while wondering if she's finally lost it. The assassin keeps cackling like a maniac, her mind clearly fracturing under the pressure of facing a monster. She stares him down with crazed eyes, mockingly claiming that he's nothing more than a new plaything. She asks why he refuses to cooperate, her expression twisting into something truly disturbing and predatory. A brief flicker of her past self surfaces, looking horrified by the violent path she's eventually taken. Returning to the present, she wears a sickening grin and threatens to discipline him like a child. That innocent memory stares back again, looking completely dumbfounded by the darkness she now embraces. Suddenly, she reaches into the void as digital mana begins to coalesce around her blood-stained fingertips. A massive, high-tech cannon starts to materialize, proving this assassin is far from being out of tricks. Gripping the heavy weapon, she sighs that she really didn't want to resort to this trump card. The assassin loses her mind, screaming that our boy forced her hand by being so stubbornly powerful. She unleashes a blinding green blast, pouring every ounce of her mana into one final, desperate strike. But as the smoke clears, the Demon King stands perfectly still, completely unfazed by the massive energy output. He just stares through the light, his red eyes glowing with a terrifying, cold indifference to her efforts. To him, this isn't even a fight. It's just a tedious chore he needs to finish quickly. Before she can even blink, a brutal slash tears through her, proving she isn't even worth being compared. She freezes in place, her mind completely dumbfounded, as she realizes her ultimate trump card did absolutely nothing. Blood spills as she staggers back, finally understanding the true, monstrous gap between a hunter and a king. Even as she screams in denial, her mana begins to flicker out like a dying candle. Our boy just stands there with his axes ready, waiting for her to finally accept her trash-tier reality. A massive green blast erupts, but it's clear this isn't enough to stop a literal king. The green-haired assassin watches in horror, her confidence shattering as the smoke fails to hide his presence. She can't even process what she's seeing, her mind going completely blank as the impossible unfolds before her. Suddenly, our boy lunges forward, tearing through the energy like it's nothing more than a light breeze. He charges straight through the heart of the explosion, his red eyes burning with a predatory hunger. As he closes the distance, his expression remains cold, showing her that her best effort was trash tier. She screams in confusion, wondering why anyone would ever try to take a lethal blast like that head-on. With a single, fluid motion, he swings his axe to disperse the remaining mana and finish the job. The assassin is left utterly dumbfounded, realizing that even A-tier hunters would have been vaporized by that strike. Their weapons finally clash in a shower of sparks, but the power dynamic has shifted entirely. The impact sends them both reeling, but our boy recovers instantly, while the assassin struggles to keep pace. Minu sticks the landing with predatory grace, his eyes already locked onto his next opening. The assassin is dumbfounded, wondering how he could possibly get this strong in such a short time. She desperately weaves through his red mana slashes, her heart hammering against her ribs in pure survival mode. Panic sets in the moment she realizes he has vanished from her sight and appeared behind her again. Before she can even pivot, his shadow looms over her like an inescapable death sentence from a nightmare. She grunts in agony, forcing her trembling hands to level her digital weapon for one last-ditch effort. Our boy doesn't give her a single second to breathe, his cold gaze promising a very painful end. A sickening splatter echoes through the air as her weapon is sent flying into the distance. The light fades from the assassin's eyes as she finally accepts that she is completely outclassed. Minu stands over the broken assassin, watching as the life begins to drain from her terrified face. Her pupils dilate in pure horror, realizing that the monster before her has no intention of showing mercy. She finally collapses into a growing pool of her own blood, screaming out in absolute agony. Even as she pathetically cries for her grandmother, our boy remains completely unfazed by her desperate pleas. He brutally stomps down on her fresh wound, silencing her cries with a heavy, crushing pressure. Minu notes that no system quest has appeared, leading him to a very specific realization about her status. Since she isn't a disciple, he realizes she's just a trash-tier tool sent by someone else to die. He presses his boot deeper, demanding to know which coward finally decided to put a price on his head. His mind immediately goes to a certain golden-haired pervert named Loki, who is clearly desperate to stop him. Terrified, the assassin offers to sell out Loki's location, just to keep her miserable life for one more minute. Minu looks down with pure skepticism, asking how he could ever trust a desperate snake like her. She swears she won't run, even telling him to just end her if her information proves false. Our boy remains silent for a moment, calculating whether this trash-tier assassin is worth the extra effort. She continues to pathetically plead for her life, hoping her desperation might actually move his cold heart. A dark, mocking smirk forms on his face as he prepares to deliver his final verdict. He bluntly rejects her offer, leaving the girl completely dumbfounded as her only bargaining chip is tossed aside. Summoning his power, he explains that he'll find Loki on his own terms once he's strong enough. He coldly informs her that she was never a partner, just a means to further his own goals. Without a hint of hesitation, he strikes her down, sending her crashing across the cold floor. Realizing it's do or die, she desperately pulls out a digital mana cannon for a final, hopeless stand. The trash-tier assassin finally snaps, refusing to accept her fate as she prepares for a final, desperate stand. A single, lethal arc of red mana tears through the air, signaling the end of her pathetic struggle. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, swinging his scythe to silence her once and for all. As the blade connects, the light begins to fade from her eyes, replaced by a cold, sudden realization. In her final moments, she pathetically wonders if she's truly dying and calls out to her grandmother. A long-buried memory suddenly resurfaces, triggered by the overwhelming and familiar presence of the man before her. She remembers being a helpless child, kneeling in the aftermath of a massacre that changed her life forever. The man who slaughtered everyone back then was so terrifyingly powerful that she actually found him cool. She desperately tries to remember the identity of the monster who had shaped her entire existence. Minu just stares back with total indifference, completely unaware that he's the very nightmare haunting her past. Minu stands over the assassin's corpse, completely unfazed by the blood staining the cold floor. He figures killing her here is fine, since tower deaths are usually blamed on demonic beasts anyway. Our boy regrets losing a lead on that perverted god, though he expects his allies to manage. Suddenly, a strange beeping sound echoes from the trash-tier killer's body, catching him off guard. A glowing red light pulses from her chest, making him wonder if it is a detection bomb. It turns out the cowards who sent her rigged her to blow the moment she died. Minu just sighs in annoyance, thinking this whole situation is becoming a massive pain in the ass. The entire area vanishes in a blinding flash as the device finally detonates with a violent roar. Outside the blast zone, the purple-haired Reaper feels a cold chill as the shockwave hits. She and her companion flinch in terror, dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the sudden destruction. The Reaper apologizes to her companion after a stray water drop hits her. Feeling a bit jumpy, they navigate the pitch-black corridor using a firefly, wondering if our boy is struggling behind that other door. She recalls Minu's earlier warning and figures he only said it to prove he would be just fine. A wild thought about him having a crush on her pops up, but she decides he's not her type. Her companion suddenly stops to mess with a glowing terminal, his sharp eyes catching something in the data. He identifies the files as records from the Tower of Sanctum, mapping out the path they need to take. Turns out they are hitting the top floor soon, making the Reaper realize just how fast they are moving. She steals a glance at him, genuinely impressed by his calm demeanor and deep understanding of the tower's mechanics. It makes her wonder why a guy with this much talent and knowledge hasn't hit S-tier status yet. Their small light flickers in the void, a tiny beacon against the crushing weight of the dark tower. Our duo continues their trek through the dark, their steady pace the only sound in the void. Suddenly, our boy halts, his instincts screaming that they aren't alone anymore. He notes that an exit is nearby, though his expression remains guarded and skeptical. Pointing toward a glowing structure, he advises the Reaper to keep her guard up for any surprises. They cross the threshold and emerge into a space that looks nothing like a dungeon. The pair stands frozen, totally dumbfounded by the vibrant world that just replaced the darkness. They find themselves surrounded by bustling crowds, with ordinary people filling the streets in every direction. Happy children dash past them, making the grim reality of the tower feel like a distant memory. Looking up, they realize they are in an amusement park, complete with a massive, spinning Ferris wheel. A woman suddenly runs past, screaming about a misunderstanding, confirming this is just another high-level simulation. A couple is caught in a trash-tier argument, accusing each other of betrayal in the middle of the street. Our boy Minu watches the drama, totally dumbfounded by how pathetic this simulated reality has become. Even the Reaper is fully invested, treating the heartbreak like a blockbuster movie with her snacks ready. She starts heckling them to just talk it out, while Minu remains skeptical of the whole setup. As the man walks off, Minu sighs at how these soap opera tropes always drag out simple fixes. Suddenly, a mysterious voice agrees with his assessment, sending a chill down the purple-haired girl's spine. Minus instincts flare up as he realizes they aren't the only ones watching this twisted performance. The peace is shattered when the woman is violently crushed, turning the rom-com into a total bloodbath. The nearby civilians start losing it, their screams confirming that the simulation's safety protocols are officially offline. A dark, mocking laugh echoes through the area, signaling that the real threat is finally showing its face. A high-tier entity descends from the sky, surrounded by floating cubes and radiating a terrifying, neon-pink aura. Our boy and the Reaper are completely dumbfounded, realizing they are facing a legendary named demon. Meanwhile, the trash-tier civilians nearby actually think this nightmare is just some flashy amusement park special event. The demon just scoffs, clearly bored with the weaklings before her, as she prepares a massive spell. With a single word, she unleashes a blinding wave of energy that threatens to erase everything in sight. The Reaper tries to shield her eyes, but the overwhelming light consumes her entire field of vision. When the glow fades, the duo finds themselves in a pitch-black void, with every single civilian gone. Just as the silence settles in, a chilling sound echoes from the darkness right behind the girl. She spins around in a panic, sensing a presence that definitely wasn't there a second ago. Before she can react, she's violently yanked into the abyss, leaving our boy standing there all alone. Minu leaps into the darkness, desperately calling out for the Reaper who just vanished into thin air. He stops dead in his tracks, his senses screaming that something is seriously wrong with this void. Our boy grips his blade tight, realizing he can't feel her presence in this pitch-black space at all. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes through the silence, announcing that the main event has finally arrived. A massive red mechanical hand reaches down and effortlessly lifts a literal birdcage out of the shadows. Turns out, the Reaper is trapped inside like a helpless pet, while the demon calls them its actors. She screams in terror as the monster admits it's tired of the trash-tier stories humans usually make. Minu stares back with cold eyes, knowing he's being forced into a twisted game he never joined. The cube demon looms over its tiny prize, demanding they provide a much better performance for its entertainment. It settles in with a smug pose, mockingly asking what kind of genre they'd prefer for their demise. Minu stands ready as the demon mocks him with various genres for their upcoming death. Our boy realizes he has zero choice in this twisted game as the monster narrows down the plot. The cube demon leans in, claiming it actually has a soft spot for the romance genre. Inside the cage, the Reaper desperately tries to find an opening to escape this nightmare. She delivers a heavy kick against the bars, but they don't even budge an inch. The demon calls her impolite for trying to leave while she screams to be set free. Realizing physical strength won't work, she tries to summon her gear from her inventory. Her heart sinks when a glitched system window appears, followed by the demon's mocking laughter. The monster explains it tweaked the system because her trash-tier items would only ruin the plot. It chuckles darkly, preparing to introduce her co-star, Griffin, for the bloody performance ahead. Turns out this guy is Raven's younger brother, though he's clearly struggling to live up to that legendary legacy. His technique is honestly trash-tier compared to his sibling, making it obvious he can't fill those massive shoes. Watching from her cage, the Reaper realizes these demonic beasts possess dangerous information about the world outside the tower. She knows she has to stay sharp and avoid making any rash decisions while the monster is distracted. Suddenly, a sharp mana slash cuts through the air, aimed directly at the arrogant monster's head. The blow connects with a heavy thud, momentarily stunning the demon who thought he was in total control. The Reaper is left totally dumbfounded when she sees that her supposed co-star, Griffin, was the one attacking. He stands there silently with his head bowed, looking like a man who has finally reached his limit. When he finally glares back, His eyes are filled with a chilling darkness that feels completely wrong. The Reaper can only watch in pure terror as she realizes this guy might be more dangerous than the demon. The cube demon just smirks, clearly enjoying the chaos he's about to unleash on his captives. He laughs manically, declaring that everything is finally in place for his twisted little performance to begin. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the reality of the simulation shifts into a dark fairy tale. The Reaper finds herself trapped behind bars, completely dumbfounded by the sudden change in her surroundings. The demon starts narrating a story about an ugly girl, making our girl fume with pure indignation. He introduces a dashing young man, as the only one who could ever love such a trash-tier woman. Griffin stands there as the lead actor, though the narration mocks him for being incredibly stupid and handsome. The demon casts himself as the fairest maiden, claiming the girl was locked away out of petty jealousy. Suddenly, Griffin charges forward, forced to play the role of the hero coming to the maiden's rescue. His eyes glint with a sharp intensity, leaving everyone wondering if this story will actually have a happy ending. Griffin plunges into the fray, his silver hair catching the dim light of the shifting simulation. He braces himself, fully aware that the demon's twisted game is only just beginning. The demon mocks him, claiming the story ends in tragedy, while surrounding our boy with lethal cubes. Lasers erupt from every direction, converging in a blinding blast meant to erase him from existence. Through the smoke, Griffin's silhouette remains unshaken as he calculates his next lethal move. He slams his blade down with crushing force, refusing to be a pawn in this trash-tier play. With a swift blur of motion, he weaves through the mechanical traps like a vengeful ghost. His cold, sharp gaze proves he's cut from the same cloth as the legendary Raven. In a single, fluid motion, he slices through the constructs, turning the stage into a graveyard. He leaps across the falling debris, using the very traps meant to kill him as stepping stones. Griffin raises his blade, gathering every ounce of mana for a strike to end this trash-tier simulation. He lunges forward, aiming straight for the demon's core before the mechanical monster can react. The demon just stands there, summoning a swarm of cubes to shield itself from our boy's desperate assault. Watching from the sidelines, the Reaper screams out in terror, realizing the trap is already sprung. Griffin grits his teeth, knowing that if he misses this opening, there won't be a second chance. Suddenly, the cubes detonate in a blinding flash, unleashing a wave of energy that consumes the entire stage. The impact is absolute, turning the battlefield into a chaotic void of smoke and shattered data. Blasted back by the force, Griffin tumbles through the air, his grip on his sword finally slipping. He reaches out as he falls, staring into the abyss of the demon's next lethal calculation. Griffin leaps off a cube as a laser misses, his instincts screaming at him to keep moving. He doesn't just dodge, he slices through the mechanical traps with the precision of a seasoned pro. Our boy zips through the air, treating the floating cubes like stepping stones in this deadly game. He smashes another one into scrap metal, refusing to let the simulation's difficulty spike break his rhythm. Standing tall, he realizes the demon is just testing his limits before the real slaughter begins. A massive beam erupts, forcing him to pull off a desperate dodge that barely saves his skin. The cubes reposition themselves, humming with a sinister energy that signals the next phase of the trap. He notes that the attacks are finally starting to synchronize, leaving him with almost zero room for error. Lasers flood the area as he realizes the system is accelerating just to keep pace with his speed. Griffin realizes the system is adapting, and he is barely keeping his head above water right now. Before he can react, a massive mechanical hand swats him out of the air like a common fly. Watching from behind the bars, the Reaper screams his name as her heart sinks for her fallen ally. She notices the cubes are moving with terrifying speed, perfectly predicting the young hunter's every desperate move. Our boy hits the dirt hard, his lungs burning as he struggles to find the strength to stand. A sudden jolt of adrenaline hits him when he senses the next wave of mechanical traps closing in. He summons a massive axe and smashes through the nearest drone, refusing to go down without a fight. He spins in a whirlwind of steel, but for every cube he slices, 3 more take its place. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the sheer numbers are starting to turn this simulation into a total death trap. The mechanical cubes swarm in, their limbs extending to turn the young hunter into a total pincushion. Griffin slices through the trash-tier drones, but he knows he can't keep this pace up forever. He worries that he'll burn through his remaining stamina long before the simulation actually ends. Suddenly, the cubes reveal their true arsenal, surrounding him with a deadly mix of scythes and drills. A blinding flash fills the void, signaling that the demon is finally stepping up the difficulty. Both the Reaper and Griffin are dumbfounded, as they realize the enemies have activated a cloaking skill. He tries to focus, but he can't detect a single sound or presence in the oppressive silence. Pink energy beams doo-doo through the air, forcing him to dodge blindly as the situation turns dire. Before he can recover, a massive mechanical limb beeps right behind him, ready to deliver the finish. Griffin draws his blade, knowing he has to end this fight before his stamina hits zero. A massive explosion sends our boy flying, proving the demon isn't playing around anymore. He grits his teeth, refusing to let a mere simulation be the end of his journey. He barely manages to block a heavy strike, feeling the sheer weight of the mechanical onslaught. Their weapons collide with a deafening clang as he struggles to find an opening in the chaos. He dances through a storm of steel, dodging hooks and blades aimed right for his throat. The ground shatters beneath him, but he's already moved, desperate to keep his distance. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes the sheer gap in power between them. He hits the dirt hard, looking up to see those glowing pink eyes ready to finish him. Griffin is completely wide-eyed, realizing he's cornered and his luck has finally run out. From the sidelines, the Reaper screams his name, her voice filled with pure, unadulterated panic. She realizes the darkness is dulling his senses, desperately shouting for him to use a flare gun. Suddenly, a crimson seal slaps across her mouth, cutting her off before she can help our boy. The mechanical monster looms over her, coldly demanding she stay quiet and watch the inevitable slaughter. Griffin trembles on the floor, his hands shaking as he fumbles through his inventory for that one chance. A sharp crack of energy splits the air as he looks up, his eyes filled with grim determination. But the demon just scoffs, claiming this story was always destined for a tragic, unhappy ending. It mocks him one last time, telling him to blame nothing but his own pathetic weakness. The cube demon commands his swarm to descend, turning the battlefield into a geometric nightmare. He lets out a chilling laugh, completely convinced that his prey has no way out of this trap. The Reaper struggles against her restraints, her muffled cries ignored as she's forced to witness the tragedy. Griffin's battered arm hits the ground, his strength failing as the cold reality of defeat sinks in. Our boy wallows in self-loathing, convinced that his current power is nothing more than trash-tier garbage. He realizes that at this pathetic pace, the dream of reaching S-tier is officially dead and buried. The ghost of his brother's greatness haunts him, reminding him how far he is from that legendary status. Being the youngest A-tier meant nothing if he couldn't even survive a single encounter with a real demon. As he drifts into unconsciousness, the stinging comparison to Raven's shadow finally breaks his spirit completely. Griffin admits he was genuinely caught off guard by the sheer gap in power he just witnessed. He watches Minu-cha from a distance, wondering how a mere human could reach such heights so quickly. He questions if Minu's demonic nature is the secret, or if he's just fundamentally trash-tier himself. Suddenly, the ghost of Raven appears, mocking his total lack of progress since the day he died. Our boy is left dumbfounded as his brother's memory tears into his already fragile ego. Raven explains that irregular hunters like them have unique conditions required to actually level up their skills. He claims Griffin's growth hit a ceiling because his only motivation was chasing a dead man's shadow. Before the lecture can continue, a dark strike pierces Raven's chest, spraying blood everywhere in a sudden splatter. Griffin can only stare in horror as the one thing haunting him is violently torn away once again. Minu-cha looms over the broken hunter, telling him that getting stronger requires a clear, driving goal. With a cold smirk, he reveals his red eyes and suggests Griffin target the man who killed his brother. Our boy stands frozen, his mind racing as he processes the weight of facing the legendary Demon King. The realization sparks something deep inside him, causing blue mana to flicker through his very soul. Suddenly, the cube demon simulation begins to fracture with a loud kaboom under the surging energy. Even the mechanical monster is caught off guard, wondering what could possibly cause such a violent system spike. Electricity crackles around Griffin as he embraces the pain, finally finding a reason to push past his limits. He decides to stop living in the past and use this newfound hatred to fuel his ascent. Fixing his gaze on his new prey, he vows to make Baphomet his ultimate target for vengeance. The cube demon is absolutely dumbfounded as the simulation's energy levels spike well beyond its mechanical comprehension. From her cage, the purple-haired girl watches in shock as Griffin begins to undergo a terrifying transformation. Standing tall, Griffin realizes that the only way forward is to finally put an end to his tormentor. He sheds his former weakness, his mind consumed by a singular, cold objective that outweighs his lingering fear. With his eyes glowing a predatory red, he vows to kill the bastard responsible for this entire nightmare. Electricity crackles around our boy as he stands amidst the wreckage, looking like a true high-tier threat. His eyes shift to a piercing blue, signaling that he has finally tapped into his brother's legendary power. With a massive kaboom, he launches himself forward, shattering the cube demon's reality with sheer physical force. The mechanical monster is sent reeling by the shockwave, unable to process this sudden surge of human willpower. Panicking, The cube demon desperately commands its defenses to stop him before its precious simulation is completely destroyed. The cube demon is absolutely dumbfounded as its perfect simulation begins to tear apart at the seams. Sparks fly from its mechanical frame as the system starts to overload from the sheer pressure. It lets out a digital scream, feeling the agonizing sting of a power it can't hope to calculate. Our boy's strike hits so hard that the trash-tier monster is forced onto its knees in the dirt. The demon trembles, unable to comprehend how a mere human could bypass its high-level electrical resistances. Griffin stands tall, looking like a total beast, as he fully embraces the legendary mana of his brother. With his eyes glowing a cold blue, he finally looks ready to end this pathetic game. He feels the ancient combat techniques of the Raven bloodline flooding his mind like a torrential storm. Panicking, the demon realizes there's no happy ending and prepares a final, desperate suicide attack. It smashes its remaining cubes together, screaming for him to just die already in a final desperate strike. The cube demon is completely dumbfounded as its sensory network suddenly goes dark and unresponsive. It panics, realizing it can't feel Griffin's presence at all despite him standing right in front of it. Suddenly, a jagged bolt of blue mana tears through the simulation's artificial sky like a divine judgment. Griffin clenches his fist, channeling the legendary power of the Raven into a single, devastating point of impact. The surrounding cubes crackle and shatter as the sheer pressure of his aura begins to overwhelm the system. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, signaling that our boy is finally done playing with this trash-tier monster. With his eyes flashing a lethal blue, he looks like a true reaper ready for the final harvest. The demon lets out a pathetic digital scream as a wave of pure destruction rushes toward its core. Griffin lunges forward with blinding speed, aiming his overwhelming power directly at the heart of the machine. He delivers a final, thunderous slash that promises to delete this digital nightmare once and for all. Griffin's aura flares as he fully embraces the power he once feared would consume his very soul. He charges toward the core, knowing that one clean hit will shatter this digital prison forever. With a single, fluid motion, our boy cleaves through the first layer of the demon's defenses. The air hums with blue electricity as he prepares to finish what his legendary brother started. He doesn't stop there, pivoting with a speed that leaves the system's sensors completely dumbfounded. A flurry of mana-infused strikes rains down, turning those trash-tier cubes into nothing but digital dust. He stares down his prey, realizing that the Raven's legacy is finally his to command and control. The cube demon is utterly shocked as its perfect simulation begins to unravel at the seams. Those glowing blue eyes signal the end, proving he's no longer just a shadow of his brother. The monster is in total denial, realizing it's about to be deleted by an uncalculatable power. The cube demon is completely shaken, unable to process how its perfect simulation is falling apart. It screams in absolute rage, refusing to believe a mere human could ever ruin its twisted game. Griffin just mocks the monster, asking if it even knows where its target is standing anymore. Standing tall against the massive machine, our boy prepares to end this trash-tier nightmare once and for all. His eyes burn with a cold blue fire as he fully embraces the power he once feared. The monster is left dumbfounded, wondering exactly when the hunter managed to slip past its advanced sensors. A sharp smirk crosses Griffin's face as blue mana begins to surge violently through his veins. He unleashes a devastating surge of energy, telling the demon that its time has finally run out. The demon realizes too late that the tragic ending it planned was actually meant for itself. With a final burst of blue lightning, the simulation shatters and the mechanical beast is utterly erased. The explosion rocks the floor as our boy stands amidst the wreckage of that trash-tier mechanical demon. Seeing the smoke clear, the Reaper rushes toward the center of the blast to check on her companion. She is completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the power he just displayed out of nowhere. Griffin looks like he's been through hell, with blood trickling down his chin from the internal strain. He realizes that forcing his body to adapt to such high-tier mana is taking a massive toll. Despite the pain, he tells her he's alright and suppresses the flickering blue lightning still dancing around him. Our boy isn't one to waste time, immediately pushing forward to keep the momentum going. He blasts off toward the next objective, leaving nothing but scorched earth and fading sparks in his wake. The girl can barely process the transition to the next floor while staring at his retreating back. She realizes he isn't just cut from the same cloth as Raven, but might actually surpass him. Reaper and Griffin wonder if their companion is safe as they finally approach the boss chamber. They eventually stumble upon Minu, who looks like he's been waiting for them to catch up for ages. Seeing him alive is a massive relief for her, even though he looks like he crawled through hell. When she asks about the assassin trailing them, our boy casually mentions that she didn't make it. The news leaves her completely dumbfounded, while Griffin just stands there, processing the weight of the situation. A thick tension fills the air as the two powerhouses lock eyes, acknowledging the changes in each other. Griffin can't believe this guy actually reached the final floor without any help or high-tier gear. On the flip side, Minu realizes that Griffin has undergone a massive power spike during their short separation. She asks if a demonic beast finished the job, watching as Minu prepares to move out again. He gives a vague answer and starts walking, leaving her more confused than ever about the truth. Our boy slaps his hand against the cold wall, signaling they have finally reached a dead end. Minu bluntly admits that even with his monstrous strength, he cannot force this massive gate open alone. The purple-haired girl investigates the interface, identifying a complex biorecognition device blocking their path forward. She spots a second terminal, realizing the system was designed to force cooperation among any surviving hunters. The trio stands before the massive circular seal, looking like ants compared to the ancient, looming machinery. Minu narrows his eyes, sensing a terrifying presence that makes his demonic blood boil with intense anticipation. Griffin stares ahead with grim determination, fully aware that his brother's legacy is waiting on the other side. The purple-haired girl confirms the boss is right there, her voice shaking from the overwhelming pressure. She swallows hard, internally screaming that even 3 A-tier hunters are basically trash-tier fodder for what is inside. Terrified of a total wipeout, she suggests they play it safe and wait for Hunter Chu to arrive. Reaper is losing it because the gate is opening and Griffin is actually going along with this madness. She chases after them, desperately arguing that 3 people aren't nearly enough to clear a king-tier boss. But her words fall on deaf ears as she realizes they've already crossed the point of no return. As the barrier dissolves, they are met with a sight that defies all logic and reason. It's an endless, shimmering expanse of space that feels like it's swallowing the very concept of the tower. Floating in the center is a massive, complex mechanical structure that pulses with an ancient, terrifying energy. A voice echoes through the void, welcoming them as they step into the blinding light of the arena. The wind howls around them as the simulation shifts, preparing to test if they are truly worthy. Suddenly, a massive kaboom rocks the entire dimension, signaling the start of the final, brutal encounter. She shields her eyes from the blast, while our boys stand firm against the overwhelming pressure. A cold, mechanical voice mocks their speed as the boss finally makes his grand entrance. Known as Pharaoh, the boss of the Tower of Sanctum admits he was getting tired of waiting. The purple-haired girl stands frozen as Pharaoh commends them for wiping out his trash-tier subordinates. Turns out, he only sacrificed those minions to create a perfect analysis of our boys' fighting styles. He looks down at the blood-soaked hunters, noting how humans obsess over their alphabetical power rankings. To a being like him, the fate of 3 A-tier hunters is already a foregone conclusion. Pharaoh offers them a deal to abandon their weak mortal flesh and embrace the immortality of technology. Our boy Manu isn't impressed and asks what the hell this stupid tin can is even rambling about. The mechanical boss goes dead silent, likely processing the sheer audacity of a mere human. Pharaoh is completely dumbfounded that anyone would dare to disrespect his divine offer so casually. Minu mocks the boss, wondering if his mechanical waist is reinforced with diamonds, or something equally tough. Griffin charges his blue mana, adding that they won't know the limit of his armor without a test. Our boys stand united, ready to tear through the metal god and prove their human strength. Pharaoh finds their confidence amusing, treating their trash-tier threats like the buzzing of insignificant insects. He summons his drone fleet, deciding it's finally time to see if their skills match their big mouths. A massive explosion rocks the chamber as the simulation begins to buckle under the sheer force of combat. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the staff are just trying to survive their night shift with some caffeine. One of the workers is about to accept a coffee when a sudden notification flashes across her monitor. She is completely dumbfounded to see the tower cleared way faster than any humanly possible record. Outside, the massive structure begins to crumble into nothingness as the simulation finally reaches its end. The Tower of Sanctum finally vanishes in a blinding flash, leaving the city in a state of total shock. Back in the heart of Seoul, the towering skyscrapers stand silent as the simulation's influence finally fades away. The streets are buzzing with gossip as everyone tries to figure out who cleared the legendary tier dungeon. One hunter stops in his tracks, feeling a strange energy coming from a girl trying to blend in. The crowd quickly identifies the hooded figure, realizing they are standing in the presence of a hero. They swarm her immediately, begging for the secret of how an A-tier hunter conquered such a deadly place. The purple-haired girl remains silent, her mind spinning as she tries to process the unwanted attention. The people are left dumbfounded by her lack of response, wondering why she isn't celebrating her massive win. She finally breaks and yells that she only got the last hit before making a desperate run for it. Our girl sprints away into the distance, leaving the confused mob behind as she escapes the suffocating spotlight. The purple-haired girl is sweating bullets as she recalls the moment her name echoed through the system. Our boy Minu casually asks if the system really credited her for clearing the Tower of Sanctum. Griffin looks on, reminding her that they were the ones who actually fought the boss until the end. The memory shifts back to the final floor, where the air was heavy with the stench of ozone. Both Minu and Griffin stand battered and bloodied, acknowledging that the mechanical boss was truly an impressive foe. Even after taking a massive hit, the pharaoh's cybernetic body begins to spark with unstable energy. To their absolute horror, the monster starts to regenerate its armor, proving its authority over the simulation. Minu realizes the boss can rebuild itself countless times, making a standard physical victory completely impossible. He turns and shouts to the purple-haired girl, knowing she is their only wildcard left. He tells her to use her mythic Void Cube to erase the boss from existence once and for all. Minu screams for her to do it now, while the girl looks on in total shock. She doesn't hesitate, diving straight into the fray as our boys brace for the impact. The mechanical boss looks up, completely dumbfounded by the strange white cube hovering above its head. Suddenly, the cube transforms into a literal nightmare, sprouting a massive, toothy maw that lets out a roar. With a sickening crunch, the mimic-like item chomps down on the boss, ending its endless regeneration. A violent explosion rocks the entire floor, signaling the absolute end of the pharaoh's reign. Later, our boy casually explains that the explosion happened because two powerful demon crystals collided. Griffin sighs, mourning the loss of a high-tier crystal, and the girl's now trash-tier, destroyed mythic item. However, he realizes it wasn't a total loss since he managed to secure the core crux. Now that the simulation is over, Griffin asks Minu if they should deal with the prisoner in the shed. Griffin confronts the shadow, noting they've been stalking him and finally decided to break into his home. He recognizes the intruder as the mage who served in his party back in the labyrinthine tower. Standing over the kneeling figure, our boy demands to know who they really are and their true motive. The mage glances up, realizing they've been caught, and searching for any possible opening to escape. Suddenly, the intruder attempts a desperate dash past Griffin, hoping their speed can overcome his sharp reflexes. They move like a blur, but Griffin isn't about to let a trash-tier escape attempt succeed so easily. With a heavy sound, Griffin shuts down the escape, landing a solid blow that stops the mage cold. The intruder crashes hard onto the floor, completely dumbfounded by how easily they were overpowered by their former ally. They look up only to see Minu casually eating ice cream, while maintaining a high-level protection magic barrier. As Griffin slams them against the wall, the mage realizes Minu is connected to the legendary Baphomet. Griffin is stunned, questioning how this intruder could possibly know his secret connection to the demonic beast Baphomet. He studies the mage's face intensely, feeling a nagging sense of familiarity that he can't quite place yet. The intruder snaps back, claiming to be a man, which leaves Griffin absolutely dumbfounded by the unexpected claim. Fed up with the nonsense, Griffin aggressively grabs the trash-tier mage to force the truth out of them. The mage immediately switches tactics, putting on a sparkling, pathetic performance to beg for his life. Meanwhile, our boy Minu stays chill in the back, focused more on his ice cream than the interrogation. A sudden spark of recognition flashes in Griffin's eyes as the mage's act triggers a buried memory. He begins to recall a very specific, flashy face that used to be all over the media. The pieces finally fall into place as he stares into those unnervingly familiar, sparkling eyes. It turns out the intruder is actually the famous Twintails, a high-profile hunter idol used for government propaganda. Back in the day, the world knew this hunter as the bubbly, top-tier idol, Twintails. But behind the sparkles, Vanessa was actually a powerhouse S-tier mage taking down massive dragons. Turns out this idol was actually a dude cross-dressing just to keep his personal life private. However, even an S-tier was trash-tier compared to Baphomet, who easily caught him by the hair. Vanessa realized he was in deep trouble when the Demon King looked at him with pure disappointment. Baphomet decided he was bored, and prepared to end the intruder's life right then and there. As he was hoisted into the air, Vanessa knew his luck had finally run out. In that critical moment, the terrified mage decided to burn through his last resort to survive. He activated a forbidden warp magic, turning into a flash of light to escape the boss chamber. Baphomet was left looking around like a total fool, wondering where his little toy had disappeared to. Vanessa explains that his desperate escape cost him everything, halving his stats and stripping his S-tier title away. He suddenly points a finger, realizing the human standing before him is actually the demonic beast Baphomet himself. Our boy just stares back with a blank expression, asking if that revelation is supposed to change anything. When Finesse threatens to snitch to the authorities, Minu just scoffs at the idea of anyone believing a loser. The sheer absurdity of the threat makes Minu burst into a fit of mocking, villainous laughter. He leans in close, reminding the trash-tier mage that he walked into this lion's den on his own. Finesse tumbles back in terror as Minu casually asks exactly how he would like to be cooked today. With glowing red eyes, he describes a few gruesome ways to leave the idol unrecognizable and leaking blood. Realizing he cannot fight, Finesse tries to use his pathetic idol charms and fake tears to beg for mercy. Minu just looks completely disgusted by the display, wondering why he even bothered with such a weakling. Finesse huddles in the shadows, realizing he has absolutely no way out of this nightmare. Our boy decides to be generous, offering the pathetic mage 2 specific tasks if he wants to survive. The first mission is to track down a hunter named Loki, who stays off the government's official radar. Finesse is completely dumbfounded, finally realizing he is being drafted as a low-level informant for a monster. When the idol tries to act tough and refuse, Minu immediately shuts him down with a violent stomp. Minu just sighs, explaining that this trash-tier mage clearly doesn't understand the life-or-death situation he is in. Turns out, our boy already planted a lethal familiar inside him that injects poison the moment he disobeys. Finesse flinches in pure terror as Minu admits it would be a total waste to let him leave. With a predatory smirk, Minu promises to squeeze every single drop of value out of the coward's soul. He finishes by reminding the mage that he is about to learn exactly how terrifying a demon can be. Minu snickers to himself, eagerly anticipating the moment Beelzebub finally snaps from pure, unadulterated despair. To a demon like him, there is simply no delicacy more exquisite than the taste of a miserable soul. Finesse is left trembling in the dirt, his mind completely broken as he lets out a pathetic, hysterical laugh. The fallen idol doesn't waste a second, scrambling to his feet and sprinting away like his life depends on it. Minu and his young companion watch the coward flee, neither of them feeling the slightest bit of pity. When asked if the poison familiar was a bluff, Minu admits the kid was already too terrified to disobey. He decides against using his usual contacts, preferring to gather intel on his own terms to stay completely independent. Suddenly, our boy pauses in his tracks as a much more interesting idea crosses his devious mind. He looks back at the spirit and demands to be taught some magic, realizing he needs more versatility. As the sun sets over the quiet neighborhood, the stage is set for a masterclass in demonic manipulation. The guardian spirit starts channeling mana, wondering why our boy is suddenly so interested in learning. He conjures a shimmering barrier to show how mana can be shaped into a perfect defense. The kid asks if a sudden realization in the tower changed his perspective on magic. Since Minu usually fights like a brute, the spirit suggests sticking to the absolute basics first. Our boy just scoffs and demands to skip the fluff and learn the most advanced spells. Under the clear blue sky, the atmosphere shifts as the real training begins in earnest. The spirit stares intently, expecting the arrogant hunter to fail his very first attempt. He looks away for a brief moment, certain that mastering this technique will take weeks. He prepares to offer some smug advice, but a sudden surge of power catches him off guard. He is left completely dumbfounded when Minu masters the complex barrier instantly, proving he is built different. The spirit is losing his mind because our boy mastered a high-level spell after seeing it just once. He even suggests Minu should ditch the brute force and become a legendary archmage with that insane potential. Minu realizes he's been treating this vessel like trash-tier gear instead of the god-level tool it actually is. As he stares at his hands, he wonders who this body originally belonged to before he took over. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Finesse is shaking like a leaf, while Jayu-Ka demands a serious explanation. She desperately claims she was busy digging up dirt on Baphomet and just needed more time for evidence. Jayu-Ka isn't buying her excuses and asks if she actually found anything useful or just wasted time. He starts to walk away in disgust, but Finesse knows she has one last card to play. She drops the ultimate truth, revealing that the hunter everyone admires is actually a monster wearing human skin. The spirit stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to process how a mere human can possess such monstrous talent. Our boy is left questioning his own identity as the weight of his new existence finally starts sinking in. He can't stop thinking about Raven, the man who once stood as his greatest rival and ultimate end. Back in reality, Jayu-Ka is visibly shaken, realizing the terrifying truth about the entity known as Baphomet. Suddenly, a mysterious presence manifests behind Minu, claiming she simply granted the deep-seated wish he once held. She reminds him of that fateful encounter in the Abyssal Tower, when his old life reached its bloody conclusion. Even as Raven's blade tore through his demonic heart, Baphomet secretly yearned to understand the strength of humanity. To make that dream a reality, she needed a perfectly empty vessel to house his monstrous soul. The spirit smirks, noting that our boy is finally showing some interest in the one who saved him. She reveals her name is Ra, the silent architect behind his reincarnation into this human world. Minu relays this to his companion, admitting that Raven was right about him not knowing how to use this body. The companion is dumbfounded, asking if the Raven from the tower really claimed that body was his. It appears the legendary Harrow's data ghost was asserting ownership over the very vessel our boy now inhabits. The little spirit wonders aloud just how much mana a human frame like this is capable of holding. She looks closer, realizing she hadn't paid enough attention to the potential hiding within his new physical form. Minu stands enveloped in a surging red aura, proving his mana reserves are far beyond any trash-tier hunter. Since he inherited the hero's skills, he realizes the original Raven didn't even need mana for his moves. He explains that while the data version was weaker, it still possessed a frightening level of self-aware instinct. When that shadow swung its sword, it momentarily channeled the same overwhelming power that once ended his life. Our boy clenches his fist, feeling the raw energy of the physical buff he instinctively activated during combat. He reflects on how high-tier magic is meant to swiftly obliterate enemies with complex and powerful spells. Minu realizes that even with top-tier support items, a human's mana supply is just too limited for long hauls. He argues that in grueling tower climbs, relying on raw physical force is way more efficient than burning magic. His little spirit friend asks if he plans to just stack body buffs to dominate every single fight. The kid stares him down, waiting to see if our boy has actually thought this crazy plan through. Minu smirks, confirming he's adopting the legendary Raven style because it's the perfect fit for his new vessel. Hez used to stealing skills from demons who killed him, so mastering this human technique is no different. While his current buffs only trigger under specific conditions, he knows Raven could cast them whenever he wanted. He tells the spirit that her new job is teaching him how to master that specific buff magic. The little guy just tilts her head, acting like she has absolutely no clue what buff magic even is. Minu stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing his supposed mentor might be a total airhead. Minu snaps at his little guide, accusing her of being a lazy pest who is just avoiding her duties. She claims support magic is beneath her, but our boy suddenly realizes there is someone else perfect for this. He visits the greedy doctor, who notes his arm is healed, and his body is in great shape. She bursts out laughing, finding it hilarious that he actually wants to learn something from a quack like her. Minu just gives her a cold stare, clearly losing his patience with her trash-tier attitude. As he turns to leave, she stops him, excited that he finally remembered her true specialty as a buffer. She explains that her unique skills are exactly why people never classified her as a standard combat hunter. When she asks why he is interested now, he simply admits he needs more power to dominate his fights. The doctor agrees to take him under her wing, looking far more confident than she has any right to. However, she makes it very clear that this high-level tutoring will not be coming at a cheap price. Minu knows this greedy woman isn't offering help out of the goodness of her heart. She reaches out, her predatory intentions as clear as day to the former Demon King. Our boy's cap hits the floor as she makes her move, catching him completely off guard. The doctor gets uncomfortably close, suggesting that the price for her tutoring might involve his very body. The scene shifts to a local orphanage, a place seemingly tied to his current mission or past. The kids there look absolutely dumbfounded, likely seeing a side of the world they weren't prepared for. Minu stares back with a cold intensity, his mind racing with memories of how things used to be. He suddenly grabs one of the brats, deciding it is time for a little bit of tough love. Without a second thought, he launches the kid into the air like he is just trash-tier luggage. The boy screams in terror as he realizes our boy's idea of playing is actually life-threatening. Minu catches the boy with ease, proving his trash-tier luggage toss was just a bit of high-stakes play. He kneels down to check on the brat, showing a surprisingly gentle side for a reincarnated demon king. The other orphans stand there dumbfounded, their initial terror turning into pure awe at his incredible speed. Our boy looks back with a softened gaze, perhaps seeing reflections of his own past in their eyes. The tension finally breaks as the kids realize he isn't a monster, filling the air with genuine laughter. The doctor interrupts the fun, reminding the rowdy bunch that medical checkups come before any more games. Turns out, she runs a clinic called Love Medic, though her greedy nature makes the name feel ironic. She gets to work with her stethoscope, ensuring the children are healthy, while her staff keeps watch. Minu actually plays along, looking absolutely ridiculous in cat ears as he lets the kids chase him around. Even the greedy doctor shows a hint of real compassion while tending to a young girl's injured leg. Minu takes a soccer ball to the face, proving even a demon king can't handle hyperactive kids. The playground erupts in cheers and squeals as the children have the absolute time of their lives. As the sun begins to set, the grueling day of community service finally starts to wind down. The orphanage director expresses her deep gratitude, thankful that the children received such thorough medical checkups. The doctor casually brushes off the praise while pointing out her helper, who looks completely soul-crushed. Our boy sits in defeat, realizing that wrangling dozens of brats is more draining than any dungeon. He desperately asks if they're finally square, hoping his debt is paid so he can finally leave. The doctor just smirks and holds up 2 fingers, noting they still have 2 more locations to visit. Minu lets out a string of censored curses when she suggests they just start again tomorrow morning. She reminds him that secret magic techniques are priceless, and 1 day of labor won't cut it. Minu stands there in disbelief, thinking that this entire situation is absolutely unacceptable and beyond frustrating. The doctor just offers a cheerful wave, promising to drag him back into this nightmare early tomorrow morning. Our boy watches the car speed away, feeling completely abandoned in the middle of the city streets. He lets out a dry, hollow laugh as the absurdity of his current life finally starts to sink in. He fumes about being played by that trash-tier quack, especially after being forced to wear that humiliating cat ear headband. Suddenly, the Reaper approaches him, mentioning she went to his house but only found his little brother there. She looks him dead in the eye and insists he starts calling her Yoriam Na instead of her alias. Since his shift is finally over, she decides it is time for them to head out and grab dinner. Minu and his companion stand there completely dumbfounded, unable to keep up with the girl's sudden pace. She leans against her flashy red sports car and tells them to get in without wasting any more time. As they sit in her luxury ride, Yoriam mentions how polite our boy's little brother was earlier. Minu just scoffs, knowing his brother only plays nice because she is clearly loaded with cash. She clarifies that her earlier invitation to grab a meal was actually meant for the whole raid team. Yoriam explains that everyone worked so hard to clear the tower, so a group celebration felt right. Minu listens silently as she talks, but his attention is suddenly caught by something outside the car window. He points toward a massive glowing billboard, asking if that is actually her face plastered up there. It turns out her uncle rented a giant screen, calling her the beautiful genius who cleared the sanctum. Yoriam is absolutely mortified, screaming in shock as her secret hunter fame is broadcast to the whole city. She realizes her uncle is the only one bold enough to pull a stunt this embarrassing in public. Shaking with rage, she complains about reporters hounding her when she really just wants to be an archaeologist. Yoriam finally reaches the restaurant where the rest of the raid team is already waving her over. The group looks relieved to see her, clearly glad that everyone survived that nightmare in one piece. They've gathered at a fancy establishment called Assembla, a place far beyond their usual trash-tier hangouts. One of the hunters asks if she's recovered, calling the group amazing for clearing the sanctum alone. Even the white-haired squad member looks on in awe, acknowledging the sheer scale of their recent victory. Our boy Minu just stays quiet and sips his drink, looking totally bored by all the hero worship. The white-haired hunter watches him closely, likely trying to figure out the secret behind their sudden success. Yoriam tries to deflect the praise, claiming she barely did anything while the others did the real work. The team suddenly realizes the restaurant is empty, which is strange for a place usually booked for months. Yoriam reveals she actually rented the entire building, leaving the rest of the squad completely dumbfounded. Yoriam is in high spirits, suggesting that a little privacy makes the celebration even better. Shay's clearly enjoying the high-tier atmosphere, laughing off the stress of their recent tower climb. The girls are ready for round 2, completely caught up in the celebratory mood of the night. However, the white-haired hunter decides to bail early, bowing out while the others try to stop him. He walks away into the night, seemingly burdened by thoughts that the rest of the team doesn't share. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there. His expression shifts to one of intense focus as he realizes he's being followed by someone dangerous. Our boy Minu is waiting in the shadows, demanding to know what the hunter's real deal is. Minu stands his ground, turning the questions back on the man who has been watching him all night. He gets straight to the point, asking why the hunter hasn't exposed his true identity to the others yet. The white-haired hunter stays silent, clearly weighing his options before deciding how to handle this unexpected confrontation. He admits that blabbing without proof is useless, so he is keeping the secret under wraps for now. Leaning in close, he tells our boy that he needs a stepping stone to reach the next level. His gaze turns cold as he explains that Minu is far too valuable to lose just yet. Minu stares back, completely unfazed by the cryptic threats coming from this supposed ally. The hunter warns him to get even stronger because he only plans on killing him at his absolute peak. With that chilling promise, he turns his back and walks away, leaving the tension hanging in the air. Our boy just watches him go, probably wondering if every hunter he meets is cut from the same cloth. He slumps onto a nearby bench, thinking the guy is a total cheeky punk for using his own lines. Resting under the night sky, Minu realizes the game just got a lot more complicated than he initially thought. The full moon hangs high, as someone nearly slips up and calls our boy by his old demonic name. Yoriam is busy inhaling ice cream, while Minu wonders how she still has room after that massive feast. She admits she wanted another round of drinks, but the rest of the squad already bailed on her. Her expression softens as she gazes into the distance, perhaps reflecting on the heavy weight of her reputation. They sit together in silence under the lunar glow, two souls bound by the tower they just conquered. Finally deciding to call it a night, she waves him off while he gives a characteristically lazy goodbye. But Minu isn't moving just yet, because he has some secret business to handle before heading home. Suddenly, the air shifts with a quick swish, as Yoriam makes a sudden and completely unexpected move. She leans over him on the bench, catching the former Demon King completely off guard for once. Before he can even process the situation, she closes the distance, leaving our boy totally dumbfounded. Minus eyes widen as he realizes she isn't just teasing this time. She actually goes for it, catching the former Demon King completely off guard with a sudden kiss. After the bold move, Yoriam casually turns away with her ice cream, leaving him with a simple goodnight. Our boy just collapses back onto the bench, his heart hammering against his ribs like a drum. He stares at the sky, sweating and trying to process why a mere human girl is making him panic. Shaking it off, he wonders if that ice cream was some kind of secret weapon to mess with him. He starts walking home, cursing her under his breath, until a familiar voice calls out his true name. The white-haired hunter from the raid stands there, looking like he's been waiting for this exact moment. The veteran mocks his red face, while Minu tries to hide his flustered state behind a wall of annoyance. The hunter just grins, clearly holding all the cards now that he's cornered the legendary Baphomet. The veteran gets serious and asks our boy what his actual goal is as a hunter. Minu pauses, reflecting on his past life and the path he needs to take now. The old man watches closely, sensing that this kid is definitely not some trash-tier rookie. He bluntly states that he just wants to fight the strongest and reach the absolute top. The veteran just chuckles, clearly impressed by the raw ambition radiating from the young man. He realizes it would be a total waste to let a talent like this just walk away. Without missing a beat, he offers Minu a spot in the prestigious Nebula Guild. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet building, where a very different kind of work is happening. A group of orphans cheers happily, thanking the kind doctor for taking such good care of them. The quack doctor puts on her best saintly act, while her assistant just watches the performance. The quack doctor keeps up her saintly facade, claiming that helping kids is her greatest joy in life. She turns to our boy, calling him by a cold number, while he just brushes off her fake enthusiasm. Minu warns her not to dare back out on their deal, but she just plays the innocent card. She explains that they are on the roof for a reason, hinting at a secret training session. With a sharp glint in her eyes, the doctor decides it is finally time to get down to business. Suddenly, a massive surge of mana erupts from Minu as he begins to manifest his hidden power. He casually asks for her opinion, leaving the doctor completely dumbfounded by how fast he mastered the technique. She realizes that teaching a monster like him is actually starting to feel pretty fun and exciting. Looking at him, she finally understands why those high-tier S-rank hunters are so desperate to sponsor his growth. She offers to teach him even more advanced skills later, though our boy seems totally unimpressed by it. Minu drops a bombshell, telling the doctor he is officially finished with her trash-tier guild. The doctor is completely dumbfounded, her jaw hitting the floor as her meal ticket tries to bail. Our boy casually mentions receiving a massive offer from the Nebula Guild while walking away. He points out how real guilds actually provide down payments instead of just exploitation and debt. He continues schooling her on how powerful guilds secure exclusive tower access for their talent. Minu vents his frustrations about being ripped off and tossed into a dangerous dungeon like a pawn. He is officially sick of being worked like a dog just to learn a single skill. With a cold glare, he declares that their little arrangement is finally over for good. He tells her to consider the skill he learned as payment for all her constant manipulation. As he heads for the exit, the desperate doctor begs to know what it will take. The doctor is desperate, throwing out offers of money or power just to keep him from walking away. She even tries offering herself, but Minu coldly shuts her down, saying she is the thing he needs least. Our boy finally pauses, telling the dumbfounded woman he will stay in her guild on one single condition. He makes it clear he wants the big leagues, and her current trash tier setup is simply too pathetic. Minu gets in her face, demanding she finally ditch that embarrassing guild name to show she is serious. As the sun sets, the focus shifts toward the glowing lights of the city's most expensive districts. We find ourselves at a luxury hotel called the Heaven, a place clearly meant for the top-tier elite. The staff is busy confirming reservations for wealthy guests who expect nothing but the absolute best service. A couple wanders through the lobby, with the man feeling a bit overwhelmed by the obvious high cost. His companion just laughs it off, telling him to stop worrying about the money and focus on her. They stop before a massive poster of the Reaper, who apparently just cleared the sanctum. The woman is shocked to realize the hotel's successor is actually a high-ranking hunter like her. She gets instantly jealous when her man admits the girl on the poster is actually kind of pretty. Meanwhile, a stern-faced staff member checks the digital credentials of the next elite guest arriving. Everything checks out, and he professionally welcomes them into the exclusive event happening inside. The massive doors creak open, revealing a world of luxury that most people can only dream of. Inside, the air is thick, with the chatter of the city's most influential and wealthy figures. Men in sharp suits and women in designer gowns mingle, celebrating their status in this high society bubble. It is a gathering of the elite, where even the casual conversations involve power and massive money. One guest can't help but be impressed, marveling at the sheer scale of the opulence surrounding them. Minerva stands tall at the party, looking like a total big shot while someone mocks her sudden rise. As the Guildmaster of Defiance, she is no longer some trash-tier nobody but a major player now. She admits that snagging the Reaper was a lucky break, proving that money really does change everything. Ella, the Guildmaster of Lafoam, offers a backhanded compliment about Minerva finally cracking the top 10 guilds. They both know that reaching this level of power takes way more than just a simple stroke of luck. The tension breaks when Ella suddenly snaps, catching her subordinate trying to sneak a snack during the party. Turns out Muse is a hunter idol who is being scolded for potentially ruining tomorrow's big photoshoot. Ella is clearly the strict type, fuming because her star talent cannot keep her hands off the buffet. Muse nearly jumps out of her skin when her boss barks at her to stop eating immediately. Minerva suggests letting her eat, but Ella insists she must stay perfect to eventually dethrone the legendary Valkyrie. Minerva waits with a sharp gaze, knowing the person she invited is about to make a grand entrance. She casually informs Ella that their guest is arriving, making the Guildmaster wonder who could be so important. Muse is still recovering from her lecture when she senses a heavy presence entering the ballroom. A sudden collision rings out as the distracted idol slams headfirst into a solid wall of a man. She stumbles back in a panic, her heart racing as she stammers out a desperate apology for her clumsiness. When she finally looks up, she is completely dumbfounded to see a face she never expected to find here. Our boy Minu just offers a chilling glance, his mind already focused on the high-stakes mission ahead. He steps past her with cold indifference, leaving the idol frozen by his overwhelming and predatory aura. The surrounding elite guests gossip about how a proper suit is mandatory for anyone playing in the big leagues. They truly believe that a hunter's public reputation is the only currency that actually carries weight in their world. The quack doctor reminds our boy that standing out is the only way to survive among these high-ranking hunters. As they enter the private lounge, a familiar voice calls out to Yunson, surprised by her rare appearance. Despite the lavish spread, she usually avoids these social traps, preferring her clinic over fancy fruit and fake smiles. Her rivals, Ella and Minerva, immediately grill her about why she finally decided to take the hunter business seriously. Yunson fake cries about being forced to change her guild name, while Ella's eyes drift toward the mysterious new recruit. Unfazed by the high society drama, Minu just focuses on the only thing that matters right now, the free cake. He wanders off to find a quiet corner, completely unaware that the top-tier guild leaders are already sizing him up. Minerva can't look away, her sharp eyes tracking his every move as she senses his hidden, monstrous potential. She asks where Yunson managed to dig up such a rare gem, sensing he's far from a typical rookie. The doctor just smirks, feeling smug that her gamble on this reincarnated powerhouse is finally starting to pay off. Ella tries to dig into the price tag for our boy, but Yunson lies through her teeth about his loyalty. Hearing that even the big-shot Nebula Guild wants him, Ella decides it is time to start a bidding war. Meanwhile, Minerva is playing a different game, questioning if this whole setup was a trap for a specific guest. The mood shifts instantly when the topic of a certain ex-husband comes up, signaling that serious trouble is brewing. Yunson freezes as a familiar hand grips her shoulder, her past finally catching up to her in the worst way. This silver-haired ex-husband smirks, acting like they are old friends, while he shamelessly invades her personal space. While the high society drama unfolds, Minu stands alone in the crowd, looking like a total fish out of water. He realizes that if he wants to reclaim his throne, he actually needs to start making a name for himself. Thinking back to his disastrous orientation, he knows he cannot afford to be just another face in the crowd. Suddenly, he spots Yoriam Na walking by and remembers this entire luxury hotel is basically her family's playground. Yoriam Na finds herself cornered by a persistent hunter who clearly doesn't know how to take a hint. Our boy Minu spots the drama unfolding and decides it's best to just keep sipping his drink. The blue-haired suitor calls out to her, acting like they share some deep, intimate connection. Minu watches with a judging gaze, realizing this guy is just another trash-tier pest bothering the Reaper. Even as she tries to walk away, the guy keeps pressing his luck in front of everyone. This luxury hotel is supposed to be high class, but the atmosphere is getting incredibly awkward. He tries to guilt-trip her by bringing up a fake promise of a date after her tower raid. Yoriam isn't having any of it and coldly tells him that he's just making things up. His eyes narrow as his smug mask starts to slip, revealing a much more sinister obsession. He looks completely dumbfounded that his pathetic attempt at manipulation failed so miserably. The suitor loses his cool, telling her to stop playing games because he's not finding this funny anymore. He reaches out to grab her, clearly thinking he can force his way into her personal space. Suddenly, our boy Minu steps in and catches the guy's arm before he can even touch her. The trash-tier suitor is stunned as his aggressive advance is completely halted in midair. A sharp flash of killing intent cuts through the air, signaling that things are about to get ugly. The guy tries to pull away, but he realizes he's caught in a grip that feels like iron. Minu lets out a sliver of his true aura, making the air heavy with the scent of a beast. Their eyes lock, and the suitor finally realizes he's picked a fight with someone way out of his league. Yoriam watches in silence, stunned by the sudden change in the atmosphere, as Minu stares the guy down. Minu yanks him away, while Yoriam wonders if the terrifying bloodlust she's feeling belongs to the legendary Baphomet. The blue-haired pest is completely dumbfounded, wondering who the hell our boy thinks he is. He tries to play it cool, acting like he's actually glad to see a new face. When the guy starts to hesitate, Minu just gives him a look that demands he finish his sentence. The trash-tier suitor smirks, asking if this guy is actually Yoriam's boyfriend or just some random nobody. Minu doesn't say a word, just burning a hole through the guy with a terrifying, silent stare. He finally speaks up, claiming to be from a place called Guild Wilderness to keep his cover. Our boy's eye twitches as the suitor immediately starts laughing at the unfamiliar, low-rent guild name. The guy mocks Yoriam for hanging with losers before setting up his own big reveal. He proudly declares he's part of Guild Guardians, thinking his status makes him untouchable. Yoriam's heart sinks, knowing that Guardians is one of the top 3 powerhouses in the entire country. The Guardians Guild rose to power overnight, clearing towers like they were nothing to secure a top 3 spot. Minu just stares back with a deadpan expression, wondering why this guy thinks his guild name carries any weight. The blue-haired suitor is completely thrown off when his big reveal doesn't result in immediate fear or respect. Yoriam suddenly loses it and starts laughing hysterically at the absolute absurdity of the guy's massive ego. The trash-tier suitor stands there dumbfounded, unable to process why his elite status is being treated like a joke. Even with the mocking laughter filling the air, our boy remains cold and completely unimpressed by the guy's pedigree. Yoriam finds it hilarious that he's so full of himself, mocking him for thinking his guild makes him special. The suitor's face twists as he realizes his intimidation tactics aren't working on someone he considers a nobody. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, his pride taking a massive hit from Minus' silent, judging stare. He wonders who this guy thinks he is, refusing to believe a trash-tier hunter could be this composed. Minu and Yoriam find their exit blocked by a man who seems way too comfortable in this den of elites. Nearby, the Guildmaster of Defiance, Minerva, sits with an air of authority that keeps the lesser hunters at bay. As a top-tier powerhouse, Minerva isn't easily impressed, her presence alone commanding the entire room's attention. A smug grin spreads across the face of Hunter Barg as he prepares to make his big move. He addresses Minu as Baphomet, testing the waters to see if the legendary hunter is as bored as he is. Minerva remains motionless, her sharp gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade as she observes the interaction. Barg eventually approaches her directly, claiming he has a proposal that could turn this dull party into something legendary. He mocks the idea of hunters acting civilized, knowing everyone in the room is just itching for a fight. The other guests laugh along, feeling the same restless urge to trade their wine glasses for weapons. Minerva's eyes narrow with interest when Barg suggests a 1v1 event match, to truly test their skills. Ella hesitates, worrying that even a friendly duel in this setting could be seen as a direct insult. The blue-haired suitor just smirks, claiming he's already settled the terms for this little entertainment. He points right at our boy, identifying him only as number 302 to keep things disrespectful. While Ella tries to maintain decorum, Minerva admits she's bored and finds the prospect of a fight refreshing. The suitor then turns to the doctor and Barg, eager to hear their take on the upcoming clash. The tension in the room rises toward the grand chandelier as the social gathering turns into a combat arena. Minu stands his ground against the trash-tier suitor, both of them ready to settle this grudge right now. Minerva watches with a sharp eye, noting the strange coincidence of these two specific hunters crossing paths. The doctor steps forward, acknowledging that one of the fighters is indeed a member of her own guild. Barg just grins, confirming the other side represents the Guardians, setting the stage for a proxy war. Minerva apologizes for the mess, but Yoriam doesn't mind since the hall was due for a renovation anyway. Watching from the sidelines, Yoriam worries that even with Minu's talent, His opponent might actually outclass him. She narrows her eyes, realizing this trash-tier suitor is only doing this to publicly humiliate our boy. The blue-haired pest just wears a smug grin, clearly enjoying the attention as he prepares to make a scene. He mocks the situation, claiming he only wanted a venue but fears the fight will be a total disappointment. Looking at Minu with pure condescension, he's convinced the match won't even last long enough to be entertaining. Minu remains stone-faced, his sharp eyes betraying nothing, as he listens to the man's endless posturing. The suitor continues his rant, labeling Minu a third-rate hunter who should have stayed in his lane. He claims he wouldn't have to humble the kid if he just knew how to keep his head down. Bored of the monologue, our boy just sighs and tells the loudmouth to shut up and start the fight. The blue-haired suitor scoffs, clearly annoyed that Minu isn't trembling before his supposed superiority. He starts gathering mana in his palm, mocking our boy's confidence while preparing a heavy strike. Exploding with energy, the pest vows to wipe that bored look off Mina's face once and for all. He lunges forward with a massive leap, fully convinced that this match is already over. Minu just calmly crouches, his demonic instincts already calculating the exact trajectory of the incoming attack. Before the suitor can even land, our boy vanishes, leaving the trash-tier hunter completely dumbfounded. A sharp flash cuts through the air as Minu repositions himself with terrifying, god-tier efficiency. His sharp eyes remain cold and focused, realizing his opponent is just a loudmouth with zero substance. The suitor tries to compensate with high-speed dashes, hoping his specialized agility can still salvage his ego. He screams for Minu to die, throwing every ounce of his mana into a desperate, final lunge. Minu reaches into his pocket, appearing completely unbothered by the trash-tier hunter's frantic, desperate movements. Compared to the legendary monsters he has faced in the past, this guy is just a minor annoyance. He recalls the overwhelming pressure of Raven, the true master who once controlled the tower's complex system. If he wants to reclaim his throne, he must maintain that same cold, calculating edge at all times. The memory of that silver-haired hero serves as a grim reminder of what real, god-tier strength looks like. Our boy lets out a chilling smirk, mockingly telling the pest that his pathetic speed is absolutely nothing. Watching from the sidelines, the quack doctor stands frozen as she finally witnesses his true, hidden nature. She begins to realize that the man she has been treating like a debtor is something far more dangerous. Even the top guildmasters are left speechless, unable to comprehend the sheer, terrifying gap in their power. Meanwhile, the silver-haired X narrows his eyes, sensing that a major storm is about to break loose. Yoriamna stands frozen, her sharp eyes wide as she witnesses the sudden, violent shift in the room's energy. Our boy doesn't waste a second, lunging forward to paint the floor red while shattering the suitor's pathetic defense. As blood splatters, the trash-tier hunter looks into Mina's cold eyes and realizes he's made a fatal mistake. The refined guests immediately lose their composure, their terrified screams filling the hall as the elegant party turns grisly. Minu casually tosses the severed arm aside, looking down at the broken man who dared to challenge him. Watching from the back, the quack doctor and her ex-husband remain silent, processing the sheer scale of his power. Minerva simply scoffs at the carnage, mentally labeling the fallen suitor as a complete imbecile for his overconfidence. She remains deep in thought, clearly unsettled by how easily this mysterious hunter just dismantled a top-tier ego. Meanwhile, Jayukha moves stealthily through the panicked crowd, his presence drawing suspicious glances and whispers of an alias. The remaining guests can only murmur in disbelief, wondering how a supposed friendly match ended in such brutal fashion. Minerva breaks the silence with a slow clap, her calculating mind already weighing our boy's true value. The elite guests quickly join in, their applause masking the sheer terror they felt just moments ago. Minerva calls him a total catch, her smirk proving she loves a man who can handle business. A wave of unease washes over the crowd as they murmur that legendary, demonic name in disbelief. Minu Cha remains stoic, ignoring the whispers while his dark reputation begins to precede him once again. Stepping away from the spotlight, the atmosphere shifts as the chaos of the hall fades behind them. Yoriamna catches up to him, her voice laced with genuine concern as she asks for his hand. He is dumbfounded by her worry, but she insists that he actually managed to get hurt during combat. Turns out the trash-tier suitor actually landed a scratch, though our boy didn't even feel the sting. She calls him simple while tending the wound, but in his mind, the victory is all that counts. Minu Cha glances at her, wondering why she is making such a big deal out of a tiny scratch. Yoriamna stares back with an intensity that suggests she is not just playing nurse for the fun of it. Our boy looks away, feeling a bit awkward as the silence between them grows heavy and thick. He argues that he will heal in no time, but she reminds him that hunters must stay in peak condition. She looks down solemnly, explaining that a gate shock could happen at any moment without any warning. As she wraps his hand, she warns that even a small injury can snowball into a fatal mistake later. Suddenly, she smirks and reveals she already knew he was the one who cleared the labyrinthine tower alone. Minu is dumbfounded as she flat out calls him strong, seeing right through his low-rank hunter facade. The atmosphere shifts instantly, leaving him reeling from the fact that his secret might not be so secret anymore. He can only let out a confused sound, realizing this Reaper is far more observant than he initially thought. The Quack Doctor suddenly interrupts their private moment, teasing them about the fiery energy of youth. She wears a knowing smirk, clearly amused by the awkward tension she just walked into. Yunsun points out how Minu intelligently focused his mana buff on just one hand to save precious time. While Yoriam worries about guild dignity, our boy knows their current reputation is basically trash tier and unknown. The Doctor realizes Minu is a genius who adapts complex combat knowledge to suit his own style. She feels a mix of fear and intense curiosity about how strong this monster will eventually become. Minerva suddenly joins the conversation, telling Baphomet that he needs to get stronger to make them famous. She explains that legendary hunters are the true reflections of the power held by their respective guilds. To truly represent them on the world stage, she insists he must become an elite S-tier hunter. She stares him down with total confidence, sensing they are both cut from the same ambitious cloth. Minerva calls out our boy, claiming his entire existence is fueled by a primal craving for combat. She suggests a location called the Colony, believing it's the only place where he can truly belong. The Doctor is instantly horrified, screaming that sending him to such a hellhole is a terrible idea. While Minerva argues it's the fastest path to S-tier, Yoriam insists he is doing just fine, staying safe. Desperate for answers, the Doctor demands to know exactly what kind of nightmare this place really is. She waits with bated breath, clearly terrified of the dark secrets Minerva is about to reveal. Turns out the area is a demonic wasteland, where towers sprout like weeds after the gate shock. Yoriam remembers hearing rumors about the endless waves of monsters that make clearing the towers feel impossible. Minerva adds that survival is a pipe dream for anyone foolish enough to try going in alone. The Doctor warns that the place turns hunters into bloodthirsty animals who kill over a simple glance. Minu is dead set on going, even as the others scream that it's a total suicide mission. Our boy realizes this hellhole is exactly what he needs to hit S-tier and reclaim his former glory. Minerva just smirks, completely ignoring the Doctor's desperate pleas to keep him away from that demonic wasteland. The choice is simple: stay a weakling, or face the absolute nightmare known as the Colony. Meanwhile, Ella finishes patching up that trash-tier suitor who thought he could handle a real monster. She tells Barg to get this loser to a hospital, annoyed that her fancy night was totally ruined. The suitor sits there dumbfounded, finally realizing his mother was right about staying out of trouble. Barg just smiles like a shark, reminding the kid that he shouldn't pick fights he can't win. Suddenly, he delivers a brutal kick, making it clear that failure isn't tolerated in their world. Barg is livid, accusing the boy of tarnishing their guild's honor by letting a nobody walk all over him. Barg decides a simple apology won't cut it for the mess this trash-tier hunter made tonight. He grabs the suitor by the throat, ignoring the pathetic pleas for mercy and another chance. The terrified boy can only beg for his life as the air starts to run out. Suddenly, Jaeuk steps in and places a firm hand on the aggressor's shoulder to stop the madness. He suggests that the lesson has been learned, addressing the silver-haired man as Seong-un Ma. With a sharp yank, the grip is released, finally letting the poor loser breathe again. Not waiting for a second invitation, the suitor bolts out of the room as fast as possible. Barg just watches him go, his cold gaze following the coward until he disappears from sight. He turns back to his old acquaintance with a shark-like grin, wondering how many years have passed. Barg mocks Jaeuk for wasting his god-tier talent on boring government work instead of something real. Barg tries to play it cool, inviting his old rival for a cup of tea to catch up. Before Jaeuk can even respond, Barg's phone starts buzzing, interrupting the tense reunion between the two veterans. It turns out Barg's wife is on the other end, screaming about him chasing after his first love. Barg just sighs as she hangs up, realizing the missus is still as terrifyingly sharp as he remembers. The awkward encounter ends abruptly, leaving the quiet hallway filled with nothing but lingering tension and unspoken history. Jaeuk walks away, knowing that meeting a shark like Barg is never just a coincidence in this world. He thinks about how sly Barg is, but his train of thought is broken when Yunsun suddenly appears. The director nearly jumps out of his skin, wondering why the Quack Doctor is lurking in the shadows. She casually explains she was just finishing a meeting nearby and decided to crash the Defiance Guild's party. Suddenly, she grabs his arm in a panic, claiming there is a massive emergency involving their patient, Minu. Yunsun is losing her mind, because their star patient is acting completely reckless once again. Jaeuk is visibly sweating, nervously wondering if our boy is still holding a grudge for their earlier encounter. She drops the bombshell that Minhu is actually planning to head straight for the infamous colony. The director is completely dumbfounded, since that place is basically a trash-tier hunter's one-way ticket to the grave. While Yunsun panics about the suicide mission, Jaeuk suddenly realizes this might actually be a stroke of genius. He figures if the kid survives that hellhole, he'll return with power that defies the system's logic. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet rooftop cafe, where the air feels much less heavy. A few regular guys are just killing time, totally oblivious to the heavy hitters sitting right next to them. Our boy Minhu is just lounging there looking bored to death in his low-profile civilian gear. He can't help but question Yoriam's choice of a flashy gothic dress for a simple undercover meeting. Minhu asks if she is actually into cross-dressing, but she claims it is just a vital business tactic. Suddenly, some random fans recognize her as Hunter Finesse and desperately beg for a quick photo together. She switches into idle mode instantly, flashing a wink and a heart for the camera like a pro. Minhu is baffled when she admits she leaked their secret meeting spot to her entire fanbase online. Our boy can't believe his ears and asks if these people even know she is actually a guy. When she confirms they definitely know, Minhu loses it and ends up spitting his coffee everywhere in shock. She just smirks about market demand before getting serious and asking if he has tracked their target yet. Yoriam slides her phone over, revealing she found the yellow-haired creep, though his look has changed quite a bit. Turns out the target is playing dress-up as a religious leader and went underground to hide his tracks. She tells him not to sweat it because her army of loyal fans will sniff him out eventually. Minhu examines a sketch of a grotesque, many-eyed symbol. Annoyed that he still lacks a solid lead, our boy realizes the drawing is too detailed to be fake, meaning someone saw this nightmare in person. He reflects on a past failure where a mysterious mastermind slaughtered his mentor before he could get answers. The gruesome memory of those chewed-up remains serves as a grim reminder of the brutality they are facing. Jaeuk-ha narrows down the possibilities, suspecting the culprit is a magic user with the power of resurrection. Muse ponders the rarity of the necromancer class. Knowing this specific detail makes the target easier to track. Minhu drops the pleasantries and asks if she has kept his secret, or if his cover is already blown. He studies her reaction, hoping she hasn't sold him out to the guilds just for a bit of clout. Muse looks ready to jump out of her skin as she remembers a recent, loose-lipped encounter. She recalls telling the agency everything, claiming she witnessed the return of the terrifying demon king, Baphomet. Muse desperately tries to convince the director that she is telling the absolute truth about the tower incident. Jaeuk-ha coolly admits he already dug into her past to verify every scrap of her testimony. He can't help but smirk, finding the claim that a nobody like Minhu is a demon king ridiculous. The director bursts into a fit of laughter, leaving the poor girl standing there completely dumbfounded. Just as she gives up hope, he flips the script and claims he actually believes her wild story. He suspects a hidden mastermind is pulling the strings, orchestrating this entire mess from the shadows. Muse is left reeling, unable to process how he reached such a bizarre conclusion so quickly. Meanwhile, our boy Minhu is just chilling, unaware the agency is already branding him a dangerous monster. Jaeuk-ha gets serious, revealing he owes a massive debt to the very man they are investigating. Back at home, Minhu checks his phone, totally clueless about the storm brewing around his secret identity. Our boy Minhu is annoyed that the quack is calling, wondering what that guy is even thinking. The atmosphere turns heavy as the city prepares for a storm that no one sees coming. Deep within a luxury hotel, the high society hunters are busy living a life of total comfort. The staff thinks they can relax during the slow season, completely unaware of the coming chaos. Ella keeps a close watch on her surroundings, her sharp gaze always looking for a new advantage. Meanwhile, the guild's star hunter Juri is totally distracted, glued to a game on her phone. Juri finds the digital boss nearly impossible to beat, proving she's currently lacking any real drive. Ella watches the pathetic display, wondering how her top talent became so incredibly lazy. Without a proper challenge to face, Juri just lapses into a state of total, bored indifference. Ella suggests a vacation abroad, desperately trying to keep the guild's face from falling apart. Ella tries to tempt her with a luxury vacation, but Juri just lies there, claiming everything is utterly boring. Losing her cool, Ella slams the table and warns that a rising star like Muse might steal their spotlight. Realizing her top hunter is a total lost cause today, Ella finally sits back and lets her have her way. She reminds the lazy star that despite her attitude, those high-paying ad shoots won't wait for her forever. Juri just stares off into space, clearly not caring about the mountain of work piling up on her desk. Ella shifts focus to her role as a mentor at the colony, hoping to snag some fresh new talent. She is determined to fix their reputation as an all-female guild by finally recruiting some decent male hunters. When Juri asks if she can go too, Ella immediately shuts her down and tells her to stay away. She bluntly tells the girl that a pampered airhead like her wouldn't survive a single day in that hellhole. Alone with her thoughts, Juri wonders why everyone underestimates her strength, despite being a literal S-tier powerhouse. Juri wanders the streets, dying of boredom and wishing for a tower raid to spice things up. Suddenly, her S-tier senses tingle as she catches a glimpse of someone she never expected to see. Our boy Minu is just trying to survive a shopping trip with the terrifying quack doctor. Juri stalks them like a pro, while immediately jumping to wild conclusions about their secret relationship status. She figures no guy would dress that trash tier for a date, unless they were in a long-term relationship. Inside the shop, the doctor flaunts a lethal red dress, while Minu looks like he wants to die. Even Juri is left dumbfounded by the doctor's top-tier physique as she watches from the shadows. Relief washes over her when she realizes the woman is just his boss, sending him on a mission. When she hears Minu is actually heading to the colony, Juri realizes this is her golden ticket. She slams the desk in front of a startled Ella, demanding to go to the colony immediately. Juri is practically glowing with excitement, demanding to be sent to the colony to follow her new obsession. As the sun sets, the quiet before the storm settles over the city for one last night. Morning arrives, and our boy is already geared up for a journey that could last a lifetime. His neighbor worries that this mission sounds way more dangerous than just clearing some trash-tier tower. She wonders if his little brother is avoiding him because he's heartbroken about Minu leaving again. Minu just sighs, knowing the little jerk is actually just sulking because of his own stubborn reasons. He leaves the house in her hands, trusting her to keep things running while he's gone. Before walking away, he gives one final reminder to make sure the kid gets to school properly. Soon, they're hitting the road while the doctor tries to convince him it's not too late to turn back. Minu is so annoyed by her constant nagging that he threatens to jump out of the moving car. The doctor gets serious, admitting she knows he won't change his mind about this suicide mission. She warns him that inside the colony, nobody is his friend, and survival is the only priority. Our boy takes it in, his eyes narrowing as he prepares for the chaos ahead. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of the destination, and is completely dumbfounded by the scale of it. They finally arrive at the colony, a place that looks like a graveyard of massive structures. It turns out the entire horizon is littered with nothing but endless, looming towers. He realizes these aren't just buildings, they are actual dungeons waiting to be conquered. Instead of being terrified, a dark smirk begins to spread across his face. He thinks he's hit the absolute jackpot, seeing so much potential mana and loot in one place. Meanwhile, back at the clinic, the staff continues their work, oblivious to the monster they've unleashed. Back at the clinic, the receptionist waits for news on how the high-stakes drop-off went. Yoonseon returns, looking a bit drained after dealing with our boy's chaotic energy all morning. The staff member asks if she's actually worried about the low-rank hunter she just ditched. The quack doctor goes quiet, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the monster she's managing. Suddenly, she snaps, shouting that she's terrified Hell loved the dungeon so much he never leaves. Her eyes gleam with greed, realizing that his insane adaptation means a massive payday for her. She continues her dramatic rant, leaving her poor assistant completely dumbfounded by her twisted logic. Meanwhile, at the heart of the colony, the massive, cracked entrance to a tower looms. This monolith stands as a testament to the high-tier dangers lurking within this graveyard of structures. Various tower challengers gather at the base, unaware that a real demon is about to join them. A random hunter stands around, looking bored while waiting for his next raid to start. The colony's main square is bustling with activity as hunters prepare for the dangers ahead. Suddenly, a loudmouthed trash-tier hunter starts screaming his head off at someone nearby. He grabs another guy by the collar, demanding to know what he just said. They get right in each other's faces, neither one willing to back down from the petty argument. One of them reaches for his blade, ready to turn a simple disagreement into a bloodbath. He swings with everything he's got, hoping to end the fight before it even really begins. But then, our boy Minu appears out of nowhere, asking if they're actually planning on fighting. The two idiots are completely startled, wondering who this creepy guy is and where he came from. One of them just clicks his tongue, annoyed that their little spat was interrupted by a stranger. The trash-tier hunters continue their pathetic bickering, throwing out empty threats while our boy just stands there dumbfounded. Minu decides he has seen enough of this circus and walks away, thinking the whole display is utterly lame. He realizes that in a lawless place like this, even a simple accidental bump is enough to spark a fight. Looking around, he notes that the A-tier hunters here are serious business, and definitely not just some random pushovers. He observes how everyone keeps their weapons drawn, instead of safely tucked away, a sign of constant, lethal tension. Suddenly, something whistles through the air right past him, catching him off guard as he continues his walk. A heavy object slams into a nearby hunter's head, sending the poor guy reeling from the unexpected, brutal impact. A couple of mocking miners just laugh at the victim, sarcastically asking if that little tap actually hurt him. The injured man clutches his bleeding head in pain, forced to listen as they tell him he deserved it. The bullies call him a filthy coward, mocking his desperate attempt to flee the colony out of pure fear. Minu just stares back, unbothered by the insults being hurled at his face by the local trash-tier thugs. Instead of getting angry, our boy actually starts to enjoy how this place only respects raw, unfiltered skill. With a demonic glint in his eyes, he realizes this lawless environment is exactly where he belongs. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, calling him by his hunter alias and snapping him out of his thoughts. He turns to see two suited figures charging toward him on an ATV, looking like they've been searching everywhere. They pull up near a nearby facility, clearly sent here on official business rather than just looking for trouble. The duo introduces themselves as Jumi Kim and Haru Kang, representatives from the local colony shelter. Minu scolds them for nearly running him over, but they simply brush it off as a standard test. As they walk, Minu explains he's only here because the colony is the fastest way to reach S-tier status. The agents acknowledge his ambition and prepare to give him the full rundown on how this brutal system works. The system here dumps hunters into groups of 4, with an S-tier mentor watching their every move. Minu is skeptical, wondering if these mentors are just glorified babysitters like the guides from his early days. Haru clarifies that these mentors act more like class presidents, keeping the peace among the high-ranking hotshots. Jumi chimes in, noting that even A-tier hunters can learn a thing or two from an S-tier's experience. They explain that mentors are a safety measure to stop arrogant hunters from causing accidents during the mission. In this lawless zone, those accidents usually involve hunters stabbing each other in the back for loot. Our boy points out the obvious flaw. Since nobody can prove who delivered the killing blow inside a tower, he's suddenly dumbfounded when they mention solo raids. Since they just talked about being in groups of 4, the staff clears up the confusion, explaining that the groups are only for housing, while the raids are solo. With the rules set, they lead him inside to meet the big boss, Team Leader No, for his briefing. The door creaks open as our boy finally steps into the inner sanctum for his final briefing. A woman exhales a thick cloud of smoke, questioning if he is truly the hunter known as Baphomet. She identifies herself as Jae-kyung No, the high-ranking team leader in charge of the colony shelter. Minu feels like he's heard enough and asks if there is anything left to this tedious orientation. Our boy remains skeptical, his sharp gaze cutting through the room as he looks for an exit. He notices the white-haired hunter standing nearby, realizing the agency is keeping a very tight leash. The veteran hunter watches him with intense curiosity, sensing that this kid is far from trash tier. Minu is completely dumbfounded to see them together, and demands an explanation for this unexpected reunion. Elsewhere, director Jayu Ka is losing his mind after learning that his star prospect headed to the colony. He realizes he's been outmaneuvered by a mystery player who recruited Minu right under his nose. Jayu Ka stands in stony silence, while his terrified subordinate realizes the director is about to blow a fuse. Has clearly fuming over being outplayed, his sharp eyes already calculating his next move to reclaim Minu. Back at the facility, the staff prepares the accommodations for the new arrivals to begin their grueling activities. Jae-kyung No settles into her chair with a smug grin, looking every bit the queen of this concrete jungle. The veteran white-haired hunter remains suspicious, noting a specific, dangerous gleam in the newcomer's eyes. Our boy doesn't flinch, his cold stare proving he isn't just some trash-tier rookie looking for a handout. Jae-kyung explains that most hunters arrive with that same fire before the colony's oppressive atmosphere eventually breaks them. She crushes her cigarette to emphasize that only those willing to be true predators survive this dog-eat-dog world. When she reveals that the legendary Raven climbed the ranks here, Minu is left completely dumbfounded by the connection. She smirks at his shock, asking for his honest first impressions of the air in this god-forsaken place. Jae-kyung turns to the white-haired hunter first, asking for his take on the colony's brutal environment. The guy just scoffs, acting like the whole place is beneath him while glancing around the room. He claims that once he slaughters the demonic beasts in those towers, reaching S-tier will be a breeze. Hearing such trash-tier logic, our boy can't help but let out a dry, mocking laugh. Jae-kyung finds his reaction interesting and shifts her focus, demanding to hear what Minu thinks of the situation. Minu stands there with a cold expression, clearly unimpressed by the amateur bravado filling the office. He bluntly states that clearing towers and hitting the top rank is just a basic requirement, not a goal. The white-haired hunter looks back, clearly dumbfounded that a supposed rookie would talk such massive game. Jae-kyung leans forward with a predatory grin, sensing that this kid might actually be cut from a different cloth. Minu clenches his fist as his mana flares, admitting he just wants to crush every hunter in the building. The white-haired hunter narrows his eyes, clearly sensing that this rookie isn't just some trash-tier loudmouth. Jaekyung can't help but smirk, finding his insane confidence way more entertaining than the usual hunter groveling. She bursts into a fit of laughter, absolutely loving the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. She admits that neither of them are ordinary, wondering which one will actually devour the colony for that rank. As the meeting ends, she wishes them luck, though her eyes say she's expecting a total bloodbath. Walking away, Minu wonders if meeting that hunter here was just a coincidence, or something far more calculated. He moves through the shadows of the facility, feeling like every step he takes is being watched by someone. Our boy throws a sharp glance back, his demonic instincts screaming that he might have a persistent tail. He finally reaches his designated quarters, staring at the drab building that's supposed to be his new home. With a low creak, he pushes the door open, ready to see what kind of dump the agency provided. Minu steps inside, his senses dialed to 11 as he scans the pitch-black room for any hidden threats. The silence is heavy, making the air feel thick as he stands alone in the middle of the darkness. He wonders if the place is actually abandoned, his boots clicking against the floor as he moves deeper in. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the gloom, and a pair of eyes glint from the shadows right behind him. Our boy spins around instantly, his body coiled like a spring and ready to strike whatever is lurking there. A blinding flash of light erupts, forcing him to shield his eyes as his vision momentarily goes white. When the spot's clear, he finds a weirdly masked figure standing there, looking like some trash-tier cultist. Before he can even process the threat, a hand reaches out and triggers a small device with a sharp snap. Confetti explodes everywhere as the masked pranksters yell surprise, leaving Minu looking completely dumbfounded by the pathetic display. The blonde hunter just grins and asks what took him so long, officially welcoming the newbie known as Baphomet. The blonde hunter laughs, mentioning how the code name Baphomet fits the vibe of the colony perfectly. A masked man introduces himself as Lunatic, an S-tier hunter assigned to mentor our boy during this contract. The red-haired hunter named Guilty gives a sharp smirk, welcoming the newcomer into their tight-knit circle. A brooding guy named Jackal introduces himself next, looking like he would rather be anywhere else but here. The blonde kid, Hyper, excitedly notes they are the same age and hopes they can become fast friends. Minu stays silent, making the team worry that their little surprise might have actually made him nervous. To settle the mood, they whip out a bottle of expensive wine, claiming it is the best cure. Our boy remains skeptical, wondering why these seasoned hunters are acting so friendly toward a trash-tier rookie. They cheer and offer him a drink, but the overwhelming hospitality only makes him more suspicious of them. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, leaving him completely dumbfounded as the reality of the situation hits. A masked figure wakes our boy up, warning him that the other hunters are already out clearing towers. Minu lies there completely dumbfounded, trying to process why his morning started with a stranger in his room. The system confirms the Tower of Royal Wrath is cleared, even if the details are lost in a fog. He groggily wonders how he survived that raid while nursing a trash-tier hangover from their suspicious hospitality. Shaking off the grogginess, he finally heads out to see what kind of mess he has walked into. His ears perk up when someone mocks him for being the very last person to make it back. He finds the rest of the squad lounging around, looking like they have been waiting to grill the rookie. The masked leader explains their competitive system, where the fastest tower clears earn the most rewards and prestige. Looking at the scoreboard, it turns out everyone has points except for him, leaving him at the bottom. Our boy just scoffs at the leaderboard, finding their little hierarchy in games to be utterly pathetic. The trash-tier squad keeps laughing, telling our boy he shouldn't have been so defenseless during his hangover. Minu just stands there with a blank stare, clearly not in the mood for their amateur comedy routine. He lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh, while the background noise of their mocking laughter continues to grate. Suddenly, a sharp smirk creeps across his face as he decides he has finally had enough of them. With a violent crash, he smashes the table to pieces, instantly silencing the room with his overwhelming pressure. The elite hunters are left completely dumbfounded, wondering if this rookie actually just tried to screw them over. His eyes flare with a demonic red glow as he tells them their little joke is actually hilarious. The mood shifts instantly, leaving the mockers sweating as they realize they might have poked the wrong beast. Outside, the heavens open up as a cold rain begins to wash over the grim landscape of the colony. Amidst the storm, the ominous tower looms with a glowing red eye, waiting for its next batch of victims. The heavy stone doors finally give way under the pressure, signaling the start of a total bloodbath. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, his blade humming with the kind of mana that spells certain death. He carves through the demonic guards like they are nothing, proving these trash-tier mobs are way out of their league. Even a dragon's thick hide cannot stop him as he plunges his weapon straight into its brain. A frost wolf lunges from the shadows, only to be sliced into ribbons before it can even growl. He kicks the final door off its hinges, demanding that the master of this dump finally face him. He finds a group of cultists deep in prayer, their ritual chamber glowing with a sickening crimson light. The cult leader is absolutely dumbfounded that a human could actually survive the gauntlet of monsters outside. The robed freak begins to hover, threatening that entering this sacred space will be the intruder's final act. A massive pillar of red energy erupts as the leader screams, desperate to erase Minu-cha from existence. The cultists scream in pure agony as the ritual begins to consume their very souls for fuel. They are violently dragged into the Crimson Circle, realizing too late they were always meant to be sacrifices. Their physical forms vanish into the void, leaving nothing behind but the tattered remains of their robes. The air grows heavy with malice as the energy reaches a breaking point, tearing through the dimensions. The shadows twist and expand into a monstrous silhouette that completely dwarfs the entire ritual chamber. A predatory red eye snaps open, filled with a millennium of hunger and a desire for absolute slaughter. From the depths of the abyss, a massive winged demon finally emerges to reclaim his dark throne. This is Amon, the legendary boss of the Tower of Darkness, and he looks ready for a fight. He raises a hand and tells the intruder to rejoice while preparing a sphere of concentrated destruction. Our boy stands his ground even as Amon declares that he will be the final sacrifice for his greatness. Minu effortlessly splits the demon in half, feeling completely underwhelmed by such a pathetic display of power. Our boy stares coldly at the fading boss, realizing that even legendary monsters are just trash tier to him now. The entire ritual room erupts in a violent burst of mana as the demon's physical vessel finally disintegrates. This slaughter triggers memories of his past life, where he hunted winged nightmares across the tower's highest floors. Returning to reality at the colony, Hyper greets him with a cheerful grin that hides his true strength. He remembers the countless beasts he has put down, each kill serving as a stepping stone for his growth. Jackal lingers in the background with a bored expression, clearly not sharing his teammates' enthusiasm for the recruit. His mind flashes back to the frantic battles against succubus swarms, where he mastered the art of chain combat. The elite trio finally stands together, their combined pressure enough to make any normal hunter buckle at the knees. They study Minu with calculating gazes, trying to figure out if he is actually cut from the same cloth. Minu kicks back on the sofa, completely unbothered by the heavy stares from the elite hunters watching him. Our boy just flashes a smug grin, knowing he's already light years ahead of everyone in this room. The rankings board proves it, showing Baphomet's score absolutely dwarfing the veterans who thought they were top tier. Over at the Hunter Agency, Sujin Yo prepares to tackle another day of dealing with entitled superhuman brats. Having spent 3 years at the colony branch, she's seen enough trash-tier behavior to last a lifetime. A rowdy hunter starts causing a scene at the front desk, furious about being told to wait. The poor agency newbie is practically in tears, completely overwhelmed by the man's aggressive and threatening aura. Sujin watches with a cold gaze, remembering when she was once as innocent and easily shaken as her junior. She steps in and calmly recites the man's long list of violent offenses before banning him from the towers. The hunter is left dumbfounded, pointing a finger in rage that a mere staff member would dare challenge him. The trash-tier hunter's eye twitches as he realizes this agency worker isn't backing down from his pathetic threats. Sujin coldly reminds him that in a place like the colony, losing a few hunters won't matter. Losing his mind, the man lunges across the counter, ready to use force to get his way. He reaches out to grab her, but Sujin doesn't even flinch as the violent idiot closes the distance. Suddenly, a firm grip latches onto his wrist, stopping his assault dead in its tracks. Our boy Minu steps in, casually reminding the thug that they are at the colony where strength rules. He tells the guy to piss off because it is finally his turn to handle some agency business. The surrounding hunters just laugh, knowing only those who can adapt to this brutal environment actually survive. Minu walks away, thinking about how he finally emptied his inventory after days of non-stop grinding. He feels completely refreshed, looking like $1,000,000 after a successful day of being a top-tier menace. Back at the clinic, the quack doctor sneezes while her staff wonders if she's coming down with something. Meanwhile, our boy is deep in thought, moving through the streets with a new sense of purpose. It has already been 2 months since he arrived at the colony, and he's reflecting on his progress. He checks his progress, realizing he has gained a massive amount of power during this short time. He has been dumping resources into his skills, pushing his combat and elemental mastery to the limit. However, he notes that his level growth is slowing down despite the massive boost from the labyrinthine tower. He understands the hierarchy of towers, knowing that higher-tier cruxes are the only way to truly evolve. Currently, he is stuck grinding epic-tier towers, which feels like a slow RPG grind for his caliber. But he isn't stopping, fueled by the desire to fight endlessly until he reaches the mythic peak. No longer a prisoner of fate, the former Demon King is ready to reclaim his throne on his terms. Minu is dead set on surpassing his past self from the tower days. His ambition is to become the strongest existence, leaving everyone else in the dust. Our boy can't help but laugh at how far he's come, startling the other tower challengers. The demonic joy is cut short when his phone starts buzzing with an unexpected call. He checks the screen and sees an urgent call coming through from Suyang Zhang. Taking the call in private, he's immediately hit with news that leaves him completely dumbfounded. He almost slips up, calling his brother Beelzebub, shocked by whatever Jinu has managed to pull off. To understand the situation, we have to look back at what happened 2 months ago. That was when Jinu Cha first joined his new class as the quiet transfer student. The local civilians were already whispering about how cute the new kid was, unaware of his connections. A trash-tier bully is already fuming because the new transfer student is getting way too much attention. Behind the school's peaceful exterior, the local hierarchy is about to be violently challenged. Our boy Jinu hits the pavement, finding out the hard way that popularity breeds resentment. The lead thug mocks him, asking if being the school's darling makes him feel special. He's left dumbfounded when Jinu doesn't show a hint of fear, despite the obvious power gap. Jinu calmly explains that inferior creatures are naturally drawn to superior beings, looking down on them. He rises and identifies the bully as the boss of this pathetic little territory. Without a second thought, Jinu delivers a crushing blow that sends the bully's ego flying. The leader screams in agony while his crew stands frozen, unable to believe what just happened. Jinu looks at his fist, realizing he might be cut from the same cloth as his brother. Jinu stares down the bully, telling him it's time he realizes how weak he is compared to others. He looms over the kid like a predator, teaching him the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, our boy tells the trembling trash-tier leader to consider himself lucky. Elsewhere, Minu gets a call and hears that his brother is proving blood doesn't lie. He sighs, realizing Jinu is likely taking out his pent-up demonic frustrations on anyone nearby. Suddenly, the companion starts throwing a tantrum over Minus' refusal to spend the Arc Guild girl's cash. Minu explains that seeing the Reaper made him realize that top-tier equipment is non-negotiable for the towers. The spirit reminds him that he only chose this human life because he's a battle-hungry freak. A heavy silence falls as the companion reflects on his own miserable state as a tag-along ghost. He finally snaps, shouting that if he's forced to be human, he should at least get some benefits. The spirit keeps berating our boy, calling him a total moron for his stubbornness. He shouts that Minu is a fool who has no clue how to enjoy being human. Meanwhile, the neighbor calls to reassure him that she will keep a close eye on Jinu. Minu tells her to stay safe, acknowledging her strength before ending the call with a heavy heart. As he sits alone, he wonders why those specific words keep echoing in his mind. He remembers the Reaper's smile when she told him he was strong during their encounter. The memory lingers, making the former Demon King feel a strange, unfamiliar weight in his chest. Suddenly, the blonde hunter from the elite team sneaks up, asking what he is up to. Our boy is not amused, giving the energetic pest a look that says he has overstayed his welcome. But the golden-haired hunter just grins, clearly finding Minus' cold attitude more interesting than annoying. Minu asks what the blonde pest is plotting, but Hyper just laughs it off as simple housemate bonding. Hyper leans in with a smug grin, clearly enjoying how much he is getting under the former Demon King's skin. When Hyper suggests they hit the town, our boy is genuinely confused why anyone would waste time on such nonsense. Hyper warns him that non-stop raiding leads to burnout, and insists he swap his trash-tier gear for something stylish. Even his spirit companion chimes in, calling him a total moron for not knowing how to actually live a little. After some relentless nagging, Minu eventually gives in, though he is already regretting the decision. He finds himself standing in a dimly lit area, wondering what kind of abandoned dump Hyper has brought him to. As the neon lights flicker, a bead of sweat rolls down his face while he tries to process the atmosphere. Suddenly, the music kicks in, and he sees a crowd of people losing themselves to the high-energy rhythm. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing he has been dragged into the middle of a packed nightclub. Hyper explains that nobody expects a place like this to exist deep within the colony. He insists that even elite hunters need to let loose occasionally to prevent total burnout. Our boy just stands there, looking like he would rather be fighting a boss than listening to bass. All around them, people are actually relaxing, a rare sight in a world defined by constant bloodshed. Minu tries to adjust, but his warrior instincts are screaming that this environment is a massive distraction. The crowd is lost in the rhythm, completely unaware that a former Demon King is judging their footwork. When Hyper asks why he is so stiff, Minu bluntly admits he has never stepped foot in a club. Hyper is genuinely shocked, laughing that for someone who looks like a total thug, he is surprisingly innocent. Minu ignores the insult, noting the architecture feels like a hotel he once visited before the gate shock. Turns out, this was the only building left standing, renovated into a sanctuary for the colony's weary souls. Minu asks what he's even supposed to do here, making Hyper realize he really is a total rookie. Hyper points out the crowd, suggesting our boy just try dancing like everyone else to blend in. He mentions drinking as another option, watching as the other hunters drown their stress in booze. While they talk, several women notice the high-rank hunters and start whispering about their presence. Hyper explains that since hunters gather here, it's the perfect place to find a romantic partner. Minu is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of purpose his companion is actually talking about. Hyper shamelessly admits he prefers older women who can wrap him around their fingers like a puppet. When he flips the question back on Minu, our boy is left wondering how to even answer that. Suddenly, Mina's sharp eyes catch a familiar face lounging at a nearby table with a smug grin. It's Jackal, looking far too comfortable while the rest of the world struggles to survive. Minu spots a familiar face across the club and realizes the high rankers are definitely up to no good. A certain someone flashes a predatory grin, clearly enjoying the chaos he is about to stir up. Jackal gives a cheeky wink, signaling that the game is already in motion and Minu is the target. Our boy's eye twitches in pure annoyance as he realizes he cannot even get a single moment of peace. He stomps forward with purpose, deciding it is finally time to put an end to these trash-tier games. Minu snaps at Guilty to stop playing around, but the red-haired hunter is already deep in his feelings. Turns out Guilty is just fed up with the situation, feeling like he is being treated like a joke. The surrounding women watch the drama unfold with cold, judging eyes, clearly not impressed by the hunter's antics. Guilty laments his terrible luck while holding the punishment stick, convinced the universe is out to get him. Minu stares him down, realizing that if he does not play along, things are only going to get messier. Guilty grabs his shirt, preparing to unveil what he considers his greatest weapon to the curious onlookers. He shamelessly flexes his abs, boasting that fighting demonic beasts made him much more than a gym rat. Our boy just watches the spectacle, looking utterly dumbfounded by the trash-tier display of vanity before him. Minu reflects on the grueling 2-hour journey from Seoul, wondering why anyone would bother coming here. Jackal walks with him through the neon lights, explaining the unique allure that keeps the colony populated. He reveals that this place offers total freedom, where every vice is permitted as long as nobody dies. Mina's gaze turns cold as he realizes the dangerous implications of living in a place without real consequences. Jackal shows off his rebellious side, clearly cut from a different cloth than the average law-abiding citizen. The blonde hunter suddenly starts shouting for attention, making Minu regret ever stepping foot in this club. His heart sinks when he hears the name Baphomet, fearing his past life has finally caught up to him. The scene shifts to a drab agency building, where our boy is summoned for an unexpected meeting. Minu walks in, feeling the heavy gaze of the staff who clearly know more than they should. Jae-kyung-no greets him as Baphomet, making it clear she wants a private chat with the legendary hunter. She wears a smug expression, asking if he truly believed his secret identity was safe in this place. Minu is caught off guard when she reveals she knows all about his stint with the cleaning crew. He wonders if she is part of the same circle, but she claims no further explanation is needed. Suddenly, she produces a mysterious blue pill and demands he find the source of this dangerous substance. Minu thinks hunters using drugs is trash-tier behavior and asks why she can't just handle it herself. She explains that while the colony is lawless, the influence of hunters usually keeps the peace. Her tone turns icy as she notes that everything changes once innocent civilians get caught in the crossfire. Minu is visibly shaken by the idea that these trash-tier drugs are reaching innocent civilians. Jae-kyung tells him to keep his cool and just act normal until the dealers eventually show their faces. Our boy has one final condition before he agrees to dive into this mess. His eyes glow with a demonic light as he asks if he's allowed to just kill the distributors. Jae-kyung doesn't even blink, giving him the green light to handle the situation however he sees fit. Later, at a neon-lit club, a loud-mouthed hunter named Jackal suddenly calls out his legendary alias. Jackal flashes a wide grin and invites him to stop being so stiff and have some fun. Minu stares him down, wondering if this guy is actually the one behind the drug trade. He considers if Jackal is the mastermind or just another low-level pawn in the transaction. Deciding to play along, our boy blends into the crowd to get a better handle on the situation. A sudden blur of movement catches his attention as hair swishes through the neon-soaked air. Our boy narrows his eyes, his demonic perception sensing something far more dangerous than a simple partygoer. He wonders about that woman as she dashes through the crowd with speed no civilian could match. She comes to a sharp halt, her footsteps echoing with a weight that demands immediate attention. Standing dead center on the dance floor, she effectively freezes the entire room with her overwhelming presence. The surrounding crowd is left completely dumbfounded, wondering why this stranger is ruining their vibe. A predatory smile slowly spreads across her face as she prepares to start her performance. Turns out this is Juri, an S-tier hunter who begins dancing with a wild, unhinged energy. She laughs like a total lunatic, clearly enjoying the confusion she is causing among the trash-tier hunters. However, just 1 month ago, she possessed a much colder gaze, hinting at a hidden, darker agenda. Valkyrie looks like she's seen a ghost, her face turning completely white from the sheer pressure of the room. Nen and Agatha just sigh, noting how exhausting it is to keep these headstrong A-tier hunters in line. Valkyrie's mind drifts to a certain newcomer, wondering if anyone else has noticed the monster known as Hunter Griffin. The two S-tier elites are caught off guard, clearly not expecting a rookie's name to carry such weight. Flashback to when Valkyrie first introduced herself, acting all bright and bubbly to hide her true nerves. She was actually sweating bullets back then, desperate to make a good impression on her new team. Meanwhile, some trash-tier hunters are already sizing her up, thinking they can push the famous Valkyrie around. She's stunned when they mock her for joining them in such a dump, questioning her high-ranking status. The atmosphere turns heavy as these thugs wonder why a supposed elite is hanging out with a nobody. Our boy Minu just leans against the wall, watching the drama unfold with his usual bored expression. The trash-tier hunter sneers, making it clear he doesn't think this dump is a daycare for pampered elites. Our boy Minu just smirks and calls them boomers, instantly getting under the skin of every thug present. With his eyes glowing, he offers to settle the disrespect the old-fashioned way if they find him annoying. Later, Valkyrie sits in shock, while her new squad tries to process the rumors surrounding her sudden arrival. Agatha treats her like a total inspiration, praising her for choosing this harsh environment to mentor the rookies. Nen adds that her presence is actually drawing in other top-tier hunters who want to follow her lead. Valkyrie is completely dumbfounded, realizing her fake bubbly persona has worked way better than she ever intended. As they promise to have her back, she realizes she is accidentally trapped in a hero's role forever. She starts sweating bullets, wondering how a simple undercover mission turned into her becoming the colony's new icon. In reality, she only came here to flirt with a guy, but now she is stuck playing the mentor. Valkyrie is losing her mind because she hasn't even caught a glimpse of the elusive Baphomet yet. She remembers the quack doctor's warning that someone as soft as her wouldn't survive this gritty environment. While she hunts for the legend, our boy Minu Cha is standing right there, completely under her radar. A sudden crash and a scream shatter the silence, signaling that something has gone horribly wrong. Agatha bursts into the room, finding the supposedly elite hunter looking completely defeated on the floor. Turns out, Valkyrie is terrified because a bunch of nasty bugs just crawled out of her shower. Agatha explains the colony's trash-tier plumbing is notorious for failing and leaving hunters dirty for days. To help her out, Agatha points toward a secluded path leading deep into the dark woods. She mentions an old surveillance cabin that uses filtered mountain water, perfect for a quick, private wash. Valkyrie prepares to bolt, but Agatha drops a bombshell, saying she isn't allowed to use any skills. Valkyrie realizes she has to trek through the pitch-black forest without using a single skill to light the way. An awkward silence stretches between them as the weight of the spooky atmosphere finally starts to sink in. Even though Agatha offers to tag along, Valkyrie's S-tier pride forces her to claim she can handle it alone. The dense woods swallow all light, turning the simple path into a nightmare for someone who hates the dark. Walking solo, she starts trembling, and immediately regrets turning down the extra company for her reputation's sake. She tries to convince herself that being dirty is better than being terrified, but her legs won't stop shaking. Suddenly, a sharp rustle in the bushes makes her heart skip a beat as she freezes in her tracks. Her eyes go wide with pure dread when the sounds multiply, echoing from every corner of the dark thicket. Standing completely exposed, she frantically wonders what kind of monster is stalking her from the shadows. Every nerve in her body flinches as the unseen presence draws closer, pushing the elite hunter to her limit. A massive shadow looms over Valkyrie as she stands paralyzed by the sudden, terrifying presence behind her. Her instincts scream as she catches a glimpse of the intruder lurking in the pitch-black woods. Without thinking, she launches a desperate strike, her elite training finally overriding her paralyzing fear. She lands a heavy kick right on the head of the figure stalking her through the brush. As the dust settles, she stares down in total disbelief at the person she just assaulted. The realization that she just attacked a fellow hunter leaves her completely dumbfounded and mortified. Our boy Minu is absolutely stunned that he just got blindsided by someone who is supposed to be an ally. Back on the trail, Agatha checks her device, feeling like they made a mistake leaving her alone. Nen agrees that their new friend is a total airhead and decides they should probably go check. She wonders if this S tier is actually elite, or just another trash tier hunter with a lucky reputation. Agatha wonders if her and Nen's combined strength would even be enough to handle the legendary Valkyrie. Nen thinks that is crazy talk, since there is zero reason for them to pick a fight with an ally. They finally catch up, only to find the elite hunter frantically pleading for someone to wake up. The two of them stop dead in their tracks, totally stunned by the chaotic scene they just found. Our boy Minu is down for the count, looking like he just got hit by a freight train. Valkyrie is losing it while calling for Baphomet, leaving the others standing there feeling completely dumbfounded. They manage to get everyone inside a nearby cabin so they can figure out their next move. Valkyrie is absolutely mortified, covering her face as she realizes she just committed a trash tier blunder. Minu stays unconscious, his body naturally healing from the blow, while he rests in the quiet room. Agatha tells her he will be fine, while Valkyrie secretly thinks the guy is actually pretty handsome. Minu finally groans back to life, finding a frantic Valkyrie hovering over him in the cabin. She immediately starts apologizing, explaining that she accidentally struck his pressure point in the dark. The elite hunter looks completely mortified, her face turning red as she tries to justify her blunder. Our boy is just dumbfounded, wondering how a trash tier mistake like that actually managed to floor him. Two other elite hunters, Agatha and Nen, step in to introduce themselves as Valkyrie's housemates. When Agatha asks why he was wandering the woods, Minu plays it cool and claims he was hiking. He keeps his guard up, knowing his real mission as the Demon King must stay a secret. Outside, the full moon hangs heavy over the forest, signaling that the night is far from over. Deep in the shadows, another hunter from the raid team hums a tune while checking his phone. It's Hyper, and he's strolling through the woods with a casual vibe that feels way too suspicious. Hyper stops in his tracks when a sudden rustle in the undergrowth catches his sharp ears. He turns around only to find a lone rabbit staring back at him from the moonlit clearing. The little creature perks up, making the elite hunter wonder if wild rabbits are common in these parts. As Hyper walks off, our boy stays glued to the shadows, realizing he isn't the only one sneaking around. Minu watches him closely, his demonic instincts telling him that this blonde hunter is definitely up to something. He continues to trail Hyper through the dark woods, questioning why an elite would be out at this hour. Hyper mutters to himself about finding the source of some illegal drugs, completely unaware he's being followed. His eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent as he vows to end whoever is behind the distribution. When Minu finally steps out to get a better look, he's dumbfounded to find the path completely empty. He scans the area in a panic, worried that the elite hunter might have actually sensed his presence. Minu senses something off in the dark, his demonic instincts flaring up as he scans the tree line. He catches a glimpse of movement, realizing someone else is wandering through these dangerous woods alone. Turns out it's Valkyrie, who looks completely out of her element while searching for something in the shadows. She suddenly freezes, her sharp eyes picking up a presence that definitely shouldn't be there. Back at the cabin, she looks absolutely mortified by the chaos she just caused in her blind panic. She can't believe she actually mistook our boy for a monster and accidentally knocked him senseless. Minu finally pulls himself together, his feet hitting the floor as he tries to shake off the grogginess. He feels a strange twitch in his neck, sensing the heavy atmosphere of the elite hunters surrounding him. Valkyrie nervously asks if he's actually injured, while the other two elites just watch the scene unfold. She realizes only she can sense his faint, terrifying aura because of her unique origins within the tower. A heavy, red aura chokes the cabin, feeling exactly like the suffocating pressure of a tower entrance. Valkyrie and her crew explain the cabin was built for surveillance when the colony was first established. Minu asks what they could possibly be watching, but Agatha isn't even sure herself. Our boy remains skeptical, doubting anyone could actually monitor distant towers from this specific altitude. He decides to stop wasting time since this place isn't part of his current objective anyway. As he prepares to head toward Zone C, Valkyrie suddenly reaches out to stop him. She looks completely flustered, nervously asking if their paths will ever cross again in this place. Minu just stares back, with a trash tier level of social awareness, clearly not getting the hint. He bluntly points out she isn't his mentor, leaving Nen dumbfounded by how clueless he is. Finally turning away, he casually mentions they'll likely bump into each other while they're still inside. Our boy casually walks away, leaving the girls behind as he focuses entirely on reaching Zone C. Valkyrie stands there stunned, her pride taking a massive hit after being completely brushed off by a low ranker. Agatha tries to soften the blow, telling her not to take it personally, but Valkyrie refuses to give up. She clenches her fist in a fit of determination, swearing to show him how irresistible she truly is. Her eyes burn with a new fire, convinced that he'll be begging for a date by their next encounter. She lets out a loud shout to pump herself up, completely ignoring how ridiculous she looks right now. Nen and Agatha just stare back with trash tier expressions, wondering if their elite friend has finally lost it. Agatha gives a weak, sarcastic cheer as the awkwardness of the situation hangs heavy in the night air. Back at the facility, the peaceful atmosphere is just a mask for the trouble brewing in the shadows. Hyper looks absolutely annoyed, clearly fed up with the suspicious activity he's been tracking through the woods. Minu finds the kitchen in a mess, while a purple-haired elite mentions the dining table was smashed to bits. Just as he enters, a red-haired hunter from the raid team greets him with a trash-tier attitude. Our boy just stands there, unfazed by the tension radiating from the elite hunters currently occupying the kitchen. He eventually approaches Hyper, who is busy brooding over his latest failure to track down a lead. Hyper is deep in thought, frustrated that he couldn't find the suspect or the drugs in the woods. He realizes that if he wants results, he needs to change his approach with this mysterious new guy. When Minu asks if he needs something, Hyper puts on a friendly mask and says he actually does. He decides to use the same psychological strategy he once used on his mentor to crack Minu open. To get the info he needs, he suggests they head out to a local beer shop to talk. Once they're settled, Hyper starts a deep conversation about the origins of humanity to test his target's perspective. Hyper leans in and asks our boy if he believes in evolution or creation. Minu is completely dumbfounded, wondering why anyone would waste time thinking about such useless trash-tier topics. Hyper just laughs but then gets serious, mentioning a time he was sent abroad on a mission. He recalls meeting a mysterious figure who shared a dark hypothesis about the true nature of humanity. The theory suggests humans only spread across the world because of sin, meant to repent on this earth. As Minu listens, Hyper explains the towers were actually built by a furious god to punish the unworthy. He views humanity as a weak and selfish race that has failed its divine purpose. His expression turns chilling as he claims these pathetic humans actually deserve to be completely erased. Hyper stares him down, asking if he agrees with this twisted view of their world's suffering. He's convinced that as Baphomet, our boy understands this dark logic better than anyone else. Our boy wakes up on the grass, feeling like his head is about to split wide open. He stares at the trees, wondering how he ended up in a forest after his night with Hyper. Wincing, he tries to piece together his memories, but everything after the drinks is a total black hole. He notices a strange scrap of paper in his palm, marked with a symbol he doesn't recognize yet. His phone starts buzzing nearby, interrupting his confusion and forcing him to drag himself upright to answer it. He picks up the call, only to hear a voice on the other end sounding relieved he finally answered. Turns out it is Yoriam Na, and she claims that he was actually the one who called her first. She explains how worried she was because he started saying some incredibly strange things before abruptly hanging up. Minu freezes when she drops the bombshell that he apparently asked her out on a date while totally wasted. A heavy silence follows as our boy stands there completely dumbfounded by his own legendary drunken mistake. Minu is losing his mind, screaming that he would never say something so cringe and accusing her of lying. Yoriam just laughs it off, teasing our boy for being embarrassed before wishing him luck at the colony. She even dangles a potential date if he hits S tier, making Minu snap and tell her to hang up. The city wakes up to the sound of him cursing his past self for being such a drunken mess. As he walks back, he cannot stop questioning what kind of trash-tier moves he actually pulled last night. He is so deep in his own head that he accidentally slams right into another hunter on the street. The random guy starts barking at him to watch his step, completely unaware of who he is messing with. Minu turns back with a murderous glare, threatening to feed the man's eyes to the sharks if he continues. The terrified hunters realize he is a total nutjob and decide that picking a fight just is not worth it. Suddenly, Lunatic appears from the shadows, mocking Baphomet for looking like he is having the worst morning ever. Lunatic corners our boy, admitting he has some pretty high hopes for his future growth as a hunter. He mentions that while S tier is within reach, not everyone at the top is cut from the same cloth. The masked hunter explains that the strongest elites can easily handle 2 or even 3 S tiers at once. Minu remains unfazed, simply acknowledging the info, while wondering just how strong this mysterious guy really is. When questioned about his own combat record, the man claims his active duty days are long gone. As they walk, the air gets heavy before Minu finally decides to call out the person behind the mask. It turns out Lunatic was actually Ji-hyun, who is left dumbfounded that her disguise failed so miserably. Minu bluntly tells her she was way too obvious for him to ever fall for that trash-tier acting. Ji-hyun sheepishly thanks him for humoring her for months, and pleads for him to keep this a secret. Our boy agrees to stay quiet but demands to know if she has anything else to confess. Minu is done with the games, and just wants the truth from this undercover agent. Ji-hyun is absolutely panicking now that her cover is blown, barely able to form a coherent sentence. She tries to shift the blame back on him, but our boy just wonders what he even expected. He ignores her tantrum and pushes open the door to investigate why she was even sneaking around. The moment he looks inside, his sharp eyes catch something that instantly kills the mood. Ji-hyun senses the shift in atmosphere too, her playful facade completely vanishing as she looks ahead. The door swings open with a slow creak, revealing a scene straight out of a nightmare. Lying on the cold floor is a mangled body, soaked in a fresh, dark pool of blood. They both stand frozen in the doorway, as they realize the elite hunter Jackal has been brutally taken out. Minhu stares at the carnage, his mind racing as he tries to process the sudden, violent bloodbath. Jackal is slumped against the wall, his life extinguished in a way that feels far too professional. Ji-hyun is completely rattled, her voice trembling as she wonders what could have possibly caused this nightmare. They both stand there in a daze, wondering how a secure facility like the colony became a slaughterhouse. The metallic scent of blood fills the air as they step closer to the growing crimson pool. It gets even worse when they spot Hyper, another elite who shouldn't have been taken down so easily. Our boy realizes this wasn't just a random monster attack. Someone is hunting the hunters from within. Looking at Hyper's lifeless eyes, Minhu feels a cold chill, knowing the stakes just hit the ceiling. He stands there dumbfounded, questioning how things spiraled out of control while he was just standing outside. The crowd of hunters is in total shock, whispering about how such a secure place became a graveyard. They notice the savage wounds on Hyper's body, suspecting some kind of wild beast did the deed. Our boy stands there fuming, his mind racing as he processes the sight of the fallen elite. He can't believe someone actually had the nerve to steal his prey right out from under him. Suddenly, the authorities arrive and bark orders for everyone to clear the area immediately. These suits from the agency claim they're taking over the investigation and demand everyone leave the scene. The other hunters aren't having it, arguing that they can't just ignore a literal murder in their backyard. But these staff members aren't playing around, radiating an aura that tells everyone to shut their mouths. They even threaten to label anyone who stays as a prime suspect, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded. Minhu watches them closely, realizing that this whole situation smells fishier than a trash-tier dungeon. Hyper's body shows no signs of a struggle, meaning he was taken out instantly by someone way stronger. The colony staff look on as the realization hits that only an S-tier could pull this off. Our boy isn't buying their silence, questioning how an A-tier could possibly die without even a whimper. The agency suits tell him to shut it, claiming his inflammatory theories are just making things worse. Minhu doubles down, explaining that if the killer wasn't S-tier, they were a monster among men. The surrounding hunters start whispering, realizing the math behind this murder just doesn't add up at all. He twists the knife, telling the staff it's their own incompetence that let a killer slip through. Before the argument can escalate, a sharp voice cuts through the tension and demands everyone's absolute silence. The team leader steps forward, her presence alone enough to make the rowdy crowd freeze in their tracks. Jae-kyung-no fixes her gaze on Minhu, calmly asking for a private word with the reincarnated Demon King. Our boy feels a lingering presence as he's led away, sensing the masked agent watching his every move. They head deep into the facility, entering the private office where the real power players call the shots. Minhu is completely dumbfounded when the team leader tells him to drop the investigation into Hyper's death immediately. He snaps back, arguing that the murder is tied to the drug ring, and he's going to find the killer. Jae-kyung-no just stares him down, questioning if a low-tier like him could even handle an S-tier murderer. She officially dismisses him from the case, telling him to focus on his own skills like the other trainees. Minhu's eyes narrow as he realizes she's hiding something, and his demonic instincts start screaming at him. The team leader watches him leave with a cold, calculating gaze that suggests she knows far more than she's letting on. Standing outside the office, our boy realizes the entire situation is trashed here, and something is definitely off here. He burns the name Jae-kyung-no into his memory, certain that she's the key to this whole mess. Minhu paces through the halls, desperately trying to reconstruct the timeline of Hyper's murder from the night before. He clenches his jaw, absolutely dumbfounded that his memory of the encounter is a total trash-tier void. While searching for clues, our boy finds a strange object in his pocket that he doesn't recognize at all. He pulls out a small slip of paper marked with a bizarre, swirling eye insignia that feels deeply unsettling. A sudden memory of Hyper flashes back, recalling how the hunter showed him the mark to gain his trust. Minhu realizes this paper caused his blackout, even though it currently lacks any detectable trace of mana. Just as he questions if this symbol is the key, a masked figure silently approaches him from the shadows. The agent addresses him as Baphomet, revealing that his secret identity isn't nearly as safe as he hoped. They discuss the recent removal of more bodies and the suspicious orders coming from the top brass. Minhu confronts the intruder about their motives, learning they've been lurking nearby just to witness his rapid growth. The masked agent wonders if the mysterious S-tier who killed Hyper is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Minhu realizes the colony is a lawless zone where the higher-ups can bury any truth they want. A heavy silence fills the air as the gravity of their situation finally begins to set in. Suddenly, the agent drops a bombshell, suggesting team leader Jae-kyung-no might actually be the killer. Our boy is dumbfounded, struggling to believe that a high-ranking official could be this dirty. It turns out No has been around since the beginning, manipulating the entire system for her own needs. They speculate if she used Minu as bait before finishing Hyper off in a messy, personal hit. Minu knows she couldn't pull this off alone, meaning the conspiracy involves even more trash-tier traitors. In this den of snakes, the agent concludes that they are the only two people left to trust. Meanwhile, Valkyrie nearly chokes on her drink after hearing the news of a brutal murder in Zone C. Valkyrie and Agatha sit in stunned silence as they hear that Minu's entire team was just wiped out. The news hits like a freight train, causing Nen to slam her fist down in pure, unadulterated rage. Losing 3 promising A-tier hunters is a massive blow, and Nen isn't about to take it lying down. Agatha reminds them that they came to the colony specifically to mentor and protect the next generation. Valkyrie can hardly process the horror, her mind racing with the implications of such a high-profile hit. Agatha reflects on the dark days of the Gate Shock, when humanity was helpless against the monster hordes. Nen still carries the scars of seeing a third of the population massacred because hunters were too weak. The colony was supposed to be a sanctuary for growth, but now it feels like a slaughterhouse. Agatha's hands tremble with a mix of fear and fury as she realizes no one is truly safe. Outside, the cold concrete of the colony hides the growing rot that threatens to consume them all. Colony staff inform the team that 3 members are gone, leaving a massive void in their ranks. Minu sits silently while his masked observer hopes he keeps clearing towers to grow even stronger. Our boy plays it cool, asking if they've made any progress on finding Hyper's killer yet. The agent admits they're still searching and wishes him luck, unaware the culprit is right there. Minu just smirks at their incompetence, knowing he's successfully stayed one step ahead of the agency. They exchange a silent nod, maintaining the facade of a cooperative hunter and his watchful handler. Meanwhile, the pressure of the investigation is clearly weighing heavy on the higher-ups at the colony. Jae-kyung-no takes a long drag of her cigarette, wondering if Baphomet is hiding something behind that calm exterior. Her subordinates report that everything seems normal, but she knows better than to trust a trash-tier ranker's luck. Despite their concern for her well-being, she coldly sends them back to their duties to continue the hunt. Jae-kyung-no starts to give her subordinate another task, but stops herself before saying too much. She realizes this job is too sensitive for a trash-tier lackey and decides to handle it personally. The staffer bows out as the door creaks shut, leaving her alone with her plotting. Sitting in the shadows, she knows her next move requires someone cut from the same cloth. She pulls out her phone with a sharp click, her mind already 3 steps ahead of everyone. When the line connects, she asks if they are finally ready to pay back that old favor. On the other end, a mysterious woman listens intently as the gravity of the request sinks in. The woman acknowledges her as an older sister, proving their bond is thicker than any hunter contract. Meanwhile, out on the quiet outskirts of the city, the night air hangs cold and heavy. A lonely log cabin stands silent in the woods, likely hiding the secrets our boy left behind. Water sloshes in the tub as a blonde woman tries to soak away her growing anxiety. She sits in silence, her mind heavy with the weight of the secrets she is keeping. The thought of the brutal murders at the colony keeps her on edge, fearing she might be next. A sudden creak at the door makes her heart skip a beat as she realizes she isn't alone. Far away from the cabin, our boy stands ready, his mind focused on the grim task ahead. Minu knows they need concrete proof linking the suspect to the deaths of the 3 hunters. The masked agent suggests that the timing of the incident is the key to breaking the case. Though they lack evidence, the agent points out a suspicious location that might hold the answers. The tension spikes when the agent's phone buzzes with an urgent summons from the top brass. Minu realizes the stakes just got higher, wondering if the enemy already knows his true identity. Rogue Agent Zest decides they should split up after calculating their slim chances of success. Our boy recalls the moment he lost track of Hyper while trailing him through this very forest. Stepping inside the cabin, Minu senses a familiar, heavy aura that feels out of place in the colony. He scans the room, wondering if this rundown shack is the secret link to the recent hunter murders. Every instinct tells him he's close, but the source of the energy remains frustratingly hidden from view. As he shifts his weight, the floorboards creak, hinting at something buried deep beneath the surface. His demonic perception sharpens as he focuses his mana to pierce through the physical layer of the room. Suddenly, it clicks that a powerful tower's aura is pulsing from right underneath his feet. A sharp shwoo sound cuts through the silence, putting our boy on high alert instantly. He spins around, ready to face whatever trash-tier threat thinks they can sneak up on a Demon King. Minu effortlessly blocks a sudden kick, Realizing this blonde woman isn't just some helpless civilian, she freezes mid-motion, struck by a sudden sense of déjà vu as if his mana feels strangely familiar. Cold sweat beads on her face as she tries to figure out why this stranger feels so dangerous. Our boy just sighs, asking why she would attack someone without even confirming their identity first. When he presses for answers, she gives a trash-tier excuse about just wanting to find a place to wash. He stares her down with a look that says he's heard better lies from rookie trainees. While she regrets her impulsive move, Minu wonders if this woman is even remotely trustworthy. He feeds her a cover story about being a government hunter, tasked with investigating this specific cabin. He explains that his unique perception lets him sense things that remain hidden to ordinary people. She stands there dumbfounded, realizing this encounter might be far more complicated than she initially thought. She asks if he senses something hidden beneath them, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Without a word, our boy smashes through the floorboards to reveal what's lurking underneath. The woman recoils in shock, completely dumbfounded by his sudden and violent outburst. She stares at him with wide eyes, wondering if he's lost his mind or found something terrifying. Suddenly, a massive surge of red demonic energy erupts from the hole, engulfing the entire cabin. The air grows heavy as the crimson mana swirls violently, signaling the presence of something ancient. This isn't just any power. It's a thick, suffocating aura that feels like pure malice. As the dust settles, she realizes the sheer scale of the darkness radiating from the opening. She shudders, noting that she's never felt such a trash-tier, evil aura in her entire life. Panic sets in as she connects the dots, wondering if this man is actually the legendary hunter Baphomet. The blonde woman peers into the abyss, her face reflecting the ominous red glow of the hidden depths. A sudden fwish of malevolent mana surges upward, carrying the unmistakable scent of ancient, trash-tier darkness. She collapses to her knees as a heavy step echoes through the chamber, the pressure becoming almost unbearable. Her eyes widen in a sudden glance of realization, finally seeing the true scale of the nightmare below. Standing in a massive cavern, she asks our boy if he knew this hellscape existed beneath the cabin. She comes to a sudden halt, her heart skipping a beat as the sheer dread of the place sinks in. Minu calmly explains that he finally understands why the colony is constantly plagued by these spontaneous tower appearances. Before them stands a tower nest, a massive red gate serving as the literal womb for these dungeons. Meanwhile, back in the city, the full moon hangs peacefully over the colony, masking the chaos brewing beneath. Jae-kyung-no and her masked agent walk the quiet streets, noting how rare it is to see such stars. Jae-kyung-no corners the masked agent, playfully calling him a lunatic while questioning why they haven't talked much lately. The rogue agent explains he is usually stuck on remote assignments where hunters are scarce, keeping his distance. She smirks, noting that his records show he has been a busy traveler, hitting up plenty of high-profile spots. After listing off places like Monaco, she brings up Singapore and asks if he knows a hunter named Mild. The agent stays silent behind his mask, likely wondering if she is baiting him into a trap. She keeps the pressure on, her tone light but her intentions clearly much sharper than they appear. He tries to play it cool, claiming that dispatched hunters do not always cross paths or know each other. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, sensing a massive hole in the story he is trying to sell her. She points out that Singapore has plenty of talent, making his supposed assignment there look like trash-tier logic. Addressing him as Mr. Ma, she effectively strips away his cover, proving she has been steps ahead this entire time. Mr. Ma realizes his acting was trash-tier and admits that she has finally figured out his true identity. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area, turning the tense interrogation into a literal battlefield. As the smoke starts to settle, the air grows heavy with a suffocating amount of mana. Our boy Ji-hyun emerges from the debris, his mask on, and his true face finally revealed to everyone. He braces himself, knowing that playing games with a high-ranking official like her was a death wish. Jae-kyung stands perfectly still, her professional exterior hiding a power that is anything but human. She unleashes her true form, a monstrous shadow looming behind her as her eyes burn with malice. The ground cracks under the weight of her presence, leaving Ji-hyun feeling like a mouse before a predator. He looks her in the eye and asks if she was the one who slaughtered those A-tier hunters. She ignores the question, demanding to know what his real objective is now that his cover is gone. Ji-hyun demands an answer, desperate to know if she's the one who slaughtered his comrades. Jae-kyung just stares him down, warning him not to mess with her grand designs for the city. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, having no clue what kind of twisted plan she's actually talking about. He decides he's heard enough and leaps into action, labeling her a traitor to the association. Even as he closes the distance, she doesn't flinch, looking like a predator waiting for a fly. He swings with everything he's got, but she slips through his reach like a literal shadow. a massive shockwave erupts as their powers collide, nearly leveling the ground beneath their feet. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that taking down a monster like her is going to be a nightmare. Suddenly, he spots the missing A-tier hunters, but they look like empty husks stripped of their humanity. He screams at her to explain what she did to them, but Jaekyong remains chillingly silent. The blonde woman is completely rattled, her mind struggling to grasp the terrifying concept of a tower's nest. Minhu confirms her suspicion, admitting he's surprised such a dangerous anomaly was hidden right under her cabin. As he stares at the pulsating structure, a strange sense of dark familiarity begins to gnaw at him. Our boy is left questioning his own past, wondering why he knows so much about these forbidden mechanics. She starts piecing the puzzle together, questioning if this nest is the source of the never-ending tower clusters. Driven by a sudden resolve, she steps forward and insists they must destroy the core immediately. Minhu is left dumbfounded by her recklessness, knowing that destroying a nest isn't some simple low-tier task. She argues that clearing the inner chambers is the only way to finally stabilize the colony for good. However, Minhu realizes that if the nest is gone, the colony loses its entire purpose for existing. Her expression turns icy as she warns him that she won't allow anyone to stop her from finishing this. Minhu questions how high-tier hunters are supposed to level up if the colony just vanishes into thin air. The blonde hunter snaps back that saving lives comes first, but Minhu knows that's impossible without raw power. She starts to hesitate as the weight of our boy's cold logic begins to sink in. He asks her to imagine the absolute bloodbath if a gate shock hits without any elite hunters around. She desperately tries to claim that preventing the disaster is more important than farming for experience points. Minhu shuts her down by suggesting the disaster might already be inevitable, making her plan totally useless. She refuses to back down, insisting that as hunters, they simply can't ignore the danger right in front of them. Suddenly, the pieces click for Minhu as he realizes why Team Leader No kept this place a secret. She is left completely dumbfounded as he begins to peel back the layers of this dark conspiracy. Our boy concludes that the colony was intentionally kept alive just to breed a stronger generation of hunters. A dark figure from the past appears, representing a leader willing to embrace evil for her ultimate goal. The blonde hunter is completely dumbfounded that the person overseeing the colony would intentionally let this nightmare exist. She realizes that a past gate shock must have broken the leader, leading to this twisted, cold-blooded logic. A woman in a flashback mourns the fallen, wishing they simply had stronger hunters to stop the slaughter. Minhu finds it a shame to lose such a perfect farm, knowing hunters could grow incredibly fast here. He thinks back to the 3 hunters who were killed, questioning the true motive behind their sudden deaths. The mystery of why they were targeted lingers, making the entire situation feel like a rigged game. Our boy grits his teeth, clearly frustrated by the messy politics and the lives used as mere stepping stones. She cuts through the tension and decides they are clearing the tower immediately, regardless of the potential benefits. Her resolve is hardened, insisting that no matter the reason, these towers have to be wiped off the map. Minhu watches her, thinking her rigid sense of justice is actually quite nauseating. He senses the tower's foul energy as she reaches out toward the invisible obstruction. The moment she touches the air, a violent red spark sends her reeling back in shock. She realizes a barrier is blocking their path, while our boy just watches her struggle. Refusing to back down, she gathers her green mana to force her way through. Her eyes glow with determination as she prepares to shatter the obstacle with pure strength. She throws a massive punch, her energy colliding head-on with the tower's defensive field. The resistance is insane, and she grits her teeth while the barrier crackles with lethal energy. Minhu just stands there, unimpressed by her trash-tier attempt to break a high-level seal. Suddenly, the barrier retaliates with a massive shockwave, sending her flying back in a flash. The blonde hunter is totally dumbfounded, wondering how they can possibly break through this insane barrier. Our boy hears a mysterious voice beckoning him to enter, as if the tower itself recognizes its master. A massive, ominous red gate looms ahead, pulsing with a dark energy that feels strangely familiar to him. The voice whispers his true name, Baphomet, confirming that he is exactly where he is supposed to be. As Minhu steps forward, the girl is left confused, questioning if he really is the legendary hunter Baphomet. Ignoring her, he reaches out toward the lethal field that just sent her flying like a rag doll. He knows this isn't about brute strength. It's about the authority he once held over this entire place. He places his hand on the barrier, and instead of a shock, he feels the seal starting to yield. The entire structure hums with power, recognizing its master as the gate begins to respond to his touch. The gem at the top glows intensely, signaling that the path to the inner sanctum is finally opening. The seal finally breaks as a demonic eye flashes, signaling the tower has recognized its true master. Red mana surges violently around them, nearly knocking the wind out of our boy and his companion. The blonde hunter is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the legendary gates are actually swinging wide open. She tries to follow him, but the barrier zaps her, proving this place rejects trash-tier outsiders. Minu explains that the tower is rejecting her because he is the only one with authority to enter. He can hear a familiar voice calling from deep within the sanctum, pulling at his very soul. Despite her warnings about the unknown dangers inside, our boy decides he is going in to finish this. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entrance, catching both of them off guard as the ground trembles. Sensing a rogue agent outside, Minu realizes he needs to move fast and asks her for a favor. He tells her to hold the line while he clears the floor, leaving her stunned by his audacity. Minu gives a cold glance back, telling her she will see the truth soon enough. The blonde hunter desperately calls out his true name, while he disappears into the crimson haze. The very atmosphere of the tower begins to crack under the weight of his returning presence. Each step he takes resonates through the ancient floor, signaling the return of the true master. Our boy remains locked in, his eyes sharp as he prepares to face whatever is waiting for him. He stands alone in the center of the chamber, fully embracing the dark energy swirling around him. A blinding light appears at the end of a long tunnel, making him wonder if he should follow. He keeps moving forward through the silent halls, his resolve unshaken by the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a red system window flashes, catching his attention as it tries to halt his progress. Minu just smirks, mocking the system for trying to block him after all this time. A mysterious woman watches from the shadows, cryptically whispering that it is still far too early for him. Minu senses her presence and questions if the virtual data of the future has finally taken a turn for the worse. The woman remains cold, claiming that absolutely nothing will change regardless of the path he chooses to take. Our boy narrows his eyes, demanding to know why she is even here, if his actions are so meaningless. She stands silently in her ornate purple cloak, looking like a ghost haunting the very fabric of the system. Admitting she is simply concerned for him, she finally gives Baphomet permission to leave and continue his climb. Suddenly, Minu is transported to a massive, white chamber that looks more like a divine cathedral than a dungeon. He realizes this is where the tunnel led, wondering what kind of trash-tier tricks the tower is playing now. As he walks forward, he notices the aura in this place is completely different from the energy felt outside. The atmosphere grows heavy, making our boy realize the air feels as if he is walking deep underwater. A sudden boom echoes through the hall, as the ground literally explodes beneath our boy's feet. Minu barely has time to react, his eyes widening as he realizes something massive is closing in. A sharp gust of wind cuts through the air, signaling the arrival of a truly trash-tier threat. Standing before him is a gargantuan beast that makes the previous monsters look like total jokes. The creature lets out a deafening roar, its jagged teeth ready to tear anything in its path apart. Suddenly, a young girl with ghostly white hair screams out, trying to keep the beast in check. She steps forward with bare feet, her presence alone calming the chaotic energy swirling in the room. Her red eyes lock onto him, filled with a shock that suggests she hasn't seen visitors in ages. Perched atop the monster's head, she looks down at Minu like he's some kind of rare museum exhibit. Instead of attacking, she breaks into a wide grin, absolutely thrilled that a human finally arrived. Our boy looks completely wiped out, his eyes reflecting the exhaustion of a man pushed to the edge. He trudges through the dark, thinking that maybe even he needs a break from these trash-tier raids. A memory flickers of the time he first started operating under the name Hunter Griffin. He recalls Team Leader No's invitation to the colony, a place shrouded in secrets and blood. He figures that taking the deal was the right move to secure his path to the top. Clenching his fist, he wonders just how much more power he can squeeze out of this human vessel. The eerie silence of the neighborhood starts gnawing at him, making his skin crawl with suspicion. Above, the clouds swirl in a heavy gloom, signaling that a storm is brewing in the shadows. He steps into the dorms, but the total lack of noise tells him he isn't alone. Out of nowhere, a sharp spear cuts through the air, looking to end his streak for good. A hooded trash-tier assassin tries to get the jump on our boy from the shadows. The floor shatters into pieces when the sneak attack misses its mark completely. The attacker looks frustrated, realizing his target isn't some helpless rookie he can just bully. Minu Cha pulls out his own gear, leaving the assassin dumbfounded by his insane reaction speed. With a cold glint in his eye, our boy decides it's finally time to end this. He leaps into action, smashing his blades down with enough force to level the entire room. The assassin narrowly flips away, but he's clearly struggling to keep up with the intense pressure. Their steel collides in a shower of sparks as Minu Cha blocks the counterstrike with ease. He stares the rat down, wondering who exactly sent such a pathetic hitman after him. A massive circular slash rings out, proving that our boy is cut from a different cloth. He plants his feet firmly on the ground, sensing a new wave of trash-tier pests approaching his position. A squad of hunters suddenly blocks his path, but their movements feel eerily stiff and completely unnatural. Looking into their blank stares, he realizes these poor souls are just puppets being used as disposable tools. Our boy is visibly annoyed, noting that something is seriously off with these mindless shells of men. He briefly reflects on his past self, knowing he's far above the level of these common street thugs. Since they're already here, he decides this is the perfect chance to test his strength against actual people. Blue mana crackles violently around his blades as he prepares to show them what a real monster looks like. He mocks the old-timers, even though he knows they are likely too far gone to understand his words. With a predatory glow in his eyes, he dares the possessed group to step up and face him. The trio of mindless hunters stands their ground, ready to throw their lives away at their master's command. Minu steps into the inner sanctum, his presence heavy as he prepares to face the tower's hidden secrets. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as ripples of green mana begin to resonate throughout the entire hall. A surge of ancient power manifests, centering around a figure trying to assert control over the area. The mysterious woman hovers amidst the glowing circles, her aura flaring as she greets the uninvited guest. She stares him down with cold, vacant eyes, clearly evaluating the strength of the man before her. Even the massive guardian beast seems dumbfounded by the situation, tilting its head at the sudden commotion. Our boy remains completely unfazed, instead choosing to lean in and scrutinize every detail of her face. He notes her features one by one, realizing she looks suspiciously like she was modeled after him. After a thorough inspection, he decides this supposedly terrifying entity is just a mouthy little brat. He casually grabs the banshee by her ear, ignoring her painful yelps while asking if she called him. Banshee whines that she never called for him, leaving our boy wondering what actually pulled him in. He stares at the brat, suddenly realizing her face looks way too familiar for comfort. Before he can process the thought, a massive shadow lunges forward with lethal intent. He effortlessly dodges the strike, realizing the beast is just trying to protect its master. The massive guardian looms over them, ready to turn our boy into a snack. Banshee quickly panics and stops her pet, shouting that the intruder is actually a human. She claims he's a human modeled after their kind, which sounds like a total load of crap. Minu is completely dumbfounded, trying to wrap his head around being modeled after these weirdos. He demands to know her identity and why she's even lurking in this dump. She gleefully explains she's just waiting for someone named L to return and play with her. Banshee spins around our boy, ecstatic that a visitor finally arrived to cure her eternal boredom. Minu is just confused, questioning if the demonic beasts she mentioned are actually her only friends. She just laughs it off, claiming she couldn't care less what labels humans put on her companions. The brat keeps dancing around him, begging for a game and wanting stories about the world outside. Our boy is getting a massive headache as she rambles about women and flowers like a curious child. Suddenly, her playful vibe vanishes as she notes he looks like Ra but lacks any other similarities. Minus eye twitches at the mention of that name, clearly recognizing the person she is talking about. The girl freezes in total shock, unable to believe this random human actually knows who Ra is. She grows desperate and terrified, demanding to know how he could possibly be familiar with that name. A fleeting memory of a mysterious woman surfaces, hinting at a connection buried deep in his past. Minu recalls a haunting memory of a woman named Ra claiming to be someone's bride. Back in the present, our boy keeps his cool, though the name clearly struck a nerve. Before he can process the shock, the massive guardian beast lunges forward, catching him completely off guard. The creature's strike shatters the floor in a violent explosion of debris and dust. A lethal projectile whistles through the air, nearly taking his head off in the chaos. Minu isn't going down that easy, summoning a massive blade to block the follow-up attack. The white-haired girl demands to know how a mere human could possibly recognize the name Ra. She loses all composure, screaming in a frantic rage as her eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. Minu watches her spiral, realizing the situation is getting way more complicated than a simple dungeon crawl. The girl decides to just erase him entirely, her mind fracturing as she struggles to contain her surging emotions. Banshee completely snaps, muttering that our boy is just incorrect data that needs to be erased immediately. Minu braces himself, realizing that playing nice isn't an option against someone this far gone. Her presence explodes, filling the room with a suffocating mana that screams of pure, unadulterated malice. He stands there dumbfounded as the very fabric of the tower seems to tremble before her. A violent surge of energy erupts with a loud whoosh, signaling that the real fight is finally beginning. She takes to the air with massive wings, looking less like a girl and more like a vengeful god. Right then, the system glitches out and forces a high-stakes main quest onto his screen. The mission is simple yet terrifying as he is ordered to eliminate the being known as the Remnant of L. Staring into her mismatched eyes, he sees a fractured soul that has been rotting for centuries. Minu wonders how he always ends up facing these world-ending threats, while just trying to pay his bills. Banshee raises her hand, and our boy wonders what kind of crazy stunt she is pulling now. She commands everything to vanish as golden orbs of pure mana manifest around her small, terrifying frame. Suddenly, beams of light rain down, forcing Minu to brace himself against the overwhelming magical bombardment. He barely manages to track the movements, his eyes narrowing as the pressure of the attack intensifies. Gritting his teeth, our boy prepares a counterswing, knowing he cannot just stay on the defensive forever. His greatsword clangs against the invisible force, but something feels wrong as the blade begins to vibrate. The ego weapon screams in agony, unable to handle the sheer corruption leaking from the girl's power. Realizing the sword is at its limit, he leaps back just as a massive explosion rocks the cathedral. Through the smoke, she stands tall, her wings and monstrous arm making her look like a true nightmare. With a cold glare, she repeats her command for him to vanish, her finger glowing with lethal intent. Minu lunges forward with a burst of speed, his body a blur as he tries to evade the onslaught. The sheer pressure of the environment begins to take its toll, leaving our boy visibly strained and gasping. The remnant of El coldly commands him to vanish, leaving him wondering what kind of nightmare he stepped into. As he dances through the beams of light, his ego weapon senses a terrifying secret behind the girl's power. It turns out she possesses the ultimate authority, capable of erasing a soul and its very existence from reality. Minu stands dumbfounded as the weight of her true identity hits him, realizing his current strength isn't nearly enough. He grits his teeth in frustration, feeling the cold sting of sweat as his survival instincts scream at him. Banshee raises her arm toward the heavens, manifesting massive halos of golden energy that pulse with lethal intent. She points a finger of death at him, firing concentrated bursts of mana that force him into a retreat. Suddenly, his greatsword begins to dissolve into light as the spirit inside apologizes for choosing survival over its master. Minu is sweating bullets, realizing that the overwhelming pressure from this girl is unlike anything he has faced. He glances around, searching for an opening, while his survival instincts scream that he is in deep trouble. Massive beams of light tear through the air, but our boy somehow manages to weave through the energy. Banshee does not let up, unleashing a devastating explosion that levels the ground where he just stood. As the dust settles, she stands tall, with her wings unfurled, looking like a literal goddess of destruction. Suddenly, her eye twitches in confusion when she realizes her target is not just a pile of ash. Minu looks down at his body, shocked to find that he is still in one piece after that. He realizes her god-tier attacks are not actually dealing any damage, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the phenomenon. Refusing to accept this, the remnant of El prepares another strike, her mana flaring with renewed intensity. She coldly commands him to vanish once more, determined to erase his existence from this world. Banshee's attack lands with a massive boom, but it's clear she's getting desperate. She spams her ultimate move, screaming for our boy to just disappear already. Her face twists in pure rage as she repeats her command, unable to process his survival. She lashes out with everything she has, demanding that he finally be gone from her sight. Suddenly, a small cut opens on her cheek, proving that even a goddess can bleed. Minu realizes that while her god-tier magic fails, his own demonic powers are actually connecting. With a trash-tier smirk and glowing red eyes, he declares it's time for the second round. He recalls his companion's advice about the true nature of this mana-rich vessel he's inhabiting. Turns out the legendary hero Raven used this body's insane mana purely for self-buffing skills. His companion warns him that simply copying Raven's old growth method would be a colossal waste. A flashback reveals that magic is more than just raw power. It's a gateway to the unknown. Our boy's companion explains that magic is a whimsical force capable of creating entire universes at one's fingertips. Back in the day, Minu wasn't buying it, stubbornly refusing to trade his physical prowess for a mage's life. He snaps that mages are just cowards with glass bodies who hide in shadows waving their hands around. His companion gets fired up, arguing that magic is a sophisticated art far beyond any brainless brute's understanding. Minu retorts that his combat techniques require absolute precision, calling the spirit out for such a trash-tier insult. The spirit doubles down, mocking his hard-earned martial arts as nothing more than flashy circus acrobatics compared to magic. Their petty bickering turns into a full-blown chase across the rooftops as neither side is willing to back down. Under the vast blue sky, the memory of their bond remains as clear as the day it happened. Despite the spirit's tears, Minu remains firm on only using magic that actually helps him crush his enemies. Minu snaps back to reality, his head throbbing as he remembers that he already knows the perfect magic. Back in the present, Banshee stands her ground, completely unaware that our boy has just flipped the script. She looks on, dumbfounded by the sudden shift in mana that feels far too heavy for a simple human. Her confidence evaporates as she realizes the man before her is no longer just a low-rank hunter. Suddenly, glowing chains erupt to bind her, proving that even simple magic is lethal in the right hands. Minu doesn't waste a heartbeat, leaping through the air with the predatory grace of the former Tower Master. He delivers a bone-shattering punch straight to her jaw, showing her exactly what real physical power looks like. The force of the impact sends her crashing into the rubble, leaving her world spinning in an instant. Twitching in the dirt, she stares up in shock, unable to believe she was leveled by such basic techniques. Our boy finishes the exchange by smashing the ground, making it clear that this trash-tier remnant is completely outmatched. Minu stares her down with eyes that have seen the end of worlds, completely unfazed by her presence. Banshee is visibly shaken, realizing her status as a remnant doesn't mean a thing to this monster. He mocks her existence, calling her nothing more than a cheap creation made by someone else's hand. Driven to a frenzy, she unleashes a blinding burst of mana, screaming for him to just vanish already. But our boy just walks through the fire, leaving her wondering why his body hasn't turned to ash. A massive explosion rocks the cathedral, but the raw power behind it fails to leave even a scratch. As the dust settles, the heavy silence is even more terrifying than the blast that preceded it. Out of the smoke, a dark silhouette emerges, proving that trash-tier attacks won't stop the former Tower Master. Desperate, she takes to the skies and summons magic circles, asking why he refuses to learn his place. Suddenly, glowing chains snag her as Minu reminds her that her power is utterly useless against him. Banshee winces in pain, realizing her divine authority isn't enough to keep this monster at bay. Our boy doesn't give her a second to breathe, closing the distance with a terrifying burst of speed. He is surprised to see a small slit in his sleeve, realizing her desperate counter actually managed to land. Planting his feet firmly, Minu prepares to show her what real combat looks like. He dashes up the massive structure, looking for an opening while Banshee mocks his seemingly amateurish movements. She thinks his style is completely sloppy, convinced he is just a lucky brat with too much raw mana. Seeing he lacks any real experience, she is dumbfounded when he suddenly summons a blade from his inventory. Minu brings the sword down with enough force to split the very air around them. Their powers collide with a heavy clang, sending sparks flying as he tests the strength of her defenses. The shockwave ripples through the cathedral, proving that even a sloppy strike from him is world-ending. The impact is massive, but our boy realizes he needs more than just raw strength to win. He grits his teeth, knowing his current output won't be enough to take down a remnant. Banshee is visibly shaken by his speed, desperately trying to keep up by casting a haste spell. Minu tightens his grip, activating a series of divine buffs to push his body past its limits. He recalls Yoonseon Kim explaining that buffs are merely tools to assist a hunter's natural combat ability. With a low growl, he triggers his internal skills, feeling the surge of adrenaline and mana. The Quack Doctor always said that most people underestimate how much a user's soul influences these spells. His blade begins to hum with a violent red aura, reacting to his immense demonic presence. Since he was once the Tower Master, the scaling of these simple buffs becomes absolutely terrifying. Surrounded by a crimson storm, Minu prepares to unleash a strike that will leave Banshee completely dumbfounded. Minu smirks, his eyes glowing with a predatory red light, as he fully embraces his demonic nature. Banshee can barely process the sudden shift in atmosphere, her heterochromatic eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Our boy vanishes in a blur of motion, closing the distance before she can even blink. He reaches out with a clawed hand, his speed making the air itself scream in protest. A clean strike connects, and she realizes too late that her haste spell was completely trashed here. Feathers scatter as he tears through her defenses, treating a remnant of L like a common mob. He doesn't give her a second to breathe, pivoting for another lethal slash with his demonic arm. The sheer pressure of his movements starts to crack her composure, leaving her completely overwhelmed and dumbfounded. A web of crimson energy fills the air, sealing her fate as he moves faster than light. She screams in frustration, realizing her eyes can no longer track the monster she foolishly challenged. Banshee hits the floor with a heavy thud, her pride shattered along with her defenses. She lies there groaning in pain, realizing the gap between them is wider than any abyss. When she flinches at his approach, it's clear she has never felt this kind of raw terror before. Our boy steps forward with heavy steps, his boots wreathed in a sinister red aura that signals the end. Minu stands over her like a god of death, looking down at the so-called remnant with pure indifference. He asks if she's curious about the world outside, where hunters have evolved into something far more dangerous. She stares up in horror as he admits he has become the very monster her towers helped create. He explains that a perfect world needs balance, and she is simply too powerful to be left alive. With a sharp shing, Minu draws his blade and tells her that her long shift is finally over. His eyes burn with a cold, demonic light as he prepares to deliver the final, merciful strike. Banshee starts laughing, her yellow eye trembling as she finds the entire situation absolutely hilarious. Perched atop her beast, she cackles, while our boy prepares to show her what real power looks like. She mocks him, calling him a mere creation and questioning how he could ever hope to erase her. The beast roars in defiance, but its master's arrogance is about to be her final mistake. Screaming in rage, she demands to know who he thinks he is, to challenge a remnant like her. Minu doesn't say a word, his gaze darkening as he taps into the depths of his demonic soul. With a blinding flash of steel, he shreds through both the monster and its master in one strike. Reality finally sinks in for the dying remnant as she stares at the monster she's truly unleashed. Blood sprays across the chamber while Minu revels in the familiar, violent rhythm of the slaughter. With a chilling smirk, he reveals his true name, reminding her that Baphomet has finally returned. A massive arc of energy tears through the air as our boy delivers the final, crushing blow. Minu doesn't hesitate for a second, cleaving right through the trash-tier remnant with cold, demonic efficiency. The Banshee can't even process what's happening, her previous arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. As the light fades from her eyes, she's left dumbfounded by the overwhelming power of a supposed human. Standing over the mess, Minu feels a familiar presence, as Ra manifests behind him in a shimmering glow. She looks down with a heavy heart, lamenting that he really should have been on her side. Memories of a past betrayal flicker through the void, echoing a time before their world fell apart. With a final, bittersweet farewell to the fallen remnant, Ra prepares to vanish back into the system's depths. The entire cathedral begins to shatter as the boss room's reality collapses following the brutal execution. Minu catches his breath while the system confirms the quest is done, handing him a juicy new skill. Minu spots a mysterious crux manifesting, wondering if such a rare item can even drop here. Our boy hears a haunting voice calling out to his past self, Baphomet, to come forward. The artifact pulses with an eerie light, practically daring the former Tower Master to claim it. He remembers a voice from beyond the tower's nest as a discarded blade clatters to the floor. Without a second thought, Minu reaches out and grips the burning core of the crux. The moment his fingers lock around the prize, the golden glow begins to vibrate violently. Suddenly, the light turns a blood-red hue, reacting to the dark power swirling within his soul. Minu gasps as a surge of raw, agonizing energy tears through his very being. He lets out a guttural scream while a pillar of crimson mana erupts, shattering the cathedral's silence. Far away, a startled hunter senses the massive shockwave of power as the sky turns a hellish red. Valkyrie stands frozen as she realizes our boy Baphomet is operating on a completely different level of power. She knows she cannot enter the nest, forced to place her absolute faith in his mysterious capabilities. A memory of Minu flashes back, reminding her of his cryptic warning about why she must guard this place. Suddenly, a heavy presence looms behind her as a fellow hunter calls out Valkyrie's name, breaking her focus. She turns with a start, realizing she isn't as alone in these woods as she had hoped. The muscular woman grins, casually asking if Valkyrie was busy washing up at the cabin again tonight. However, her playful smirk fades as she senses a thick, suffocating pressure radiating from the nearby building. The cabin pulses with a violent red energy, signaling that something truly monstrous is currently unfolding inside. As the stranger moves to investigate the disturbance, Valkyrie remains tense, her mind weighing the potential danger. She finally breaks the silence, coldly questioning if this newcomer is actually loyal to the agency's team leader. The muscular hunter admits that her boss Agatha was dead wrong about avoiding a fight with Valkyrie. She lunges forward, offering a hollow apology before trying to crush our girl where she stands. Suddenly, the sound of a high-speed dash echoes through the night as reinforcements finally arrive on the scene. A blur of movement cuts through the air, moving way too fast for any trash-tier hunter to track. The impact of a heavy strike smashes into the earth, sending debris flying everywhere as the ground shatters. Another bash follows immediately after, proving that these newcomers aren't here to play nice or talk things out. Two elite assassins drop in, catching the rogue agent completely off guard with their sudden and violent entrance. They move with synchronized precision, their blades swishing through the air as they prepare to finish the job. A sharp blade hangs over the wreckage, marking the territory of those who truly control this urban battlefield. The duo stands amidst the settling dust, looking utterly unimpressed by the mess they just had to clean up. The elite assassins look like they've lost their minds, serving as nothing more than high-tier puppets. They launch into a desperate attack, their movements jerky and unnatural under the influence of dark magic. A blur of motion cuts through the air as a counterstrike is delivered with cold, clinical efficiency. Ji-hyun doesn't hesitate, landing 2 heavy blows that send the brainwashed hunters reeling back in pain. They hit the dirt hard, leaving the rogue agent wondering if he can actually handle this mess alone. He realizes this isn't just a simple ambush, but the work of some high-level mind control magic. He recalls reports of a powerful mage-type hunter nearby, who happens to be team leader No's younger sister. It's clear now that these A-tiers were just a trash-tier distraction to let the real targets escape. Just as he prepares to move, the sound of approaching footsteps tells him the party isn't over yet. Surrounded by even more puppets, he prepares to knock them all out, as gently as he possibly can. Ji-hyun knows he has to act fast before the situation spirals completely out of control. The heavy thud of boots echoing through the area signals that more trouble is closing in fast. It's not just a few stragglers, but an entire squad of brainwashed puppets moving in perfect unison. Looking around, our boy realizes he's been completely surrounded by a small army of elite combatants. He starts to sweat, doubting if he can actually knock out this many people without killing them. These aren't just random trash-tier mobs, but actual A-tier hunters who have been turned into mindless tools. He admits to himself that he's in quite the fix, forced to find another way out. As the puppets leap forward to tear him apart, he knows he can't hold back anymore. With a sharp gesture, he calls out for his hidden ace, Echo, to finally join the fray. A blinding light erupts as he demands backup. Ready to turn the tide against this overwhelming force, the system suddenly kicks in, purging the abnormal statuses to snap the brainwashed hunters out of their trance. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall as the atmosphere shifts, signaling the arrival of a serious power player. Echo finally makes his grand entrance, effortlessly neutralizing the elite puppets before they can even land a hit. Mr. Ma is left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a high-ranking spirit just appeared out of thin air. He senses the overwhelming mana coming from the cat-like spirit, realizing it is far beyond any normal summon. A realization strikes him that only one specific hunter is known for controlling a spirit of this caliber. The sharp clack of heels rings out, cutting through the tension as another player enters the fray. To his surprise, it is Echidna, who seems just as confused to find him snooping around this place. The 2 elite hunters immediately start a pointing match, both demanding to know what the other is doing. She starts roasting his choice of a tight tactical suit, while he struggles to maintain his professional composure. Echidna starts roasting Mr. Ma for smelling like a sewer, but he just wants answers about the colony. Their bickering is cut short by a sudden, piercing alarm that leaves them both completely dumbfounded. High above, a massive purple hexagonal field begins to manifest, sealing off the sky in a flash. It turns out to be a high-level barrier designed to lock down the entire sector from the outside. Our boy Mr. Ma sighs, realizing that Miss No actually went through with the colony's fortification protocol. He explains that with so many towers around, a gate shock would unleash an unstoppable tide of beasts. Echidna's face goes pale as she realizes they are now effectively caged animals within the city walls. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a mysterious figure calmly types away, orchestrating the chaos from the shadows. He acknowledges how difficult it is to manage high-tier hunters with such a small, overworked staff. Turning to leave, he tells his bound captives to just hang in there a little while longer. Miss No activates the fortification program, claiming it's necessary for the colony's survival and producing top-tier hunters. She coldly tells the bound staff to stay put until she sorts out the mess, promising their release. Glancing back, she seems entirely unfazed by the lives she's currently gambling with to achieve her goals. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of alarm hits her as the situation on the ground takes a turn. She watches the perimeter while her subordinates frantically ask what is happening at the tower's birth site. The massive purple barrier looms over the sector, sealing the fate of everyone trapped within the city. She realizes that Nen, the hunter tasked with guarding the area, might have already made his move. Right on cue, Nen crashes into the battlefield, his overwhelming bloodlust finally boiling over into a strike. He admits that hiding his murderous intent was a waste of time against a target this skilled. Valkyrie immediately summons her weapon, ready to show this trash-tier traitor why she's a high-rank legend. Nen taunts her, asking if she finally realized the dark truth behind the colony's existence. Valkyrie remains silent, her grip tightening on her blade as she prepares for the inevitable clash. He leans in closer, questioning if she is hiding someone inside the very place they are fighting over. She refuses to give him the satisfaction of an answer, keeping her eyes locked on the trash-tier traitor. Losing his patience, Nen screams that the point of no return has already been crossed for everyone. A sudden surge of mana catches Valkyrie off guard as the barrier pulses with a violent, purple light. She demands to know what he has done, but Nen just laughs at her sudden urge to negotiate. Their weapons collide in a massive explosion of energy, shaking the very foundation of the entire sector. Nen grinds his teeth while straining against her, insisting that the area is now completely sealed off. Valkyrie smirks through the pressure, revealing that our boy Minu Cha has already made it inside. Nen is completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the flow of battle. He swings with everything he has, but Valkyrie moves like a ghost, dodging every trash tier strike. Before he can even register her movement, she delivers a brutal kick that sends him reeling. Nen barely manages to bring up his guard, his arms trembling from the sheer force of her impact. Valkyrie remains cold and calculated, her eyes tracking every opening in his desperate defense. The two clash in a blur of high-speed strikes, their mana lighting up the dark sector. She mocks him, noting that for a traitor, he actually shows some promising talent in fencing. Nen snarls back, bringing up the one memory she hates, her failed career as a national athlete. The memory of her disqualification flashes back, a moment that ruined her life before she became a hunter. She was banned for being an awakened, forced out of the world she loved for being too powerful. Valkyrie's past comes rushing back, her face turning pale as the old trauma resurfaces in her mind. Back then, her classmates treated her like a freak, claiming her fencing skills were just trash-tier cheating. The weight of their disgust left her broken, her dreams of being a national athlete completely shattered. Even now, the sting of that betrayal lingers, making her heart race as she struggles to stay focused. Nen just laughs, taunting our girl by saying she must have been absolutely devastated to lose everything. He continues to mock her agony while she launches a desperate, high-speed strike to shut him up. As the ground shatters, Nen claims he actually understands the hollow void she carries inside her. Turns out he's cut from the same cloth, having lost his world during the gate shock. He knows exactly what it feels like to be completely powerless while your life turns to ash. Standing amidst the smoke, he clarifies that he isn't doing any of this out of sympathy for No. Nen roars that he only moves according to his own twisted sense of justice and personal beliefs. He unleashes the second coming of the tiger, a massive blast of mana that dwarfs everything in its path. Our girl is completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the power he is throwing around right now. She stares into the blinding light, realizing that Nen's pain might actually be deeper than she first imagined. Nen reflects on the family he lost, acknowledging that they both shared the same soul-crushing despair. His body surges with even more energy as he prepares to finish what he started against her. He remembers the fellow hunters he once stood with before everything was taken away by the gates. With glowing eyes, he doubles down on the belief that his current path is the only one left. Meanwhile, Valkyrie thinks back to her own past, remembering a time when she was just a normal girl. She recalls the gratitude of a couple she saved, a moment of light that reminds her why she fights. Valkyrie remembers the lives she protected, like the mother who would have lost everything without her intervention. She dreams of a future where children only know the towers as harmless fairy tales from the past. To make that dream real, she's determined to wipe every single gate off the face of the earth. Our girl finally stops holding back, unleashing the third stage of her forbidden curse right in Nen's face. Her stats skyrocket by 500%, turning her into a literal goddess of destruction for a brief moment. The price is steep, as she trades her defense and her very soul just to put Nen down. The two warriors stand off in the woods, one fueled by trauma and the other by a desperate sacrifice. Their powers collide with a massive kaboom that shakes the very foundation of the forest around them. Nen stands his ground, realizing the legends about her terrifying peak strength weren't just stories after all. He actually looks impressed, noting that seeing her go all out reveals what a true hero looks like. Nen is genuinely impressed by her power, admitting that her peak strength is on a whole different level. As he bleeds out, he recalls Echidna asking if they could ever beat her if they fought together. He laughs at the thought, knowing now that they both would have been crushed regardless of their teamwork. The toll of the battle finally hits him, and he decides it is time to rest forever. Reaching out one last time, he leaves the heavy lifting of their mission to his partner before fading. Nen finally breathes his last, lying in a pool of his own blood, as his energy slowly dissipates. Valkyrie stands over him in her divine armor, offering a quiet, somber apology to the fallen warrior. Elsewhere, Miss No and her agent realize the fortification program is locked in for a full year. They desperately try to find a way to reach the outside world, but the city is totally isolated. It turns out the signal is completely dead, leaving them trapped in a total communications blackout. Jihyun realizes the system messenger is dead, meaning they are truly cut off from any outside help. He decides to stop overthinking and draws his blade, focused on surviving the immediate chaos. Suddenly, two A-tier hunters emerge from the shadows, their vacant eyes proving they are now mindless puppets. It doesn't take long for the duo to drop these trash-tier controlled fighters onto the cold floor. Jihyun wonders just how many high-level hunters have been turned into tools by the mastermind's sick game. Echidna mentions Baphomet might be caught in the same trap, but Ji-hyun immediately catches her slip-up. He stops in his tracks, realizing there is something seriously fishy about his companion's intel. Ji-hyun demands to know how she even entered the colony without any official clearance or records. He gets right in her face, suspecting she used an illegal route to infiltrate this restricted zone. Echidna desperately tries to change the subject when a sudden explosion echoes through the dark corridor. Ji-hyun lunges at our boy, but Minu isn't about to let some rogue agent get the drop on him. Their blades collide with a sharp clash as they test each other's strength in this chaotic mess. Ji-hyun suddenly freezes, realizing the man he's fighting is actually the high-ranking Hunter Griffin. Minu stops his assault, equally surprised to see Echidna standing there alongside the agent. Our boy assures them he hasn't lost his mind yet, and asks what the hell is happening here. Ji-hyun and Echidna exchange looks, relieved that Griffin hasn't turned into another mindless puppet. He wonders why some elites are being controlled, while others seem completely immune to the corruption. Suddenly, the trash-tier hunters they just dropped start rising back up like something out of a nightmare. Echidna warns that these zombies won't stay down until they kill the one pulling the strings. Ji-hyun realizes the mind control might be a slow poison that only affects those trapped here for months. Ji-hyun is completely dumbfounded, wondering why anyone would try to build an army in a place like this. He turns to Echidna and asks if she can track the mana flow to find the source. Deep within the facility, a mysterious woman named Agatha stands at the center of a massive ritual circle. She senses the intruders and realizes that her plans for the colony are being threatened. Agatha smirks as she looks toward her elite squad, calling them her precious S-tier mentors. These high-tier hunters stand ready, though they seem more like tools than actual allies in her twisted game. The group reports that they've handled the dissenters, but they're worried about the government agent sniffing around. Agatha just laughs it off, claiming they'll either convince the infiltrator to join or simply erase him. Her smile turns predatory as she decides that anyone who can't be swayed is just trash-tier garbage. The surrounding hunters begin to murmur, feeling the weight of the cold-blooded command their leader just issued. Agatha sighs heavily, feeling the weight of the government's interference, as she wonders if things will spiral. Her mood shifts instantly as she barks that they are all pathetic for showing such weak-willed doubt. She brings up the gate shock tragedy, demanding to know if they've forgotten why they're at the colony. To Agatha, losing the tower source means the end of the next generation of powerful hunters. The S-tier mentors can only gulp in silence, feeling completely dwarfed by her overwhelming and unstable presence. She reaches out like a caring friend, though her intentions are clearly far more sinister and calculated. Agatha takes her subordinates' hands, preaching about their shared duty to build a foundation for future warriors. She flashes a sweet smile, assuring them that life will return to normal once the investigator is gone. Dealing with a single government rat is just a minor chore that won't take her very long. As she turns away, she reminds them that the colony's very existence depends entirely on the towers. Agatha suddenly freezes mid-sentence, her predatory instincts screaming that someone just breached her inner sanctum. Her subordinates look around in a daze, completely unaware of the threat closing in on them. Suddenly, the entrance is obliterated in a blinding flash of mana as a heavy wham echoes through the room. The shockwave sends the surrounding guards tumbling back, their formation shattered in an instant. Through the rising debris, Zhao Ka appears, looking like he is just here to take out the trash. Echidna follows close behind, her eyes sharp as she prepares to deal with these rogue elements. The rogue agents have finally cornered the group, leaving Agatha's subordinates with nowhere left to run. The supposedly elite hunters are left dumbfounded, realizing their secret little coup has been exposed. Jayuk coldly questions if these S-tier veterans have actually stooped low enough to side with a traitor. Our boy Minu confronts her, disgusted that she would turn high-tier hunters into nothing more than mindless puppets. Minu realizes Miss No played him, using A-tier fodder as a distraction to make her clean getaway. He grabs Agatha, wondering why she is still clinging to these trash-tier tactics when the game is up. A cold smirk creeps across his face as he doubts Miss No would ever authorize such a mess. Agatha screams for his head, labeling him a government dog trying to sabotage their supposedly great cause. He tightens his grip, completely unfazed by her desperate attempts to incite a riot among her remaining men. It finally clicks for him that Agatha is just a rogue element operating entirely on her own. The surrounding hunters demand her release, reminding him that he is outnumbered by the colony's heavy hitters. 5 S-tier puppets step forward, their eyes glowing with a mindless, murderous intent fueled by the system. Our boy just scoffs at the head count, wondering if they really think 5 puppets can stop him. Suddenly, Ji-hyun drops in, ready to show these brainwashed elites what a real rogue agent can do. Ji-hyun corners Echidna, casually mentioning that her mana flow looks like a complete disaster. Suddenly, Echidna's mana begins to violently combust, leaving her completely dumbfounded by the sudden mana burn. She desperately wonders if Jihyun is actually the legendary monster who once slaughtered 7 S-tier hunters. The surrounding puppets feel their energy drain away, realizing their mana is no longer under their control. Jihyun offers them a final chance to surrender, promising to go easy if they just give up. Meanwhile, our boy Minu has Agatha pinned to the dirt, making it clear this isn't a negotiation. With a cold, glowing gaze, he tells her straight up that this is a life-or-death threat. The tension in the air reaches a breaking point, as the battlefield falls into a momentary, eerie silence. The brainwashed hunters refuse to back down and charge in, desperate to protect their master. Jae-ka readies his spiked knuckles, prepared to enforce order with absolute crushing force. Jihyun and the rogue agents move like a well-oiled machine, quickly neutralizing the brainwashed trash-tier hunters. The puppets hit the pavement hard, completely unconscious before they even realized what hit them. Miss No arrives on the scene, hoping her team didn't have to get too rough with the captives. She finds it unsettling that these A-tier hunters can't even recognize her face anymore. Cold sweat beads down her face as she wonders what kind of hell Dayoung has unleashed on them. The team stands in a tense silence, the weight of the situation finally starting to sink in. Suddenly, one of the agents notices the ominous red glow in the woods has completely vanished. Miss No grits her teeth, frustrated that the fortification field is still blocking all their communication signals. She decides they need to hit the cabin immediately before moving to deal with the mysterious Mr. Ma. Little does she know, our boy is already looming behind her like a shadow in the night. Miss No spins around, her instincts screaming that someone is standing right behind her. Her subordinates are just as dumbfounded, frozen by the sudden presence of a monster in human skin. Out of the shadows steps our boy, looking like a literal god of death walking through the mist. With his eyes glowing a cold white, he stares them down with the weight of a former demon king. He stands there silently, letting the sheer pressure of his mana do all the talking for him. Miss No mistakenly thinks he is just another brainwashed puppet and orders her crew to take him down. But as the air begins to distort, she realizes that controlling a monster like this is actually impossible. The agents rush in with their trash-tier weapons, completely unaware that they are walking into a meat grinder. Miss No screams for them to retreat, finally sensing the terrifying gap in their power levels. It is too late though, as Minu casually flexes his strength and sends the elite agents flying like ragdolls. Minu stands tall, his presence alone enough to make the air feel heavy and suffocating for everyone present. Miss No is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a supposed low ranker is emitting such terrifying power. Her elite agents lie broken on the ground, gasping out names of fallen comrades in their final moments. Our boy demands to know why they slaughtered those people, and if it involved the tower's nest. The mention of the nest sends a chill down her spine as she wonders how he discovered their secret. He tells her it is all over, because he already destroyed the very thing she spent everything protecting. She stands there frozen, her mind racing as she realizes her entire mission has just gone up in flames. The shock is so deep that she can barely squeeze out a single word of disbelief. Minu doesn't give her a second to breathe, closing the distance with the intent to end this farce. With a violent slash, the silence is broken as blood sprays across the cold, dark pavement. Minu lies broken on the ground while Miss No stands over him with a massive, demonic presence looming. She is completely dumbfounded that an S-tier like herself couldn't enter that place while he somehow succeeded. Our boy is gasping for air, his body absolutely battered and bloodied from the intensity of the fight. She screams that they needed that restricted area to finally make trash-tier hunters like him actually powerful. A sudden realization hits her like a truck as she flinches, sensing something is off about his behavior. The memory of the 3 hunters she slaughtered flashes by, serving as a grim reminder of her crimes. Minu just smirks through the blood, telling her that his current state proves she killed those 3. She looks away, admitting that he really was a talented hunter before things took this dark turn. He laughs and explains he only took this beating to fulfill the specific conditions for a certain skill. Her eyes turn cold as she tells him he has officially crossed a line he can't return from. Minu reveals the first 2 conditions for his secret plan were facing a monster and getting nearly killed. Miss No regrets that he didn't just stay in his lane and become a normal, powerful hunter. The final requirement for his trump card is being right here, on the tower's top floor. As he's pushed to the brink of death, the system finally recognizes the sacrifice of Hunter Baphomet. With the quest complete, our boy screams out the name of his newly acquired, god-tier skill, Gehenna. A hellish domain of chains and eyes erupts, signaling the arrival of a power from the abyss. Miss No stands dumbfounded as the reality of the skill Gehenna begins to warp the world around her. The entire area transforms into the throne room of the former Demon King, trapping her in his domain. She realizes too late that every passive buff he once held is now flooding back into his body. The system issues a terrifying new emergency quest to eliminate the true boss of the tower, Baphomet himself. Minu feels the raw power surging through his veins, barely surviving the threshold of his own hellish transformation. Our boy admits that if he'd been a second slower, the sheer pressure would have ended him right then. To understand this madness, we jump back an hour to when Yoon Kim was still calling the shots. The greedy doctor looks unusually solemn, her cold blue eyes hiding the true weight of her secret agenda. She stands over the lifeless body of Nen, offering a hollow apology for the necessary sacrifice. Suddenly, a blinding red light interrupts her thoughts, signaling that something in the tower has gone horribly wrong. The entire structure begins to buckle and explode as the awakening of a demon king tears through reality. Yoon struggles to stay upright as debris rains down, her composure finally cracking under the weight of chaos. She peers through the dust, her heart racing as she senses a presence that shouldn't even exist anymore. Landing in a defensive crouch, she realizes with absolute dread that the legendary hunter Baphomet has finally returned. Yoon stands dumbfounded as the gates vanish, realizing Baphomet cleared the floor but has completely vanished from her sight. She calculates that if this nest follows standard tower logic, an exit gate must have formed in the forest. Right on cue, a surge of blue mana crackles as a jagged exit portal tears through the quiet woods. Our boy Minu stumbles out, looking absolutely trashed as residual lightning flickers across his messy black hair. He drops to the dirt, gasping for air, while his body struggles to stabilize after the massive mana output. He wonders what that bizarre sensation was, feeling like his very mind was being pried open by the tower. Turns out, grabbing the crux felt like a mental invasion he never wants to experience a second time. Even though he cleared the nest, he knows Team Leader No and her S-tier hunters are still a problem. Feeling like this is too much to handle alone, he figures he should let Mr. Ma take the lead. With a cold, sharp gaze, he prepares to face the fallout of his explosive return to the human world. Minu checks his skill list, realizing he can finally tap into his old demonic beast powers again. He notes the massive cooldown on Chrono Break, a skill he hasn't touched since the Labyrinthine Tower. Our boy pulls the crux of the nest from his inventory, hoping this loot was worth the struggle. He figures that since the system hasn't given him impossible quests yet, he is meant to use this. Suddenly, he shifts into his Baphomet form, standing tall as Miss No watches the terrifying transformation in silence. He takes a deep breath, weighing the risks of this massive gamble while his demonic aura flares up. Even though he looks like a monster, he is completely spent and admits he nearly kicked the bucket. Miss No is dumbfounded when a system alert pops up, ordering her to eliminate the boss named Baphomet. Our boy realizes they are both in a bind because the system just told him to kill her. He figures her system recognizes his current form as a threat. While she mentions Raven's legendary sacrifice, Miss No asks if our boy is really the legendary tower boss, and he just gives a dark chuckle. He tells her that in this twisted world, she should really learn to keep an open mind. Clenching his claws, he makes it clear that regardless of the truth, the situation is now set. He admits that since the system issued a kill order, only one of them is leaving alive. Miss No doesn't back down, steeling herself to face the monster standing right in front of her. She knows that, as a high-ranking official, she can't afford to hesitate against a threat like this. Suddenly, her elite agents leap into the fray, hoping to catch the former Demon King off guard. The agents strike with everything they have, desperate to put an end to this terrifying demonic presence. Our boy barely flinches, watching their pathetic attempts with the cold indifference of a true predator. His eyes glow with a murderous red light, signaling that these trash-tier hunters just signed their death warrants. Minu moves like a blur, tearing through the agent's formation with a single, devastating strike. Miss No watches in horror, her heart sinking as she realizes the sheer gap in their power. The sound of clattering metal fills the air as the remaining agents lose their will to fight. Two survivors tremble in disbelief, wondering how they managed to keep their heads on their shoulders. Our boy turns his back, casually is mentioning that slaughtering such weaklings is beneath a former demon king. He points a finger, deciding that these pawns shouldn't even be on his battlefield. A massive magic circle erupts, forcibly warping the terrified agents far away from the danger zone. While Miss No panics, Minu calmly explains he just gave her subordinates a free pass out of hell. He makes it clear that his only interest is taking down the big boss, not wasting time on underlings. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he asks if she's finally prepared for the real fight. Minu stares down Yoon, sensing the quack doctor is finally ready to stop playing games. She wears a smug expression, silently mocking him for thinking this would be an easy win. Before he can strike, two dark shadows intercept him, their cold steel ringing against his own. Our boy quickly realizes these aren't just mindless puppets. but high-level summoned demons meant for war. They flicker through the air like ghosts, moving with a speed that would humble any trash-tier hunter. Minu contorts his body to dodge a dual-pronged assault, impressed by their lethal coordination and timing. A sudden spike in killing intent catches him off guard, forcing him to react on pure instinct. One of the summons connects with a brutal kick, sending a jolt of pain through his demonic frame. Hess sent crashing into the debris, the sheer force of the impact turning the floor into dust. As he regains his footing, he watches the shadows circle back, realizing he's in for a real fight. Minu catches one by the face, showing he's done playing around with these masked freaks. He slams the summon into the dirt, proving his raw strength is on a whole different level. Our boy tosses the trash-tier entity aside like it's nothing more than a broken toy. He reaches out, his demonic instincts screaming at him to end this farce once and for all. A crimson magic circle flares to life, signaling the start of a much more violent technique. Chains erupt from the void, dragging the summon into his domain as he asserts absolute dominance. Minu confirms his readiness, his eyes glowing with the cold, predatory light of a true king. He notes how light his body feels, the surge of energy making him feel more alive than ever. Suddenly, a snarling, horned wolf emerges from the shadows, its eyes fixed on our boy's throat. He's momentarily dumbfounded as a whole pack of these beasts suddenly closes in on him. These wolves are hungry, but they have no clue they're just fodder for our boy's warm-up. They lunge from every side, thinking their numbers can actually bridge the gap in their trash-tier power. Minu just stands there, his demonic markings pulsing as he waits for the perfect moment to strike. His gaze sharpens, locking onto the flow of mana that keeps these mindless beasts on their feet. A cold grin spreads across his face as he realizes these aren't just wolves, but ego weapons. The lead beast snarls, completely unaware that it's about to be dismantled by a true master. Suddenly, demonic chains whip through the air, shredding the pack into a mess of blood and fur. The sound of snapping bone echoes as his chains dance, turning the battlefield into a literal meat grinder. Every strike is precise, tearing through their magical hides, as if they were made of nothing but paper. Wielding his dual axes, Minu paints the room red while Yoonseon Kim watches her precious summons fail. Minus eyes burn with a demonic light as his chains hum with lethal intent. Even Yoonseon Kim looks rattled, realizing she might have bitten off more than she can chew. Our boy flexes his god-tier strength, wondering if his opponent even recognizes a true ego weapon. He feels an incredible surge of mana flowing through the blades, fueling his hunger for destruction. Standing amidst the chaos, he admits that this overwhelming power feels absolutely amazing. He flashes a wicked grin, mocking the doctor for looking like she's actually enjoying the slaughter. His gaze narrows as he contemplates how to push this fight to the next level. With a thunderous clang, he swings his axes to make this one-sided beatdown even more entertaining. Yoonsun watches in silence, her cold expression masking the growing dread of facing a monster. Minu sighs, calling her efforts lame and demanding she finally brings out her real trump card. The ground begins to tremble violently as a massive presence emerges from the swirling purple mana. A giant beast lunges forward, but our boy isn't impressed by this trash-tier summon at all. He easily predicts the creature's trajectory, realizing it's far too slow to even graze him. With a brutal slam, he uses his chains to pin the beast's head directly into the dirt. He lets out a chilling smirk, his demonic blood boiling with the pure thrill of the hunt. A single, devastating blow shatters the summon into a messy explosion of mana and gore. He stands tall amidst the debris, his tribal markings glowing as he searches for a real challenge. The masked fodder try to surround him, but they are simply too slow to track his movements. Even as a fresh wave of elite demons appears, they look like nothing more than practice targets. He readies his massive blade, eager to see if these new toys can actually provide some entertainment. Minu tears through the masked fodder, treating their synchronized spear strikes like a total joke. Yoonsun Kim refuses to back down, summoning massive horned wolves to try and overwhelm our boy. He just laughs at the attempt, carving through the beasts as if they were made of paper. Frustrated by his progress, the quack doctor calls forth strange, floating eye demons to provide aerial support. They fire concentrated beams of mana, but Minus demonic instincts are already 10 steps ahead of them. He leaps high into the air, closing the distance while mocking their pathetic attempts to pin him down. With a single, precise thrust, he skewers the floating trash-tier summons in one clean, devastating line. Suddenly, a group of hooded elite assassins steps out, looking much more capable than the previous fodder. They rush him with dual blades, but Minu welcomes the challenge with open arms and a blood-stained spear. He lets out a bloodthirsty grin, finally feeling the heat of a fight that isn't completely boring. Minu is absolutely loving the carnage, his demonic blood boiling as he carves through the elite assassins. He lets out a manic laugh, finding the sensation of real combat far more addictive than he remembered. His vision narrows, focusing entirely on the next target, as his instinct for slaughter takes full control. Our boy screams in pure ecstasy, finally feeling like the true demon king in this pathetic human world. He becomes a whirlwind of chains and steel, systematically dismantling every trash-tier summon that dares to approach him. Suddenly, a massive drake-like beast roars in a desperate attempt to stop his unstoppable momentum. Minu just flips over the creature's gaping maw, mocking its slow movements while preparing a finishing blow. With a violent burst of mana, he tears through the monster's hide, painting the floor with its blood. He lands perfectly amidst the chaos, his chains rattling as he looks for the next victim to shred. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity, proving that anyone standing in his way is already dead. Minu bellows for Yunson Kim to stop hiding and finally face his demonic wrath. The quack doctor just stands there, looking bored while the world burns around her. She doesn't even flinch when the heavy chains clunk against the floor, signaling his approach. A massive shadow looms over her as she prepares to reveal her next hidden trump card. Our boy immediately lunges, shredding through a massive summon that tries to block his path. The Drake summon realizes too late that it's nothing more than a snack for a king. Minu flashes a bloodthirsty smirk, clearly enjoying the sensation of tearing through high-tier flesh. He rips a massive claw clean off, letting it fall into the dark purple void below. More limbs fly through the air as he turns the battlefield into a literal butcher shop. The monster's presence fades into a faint hiss, leaving Yunson Kim completely exposed and alone. Our boy steps over the mangled remains of the Drake, his presence alone warping the very air around him. With his demonic blood boiling, Minu Cha stares down his next target with eyes that promise absolute annihilation. He doesn't need a long speech to make his point, simply telling his enemy it is time to die. He delivers a final, bone-shattering slam that sends the beast's massive head crashing into the purple abyss. A violent spray of blood paints the void as the last of the summon's life force is snuffed out. The silence that follows is heavy, filled only with the lingering scent of iron and crackling demonic mana. Yunseon Kim watches the carnage with a cold expression, as if she expected her trash-tier pets to fail. The shadows begin to darken around her, signaling that she is finally ready to reveal her true hand. She calmly walks through the swirling smoke, completely unfazed by the monster currently tearing her world apart. A massive crash echoes through the chamber as Yunseon Kim prepares to unleash the depth of her power. Yunseon Kim stands over the remains of her high-tier beast, completely unbothered by its brutal destruction. Our boy steps over the wreckage, his demonic presence flaring as he closes the distance to the doctor. He cracks a confident smile, clearly enjoying the thrill of finally cornering the woman behind all this chaos. Instead of trembling, she casually rummages through her pockets, as if she is just waiting for a bus. She flicks a lighter with practiced ease, showing zero respect for the literal demon king standing before her. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, she looks bored, treating this life-or-death confrontation like a simple coffee break. She admits he is more than just talk, finally acknowledging that the legendary Baphomet has truly returned. Minu's expression darkens as he demands to know why she slaughtered his former crew without a second thought. A cruel smirk plays on her lips, enjoying the fact that she has managed to get under his skin. She bursts into laughter, mocking him for being so emotional over a bunch of trash-tier teammates he lost. Yunseon mocks our boy, questioning if his weird obsession with humanity is why he chose a human vessel. She takes a long drag of her cigarette, acting like explaining her motives is a total chore. A cold smile spreads across her face as she prepares to reveal the origins of her twisted path. She recalls the gate shock incident, remembering the first survivor she ever pulled from the wreckage. The tension peaks as she explains that before the world changed, hunters were treated like absolute garbage. Back then, the city wasn't a playground for the strong. It was a place of deep-seated prejudice. Two young women just wanted a meal after a long day, completely unaware of the rejection coming. They stand dumbfounded outside a shop, realizing they are banned from entering simply because they are hunters. Even over a bowl of ramen, they can't escape the fact that society views them as a disease. One of them grumbles about the sheer stupidity of being hated for something they were born into. Resigned to their fate, the two hunters decide to just eat at home to avoid more public humiliation. Even in a city full of life, those with powers are forced to live in the shadows of society. Walking down the street, she wonders if she should whip up some tofu stew or avoid another curry night. Since it's her day off, she's determined to cook a real meal instead of settling for trash-tier delivery again. She stops by a shop Dayong liked, hoping the lack of a crowd means she can slip in unnoticed. Noticing the takeaway sign, she realizes she can get the food without the risk of being kicked out. She nervously checks her reflection, hoping her casual clothes are enough to hide her identity from the locals. Feeling a bit of hope, she plans to stock the fridge and surprise her friend with a decent meal. Suddenly, her instincts flare up as she feels a suffocating, demonic aura that shouldn't exist in the city. The peace is shattered instantly when a violent crash brings the surrounding buildings down in a rain of rubble. Jae-kyung-han looks up in pure shock as the gate shock finally hits, ending her peaceful day off. Amidst the screams for help, she feels a twisted sense of superiority while searching through the thick dust. She discovers a young boy named Lee-hyun Kim huddled in the debris, looking completely dumbfounded and terrified. The rescue captain crosses his arms, questioning why she wants to dive back into such a dangerous zone. Jae-kyung explains that the poor kid's entire family is still buried deep under the heavy, collapsed building rubble. The team discusses the red zone, knowing that survival rates in those critical areas are basically trash tier. Despite the captain's warnings, Jae-kyung insists on the mission, even if the rest of the team stays behind. The armored hunter steps in, suggesting they can track her location to keep things from getting too messy. He gives her a firm pat on the shoulder, realizing she is clearly cut from a different cloth. He finally smiles and decides to join her, knowing there is no stopping her once she is this determined. Jae-kyung-han looks at her partner with a playful smirk, calling him a total dumbass for his reckless nature. Jung-soo just smiles back, clearly willing to do absolutely anything to keep our girl happy and safe. But the mood shifts instantly as Jung-soo lies cold on the pavement, his life leaking onto the concrete. The rescue captain stands over them, regretting their choice to return to this trash-tier death trap of a zone. Tears stream down Jae-kyung's face as the crushing weight of guilt begins to settle deep within her soul. Her teammate doesn't hold back, snarling that her partner's tragic death is entirely on her hands. Even little Lee-hyun Kim looks on in horror, realizing the hunters he trusted couldn't actually save his family. The boy trembles while asking why she broke her promise, leaving him all alone in this nightmare. Jae-kyung stands there completely dumbfounded, the light in her eyes fading as her world crumbles around her. With a look of pure betrayal, the kid calls her a liar, sealing her descent into total despair. The slaughter was absolute, leaving her broken and hiding from a world she failed to protect. Jae-kyung-no wallows in her weakness, wishing she had the strength to be a real hunter back then. Meanwhile, mysterious towers begin to sprout across the landscape like a plague that just won't quit. That's when Jae-yuk-ha finds her, standing amidst the trees with a plan to change everything. He notes how the towers stand in a row, resembling a twisted sort of colony for monsters. Deciding to embrace the name, he officially dubs the cursed territory as the colony while they walk. He offers her a way out of the darkness, asking her to take charge and manage this place. The government wants to recycle traumatized hunters, and he believes her talent is too good to waste. Trading her grief for a suit and tie, she begins overseeing the construction of their new reality. Now she watches over the city, a survivor turned manager in a world forever changed by the gates. Jae-kyung-han is convinced that this cursed land is the only place capable of forging truly elite hunters. She bets her entire future on the colony, recruiting allies while her sister begins to drift away. Despite the family drama, life in the colony finally feels stable as everything starts running like clockwork. That fragile peace is buried the moment they dig into the earth and uncover the tower's nest. The workers are totally clueless, but Jae-kyung-han recognizes the ominous energy of the site immediately. This massive, ornate gate is the literal source, the reason why towers keep plaguing their world. When the crew suggests calling the government, Jae-kyung-han feels her heart drop into her stomach. She knows the authorities won't tolerate this, and their discovery makes the colony's existence completely forfeit. Terrified that her past tragedies are about to repeat, she frantically asks who else has seen this. The workers explain it's just a few of them, unaware that they've stumbled onto a world-ending secret. Jae-kyung-han recalls the dark lengths she went to, even silencing the workers who stumbled upon the truth. She admits to doing things she shouldn't have just to keep the nest's existence a total secret. Our boy listens as she explains how she built a cabin to disguise the site as a harmless getaway. The real problem started because Lee-hyun Kim already knew about the nest before he even arrived at the colony. Back then, Jae-kyung-han was just another suit in the crowd when she first crossed paths with him. Turns out, Lee-hyun Kim isn't just some random kid. He's a survivor who carries a heavy grudge. Meeting him again in this dump of a place brings back all the guilt she's been burying. They stand in the shadows, the weight of their shared past making the air feel heavy and suffocating. She tries to apologize for the disaster, but then she realizes he knows about the tower-creating forest. Lee-hyun Kim is completely dumbfounded that she'd keep such a massive violation hidden from her own superiors. Lee-hyun Kim stares her down, questioning if her guilt over the past disaster is actually genuine. He proposes a dark deal, demanding she allow a special drug to circulate among the colony's visitors. When she asks for his motive, he turns away, his heart clearly hardened by years of suffering. He coldly declares that the weak have no right to exist, revealing his twisted and trash-tier ideology. Jae Kyung-han admits she couldn't bring herself to kill the boy she once saved with her own hands. Our boy realizes her true plan was to use his demonic power as a leash for the kid. She clenches her fist, confessing that she desperately needed a monster to restrain another monster. But because of his unpredictable nature, her plan to control the situation went completely up in flames. Lee Hyun Kim is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing she tried to set the legendary Baphomet on him. She just smirks, warning him that a government investigator is already sniffing around the colony. Lee Hyun smirks, revealing he already had his suspicions and knows exactly where the bodies are buried. He threatens to expose her trash-tier secrets, leaving her wondering how he knew about the nest's existence. Jae Kyung screams for him to stop, terrified by how much the sweet kid she saved has changed. She desperately asks if he's joined some cult, seeing only a cold stranger staring back at her. The boy spits back that his life only went south because she failed to protect his family. Suddenly, a lethal slash tears through the silence, catching the vengeful kid completely off guard. He is brutally cut down in an instant, blood painting the floor in a spray of crimson. Jae Kyung stands there, dumbfounded, her mind reeling as her last bit of leverage is erased instantly. A few hunters stumble onto the scene, absolutely horrified to find her standing over the bloody mess. She just stares into the void, realizing her desperate play for control just ended in total disaster. Jae Kyung looks away from the carnage, wishing she could have changed the outcome of this tragic day. She mutters that the kid shouldn't have come, knowing her own failures sealed his fate long ago. Back in the present, Yoon-seon smugly finishes her story, asking our boy what he thinks of the truth. Minu just grins, his demonic blood boiling at the sheer audacity of this trash-tier woman. He stares her down with glowing eyes, calling her existence absolutely disgusting for what she's done. Yoon-seon just laughs it off, wondering if a monster's insult is actually a badge of honor. She remains unfazed, her cold heart completely disconnected from the lives she's ruined. Dropping her cigarette, she freely admits to being a monster in human skin without a shred of remorse. If she's going down, she requests the dignity of dying as a hunter rather than a victim. She wants her end to be as one who hunts beasts, even if she's the real villain here. Minus eyes burn with a cold fury as he prepares to end this farce once and for all. Our boy fully embraces his demonic side, drawing his blade as the air thickens with murderous intent. Yoon-seon just smiles and thanks the former Demon King for giving her the perfect reason to go all out. She places a hand over her heart, looking like she's about to reveal her final, most desperate trump card. Clenching her chest, she prepares to force her body beyond its limits to survive the coming onslaught. A violent flash of mana erupts as she initiates a forbidden summoning ritual directly into her own physical vessel. Minu watches the spectacle with a bored expression, completely unimpressed by her trash-tier attempt at a power-up. Even with her mana surging, he stands tall, his demonic markings glowing as he readies his next strike. He lets out a dark smirk, realizing that no matter what she summons, she's still just a dead woman walking. The surrounding space warps and shatters as the sheer pressure of their colliding energies begins to tear everything apart. Yoon-seon's transformation completes as a dark core pulses with enough mana to make a normal hunter faint. She emerges as a white-armored nightmare, a high-tier summon that actually looks like it might provide a challenge. The entity acknowledges our boy's insane power, while summoning more grotesque limbs from the void to even the odds. Instead of being worried, Minu just gets a massive grin, absolutely thrilled to finally find a decent S-tier toy. The summon warns him not to get his hopes up, preparing to show him true despair. Our boy just laughs it off, demanding that this trash-tier goddess actually tries to entertain him for once. He lunges forward, his blade cutting through the air as he begins dismantling the summoned monstrosity limb by limb. The sheer force of their clash echoes like the disasters of the past that leveled entire city blocks. It's a grim reminder of the lives lost whenever these godlike beings decide to throw hands in the human world. Even the low-tier goblins in the shadows can feel the world-ending pressure radiating from the top floor. A stray goblin scavenges a severed limb, a grim trophy from the chaos unfolding in the upper floors. The trash-tier creature hoists its prize high, feeling like a king until the very shadows start to shift. A sudden, violent impact pulverizes the ground, instantly turning the scavenger into nothing more than a red stain. The surrounding mob freezes in absolute horror, realizing they are nothing but collateral damage in this god-tier war. A massive minotaur demon looms over the wreckage, its presence alone enough to crush a normal man's spirit. Its gaze burns with a hellish intensity, searching for the one who dared to invade its sacred domain. The beast begins a deafening roar, but several lines of pure lethality suddenly trace across its massive frame. Blood sprays everywhere as the titan is effortlessly dismantled, falling apart before it can even finish its scream. Jae Kyung stands alone in the settling dust, listening to the heavy thuds of the monster's remains hitting the floor. Her expression is hollow and haunted, clearly pushed to her absolute limit by the nightmare she's trapped in. Jae-kyung gazes upward, her spirit nearly broken as she wonders if any light remains in this dark place. Yoonsun Kim stands tall in her new demonic form, her body radiating a cold, alien mana that chills the air. She looks down with a smug sense of superiority, fully convinced that her transformation makes her invincible. The entire horizon bleeds purple as she flaunts the twisted beauty of the realm she's managed to create. Her mana core pulses with a heavy, rhythmic thud, signaling the arrival of something truly grotesque. A massive, multi-eyed abomination erupts from the void as she mockingly asks if the Demon King is impressed. Suddenly, a heavy chain tears through the air and slams into her, instantly shattering her arrogant composure. Minus Red Eye burns through the darkness as he asks if she really has time to be so sentimental. Our boy drops from the sky like a meteor, his massive blade turning that trash-tier summon into a memory. He follows through with a savage swing, his eyes locked on his prey with a hunger for absolute destruction. Minhu unleashes a devastating red arc, proving his power is on a completely different level than this trash-tier doctor. Yoonsun Kim can barely process the impact as her defenses crumble under the weight of his overwhelming demonic energy. She tries to hide behind her grotesque forbidden summon, hoping the fleshy abomination can buy her a few seconds. But even her most horrific creation is nothing more than a target for the Demon King's relentless, blood-red fury. Our boy slams into the ground with a massive shockwave, making it clear that the hunt is almost over. His eyes burn with a terrifying intensity, reflecting the cold realization that he has finally cornered his prey. Minhu admits that he might be a bit sentimental, though his mercy is nowhere to be found today. He remembers his sister saying he wasn't cut out for this life, yet here he is, dominating the battlefield. Yoonsun floats above her dying summons, desperately clinging to the power she sacrificed her very soul to obtain. Minhu just gives her a chilling, smug grin, mocking the idea that she ever stood a chance against him. Minhu weaves through the tentacles, mocking the idea that his talent is just too much to handle. He lunges forward, realizing that for her claims to be true, she'd actually need to land a hit. Our boy's eyes flare with a demonic red light as he focuses on finding the perfect opening. Yoonsun tries to brace herself, but her trash-tier defenses are already starting to crumble under the pressure. A massive shockwave erupts as Minhu delivers a heavy blow, rattling her entire armored frame with ease. She grits her teeth in frustration, realizing that her stolen power is failing against a true king. With a clean swipe, he shatters one of her massive horns, proving her transformation is just a facade. Minhu stands tall, dual-wielding his demonic blades while waiting for her to make one last desperate move. He doesn't give her a second to breathe, driving his blade right into her neck's weak point. Finally, he slams her into the dirt with a bone-shattering impact, ending her pathetic attempt at godhood. Yoonsun Kim's trash-tier defenses are shredded as blood sprays from her supposedly invincible armored form. Our boy doesn't let up, his strikes carrying the weight of a true Demon King's absolute wrath. He dances through the air, carving through her ethereal armor like it is nothing but cheap paper. She tries to block with her hands, but they end up just as mangled as her pride. Behind those glowing red eyes, Minhu has already calculated exactly how many more hits she can take. A precise strike cuts right across her core, making her realize her stolen power is utterly useless. The Demon King moves with such blinding speed that she cannot even track the next incoming blow. He keeps dismantling her piece by piece, focusing on her legs to ensure she cannot even run. The air is filled with blood and mana as he turns the Guildmaster into a literal pincushion. With one final movement, he prepares to put this pathetic excuse for a god out of her misery. Minhu slams into her with enough force to shatter whatever remains of her pathetic defense. Yoonsun Kim crashes into the dirt, coughing up blood as her trash-tier transformation starts to fall apart. Our boy doesn't give her a second to breathe, closing the distance with his daggers ready. He looks down at her with a chilling smirk, enjoying every moment of her absolute terror. With a massive leap, he brings down a blade of pure energy to finish the job. The impact shreds her form even further, proving that stolen power is no match for a king. A massive burst of mana clears the area as the ground itself groans under his overwhelming strength. He stands amidst the smoke, his glowing markings pulsing with the thrill of the hunt. His eyes lock onto his next target, showing that he isn't even close to being finished yet. Even when she summons a massive fleshy abomination, he just carves through it like it is nothing. Minhu prepares his next strike, his demonic energy flaring as he prepares to end this farce. Our boy cuts through the fleshy mass with ease, but the trash-tier monster refuses to stay down. He narrows his eyes, realizing that this abomination is fueled by a constant stream of desperate mana. Even when the beast tries to pin him down, he blocks the strike with effortless, god-tier strength. The creature continues to squirm and wriggle, its disgusting form trying to knit itself back together. It rises once more, a pathetic attempt to stall the inevitable march of the true Demon King. The summon lets out a piercing screech, but its mindless rage doesn't intimidate him in the slightest. He swings his blade in a perfect arc, determined to turn this entire area into a graveyard. With a mid-air slice, he shreds the monster's core, proving that regeneration has its limits. He lands gracefully as the mana dissipates, already looking for the next obstacle in his path. Minu-cha snaps the creature's defenses like a dry twig, his demonic energy surging to end this farce. He slams into the trash tier summons, proving that numbers mean nothing against the true Demon King. Our boy seizes the beast by its throat, driving his blade home with a sickening crunch. He tears through the remaining fleshy masses, his movements a blur of pure, unadulterated violence. The creature's head is cleanly severed, its pathetic attempts at regeneration failing under his overwhelming pressure. He continues to shred the abomination, leaving nothing but a trail of dissipating mana and gore. The summon tries to scramble away, but it's far too late to escape his relentless pursuit. It stands there dumbfounded, finally realizing that this human vessel and the Demon King are cut from the same cloth. With a final, massive swing, he clears the path and sends the creature back to the abyss. Yoonsun Kim stands amidst the wreckage, her transformed body trembling as her ultimate shield is utterly destroyed. Minus eyes burn with a murderous red glow as he locks onto his next target. He can feel the demonic energy coursing through his veins, demanding more blood and absolute destruction. Our boy effortlessly weaves through the massive, fleshy limbs of the summon, treating the beast like a joke. The abomination lets out a guttural roar, its multiple maws snapping at the air in a desperate frenzy. He doesn't just dodge, he delivers a bone-shattering bash that sends shockwaves through the creature's disgusting frame. A blinding flash of mana erupts as he tears a hole straight through the center of the battlefield. Taking to the air, he prepares to end this trash-tier fight once and for all with his blade. He slams into the creature with the weight of a mountain, crushing its defenses under his sheer power. Darting through the chaos, he crashes into the heart of the summon, leaving nothing but mana-soaked wreckage behind. Finally, he stands over the broken body of the Quack Doctor, his cold gaze promising a painful end. Our boy clashes with the Quack Doctor, their powers colliding with a deafening ring that shakes the air. He doesn't waste a second, carving right through her white armor, and drawing the first taste of blood. A jagged blade whips through the chaotic mana as the battle reaches a violent fever pitch. They trade blows in a storm of red energy, but it's clear who's actually in control here. Minu moves like a shadow, his demonic markings glowing as he positions himself for the killing blow. The doctor is barely holding on, her once pristine armor now stained with the cost of her failure. His demonic eye locks onto her vitals, seeing through every desperate attempt she makes to stay alive. Her defenses are completely crumbling, the mask of her transformed state finally starting to shatter under pressure. With one final, brutal swing, he severs her arm and ends her pathetic attempt at resistance. Staring at the blade, she finally admits to herself that victory was never an option against the king. Minu decides it's finally time to stop playing around and put an end to this pathetic charade. Yoonsun Kim flares her remaining mana, desperately trying to keep her crumbling form together for one last stand. Our boy finally taps into his true authority, summoning a massive magic circle as his demonic wings unfurl. A massive whoosh of energy consumes the area as the sheer weight of his power levels everything nearby. Emerging from the light, the Demon King stands tall, while white petals drift through the silent, broken air. His red eyes burn with a cold intensity, showing he has zero mercy left for his trash-tier enemies. Suddenly, the forbidden summon rises like a twisted tree of flesh, its many mouths hungering for his soul. This grotesque abomination is the doctor's final shield, a desperate wall of eyes and teeth meant to stall. Minu doesn't even flinch, simply tightening his grip as he prepares to dismantle this meat shield once and for all. He leaps into the air with his massive blade, ready to carve through the horror and end this nightmare. Jayu-ka watches the chaos unfold, realizing the situation has spiraled way beyond his tactical control. He knows that if the Demon King isn't stopped now, the entire city is as good as gone. Chains of mana shatter as Mina's overwhelming aura tears through the very fabric of the tower's reality. Yoonsun Kim collapses against the debris, her smug confidence completely replaced by the cold sting of defeat. She stares in pure horror, finally understanding that she's been playing with a fire that will consume her. Our boy looks down with eyes full of malice, ready to deliver a punishment worse than death. Desperate to survive, the doctor forces her broken body into its final, most hideous demonic transformation. Even in this ultimate form, she can feel her mana core trembling under the weight of his presence. Blood stains her white armor as she realizes her trash-tier tricks won't save her from the inevitable. Minu lunges forward, his blade humming with enough demonic energy to erase her existence from the world. Jaekyung stands alone in the rubble, her spirit finally crushed by the weight of her many secrets. She stares into the void with a weary gaze, knowing there is no escaping the consequences of her actions. With a haunting smile, she chooses a permanent exit, letting her blood spill across the cold, hard floor. Our boy delivers the final blow, decapitating the transformed doctor and ending her desperate, trash-tier struggle for power. Above the carnage, the moon glows with a serene light, looking far too pretty for such a gruesome scene. Back in the human world, Minu is interrogated, coolly providing his alias while hiding the Demon King within. A silver-haired A-tier hunter follows suit, claiming he only joined the colony because of a high-level recommendation. Echidna grows restless under questioning, snapping at the authorities to let her go, since she has better things to do. Valkyrie just laughs hysterically, her mind clearly fractured after witnessing the absolute horror that unfolded inside the tower. Jihyun remains calm and collected, telling the investigators that his official report covers every murky detail they are seeking. Jihyun is being grilled because the autopsy on the team leader doesn't pin the kill on him. The investigator notes that neither Valkyrie nor Echidna's combat styles match the wounds, hinting at a third party. Feeling the heat, Jihyun snaps and insists he has no clue who actually took the woman down. He demands a break, reminding the official that he was only there on orders from the higher-ups. Turns out, Echidna didn't use the front door, sneaking into the colony through a much shadier path. This secret route was exactly how she and Jihyun managed to slip away from the chaos unnoticed. They used an old sewage tunnel that the colony's fortification system completely failed to detect or block. A lone hunter waits in the shadows, expecting a smooth handoff after the job is done. He asks if she finished her business, but a sudden hand reaches out to silence him. Jihyun ruthlessly secures the witness, while Echidna offers a half-hearted apology and a promise of hush money. At the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, the investigation into the drug route for Hunter Hyper finally begins. A low-level mule breaks down in tears, swearing he was just a delivery boy with no clue. Jaeuk-ha watches the pathetic display, while Jihyun confirms they are currently processing the man's fingerprint records. Turns out the guy is just a trash-tier D rank, proving he was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Jaeuk-ha can already feel a massive headache coming on as the scale of this conspiracy deepens. While Team Leader No and Hyper had history, they didn't actually cross paths again until the colony incident. With No's motives confirmed, Jaeuk turns attention to the real enigma of what Hyper was truly after. According to Baphomet's testimony, Hyper might have been a monster fueled by pure hatred for civilians rather than greed. Tracking the distributed drugs is a priority, but the fallout from Hyper's actions is far more devastating. Jaeuk stares at the rows of broken A-tier hunters, wondering if these poor souls can ever be saved. The A-tier hunters from the colony are completely broken, suffering from severe mental trauma that leaves them utterly dazed. These high-rankers clutch their heads in agony, their minds seemingly shattered by a force they never saw coming. The mystery is solved when a disgusting parasite is pulled from a victim, revealing the true cause of their suffering. Jaeuk-ha and Silver Hunter realize this nasty critter has been leeching off life force to trigger mental breakdowns. It turns out this is the work of an S-tier hunter named Agatha, who uses these bugs as weapons. The doctor explains that while insect manipulation usually targets monsters, using it on humans is a trash-tier move. Silver Hunter listens grimly as he's told the brain damage might be permanent, without natural cell regeneration. The doctor wonders why Silver Hunter and Minu Cha weren't affected, figuring their bodies weren't suitable breeding grounds yet. To be safe, she tells the boys they need a full internal flush to ensure no parasites are hiding. The news that these bugs love nesting in the large intestine leaves our boy and the others completely dumbfounded. The terrifying realization that parasites might have laid eggs inside them sends a chill down everyone's spine. To handle the potential infestation, the doctor presents a set of rapid-effect enema kits for a deep clean. Jihyun looks like he wants to be anywhere else as the gravity of the medical procedure sinks in. He awkwardly explains that the doctor's orders are absolute, and the third kit is meant for our boy. Jihyun loses his cool when he realizes that being a high-ranking agent doesn't grant him any immunity. The doctor warns that, since he had skin contact with the culprit, he's just as much at risk. She reveals that even S-tier hunters aren't safe, as Echidna drags a completely broken Valkyrie across the floor. Echidna looks back with a sharp gaze, her thoughts swirling around the legendary name of Baphomet. Our boy senses the heavy gaze and wonders what this dangerous woman could possibly want with him. While Valkyrie rambles about her hunger, Echidna drags her away, leaving the group in a state of unease. The rogue doctor claps her hands loudly to snap everyone back to the grim reality of their situation. She barks at the group to stop idling and demands they all get a checkup immediately after finishing. The lab is a hive of activity as the staff tries to manage the growing parasite threat. Noticing how drained Jihyun looks, she offers him some water to keep him from collapsing. Jihyun tries to play it cool, promising to handle his medical needs once his workload finally clears. Despite his professional front, the sweat on his face betrays how much this incident is weighing him down. He apologizes for dragging her away from her hospital duties, wondering how she is managing her job. She nonchalantly mentions hiring a temp and admits she is happy to bill the government for the trouble. Looking completely defeated, Jihyun admits that the entire catastrophe was his own failure to manage the situation. The doctor shuts down his pity party, reminding him that she was just as involved in the mess. Jihyun is ordered to interrogate the bound Agatha to find a way to save the corrupted A-tier hunters. Despite being strapped down, Agatha looks completely unbothered and flashes a trash-tier smug smile at her captors. She mockingly notes that her new supervisor is surprisingly young, clearly trying to get under Jihyun's skin immediately. Jihyun lays down the law, warning her that any attempt to use her S-tier powers triggers an explosive collar. Agatha just laughs it off, sarcastically repeating his threat about being turned into Swiss cheese by their security lasers. When Jihyun mentions he has already briefed on her history, she just chuckles like she has nothing to hide. He leans in to begin the questioning, determined to break her composure before the situation spirals further out. Agatha watches him with predatory eyes, clearly waiting for the perfect moment to flip the script on him. She suddenly feigns pity, mockingly asking if his sour mood is because he recently got dumped by his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Jae-ka monitors the feed from afar, wondering if the interrogation is actually yielding any useful results yet. Jihyun and his colleague discuss the lack of leads on Hunter Hyper and that mysterious drug mule case. When his colleague asks who actually offed Miss No, Jihyun just plays dumb while lounging around. He suspects Jihyun is hiding something, but our boy quickly pivots the conversation toward Agatha's interrogation. Suddenly, the interrogation room door flies open, catching the two agents completely off guard. One of their own comes stumbling out, screaming that he can't handle the mental pressure anymore. It turns out this is the fourth interrogator to break down in tears after facing that monster. Despite being strapped down like a psycho, Agatha is the one holding all the cards here. She just sits there with a smug look, knowing her words are sharper than any blade. Jihyun finally steps into the room himself, and Agatha greets Mr. Ma with a chillingly familiar tone. She admits she was looking forward to seeing his face again, ready to start her next mind game. Jihyun plays it cool, jokingly questioning if he's even the type of man she usually goes for. Agatha smirks right back, claiming she could never forget the way his hands felt around her neck. Our boy just laughs it off, mockingly asking if being choked is actually one of her secret kinks. He changes the subject to her sister, reminding Agatha that she should know how frail the woman is. The atmosphere shifts instantly when Jihyun drops the bombshell that Jae-kyung is officially dead. Agatha visibly twitches, the news of her sister's passing finally cracking her cold, arrogant exterior. Jihyun watches her closely, pointing out that she doesn't seem particularly heartbroken about the tragic news. She calmly explains that shedding tears isn't necessary for sadness, and she always expected this outcome. To her, Jae-kyung was already gone since the disaster 10 years ago, only surviving for the colony. Agatha admits she's cut from the same cloth, having been practically dead inside for just as long. Agatha asks Jihyun if he knows the sting of being despised by the very people he tried to protect. She remembers the ruins where everyone she saved ran away, leaving her alone in the dust. Left to the monsters, she realized that being a hero is a total trash-tier lie. Jihyun looks her in the eye, sensing the murderous urge hiding behind her tragic backstory. He asks if her fear of being stabbed in the back led her to turn hunters into puppets. Agatha just offers a faint, mocking smile, showing she's completely cut from a different, darker cloth. Jihyun points out that her former colleagues probably felt that exact same betrayal when she enslaved them. He looms over the restrained woman, asking what she thinks those 7 hunters would do if they revived. The agent adjusts his glasses, admitting that if he were in their position, he wouldn't be merciful. He bluntly tells her that he would hunt her down and kill her without a second thought. Jihyun threatens to pump Agatha with truth serum before leaving her to rot in solitary confinement forever. He gets right in her face, promising that her days of running her mouth are officially over. Showing she is cut from a different cloth, Agatha just mocks him for being so easily rattled. As the sky darkens, the gravity of the situation begins to weigh heavy on everyone involved. The rogue agents confirm they have extracted the intel and prepare to ship their prisoner out immediately. Agatha sits bound in the shadows of the van, realizing her trash-tier schemes finally hit a wall. The heavy doors slam shut with a thud, signaling the end of her reign of terror. Jihyun watches the transport leave, his expression cold as he pulls out his phone for a call. He reports that he has found a way to revive the A-tiers, keeping his true motives hidden. Nearby, Silver Hunter looks completely dumbfounded by the chaos, his gaze filled with pure, simmering resentment. Minu-cha stares into the void, his mind racing as he processes the absolute mess they just barely survived. Sitting beside Silver Hunter, our boy realizes that everything they fought for has been completely flushed clean away. He stands up, deciding he needs to track down Ji-hyun to get some real answers about this nightmare. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a loud gurgle, shattering the heavy silence and leaving him feeling totally dumbfounded. He trembles with frustration, cursing the fact that his human body is failing him at the worst moment. Without a word, he dashes off to find food, dropping a mysterious scrap of paper in his haste. Silver Hunter is left shaking his head, wondering why the guy is acting so strange all of a sudden. He picks up the discarded card, noticing a creepy eye symbol that looks like trouble waiting to happen. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the sterile halls of the agency where the real investigation is just starting. The rogue agents pull up the records Ji-hyun requested, realizing their target is anything but a trash-tier hunter. The female agent starts digging through the files, trying to find every scrap of info available for the investigation. She pauses, her eyes widening as she notices something that doesn't add up in the digital records. Her partner notices her hesitation and asks if there's a glitch or something wrong with the data. She reveals that the profile for this D-tier hunter has completely changed right before her eyes. It turns out this guy, known as Hyper, supposedly died in a dungeon crawl 2 years ago. In a dark memory, Hyper sits alone, consumed by a frantic need to scratch at his own skin. He mutters about sacrifices, his mind clearly fractured as he prepares to carry a dark torch forward. He rips a piece of paper bearing that cursed eye symbol, a twisted smirk growing on his face. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks a nearby building, proving that some monsters believe the weak deserve to die. Jayuk Ha reflects on his old S-tier colleagues, wondering what they would do if they ever returned from the dead. He knows deep down that if they saw what he has become, they would likely hunt him down. The weight of his choices makes him stop in his tracks as the silence of the hallway grows heavy. He decides that if his death could actually bring those legends back, he would gladly offer up his life. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing, snapping him out of his dark thoughts and back to the grim reality. His subordinate calls in a panic, claiming that the D-tier hunter they have been tracking is a total fraud. Jayuk is dumbfounded when he hears that the target is actually a disguised terrorist playing them for fools. Before he can even process the news, a massive explosion rocks the entire facility and nearly knocks him over. Meanwhile, our boy Minu-cha just sits there with a cold stare, completely unfazed by the chaos unfolding nearby. He feels the floor shaking and wonders if a trash-tier earthquake is trying to ruin his peaceful brooding session. A rogue agent gets absolutely rocked with a loud bash as the facility descends into total chaos. Our boy Minu stands tall amidst a crash of debris, having effortlessly cleared out the trash-tier guards. He looms in the shadows, his presence alone enough to make any sane hunter turn and run. A dark smirk plays on his lips as he realizes how easy it is to dismantle these fools. He hears a clack of footsteps and turns to see who else is brave enough to face him. Out of the smoke, the silver-haired hunter steps forward, looking completely dumbfounded by the carnage. The newcomer demands to know why the central agency staff are all face down on the floor. Minu instantly recognizes him as one of the survivors who managed to crawl out of the colony alive. The silver-haired guy admits it takes serious guts to pull a stunt like this in here. Sensing the man's A-tier power, Minu decides he has the perfect use for this unexpected guest. The silver hunter doesn't hesitate and leaps straight at our boy, thinking he can actually take him down. Suddenly, the guy's face twists into a familiar smirk, looking exactly like the legendary hero Raven. Minu is completely dumbfounded, his eyes widening as he realizes he's looking at the face of his nemesis. The illusion of Raven drifts through the air, mocking Minu with a presence that simply shouldn't exist here. Minu tracks the movement with cold precision, his mind racing to figure out this trash-tier hunter's trick. He scoffs at the pathetic attempt, calling the guy a little brat for trying to play mind games. His eyes glow a murderous red as he decides this fake has officially crossed the line. A cold shadow falls over his face, signaling that the Demon King's patience has finally run out. With one brutal swipe, our boy shreds the imposter, leaving nothing but a bloody splatter in the air. He seethes with rage, wondering how this fool dared to copy that face right in front of him. Rogue agents scramble past while the silver-haired imposter stands perfectly still in the middle of the hallway. They call out to him as Hunter Griffin, assuming he is cut from the same cloth as the hero. Ji-hyun rushes over, looking dumbfounded, frantically telling the boy he needs to evacuate the premises for his safety. He grows more anxious by the second, asking the kid if he has any idea where Baphomet went. The agent flinches in terror, sensing a murderous intent that definitely should not belong to some trash-tier survivor. The fake hunter holds up a note, casually mentioning that the strange symbol on it isn't actually his. Jihyun snatches the evidence away, his heart sinking as he recognizes the mark of his true enemies. He demands to know who the note belonged to, but he is already talking to a dead man. Fresh blood begins to drip onto the tiles, marking the end of the fake's pathetic little charade. Our boy stands amidst the crimson mess, his arm mangled but his resolve colder than ever before. The imposter mocks Minu for ripping his arm off, claiming he must really hate looking at his own face. Our boy just tosses the limb aside, retorting that he only hates seeing a trash-tier fake imitating him. The silver-haired freak just laughs it off, apologizing with a twisted grin, as if the pain means nothing. Suddenly, the fake begins to tear at his own skin, deciding it is time for a little wardrobe change. He shifts into a familiar female form and launches a lethal high kick, trying to catch Minu off guard. Minu narrowly avoids the strike, annoyed by the constant shifting and asking if the freak is male or female. He lands a heavy counter, telling the imposter to just pick a single form and stick with it already. The girl-faced mimic coughs up blood but mocks Minu for being so picky about his opponent's appearance. The impact sends the fake tumbling back, yet the creature maintains its creepy smile despite the brutal damage. Without missing a beat, the monster starts ripping at its face again, completely unbothered by the self-inflicted gore. The imposter gathers every ounce of mana left in his broken body, desperate to turn the tides. He unleashes a blinding beam of energy, hoping this final gambit finally puts our boy in the dirt. The impact triggers a massive explosion that tears through the surroundings, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust. As the smoke hangs heavy in the air, the mimic waits breathlessly to see if his target survived. Turns out, Minu is completely unfazed, sporting a smug grin that says this trash-tier attack didn't even tickle. Before the fake can even process his failure, our boy closes the distance with terrifying, godlike speed. He delivers a brutal kick that connects right with the imposter's jaw, shattering whatever pride the creature had. The mimic is left dumbfounded and bloodied, realizing he is completely outclassed by the true Demon King power. He slumps against the debris, a broken mess of a man who thought he could actually mimic greatness. Minu just stares down at him, bored out of his mind and wondering what pathetic form he will try next. The imposter just chuckles through the blood, seemingly satisfied with the brutal beating he just took. Minu stares him down with a cold gaze, waiting for this trash-tier fake to finally stop breathing. The mimic questions if Minu is truly an A-tier, sensing a terrifying power that shouldn't even exist. He lets out a bloody grin, finally uttering the name of the legendary Demon King, Baphomet. Suddenly, Jihyun Zest bellows that name for everyone to hear, effectively blowing our boy's secret cover. Minu turns around, dumbfounded, as the agent declares that their time has officially run out. Jihyun looks completely rattled, claiming he has finally fulfilled his part of this shady, high-stakes deal. Before Minu can process the betrayal, orders ring out for the surrounding forces to stop him. Our boy realizes he fell right into a trap, his mind racing to find an escape route. The dying mimic reveals his goal was simply to be seen, exposing the Demon King to everyone. The mimic gives a final, mocking salute to Baphomet before tearing his life away with a bloody grin. Suddenly, his head erupts in a violent burst of mana, leaving the investigators with nothing but questions. Our boy watches in silence, while Jihyun breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the secret is finally out. The nearby agents are left completely dumbfounded, struggling to process the gruesome scene that just unfolded before them. Confusion ripples through the squad as they realize their primary witness just turned himself into a total mess. To keep things moving, Minu provides several sketches, asking if these portraits are sufficient for their little investigation. The doctor is shocked by his talent, but our boy just notes that boredom in the tower was real. Jihyun hands the drawings over, ordering his subordinates to hunt for any matches within the global hunter registry. While the doctor doubts the search will yield results, Minu stays disinterested, his mind clearly on bigger problems. Jihyun concludes that the mimic's body was just an ill-fitting shell, meaning the real threat is still out there. Jihyun notes that the mimic wouldn't have discarded that body so easily if it were his own vessel. He asks the doctor to check the remains for clues, though she isn't thrilled about being bossed around. As the door shuts with a clack, Jihyun turns back, with one more urgent question for our boy. He starts searching his pockets for a specific item, only to realize with a start that it's missing. Minu casually holds up a small card with a whip, asking if this was the missing piece. Jihyun is stunned he dropped it, especially since it concerns the legendary and feared hunter Baphomet. He tells Minu to follow him, deciding it's time to reveal a dark secret from 8 years ago. Walking away, he explains how he once lived only for profit, avoiding any real human connections or bonds. With a grim look, he confesses that he eventually slaughtered the very people who taught him how to feel. As Minu examines the card, Jihyun growls that those bastards are the reason he had to do it. Jihyun leads our boy into a sterile, high-tech room while signaling for him to follow closely. They pass by glowing containment units that seem to be holding artifacts from past battles. As they walk deeper into the facility, the weight of the atmosphere starts to feel incredibly heavy. Minyu remains silent, his sharp eyes scanning every corner of this mysterious, blue-lit archive. He stops in front of one specific display, noticing a familiar silhouette and a pair of crossed swords. Staring at the photo of Raven, Minyu can't shake the feeling that he's seen this man before. Jihyun explains that this place serves as a memorial for heroes who fell while clearing the towers. He points out that they preserve the signature weapons of the deceased to honor their final sacrifices. Every door in the long hallway represents a different tower that humanity managed to conquer. Our boy crosses his arms, wondering exactly which tower's records are being kept in this particular room. Minyu's eyes narrow as he stares at the memorial, feeling a strange, lingering connection to the past. The face of the legendary hero stares back, a man whose final moments remain a total mystery. Jihyun explains that they are currently standing before the records of the infamous Abyssal Tower. Hearing that name makes our boy break into a cold sweat as he realizes the gravity of it. Turns out Raven was the only one capable of clearing it, though he paid with his life. Jihyun touches the glass, admitting that they never actually recovered the hero's body from the wreckage. Minyu wonders if the rumors about someone stealing the corpse were more than just trash-tier gossip. Jihyun asks what the tower has to do with the current mess they are investigating. He reveals a hidden symbol, explaining he became a government hound just to track these bastards down. Clenching his fist, he admits he did every dirty job asked of him to reach this point. Jihyun admits he spent years doing the government's dirty work, from high-stakes assassinations to petty spy missions. Our boy listens intently as Jihyun explains how he eventually climbed the ranks to lead the rogue guild. He thought towers were outside his jurisdiction until the Abyssal Tower finally manifested and changed everything. Unlike normal dungeons, this cursed spire only allowed entry to those who met very specific, dark conditions. Most hunters felt like they were the chosen ones when they got in, completely unaware of the trap. Jihyun's expression turns grim as he describes the place as nothing more than a slaughterhouse leading to hell. Minyu is visibly dumbfounded by the term, wondering what kind of horror could earn such a gruesome title. Turns out every single hunter who entered that tower was already under investigation by Jihyun's elite unit. As the realization sinks in, Minyu starts to see the bigger picture behind this government-sanctioned hunting ground. Jihyun confirms the cold truth that every name recorded in these archives belongs to a high-profile criminal. Jihyun drops a bombshell, claiming every hunter Minyu slaughtered as Baphomet was actually a trash-tier criminal deserving death. He explains how the World Union dug deep into the origins of gates and the monsters within them. Our boy listens intently as Jihyun admits the truth they found was far too hard for anyone to swallow. Turns out hunters and demonic beasts are cut from the same cloth, sharing identical bodies except for their hearts. Minyu stands there dumbfounded, processing the fact that his former enemies were basically human reflections of himself. Jihyun kept this a secret to avoid global chaos, realizing that the line between man and monster is thin. He argues that hunters are actually worse because they choose to commit evil, unlike beasts driven by pure instinct. It seems the rogue agents viewed Baphomet as an unofficial partner who helped them clean up the trash. A cold sweat breaks out as Minyu realizes his secret identity was never really a secret at all. Minyu finally breaks the silence, asking the agent just how long he's known about his true identity as Baphomet. Yoriam Na recalls a tip from Hunter Finesse, though she never fully trusted the crossdresser's word. Minyu remembers when the mysterious system spirit first appeared, thinking she was nothing more than a ghost story. This entity promised that our boy would be the one to satisfy everyone's deepest, darkest desires. Jihyun reveals he's been watching Minyu ever since that spirit made its cryptic prophecy about him. He questions if it's really just luck that a hunter of criminals met the ultimate tower boss. Holding out a mysterious token, the agent wonders if receiving such a cursed item was truly an accident. Jihyun's gaze turns cold as he admits his only goal is to erase every trash-tier hunter from existence. To achieve his revenge, the agent is willing to strike a deal with the literal devil standing before him. He gives our boy the green light to go wild, finally addressing him by his true name, Baphomet. Suddenly, the system flashes red with a new quest, activating a charisma skill that leaves Minyu stunned. A system alert pops up showing that Jihyun's attitude toward our boy has officially shifted to sociable. The agent admits he spent years searching for answers, but turns out Minyu was the missing key. Minyu is dumbfounded and asks if his secret identity as a demonic beast will stay hidden. Jihyun doesn't care, claiming that trash-tier hunters and monsters are basically cut from the same cloth. Our boy stays silent, realizing the weight of the alliance he just formed with this cold-blooded agent. Minyu wonders if Raven committed a crime too, but the records prove the hero was perfectly clean. He suspects the system spirit is pulling the strings, and wonders how much Ra actually planned. The two stand among the archives as the tension between the Demon King and Agent slowly settles. They look at a memorial of Raven, the hero who supposedly conquered the tower without a stain. Minu watches the Agent, still skeptical about the legendary hunter that the entire world continues to idolize. Jihyun admits the agency was at their wits' end because the hero's actions simply made no sense. It turns out the legendary idol was a monster who slaughtered innocent civilians and his own trusted teammates. He even murdered the very aunt who raised him after he lost his parents to the gate shock. Minu is completely dumbfounded as the dark truth about the world's greatest hero finally comes to light. A sudden, sharp pain flares in his head as the weight of these revelations starts to take hold. Fragmented memories of a peaceful life begin to surface, clashing violently with the bloody history he is hearing. He sees the face of a dying woman, realizing the hero's path was paved with kin's blood. Then a young man appears in his mind, a survivor who was left broken by the hero's betrayal. The boy's desperate screams echo through his consciousness, forcing our boy to face a past he barely remembers. Minu staggers back, while the agent finally realizes why the hunter, known as Griffin, harbors such deep-seated hatred. Jihyun explains that the hero's massacre lacked any logical motive or the typical joy found in trash-tier psychopaths. He recalls seeing Raven at elite gatherings, where he always seemed like a ghost among the living. Even when the hero offered a smile, it felt like a hollow mask designed to hide a darker truth. Jihyun realized the man was just a lonely puppet, moving only when he received specific, unavoidable orders. Minu is visibly shaken by the mention of orders, questioning who could possibly control such a legendary powerhouse. A fragmented memory reveals that these system quests were the only thing driving the hero forward through the blood. The agent is completely dumbfounded by the term, unable to grasp the concept of being forced into quests. They pivot to the evidence at hand, realizing Hunter Hyper was the one truly involved with that mysterious paper. Jihyun tries to connect the dots between Hyper and the shadowy figure who recently stormed the central agency. Our boy finds the whole situation suspicious, noting how pointless it was to raid the facility for a meeting. Jihyun explains that the raid wasn't random, but fueled by a deep hatred for anyone who isn't a hunter. He warns that this systematic group is actively recruiting elite hunters who share their twisted, elitist worldview. Realizing the signal is being jammed, the agent suddenly bolts toward the exit to call for immediate backup. As they dash, he explains that the entire raid was just a distraction to draw attention away from them. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded when the name Hunter Agatha is brought up as their primary focus. The atmosphere grows heavy as the dark implications of their plan start to cloud the air. A gruesome scene reveals a crashed transport vehicle surrounded by the fallen, proving the attackers' utter ruthlessness. Inside the wreckage, Agatha remains tightly bound, her presence radiating a chilling and unstable energy. She suddenly jolts, her body reacting violently to the lingering trauma, or perhaps a sinister mental interference. Her deep-seated resentment for ordinary people made her the perfect, unstable pawn for this high-stakes disaster. Agatha's unstable nature flares up as the mental strain becomes far too much to bear. Her dangerous abilities begin to leak out, threatening to crush everything in her immediate vicinity. The force of her sudden outburst sends a rogue agent flying as the containment field fails. She gasps in total confusion, her mind far too fractured to process the chaos unfolding. Outside the facility, the perimeter is breached in a swift motion that goes completely unnoticed. Agatha hits the cold ground hard, still trapped in her restraints while the world spins. Tears stream down her face as a mysterious voice asks if she is still holding on. She looks up in shock when the strangers apologize for the rough treatment they just provided. These elite assassins loom over her like reapers, leaving her wondering who these intruders are. The lead killer coldly explains they have zero patience for trash-tier humans who aren't actually useful. The hooded figure stares down at Agatha, explaining how much they despise those who seize power without merit. He leans in close, his gaze cold as he declares that anything obsolete simply has no place existing. Agatha can only watch in horror as he compares humanity to nothing more than a swarm of worthless insects. The assassin rants about total annihilation, claiming these trash-tier humans aren't even worth the effort of recycling. He flashes a twisted grin, asking the broken hunter if she finally sees things from his dark perspective. She remains dumbfounded, her mind racing as she tries to make sense of this sudden, violent recruitment pitch. He raises a hand marked with a glowing eye, proudly claiming the title of the bastards who'll end it. He offers her a choice, asking if she's ready to abandon her humanity and join their radical cause. For a moment, the room goes dead quiet while Agatha stares at the floor in total, stunned silence. Suddenly, a chilling laugh escapes her lips suggesting she might be just as far gone as her captors. Agatha leans in with a twisted grin, asking when the slaughter of all those insects will finally begin. Meanwhile, the city lights flicker as an emergency call cuts through the tense atmosphere of the rogue facility. Jihan Zest keeps his cool, telling his superiors he'll handle the situation before cutting the comms. Our boy and the agent stand in the cold night air, the weight of their secrets hanging heavy. Minu breaks the silence, bluntly asking the agent if he really thinks trusting a demon king is wise. He warns that he isn't humanity's ally, and asks what the agent will do if he goes berserk. Jihyun doesn't even flinch, claiming he's already set up plenty of security measures for that exact scenario. He stares Minu down, promising that if those fail, he'll step up to put him down himself. The agent flashes a smug smile, clearly confident that he can keep a leash on a monster. Just as he tries to leave, Valkyrie suddenly appears, calling out to him and breaking the heavy tension. Valkyrie looks like a shell of her former self, the weight of her past finally catching up to her. She suddenly drops to the pavement, her knees hitting the ground as she gives up on running away. Jihyun is left dumbfounded when she desperately begs the agent to throw her in a cell for her sins. She claims she's nothing but a cold-blooded murderer, even though Jihyun tries to rationalize her actions as necessary. The hunter reveals the dark truth, admitting she fully intended to take Nen's life during that chaotic battle. Turns out, the Curse of Vanities is a double-edged sword that requires a life to be paid as a toll. She admits she chose her own survival over her comrades, effectively sacrificing Nen to keep herself breathing. Our boy just stares her down with a chilling indifference, clearly unimpressed by her sudden bout of conscience. He coldly reminds her that Nen knew the risks and simply wasn't strong enough to survive. Valkyrie snaps back in a defensive rage, asking if he really thinks her friend's death was meaningless. Valkyrie is drowning in guilt, her face shadowed by the crushing weight of her past choices. She clenches her fists, wondering if Nen's vision for the future was actually the right path. Jihyun watches her closely, admitting he can't say for sure that she didn't destroy a better world. He notes the colony produced elite hunters, while our boy just observes the exchange with cold eyes. Jihyun remembers visiting the site recently, where his agents were busy keeping the area strictly out of bounds. His men informed him that a group of persistent civilians was desperately trying to get inside. It turns out the ruins were an elderly woman's hometown, and her family wanted to honor her wish. She pleaded with the agents, hoping they would grant a dying woman's request to see her home again. Jihyun stood there in silence, feeling the heavy burden of the rules he is forced to enforce. He explains that protecting people is their priority, and the colony's end finally allowed for such simple hopes. Jihyun addresses Valkyrie, his voice heavy as he begins to recount her past actions. She stands there trembling, the weight of her trauma finally catching up to her in the cold night. Our boy and Jihyun watch her closely, waiting to see if she'll finally snap or find some peace. With tears streaming down her face, she desperately asks if what she did was actually the right choice. Jihyun tries to find the words to comfort her, but the truth is never that simple in this world. She chokes on her own breath, the overwhelming guilt and relief fighting for dominance inside her chest. Suddenly, she just loses it, bursting into a mess of hysterical wails that catch both men completely off guard. She cries out about how relieved she is, finally letting go of the burden she's carried for so long. Jihyun realizes he can't handle this emotional mess, and shifts the responsibility over to our boy. The agent pulls a total pro-gamer move and dashes away, leaving a dumbfounded Minu to deal with her. Valkyrie is still a total wreck, wailing like her world just ended right in front of her. Our boy looks on, his patience wearing thinner than a trash-tiered dungeon loot drop. She just keeps going, her sobbing getting louder and more frantic by the second. Minu is reaching his limit, wondering how a legendary mentor could be this much of a handful. Finally snapping, he grabs her and demands she shut it before he loses his mind. The sudden physical contact actually works, leaving her stunned and hiccuping in total silence. He stares her down, hoping the silence lasts longer than a few measly seconds. They lock eyes, one filled with lingering sorrow, and the other with pure, unadulterated exhaustion. But she starts wailing again, proving that even a demon king can't defeat a woman's tears. Meanwhile, a mysterious file reveals Jihyun was the sole survivor of a tragic four-man operation. Jihyun and his colleague discuss the total lack of traces regarding Agatha's current whereabouts after the chaos. While digging into team leader Na's history, they find two mysterious subordinates who knew about her secret deals. The bombshell drops that Baphomet was the one who actually took out the corrupt team leader. Jihyun stands there dumbfounded as the pieces of this high-stakes puzzle finally start clicking into place. He suddenly realizes the hunter they've been keeping under wraps is none other than the legendary Baphomet himself. Panicking, Jihyun tries to play it cool and makes a quick exit, claiming he has a pressing appointment. He slips away through the facility, his mind racing with the implications of this world-shattering revelation. Walking through the halls, he notes how persistent our boy is for tracking him down this far. He spots Minhu waiting ahead, looking every bit like a top-tier hunter despite his casual appearance. Ji-hyun puts on his professional mask and apologizes for making the young hunter travel all this way. Ji-hyun decides the lobby is way too crowded for a secret chat and suggests finding a private spot. He sets down a warm drink, trying to break the ice before they get into the heavy stuff. Turns out he's serving cocoa because he thinks our boy is too young for a caffeine kick. Minhu remains composed and agrees to keep the details of the community incident under wraps for now. Ji-hyun leans back, admitting he's actually looking to befriend a hunter with such high-tier potential. Minhu just sits there in silence, making the agent wonder if he's even getting through to him. Sensing the tension, Ji-hyun awkwardly asks if the young hunter has some kind of personal grudge. Minhu drops a bombshell, asking if the community recommendation was just a scheme to find Baphomet. He explains that reaching S rank is child's play, and he only accepted to find a real fight. With a piercing look, he clarifies that's the only reason he even entertained the agent's proposal. Minhu suggests Ji-hyun actually wants him to stay close to Baphomet, catching the agent completely off guard. Our boy stands up and thanks him for the experience while preparing to cut the meeting short. He makes it clear that if there is nothing else to discuss, he is done wasting his time. Ji-hyun is left dumbfounded, realizing he has completely lost control of the conversation to a mere kid. As Minhu walks out, the heavy atmosphere he leaves behind makes the room feel suffocatingly small. He leaves with a final, chilling presence that lingers in the air long after he is gone. Ji-hyun starts trembling, questioning how a middle schooler could possess such terrifyingly sharp hunter instincts. He realizes the monster, known as Baphomet, is going to evolve at a rate humanity cannot handle. If the day comes to stop him, the agent fears he will already be far too late to act. Minhu steps into the unknown, fully aware that he is the ultimate treasure the world is hunting. A haunting memory of Raven reminds our boy that he must eventually surpass the legendary hero's peak strength. Back in the quiet of his room, Minhu sits in silence while processing the weight of his new reality. He pulls up a system window but scoffs at a seemingly useless affection-level mechanic filled with red silhouettes. Sitting alone, he wonders why the system expects him to be affectionate toward humans when he only knows killers. He questions the true motive of the ethereal spirit using him, and what her hidden wish actually entails. It dawns on him that the system might only be tracking individuals directly tied to his own twisted fate. Suddenly, he spots a familiar face in the database, recognizing the red-haired brat known as Beelzebub. Turns out this archmage was once the tower's big boss before Baphomet forced him into total submission. Seeing the kid is still on guard, Minhu just clicks his tongue and calls his former subordinate a weakling. He leans back, realizing this trash-tier system is at least good for keeping tabs on his potential tools. Minhu continues scrolling through the trash-tier system, his expression souring as he finds another familiar face. It turns out the Reaper, Yoriam Na, is also logged into this bizarre affection-tracking database. Our boy just stares at her profile, wondering why a high-ranking hunter like her is even listed here. He studies her cold gaze, remembering their time in the tower and her hidden desire for archaeology. He narrows his eyes, suspicious of how the system calculates these connections between a demon and a human. Despite her reputation as a cold-blooded killer, her image remains static and unreadable within the red frame. Minhu reaches out to tap the screen, curious if he can dig deeper into her current status. Just as he's about to click, he hesitates, feeling like he's playing right into the system's hands. A sudden knock at the door makes him jump, forcing him to kill the interface before getting caught. He looks toward the entrance with a murderous glare, clearly annoyed that someone dared to interrupt his private brooding. Minhu swings the door open, ready to snap at whoever interrupted his private investigation. Instead, he finds Echidna and Valkyrie standing there, casually greeting him by his legendary demon name. He asks what could possibly bring them to his doorstep, only to be told they have official business. Our boy just stares them down, feeling like these two are definitely cut from a troublesome cloth. The mood shifts when little Jinwoo pops out, rubbing his belly and asking for a snack. The kid freezes up when he realizes his brother actually has people over for once. Echidna's expression softens into a predatory sort of charm as she focuses her attention on the boy. She greets him warmly, making it clear she's been keeping tabs on Minus' entire domestic life. While the sun beats down on the quiet roof, the atmosphere inside is getting more complicated by the second. Finally, she formally introduces herself as the Ark Guild's leader, demanding Minhu use her professional codename. Minhu grows suspicious and asks his little brother how he could possibly be acquainted with such a woman. Echidna just wears a smug smile and offers to explain the history behind their unexpected connection. The narrative jumps back a few weeks, to a time when the guild was hunting for fresh blood. They were playing nice, promising to accommodate any conditions just to secure a contract with a top-tier prospect. While out for a drive, Echidna tries to finalize the arrangements over the phone with her usual confidence. Her driver is left completely dumbfounded when the conversation suddenly takes a very unexpected and awkward turn. It turns out the target has officially declined, choosing to put off joining the guild for the time being. The excuse is pure madness, claiming he is uncomfortable with the high number of female members in their ranks. The assistant fumes with rage, unable to believe a hunter would actually let trash-tier rumors dictate his career. Both women are left reeling, realizing that this mysterious guy is far more difficult and harsh than they anticipated. Echidna regrets her choices, thinking she should have recruited the prospect herself instead of sending the careless lead jury. She realizes that finding and raising hidden gems might be better than dealing with current trash-tier hunter prospects. When the driver gets lost on a hillside, Echidna doesn't mind since they are just driving to clear thoughts. Meanwhile, our boy Jinwoo is busy navigating the neighborhood, while a persistent girl follows his every step. The girl begs for some attention, but Jinwoo coldly dismisses her because he has much more important business. He mentions a meal at a friend's house, which only makes the girl even more jealous and loud. Jinwoo finds the constant nagging completely unfair and reaches his limit with the annoying neighborhood drama. He stops abruptly, leaving the girl confused as he prepares to ditch her with a flashy move. He executes a massive flying jump down the stairs, showing he is clearly cut from a different cloth. Jinwoo warns her to stop following him, leaving the poor girl completely dumbfounded by his sudden escape. The neighbor girl's foot slips on the concrete, turning her persistent chase into a total disaster. She tumbles headfirst down the stairs while Jinwoo watches in horror, unable to reach her. Our boy is paralyzed with fear, realizing his attempt to ditch her might end in tragedy. Suddenly, a precise blast of wind magic erupts, catching the girl before she hits the pavement. A mysterious figure sweeps in to save her, showing off reflexes that are clearly top tier. Turns out Echidna was lurking nearby and asks the trembling girl if she is actually all right. As a car screeches to a halt, the guildmaster's attention snaps toward the bewildered Jinwoo. She looks on with pure predatory hunger, convinced she has just discovered a rare, unpolished gem. She flashes a bright, trash-tier fake smile and starts digging for info about his family. Jinwoo admits he is an orphan, explaining his brother is a hunter currently dealing with a major offer. Echidna asks for the brother's code name, and Jinwoo casually drops the name Baphomet, leaving her completely dumbfounded. The guildmaster and her assistant freeze in terror, realizing this kid is related to the legendary monster. Echidna can't help but curse her luck as Jinwoo stares back, totally clueless about the bombshell he just dropped. Later, Echidna recounts the story of their meeting, her trash-tier fake smile replaced by a look of genuine calculation. Valkyrie is stunned to learn our boy was hiding in plain sight within the hunter community all along. Back at home, Minu scolds his little brother for being reckless with his magic and drawing unwanted attention. Echidna gets straight to the point, offering to enroll Jinwoo in a prestigious hunter training school for free. She slides over a formal contract, explaining how the government is now desperate to scout young, talented prospects. Looking like a predatory shark, she promises to sponsor his entire education and provide every resource he needs. However, the catch is simple. Once he graduates, Jinwoo must sell his soul to the Arc Guild forever. Echidna insists Jinwoo could be a legendary mage, but Minu shuts her down, saying he's already there. She tries to play nice, kneeling down to present the contract to the two brothers. Minu isn't impressed at all, coldly asking if this trash-tier offer is really all she has. Echidna starts sweating when our boy points out her lopsided deal is way too demanding for the rewards. He gets heated, reminding her of the millions she wasted just to grab a few strands of hair. Suddenly, the realization hits Echidna like a truck as she finally connects the dots to Baphomet. She remembers the pool incident and realizes Minu is definitely the type to hold a serious grudge. Minu just crosses his arms, coolly mentioning that a wise man's revenge is never too late. He drops another bombshell, noting he can just enroll Jinwoo himself without her shady guild's help. Unless she shows some real sincerity, Minu is ready to walk away, leaving Echidna to rethink her plan. Echidna drops to her knees, desperately throwing every luxury she can think of at our boy's feet. She lists off insane perks like luxury resort memberships, leaving both brothers looking completely dumbfounded. The bribes keep piling up, including unlimited first-class travel that would make any normal hunter's head spin. She even promises him permanent access to every 5-star resort under her guild's massive corporate umbrella. With a desperate, shaky smile, she prepares to drop her biggest bribe yet to stop him from leaving. Echidna offers a literal penthouse overlooking the Han River, trying to buy his loyalty with pure, cold cash. Despite the mountain of riches, Cha and Jinwoo just sit there in a heavy, unimpressed silence. Even for a former demon king, the sheer scale of this desperate bribe is almost too much. Cha glances over at his brother, weighing if this trash-tier guild leader finally found a worthy price. Jinwoo stays quiet, secretly reflecting on how he only embraced this human life because of his brother. Cha listens as his brother complains about being forced into a human life without any magical perks. Echidna practically glows with relief, sensing a golden opportunity to finally get on our boy's good side. Our boy coolly explains that he's too busy hunting, so Echidna should just give those luxury bribes to Jinwoo. Jinwoo is completely dumbfounded, realizing his brother just handed him a literal mountain of corporate riches and status. The kid immediately starts panicking, swearing that he will be the most obedient little brother in history from now. He is so desperate to secure this trash-tier guild's wealth that he promises his eternal loyalty right there. Suddenly, Jinwoo tackles his brother in a massive hug, leaving the two powerful women standing there totally confused. This sudden outburst of brotherly affection actually causes the Archmage Beelzebub's trust level to hit an all-time high. As the high-stakes negotiation winds down, the scene shifts to the quiet, narrow alleyway outside their modest home. Echidna wastes no time cornering the boy outside, whispering that accepting her massive bribes is best for his brother. Valkyrie remarks that it's usually a struggle for ordinary people to survive once they've awakened into this brutal world. She then leans in, asking if our boy already forgot the specific promise he made during their previous encounter. With a playful glint in her eyes, she reminds him that he actually agreed to go on a date. Later that night, Valkyrie sits alone on a cold bench, looking completely haunted by her past failures and regrets. The mental strain finally becomes too much, and she begins to sob quietly while hiding her face in shame. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy step breaks the silence as someone approaches the broken hunter in the darkness. Cha appears and unceremoniously dumps a mountain of cheap convenience store snacks right in front of her. Valkyrie stares at the pile of sweets, feeling completely dumbfounded by such a blunt and unexpected display of concern. Our boy just stands there with his usual stoic face, internally questioning if this was a trash-tier way to help. He awkwardly explains that he heard eating sweet things is the best way to improve a person's miserable mood. Valkyrie is absolutely stunned that someone like the former Demon King would actually show her such genuine kindness. She starts wailing again, but this time, it is because she is deeply moved by his snack delivery. Minyu scratches his head, feeling awkward since he thought this trash-tier tactic only worked on actual children. After finally calming down, she looks at him with a newfound intensity, her mind clearly forming a plan. She tells him there is only one real way to make her stop crying for good this time. To our boy's complete shock, she boldly demands that he take her out on a proper date. The next day, the sun rises over the bustling streets of Seoul as the city returns to normal. Life goes on for the civilians, oblivious to the god-tier entities walking among them in the urban shadows. Minyu stands outside, checking his phone and wondering why she is already nearly 30 minutes late to meet. He senses someone approaching, noticing the surrounding crowd is already losing their minds over her stunning appearance. The local civilians can't believe their eyes as a literal goddess walks through their mundane neighborhood. Her golden hair flows like silk, capturing the attention of every trash-tier passerby in the vicinity. Valkyrie strolls through the streets, feeling the weight of 1,000 stares, but only focusing on her destination. She looks around nervously, her heart racing as she searches for the one man who doesn't worship her. Our boy Minyu just stands there with his usual deadpan expression, completely unfazed by the surrounding commotion. She finally spots him and dashes over, frantically apologizing for keeping a former Demon King waiting so long. Turns out, she spent hours panicking over her outfit because she desperately wanted to look perfect for him. To make up for her tardiness, she offers to treat him to the most expensive lunch in the city. While she rambles about 5-star reservations, Minyu simply points toward a nearby spot that caught his eye. He decides on a premium beef joint, proving that even a reincarnated legend appreciates a good meal. Valkyrie just blinks in silence, watching the legendary Demon King devour plate after plate of premium beef. Minyu notices her hesitation and asks why she isn't eating, but she just tells him to keep enjoying. She watches him chew, realizing that despite his terrifying past, our boy really just has a massive appetite. Her jaw drops when he casually orders 4 more servings without even breaking a sweat. The final bill ends up being a cool $1,000, a price tag that would make any hunter weep. Stepping outside, Minyu pats his stomach while Valkyrie stares at the receipt, feeling completely drained by the experience. She can't believe the great Baphomet has such a bottomless pit for a stomach, though he seems satisfied. When he suggests they head home now, she's absolutely dumbfounded that he thinks the day is already over. She insists this is supposed to be a real date, wondering if he's just messing with her feelings. Turns out the legendary S-tier hunter has zero experience with romance, admitting she's never actually been on one. Valkyrie can hardly believe her ears, wondering if this absolute powerhouse has truly never experienced a simple date. Our boy bluntly confirms the truth, leaving her completely speechless that someone with his looks is so inexperienced. She stares at him in a total daze, struggling to process how a legendary entity could be such a novice. When she pushes further about past relationships, Minu just shrugs it off, as if it is a meaningless detail. She nearly has a meltdown, looking at him like he is some kind of rare, exotic animal she just discovered. The realization that he has been single his entire life makes her brain short-circuit while he just gets annoyed. Suddenly, she remembers hearing stories about guys who hide their true, handsome selves behind a gloomy, quiet exterior. She begins to imagine him as a reserved student wearing glasses, keeping his god-tier status a total secret. In her head, he is the ultimate hidden gem, a handsome nerd that the rest of the world overlooked. She starts squealing with pure delight over the trope, while Minu wonders why she is acting so incredibly strange. Valkyrie stops dead in her tracks, her mind racing as she realizes something massive about the former Demon King. She starts thinking that every single human thing they do together might be a brand new experience for him. Her imagination goes into overdrive as she wonders if she could actually end up being his first girlfriend. She starts squealing and running around like a schoolgirl, while our boy just watches her with pure annoyance. Minu asks what is wrong with her, but she just tells him her real name is Juri Lee. She insists he stops using her hunter code name because she wants this to feel more personal. To her, this isn't just two hunters hanging out. It is a legitimate date between a man and woman. Minu stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how her brain even works. They eventually make it to the aquarium, a place far removed from the gritty towers he usually clears. While she excitedly explores the exhibits, the reincarnated Demon King just follows along, feeling totally out of his element. Juri leads the way into the glowing blue depths, acting like she's finally escaped the tower's suffocating walls. Our boy follows, with his hands in his pockets, looking like he's just waiting for the next disaster. He watches the massive creatures glide through the water, finding the silence of the aquarium almost unnerving. Even here, his sharp eyes are constantly scanning for exits, because a true hunter never lets his guard down. They stand together in the dim light, two monsters hiding in plain sight among a crowd of oblivious civilians. She gives him a soft, satisfied look, clearly pleased that he hasn't tried to ditch her just yet. The peaceful atmosphere takes a back seat when they find a shooting range, finally giving them something to kill. Juri grips the toy gun with a terrifying level of focus, treating the game like a life-or-death mission. She clears the targets with ease, her movements so fluid that the casual onlookers are left completely dumbfounded. She lets out a playful laugh at her victory, while Minu just watches her with his usual stoic annoyance. Minu grips the rifle, his ancient instincts making the plastic toy feel like a deadly instrument of war. A cold smirk creeps onto his face as he prepares to show these civilians what a real predator looks like. Our boy starts blasting with such terrifying speed that Yoriam is left absolutely dumbfounded by his precision. He finishes the round effortlessly, expecting a reward befitting a king, but the atmosphere suddenly turns awkward. The staff apologetically explains that hunters are strictly prohibited from taking home any of the high-value prizes. Minu is visibly irritated, realizing his god-tier effort was essentially wasted on a trash-tier technicality. To smooth things over, the worker offers them a couple of small trinkets as a participation trophy. It's just a tiny, fluffy cat keychain, a far cry from the legendary loot he's used to. Yoriam gleefully compares her white charm to his black one, while Minu questions his life choices. Suddenly, a piercing scream cuts through the fun, instantly snapping both hunters back into their lethal combat mindsets. A little girl is wailing for her mom, and our boy realizes the emergency was just a lost kid. The mall atmosphere remains calm as the sun begins to set on their surprisingly normal outing. Yoriam decides to play the hero by gifting their hard-earned cat keychains to stop the child's tears. She waves goodbye while internally mourning the loss of their matching couple items as Minu watches. With the crisis averted, she suggests grabbing dinner, and Minu agrees to keep the date going. Nearby, a couple of students are debating their own dinner plans, completely unaware of the hunters. The girl student insists on picking the menu this time, tired of eating meat every single day. Suddenly, the boy approaches them and starts babbling in a language that sounds like absolute gibberish. Minu wonders if they are dealing with foreigners, while Yoriam just offers a polite, awkward apology. She shamelessly admits to herself that English is her weakness, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. She pulls out her phone to show a rare, soft side by sharing a photo of her family. While her parents handle the farm life, her little sister is the one currently living by her side. As they walk, She reveals the heavy truth about her birth mother's passing and her father's remarriage. Our girl explains that her name Juri actually started as Julia before she fully embraced her Korean roots. Her father fled to Korea, specifically to escape the haunting memories of the woman he tragically lost. Growing up with a complete family was her ultimate dream, making her cherish every single day. That deep-rooted love is the fuel that drives her to keep fighting in this trash-tier hunter world. She is determined to stay true to her convictions, even when the path ahead looks dark and uncertain. Her goal is simple: protect the fragile peace of the ordinary people walking these dangerous streets. She beams at our boy, making it clear that everyone's happiness is a treasure worth dying for. Yoriam finally lets out a genuine smile, momentarily forgetting the heavy burden of her family's tragic past. Our boy is caught completely off guard by her sudden warmth, his sharp instincts momentarily failing him. He stares back with a serious expression, trying to read the intentions behind her unusually soft gaze. Minu bluntly tells her she looks much better laughing than crying, even addressing her by her Korean name. The unexpected compliment hits her like a truck, leaving the S-class hunter completely dumbfounded and blushing hard. Sensing the awkward tension, our boy starts walking toward a restaurant to satisfy his growing hunger. She stands there shivering in place, her heart racing as she struggles to process his surprisingly kind words. Suddenly, she whips around with a look of pure determination, refusing to let this moment slip away. With all her might, she screams out that she likes him, catching the former Demon King totally off balance. Her face turns a deep shade of crimson as she prepares to ask him a life-changing question. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded as the S-class hunter drops the ultimate bombshell, asking to be his girlfriend. The air between them turns heavy, with the former Demon King struggling to process such a sudden romantic ambush. Yoriam realizes he's genuinely clueless, wondering if he even understands the basic concept of liking another human being. She gets visibly annoyed, asking if he spent his entire life hiding in the mountains away from civilization. It dawns on her that he's never dated or been in a relationship, making him an incredibly interesting enigma. Taking a breath, she tries to find the right words to explain how these complex human emotions actually work. She explains that liking someone means you can't stop thinking about them, no matter how hard you try. Minu listens in silence, his sharp eyes reflecting the realization that these strange symptoms might actually be affection. She admits that while it's hard to define, the feeling strikes a chord deep within your very soul. With a soft smile, she confirms that her feelings for him are a perfect combination of all those things. Yoriam stops mid-sentence, wondering if our boy actually processed a single word of her heartfelt confession. She notices his blank stare and asks why he's looking at her like he's seen a ghost. As night falls over the city, the heavy atmosphere of their conversation lingers in the cool evening air. Back at home, a white cat rubs against her legs, providing a small comfort after such an intense day. Yoriam tries to relax in her room, but her mind is still racing with thoughts of the oblivious hunter. Suddenly, her phone vibrates, snapping her out of her daze as she sees an unexpected name on the screen. She picks up, stunned that he's actually calling her so late after their awkward parting earlier. She brings up the colony, half expecting him to hang up again, just like he did the last time. Her eyes go wide when he says something completely out of character, leaving her utterly speechless and confused. She immediately accuses him of being drunk, but Minu calmly insists he's perfectly sober for once. Minu stands overlooking the city, finally dropping the bomb and asking her out on a proper date. Yoriam admits they haven't known each other long, but she truly admires his composure during tower raids. She confesses that her curiosity about his life outside of hunting is exactly why she agreed to go. However, her expression sours as she realizes our boy has a knack for ruining the mood with his antics. Instead of a romantic evening, Minu ends up battered and bandaged, staring blankly from a hospital bed. She sits by his side, wondering how a simple outing turned into a medical emergency for the former Demon King. The absurdity of the situation hits her, questioning who actually manages to get hospitalized during a first date. Fast forward to a different day, and she finds herself waiting outside a local coffee shop for their retry. She takes a nervous sip of her drink, trying to keep her cool despite the previous disaster. Checking the time, she realizes she's 10 minutes early, and wonders if she's being a bit too eager. Yoriam fixes her makeup, still unable to believe that our boy actually had the guts to ask her out. She clicks her compact shut, trying to settle the nervous energy before their big retry at a normal date. She tells herself this is just an investment, since the former Demon King is becoming a top-tier mercenary. Looking at her reflection, she admits he's actually quite handsome, provided she can look past his trash-tier personality. 10 minutes pass and she sits alone, maintaining her composure while waiting for the guest of honor to arrive. After 25 minutes, she's glued to her phone, wondering if she's being ghosted by the world's strongest hunter. She begins to fume as nearby whispers about a traffic accident reach her ears, fueling her growing anxiety. 40 minutes in, she finally snaps and stands up, ready to hunt him down for leaving her hanging. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name, making her heart skip a beat as she turns to face him. She dashes toward Minu, berating him for being late and ignoring her calls while he just stands there dumbfounded. Minu arrives, looking like he crawled out of a blender, lamely claiming he just tripped on the way. Yoriam isn't buying the excuse, wondering how an A-tier hunter manages to obliterate his phone during a fall. She gives him a skeptical look, sensing our boy is definitely hiding the truth behind those fresh scratches. Deciding to move on, she reveals she booked movie tickets, since he clearly didn't plan a single thing. Suddenly, Minu catches her completely off guard by pulling out a single purple rose as a peace offering. It's a small, quiet gesture, but the sight of the flower leaves the usually sharp Reaper totally speechless. He maintains a serious expression, making it impossible to tell if he's being sincere or just trash tier at dating. She offers a flustered thanks, her cold composure finally cracking as she processes the unexpected romantic turn. They eventually make it to the theater kiosks, trying their best to blend in with the normal civilian crowd. As the movie begins, the high-stakes drama on the screen feels strangely familiar to their own chaotic lives. Yoriam tries to focus on the screen, but her mind is still reeling from that unexpected floral peace offering. She wonders why a guy usually so trash tier at social cues would suddenly pull such a smooth move. Glancing at him, she starts to question if there is a softer side to the legendary Baphomet she missed. Suddenly, she realizes our boy is actually fast asleep, completely ignoring the high-stakes drama playing out before them. When his head finally thumps onto her shoulder, she can't help but feel a bit dumbfounded by his audacity. Her frustration turns to pure dread as she notices him trembling and breaking out into a heavy, pained sweat. Seeing blood trickle down his face, she realizes he was pushing his broken body way past its absolute limit. The romantic night takes a dark turn as they end up racing toward the nearest emergency medical center. Minu eventually wakes up looking like a mummy, casually admitting he got wrecked by several cars and a truck. He tries to spring out of bed to finish the date, but she reminds him the movie is long over. Yoriam suggests calling it a day so our boy can rest, knowing he'd stubbornly refuse to admit his exhaustion. Minu admits he wanted to confirm something today, leaving Yoriam completely dumbfounded as they walk through the hospital. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit bursts into the scene, shouting Yoriam's name with an air of authority. The pair turns to face the intruder, who looks like he's cut from the same cloth as the elite. Yoriam's uncle begins to tremble, his eyes wide with disbelief as he processes the sight of the battered hunter. He points a finger in pure outrage, demanding to know if this bandaged guy is actually Yoriam's boyfriend. The story moves to the Heaven, a luxury hotel that serves as a backdrop for high-stakes corporate power plays. In the shadows of the lounge, the elite discuss the recent chaos that landed their successor in the hospital. The uncle reflects on how shocked he was when Director CO called to report the emergency hospital visit. Scanning Minu's file, he decides that being an A-tier hunter is the bare minimum for dating his niece. Yoriam snaps back at her uncle, furious that he would dare run a background check on her friend. The uncle remains cold, giving a subtle nod to his secretary to initiate their pre-planned distraction. Manager Lee suddenly interrupts, insisting that Yoriam must discuss urgent hotel renovations right this second. As she is ushered away, our boy realizes this is a classic setup to get him alone. With the girl finally out of the picture, the uncle prepares to give it to him straight. He slides a thick white envelope across the table, a move straight out of a trash-tier drama. The demand is simple: take the bribe and stay far away from his niece. Minu just stares back, feeling like he has seen this exact cliché play out on television before. He tries to explain there is nothing going on, but the elite snob is already set in his ways. The uncle refuses to allow a hunter near her, claiming they are nothing but a bad influence. The uncle explains that Yoriam is the heir to this massive hotel empire and must be protected. He reveals that her mother's death during a gate shock is the only reason she became a hunter. The elite snob is determined to force her out of the business before things get even more dangerous. Our boy just scoffs, finding the old man's attempt at controlling her life to be absolutely hilarious. Minu tells him straight that it is her choice, and the family is way out of line here. He mocks the bribe, noting he can earn that much in a few tower raids without the drama. Standing up to leave, Minu calls the meeting a waste of time and heads back to his date. As he walks away, the uncle's dark warning about regret falls on completely deaf ears. The uncle sits there dumbfounded, realizing this hunter is not the pushover he expected him to be. He quickly pivots his strategy, mentioning a specific restaurant their group owns to set a new trap. The uncle starts hyping up a world-class chef who only serves 20 lucky people a day. Our boy's ears perk up instantly at the mention of a legendary meal called the Taste of the Divine. Sensing a weakness, the uncle offers to pull some strings, since getting a table is normally impossible. He goes for the throat, promising Minu a lifetime of this god-tier food if he just dumps Yoriam. Without a second thought, Minu agrees to the deal, leaving Yoriam absolutely dumbfounded by his betrayal. She slams the table in a rage, unable to believe her partner would sell her out for a snack. Yoriam mocks the trash-tier bribe, calling the whole situation a scene straight out of a cheap soap opera. She tries to save face by claiming their relationship is strictly professional, and he's just a hired mercenary. Despite her words, she can't help but glance at him, wondering if he's actually serious about the food. She stares him down, convinced her internal radar for trash-tier boyfriends is finally sounding the alarm. Minu realizes he can't keep playing along with the uncle's trash-tier games while holding onto a massive secret. Yoriam tries to act tough, claiming she could never imagine actually kissing a guy like our boy. Hearing her blatant lie makes Minus' eyes light up with a dangerous amount of amusement and disbelief. She keeps rambling about how physical contact defines a real relationship, completely unaware of the trap she's set. A sudden, mocking laugh interrupts her speech, leaving her dumbfounded as she tries to figure out what's funny. Minu completely loses his cool, cackling loudly while the uncle and Yoriam stare at him in pure confusion. He finally settles down, his expression shifting into a smug look that signals he's about to win. Our boy drops the ultimate bombshell, casually reminding her that they have already crossed that romantic line. He brings up the night they cleared the Tower of Sanctum, when she got completely wasted at the restaurant. With a sharp look, he confirms that she was the one who locked lips with him that night. The blurry memory of that drunken night flashes back, proving our boy isn't just making things up for fun. The tension in the room reaches a breaking point as the truth finally settles between the three of them. Minu stands tall, enjoying the absolute chaos he just unleashed on the girl's carefully constructed lies. Yoriam's brain completely short-circuits, her face twisting into a mask of pure horror at the sudden revelation. She starts trembling, desperately claiming she only has a habit of eating floor scraps when wasted, not kissing. As the realization sinks in, she looks like she's seen a ghost while Minu continues playing the victim. Our boy leans into the drama, pointing a finger and threatening to sue her for being a total predator. Having won the argument, he turns on his heel and walks away, leaving her calling out in a panic. Outside the luxury hotel, the sun begins to set on what was supposed to be a simple family meeting. Yoriam chases after him, her footsteps echoing as she tries to fix the mess her drunken self created. Yoriam reaches out, desperately trying to stop him before he disappears into the night. Our boy spins around with a look that says he's absolutely done with her nonsense today. He waits in silence, his expression demanding a much better explanation than those trash-tier lies. She starts sweating, trying to find the right words to fix the massive mess she's made. When she offers another movie or dinner to make up for it, he shuts her down instantly. He recalls the secret archives where Ji-hyun revealed the disturbing truth about the world's so-called heroes. Yoriam realizes that if his claims are true, then the legendary Raven was a complete fraud. Their shadows stretch across the pavement as she finally offers a genuine apology for her behavior. A cold breeze rustles the trees, matching the heavy, awkward tension hanging between the two hunters. Minu just checks his phone, completely unfazed while she stands there waiting for any sign of forgiveness. Minu keeps tapping his phone, signaling he's completely done with this awkward and exhausting conversation. Yoriam feels the pressure mounting, her usual confidence replaced by cold sweat and a heavy, nervous silence. When he mentions he's just calling a taxi, her anxiety starts reaching absolute trash-tier levels. She awkwardly wonders if he only suggested a date because of their kiss, desperately hoping for some validation. Her eyes widen in realization as she finally sees how little he actually cares about her feelings. Our boy doesn't even offer a glance, walking right past her like she's just a total stranger. A taxi screeches to a halt, and she calls out his name, desperately trying to stop his departure. The car roars to life and speeds away, leaving her standing there alone in the cold night. She watches the vehicle disappear, dumbfounded that she's been left behind so easily by Minu. Left alone in the quiet street, she's forced to face the reality of her own failing schemes. Looking out over the glittering city lights, a mysterious voice muses about the luxury successful people enjoy. The figure admits he finally understands why humans are so desperate to climb the social ladder for this view. A dark, predatory smirk creeps across his face as he prepares to mess with our boy's head. The spirit bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter, clearly finding the current situation absolutely peak comedy. Minu is left completely dumbfounded as the lights suddenly flash on, breaking his gloomy trance. Sitting on the couch dazed, Minu wonders why his companion is casually hanging out in a bathrobe. The spirit mocks him relentlessly, asking if he's just acting out because his little date ended in disaster. Minu grits his teeth in pure annoyance, his patience reaching trash-tier levels as the teasing continues. Echo continues to poke the bear, laughing about how the mighty Baphomet has actually fallen for a mere human. It turns out the spirit sent a familiar to spy, proving Minu was too distracted to notice his surroundings. Minu stands outside a flower shop, wondering if he should actually buy a bouquet for his date. Our boy looks completely lost, questioning if flowers would even fix the mess he's in right now. Echo lounges back in a bathrobe, mockingly reminding him that humans usually say love is totally blind. Minu lets out a heavy sigh, telling the spirit to shut up while his humanity is being questioned. The mood shifts as Echo warns him that getting attached to humans only leads to blood and tragedy. Suddenly, Echo checks the time and panics because they're late for a special organic lettuce tasting event. The spirit starts screaming that home-cooked meals are non-negotiable, showing off his weirdly domestic side. Minu just watches him with a trash-tier expression, told to hurry up and get ready for the trip. As Echo scurries off, Minu realizes the spirit has basically made himself at home in his apartment. He can't help but roast the spirit for being a picky eater, despite just being a supernatural fly. The scene shifts to a quiet medical facility, where our boy is supposedly recovering from his recent accident. The doctor is baffled that he's fine after a car hit, but Minu just says it's none of her business. She keeps digging, asking if his body feels weird after the colony incident, but he just shuts her down. When she tries to pivot to a friendly lunch, our boy remains a total iron wall, showing zero interest. The mood gets serious when she hands over a classified report sent directly from the rogue agency's team leader. The file triggers a dark memory of a mentor Minu met right after he first became a hunter. It turns out the report analyzes a horrific specimen, a necromantic entity that once turned that mentor's wife into a monster. Minus' eyes sharpen as he realizes the sheer depravity of the data he is currently looking at. The doctor shudders, explaining the creature was a stitched-together nightmare made from several different human bodies. She concludes it is the work of a psychopathic magic-type hunter who kills just for the sake of entertainment. Minu stares at the data, finally understanding why that grotesque, multi-eyed entity made his skin crawl so much. The doctor explains that these untraceable disappearances have been a massive headache for the rogue agency's team leader. She wonders if our boy and Mr. Ma have actually reconciled since he personally requested this delivery. Minu keeps his guard up, knowing that the agent is one of the few who knows his true identity. He stays silent, his sharp eyes scanning for any hidden motives behind this sudden flow of classified information. The doctor then drops a bombshell, asking if the agent mentioned the 7 teammates he supposedly slaughtered himself. She hints at her own dark involvement in that tragedy, before telling him to get the truth from Ma. As she watches him, she finds it hard to believe the agent shared such secrets with a test subject. Suddenly, a young patient in a hospital gown sprints past them, desperately trying to escape his scheduled treatment. Minu is left dumbfounded as he notices a strange, unnatural bulge suddenly forming beneath the fleeing kid's clothes. A massive, muscular arm suddenly flexes, stopping the fleeing patient dead in his tracks with overwhelming power. This absolute unit of a nurse effortlessly hauls the brat over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He looks way too cheerful for someone dealing with a runaway, sporting a suspiciously friendly and wide grin. The guy casually greets the doctor, acting like catching escaping patients is just part of his morning cardio. The doctor introduces him as Jaeho Jang, a guild member who is finally back from his paternity leave. Jaeho beams at our boy, claiming he has heard plenty of rumors about the infamous and powerful Minu Cha. Just as things get interesting, another staff member calls the doctor away for an urgent medical matter. Left alone with this giant, Minu stays silent, trying to gauge if this guy is actually a threat. Our boy decides he has seen enough weirdness for one day, and prepares to make a quick exit. But before he can move, Jaeho leans in close, catching him completely off guard with his incredible speed. Jaeho gets way too close, gushing about how handsome our boy is in person. Minu just stands there dumbfounded, while the giant assumes he's a total hit with all the lady hunters. Jaeho's eyes are practically shimmering with an intensity that's honestly a bit much for a hospital hallway. Our boy narrows his eyes, wondering if this guy is actually insane or just incredibly annoying. The big guy doesn't back off, his gaze filled with an overwhelming amount of weirdly positive energy. Minu is completely thrown off his game, unable to read what this over-the-top guild member really wants. Jaeho Jang gives a cheeky wink and a thumbs up, declaring, Minu is popular with the guys too. After that awkward encounter, our boy finally manages to slip out of the building and into the city. He stands on the sidewalk, letting the cool air clear his head from that suffocatingly cheerful conversation. Our boy is left wondering if that whole sparkling eye routine was a genuine compliment or a subtle insult. Minu is still reeling from the big guy's claim that he's a total hit with the lady hunters. He can't help but recall a past moment when a certain blonde hunter actually confessed her feelings. Our boy just scratches his head, feeling totally awkward about how complicated these human interactions can be. He mutters to himself about how he didn't reincarnate into a human body just for this romantic crap. Even his spirit friend Echo shows up to mock him, asking if the Demon King has fallen for humans. Minu defensively claims that humans are nothing more than toys, desperately trying to save face in front of Echo. Suddenly, he hears a woman nearby laughing about someone who thought a kiss actually meant they were liked. The realization hits him like a physical blow, leaving him completely dumbfounded as his confidence suddenly shatters. The woman keeps walking, mocking the guy who was actually dumb enough to ask her out on a date. Our boy stands there in stunned silence, realizing he's been played for a total fool by a mere human. The women keep laughing, mocking how some guys probably already named their future grandkids after just one date. They joke that being even slightly nice makes these delusional men think they have actually found the one. Our boy finally hits his limit, looming over them with a terrifying gaze that sends them running in fear. He stares dead ahead, forced to listen to the nauseatingly sweet nicknames humans use when they are in love. Watching a couple feed each other snacks makes his skin crawl, feeling totally out of place in this city. His eyes grow cold as he starts a silent countdown, his patience for this romantic garbage finally hitting zero. He vanishes in a flash, rushing past the happy pair before he does something he might actually regret later. Everywhere he turns, he sees humans trapped in these sparkly, trash-tier delusions of perfect and happy relationships. He pauses, genuinely dumbfounded as to why these weak creatures prioritize such fleeting and illogical feelings over everything else. Even seeing young students acting all lovey-dovey makes the former Demon King wonder if humanity is just beyond saving. Minu looks around, wondering why the world suddenly feels like a trash-tier romance novel. Everywhere he looks, civilians are glued to each other, lost in their own sparkly little worlds. Our boy is genuinely dumbfounded by the sheer number of people wasting time on such fleeting nonsense. Even the local strays are getting in on the action, rubbing it in his face with feline affection. He stands there, feeling like the only sane person in a sea of annoying pests and sparkly delusions. The former Demon King's mood hits rock bottom as he realizes he needs a serious distraction. He decides he needs something to scrub this nauseatingly sweet atmosphere from his mind. He turns away from the crowd, his sharp eyes scanning the street for a way out of this nightmare. Suddenly, a realization hits him like a bolt of lightning, and he knows exactly what to do. He cracks his knuckles, ready to find a much more satisfying way to spend his afternoon. Minu-cha stretches his arms, ready to trade this romantic atmosphere for some good old-fashioned digital violence. He stares ahead with a sharp gaze, noting that it's been far too long since he's done this. Our boy locks his sights on a classic cabinet, determined to finally conquer the high score this time around. Meanwhile, across the street at a local cafe, the mood is significantly less playful and much more tense. Ji-hyun looks completely caught off guard when she hears Minu-cha's name brought up so suddenly. Yoryam-na apologizes for the ambush, explaining that Ji-hyun is the only one who knows both her and Baphomet. She sighs deeply, admitting she's at a total loss on how to actually get along with the mysterious hunter. She then turns the tables, asking Ji-hyun if she has even the slightest bit of interest in him herself. While the girls hash out their feelings, the local arcade becomes the stage for a different kind of battle. Minu-cha steps inside, his mind focused solely on the game as he leaves the world's nonsense behind. The clerk gives a standard, weary welcome as a new patron steps into the neon-lit arcade. This stylish newcomer scans the room with a cocky swagger, looking like he owns the place. He suddenly stops when he notices our boy tucked away at a cabinet, completely focused on his game. A condescending smirk plays on his lips, clearly underestimating the skill of the casual-looking hunter. On the screen, a digital warrior screams about avenging his grandfather while launching a final, desperate attack. The hero lands a massive, explosive blow that finally puts an end to the demonic boss's reign. He clutches a tattered red headband, mourning the loss of his family after the brutal battle. Standing atop a cliff, he vows to carry on the legacy while his grandfather's spirit watches over him. A victory screen flashes to confirm that the entire story of Jian has been successfully cleared. Minu just sighs, thinking the game is fun, but the computer's logic is far too easy to exploit. Our boy is just trying to game in peace when his phone starts buzzing like crazy. It turns out Yoryam is the one blowing up his line, probably worried sick about him. The arcade atmosphere is heavy, but Minu is more focused on his high score than social calls. He finally picks up, hearing her frantic voice asking if he is actually there. They talk about his broken phone, a small reminder of the chaos they just survived. Minu cuts to the chase, wondering why she is calling him in the middle of his grind. Suddenly, he feels a presence, and wonders if a real challenger has finally stepped up to the cabinet. He thinks playing against bots is trash tier anyway, while telling her to just drop the past. Yoriam is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe he is telling her to forget everything so easily. Before she can argue, Ji-hyun interrupts her, pulling her back to the reality of her guild duties. Yoriam tries to play the food card, desperately offering to take our boy to an exclusive restaurant she knows. She keeps rambling about skipping the lines, but Minu coldly tells her to just hang up the phone. He cuts the connection without a second thought, leaving her shouting for him to wait into the digital void. Our boy just stares at his phone with those dead eyes, completely unfazed by her obvious emotional distress. He turns his focus back to the screen, only to realize some trash-tier bot actually managed to beat him. The prompt for a rematch flashes, mocking his pride as a former demon king who never accepts defeat. He slams the button for round 2, determined to crush whatever digital opponent thinks it is his equal. The game character seems to smirk back at him, almost as if it is enjoying his sudden frustration. Unfortunately, things go south fast as he gets absolutely bodied again in a humiliating display of low-tier skill. It turns out even a reincarnated legend can have a bad day when his mind is clearly elsewhere. The screen flashes a brutal knockout as our boy gets completely schooled by a trash-tier pixelated girl. To make matters worse, the digital winner starts poking his character's corpse just to rub it in. Minu finally snaps, springing up and demanding to see the face of the person who just humiliated him. He looms over the machine, ready to crash out on whoever had the nerve to play him like that. The opponent just smirks, realizing they might be cut from the same cloth as fellow high-tier hunters. The stranger mentions his brother warned him about Minu's legendary temper, clearly trying to get under his skin. He introduces himself as Vango from the Nebula Guild, causing Minu's demonic instincts to flare up in suspicion. With a predatory grin, Vango drops the act and invites the former Demon King to join his ranks. Meanwhile, a memory of Yunsun shows her staring at her phone and waiting for a text that's never coming. Her friend bluntly tells her that moping won't help, even if Yunsun insists their chemistry was off the charts. Minu appears in her memory looking like a total heartthrob while giving her some cheap, flattering lip service. Her red-haired friend isn't buying the act, bluntly telling her that the legendary hunter has zero interest. The colleague is clearly fed up with the moping, her patience wearing thinner by the second. She finally snaps and starts manhandling Yunsun's face to shock her out of this pathetic, love-blinded state. Leaving her friend groveling on the floor, she marches toward their meeting, while Yunsun nurses her pride. As they walk, they wonder why the agency is calling them in, and if they're in trouble. Yunsun feels a wave of anxiety, questioning if their guild is even prestigious enough to handle this request. Her colleague just scoffs, reminding her that an S-tier hunter should have way more ambition than this. Suddenly, they run into Jae-ka, who seems to have been waiting for their arrival in the hallway. He greets them warmly, noting it's been a while since the colony chaos before leading them to the minister. The heavy door creaks open as the girls finally enter the room where the real power players reside. A confident smirk greets them, belonging to a man who clearly holds all the cards in this game. Minister Bak welcomes them as hunters Echidna and Valkyrie, maintaining a professional yet imposing presence in his chair. Yunsun feels the weight of the moment, realizing she's finally face-to-face with the head of Hunter Affairs. They exchange a formal handshake, though the atmosphere remains heavy with the scent of an impending crisis. Jae-ka stands by like a silent shadow, ready to drop some heavy truth bombs on our girls. A simple beep of a remote signals the start of a briefing that will change everything they know. He shows them the current tower distribution, but even this scattered mess is just a walk in the park. The duo is left completely dumbfounded as the projection shifts to show the terrifying scale of the next wave. Turns out the world is about to be utterly smothered, with towers appearing in every single corner of the globe. Bake reveals that this terrifying intel was actually shared by the top-tier hunter agency over in America. He warns that a massive gate shock is looming, threatening to plunge the entire world into absolute chaos. Our girls are left completely dumbfounded, feeling the weight of a crisis that is far beyond their expectations. Jae-ka steps in to clarify that they only have a year or two before everything hits the fan. Bake explains that neglected towers in weaker nations are the primary targets that need to be dealt with. The red-haired colleague asks if this means their guild is being shipped overseas to handle the mess. Bake shuts that down instantly, his cold gaze suggesting that the local situation is just as dire. Yunsun is stunned to learn they are staying in Korea, but must clear towers at a faster rate. Realizing they are basically picking up everyone's slack, she asks which guilds are actually being sent abroad. Bake confirms that 3 guilds are heading out, starting with the notorious heavy hitters from the Drake Guild. Vango reveals that the heavy hitters leading the international charge are the Daylight and Nebula Guilds. Minu is surprised to hear the name Nebula Guild mentioned in such a trash-tier location like an arcade. Vango confirms he is the guildmaster, wondering if there is any hunter alive who hasn't heard of him. He wears a smug expression, fully aware that his position at the top makes him a household name. Minu immediately recalls Chiu, the veteran swordsman who shares a striking resemblance with this arrogant guildmaster. Looking at him, our boy realizes they are definitely cut from the same cloth and share the same blood. Vango admits he was skeptical because his brother isn't the type to shower anyone with such high praise. Internally, Vango notes that something feels off about the man standing in front of him. He finds it strange that a hunter with such a dark vibe passed every background check so easily. Despite the lingering suspicion, Vango keeps his smile up, curious to see what this mysterious hunter is hiding. Vango keeps pushing, clearly not used to being ignored by someone he considers a potential asset. Our boy just stands there, while this guildmaster tries to act all friendly and approachable. Minu is already losing his patience, wondering why this guy won't just take the hint and leave. Vango gets right in his face, desperately asking what he thinks of the proposal to join his guild. He bluntly tells him he's already signed elsewhere, while a nearby hunter watches the awkward exchange. Turns out, Vango thinks poaching talent is just part of the game and offers to settle any legal mess. He starts digging for info, asking about the pay and conditions that kept our boy interested. When Minu mentions his guild is called Wilderness, Vango is dumbfounded because he's never heard of it. Minus' expression darkens as he tells the guy to stop asking questions about his guild's past. He makes it crystal clear that he has absolutely no intention of joining the trash-tier Nebula Guild. Minu makes it clear he hates being bossed around, staring down the persistent guild leader with cold eyes. Vango is genuinely confused why our boy stays with a guild that supposedly treats him like royalty. He pauses to think, convinced that he can easily outmatch any offer Wilderness has put on the table. Even when Vango promises the same treatment, Minu gives him a flat rejection that leaves no room for negotiation. He ends the conversation by dropping onto a stool, signaling that he's done talking about guild business. Minu challenges him to a match, intending to crush the guy's ego on the arcade screen instead. Vango is momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in focus and the sheer intensity coming from the reincarnated king. A smirk returns to his face as he realizes our boy is far more competitive than he initially realized. Minu points out the machine is outdated and mentions he knows a spot with the newest version available. He decides to lead the way, inviting the persistent hunter to follow him to a more suitable battleground. Vango leads our boy into the Nebula Guild headquarters, showing off the sheer scale of his personal territory. Minu is skeptical about the guild having its own arcade, but the massive facility suggests otherwise. Their arrival doesn't go unnoticed as a woman in the lobby stops dead in her tracks upon seeing them. She approaches with a bright smile, calling him by his old hunter name, while Minu remains totally confused. The woman continues to shower him with praise, noting that he hasn't lost any of his good looks. Our boy finally places her as the summoner who got stabbed in the gut, which earns him a slap. Nelia is shocked to see her own guildmaster accompanying him, while Minu just hisses in pure annoyance. A realization suddenly hits her, and she looks like she's just discovered the perfect way to bribe him. She grabs Vango and pulls him away, eager to share a secret that might help him recruit the king. Nelia whispers that the way to Minu's heart is through his stomach, revealing his secret weakness for food. Nelia bids her colleague farewell, promising to catch up later as she heads off on her own. Minu is suddenly snapped out of his deep thoughts when a heavy hand lands firmly on his shoulder. Vango puts on a friendly front and suggests they grab a bite to eat, since they're already there. A massive spread of high-end delicacies is laid out, looking like a feast fit for a literal king. Our boy stares at the mountain of food, his stomach clearly winning the battle against his usual suspicion. The guildmaster explains that he wasn't sure what he liked, so he just ordered everything on the menu. Behind that polite smile, Vango is clearly plotting something, knowing he's found the perfect bait for his trap. He continues the tour by showing off the luxury spa, where hunters can relax after a hard day. Next up is the state-of-the-art gym, designed for those who live to push their physical limits every day. Vango keeps rambling about nail shops and other perks, but Minu is already tuning out the corporate fluff. Vango hits the button for the 4th floor, signaling the start of what he calls the main event. He mentions the arcade is located there, keeping up the facade of a friendly, hospitable host. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, clutching his gear while wondering if all this luxury is actually for real. Minu asks if he can really use everything, feeling dazed by the sheer scale of the guild's perks. Vango finally drops the catch, explaining that these god-tier benefits are strictly reserved for official Nebula Guild members. Minu goes quiet and narrows his eyes, his suspicion returning as he realizes there is no free lunch. The guildmaster wears a predatory smirk, knowing he has successfully dangled the carrot in front of his target. Suddenly, Vango cancels the arcade floor and selects the 20th, claiming he has something better than gaming. He promises Minu will love what is coming next, his eyes glinting with a hidden, darker agenda. A loud pow echoes through the training hall as they arrive at their true, violent destination. A heavy fist cuts through the air, marking the start of a high-stakes sparring match. Yoriamna moves with lethal precision, proving why she is considered a top-tier reaper in the field. She dodges with effortless grace, her mind already calculating the perfect opening to end the fight. The Nebula Hunter barely manages to brace himself as her strike connects with bone-shaking force. Her gaze is cold and focused, showing no mercy even in a supposedly friendly training session. The elite hunter is dumbfounded by her speed, realizing he is dealing with a monster cut from different cloth. They blur into a chaotic dance of strikes and parries that leaves the training floor scorched. She lands a crushing blow, reminding everyone watching that her beauty masks a truly terrifying strength. He tries to find an opening, but she flows around his defense like water, completely untouchable. Their final clash creates a thunderous boom, setting the stage for the power our boy must eventually surpass. The Nebula Hunter grits his teeth, refusing to let an S-class girl look down on his elite training. He coils his muscles like a spring, desperate to prove he isn't just some trash-tier mob. With a desperate roar, he lunges forward, but he's already fallen right into her trap. Yoriamna calmly notes his impatience as her foot connects squarely with his jaw. She sends him flying with a bone-shattering kick that shows exactly why she's a top-tier hunter. The elite warrior becomes nothing more than a falling shadow, completely outclassed by her raw power. He crashes into the floor like a sack of bricks right at our boy Mina's feet. She stands over him, lecturing the poor guy about his short temper and lack of composure. Suddenly, she freezes as she notices a familiar presence approaching from the shadows. Vango strolls in with Minu, casually interrupting the session to address the Grandmaster herself. Vango approaches the man in glasses, casually asking if he's here to train or just enjoy the view. Habek adjusts his glasses, silently judging the newcomers with a cold, analytical gaze that screams high-level experience. Our boy Minu remains silent, observing the tension while wondering if these hunters are actually worth his time. Vango breaks the ice by introducing Minu as Baphomet, the name that immediately puts everyone on high alert. Habek and Henge realize this is the A-tier Chu mentioned, though they're suspicious of his connection to Vango. The atmosphere shifts when Vango announces that Minu isn't just visiting. He's here to get some real combat. Henge worries about the power gap, while Habek insists his magic-focused style isn't suited for a physical brawl. They glance at the trash-tier Nebula Hunter on the floor, who has clearly given up on life after his beating. Vango's predatory smirk widens as he declares that Hell be the one personally testing minus legendary strength. Heng is left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the Guildmaster is actually stepping into the ring himself. Habek starts sweating, sensing that the Guildmaster is about to do something incredibly reckless and dangerous. Our boy Minu remains unfazed, his sharp eyes judging whether this clown is even worth the effort. Vango decides to turn this into a gamble, suggesting they raise the stakes to keep things interesting. He makes his move, declaring that a loss means Minu must sign his life away to Nebula. To balance the scales, he offers to grant Minu any one wish if the unthinkable happens. With a smug smirk, he asks if the terms are juicy enough to get the Demon King moving. The narrative shifts back to when Vango was just the youngest, most pampered son of the Nebula Group. Back then, he was the flawless successor, a golden boy with the world at his feet. A girl named Subin Jung introduces herself, trying to play nice with the high society elite. Behind her polite greeting, she's already plotting how to use this connection to her advantage. Subin remembers her mother's strict orders to secure a powerful connection with the Nebula Group at any cost. She approaches the young heir, already dreaming of the status she would gain by marrying into his elite family. Trying to be charming, she suggests they ditch the stuffy party to go play somewhere more private. The boy seems caught off guard by her boldness, looking momentarily dumbfounded by the sudden invitation. Suddenly, he leans in close, mocking her surprise and calling her attempt at being cute quite amusing. He bluntly shuts her down, telling her she isn't his type, and to inform her mother the deal's off. As she flees in shame, he just stands there, perfectly composed while watching his prey run away. He breaks into a chilling laugh, proving even back then, our boy was far from a normal kid. This ruthless nature was nurtured within the cold, imposing walls of the prestigious Nebula Group headquarters. Back in the present, Vango just smirks, wondering if his latest target is finally ready to play. Minu looks at the silver-haired psycho, wondering if he's actually serious about throwing hands right now. Vango brushes off the concerns, claiming that fighting fair is just the way things are done in Nebula. Habek looks like he's about to have an aneurysm, cursing under his breath at his boss's reckless ideas. To make things official, Vango calls for some ribbons to set the stage for their little dance. These aren't just for show. They're a standard hunter tool used to signal a friendly, controlled match. As he ties the cloth, Vango's predatory grin widens, clearly enjoying the tension he's created. He takes it a step further, suggesting they both deactivate every single active and passive skill they have. No stats, no systems, just raw instinct. He wants to see what our boy is truly made of. He stares Minu down, asking if these handicap terms are enough to get him to finally play along. Instead of being intimidated, Minu just lets out a faint smirk, clearly finding this trash-tier proposal quite entertaining. Minu tosses his hoodie aside, fully accepting the terms of this handicapped duel without a second thought. As he ties the ribbon, our boy reminds Vango that he expects a wish granted if he wins. He stares the guildmaster down, warning him that he better not even think about going back on that promise. Vango just gives a predatory smirk, clearly thinking he has the upper hand in this skillless fight. Minu remains stone-faced, his eyes cold as he prepares to show this man a real lesson in raw instinct. Nearby, Habek watches in disbelief, wondering how badly his boss actually wants to recruit this mysterious new guy. Henge drags away the trash-tier trainee, questioning why her leader is putting so much effort into this display. Habek figures Vango is just trying to flex his authority to force Minu into joining the Nebula Guild. To him, the whole match is meaningless, because he believes the winner is already a foregone conclusion. The stage is set with a simple rule: the first one to snatch the other's ribbon wins the match. Vango mocks Minu, claiming he's heard plenty of big talk before the match even starts. He asks if our boy plans on playing nice, completely unaware that a fist is already inches away. Minu throws a heavy punch, but the guildmaster just laughs it off as a predictable surprise attack. Our boy doesn't let up, his eyes narrowing as he shifts his weight for a violent follow-up. He drives a knee straight into Vango's guard, testing the man's durability in this raw brawl. The white ribbon flutters on his arm, a constant reminder of the prize they are both hunting. They trade blows in a blur of motion, neither one willing to give an inch of ground. Vango wears a predatory smirk, clearly relishing the chance to put a talented newcomer in his place. Minu just grins back, his demonic instincts kicking in as he finds a rare bit of fun. Turns out they are both cut from the same cloth, two monsters enjoying a dance of chaos. Their fists collide with enough force to rattle the entire room as the duel intensifies. Neither side is backing down, each punch carrying the heavy weight of their monstrous pride. Our boy pivots on his heel, desperately looking for an opening in the guildmaster's ironclad defense. Minu launches a high kick, aiming to break Vango's composure with a sudden burst of speed. Vango catches the strike with a heavy thud, barely even flinching at the impact of the blow. The exchange turns into a violent blur as they shift positions, both hunting for a lethal opening. Vango finds a gap and delivers a sharp kick that sends a painful shockwave through Minu's ribs. Minu is momentarily dumbfounded by the man's speed, realizing this fight is far from trash tier. Vango just smirks and says, "The effort is nice," clearly enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Before the momentum can shift again, a firm grip locks onto an arm to halt the next strike. Minu lunges forward, refusing to let the guildmaster catch his breath for even a single second. He regains his footing, his mind racing as he realizes Vango might just be playing with him. The air screams as our boy pushes his physical limits to match the monster standing before him. He leaps high into the air, putting every ounce of his weight into a crushing overhead strike. The blow connects with a heavy bash, but Vango's guard remains as steady as a mountain. Minus eyes narrow with a cold intensity, knowing he needs to find a way through that defense. He transitions into a low sweep, hoping to catch the silver-haired hunter off balance with a quick whish. Without stopping, he pivots into a high kick that lands with a satisfying pow against Vango's head. He hammers down with a follow-up strike, determined to prove he isn't some trash-tier rookie. The entire room becomes a blur as their high-speed exchange sends shockwaves through the training hall. The two hunters circle each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Minu senses something is wrong, feeling like his every intention is being read before he even moves. Vango just wears that smug smirk, his eyes tracking our boy with an almost supernatural precision. Refusing to back down, Minu drops into a low stance to prepare for an explosive burst of speed. He dashes forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Vango barely shifts his gaze, looking completely unfazed by the sudden increase in intensity. Minu grits his teeth, realizing that no matter how fast he goes, he's still playing into Vango's hands. His kick lands with a heavy pow, but he realizes Vango isn't just predicting him, he already knows. Watching from the sidelines, Habek and Henge discuss how Vango's terrifying ability is both a blessing and curse. Turns out, Vango can peer into the innermost thoughts of others, making any physical attack feel utterly futile. Henge identifies the terrifying ability as the Mind's Eye, a power that sees through any deception. Minu realizes he's dealing with a monster who can read his every intent before he even moves. Vango just stands there with that trash-tier smugness, asking if our boy has finally caught on. He lets out a chilling grin, clearly enjoying the look of realization on Minu's face. Turns out, this isn't even a hunter skill, but a unique talent he possessed long before awakening. Vango drops a bombshell, claiming his eyes see everything, including the hidden identity of the legendary Baphomet. He explains that they are cut from the same cloth, driven by an insatiable, world-consuming desire. Even if the goal is out of reach, Vango believes the bloody process is where the real fun lies. That's why he's so obsessed with Minu, seeing him as the ultimate prize to be claimed. His eye glints with a predatory light, locking onto his target with a gaze that nothing can escape. Vango lunges forward, declaring that once he wins this duel, Baphomet will have no choice but to join him. He unleashes a low, sweeping strike, but our boy is way too quick to be caught by that. The Nebula Guildmaster doesn't let up, spinning into a high-velocity attack that cuts through the air. Minu barely avoids the follow-up, realizing that Vango's movements are perfectly calculated to counter his every move. The air goes silent as Minu realizes he's dealing with a monster who can predict his every thought. With a sharp whip, Vango vanishes from sight and reappears behind him with speed that defies logic. Before Minu can react, he's slammed into the concrete with a force that would kill any normal hunter. Vango pins him down, mocking his struggle and proving that his mind's eye sees every possible escape route. He prepares to finish the job, confident that he's finally broken the legendary Demon King's spirit. But Minu isn't done yet, launching a desperate kick from the ground to force the predator to back off. Minu forces himself back up, refusing to let this arrogant guildmaster have the final word so easily. But Vango is already there, moving like a ghost as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. Our boy barely manages to throw up a guard as a heavy blow rattles his entire frame. He tries to reset his stance, knowing that one slip up against this predator means an immediate game over. They collide again in a blur of violence, but Vango's speed is simply on another level entirely. Minus' eyes widen in shock as he realizes he can't even track the man's next move anymore. A massive fist looms over him like an inescapable shadow, threatening to crush his very spirit. Vango unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, turning the training ground into a brutal, one-sided slaughter. He realizes that some gaps in skill are simply impossible to bridge with raw willpower alone. Despite the crushing weight of the assault, a spark of defiance still flickers deep within his gaze. A high-tier demon mocks our boy, wondering why a trash-tier beast like him is even climbing the tower. He laughs at the ridiculous idea of a bottom feeder actually aiming for the very top of the world. The demon sneers that there is an inherent, unchangeable gap between their power levels that he can't ignore. Minu grits his teeth, absolutely sick of hearing about these supposed limits and predetermined skill levels. Vango watches with a smug grin, confident that his mind's eye makes him completely untouchable in this fight. Suddenly, our boy snaps and unleashes a surge of raw, chaotic energy that defies all logic and measurement. Vango's expression shifts to pure shock as he realizes he can't predict this incoming strike at all. A massive blow connects, sending the guildmaster flying while he realizes Minus' mind has gone completely blank. He catches his breath, his body battered but his spirit burning hotter than any high-tier demon's flames. Staring down his opponent, he decides he's finally done playing games with these self-proclaimed elites and their skills. Minu recalls how even the most elite high-tier demons were just trash-tier fodder before his original, overwhelming strength. He takes a heavy step forward, his resolve hardening as he prepares to end this pathetic farce. Vango starts sweating, wondering if he is just imagining things as the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifts. Before the guildmaster can even blink, our boy moves with a speed that defies all human comprehension. He catches Vango completely off guard, slamming him toward the floor with the weight of a true king. The elite hunter's heart skips a beat as he stares into the eyes of a literal monster. Heng-E and Hebek watch in absolute silence, unable to process how a supposed F-rank is dominating their leader. Minu doesn't let up for a second, his hand clamping down like a vice on his struggling prey. With a brutal display of raw power, he sends the arrogant guildmaster tumbling across the training hall. Vango hits the ground hard, left completely dumbfounded by the terrifying gap in their actual combat experience. Vango lies on the floor, his mind racing as he tries to process the sheer speed of that attack. Our boy doesn't give him a moment to breathe, looming over the guildmaster like an inescapable shadow. Vango is completely dumbfounded because his innate ability to read thoughts is failing him for the first time. A terrifying red aura begins to bleed from Minu, signaling that the monster within is finally waking up. It turns out, he's entered a total trance, leaving behind his humanity to become a vessel for destruction. Vango realizes he isn't fighting a person anymore, but a creature operating on nothing but raw, lethal instinct. Instead of being afraid, the guildmaster actually starts to smirk at the prospect of such a wild beast. He tosses his shirt aside, finally finding a challenge that is actually worthy of his own twisted nature. With a predatory glint in his eyes, Vango declares that the real fight against Baphomet starts right now. Minu just stares back with those cold eyes, ready to show him what true demonic authority looks like. Minu and Vango collide with enough force to shatter the air, their raw power echoing through the training hall. The impact is so massive that the entire facility trembles under the weight of their violent demonic exchange. Inside the traditional hall, the silence that follows the clash is heavy with the scent of ozone and mana. Henga can barely process what she is seeing, her eyes wide as she witnesses the impossible power on display. Habake is just as dumbfounded, realizing that the hierarchy he knew is being torn apart right before him. Even the elite Nebula Hunter is reduced to a trembling mess, completely broken by the sheer pressure in the room. Vango's discarded shirt lies forgotten on the cold floor, a silent witness to the Guildmaster's sudden, crushing fall. Our boy has actually done it, leaving the legendary Vango dazed and staring at the ceiling in total disbelief. Habake rushes over, wondering if Minu was born a monster, or if he secretly has centuries of combat experience. He asks if the Guildmaster is finally losing his mind, but Vango just starts laughing like a battle-crazed lunatic. Vango is absolutely losing it, thrilled to have finally found someone as monstrously interesting as our boy. Minu just gives a faint smile, looking like he's finally getting exactly what he came for. He holds up the Nebula access card, confirming he now has the run of the entire building. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing, pulling his attention away from his victory. Minu answers the call, but he doesn't recognize the number since he never saved the contact. He realizes it's the crossdresser calling, and explains his phone got smashed during a previous fight. The mood shifts instantly when he hears that they have finally tracked down the second target, Loki. Minu goes quiet, the weight of that name bringing back memories of his past authority. A dangerous smirk creeps across his face as he realizes his hunt is about to get much better. He immediately demands to know the location of the target, eyeing a nearby rundown warehouse. Inside a ruined warehouse, a twisted sermon begins about how the first humans supposedly felt no shame. The speaker explains that sin only entered the world once the forbidden fruit was finally consumed. Standing before a crowd of followers, the hooded figure claims they have finally realized they are all sinners. He asks what those born of tainted blood should do, answering that they must find a way to repent. With a fanatical shout, he demands they prove their remorse with every fiber of their being and hearts. Suddenly, the sound of heavy fabric hitting the floor echoes through the cold, dark space of the warehouse. More robes fall away, as the followers discard their clothing in a disturbing display of total, mindless obedience. These brainwashed puppets stand completely exposed, their eyes glowing with the hollow light of total possession. The leader watches the scene with a predatory smile, clearly satisfied with the level of control he exerts. He remains silent, letting the weight of their submission hang in the air as the ritual reaches its peak. The hooded leader looks at his naked flock and asks if they truly don't feel like repenting yet. A heavy footstep breaks the silence as someone new approaches the center of this twisted stage. Our boy walks right through the mindless crowd, heading straight for the man running this trash-tier show. The leader calls him a lost lamb, mockingly asking if he doesn't want to find salvation like the others. He wears a smug grin, thinking he has another puppet to add to his collection of broken souls. Minu stays quiet for a second, letting the irony of the situation sink in while he prepares a surprise. When the word salvation hits his ears, something inside him snaps, and his patience finally runs completely dry. He sheds his disguise and asks if a demon like him really looks like he needs saving. With a gritty smirk, he greets the perverted bastard, making it clear their reunion won't be a pleasant one. Vango is left absolutely dumbfounded, realizing the legendary Baphomet has tracked him down to this very spot. A traumatic memory of a boy named Yahello resurfaces, showing him sprawled out in the dirt amidst total ruin. His mother frantically asks if he can stand, but the kid is already lost in a terrified daze. She drags him along, pleading with him to keep a tight grip as they search for an escape. The boy glances back, his face pale as he feels the chilling breath of death on his neck. Monstrous silhouettes tower over a shattered cross, proving that no holy ground can protect them from these demons. Every thump of his heart feels like a countdown to a disaster the young Vango wasn't ready to face. The demons close the gap, their massive forms casting shadows that swallow what little light remains in his world. A violent boom echoes through the ruins as an unstoppable force finally makes its grand entrance into the present. Dust and stone are swept away in an instant, clearing the path for a long overdue confrontation with the past. Our boy touches down with a heavy step, ready to show this fake savior what true power looks like. Vango greets him with that trash-tier smirk, acting like everything is still going according to his twisted plan. Our boy isn't playing games, stepping forward with his blade drawn and an aura that screams pure dominance. He demands to know how the Guildmaster tracked him down, his patience wearing thinner by the second. Vango just chuckles, mockingly suggesting that Minu must have missed their little reunions more than he lets on. Fed up with the chatter, Minu lunges forward with a horizontal slash, meant to end the conversation permanently. He realizes Vango is faster than he looks, narrowly missing as the silver-haired snake slips through his reach. Vango reappears behind him, playfully asking if they can just talk through their differences like civilized hunters. The guildmaster continues his act, pretending to care about the collateral damage, while hiding his predatory intent. They dance through the clearing, a whirlwind of steel and dust that leaves the surrounding forest in ruins. Minu just scoffs, calling out the hypocrisy of a man who treats human lives like disposable toys. Vango keeps playing the jester, claiming he is only there to enjoy the entertainment of their little reunion. Our boy does not buy the act for a second, swinging his blade to shut the silver-haired snake up. Vango just raises a hand with a smug look, his mana flaring as he prepares to shift the battlefield. He glances around with cold eyes, noting that the crowd of brainwashed puppets is starting to kill the vibe. The warehouse is packed with those mindless followers, standing like statues in the middle of their high-stakes clash. With a predatory grin, Vango decides it is time to clear the room and finally get some privacy. A massive blast of energy erupts, turning the entire ritual site into a chaotic storm of blinding white light. Meanwhile, the rogue director checks in with his team, asking if the target has finally been located. He admits the information network they have built is actually pulling its weight much better than he expected. Since he promised to back them up, the director prepares to move his pieces into place for the endgame. Jayo-ka points out that a report is mandatory once the dust finally settles. He stresses that no casualties are allowed, even as Minu is swarmed by those mindless Papilio followers. Vango finds it hilarious that a monster like Baphomet would actually bother protecting such worthless human trash. Our boy doesn't waste breath on words, keeping his center while the ritual's chains pulse with energy. The guildmaster's predatory smile widens, convinced that he's finally cornered the legendary king of the tower. Minu just stares back with those cold eyes, unfazed by the growing pressure of Vango's pathetic ego. Losing his patience, Vango summons a colossal white serpent to swallow his opponent whole in one bite. Minu counters by activating a massive summoning circle, preparing to bring out Beelzebub to end this farce. The serpent's eye glows with a murderous intent, driven by Vango's obsession with his sister's tragic fate. With a deafening hiss, the massive beast strikes, aiming to tear the reincarnated Demon King to shreds. Blue mana shards slice through the air, cutting off the serpent's momentum before it can land a hit. The crystals explode against the beast's scales, proving that our boy isn't just playing around anymore. Vango looks up in awe, thanking his master for the power while remaining oblivious to the real threat. As Minu steps forward, Vango is left dumbfounded by how a mere kid can wield such high-tier magic. Turns out, the summoned Beelzebub is pretty annoyed that Baphomet is using him like some common tool. Beelzebub just shrugs it off, telling the guildmaster he's going to be dead soon anyway. Minu reaches out, his hand steady, as he prepares to manifest his true authority. A sharp silver blade appears in his grip, humming with the intent to end this trash-tier duel. With a sudden burst of speed, our boy leaps toward Vango, eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. The massive serpent tries to intercept him, but Minu is already closing the distance for the kill. Minu blocks the massive serpent's path, mocking its desperate attempt to protect its pathetic master. The creature's eye narrows in shock, realizing it's facing a monster far beyond its own level. Our boy ignores the beast and focuses his mana, preparing to end this trash-tier farce. He flashes a cold smirk, knowing the guildmaster is now completely wide open for an attack. Vango stands dumbfounded, finally realizing he's been lured into a trap and separated from his familiar. Before he can even process the danger, Minu is already there, tapping him with lethal precision. With eyes glowing a predatory red, he makes it clear that the guildmaster's life is forfeit. He ruthlessly drags the overconfident hunter down the slope, showing no mercy to his defeated opponent. A massive flash of authority erupts, signaling the end of Vango's pathetic resistance and mental defense. The guildmaster can only tremble in terror as he finally feels the weight of a true king. Vango finds himself trapped in a mental void, completely lost within the depths of his own shattered ego. He wonders where he is, realizing his connection to the real world has been severed by pure authority. The guildmaster senses a presence, feeling the cold chill of death creeping up from the shadows behind him. Our boy descends like a god of ruin, crushing the guildmaster's mental defense with a single, overwhelming strike. Vango desperately wishes for a warning, but Minu isn't here to play fair with a trash-tier hunter. The realization hits him like a truck, as he finally sees the gap between a human and a king. With a swift motion, Minu slices through the guildmaster's consciousness, ending this pathetic struggle once and for all. Vango's very existence begins to fade, his mind unable to process the sheer weight of the Demon King's power. The mental image of the Guildmaster dissolves into light, shattered by the absolute authority of his superior. Minu stands alone in the wreckage of the Guildmaster's mind, having successfully reclaimed his lost glory. Vango's mental projections admit that our boy is way stronger than they ever imagined. The Guildmaster tries to keep his composure as his shattered psyche struggles to reform against the pressure. He claims he isn't the same weakling from their last encounter, desperately trying to regain his footing. With a twisted grin, Vango boasts about finally having full control over his hidden, dark powers. Our boy just stands there, completely unimpressed, while dozens of trash-tier clones surround him in the void. Minus eyes glow a predatory red, signaling that he's done playing games with this delusional hunter. The atmosphere shifts as his mana turns cold, his gaze piercing through Vango's desperate mental facade. A massive shockwave erupts with a loud quah, tearing the mental landscape apart as Minu releases his authority. He calmly walks through the debris, proving that no amount of mental tricks can stop a Demon King. Suddenly, the companion manifests as a giant white serpent, lunging with a sharp hiss to test his strength. Minu mocks the massive beast, telling the serpent its next move is way too easy to read. Enraged by the disrespect, the spirit lets out a venomous curse and lunges with its massive fangs. A thunderous smash echoes through the void as the serpent tries to crush our boy into paste. The creature is completely dumbfounded when it realizes its strike hit nothing but empty air. Minu suddenly appears right next to its eye, taunting the beast for looking in the wrong direction. With a light hup, he effortlessly leaps over another desperate tail swipe, treating this like a game. Another massive wham shakes the ground, but the Demon King is already miles ahead of the strike. He flashes a predatory grin, clearly enjoying how much he's getting under the ancient spirit's skin. The serpent screams in frustration, comparing him to an annoying fly that just won't stay still. Minu just laughs like a maniac, jokingly asking how the beast managed to figure out his secret. Minu mocks the massive beast, claiming its clumsy movements make it look more like a worm than a serpent. Our boy just stands there with a smug grin, completely unfazed by the creature's desperate attempts to strike. Suddenly, glowing red chains bind the massive spirit's body, leaving the once mighty creature completely trapped and helpless. Minu admits that even fighting a trash-tier beast like this is starting to feel surprisingly exciting after so long. He stares into its soul, pondering exactly how he should dismantle this pathetic excuse for a guardian spirit. The Demon King wonders if familiar meat tastes any good, sending a wave of pure terror through the beast. His hand glows with dark mana as he considers letting his own familiars feast on the serpent alive. A sadistic smile spreads across his face while he promises the creature nothing but absolute, soul-tearing pain. His eyes burn with a predatory light, eager to watch the ancient spirit writhe and squirm in agony. The beast lets out a final, pathetic scream of denial as it realizes its end is finally here. Minu is caught off guard as two girls who look like Yoriam suddenly latch onto him with terrifying speed. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, feeling a sharp sting as blood begins to splatter across his face. He instinctively releases a massive burst of mana, blowing the mysterious intruders back before they can strike again. The girls are forced to retreat, their small feet skidding across the ground from the sheer pressure. Minu collapses to his knees, his mind reeling from the sudden mental and physical toll of the encounter. He stares at his trembling hand, unable to comprehend how these trash-tier-looking kids actually managed to hurt him. Seeing his own blood makes him realize that his mental state might be more compromised than he initially thought. The massive serpent quickly slithers between them, warning the little ones that it is far too dangerous to approach. The girls just look on with wide, innocent eyes, seemingly unaware of the absolute chaos they just caused. Even the ancient spirit is confused, wondering if Minu somehow summoned these new familiars without even realizing it. Minu shakes with pure fury, disgusted that his current childlike body is weak enough to actually feel pain. The manifested girls look equally humiliated, their expressions twisting as they share in their creator's boiling frustration. Our boy finally snaps, unleashing a violent surge of demonic energy that paints the entire world blood red. With his third eye wide open, he coldly vows that they will be utterly erased from existence soon. Even the massive serpent flinches in terror, realizing the Demon King's true killing intent has finally been triggered. A massive pillar of light erupts as he prepares to show these trash-tier puppets their rightful place. He becomes a total blur of motion, instantly closing the gap to slice through Vango's mental projections. It is a complete and one-sided slaughter as he carves through the figures with god-tier speed. Violent red slashes fill the air, systematically dismantling every single enemy standing in his path. Minu stands amidst the chaos, proving that even in this form, he is still the ultimate apex predator. Minu lunges forward with enough force to shatter the very air around him. Vango can only watch in dumbfounded silence as his mental world begins to crumble. Our boy isn't playing around, instantly tearing into the trash-tier clones with zero hesitation. His demonic gaze sharpens, locking onto the core of this pathetic illusion. He summons ancient magic circles, preparing to bind these puppets once and for all. Heavy chains erupt from the void, rattling as they ensnare the terrified projections. One of the clones is brutally pierced, proving that these mental constructs are no match for him. He delivers a savage stomp, crushing the guildmaster's pride right into the dirt. With a final smash, he obliterates the remaining figures in a burst of pure power. Standing tall, his eyes burn with a hunger that promises only more destruction for his enemies. Vango steps forward, his presence vibrating with a desperate, last-ditch effort to reclaim control of his own mind. He wears a trash-tier smirk, foolishly thinking he still has an ace up his sleeve against the king. Our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, lunging forward with a flash of overwhelming demonic speed. Vango admits that Baphomet's power is impressive, but he refuses to let his pride be crushed so easily. Realizing he can't hold back, the guildmaster begins channeling every ounce of his remaining mana into one strike. He manifests a massive, sun-like orb of energy, hoping this ultimate technique will finally incinerate his nightmare. With a crazed look, he dares the legendary Demon King to try and survive this final, desperate gambit. The energy explodes forward in a blinding wave. Whoosh! As the guildmaster bets everything on this single blast. Minu just watches the flames roar toward him, his expression cold and completely unimpressed by the flashy display. Suddenly, the guildmaster stands dumbfounded as a blade pierces the light, proving his ultimate move was utterly worthless. Vango is completely dumbfounded as he realizes his ultimate move didn't even leave a scratch on our boy. Minu doesn't waste a single second and drives his massive blade straight through the guildmaster's chest. A savage grin spreads across the Demon King's face as he relishes the feeling of total, undisputed dominance. With his eyes glowing a predatory red, Minu coldly tells the trash-tier hunter that his life ends right here. He follows up with a brutal slash, tearing through Vango's back and shattering his remaining mental defenses. Slash. Vango's world spirals into absolute darkness as the sheer weight of Baphomet's power finally crushes his fragile ego. The guildmaster desperately recalls when he felt untouchable, standing tall in his pristine robes like a literal god. Back then, he truly believed he was far stronger than anyone, a delusion that is now being violently corrected. Our boy casually flicks the blood off his blade, swish, completely unfazed by the carnage he just caused. Standing over the broken guildmaster, Minu just sighs and thinks the entire fight was honestly a disappointing waste. Minu stands over the mess, thinking about how finding this guy was a total waste of time. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, reminding him that he still needs to eliminate the Disciple of Lust. He remembers this specific main quest appearing the very moment they first crossed paths. A sudden realization hits him, making him pause as he processes the system's strange wording. Our boy looks at his demonic claws, wondering why his appearance has shifted so drastically during this trial. Before he can dwell on his looks, he glances back at the trash-tier hunter he just slaughtered. He quickly turns around, swish, feeling like something about this entire situation is fundamentally wrong. Looking at the mangled remains, he confirms that the guildmaster is definitely nothing more than a corpse now. He clearly felt his blade slice through flesh, so there is no way the man survived that strike. As the world fades into a dull gray, Minu stands alone, questioning if the quest is actually finished. Minu stares at the system, wondering if the quest is bugged since the world hasn't changed. Frustrated, our boy demands that his spirit companion come out and fix this broken mess immediately. Suddenly, a red notification appears, chillingly stating that the trial isn't over for Baphomet just yet. He barely has time to react before a massive scythe blade swings toward his head from behind. A loud metallic ring echoes as he barely parries the blow, realizing he's under a surprise attack. As he regains his footing, a strange sense of déjà vu washes over him during the struggle. Massive, writhing tentacles erupt from the ground, forcing him to dodge a barrage of high-speed strikes. A blinding red light flashes before his eyes, signaling the start of a much more dangerous phase. He stands his ground, his eyes widening, as he senses a familiar, overwhelming presence nearby. Breaking into a cold sweat, he looks completely dumbfounded by the turn this trial has taken. A colossal, moth-like monstrosity descends, making our boy wonder what kind of nightmare he has walked into. The creature mocks the very concept of divinity, its mask-like face radiating a chilling, godless aura. It unleashes a blinding surge of energy, proving this trial is way beyond any trash-tier encounter. Minu stands firm against the pressure, realizing this entity is tied to the trauma of the past. His eyes burn with a demonic red glow as he prepares to face this overwhelming manifestation head-on. Suddenly, the vision shifts to a young Jaeho, frozen in terror as his world begins to crumble. Before the boy's eyes, a protector is brutally erased, leaving him completely vulnerable and dumbfounded. A seasoned hunter dives in just in time, shielding the kid from the carnage unfolding around them. As the boy's mother rushes over, the hunter urgently tells her they need to evacuate the area immediately. She hands over a survival device, explaining it is their only hope for finding a safe path to shelter. The hunter laments that she cannot just teleport them away since she already gave her last device to others. Young Jaeho looks up in despair, realizing their chances of survival are thinning by the second. She stands as a final shield, prepared to face the encroaching darkness, while the family cowers behind her. Looking at her partner's mangled remains, she knows she cannot leave them behind even if it costs her life. A massive high-tier demon looms over her, its presence alone enough to crush the spirit of any ordinary hunter. Even though she is trembling with pure terror, she vows to buy them just enough time to escape. She screams for them to run, forcing the mother and son to flee into the ruined cityscape. Jaeho looks back one last time, his mind completely dumbfounded by the brutal sacrifice unfolding before him. The trauma of the moment takes hold as he grits his teeth, helpless against the nightmare consuming his world. Back in the present, Vango stares coldly, the weight of that ancient tragedy still burning in his eyes. Minucha watches as young Jaeho desperately clings to his mother while fleeing the carnage. Our boy quickly realizes he has been pulled directly into the core of Vango's most traumatic childhood memory. The ground shakes violently as the surrounding buildings crumble into dust under the weight of an unstoppable force. Suddenly, a massive high-tier demon emerges from the wreckage, towering over the helpless pair like a living nightmare. His mother stares at him with a look of pure desperation, knowing their chances of survival are thinning fast. They push through the thick smoke, their hands locked together as they try to outrun the inevitable. But they are eventually cornered against the cold stone, with the demon's shadow swallowing them whole. Jaeho notices a strange device on the ground, its red glow pointing toward a path that offers no safety. The Porco kid looks back in absolute horror, realizing the monster is much closer than he ever imagined. His world completely shatters when he sees the mangled remains of his only protector lying in the dirt. The monsters let out a blood-curdling roar, signaling that the hunt for any remaining survivors has officially begun. Panicked, his mother quickly covers his mouth, knowing even a tiny whimper would mean instant death for them both. She stares into his terrified eyes, silently pleading for him to stay absolutely still as the predator nears. One of the high-tier demons looms over the rubble, its glowing eyes searching for anything left to crush. They hold their breath in the suffocating silence, feeling the vibration of the beast's heavy footsteps through the floor. The monster lingers for a moment, its predatory instincts telling it that something is hiding just out of sight. Luckily, the street appears deserted, and the beast begins to think its prey has already slipped away. The massive creatures finally move on, their heavy forms disappearing into the thick, acrid smoke of the ruins. With the immediate danger gone, the desolate street remains quiet, leaving only the wreckage and an old manhole cover. Suddenly, the heavy lid shifts, revealing a hidden path that might just be our boy's only way out. The manhole cover clatters open, offering a sudden sliver of hope in the middle of this demonic hellscape. Vango and his mother look up, dumbfounded that anyone else actually survived the massacre happening right above them. A hand reaches down into the shadows, offering a silent promise of safety from the predators hunting them. A weary man greets them with open arms, seemingly relieved to find more survivors amidst the city's ruins. He breathes a heavy sigh of relief, acting as if their survival is a miracle he personally prayed for. They are ushered into a cramped underground shelter where dozens of terrified people are huddled together in silence. Turns out the trash-tier government workers bailed long ago, leaving these regular civilians to manage this hideout alone. When hope was lost, one man stepped forward to lead the group, while the cowards were busy running away. This is Hyuncheol Ju, the self-proclaimed saint who supposedly keeps this desperate community from falling into total chaos. He even risked the shelter's limited resources to save our boy, though Jaeho senses something isn't quite right. The guide leads them to a cramped, dingy room that is supposed to be their new home. Even though it is tiny, Jaeho's mother is just relieved to have a roof over their heads. The assistant tells them to save their thanks for Father Ju, the man running this whole operation. Suddenly, a sharp alarm rings out, making the already jumpy survivors practically jump out of their skins. Turns out it is just the dinner bell, but the guide warns them about the strict rules here. Before they can eat, he insists they swap their blood-stained rags for something a bit more civilized. They head down to a mess hall, where other survivors are quietly fueling up for another day. Our boy Jaeho is already suspicious, wondering how they are getting fresh food in a literal apocalypse. He stares at his plate, doubting if the world will even exist by the time supplies run out. The guide claims they have secret sources outside, but something about his tone feels totally off. His mother notices his distant look and asks what is weighing on his mind. The guide explains that the people eating are hunters who risk everything to bring back supplies. Our boy Jaeho just stares at his spoon, clearly not buying this whole charity act. The assistant watches him closely, sensing that this kid isn't like the other traumatized survivors. His mother apologizes for his behavior, mentioning how the death of their previous saviors scarred him. To help them find peace, the guide suggests they attend the chapel service for the lost. Jaeho's expression hardens as he realizes this holy sanctuary might be hiding a much darker secret. Pastor Ju stands before the crowd, warmly inviting everyone to unite their hearts and minds in prayer. While the others bow their heads, our boy is startled by a sudden, unsettling shift in the air. Jaeho tries to blend in with the prayer, but his mind is clearly elsewhere. Pastor Ju leads the service with a devotion that feels just a little too perfect for this trash-tier world. As our boy shuts his eyes, the rhythmic chanting starts to trigger a buried, painful memory. He remembers the heavy rain and the thumping heart of the hunter who once stood before them. The pastor continues his plea for peace, unaware that Jaeho is reliving a total nightmare. The darkness behind his eyelids is replaced by the cold reality of the day. Everything fell apart. Back then, a brave hunter shielded him and his mother, her silhouette etched into his trauma. Suddenly, Jaeho snaps his eyes open, as he realizes the past and present are starting to bleed together. He can still see her terrified face, a reminder that even the strongest heroes can be dumbfounded by fear. Young Jaeho sits in the chapel, his hands trembling as the weight of the memory starts to crush him. Pastor Ju bows his head in prayer, but the atmosphere feels more like a funeral than a sanctuary. Our boy's eyes widen in sheer terror as he remembers the exact moment his world turned to ash. The pastor stands before them like a beacon of light, promising a salvation that feels like a total lie. Suddenly, a chilling smile creeps across Jaeho's face, signaling a dark shift in his fragile young mind. He looks absolutely ecstatic, as if he's finally found a twisted purpose amidst all the surrounding death. Minu-cha watches from the shadows of the memory, realizing things are about to get even darker. The boy's expression is pure madness, proving he was never cut from the same cloth as normal kids. Back in the present, Vango stares ahead with cold eyes, knowing exactly how this tragedy ends. The memory begins with ancient scripture, describing the dawn of creation while a flickering light hums overhead. It speaks of separating light from darkness, a cruel irony considering the pitch-black world waiting outside their doors. The sermon claims mankind was made in a divine image, even as they huddle beneath a ceiling of wires. Our boy Jaeho reads the holy text aloud, his voice steady and filled with a chillingly perfect devotion. A sudden burst of clapping echoes through the cramped room, signaling the end of his flawless recital. Pastor Ju beams with pride, telling the group that Jaeho did a wonderful job and deserves their praise. One curious boy raises his hand, wondering if the Lord actually shares the same face as a regular human. The children giggle and point at their own features, finding joy in the idea of being divine. Pastor Ju explains that their creator is ever-changing, manifesting as both powerful beasts and beams of pure light. He maintains a gentle expression, but his gaze feels heavy with a secret that would leave anyone dumbfounded. Pastor Ju keeps the service moving by asking Naeun to take over the reading for the rest of the group. She begins reciting the holy verses about the earth's fruit, but a violent, hacking cough suddenly interrupts her. The pastor immediately rushes over with a worried look, realizing the poor girl is feeling completely unwell. He quickly tasks our boy Jaeho with the job of taking her straight to the infirmary for help. Their footsteps echo against the cold concrete and rusted pipes as they leave the crowded room behind. Jaeho hoists her onto his back, gently telling her that she isn't heavy at all despite her apologies. As they move through the dim hallway, Naeun looks utterly drained, her spirit seemingly as weak as her body. Suddenly, she breaks the silence by asking Jaeho if he truly believes that a god is actually out there. She argues that if a creator really cared, he wouldn't let this disaster happen, or let her suffer. Jaeho is left speechless, his mind reeling as he realizes the trash-tier reality they are forced to live in. Vango recalls asking the pastor the same thing. Learning this nightmare is just a test to make them stronger. Naeun isn't convinced, wondering if the people who already died simply failed that divine trial. Our boy just smiles, claiming those people actually passed and simply got to meet God a bit earlier. He truly believes in the pastor's holiness, seeing the man as a literal beacon of hope in this hellhole. Every single day he prays for the gate shocks to vanish, so the world can finally return to peace. Despite the trash-tier situation, he carries her with a grin, promising that his prayers will eventually be answered. He's desperate for them both to survive this and grow up to be good, reliable adults together. Seeing his genuine heart, Nayun offers a rare, soft smile that makes the surrounding gloom feel a bit lighter. She eventually asks to be let down, insisting her legs are steady enough to handle the walk now. He carefully helps her stand, acting like a protective guardian while they navigate the dark, industrial hallway. Vango and Nayun continue their trek, their small footsteps the only sound in the oppressive, dark corridor. Our boy stops when he notices his mother walking away with a mysterious hunter in the distance. He tries to play it cool, suggesting they just keep heading toward the infirmary for her treatment. He suddenly freezes as a cold realization or a dark premonition stops him dead in his tracks. Nayun notices his sudden change in mood and asks if something is actually bothering him. His mind starts to warp with anxiety, feeling the crushing weight of their hopeless, trash-tier situation. He eventually turns away, lying that it is nothing, while his gut tells him something is very wrong. A loud clang echoes through the shelter as a pot of precious water spills across the floor. Turns out his mother is the one who dropped it, and she is practically begging for forgiveness. The surrounding survivors just tisk and mock her, proving that empathy is a luxury in this hellhole. Vango's mother looks completely defeated, her spirit crushed by the harsh reality of their current living conditions. An older woman scolds her for being useless at housework, forcing her to admit she was always a career-driven divorcee. Desperate to prove her worth, she eagerly agrees to start running errands just to stay in everyone's good graces. She heads out into the cold, dimly lit hallways of the shelter, unaware of the dark secrets lurking nearby. Two mysterious figures whisper in the shadows, confirming that a message will be passed along to their higher-ups. As she walks past, the heavy atmosphere of the bunker starts to weigh on her already fragile mind. Suddenly, she freezes when she hears a familiar voice discussing a plan to move certain people out very soon. Hiding behind a corner, she listens as the staff mocks her past success, calling it trash tier in this world. The poor woman starts trembling with pure terror upon hearing they might be shipped off to another unknown shelter. She remembers how the shelter assistant claimed Pastor Jew only saved them out of the goodness of his heart. Vango's mother hears rumors that the pastor is being pressured to kick the refugees out very soon. She panics, realizing they have no other safe haven, and desperately needs to stay. The staff suggests she take her concerns directly to the pastor to secure her family's spot. Over at the dining table, a loud tantrum breaks the heavy silence of the underground bunker. Our boy Jaeho watches a spoiled brat refuse his meal, making the tense atmosphere even worse. Minsu demands chocolate, but the assistant gently explains there isn't any left for today. She keeps up a kind front, though the stress of the situation is clearly wearing everyone down. Jaeho watches the adults walk into the shadows, feeling a cold shiver down his spine. He realizes that this supposed sanctuary might actually be a cage, and his anxiety starts peaking. His mother tells him to finish eating while she goes to meet the pastor alone. Jaeho sits alone, picking at his food while the weight of his mother's departure settles in his gut. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his dark thoughts, snapping our boy back to the grim reality. It's Minsu and Nayun, looking like they've found something much more interesting than their trash-tier rations. They tempt him with a secret spot, completely ignoring the strict rules the adults set about wandering off. He follows them into the dark, feeling a mix of dread and curiosity about what lies ahead. They whisper about a forbidden drainage tunnel, a place supposedly sealed off to keep the kids safe. Minsu excitedly points the way, convinced that whatever is behind those bars is worth the risk. They descend deeper into the facility, leaving the safety of the communal area far behind them. Jaeho's instincts scream that something is off, but his curiosity pushes him to see the truth. He stands dumbfounded before a massive, glowing cathedral that looks far too holy for this grim underground bunker. Nayun is completely mesmerized by the glowing temple, thinking it looks like something straight out of a cartoon. Our boy Minu immediately recognizes the vibe, realizing it's identical to the place where he fought El's remnant. Before them stands the tower's nest, a sinister red gate that serves as the heart of the disaster. While Minu wonders if anything survived the gate shock, the kids are shocked that the gate is still standing. Jaeho suspects this nest is the root of all evil, constantly birthing new towers to plague the world. Meanwhile, Jaeho's mother pleads with Pastor Ju, who claims he can't decide her fate in the commune alone. She's desperate to stay, but the pastor warns her she needs to prove her worth to the other survivors. The silence is heavy as she realizes her options are trash tier in a place where everyone is just surviving. Suddenly, the pastor mentions a way out, and she looks up with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He suggests she join their daily religious gatherings, knowing full well how to manipulate her into his fold. Pastor Ju flashes a manipulative smile while asking when the next gathering will finally begin. Outside, the ruined city remains a trash-tier wasteland, silent under the weight of the disaster. He gently strokes Jaeho's head, acting like a saint while the boy sleeps in total ignorance. Later, the pastor waves Vango's mother over to join the others in their secret facility. She grips a heavy black cloak, knowing this is the only way to keep her son safe. Clad in the dark fabric, she follows the silent, hooded figures deeper into the shadows. They eventually reach a massive, ornate altar that looks far too grand for a simple shelter. As the others drop to their knees, she stands dumbfounded by the cult-like atmosphere surrounding her. She nervously pulls her hood up, desperately trying to blend in with the mindless followers. Her heart races as she realizes she has stepped into a nightmare far worse than the monsters outside. Pastor Ju stands before his flock, basking in the eerie glow of the temple he built on lies. He wears a sickeningly sweet smile, knowing exactly how to puppet the desperate souls under his thumb. Outside these walls, the world is a trash-tier wasteland of ruined concrete and shattered lives. Minsu panics as he realizes Jaeho has vanished, his young heart racing with a sudden, chilling dread. He asks Naeun if their friend went back to that creepy temple, but she has no answers. The moon hangs cold and indifferent over the shelter, watching as the shadows begin to stretch and twist. Vango's mother is paralyzed by a mother's intuition, sensing that something has gone horribly wrong with her boy. She frantically searches the dim corridors, her mind racing with every nightmare scenario imaginable. A hooded follower intercepts her, coldly insisting she abandon her search to attend the mandatory ritual. She refuses to budge, desperately pleading that finding her son is the only thing that matters right now. The hooded followers loom like silent shadows, their presence a cold reminder of the cult's tightening grip. Vango's mother is berated for her thoughtlessness, realizing a single mistake in this trash-tier world could be fatal. She stands dumbfounded as the sentinels block her path, her heart hammering against her ribs in pure terror. They pressure her to join their daily gatherings, claiming it is the only way to win over the community. Sweat beads on her skin as the weight of their collective gaze forces her into a corner she cannot escape. To blend in, she reluctantly dons the dark robes, becoming just another faceless shadow in their twisted congregation. She vows to find our boy the moment this ritual ends, clinging to that thin thread of motherly hope. Pastor Ju welcomes the flock with open arms, his voice dripping with a false, oily sense of salvation. Under the light of the full moon, the pastor prepares to lead a ceremony that feels anything but holy. He flashes a predatory grin, ready to see if his new followers are truly cut from the same cloth. Pastor Ju smiles, telling the crowd they must prove their devotion with absolute passion and loyalty. Vango's mother stands among the cloaked masses, trying her best to look like she belongs in this madness. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as the ritual takes a sharp, disturbing turn she didn't anticipate. The sound of fabric hitting the floor echoes as the followers begin shedding their robes in unison. She realizes with horror that the mindless followers are stripping down, exposing their vacant, possessed bodies. Trembling, she stands out like a sore thumb, as the only one still covered in this sea of flesh. Cold sweat pours down her face while she prays her hesitation hasn't already sealed her fate. The atmosphere turns a hellish red as the followers' eyes glow with a predatory, mindless hunger. Pastor Ju questions why she won't sacrifice her life for their Lord, his voice echoing with divine malice. He points her out as a traitor, and the mindless mob rushes her before she can even scream. Vango's mother bolts through the darkness, her heart hammering against her ribs as she tries to escape the madness. She can't believe her eyes, the sheer terror of the situation finally sinking in as her breath hitches. Everywhere she looks, she sees familiar faces turned into mindless husks, realizing even her friends are far gone. Desperate for a savior, she spots Pastor Ju and rushes toward him, thinking he's her only hope for survival. She begs him for help, frantically explaining that everyone has lost their minds and something is horribly wrong. But the look in his eyes makes her blood run cold when he asks why she won't stay. The mask finally slips as the trash-tier leader tells her she must win the mob over with her body. Suddenly, dozens of pale hands reach out from the crimson gloom to drag her into the nightmare. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the hollow halls of the cathedral, marking the end of her desperate struggle. Hidden behind a pillar, young Jaeho watches the entire horror unfold, his small frame trembling with pure fear. Young Jaeho is completely dumbfounded, his mind racing as he tries to process the horror he just witnessed. He thinks back to a boy named Minsu, who strangely always had chocolate in this ration-starved bunker. Minsu wasn't a selfish brat, and would occasionally share his rare treats with the other desperate children. When they asked about his secret stash, Minsu simply explained that his mother was providing the sweets. Minsu's mother seemed like a saint, but in this trash-tier world, every favor comes with a price. Jaeho watches the adults disappear into the shadows, realizing the shelter's survival depends on a dark, unspoken trade. Later, our boy huddles alone in a cold room, the silence of the bunker feeling more like a tomb. A sudden creak at the door makes him flinch, his survival instincts screaming that he isn't truly safe. His own mother finally enters the room. Though the heavy atmosphere suggests she's carrying a burden of her own, she greets him with a soft, maternal smile. Yet the underlying tragedy of their situation is plain to see. Vango's mother kneels down, claiming she spent the day helping others and has a reward to show for it. She opens her hand to reveal a few pieces of chocolate, a luxury in this trash-tier bunker life. Our boy stares at the treats, his mind racing as he realizes where these sweets actually come from. Despite the dark truth behind the help she provided, he forces a smile to keep her spirits up. He looks his mother in the eye, his youthful innocence masking the cold calculations of a survivor. A small, knowing smirk plays on his lips because he's already planning their next move in this hellhole. He starts explaining his discovery, his voice steady as he takes charge of their precarious situation. His mother watches him with a mixture of pride and deep-seated exhaustion, her soul reaching its limit. She gives a slow, weary nod, trusting her son's instincts even as the world crumbles around them. They head toward the old drainage tunnel, their hands locked tight as they navigate the shelter's shadows. Vango's mother promises that jumping is their only escape, hoping for a peace this world won't give. A sickening thud echoes through the dark as they finally hit the bottom of the abyss. The silence that follows is deafening, leaving only the cold pipes to witness their tragic end. Our boy realizes that his old self truly died on the cold floor of that drainage tunnel. He lies there broken, looking like another trash-tier casualty in a world that never showed any mercy. 3 nights pass under the moon's indifferent gaze as his discarded body begins to change. A sudden flash of blue light cuts through the darkness, signaling the arrival of a mysterious system. The glowing interface hovers over his corpse, initiating a process that defies the very laws of nature. His eyes snap open with a sharp yellow glint because he has officially clawed his way back. Now he trembles in prayer, dumbfounded that he ever considered a mere human to be something holy. Our boy trembles in prayer, finally realizing that Naeun was right about the world being a godless pit. He wonders why a merciful deity would let him and his mother suffer through such a horrific nightmare. Clenching his hands, he knows that if anyone were listening, his desperate pleas would have been answered. He specifically asked for the death of that trash-tier pastor, yet the man still breathes and mocks them. A twisted smile crawls across his face as the realization hits that he has been talking to empty air. Tears stream down his face while he accepts the cold truth that there is no divine savior coming. Kneeling before the cross, he lets out a final, silent scream that there was never a god at all. Suddenly, a golden light envelops his broken body, pulling him back from the brink of the eternal void. His blood-stained form jerks upright as the system forces life back into a vessel that should be cold. He opens his eyes with a cold yellow glint, reborn as a monster who fears nothing but himself. Vango stands alone in the darkness, his small body drenched in the blood of his past failures. Behind him, a dark energy begins to stir, reacting to the void left by his shattered faith. He reaches out as the system begins to stitch his broken soul back together with golden light. A massive pillar of divine energy erupts, signaling the birth of a monster cut from a different cloth. The light fades, leaving behind a power that feels both holy and utterly terrifying to behold. From the fading embers of the light, 2 mysterious women manifest to claim him as their new master. Their touch is cold, yet comforting, sealing a contract that will change the course of his destiny. These new familiars pledge their absolute loyalty, promising to serve our boy in whatever twisted path he chooses. Vango tests the waters, wondering if these entities are truly willing to do anything he commands. With a chilling smile, they confirm their devotion, ready to become the sharpest blades in his growing arsenal. Yahello wears a terrifying smile, declaring his dark intent to end the pastor who ruined his entire life. The scene shifts back to the grim reality of the shelter, where the flickering lights mirror the dying hope. 2 survivors wander the halls, wondering where the boy and his mother have vanished to these past days. Guilt starts to eat at them, as they regret the trash-tier things they said to the poor woman. Turns out, the mother heard every single word of their cruel gossip while hiding just around the corner. They realize their heartless behavior likely pushed her over the edge when she was already at her limit. One woman snaps back, claiming they only acted that way to keep the cult fanatics off their backs. Their heated argument is cut short when a blood-stained figure suddenly stumbles out from the darkness toward them. It is young Yahello, looking absolutely broken as he begs these heartless people to help his dying mother. Deep in the shadows, a dark void opens up, ready to swallow the last remnants of his innocence. The 2 women stare down into the abyss, hearing the haunting wind howl from the depths below. Our boy Yahello begs them to help, claiming his mother just slipped and fell into the dark pit. Realizing no one could survive that drop, they decide to trick the kid into leaving for more help. Yahello stops them, asking if they knew about his mother's secret nightly trips to fetch him chocolate. The trash tier survivors lie through their teeth, claiming she was just attending a special adult-only prayer service. When they ask if he still likes the pastor, the atmosphere suddenly turns cold and suffocating. They wait for his answer, completely unaware that they have already sealed their own pathetic fates. A twisted smirk crawls across Jaeho's face as he admits his pure, unadulterated hatred for the man. Suddenly, dark manifestations emerge from the void and shove the dumbfounded women right over the ledge. As their screams fade into the distance, Jaeho simply watches, finally confirming the ugly truth about this world. Jaeho realizes the grown-ups only cared about their own survival, ignoring the pastor's sick, twisted games. These manifestations of his trauma agree that the hypocrisy of the adults is absolutely disgusting. With a cold glare, our boy asks his new shadows if they understand their next bloody task. Their hands morph into lethal claws, ready to tear through the trash-tier humans who failed him. The slaughter begins instantly, as the girls rip through the crowd, turning the shelter into a graveyard. Panic erupts as the survivors try to flee, but there is nowhere left to hide from his wrath. One man barely makes it a few steps before his head is cleanly separated from his shoulders. As his lifeless corpse thuds against the cold floor, the remaining woman can only scream in terror. She stands frozen in the dim light, realizing that her turn to face judgment has finally arrived. Suddenly, the massive white serpent looms over her, marking the end of her pathetic, cowardly existence. The ancient spirit watches with a cold, red eye as the carnage unfolds in the dark. Amidst the chaos, Naeun stands paralyzed as the other survivors scramble for their lives. She desperately calls out for her mother, but the only response is the sound of frantic footsteps. Suddenly, she spots Jaeho standing perfectly still, his white shirt now soaked in fresh, crimson blood. While everyone else treats the shelter like a sinking ship, our boy just stares into the void. Naeun rushes over, begging him to move because she senses the impending doom closing in on them. She grabs his hand, determined to drag him away from the nightmare before it's too late. But then she notices the stains on his clothes, realizing he's already been touched by the violence. Jaeho calmly asks if adults are simply forced to make choices that destroy their own humanity. Naeun is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the dark thoughts swirling inside the young boy's mind. Naeun clings to the boy, warning him that his promise to stay kind is already slipping away. Behind his innocent smile, the shadow of a demon looms as Jaeho accepts he'll never be good. Our boy decides that if he can't be a hero, it's simply better to end her life now. Meanwhile, the dim light of a chandelier flickers over a much darker conversation in the shelter's depths. Pastor Ju strokes the face of Jaeho's mother, asking her age with a predatory and unsettling curiosity. She reveals she's 35, explaining how her husband abandoned them both when the gate shocks first hit. The woman calls her former husband a pathetic man for leaving his family behind to face monsters alone. Desperate for safety, she begs the pastor to protect her and her son from the chaos outside. The trash tier leader smirks, implying his protection comes with a price she must be willing to pay. Suddenly, an assistant bursts in with a loud clack, frantically reporting a sudden emergency to the pastor. The shelter assistant panics as he realizes intruders have breached their supposedly safe sanctuary. Before he can even react, the manifested girls tear through him with a ruthless, high-speed strike. Blood splatters across the room, leaving Pastor Ju and Jaeho's mother completely dumbfounded by the sudden violence. They stare in horror, realizing the false prophets the pastor warned about might already be inside. Bloody footsteps echo through the hall as a small figure approaches, leaving a trail of carnage behind. It is little Jaeho, standing tall while flanked by shadowy manifestations that look eerily like a young Yoriam. Our boy's eyes glow with a predatory yellow light as he mocks the pastor's own twisted teachings. The trash tier leader loses his mind, screaming at the brat for destroying the order he built. Suddenly, the pastor's world freezes as he realizes he is no longer the one in control. The manifested girls close in with haunting smiles, ready to show him the true meaning of fear. Pastor Ju is lost in a blissful hallucination as the manifested girls embrace him with haunting affection. One girl whispers a chilling question, making the trash tier leader sweat under her intense, knowing gaze. She asks why a man of God would commit such sins, striking directly at his deepest insecurities. He admits to himself that he was never actually a real man of the cloth to begin with. Before the gates opened, he was just an ordinary, unremarkable guy, sitting in the back of a church. When the disaster struck, the world collapsed, leaving him as a lone survivor among the bloody ruins. He watched the real pastor die, realizing that blind faith couldn't save anyone from the coming monsters. Picking up the fallen scripture, he saw a golden opportunity to rewrite his own pathetic destiny. A twisted plan formed in his mind as he realized how easily desperate people could be manipulated. He stepped toward the other survivors, ready to play the role of their new, holy savior. The survivors are desperate, clinging to the hope that this stranger is actually a holy man. Pastor Ju screams that he didn't choose the title, but the desperate masses forced it upon him. Vango's mother is dumbfounded as the truth about the abandoned shelter being a total lie comes out. Our boy Jaeho stands there covered in blood, realizing the pastor conspired with hunters to kill everyone. Ju laughs like a maniac, thinking nobody will ever find out his sins in this chaotic catastrophe. Suddenly, the fake pastor freezes, wondering why he's even confessing his darkest secrets to these people. Before he can react, a shadowy girl plunges her hand through his chest in a spray of blood. He gasps for air, the cold reality of his impending death finally sinking into his trash-tier soul. The manifested girls just grin, enjoying the sight of the man who groomed a monster finally breaking. Vango's mother can only watch in pure horror as the sanctuary she believed in turns into a slaughterhouse. Jaeho lets out a chilling grin as he fully embraces the darkness swirling within his young soul. Our boy labels the fake pastor an apostate, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, newfound power. A blood-soaked clawed hand twitches, ready to finish the job that the cruel world started. Vango's mother is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the monster her son is rapidly becoming. The manifested girls don't hesitate for a second, their sharp claws dripping with the lifeblood of a liar. Jaeho stands there looking eerily calm, the splattered blood on his shirt acting like a grim trophy. Ju's hand reaches for a heaven that won't have him, as his blood sprays across the cold stone. The manifested girls finish the job, shredding the fake pastor while he screams in total, pathetic agony. A small, satisfied smirk plays on Jaeho's lips as he watches his former tormentor finally break. He laughs at the realization that this supposedly holy man was just a pathetic, fragile human all along. The manifested girls loom over Vango's mother, their presence a chilling reminder of the boy's new authority. She pathetically begs for mercy, claiming she only did what was necessary to survive the shelter's nightmare. Desperation takes over as she screams about her child needing her, hoping to spark some trace of humanity. Our boy Jaeho just stands there, looking at the woman who failed him with eyes colder than ice. He bluntly informs her that her excuses are worthless, since the other child is already dead. The realization hits her like a truck, leaving her completely dumbfounded as her last shred of sanity snaps. A twisted smile creeps onto her face as she accepts that her role in this tragedy is finally over. Chaos erupts as the shelter assistant is cut down, proving that nobody is getting out of here alive. The manifested girls make quick work of the remaining survivors, turning the sanctuary into a literal slaughterhouse. Everything comes crashing down as the shelter collapses, burying the sins of the past under tons of rubble. The hunters finally arrive at the scene, but they have no idea they've just walked into a literal nightmare. Panic sets in instantly as blood splatters across the room, leaving the squad completely dumbfounded by the sudden violence. Before they can even draw their weapons, half their team is already cooling on the floor in crimson pools. A chilling presence looms nearby, moving with a lethal grace that proves she is cut from a different cloth. This shadowy entity stands over the carnage, casually tossing aside a fresh corpse like it's nothing but trash-tier garbage. The survivors are totally lost, wondering if this girl is some kind of sick joke or a twisted encounter. Our boy Jaeho finally steps into the light, sporting a smile that's way too calm for a kid covered in gore. He welcomes the newcomers to his personal slaughterhouse, standing tall beside his monstrous protector amidst the mounting body count. The lead hunter tries to act tough, but Jaeho just sighs and tells them they aren't even worthy of living. With a cold command to finish them, the shadowy girl leaps forward to erase the last of the trash. A trash-tier hunter doesn't even notice the lethal shadow reaching out to end his miserable life. Suddenly, the entire area erupts in a violent burst of debris as the memory shifts back in time. Our boy Jaeho stands amidst the dust of his past, his clothes already stained with the scent of iron. He flinches as the harsh reality of his childhood trauma comes rushing back to haunt him once more. These scumbag miners are busy tormenting his mother, treating her like nothing more than a toy for their amusement. The lead thug wears a sickening smirk, clearly enjoying the power trip over those who can't fight back. He roughly grabs her face, his eyes filled with a predatory hunger that makes Jaeho's blood boil. The trash-tier crew starts joking about how they finally have someone new to break in this hellhole. Jaeho screams for them to stop, but his small voice carries no weight against these cruel monsters. They just laugh and mock the kid, completely dumbfounded that a brat would even try to challenge them. The trash-tier hunters look down with cold eyes, ready to put the brat in his place. One of them delivers a brutal strike, sending our boy crashing to the dusty floor with a wham. He slumps down in pain as the lead thug mocks him for not knowing when to shut up. Suddenly, the crew realizes something is off, sensing awakened mana coming from the kid just like themselves. They turn their attention to his mother, wondering if she is actually some kind of summoned familiar. The lead hunter smirks, questioning if this trembling child was the one who slaughtered everyone in the shelter. He roughly yanks Jaeho up by his hair, making sure the kid feels every bit of his helplessness. Leaning in close, the scumbag whispers that power always comes with a heavy price he must pay. He then suggests they have some fun with the supposed familiar while the boy watches in horror. Jaeho's heart thumps against his ribs as he realizes the true nightmare is only just beginning. The trash tier hunters surround Vango's mother, thinking they've found an easy target to break the boy's spirit. Jaeho's heart hammers against his chest, but it's not just from fear. Something dark is finally waking up. Suddenly, the woman's aura shifts into something cold and inhuman, making the air in the shelter turn frigid. The lead hunter is dumbfounded when our boy starts chuckling, demanding to know what's so damn funny. Jaeho stares him down with cold eyes, admitting he knows he can't beat a group of seasoned hunters. The trash tier thugs freeze as a violent rumble shakes the room, signaling that something else is coming. Before they can react, a massive white serpent bursts through the ceiling with a deafening roar. The spirit companion smashes through their ranks, sending the arrogant hunters flying like ragdolls. Vango's mother lies there amidst the chaos, but her terrified act is starting to slip away. Her eyes glint with a predatory light, proving she was never the helpless victim they imagined. The ceiling caves in as a massive shadow looms over the terrified hunters. These trash tier challengers realize their target escaped through the roof as a giant serpent. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the rubble, making the hunters' blood run cold. They look up in pure terror, wondering just how much power this kid is actually hiding. With a heavy thud, a dark presence descends, crushing the debris beneath its weight. Vango wears a twisted smile, recalling how some hunters once tried to rescue him. From the shadows, our boy manifests in his demonic form, radiating a suffocating aura. The boy's grin widens as he explains that those heroes were slaughtered by this very beast. The monstrous silhouette towers over the room, a living nightmare born from the demonic disaster. Baphomet lets out a savage snarl, mocking the fools who died trying to save a monster. Vango watches with a twisted curiosity, wondering if these trash tier hunters have any chance of surviving his trial. A massive impact shatters the area, leaving the challengers with zero room to breathe or escape the carnage. In the end, they were just fodder, their lives snuffed out as easily as a flickering candle in a storm. The truth is even darker, as the boy admits to slaughtering every single soul hiding within that underground shelter. After the bloodbath, Jay collapsed from sheer exhaustion, only to be discovered by a group of unsuspecting rescue hunters. The survivors bombarded the kid with questions about his identity, but he just sat there, looking completely hollow. When asked if monsters were the real killers, he just wore a chilling smile that hid his true nature. He played the victim perfectly, claiming he couldn't remember a thing, while keeping his deadly secrets locked away tight. Instead of joining the ranks of heroes, he chose the underbelly of society, thriving among the illegal awakened ones. Even in the shadows, his dangerous charm draws attention, though he remains a predator lurking in plain sight. Our boy meets up with a mysterious contact who seems to be cut from the same cloth. They head back to a sleek apartment, leaving the chaos of the streets far behind for the night. While lounging around, she gets curious and asks if he actually uses a code name for his hits. Jay shrugs it off, reminding her he isn't a hunter, but she insists he needs a proper title. He mentions his current alias is Peacemaker, though his idea of peace usually involves a high body count. She thinks that name is totally trash tier and decides to come up with something much more fitting. Suddenly, she hits him with a suggestion from Norse mythology that actually makes him stop and listen. She explains that Loki, the god of deception, is perfect since his illusions are indistinguishable from reality. Jay stands there for a second, almost dumbfounded by how well that title fits his twisted nature. He finally agrees, sitting down with a soft thwump as he officially becomes the underworld's very own Loki. Jay is just lounging when his partner asks why he doesn't use his insane powers for personal gain. She points out that everyone else is greedy, but he seems to have no real ambition left. As night falls over the city, her words linger, making him reflect on his true purpose. Walking through the streets, our boy realizes his thirst for blood was quenched by his past revenge. He tries to blend in, but his natural aura still manages to attract some unwanted attention. A couple of random elders stop him, acting all friendly while trying to scout him for something. Turns out, they've dragged him into a full-blown cult meeting, where a hype man is shouting nonsense. The main event arrives as their so-called heavenly demon leader steps out, looking like a total fraud. The crowd goes wild, crying out for their father as if this old man is some god. The leader just flashes a trash tier sparkle, soaking up the praise from his brainwashed followers. A blind man and his mother are brought forward to experience what the cult calls a miracle. He tells the crowd how a tragic accident from his youth stole his vision forever. The brainwashed followers look on with pity, fully buying into the tragic sob story being presented. His mother breaks down in tears, claiming it is all her fault for letting go of his hand. The cult MC wipes away a fake tear, pretending to be deeply moved by their touching bond. Suddenly, he starts screaming that their days of suffering and worry are finally at an end. He promises that their trash tier leader has the divine power to restore the man's sight right now. The man is laid out like a prop while the fraudulent leader prepares his big performance. He reaches down, acting as if he is about to channel some holy energy into the poor guy. With a smug look, the fraud prepares to trick everyone into believing he is a literal god. The heavenly demon leader begins chanting some nonsense, making it look like he is actually channeling divine power. The brainwashed crowd joins in, desperately praying for a miracle to happen right before their eyes. He keeps muttering his fake incantations, building up the tension for his big, fraudulent reveal. Everyone holds their breath, wondering if this trash-tier fraud can actually pull off the impossible. Suddenly, he lets out a massive roar, acting like he is the vessel for some holy energy. A strange ripple seems to pass through the air as the man on the table starts to twitch. The blind man springs up in total shock, his eyes wide as if he is seeing light again. He trembles while touching his face, completely dumbfounded that his vision has supposedly been restored. The crowd loses their minds, screaming in joy because they think they just witnessed a literal miracle. They all start chanting for their leader, fully convinced that he is their one and only savior. The crowd hails the heavenly demon leader as their father, completely blinded by his trash-tier performance. He just stands there with a smug, peaceful look, soaking in the undeserved worship of his brainwashed followers. The laughter and cheering suddenly die down when a cold, mocking voice cuts through the air like a blade. Our boy Jay watches from the crowd, wondering how these idiots still fall for such outdated, pathetic scams. He calls out the fraud, asking why he doesn't use those supposed miracles to fix his own bald head. The cult MC starts sweating bullets, realizing someone in the audience actually has a working brain. He desperately tries to save face by claiming their leader doesn't waste divine power on such trivial matters. Before they can react, Jay leaps onto the stage with terrifying speed, catching the scammers completely off guard. With a predatory smirk, he decides to give them a real miracle to worry about. He instantly slashes through the fake miracle man, proving that blood is the only thing real in this room. The cult leader and his lapdog stand there absolutely dumbfounded as their little show turns into a crime scene. Even the hired actress playing the grieving mother can't believe our boy actually drew blood in public. As the fake blind man hits the floor with a heavy thud, the entire room goes dead silent. Jay stares them down, mockingly telling the old geezer to go ahead and perform a quick resurrection miracle. He wears a predatory smirk, mockingly challenging these trash-tier scammers to finally show everyone some real divine power. The brainwashed crowd starts whispering in confusion, wondering if this sudden violence is just another part of the test. They actually expect the leader to step up, completely unaware they're watching a total fraud get brutally exposed. When the actress tries to make a run for it, Jay cuts her off with a terrifyingly cold gaze. He asks where she's going since her supposed son just died, making her let out a terrified shriek. She immediately points the finger at the leader, confessing they were all just paid actors for this pathetic scam. Jay just smirks, telling the crowd they would have to be total morons to fall for this trash-tier scam. He leans in with a predatory look, mockingly asking everyone exactly how it feels to be such pathetic fools. Our boy's cold gaze lingers on the broken faces of the believers as the harsh reality finally sinks in. The crowd starts panicking, realizing every single promise of a miracle was nothing more than a big, fat lie. They look like people who just watched their god crumble, left with nothing but a dark void of betrayal. Seeing their despair triggers a painful memory for Jay, reminding him of when he was also once betrayed. He stands there in silence, watching the seeds of chaos he planted finally start to bloom into something ugly. Suddenly, the brainwashed followers snap and rush forward, screaming about how they were tricked by the lying fraud. The mob loses it, demanding their money back as they swarm the stage in a blind and violent rage. Amidst the riot, Jay just crouches down and shivers, overwhelmed by the dark satisfaction of the unfolding carnage. Jay grins, his breath hitching as he watches the beautiful disaster he's finally orchestrated. Our boy can't help but laugh, realizing his thirst for revenge is the only thing keeping him going. As the fake god crumbles, he realizes his burning hatred hasn't faded one bit over the years. The fraudulent leader is tossed around like trash-tier loot, while the blue mana flares up violently. Jay lands with a heavy thud, his presence alone making the air feel thick with impending doom. The woman screams for her father, completely dumbfounded by the sudden collapse of her entire world. Despair spreads through the crowd like a plague as they realize their salvation was just a scam. On her knees, She begs for a miracle that's never coming, while the angry mob swarms around. Suddenly, a massive hooded figure emerges, radiating a terrifying pressure that demands everyone's absolute submission. The entity's mask glows with an eerie light, signaling that the real nightmare is only just beginning. Jay reflects on how everyone will eventually fall into despair and deny God, just like he once did. Standing amidst the chaos, our boy remains hidden behind a mask, watching the fallout with cold indifference. He stares ahead with a piercing gaze, his silver hair shimmering as the mana begins to stir within. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he centers himself, preparing to face whatever trash-tier threat comes next. When he looks up again, his eyes glow with a predatory golden light, signaling he's ready for blood. Suddenly, Yoonseon Kim reveals a hideous true form, transforming into a massive, moth-like demonic beast that towers over. Red system windows pop up, giving him the grim choice to either kill or save this corrupted soul. The beast lashes out with a violent strike, forcing Jay to maneuver through the air to avoid being crushed. Our boy flashes a wicked grin, mocking the creature for finally ending the boring lecture and getting to work. Jay watches the beast's tentacles flail, genuinely confused why anyone would choose to transform into such a bug. The massive tentacles tear through the fodder hunters, proving these guys are just trash-tier distractions for the beast. Jay pauses mid-combat, suddenly remembering a crucial piece of intel that the smug director Jae-ok once shared. It turns out hunters and demonic beasts are practically cut from the same cloth, sharing every physical trait. He questions the true link between them, wondering if the only thing separating man from monster is the heart. A mask whistles through the air as the battlefield descends into a chaotic blur of purple and red mana. His eyes burn with a lethal red glow as he focuses his intent, finally ready to end this farce. With a single, fluid motion, our boy slices through the massive tentacles like they were made of thin paper. The air screams as his blade swishes through the void, fueled by a sudden, violent surge of mana. He continues his relentless assault, carving through the demonic flesh with the cold precision of a master executioner. Standing amidst the falling limbs, he realizes that in this world of monsters, he is the apex predator. Jay continues his dance of death, tearing through the mana-saturated air with every violent, sweeping swing of his blade. His eyes burn with a predatory hunger as he locks onto his target, refusing to let the monster escape. He launches himself forward like a dark blur against the chaotic sky, closing the distance in a single heartbeat. Raising his blade high, he pours every ounce of his killing intent into a strike meant to end it. The massive moth-like demon stands no chance as our boy delivers a devastating, mana-infused blow to its massive frame. The creature's white mask shatters under the sheer pressure, finally exposing the rot hidden beneath its fake divine facade. Jay stares down the beast with a gaze that is cold and unwavering, already planning his next lethal move. With a sickening squelch, his blade pierces through the mask, signaling the end of the quack doctor's pathetic existence. Suddenly, he pauses as a flicker of confusion crosses his face, wondering why the kill feels so strangely hollow. He catches a glimpse of something unexpected within the remains. Realizing this twisted trial might have one final trick, Jay darts through the air, his movements a blur as he tries to maintain his lethal momentum. He narrows his eyes, sensing that something about this supposed kill is fundamentally wrong. Landing amidst a sea of writhing tentacles, our boy realizes the beast isn't staying down for long. He watches in dumbfounded silence as the severed limbs begin to knit back together with a sickening sizzle. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts behind him, signaling that the quack doctor has plenty of mana left. A massive beam of energy tears through the battlefield, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. Thick clouds of dust fill the air, masking the monster's presence as it prepares its next move. A swirling vortex of dark energy begins to pull at the surroundings, warping the very fabric of the trial. The moth demon emerges from the chaos fully restored, its fake divine mask mocking his previous efforts. Jay mumbles to himself about the annoying regeneration, realizing this trash-tier boss is more persistent than he thought. Jay sighs that this is a total pain while he dives headfirst into the fray, letting the weight of his blade lead the charge against the monster. The chains erupt with a violent falashang, shredding through the quack doctor's pathetic defenses in an instant. Deep within the beast's chest, our boy finally spots the glowing mana core, fueling its annoying regeneration. With a swift strike, the protective layers are peeled back, exposing the monster's only true weakness. Jay switches his tactics, swinging a massive dual axe on a chain to deliver a crushing blow. He firmly grasps the glowing links, making sure this trash-tier boss doesn't have any room to wiggle away. The moth demon looks completely dumbfounded as its fake divine power fails to stop the incoming onslaught. The chains whip through the air with a heavy herk, binding the beast's wings and sealing its movements. Our boy stares it down, knowing that no amount of regeneration can save it from his next strike. The moth demon stares back with those creepy red eyes, but it's clearly on its last legs. Our boy isn't playing around, shouting that there's no way this trash can survive being ripped to pieces. He follows through, his blade slicing clean through that smug white mask in a single, fluid motion. The creature's body splits wide open with a sickening fss, revealing a grotesque maw hidden beneath the surface. Jay steps back into the shadows, his eyes scanning for any sign that this nightmare is finally over. He just smirks, noting how annoying it is that this thing remains so incredibly persistent, despite the damage. Suddenly, the monster gapes its mouth wide, charging up a desperate, last-ditch energy attack from deep within. A massive wave of power erupts with a vweem, slamming against the red chain barrier Jay quickly manifested. While holding the line, he wonders if this thing can regenerate forever, and what he actually needs to hit. It finally clicks for him that they are still trapped inside the domain of Gehenna, changing the entire game. Jay decides it's time to stop playing around, and finally activates a specific skill to end this. Yoonsun Kim doesn't back down, manifesting dozens of glowing energy orbs to saturate the entire area with power. Our boy barely has time to breathe before those light projectiles come raining down like a localized meteor shower. Despite the chaos, Jay stays cool, realizing that brute force is the only language this trash-tier monster understands. He unleashes Gigablaze, a massive inferno that swallows everything in its path with a deafening boom. The demonic entity shudders as the flames tear through its regeneration, forcing a guttural roar from its hidden maw. Amidst the fire, a sharp red strike cuts deep, proving that even a god-tier beast has a breaking point. The monster is completely dumbfounded, as its supposedly perfect defense starts crumbling under the relentless heat and pressure. Jay steps through the smoke, confidently noting that he finally found the solution to this annoying puzzle. He just smirks, knowing that the momentum has shifted, and he finally holds the ultimate advantage in this fight. Jay realizes this domain works just like a tower, meaning the system will reveal every enemy's hidden weakness. The system confirms this trash-tier moth has infinite physical regeneration, but is wide open to magical damage. Our boy readies his blade, knowing exactly where to strike to end this annoying trial once and for all. He coats his sword in a searing mana flame, perfectly tailored to exploit the beast's magical vulnerability. The monster stares back with its hollow mask, completely unaware that its secret defense has already been cracked. Jay lunges forward through the inferno, aiming a decisive blow at the heart of the demonic entity. With a cold glare, he decides it is finally time to wrap this up and finish the fight. The beast shrieks as the overwhelming pressure of Jay's magic begins to tear through its supposedly perfect form. It bares its jagged teeth in a desperate roar, but it is far too late to stop the momentum. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, leaving Jay completely dumbfounded. As the battlefield shifts in an instant, Jay's eyes widen as the world around him suddenly fractures into a surreal, blinding white void. He finds himself suspended in midair, staring down at a younger version of himself drifting peacefully below. The boy stands before him, a hauntingly calm presence amidst the chaos of this fractured mental trial. With a gentle smile, the child offers his gratitude. Finally finding peace as the heavy burden shifts, reality snaps back as Jay delivers a devastating strike, cleaving right through the heart of the moth beast. A massive explosion rocks the area, signaling the absolute end of the Quack Doctor's pathetic demonic form. The entity is reduced to a mere silhouette, consumed by the vengeful flames of our boy's overwhelming mana. As the monster dies, the memory of the young boy begins to sink further into the deep darkness. The searing heat intensifies, erasing every trace of the Papilio Order's influence from this mental landscape. Finally, the lingering essence of his past self drifts away, leaving Jay alone in the quiet aftermath. Jay sticks the landing as the flames roar behind him, finally ending that moth-like trash-tier boss. With the master dead, the domain of Gehenna completely collapses, returning the mental landscape to its original state. His younger self cautiously approaches, asking if the nightmare is truly gone for good this time. Seeing the monster's essence fade into nothingness, the boy realizes our boy actually pulled it off. He notes that the familiars vanished the moment their master died, proving the Quack Doctor's power was hollow. A dark smirk crosses the kid's face as he admits that he hasn't had this much fun in ages. He looks back at the carnage of his own past, thinking it's a shame everything ended so messily. The boy shrugs it off, claiming he did everything possible, and telling Jay not to judge him. But our boy stays silent, his mind racing, as the kid notices something is clearly bothering him. Falling through the void, Jay is dumbfounded by his own sudden, inexplicable hesitation to kill. Jay wonders if that pathetic backstory actually touched his heart while the kid tries to get his attention. He tries to shake off the sympathy, feeling disgusted that his cold heart might be softening for once. Our boy clutches his head, refusing to believe he is becoming some soft-hearted hero instead of a demon. The inner turmoil grows as the kid keeps pestering him with dumb questions, making his headache even worse. Finally reaching his limit, Jay delivers a swift bop to the kid's head to shut him up. As the little brat sniffles on the ground, a sudden red system flash interrupts their petty bickering. Jay stares at the ominous notification, realizing the trial isn't over and something big is shifting. His eyes widen in pure shock as he reads the contents of the system's latest update. Even the kid stops crying, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere as Jay's face goes pale. The scene shifts toward a quiet neighborhood, hinting that the real nightmare is just beginning. A neighbor offers some fresh kimchi, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy in this gritty neighborhood. The elderly woman insists he take some extra paste, playing the part of a kind, oblivious local perfectly. They share a brief, suspicious glance, suggesting these residents might be cut from a more observant cloth. Yoriam watches from a distance, noting how many people have been lingering around Minu's house lately. She hides behind her shades, feeling unusually nervous about whether our boy is even home to see her. Standing at his door, she debates if showing up uninvited is a trash-tier move or a necessary apology. She recalls how he hung up on her earlier, leaving her and Ji-hyun completely dumbfounded at the cafe. She tries to convince herself this is just about keeping a top-tier mercenary like Baphomet on her side. Despite her cold reputation, she looks visibly stressed, sweating the small stuff as she hesitates to knock. She flinches when a voice suddenly asks about dinner, catching the Reaper off guard in her moment of doubt. Yoriam is sweating buckets, completely thrown off by the casual conversation about food happening just feet away. Our boy Minu doesn't miss a beat, roasting the kid for acting like a busy modern man. He keeps the trash-tier insults flowing, calling the little guy a picky dung fly as they head outside. Suddenly, a loud crash sends Yoriam diving for cover behind a dumpster like a total amateur. She freezes when she sees two elderly neighbors standing there, wondering why a top-tier hunter is acting suspicious. Yoriam is absolutely dumbfounded by her own behavior, questioning why she is even hiding in the first place. Minu spots the grandmas and immediately drops the gritty act, proving he is cut from a different cloth. He turns on the charm, asking if he can swing by for dinner later with his little brother. Back inside, the mood shifts instantly as they realize something massive just happened with the system. Turns out, the reward for taking down Loki is a rare familiar summoning skill that leaves them shocked. The little guy reminds Jay that taking down Raven earned him a pretty sweet special skill too. It turns out he has managed to snag the unique abilities of both the Disciple of Wrath and Lust. If this pattern holds, our boy realizes he will become unstoppable by hunting down the remaining disciples. The kid stays silent for a moment, his mind clearly racing with the implications of their growing power. He wonders why a goddess like Ra would go to such extreme lengths for a monster like Baphomet. The mood shifts when the little guy asks if Jay has even tried summoning his new familiar yet. Jay learns that a familiar form is a direct reflection of the summoner's true nature and inner personality. He closes his eyes, focusing inward to see what kind of creature his soul will actually manifest. Jay mocks the kid's trash-tier fly familiar, while the little guy insists it is perfect for stealthy reconnaissance. Ignoring the chatter, our boy concentrates one last time to finally bring his own familiar into the world. Jay envisions a terrifying warrior with sharp fangs and a ruthless killer instinct to serve as his familiar. Our boy is convinced his inner nature will manifest the absolute greatest demonic beast the world has seen. He triggers the system command, causing a violent surge of red mana to swirl around his body. Even the little guy watches with bated breath, wondering what kind of monster Jay will actually birth. Jay maintains his focus, pouring his authority into the ritual to ensure the result is truly legendary. A low growl echoes through the air as a sinister, grinning face starts to form within the smoke. Suddenly, a massive flash of light erupts, signaling that the summoning process is finally complete. As the dust settles, the child stands there in total silence, staring at the creature before him. The silence doesn't last long before he starts snickering, unable to hold back his sheer amusement. Jay stands there completely dumbfounded, while the kid laughs his head off at the pathetic-looking result. Our boy is left sweating and questioning his life choices after seeing the absolute joke of a summon. Meanwhile, over at the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, the suits are busy cleaning up the recent mess. Jae-wook-ha starts digging through the archives, finding grisly evidence of the shelter massacre Minu mentioned. It turns out Loki was pulling the strings, causing a massive spike in crimes committed by the Awakened. The assistant notes how these hunters have become too powerful, easily covering up their tracks with influence. Jae-wook doesn't hold back his venom, stating that these entitled, lawless hunters utterly disgust him to his core. His subordinate remains quiet, absorbing the director's cold realization about the state of their world. A thin smile plays on Jae-wook's lips, suggesting he might finally have a way to handle these trash-tier elites. He asks if Minu shared anything else, clearly trying to stay one step ahead of our protagonist's agenda. When he hears Minu is heading to the item depot instead of the exchange, he's left genuinely curious. Jaeuk wonders why an A-tier like Minu would bother with the depot instead of the high-end exchange. He realizes our boy probably needs gear immediately, and decides to give him a proper reward. The scene shifts to a high-security facility, where the elite keep their most useful tools. Heavy boots come to a halt as our protagonist finally reaches his destination. Minu looks around the sterile hallway, questioning if this is really the spot Jaeuk mentioned. Suddenly, a professional-looking woman approaches and addresses him by his notorious alias, Baphomet. She introduces herself as manager Ji-Soo-Yu, welcoming him to the exclusive item depot. She explains that this place isn't for trash-tier hunters, but only those with significant achievements. Minu remains skeptical, asking why he's getting the VIP treatment when he's still keeping a low profile. The manager just gives him a knowing smile, keeping the real reasons behind the curtain for now. She explains that his personal connection with the director grants him significant authority within this restricted facility. As the heavy doors whir open, our boy wonders if the director is actually as influential as everyone claims. He suddenly stops in his tracks, feeling a heavy, suffocating pressure radiating from deep within the room. The depot is massive, filled with high-tier gear that would make any trash-tier hunter drool with envy. From ornate swords to enchanted staves, every piece of equipment looks like it belongs to a legend. Ji-Soo-Yu notices his reaction, explaining that any real hunter can feel the unique weight of these items. Turns out, these aren't normal tools. They are notorious evil weapons that bleed a dark, corrupting aura. While they offer god-tier strength, they eventually rot the wielder's mind, turning them into mindless monsters. Because they're so dangerous, the government keeps them locked away, only selling them to the absolute elite. The manager is dumbfounded that a mere A-tier can withstand an aura that terrifies S-class veterans. Ji-Soo-Yu feels the suffocating tension and suggests leaving, but our boy simply notes the weapon's intense bloodlust. Instead of backing down, Minu releases a crushing aura to remind these cursed tools exactly who they're dealing with. He stares down the trash-tier gear and mentally commands every single one of them to bow their heads. With eyes glowing a predatory red, he exerts his demonic authority and demands they kneel before him. Ji-Soo-Yu is paralyzed with fear, realizing there are rare, dangerous ways to actually subjugate an evil weapon. To truly master these items, a hunter must force the weapon to accept that its wielder is superior. The manager is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a mere A-tier can exude the bloodlust of a demonic beast. Just as the pressure becomes unbearable, a firm hand suddenly grips Minu's shoulder to halt his display. Turns out Jaeuk has arrived, looking entirely unfazed by the dark energy swirling around our boy. The director just smirks, teasing Minu for scaring the poor manager half to death with his demonic intensity. Minu is visibly irritated that his power trip was cut short, while the manager finally catches her breath. The director offers a smug grin, suggesting that their previous meeting should have left a lasting impression. Our boy doesn't appreciate the cryptic talk, and bluntly asks who the hell he is dealing with. A hot-headed subordinate suddenly intervenes, screaming about how Minu should show some respect to a guildmaster. Minu just gives him a deadpan look, genuinely wondering who this noisy trash-tier hunter even is. A cruel smile creeps onto his face as he realizes the man's pathetic mug actually looks familiar. He mockingly identifies him as the same failure who was once publicly rejected by the famous Yoriam Na. Minu twists the knife further, reminding him of the exact moment he lost his arm in battle. The memory of that brutal encounter resurfaces, showing the moment Minu showed the man no mercy. The hunter is left trembling as his missing limb begins to throb from the sheer psychological trauma. Jaeuk steps in to play peacemaker, formally introducing himself and his hot-headed subordinate to our boy. He starts probing Minu about his connection to the Terra Guild and its mysterious leader, Yoonseon Kim. Minu is genuinely dumbfounded, having no clue that the trash-tier doctor was actually a legendary hunter. The manager politely escorts the guildmaster away to inspect the high-end equipment they have prepared. Minu watches them leave, still processing the cryptic information about his former enemy's hidden past. When the manager offers to show him another section, he decides to linger and observe the competition. Suddenly, his instincts flare up as he senses a familiar, dark energy radiating from the nearby display. The manager unveils a special item for the blue-haired hunter, catching Minus' full attention. These wicked blades are clearly cut from the same cloth as the demonic artifacts he knows all too well. Realizing the danger, he quickly requests a standard loadout to avoid drawing any more unwanted suspicion. Ji-Soo-Yu tells our boy to hang tight, while she grabs some standard gear for him to check out. Left alone, Minu starts wandering through the high-end showroom, his eyes scanning the various artifacts on display. Something catches his attention, pulling him toward a specific corner of the room that feels strangely different. He finds a mysterious red grimoire sitting on a pedestal, radiating a quiet but undeniable power. When Jisoo returns, he asks about the book, noting it lacks the typical bloodlust of most cursed items. She explains the grimoire is sealed tight, and so far, no magic-type hunter has been able to crack it. Because of the unknown risks, they've tucked it away in the evil weapons section, just to be safe. Minhu stares at the ancient tome, his mind racing as he wonders what kind of secrets are locked inside. Needing a moment to clear his head, he excuses himself and heads toward the nearby men's restroom. Splashing water on his face, he tries to process the overwhelming energy he just felt from that book. The blue-haired hunter receives a stern reminder that the Vice Guild Master has massive expectations for his upcoming performance. He tries to psych himself up, desperately believing he can handle whatever trash-tier challenge lies ahead of him. Suddenly, our boy Minhu steps out of the shadows, bluntly telling him that using that weapon is suicide. He warns the hunter that the evil artifact is far beyond his level and will eventually devour him whole. The blue-haired hunter looks absolutely annoyed, clearly hating that a supposed nobody is giving him unsolicited advice. He tells Minhu to get lost, but our boy just asks if he managed to bruise his fragile ego. Minhu then brings up Yoriam, mocking the guy for a date that she never actually promised him. The hunter is left dumbfounded, his face twisting in shock as his lies are laid bare in the open. Minhu continues the verbal beatdown, explaining that Yoriam was only pretending not to know what he was talking about. Fuming with rage, the hunter stomps toward Minhu, clearly ready to throw hands after being humiliated so thoroughly. After the heated confrontation, the scene shifts to a quiet neighborhood bathed in the fading sunset light. A heavy gate creaks open as someone finally returns to a place far from the city's chaos. Our boy Minhu steps inside his home, looking completely unfazed despite the long day he just had. He pauses for a second, his sharp eyes scanning the familiar surroundings for any signs of trouble. Everything seems peaceful near the local church, but he can feel a strange presence lingering nearby. Minhu narrows his gaze, his demonic senses picking up a familiar energy signature hiding in the shadows. He approaches the inner sliding door, ready to deal with whoever decided to break into his sanctuary. Sensing a sudden swish of movement, he coldly orders the hidden intruders to reveal themselves right now. Suddenly, several figures drop to their knees, frantically explaining they were just guarding the dwelling as commanded. Turns out his loyal goat-headed minions were just keeping the place secure while their master was away. Minhu looks like he is already over it as his subordinates keep shouting for their master. The goat-headed minions are practically sparkling with joy just to be in his presence again. Our boy just sighs, realizing that managing these overeager subordinates might be harder than a dungeon raid. He decides to put them to work, opening his inventory to manifest a pile of high-tier gear. Minhu tells them to gear up, handing over weapons that would make any trash-tier hunter drool. One minion nervously grips a heavy axe, feeling the weight of the demonic power within it. Another one struggles to lift a massive greatsword, clearly dumbfounded by the sheer quality of the steel. Even with smaller daggers, the subordinates can feel the bloodthirsty intent radiating from the cursed blades. Minhu notes that while these items are bound to him, the system surprisingly lets his minions bypass restrictions. The minions shiver, claiming the weapons feel alive, and are whispering dark promises directly into their souls. One minion tries to act tough, claiming their demonic nature makes them far more evil than any puny human. Our boy just stares back, wondering if these little guys actually have what it takes to survive the world. Minhu decides it is time to move out, while the subordinates scramble to act as his official royal escort. He is already losing patience when one of them trips over their own feet with a pathetic, clumsy tumble. They walk past a shocked civilian, but Minhu tells them to ignore the noise and keep their eyes forward. As the sun begins to set, the group arrives at a location that reeks of ancient and dusty mana. The minions start to sweat, realizing that their master is not just taking them for a casual evening stroll. He brings them to a tower entrance, explaining that this is where he will finally test their combat worth. They look absolutely dumbfounded when he says he will not help, opting to just sit back and watch them. Minhu makes it clear that he alone decides if they pass or fail this brutal trial of demonic strength. Minhu warns his subordinates that failure isn't an option, and hell personally end them if they're trash tier. The minions tremble in fear, realizing their master isn't bluffing about the lethal stakes of this test. One minion's eye twitches as cold sweat pours down, knowing one wrong move means instant death. Suddenly, they find their courage and charge forward, blades drawn to prove they're cut from the same cloth. They've spent years serving him, and today they'll show that their demonic loyalty is backed by real steel. Our boy just leans back and watches the carnage, completely unfazed by the blood and screams around him. A dark, satisfied smirk creeps across his face as he realizes these little guys actually have some bite. He finally gives them the nod of approval, deciding their performance was actually enough to earn a pass. With the trial over, a massive stone door begins to groan open, revealing the next stage of their journey. The minions waste no time and dive into the darkness, ready to tear apart whatever trash stands in their way. A minion drives his blade home with a sickening thwack, proving they aren't just for show. Another one leaps through the air, delivering a lethal slash that would make any trash-tier hunter jealous. Our boy watches from the sidelines, unimpressed as his loyal subordinates turn the floor into a graveyard. He notes that their fighting style is basically a miniature, less refined version of his own demonic path. Suddenly, his younger self pops in, claiming that being an awakened grade schooler makes him a total celebrity. When asked about his first day, the kid starts shaking like he just walked out of a nightmare. He loses it and screams that he is done with school, clearly traumatized by the human education. It is a far cry from this morning when he was all smiles and ready to conquer the classroom. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, wondering how things could have gone south so incredibly fast. Turns out, the school standards are just too low for a reincarnated demon king to actually tolerate. Our boy starts trembling as he recalls the absolute absurdity of the test he faced earlier today. The teacher cheerfully announces that the day's big challenge is nothing more than bending simple metal spoons. Minu sits there in a daze, surrounded by kids while trying to process this trash-tier curriculum. He is completely dumbfounded that these children are actually being graded on such a pathetic, low-level task. A kid named Sungtae manages to warp a spoon, earning praise for a feat that is child's play. Then Soo-yeon shows off her skills, proving that even the most basic mana manipulation is celebrated here. Another student even doubles down by bending two at once, acting like he just conquered a high-rank dungeon. Finally, it is Minu's turn to step up as the transfer student and show his supposed potential. He starts sweating bullets, desperately trying to calculate how many spoons to break without exposing his true power. Suddenly, he spots Yoriam peeking through the door and wonders why she is still following him around. Yoriam watches from the shadows with a creepy, expectant smile that makes our boy feel incredibly uneasy. He remembers the warning to keep his power suppressed to avoid attracting the 7 deadly sins' attention. On one hand, he feels immense pressure to impress the woman currently sponsoring his entire lifestyle. On the other hand, he really doesn't want to face the terrifying wrath of his former self. The internal conflict reaches a boiling point as he looks back at her sparkling, expectant gaze. He knows that one wrong move here could blow his cover and ruin his peaceful life. The pressure mounts until he is sweating buckets, caught between a rock and a very scary place. His head starts spinning from the sheer stress of trying to calculate a perfectly mediocre mana output. Finally, he just snaps and lets his mana explode, sending spoons flying everywhere in a chaotic whoosh. The other students just sit there completely dumbfounded, realizing their little tricks were nothing compared to this. The teacher stands there frozen, her brain short-circuiting as she watches the cutlery defy every law of physics. Spoons fill the air like a swarm of metallic locusts, caught in the wake of our boy's massive outburst. The metal groans and snaps under the sheer pressure of his mana, proving he is definitely no trash-tier student. Yoriam just squeals in pure delight, absolutely thrilled to see her investment paying off in such a spectacular way. Meanwhile, his former self looks on with a judgmental glare, clearly unimpressed by this lack of subtle control. The elder version grills him for exposing his hand, but the kid argues that his benefactor deserved the show. Our boy clutches his head, realizing that playing weak is actually way more exhausting than casting high-tier magic. Deciding he has had enough stress for one day, he snaps his fingers to summon a much-needed break. A soft mat flutters down as he prepares to ditch the school drama for some high-quality demonic relaxation. He kicks back while his loyal minions provide a massage, even if his shadow self thinks he is extra. Our boy hands over a mysterious book, wondering if his demonic companion can crack the ancient seal. Baphomet scoffs at being compared to trash-tier magicians who were too weak to open this grimoire. He claims he sensed something truly unique about this item that those second-rate scrubs would never notice. Suddenly, the younger Minu snaps back to reality, looking completely dumbfounded by the sudden system interference. As he reaches for the book, a system alert pops up confirming the trade is officially in progress. The grimoire immediately binds to him, which Baphomet explains is a mandatory step for breaking the seal. Minu stares at the cover, feeling like something is definitely off about this supposedly legendary magical tome. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of a hospital, the mechanical hum of vending machines fills the sterile air. Hunter Ella, the leader of La Femme, finally catches her breath after a grueling ordeal that pushed her limits. She grumbles to the doctor that magicians are fragile beings who deserve more rest than typical combat hunters. Muse asks the exhausted Ella if she needs an IV drip to help with her recovery. Muse, a loyal member of La Femme, politely declines, clearly feeling much better than her guild leader. Ella snaps back that IVs are for old hags, leaving Muse completely dumbfounded by the sudden hostility. The doctor shifts the conversation, asking about the specific hunter Ella has decided to support lately. Muse wonders if the doctor caught a glimpse of her at the guild party, curious about her beauty. Ella just smirks, dismissively labeling the famous Valkyrie as nothing more than a washed-up influencer. The doctor chuckles, confidently claiming that none of these new girls can match her own legendary prime. Muse watches in silence as the two start bickering over who had more suitors back in the day. The petty argument escalates quickly, leaving poor Muse startled by the sheer intensity of their vanity. Ella brings up old drama, while Muse desperately tries to remind them she is just a buffer caught in between. The doctor eyes the nervous girl, questioning why such a fragile-looking buffer is tagging along with their group. Ella explains that the girl insisted on coming, noting her passive nature makes her the perfect support unit. The doctor stays silent, carefully analyzing the girl to see if there's any real value behind that shy exterior. She spots a calming blue aura, realizing the girl's passive skill is designed to keep hot-headed hunters composed. Turns out, she's a natural-born synergy piece who could turn any trash-tier party into a high-functioning squad. The doctor warns that playing favorites with such a talent might cause some serious friction within the guild. Ella dismisses the concern, but the doctor quickly shifts the topic to a certain delinquent-looking hunter they know. Muse is completely dumbfounded when she hears about a guy who allegedly ripped off a hunter's arm recently. Ella clarifies that the savage is number 302, the only active hunter currently carrying their entire guild's reputation. The doctor's gaze sharpens as she mentions spotting this mysterious powerhouse wandering around outside the guild's grounds. Yunson stands before the Nebula Guild building, her thoughts consumed by the potential threat to her grand plans. She whirls around in a panic, desperate to know exactly when this supposed secret meeting actually took place. The realization that someone is playing the friendly card with her target makes her break into a cold sweat. Turns out Vango, the elite guildmaster of Nebula, is personally putting the moves on our boy to recruit him. Vango isn't just being social, he has the sharp, hungry eyes of a predator who finally found his prize. Ella doesn't hold back, calling out Yunseon for running a trash-tier guild just for a few cheap tax breaks. The verbal assault continues as Ella explains why every hunter is dying to join a powerhouse like Nebula instead. Warning her rival to stay alert, Ella struts away with Muse while leaving the atmosphere heavy with tension. Yunseon grits her teeth in a silent rage, terrified that her golden goose is about to fly away. High above the city, the quiet rooftops hide the fact that a massive guild war is about to erupt. Our boy is just trying to enjoy a popsicle, while scrolling through his phone in peace. He stops in his tracks when he sees a bunch of civilians lined up for something suspicious. It turns out the quack doctor Yunseon is running a shady medical booth right in his backyard. She puts on her best fake smile, acting like a saint while treating the local elderly residents. Even Echo, hanging out in his cat form, finds her trash tier acting boring enough to yawn at. The spirit just chills on a jar, watching the fake doctor play her little games with amusement. Minu confronts her immediately, asking what business she has loitering around his specific apartment building. Yunsun just laughs it off, claiming a guildmaster must always protect the reputation of her subordinates. She acts all flustered and humble, pretending she would hate to be a burden to her precious guild members. But that sharp glint in her eyes proves she is definitely cooking up a scheme to corner him. Minu calls out her suspicious tone, but the fake doctor just plays dumb to keep her cover intact. Our boy isn't buying any of it, staring her down with a look that says he knows she's lying. She keeps rambling about being a trustworthy leader, even though her words feel totally slimy and forced. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark liquid splashes down, cutting her mid-sentence and drenching the entire area. A heavy ceramic jar slams right onto Minu's head, leaving the quack doctor completely dumbfounded by the chaos. She stares in pure shock as the mysterious, salty contents of the jar soak into his clothes and skin. High above, on the roof, a familiar feline silhouette watches the mess unfold with a mischievous glint. Turns out Echo decided to liven things up, letting out a satisfied meow after his successful little prank. By the time anyone thinks to look up, the troublemaking spirit has already vanished into the night shadows. Minu just stands there as the cold liquid drips down his neck, likely questioning his choice of companions. Minu stands there shirtless, lamenting his terrible luck after getting drenched in soy sauce in broad daylight. Our boy is suddenly interrupted by a high-pitched scream from inside, leaving him totally dumbfounded. Turns out the guest is panicking over the freezing shower, so he explains the plumbing is just backwards. He sits on the deck, realizing the cold water was the culprit behind that ear-piercing shriek. Resting his tired body, the former Demon King takes a moment to just breathe and enjoy the quiet. His sharp eyes shift toward the entrance as he senses someone approaching his private space. He looks up at the clear sky, perhaps wondering if his life will ever be peaceful again. A mysterious silhouette appears behind the gate, casting a long shadow across the wooden floor. A firm hand knocks against the wood, breaking the silence and demanding his immediate attention. Minu stays seated, waiting to see which uninvited guest has decided to show up this time. Our boy swings the door open, wondering which uninvited guest is disturbing his hard-earned peace this time. It turns out to be Yoriam, who nearly slips up by accidentally using his old demonic title. She immediately stops in her tracks, completely dumbfounded by the sight of his shredded, shirtless physique. While she panics over his lack of a wardrobe, our boy remains totally unfazed by her sudden visit. The situation gets worse when Jihyun walks out, drying her hair and complaining about her oversized borrowed clothes. Jihyun freezes mid-sentence, her eyes going wide as she realizes they aren't alone in the hallway anymore. She calmly notes that they have met before, recognizing the famous Reaper from a previous high-profile event. Yoriam recalls seeing her at a guild party, but her mind is too busy processing the current chaos. Seeing another girl rocking the cliché boyfriend shirt look is a massive critical hit to Yoriam's mental state. Her eye twitches as she realizes this looks exactly like a scene from a trash-tier romance drama. Yoriam asks if he is even interested in her at all, her voice trembling with a mix of hope. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded as she admits she totally misread the signals between them both. She quickly apologizes for the awkward interruption, her cold Reaper persona finally cracking under the weight of embarrassment. Before he can even process the situation, she pulls a high-speed dash and vanishes into the city streets. Jihyun pops her head out, looking absolutely stunned by the chaotic scene she just accidentally walked into. Minu breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the massive misunderstanding has just spiraled way out of his control. He curses his terrible luck and sprints after her, wondering why his life turned into a trash-tier drama. He fumes internally while running, blaming her for jumping to conclusions while he pushes himself to catch up. He scans every narrow alleyway, but the S-Class hunter is nowhere to be found in the urban maze. Our boy shouts into the empty street, desperate to find where she disappeared to before things get worse. Minu is losing it when a local lady asks if he's chasing that girl with the pigtails. He sprints past the neighborhood elders, his mind racing as he tries to track her fading mana. The locals just watch him go, wondering why the young man is in such a frantic hurry. Realizing he's hit a dead end, our boy doubles back to the only witnesses around. He stops to catch his breath and desperately asks the neighbors if they saw which way she ran. Meanwhile, across town, a cordoned-off building sits under heavy guard, hiding secrets the public shouldn't see. A sleek black car screeches to a halt, signaling the arrival of someone who actually knows what's happening. A polished shoe hits the pavement as the atmosphere suddenly turns heavy with professional authority. Jayuk Ha steps out and coldly asks his subordinates if this is the location of the incident. An assistant confirms his identity, addressing him as the team leader, while the investigation officially begins. Jayuk Ha meets with the local police inspector, who admits this mess is way out of their league. His assistant leads the way, warning him that what they are about to see is truly trash-tier nightmare fuel. They find a body mutated beyond recognition, proving that no ordinary human could have committed such a gruesome act. Even in death, the remains groan about an insatiable hunger, chilling everyone to the bone with its demonic aura. Jayuk Ha officially takes over the scene, knowing his agency is the only one equipped for this supernatural filth. As the evidence is loaded up, the heavy thud of the van door signals the end of the beginning. Watching the vehicle pull away, the director confirms that their worst fears about the culprit are finally being realized. He narrows his eyes, certain that the infamous necromancer has finally crawled out of the shadows to play again. This monster was last linked to Hunter Quartz, the man who once served as a mentor to our boy Baphomet. It turns out they struck a dark deal, trading Hunter secrets for the impossible hope of reviving a dead wife. Even though our boy Baphomet stopped the undead and Quartz was hauled off, rookie hunters are still vanishing. Turns out Hunter Quartz was just a pawn who died from a nasty curse the necromancer left behind. Despite the cleanup, the trail went cold, and the agency couldn't find a single lead on the mastermind. That is, until this mutated mess showed up, serving as the first real clue in a long time. Jayuk Ha stares at the carnage, wondering why the hell this is happening right now of all times. He starts to suspect that the necromancer isn't just hiding, but actively preparing for something much worse. If this monster is actually planning a massive move, the entire city is in for a world of pain. The demonic energy radiating from the scene is a clear sign that a high-level threat is watching them. Deep in the shadows, Yoon Kim lurks within the red mist, likely orchestrating the next phase of her plan. She remains hidden for now, but her presence alone suggests that the real nightmare is only just beginning. While the agency hunts for clues, Yoriam is lost in thought, reeling from the weight of her confession. She can't believe she let her emotions get the better of her like some trash-tier romance lead. Our boy finally catches up, demanding to know why Shed just run away after dropping such a bombshell. Yoriam stares back, her mind racing as she tries to figure out how to handle this confrontation. Minu feels the tension rising, realizing that even as a former Demon King, girls are his greatest weakness. She just gives him the cold shoulder with a clearly not ready to face her own embarrassment. Minu scratches his head, completely dumbfounded by her sudden shift in attitude after such a heavy moment. He finds her hunting for a 4-leaf clover, wondering why an S-class hunter is doing something so trivial. Yoriam shoots him a sharp glare, making it clear that his presence is currently unwanted and highly annoying. As the sun sets, the awkward silence between the two hunters stretches under the glow of the streetlights. Yoriam looks down, her face flushed with shame, as she tries to find the words to explain herself. Our boy just watches her, feeling the awkwardness of the situation weigh heavier than any boss fight he's faced. When Minu mentions that guild leaders often have secret flings, she snaps, insisting her relationship with the doctor is strictly business. She eventually sighs and tells him to just get lost, since the sun is already down. But our boy isn't budging, claiming he's staying put until he finds that lucky clover he was looking for. He asks if she'll keep him company while he searches, catching her completely off guard with his persistence. After a long pause, she finally gives in, her cold exterior cracking just enough to let him stay. The night sky settles over them, turning a tense confrontation into a quiet moment under the stars. He reaches into the grass, determined to find that clover even if it takes him all night. Surprisingly, she joins him on the ground, and the two S-class hunters end up searching for luck together. Minu takes a moment to compose himself, feeling the weight of the awkward silence between them. Yoriam keeps her eyes locked on him, trying to figure out if he's being serious or just playing. He stays quiet, carefully choosing his words so he doesn't sound like a total lunatic. Her gaze is sharp enough to cut glass, showing she isn't going to let him off the hook easily. When he calls her out for staring, she panics and insists she was definitely just looking at the grass. Our boy finally blames his soy sauce disaster on a cat, making his situation sound even more trash tier. He asks if she even believes him, and surprisingly, she agrees that cats are naturally mischievous little monsters. She even shares her own struggles as a cat owner, knowing they'd be extinct if they weren't so cute. Yoriam starts wondering if the cat was actually an awakened beast with a specific vendetta against soy sauce. Minu just gives a faint smirk, glad that his ridiculous excuse actually managed to bridge the gap. Yoriam flinches, coldly asking why he feels the need to explain his personal life to her. She maintains her distance, wondering aloud what his private business could possibly have to do with her. Our boy clenches his fist, realizing she is just putting up a front to hide her own confusion. He asks why she was sulking earlier, but she defensively questions why he even cares what she does. The atmosphere shifts as she looks down, her heart pounding while she struggles to find the right words. She finally looks him in the eye and asks if he actually has feelings for her. Minu remains silent, his sharp eyes betraying nothing as he lets the question hang in the air. Only the buzz of the streetlights fills the quiet night as the tension reaches a breaking point. He takes a breath, knowing his next words will change the dynamic of their trash-tier relationship forever. He simply asks, so what if he does? Leaving her absolutely dumbfounded by his blunt honesty. Yoriam stands up abruptly, demanding to know why he would even think about liking her. She tries to brush it off, claiming she has seen plenty of hunters catch feelings just from climbing towers. To her, those guys were just trash-tier comrades, yet Minu is somehow making her feel something entirely different. The silence between them grows heavy as she realizes her own heart is racing faster than ever before. She admits that he is the only one who has ever managed to stir up these strange, unwanted emotions. Our boy just stares back, realizing the cold reaper is actually struggling with her very first brush with romance. She finally snaps and shouts that she has never actually been in a real relationship in her entire life. A small, genuine smile creeps onto Minu's face as the absurdity of the situation finally hits him. He bursts into a fit of laughter, leaving her completely dumbfounded and fuming at his sudden change in mood. He casually mentions how late it is, effectively cutting through the heavy atmosphere with his usual blunt attitude. Minu decides to be a gentleman for once and offers to walk the flustered reaper home. They arrive at a massive, high-tier luxury complex that screams wealth and elite hunter status. Yoriam stops at the entrance, her eyes widening as she realizes this is where our boy actually lives. She asks if he owns the whole place, and he casually confirms he just has the one building. Feeling the awkwardness peak, she quickly tries to make her escape before things get even more embarrassing. As she walks away, she can't help but feel a bit dejected by his blunt and cold response. Suddenly, Minu breaks the silence by asking if she wants to catch that movie they missed tomorrow. He looks surprisingly sincere, finally showing a bit of the heart hidden beneath that tough demon exterior. Yoriam freezes in her tracks, her mind racing as she processes this unexpected second chance at a date. Turns out she is still fuming, because she flatly refuses and leaves our boy completely dumbfounded. Minu points out that the movie is already closed, effectively killing the mood before it even starts. Not missing a beat, Yoriam counters by offering tickets to a musical she has, hoping to save the night. She watches him closely, her heart racing as she waits to see if he will actually say yes. Our boy stares back with his usual unreadable expression, making the silence feel like an eternity for her. To her absolute shock, he simply agrees to go, leaving the usually cold Reaper completely caught off guard. A small, genuine smile begins to creep onto her face as the rejection from earlier is finally forgotten. She looks genuinely happy for once, her tough hunter exterior melting away into a rare moment of pure joy. As the night deepens over the city, the focus shifts away from the budding romance to darker business. The scene moves to a quiet residential area where something feels off about a seemingly normal building. Jaeuk and his assistant arrive at the informant's location regarding the necromancer, but the silence inside is deafening. The door remains shut and the phone goes unanswered, making the silence of the apartment feel incredibly heavy. Jaeuk decides they have no choice but to wait outside until the informant finally decides to show their face. Both men stay on high alert, sensing that someone in this quiet neighborhood is definitely watching them. Suddenly, a man in a green hoodie appears with groceries, looking like he just walked into a death trap. He starts sweating bullets, clearly terrified by the sight of two professional hunters loitering near his home. Without a word, he drops his groceries and bolts, leaving the agency duo momentarily dumbfounded by the sudden sprint. As he disappears down the street, the assistant wonders why a random civilian would suddenly start a desperate marathon. Jaeuk calculates a high probability that this runner is their witness, and orders his man to secure him immediately. The quiet residential blocks are suddenly filled with tension as the pursuit begins through the urban maze. The witness pushes himself to the limit, desperately trying to lose the suits while running in nothing but sandals. The witness bolts like his life depends on it, desperate to escape the professional hunters on his tail. Suddenly, the assistant effortlessly blocks his path, asking where he thinks he is going in such a hurry. Our boy is sweating bullets, realizing that outrunning a seasoned pro is way harder than it looks. In a last-ditch effort, he takes a massive leap of faith off the building to lose his pursuer. The assistant just watches him fly, wondering if this guy is actually more than just a simple civilian. He sticks the landing on a lower roof, his sandals barely holding together after that desperate stunt. He doesn't stop to catch his breath, pushing his limits to disappear into the complex urban sprawl. Just as he thinks he is safe, he spots a figure waiting and realizes he has been played. Jaeuk casually shuts him down with a single move, making the runner look like trash-tier fodder. The director wonders if this panicked runner is just a witness or the actual necromancer they are hunting. Jaeuk watches closely, his sharp eyes missing nothing as he prepares to break the runner's spirit. Our boy looks down at his own body, trembling as he realizes something is horribly wrong with him. Half his face is a twisted mess of purple flesh and extra eyes, a literal living nightmare. He sits in the interrogation room, his mind a fractured mess as he struggles to remember his own name. The memories start flooding back, reminding him of the gruesome state he found that poor soul in. He breaks down, wondering why he was spared while everyone else was turned into literal trash-tier meat. The guilt is eating him alive, and he truly believes he should have died by that monster's hand. Jaeuk and his assistant just sit there, watching the broken hunter sob while waiting for the truth. Turns out this guy is Seo Hyun-min, a rookie hunter known as Shadow who vanished a year ago. Jaeuk realizes that if Shadow survived the necromancer, he is the key to blowing this case open. Jaeuk realizes they are stuck because the witness is too mentally broken to provide any useful intel. Since this rookie is the only one who survived the necromancer, restoring his memories is their only hope. Meanwhile, back in the city, the peaceful scenery hides the growing darkness lurking just beneath the surface. Our boy Minu is currently getting chewed out over the phone for sleeping through a supposedly masterpiece musical. He casually argues that he only finds war scenes interesting, proving he really is a total battle maniac. His wealthy sponsor tries to set up another date, demanding he actually stays awake this time around. Minu listens to her rambling, probably wondering why he even agreed to these social outings in the first place. When he mentions her name, she suddenly flips out and screams, leaving him completely dumbfounded by her reaction. Suddenly, a strange noise catches his attention, forcing him to cut the call short to investigate the disturbance. He heads toward the source of the commotion, calling out to his familiar to see what's going on. Minu finds his familiar, Beelzebub, pinned to the ground by his own minions under a heavy blue book. The little guy is struggling hard, desperately begging for someone to save him from the crushing weight. It turns out the culprit is a mysterious blue grimoire that seems to possess a mind of its own. The commotion settles down in the quiet yard as Minu tries to make sense of the bizarre situation. Beelzebub finally manages to grab the book, though he looks completely exhausted from the sudden ordeal. Minu recognizes the book as a powerful grimoire he entrusted to his familiar a long time ago. Beelzebub jokingly admits that even for a great wizard like him, breaking the seal is actually impossible. Our boy realizes that if the seal remains intact, the grimoire's true power is still hidden away. He learns that this isn't just any book, but the legendary Akashic records containing the world's deepest secrets. To prove its worth, the grimoire begins to glow, ready to show Minu exactly what it can do. The grimoire erupts in a blinding flash, forcing our boy and his familiar to brace themselves. Minu shields his face as the mana surge becomes almost too much to handle. He peeks through the light, his sharp eyes trying to pierce through the magical interference. Suddenly, the world shifts, revealing a massive archive that seems to span across several dimensions. This is no ordinary room. It is a grand library housing every piece of knowledge ever recorded. They find themselves standing in the heart of this infinite vault, surrounded by the weight of history. The grimoire is revealed to contain everything from ancient magic to future predictions, essentially holding the world's essence. Beelzebub presents the Akashic records, though he seems more concerned than impressed by its sheer power. Minu stares intensely, realizing that having this kind of cheat code comes with a heavy price. His familiar starts whining, warning him that using such god-tier equipment might have some nasty side effects. Echo looks visibly shaken, his hands clenched as the weight of the grimoire's secrets starts taking a toll. Minu listens intently, as he's told that this path leads to either becoming a god or a rebel. The sheer scale of the Akashic records is terrifying, containing more information than any mortal soul could handle. Echo is baffled that our boy managed to break a seal that was supposed to be completely unbreakable. Turns out, this legendary grimoire wasn't just found, it was actually stolen from its original resting place. Echo explains that even God once waged a war against an entity that simply could not be defeated. Despite his power, God was consumed by a sense of helplessness and fell into a deep, dark despair. To turn the tide, he stole the Akashic records to craft a weapon capable of ending the conflict. Minu stares back, his mind racing as he tries to piece together what kind of weapon was created. Echo's voice trembles, the horrifying truth of their situation finally starting to dawn on both of them. Echo is completely dumbfounded by the words coming out of his own mouth, his face stained with blood. Our boy watches as his companion suddenly collapses, the weight of the grimoire's forbidden knowledge finally taking its toll. As the spirit drifts into unconsciousness, he mutters the name Beelzebub, leaving Minu with more questions than answers. Night falls over the city while the heavy atmosphere of their discovery lingers in the quiet air. Recovering slightly, Echo warns that the grimoire is a weapon so dangerous it even wipes his recent memories. Minu asks if they can just scrap the trash-tier item, but Echo confirms it is unfortunately completely indestructible. The realization that this cursed book is bound to their souls until the very end sends chills down Echo's spine. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled about being stuck with a clingy, world-ending artifact for the rest of his life. He decides to head out, knowing that the shadows of the city are never truly empty for long. Minu instructs his loyal minion to stay alert and contact him the moment anything goes sideways. Minu heads out into the night, leaving his subordinates wondering where their master is actually going. The loyal minions know their place, focusing on guarding the residents and keeping their spirit ally safe. One particular guard is feeling especially confident, certain that his own strength is more than enough for security. They quickly scramble into their positions, fully committed to the new directive they have been given. As our boy walks the lonely streets, his only goal is ensuring the safety of those under his wing. Suddenly, a sharp movement cuts through the air, signaling that he isn't as alone as he thought. His summons sense something is off and call out his name, sensing an unexpected presence nearby. Turns out, it's just Yoriam Na, looking surprisingly elegant in a frilly white dress while waiting for him. She gives him a soft, knowing smile, clearly having tracked him down for a specific reason. They head toward a local internet cafe as she questions if that's really what he previously told her. Yoriam looks completely dumbfounded as she realizes our boy actually wants her to align with his gaming schedule. He shows off the gear, starting with a monitor so clean it practically sparkles under the neon lights. She can't believe that on his rare day off, a dark room full of computers is his peak entertainment. Even the keyboard is trash tier compared to her lifestyle. Yet it is polished to perfection for the local gamers. Her eyes light up at the latest models, while Minu just shrugs off her sudden excitement as standard procedure. Turns out the wealthy heiress has never stepped foot in a PC room because she isn't into gaming. She finds the flashing lights fascinating, making Minu recall the high-class musical she dragged him to previously. Back then, she was lecturing him on 18th-century French romances and legendary composers, while he felt totally out of place. He realizes she really is a cultured, rich girl, so he decides to just focus on the game instead. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the room, catching them both off guard and shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Yoriam excitedly claims she's actually played this ancient puzzle game before during her high-class upbringing. Minu just stares blankly, wondering how a simple grid of squares could possibly impress an S-class hunter. She's even more shocked by the digital menu, realizing these gaming dens serve actual gourmet-looking meals. Our boy is reaching his limit, completely dumbfounded by her over-the-top reactions to basic trash-tier amenities. Even the industrial ceiling vents seem like high-tech marvels to the wealthy heiress in this strange environment. They eventually move on to a comic book cafe, seeking a change of pace from the loud computers. Yoriam gets sucked into a story, her eyes widening as she discovers the addictive world of graphic novels. While Minu enjoys his coffee, he notices she's visibly trembling from the intense and gritty plot twists. To fuel her reading marathon, she dives into a corn dog, finally experiencing the glory of street food. They head back out to the streets, with Yoriam still buzzing from the excitement of her first date. Yoriam spots a random prize shop and decides to try her luck at the claw machines. These mechanical traps are designed to drain wallets, but she's determined to win a prize. Our boy watches as she focuses intensely, treating the game like an S-class dungeon raid. The claw slips right past the plushie, proving that even a top-tier hunter can't beat rigged physics. She's absolutely devastated by the loss, her pride taking a bigger hit than any monster could deliver. Suddenly, a small brown bear appears in front of her face, catching her completely off guard. Minu casually hands it over, having secured the prize while she was busy mourning her failure. The atmosphere shifts as the simple gesture leaves the wealthy heiress feeling a strange warmth. She clutches the cheap prize like it's a legendary artifact, her heart racing from the unexpected gift. As they walk off, Minu asks about dinner, though she's still too dazed to think of food. Minu asks if she's treating this as a date or just another day while she ponders a new meal. Yoriam playfully suggests it's both, finally relaxing as she clutches the cheap plushie he won for her. Our boy watches her walk ahead, likely wondering how she can switch from a cold hunter to this. She admits that being around him provides a rare sense of freedom and safety she hasn't felt before. The S-Class Reaper wonders if his status as a powerful hunter is the reason she feels so secure. She confesses her deep-seated terror of the tower, the monsters, and the constant threat of death they face. Despite her fear, she's determined to keep fighting if it's the only way to end the long war. Looking back at him, she asks if she can rely on his legendary resolve to keep her spirit intact. Minu is left dumbfounded, seeing the heavy burden and vulnerability hidden behind her elite hunter persona. She offers a warm, genuine smile, hoping he'll accept the role of being her anchor in this chaotic life. The atmosphere shifts as a sudden interruption breaks the quiet, intimate moment between the two hunters. Our boy can barely get a word out, sweating as the mood is completely ruined by a ringing phone. Just as things were getting deep, a loud ringing forces them both to snap back to reality. Minu looks absolutely livid that someone had the audacity to call him at such a sensitive time. Yoriam is left wondering who could possibly be reaching out to him in the middle of the night. A staff member from the agency appears, apologizing for the late hour but claiming it's an urgent matter. He immediately notices the hunter's terrifyingly grim expression and wonders if he stepped into a literal death trap. The man explains they desperately need his help with a situation that only a high ranker can handle. Leaning in close, he whispers the real reason he came all this way, to find the former Demon King. Minus eyes widen when he hears they've found a survivor from the devastating attack by the notorious necromancer. Minu heads out with the agent, leaving a dumbfounded Yoriam to wait alone in the quiet hallway. He tells her to stay put, promising he'll be right back after checking out this supposed survivor. The agent explains that since Minu fought the necromancer's minions, he might trigger the witness's suppressed memories. Minu finds it a bit trash-tier that they're relying on him just because the survivor's mind is a blank. The staff member reveals their true hope is that the witness reacts to the overwhelming aura of Baphomet himself. Just as they approach the ward, the agent feels a sudden prickle of danger and freezes in place. They throw the doors open, but the sight inside leaves them both completely stunned and on high alert. The hospital bed is cold and empty, proving their key witness has somehow slipped through their fingers already. Back in the lobby, a panicked man collapses before Yoriam, desperately asking where the survivor could have gone. Yoriam bumps into a confused woman whose hauntingly familiar eyes leave her feeling completely unsettled and suspicious. The survivor looks up with a daze, his face warped by a trash-tier corruption covered in twitching eyes. He falls to his knees before Yoriam, frantically apologizing and claiming that the whole disaster was just an accident. Yoriam freezes as she stares into those pupils, realizing she's seen this horrific gaze once before. It's the exact same look as the monster that killed her mother, a nightmare she thought was long gone. Panic sets in as she starts hyperventilating, her mind spinning from the sudden, violent return of her trauma. She stands there completely dumbfounded, her body refusing to move while the past catches up to her. The possessed hunter continues to tremble on the floor, his own breathing ragged as the infection takes hold. The silhouette of that many-eyed demon looms in her mind, looking like it was cut from the same cloth. Her vision narrows until all she can see is that haunting stare, making her skin crawl with pure dread. The trauma is real, as those purple eyes bore into her soul, signaling that things are about to get ugly. A lonely teddy bear lies abandoned on the cold floor, a silent witness to the recent chaos. Rapid footsteps echo through the sterile hospital corridors, as the situation continues to spiral out of control. Our boy and the agency staff sprint through the halls, frustrated by how poorly this mess is being handled. They suddenly skid to a halt when they spot a lone figure standing ominously at the end of the hallway. The staff member recognizes the man as a missing team leader and demands to know why he is there. Minu remains silent, his sharp eyes locking onto the stranger to gauge the level of threat he poses. It turns out this man is the necromancer's survivor, his face crawling with those same horrific purple eyes. Our boy narrows his gaze, sensing the dark energy radiating from the infected hunter standing before him. The survivor explains that a woman dropped the toy because she was absolutely terrified by his monstrous face. Minu just stares back with a skeptical look, knowing that things are about to get a lot uglier. A lone phone sits abandoned on the floor, a silent witness to the unfolding panic. It suddenly vibrates with a call from our boy, but the ringing goes completely ignored. Yoriam Na is currently spiraling, frantically digging through her belongings while the phone buzzes nearby. She is absolutely haunted, her face drenched in sweat as she struggles to process the trauma. Looking at her sketches, she realizes the monster from the tower is the same one that murdered her mother. As night falls over the city, the tension only continues to mount for everyone involved. In the hospital, the survivor remains in critical condition after the creature partially fused with his brain. Minu and the agency staff discuss the victim's state, hoping he can still identify the mysterious necromancer. Our boy notes that the disgusting stench of that eye monster has finally faded from the air. The staff explains that while it's a miracle he's alive, his memories are likely lost forever. Minu and the agent discuss their unproductive meeting and the bizarre discovery of a survivor and a corpse. The agent finds it suspicious because the necromancer usually leaves no traces or bodies behind until now. He proposes that either the killer was interrupted or their disposal device suffered a critical malfunction. Our boy is dumbfounded, asking what kind of device could possibly be used for such a task. The staff brings up the tragic fate of Quartz, who was devoured by those disgusting undead monsters. Minu questions why the killer didn't just use fire or magic to burn the remaining evidence away. He realizes that if the killer were that careless, the agency would have caught the trash-tier criminal already. The agent smirks, noting that they are currently in the real world, not inside a lawless tower. He explains that even the tiniest magical trace allows them to relentlessly track down any criminal hunter. They deduce the killer must be using a common item that any awakened can easily acquire. The agent suggests a specific item was used to scrub every trace of the crime scene clean. He notes that a colleague is currently scouring purchase records, hoping for a break in the case. Minu remains dumbfounded that they'd expect a rogue hunter to use anything but illegal, untraceable channels. The tension breaks when the agent smugly asks if our boy is actually dating the legendary Reaper. Minu tells him to mind his own business, clearly annoyed by the sudden shift to trash-tier gossip. As they move on, the agent muses that love often blinds people to the harsh realities of their world. He admits that Minu is becoming more human, but warns him to keep his objectives crystal clear. The agent reminds him not to forget that his core nature is still that of a predatory beast. He cautions that a weak human heart might eventually dull the sharp edge of his resolve. Leaving the heavy warning behind, the search for the killer continues deep within the sprawling city. Yoriam lurks in the shadows, still reeling from the absolute mess she made of her recent confession. She's clearly drowning in regret, wondering how she can even look our boy in the eye again. Her heart nearly stops when a call from Minu flashes on her screen, vibrating with awkward timing. She can't bring herself to answer, feeling like her social anxiety is reaching a trash-tier breaking point. Before she can retreat, a friendly agency staffer spots her and ruins her attempt at staying low profile. He approaches with a warm smile, Totally dumbfounded that the legendary Reaper is acting so skittish, the two head over to a local spot called Willie's Kitchen to grab a meal and talk. Yoriam tries to act natural while thanking him for the relationship advice he gave her previously. When he asks for an update, she nervously bluffs and claims she and Minu are officially dating. Her colleague is genuinely thrilled, completely unaware of the massive romantic misunderstanding she just fueled. Yoriam insists on paying for the meal, desperately trying to mask her social anxiety with a bit of generosity. Her colleague just laughs, thinking the timing is perfect since he was originally planning to eat all alone. Beneath her cap, Yoriam's expression turns dead serious as she prepares to exploit their friendship for a skill. While the poor guy is busy humming over the menu, he remains completely oblivious to her hidden agenda. Suddenly, her eyes flare with mana as she triggers her agility copy skill to siphon his stats. The system notes his extreme friendliness, which is exactly what allows her to bypass the usual copy restrictions. She offers a silent apology to Ji-hyun before hitting the confirm button, feeling like a trash-tier friend. She recalls how he's always been the life of the office, constantly supporting his fellow hunters with a smile. Even when leaving for the day, he is the type to ensure everyone else is doing okay. It's a shame she has to use such a stand-up guy, but in this world, survival comes first. A finger hits the call button as someone prepares to enter the lion's den of high society hunter life. Moon Ji-hyun walks with purpose, her professional mask hiding whatever secrets the agency is currently juggling. She closes her eyes to begin the synchronization process, letting the system verify her credentials in real time. With the system's approval, her eyes glow as she prepares to navigate the restricted floors of the building. On the other side of town, our boy Minu is looking like he's just survived a mental war zone. He stands before a massive apartment complex, wondering if visiting Yoriam Na's home is actually a good idea. Checking his phone, he worries his blunt nature might have finally soured things with his wealthy sponsor. He remains firm that he didn't lie, but the lack of a response is starting to get under his skin. It's clear that Yoriam Na is the one ignoring him now, leaving the legendary Baphomet feeling completely trashed here. He rubs his face in pure annoyance, realizing that human relationships are way harder than clearing a dungeon. A sleek black car suddenly pulls up right next to our boy while he's lost in thought. Minu is still glued to his phone, completely unaware that he's about to get a very unwelcome visitor. Hes caught off guard when a voice from the car asks if Hes actually waiting for Yoriam. Turns out it's Yoriam's uncle, a man who clearly isn't here to play nice or offer a ride. The uncle demands he stop seeing his niece, but Minu just thinks the guy is being way too overprotective. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the uncle asks if his warning really sounds like simple overprotection. He stares Minu down, coldly stating that continuing this relationship will only lead to a world of regret. The threat turns deadly as he tells Minu to stay away if he values his own life. Without another word, the car peels away, leaving a heavy silence behind in the middle of the street. Minu stands there dumbfounded, realizing that the Na family's baggage is even more dangerous than he imagined. Our boy stands alone, processing the uncle's threat, while the weight of the Na family's secrets sinks in. Back at the agency, Moon Ji-hyun is on a mission of her own, looking completely locked in and focused. She's haunted by those eyes, swearing they're the exact same ones that were present during her mother's murder. Even without proof, she's convinced he's the key to the tragedy that destroyed her world years ago. She wonders if the secret government guild that handles criminal hunters is actually protecting someone that dangerous. Ji-hyun knows she can't let this go and decides she has to track him down no matter what. She scours the area, but there's no sign of him, making her wonder if he's already slipped away. Just as she's about to give up, she spots something that makes her heart skip a beat. She finds a hidden door tucked away in the division, questioning why such a place even exists here. Realizing this might be the smoking gun, she prepares to uncover whatever trash-tier secrets the agency is hiding. Ji-hyun steps into the room, determined to find the truth behind the agency's shady dealings. Her breath hitches when she finally comes face to face with the reality of the situation. There sits a broken survivor, huddled on a hospital bed and trembling from some unseen trauma. When he turns around, Ji-hyun is dumbfounded by the horrific purple eyes sprouting from his skin. He recognizes her, stammering about a teddy bear he once returned to a mysterious man. Ji-hyun can't look away from the monstrous growths, demanding to know what happened to his face. She presses him for a name, desperate to confirm if the same monster ruined his life too. The poor guy just clutches his head in pain, claiming he's already told the higher-ups everything he knows. Ji-hyun begs for just one shred of info, knowing this trash-tier corruption goes deeper than she imagined. He completely breaks down, sobbing for his mother, while the infection continues to eat away at his mind. Ji-hyun loses her cool and grabs the survivor, her desperation for answers finally reaching a boiling point. She snarls that she will hunt down and kill the person who did this, no matter the cost. The survivor's eyes roll back as the trash-tier corruption begins to violently liquefy his remaining sanity. He whimpers about his mother being gone, while a massive, demonic eye bursts through his skin. Ji-hyun is sent sprawling back, completely dumbfounded by the horrific transformation unfolding right in front of her. A jagged, multi-eyed shadow erupts from the man's head, echoing his grief in a distorted, monstrous wail. The thing screeches for everything to die, leaving the poor assistant manager trembling on the floor. She can only stare in mute horror as the infection manifests into something far beyond human comprehension. Suddenly, a firm hand intercepts the creeping darkness, grabbing the eye-covered mass before it can strike. A stern agency superior stands over her, demanding an explanation for why she is messing with dangerous biohazards. Our boy rushes toward the Hunter Central headquarters, knowing the situation inside is spiraling out of control. He sprints through the corridors, his heart hammering as he realizes the infection might have already spread. Every second counts, and he can't shake the feeling that he's walking right into a trash-tier trap. Inside, Ji-hyun stands before the agency superior, her mind racing with the weight of the secrets she's keeping. When the name Yoriam is brought up, she looks away, struggling to process the chaos they've uncovered. As night falls over the city, the true scale of the looming demonic threat begins to feel suffocating. A cryptic text arrives from the team leader, jokingly telling him to come pick up his supposed girlfriend. He tracks the location only to find Ji-hyun, who looks like she's seen a ghost after the earlier encounter. She sits in silence, her hands clenched as she wonders if they can ever truly defeat the darkness. The superior clarifies that Yoriam only knows about the eye, keeping her safely ignorant of the necromancer's true identity. The agency superior reveals the grim truth that the necromancer was the one who murdered Yoriam's mother. They managed to capture the infected survivor, but the poor guy is currently unconscious after going completely berserk. Our boy Minu arrives on the scene, his sharp eyes taking in the heavy atmosphere of the night. He finds Ji-hyun sitting alone, looking completely dumbfounded by the weight of the secrets she's just learned. Minu demands to know why she's been ghosting his calls and what could possibly be going through her head. She looks up with watery eyes, clearly struggling to keep her professional composure while her world falls apart. Seeing her like this makes him realize that whatever happened inside that office was far from routine. He lets out a heavy sigh, sensing that the trash-tier luck of this world is finally catching up. Instead of pushing for answers, he decides to be the bigger man and offers to take her home. As they leave, the cold city lights serve as a reminder that the necromancer's shadow is only growing. An agency staffer is caught off guard, wondering if the rumors about a berserk hunter are actually true. He asks his boss if Yoriam knowing about the necromancer might actually help their trash-tier situation. The superior just sighs, wondering how much fear it takes to make a seasoned hunter completely lose it. They both fall silent, realizing that revenge is the only thing currently driving the Reaper forward. Suddenly, the boss breaks out in a cold sweat, sensing that something is very wrong with the atmosphere. Across town, the night air hangs heavy over a quiet neighborhood as the city's secrets continue to fester. Minu is a bit dumbfounded by their destination, but Ji-hyun explains, this secluded place is her personal hideout. Our boy tells her to head inside and rest, hoping she can finally escape this nightmare for tonight. He starts to walk away, but Ji-hyun calls out to him, her voice sounding unusually small and hesitant. She looks up at the dark windows and asks if he wants to come inside for a while. The lights flicker on as they finally step into the quiet sanctuary of her hidden apartment. Ji-hyun leads the way inside while our boy follows, still feeling the heavy weight of the night. He looks around the modest place, noticing how different it feels from the cold, sterile agency offices. Trying to break the suffocating silence, she offers to make some tea before he has to leave. A warm cup sits between them, yet the rising steam can't mask the trauma lingering in the air. Sitting on the floor, she confesses her childhood dream of becoming an archaeologist before the world changed. She admits her real goal was finding a way for humans and beasts to coexist without more bloodshed. Her voice trembles as she reveals her mother was actually murdered by a monster with those same eyes. Seeing that transformation today reignited her buried desire for revenge against the thing that ruined her life. Ji-hyun hangs her head in shame, admitting she made a reckless choice she knew was a total mistake. Our boy watches her closely, thinking that drowning in tears and the past just isn't who she is. He tells her straight up that a life consumed by a thirst for revenge doesn't suit her one bit. In a move only a former demon king would make, he promises to handle the bloody vengeance himself. He wants her to stay exactly as she is, leaving the dark, trash-tier work to someone like him. Silence falls over the quiet neighborhood as the weight of his words hangs heavy in the cool night air. Minu breaks the quiet, asking if she remembers his previous advice about the most vital part of romance. Ji-hyun reaches out, her hand trembling as she decides she needs to verify something for herself right now. She leans in and pulls him into a kiss, finally crossing the line between colleagues and something much deeper. Our boy is caught off guard as Jihyun finally makes her move, sealing their connection with a kiss. They pull back slightly, the air between them thick with a newfound tension that changes everything. He gently touches her, realizing the boundaries between them have been blurred beyond any repair. Even a former Demon King can feel the weight of a moment that feels far too human. The city lights flicker as the night carries on, oblivious to the emotional shift happening in the shadows. Elsewhere, the gears of the agency keep turning as someone urgently seeks out a man named Kang Tae-young. Jihyun forces herself back into her professional role, though her nerves are clearly getting the better of her. Kang Tae-young waits with a cold, unimpressed expression, looking like he has zero time for trash-tier interruptions. She enters the meeting room, wondering if this conversation will finally reveal the secrets she is hunting for. Jihyun is drowning in guilt, convinced that the Reaper's recent breakdown is entirely her own fault. She keeps beating herself up, thinking that if she'd just been more alert, things wouldn't have spiraled. Kang Tae-young remains stoic and silent, his cold mask barely hiding the weight of the secrets he's juggling. Desperate to be useful, Jihyun offers to help track down a specific item used for cleanly disposing of bodies. He eyes her suspiciously, wondering how she knew about the investigation before mentioning his new trade lookup program. Even though their team leaders are basically at war, the current overseas trip gives them some breathing room. Jihyun heads back into the fray, trying to keep her head down while the agency's internal politics simmer. Meanwhile, the agency superior sits in a cold hospital room, watching over a body that shouldn't be there. He feels a sudden, gnawing unease, just as a low, trash-tier groan echoes from beneath the white sheet. The agency superior watches as the hunter beneath the sheet finally stirs, asking if he is finally awake. Seo Hyunmin bolts upright in a panic, desperately asking what happened to the woman he was with. With half his face a trash-tier mess of demonic eyes, he admits he vaguely remembers attacking her. The agency superior calmly tells him nothing happened and suggests it is time for them to move. They arrive at the treatment room where a cold, professional welcome awaits the corrupted and confused hunter. Yoonsun Kim greets them with a fake smile, hiding her predatory nature behind a simple medical clipboard. She asks about his recent headaches before leading the poor guy toward the chair for his treatment. As the agency superior hovers nearby, the doctor seems caught off guard by a sudden, dangerous suggestion. She snaps that stimulating his memories is way too risky, fearing his fragile mind might snap completely. The doctor warns that rushing the treatment for the corrupted hunter is way too dangerous for his mind. Yoonsun Kim puts on her professional act, telling our boy to just relax and close his eyes. The agency superior gossips about a potential spark between the Reaper and Baphomet, catching the doctor off guard. Seo Hyunmin lies there dumbfounded, wondering what kind of misunderstanding these high-ranking officials are even talking about. He overhears them bickering about their pathetic love lives while his own life hangs by a thread. A tiny spider watches from above as the agency superior brags about his past marriage to the doctor. The doctor isn't impressed, snapping back that his failed marriage isn't exactly something to brag about. As the treatment begins, the corrupted hunter's vision blurs, his mind slipping further into the trash-tier abyss. Elsewhere, agency staff realize the Reaper might have played them to sneak into the facility undetected. Jihyun admits she was taken back but finally understands why the Reaper acted the way she did. She recalls their time in the Sanctuary Tower, where a simulated gate shock brought back buried nightmares. Seeing the Reaper's agonizing trauma firsthand made Jihyun realize they were both cut from the same cloth. If Jihyun found evidence of her own mother's killer, she knows she'd probably go just as rogue. Kang Tae-young listens intently as she connects the dots regarding the Reaper's recent tower clear. She explains how Baphomet and Griffin did the heavy lifting before the Reaper accidentally finished the boss. Tae-young remains silent, his stoic face hiding whatever gears are turning in his high-ranking head. He stares her down with those sharp eyes, making the air in the office feel heavy and suffocating. When Jihyun suddenly freezes up, he wonders why she's gone quiet right when things were getting interesting. The agency superior and Yoonsun Kim watch as the vibe in the medical ward turns absolutely toxic. Seo Hyunmin hits the deck, looking like a total mess, while the tower's infection rots his very soul. The agency superior drops down, desperately trying to get some intel out of the man's frantic, stuttering warnings. Both of them are completely dumbfounded when the patient starts screaming about a certain woman being a walking disaster. A cold memory of the mysterious woman surfaces, showing her blending into the city crowds like a predator. Hyunmin clutches his head in agony, convinced that a massive catastrophe is about to swallow them all whole. As the vision of the mysterious woman looms, the weight of her presence feels like a death sentence. Our boy's eyes are wide with pure terror, haunted by the thought of being devoured by an unstoppable force. If the Reaper is really her next target, then things are about to get incredibly messy for everyone. Seo Hyunmin collapses, his mind fracturing as the agency superior tries to make sense of his frantic rambling. He looks up with pure desperation, begging the official to listen before the corruption takes him completely. The infection flares up, and he warns that the woman they are looking for is a walking extinction event. Kang Taeyong is stunned to hear about a mystic cube capable of wiping out existence itself. The agency superior realizes the necromancer they have been hunting is far more dangerous than they ever imagined. A dark vision of a blood-soaked moon suggests that a horrific ritual is already in motion. Our boy appears, looking battered and bloodied, as he stares down an invisible threat with grim resolve. Suddenly, his own body betrays him, with the same eye-filled corruption tearing through his chest like a curse. The mysterious woman just smiles, relishing the chaos she has unleashed as her plan finally reaches its peak. A couple meets for a date, completely unaware of the horrific nightmare lurking just around the corner. They chat about dinner plans, enjoying the kind of normal life our boy can only dream of. The woman suddenly pauses, her instincts screaming that something utterly trash-tier is about to cross their path. Minu stumbles past them, his chest erupting with that disgusting, eye-filled corruption that marks him as infected. He collapses in agony as the purple filth tears through his blazer, manifesting the tower's parasitic curse. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering how this demonic infection managed to take root inside his soul. Just as he's about to lose it, a familiar hand silences him, offering a dark invitation for answers. Ji-hyun suddenly pulls him into a desperate, shocking embrace, perhaps trying to suppress the rampaging mana within. Minu freezes in total shock, his mind a chaotic mess as he feels the warmth of her intervention. High above, the moon pulses like a heavy heartbeat, signaling that the ritual is finally reaching its peak. The full moon hangs heavy as Ji-hyun pulls our boy closer, her heartbeat echoing against his panic. They sit in the shadow of the city, a quiet moment before the trash-tier reality finally hits. Dark energy begins to swirl like ink, signaling that the woman he trusted isn't who she seems. She leans in, her breath cold against his skin, as he stares up at her with mounting dread. Ji-hyun whispers a chilling secret about what she truly consumed back then, leaving Minu completely paralyzed. Suddenly, she stands over his broken form, laughing as the corruption on his chest pulses with agony. She mocks his confusion, asking if he finally understands the trap he's fallen into while he screams. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded, struggling to breathe as he asks who is actually standing before him. She just smiles and brushes her hair back, casually reminding him that they are old acquaintances. A third eye splits her forehead as she reveals her true identity as the legendary Reaper. Ji-hyun mocks our boy for playing house with Yoriam while terrified bystanders scramble to call for backup. A panicked hunter fumbles with her phone, completely unaware that the Reaper is just getting started with her. She purrs about saving the best treats for last as a stray cat rubs against her leg. More feline shadows gather around her feet, signaling that the main course is finally being served today. She stares down at the broken Baphomet, enjoying the absolute terror radiating from everyone trapped in her web. The entire street is suddenly crawling with animals that feel far more predatory than any normal household pet. Ji-hyun glances back with a twisted smirk, her eyes glowing with a hunger that feels physically impossible. She calls out to her darling kids, her voice dripping with a motherly affection that feels utterly wrong. The neighborhood cats stare back with glowing purple eyes, making the hunter's survival odds look totally trashed here. These pets transform into multi-eyed shadow beasts, as she gives them the green light to feast on everyone. One of the agency hunters realizes he's in deep trouble as a cold sweat breaks across his face. A massive shadow beast looms over him, its multiple eyes locking onto its next pathetic snack. He stares up at the giant purple iris, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the horror. Ji-hyun stands at the center of the chaos, watching her kids tear through the staff like paper. She can't help but giggle at the carnage, finding the hunter's desperate struggle for survival absolutely hilarious. Her purple eyes glow with malice as she loses herself in the twisted joy of the slaughter. With a sickening crunch, she grinds her heel into a fallen hunter's skull to keep him pinned. She wonders aloud if it's finally time to start her own meal while looking down at her prey. Her hand twitches with anticipation, ready to claim the power she's been craving this entire time. The hunger in her gaze intensifies, proving that no one is walking away from this nightmare tonight. Ji-hyun dances through the fray, effortlessly dodging the very shadow beasts she summoned to cull the weak. A deafening boom echoes across the city as the agency's headquarters begins to crumble under the pressure. Deep within the medical wing, the silence is shattered by a realization that changes the entire game. The agency superior breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the legendary Reaper has been hiding in plain sight. Seo Hyunmin falls to his knees, his fractured mind finally piecing together the identity of his tormentor. He recounts how it all began during his rookie days, long before the purple rot claimed his face. Back then, he was just a naive, trash-tier hunter in training, completely unaware of the predators lurking nearby. That's when Ji-hyun first approached him, wearing a mask of innocence that hid her true, demonic nature. She looked at him with those haunting purple eyes, already marking him as her next favorite toy. Our boy was totally mesmerized, having no clue that his life was about to become a literal hell. Hyunmin recalls how Ji-hyun hired him, and he foolishly fell for her charms during their short-lived romance. He didn't realize that a simple kiss was actually a death sentence, planting a literal seed of hell. Despite his desperate escape, the parasitic spirit entity began its slow, agonizing feast on his very soul. The agency superior stands over him, finally understanding the strange vibes he felt during the earlier chaos. He flashes back to a shadow strike that seemed poorly aimed during the confusion of the tower. The realization strikes him that the Reaper wasn't the target. She was actually trying to eliminate him. Yoon-sun Kim stands dumbfounded as the pieces of the Reaper's true identity finally fall into place. Terror grips her heart because she knows they've been housing a wolf in sheep's clothing this whole time. She screams that their patients are in grave danger, while the superior realizes Minu was also deceived. Before they can react, a grotesque, multi-eyed nightmare erupts from Hyunmin's head, signaling the end of his humanity. Yoon-sun Kim and the agency superior are sweating bullets as the situation spirals out of control. The monster inside Hyunmin rages about betrayal, its massive eye fixed on those who failed its mother. This trash-tier infection takes over completely, demanding everyone in the room just drop dead. Suddenly, a flicker of the real Hyunmin begs for salvation through the monster's weeping eye. The agency superior is frozen, realizing he's looking directly into the face of a literal nightmare. Yoon-sun Kim tries to stop the inevitable, but she's way too late to save anyone now. Black ichor erupts like a geyser, painting the room in the grim colors of a failed containment. She stands there, dumbfounded, watching the gruesome transformation finish what the tower started. The agency superior can only stare at the carnage, his back turned to his own impending doom. The shadow beast doesn't hesitate, shredding through the agency superior before he can even process the strike. Yoon-sun Kim stands dumbfounded as the superior remains motionless, drenched in the grim aftermath of the recent slaughter. He realizes Ji-hyun and the monsters are cut from the same cloth, reeling from her heartless cruelty. The weight of the situation sinks in as he removes his glasses, his expression turning cold and hollow. First quartz, then shadow. He realizes everyone is being picked off like trash-tier fodder right before his eyes. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, the taste of blood and failure bitter in his mouth. Looking ahead with fury, he knows the Reaper has officially crossed a line she can't ever come back from. Meanwhile, our boy Minu drifts in a crimson void, his consciousness barely hanging on by a single thread. He looks almost peaceful, completely unaware that his very soul is currently being contested by something ancient. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as he realizes he has no clue where he is or what happened. Yoon-sun screams for him to wake up, terrified by the dead spirit entity nesting inside his physical form. The sterile lights hum as the medical team prepares for a desperate gamble to save a fading life. Everything hangs in the balance while the surgeons prepare to dive into a mess of demonic corruption. Yoon-sun feels relieved the spirit hasn't fully taken over, even if the boy's internal organs are half-eaten. While Hyunmin was a lost cause, she's determined to use a forbidden ability to save her current patient. The facility remains eerily quiet as the team prepares for a procedure that defies every known medical law. She tells the unconscious boy that his rotted parts are gone, and she's literally crafting him new ones. With a chillingly calm hand, she reassures him that he'll be just fine under her twisted care. Outside the theater, the heavy atmosphere of the agency reflects the absolute carnage left in the Reaper's wake. The body count is staggering, and the higher-ups are losing their minds trying to track the rogue hunter. Amidst the chaos, the report finally comes in that our boy Minu is stable and recovering well. Everything hinges on our boy's willpower as he drifts through the dark recesses of his own mind. His eyes flutter open, struggling to make sense of the void that's currently acting as his prison. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, snapping him back to a reality that feels anything but real. He looks around, searching for the source of the sound while his demonic instincts start to prickle. Sitting there, he realizes his body feels different, as if the quack doctor's procedure actually did something. He stands up, feeling the weight of the infection still clawing at the edges of his consciousness. Our boy tries to focus, knowing that if he loses his grip now, he's basically trashed here. The first name that crosses his lips is Yoriam, the one person he actually feels a connection to. Just then, the space begins to glitch, revealing a presence that shouldn't even be there. Turns out, a memory of Yoriam is here to mock his supposed lack of experience with the tower. The glitchy figure reminds our boy that it has been a long time since the Tower of Labyrinth. She flashes a smirk and asks if he still remembers her legendary codename as the Reaper. Minu just stares back, completely dumbfounded by this weirdly persistent and fragmented data-driven illusion of his sponsor. The memory shifts, finding it absolutely thrilling that they have so few clues to investigate this mess. Suddenly, she insists that when they are finally outside, he should drop the titles and use her name. She waves him off with a casual goodnight, her form flickering like a corrupted file in his mind. The illusion laughs about how ridiculous it is to call a top-tier guild a bunch of no-names. Her tone turns serious, warning him that even the smallest injuries can snowball into a total disaster. Then, she acts totally disgusted, claiming there is no way she could ever imagine kissing him. Finally, she shifts again, casually suggesting they hit up a musical since she scored some prime tickets. The illusion shifts into a younger version of Yoriam, asking if she can truly rely on his strength. She leans in closer, her eyes searching for a confirmation that he isn't just another monster. Suddenly, the tone shifts as she calls out his demonic name, Baphomet, with a chillingly sweet smile. Then she switches back to his human identity, making him question which version of himself is actually real. Our boy is suddenly surrounded by a swarm of these glitchy memories, all chanting his names in a loop. The mental pressure is insane, and he drops to his knees as the voices start to tear at him. The illusion begs him to help her, but he knows this is just the tower playing trash-tier mind games. Finally, he snaps and screams in pure frustration, unable to take the psychological torture for another second. With a roar, he tells the fragments to get lost, forcing the digital nightmare to shatter around him. He stands alone in the darkness, breathing hard as he tries to reclaim control over his own fractured mind. A cold voice in his mind calls him an idiot for letting his guard down like this. Baphomet looms over him, mocking his pathetic desire for freedom and the mess he has created. Our boy looks back at his inner demon, asking what other choice he really had back then. The demon just glares with glowing eyes, insisting that he already knows the path he must take. Baphomet reminds him that he climbed the tower through slaughter, and compassion was never part of the deal. He is told to kill with the same cold hatred he feels from being stabbed in the back. Minu realizes that his old self never hesitated to erase any enemy that dared block his path. In the real world, he lies in a hospital bed, finally reclaiming his true identity as Baphomet. His hand twitches against the sheets as he begins to mutter the Reaper name through his mask. A blood-red system alert suddenly flashes, tasking him with eliminating the Apostle of Gluttony immediately. A blood-red system alert flashes, demanding he eliminate the Apostle of Gluttony to survive the trial. Our boy opens his eyes, his gaze burning with a demonic red light as he finally wakes up. The sterile hospital lights flicker above, signaling his return to a reality that's just as cold. His loyal companion walks through the halls, carrying supplies while keeping a low profile in the agency. He slides the door open, expecting to find a patient, but finding a monster instead. Echo looks on with a steady gaze, relieved to see the former tower master is finally conscious. He warns Minu not to just rip out the IV, but our boy has no time for medical pleasantries. Minus' expression hardens as he processes the fact that he was nearly erased by the Reaper's ambush. Echo explains how his familiars barely saved him after the dead spirit entities were purged from his body. Ignoring the warning, he yanks the needle out, ready to hunt down the one who put him here. Echo looks at Minu and asks if he really plans on leaving in a flimsy hospital gown. He points out that wandering the streets like that would make everyone think a mental patient just escaped. Luckily, the little guy already anticipated this and brought some actual clothes from their home base. He tells our boy to swap out his gear before heading back into the field. A few moments later, the sound of heavy boots hitting the floor signals he's ready for action. Minu steps out looking like a true hunter again, though his body is still screaming in protest. He doesn't get far before a familiar voice stops him, questioning where he thinks he's going. Kang Tae-young leans against the wall, noting that his wounds are far from being fully healed yet. The agency man gets straight to the point, asking if Minu suspected the Reaper was actually the necromancer. He reveals he got the intel from Moon Ji-hyun, the assistant manager who survived the tower alongside him. Kang explains that the Mystic Cube is a mythic tier item that recently surfaced at a high-end auction. He points out that the Reaper has been using its power to perfectly erase any evidence of her victims. Our boy listens as the agency man admits there is no point in questioning the past mistakes now. Kang remains stoic, but the gravity of the situation is clearly starting to settle in for both men. The real bombshell drops when Kang reveals that Yoriam's uncle, the hotel president, has supposedly taken his own life. Minu recalls the man and wonders if the agency is actually trying to protect the girl's dark reputation. Kang warns him that continuing to associate with Yoriam will only lead to a swift and painful death. Our boy takes it all in, realizing the web of lies is much deeper than he initially thought. It turns out the uncle was actively covering up his niece's blood-soaked trail before the agency closed in. Just as they went to confront him, a sudden gunshot echoed through the room, ending his silence forever. A staff member discovers the gruesome scene, her face pale with pure terror as she gasps. The president sits lifeless, his blood painting the office in a grim reminder of the Reaper's reach. Back in the hallway, Kang and our boy process the weight of this sudden, violent silence. Minu remains stoic, but inside, he's calculating how many more lives this Reaper will claim. He starts to walk away, done with the talk, and ready for the inevitable clash. Kang questions if our boy's current state is enough to survive a monster like the Reaper. The agency man offers to step in himself if Minu proves to be too weak for the job. Minu shuts him down instantly, making it clear that the Reaper is his burden to handle alone. Night falls over the city, a cold silence masking the chaos brewing just beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the trash-tier masses go about their lives, blissfully unaware of the demonic storm heading their way. The city streets are buzzing with the sounds of ordinary people, completely oblivious to the demonic storm brewing nearby. A random civilian laughs about something trivial, his carefree attitude a sharp contrast to the darkness Minu carries. Laughter echoes all around as the trash-tier masses enjoy their night, never suspecting the horror that awaits them. Our boy stands like a silent shadow amidst the crowd, his mind focused solely on the coming trial. He remains stoic, ignoring the noise as he calculates his next move against the Reaper's inevitable strike. As he walks, the world starts to feel thin, the sounds of the city beginning to distort and warp. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and shoves a colorful flyer for a local pub right into his face. Two girls greet him with practiced smiles, chirping about free drinks and the grand opening of their new business. They seem like typical civilians, but our boy knows better than to trust a friendly face in this place. The illusion shatters when Yoriamna's eyes glow red, mockingly addressing him by his ancient, demonic title. A mysterious woman with flowing white hair manifests from the glitching data, standing out against the frozen, trash-tier crowd. Yoriam greets our boy with a haunting familiarity, noting how long it has been since they last met. As the digital world warps around them, she stands tall, her presence a stark contrast to the mundane surroundings. Minu looks absolutely drained, and she doesn't hesitate to point out how exhausted his current vessel appears. He stares back with a stoic gaze, wondering what kind of game this data-driven ghost is playing with him. She warns him that a powerful entity has already noticed his presence, making his current situation even more precarious. Because the connection is barely stable, she explains that she had to force her way into this mental space. Recovering the lost data will take an eternity, leaving him to face the coming storm without her constant guidance. With her form beginning to dissolve into pixels, she admits this is their final conversation before the link breaks. She reaches out to touch his chest, bestowing a final gift to help him survive the Reaper's next move. She presses her hand against our boy's chest, promising that this power will soon be his to command. Looking at him with those sharp red eyes, she seems burdened by a weight he can't yet understand. She warns him that while affection for humanity is fine, falling in love only leads to ultimate pain. Before the connection snaps, she pleads for the former Demon King to stay safe until their next meeting. Her digital form begins to unravel, leaving behind nothing but a fading promise and glitching data particles. Not one to let things end vaguely, Minu reaches out and firmly grabs her wrist to stop her. He demands to know what she actually wants from him, tired of her cryptic warnings and riddles. With a chilling look, she reveals that her true wish is simply to kill, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Our boy can only stare as the reality of her words sinks in, while the mental space collapses. As she vanishes into the digital void, her final whisper of his name echoes through his mind. Yoriam is fading fast, her data form breaking apart as she stares at our boy in total silence. Minu refuses to let her go, gripping her wrist even as her body turns into flickering digital static. He realizes he isn't alone in this mental space, sensing a presence he knows all too well. Suddenly, a massive digital silhouette looms behind the girl, revealing the true architect of this mental chaos. It turns out Ra has been pulling the strings, his mismatched eyes glowing with a cold, ancient hunger. Ra admits he was curious about what she was up to and what she was hiding here. The spirit demands to know why she's acting this way, since they are supposed to be allies. Even as she falls, the girl reminds him that he was always supposed to be on her side. With a simple gesture, Ra begins to harvest the data, proving he is far from a loyal companion. As she vanishes, she claims that whatever happens next will only end up benefiting her in the end. Our boy stands dumbfounded as a glitchy data presence begins to materialize right in front of him. Minu tries to process who this mysterious figure could be as the digital energy intensifies and takes shape. The entity stares back with a piercing yellow eye, clearly hiding a mountain of secrets within the code. It turns out that while this is their first meeting, this stranger knows Minu's entire demonic history. Suddenly, massive wings erupt from the figure, filling the mental space with an overwhelming and divine pressure. The being finally reveals his name is L, looking every bit like a high-tier power player in this trial. With a cryptic parting promise to meet Baphomet again, the entity vanishes into a flurry of dark feathers. Left alone in the void, Minu faces a massive door that likely leads back to his fractured reality. He takes a moment to steady his nerves, realizing the mental game has just changed completely. Back in the real world, he whispers Ra's name, wondering if the spirit is the one behind this encounter. A heavy hand suddenly grips our boy's shoulder, snapping him back to the harsh reality of the agency. It turns out to be Kang Tae-young, the stoic manager who always seems to have eyes everywhere. Tae-young offers to drive him anywhere, realizing that Minu is the only one who can fix this mess. They leave the sterile hospital behind, heading into the dark, winding roads of the city outskirts. The white sedan speeds through the night while an uneasy silence fills the cramped interior. Tae-young keeps his eyes on the road, likely weighing the risks of helping a reincarnated demon king. Minu remains silent in the passenger seat, his mind already drifting toward the upcoming hunt for the Reaper. As they walk through the facility, Tae-young wonders if Minu even knows where their target is hiding. Our boy admits that even his supernatural senses haven't picked up a trail, making this target truly elusive. Suddenly, Tae-young is left dumbfounded when Minu vanishes right before his eyes with a faint rustle. Minu reveals a hidden eye in his palm, leaving Tae-young wondering why he kept it a secret. Our boy explains that this parasitic piece is his only GPS to track down the elusive Reaper. Tae-young wonders if it's some twisted homing instinct, like a predator naturally drawn back to its source. He finally understands why Hunter Shadow acted so erratically during their previous encounter at the hospital. It turns out the poor guy was just a puppet instinctively drawn toward the Reaper's overwhelming presence. Tae-young asks if the throbbing pain in Minu's hand gets worse the closer they get to the necromancer. Minu stays quiet, feeling the dark resonance growing stronger as they drive deeper into the unknown. Every creepy piece of this puzzle is finally clicking together, and the truth is starting to sting. They pull over at a desolate, fog-covered forest where the trail finally ends. Minu decides to go solo from here, knowing Tae-young would just be dead weight in this fight. Minu wonders why the agency man is suddenly acting like his guardian angel before he heads into the fog. Tae-young keeps it real, admitting he only cares because Minu is the only one who can fulfill his wish. Our boy just smirks, realizing that even in this life, people only value him for what he can provide. He tells the man not to worry and heads off, tired of being everyone's personal wish-granting machine. The forest ahead is suffocating, filled with a thick, cursed mist that feels like it is swallowing the light. Every step forward makes the parasitic infection in his hand throb with a sickening, rhythmic heat. He forces himself to keep moving, refusing to let a little trash-tier pain slow down his hunt. Suddenly, his red eye flares with a demonic light as his senses scream about a hidden predator nearby. A blinding flash tears through the dark, but he twists his body mid-air to avoid the lethal strike. Above the chaos, the cold night sky remains still, watching as the real nightmare finally begins. Minucha dives through the night sky, his body a blur as he hunts for the source of the disturbance. He slams into the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and blue mana. Our boy sticks the landing perfectly, his senses on high alert as the smoke begins to clear. Looking up, he realizes he was expected, as if this whole encounter was just a long-awaited reunion. He finds himself standing before Moon Ji-hyun in the ruins of a place that feels heavy with dark history. She just gives him a chillingly calm smile, looking completely at home in this desolate, gothic nightmare. She explains that this very spot is where she first awakened her true, terrifying power. She addresses him by his old name, Baphomet, asking if he is aware of the dark nature of predators. She compares her existence to a spider that sacrifices its own body to feed its hungry offspring. With a twisted grin, she reveals that she actually devoured her own mother as her very first meal. A sudden movement breaks the tension as our boy decides he's heard enough of her twisted story. Moon Ji-hyun barely has time to react as an explosion of mana erupts right where she was standing. Her eyes widen in realization, seeing that the Demon King isn't here to play therapist today. Minu lunges through the smoke like a predator, his red eyes locked onto his target with lethal intent. He unleashes a massive, blood-red slash, intending to end this mental trial with a single, decisive blow. Despite the chaos, he remains cold and focused, refusing to let her words shake his resolve. He grabs a massive blade caught in her magic threads, turning her own trap into a deadly weapon. With a burst of speed, he repositions himself, his movements blurring as he closes the distance again. Moon Ji-hyun tries to restrain him with her shadow threads, but he effortlessly vaults over her desperate defense. They collide in midair, a clash of demonic authority and Reaper magic that shakes the very foundation. The Reaper welcomes our boy to her twisted mental playground with a chilling, mocking smile. Minu finds himself trapped in a web of lethal shards, but he refuses to be her plaything. He slams his power down with a violent smash, forcing the data-driven illusion to retreat. Yoriam barely manages to shield herself, realizing the Demon King's strength is far from trash tier. Even as the pressure mounts, she just smirks, clearly relishing the chance to break his spirit. She mocks his masculine strength, while a cage of heavy, glowing chains begins to constrict around him. Minu doesn't panic, instead, reaching out to seize control of the very chains meant to bind him. With a guttural sound of grinding metal, he turns the tide, sending the chains screaming back at her. The mental space fractures into a grid of raw mana, as their conflicting authorities tear everything apart. Their blades and magic collide in a frantic clatter, neither side willing to yield an inch of ground. Yoriam laughs like a total maniac, clearly relishing the chance to break the Demon King's spirit. Our boy isn't impressed, staring her down with red eyes that promise a world of pain. They clash amidst a storm of chains, their conflicting authorities tearing the mental space apart. Minu maneuvers through the air, desperately seeking a gap in her relentless, data-driven defense. Suddenly, a heavy chain axe whistles past, catching the Reaper completely off guard for once. The weapon strikes with a violent clash, proving that Minu's strength is far from trash tier. She narrows her eyes as a spark of genuine irritation flickers across her face. With a swish of mana, she summons a multi-eyed shadow beast to consume her stubborn opponent. Yet, even she looks dumbfounded when the tide doesn't immediately turn in her favor. A massive boom echoes through the void as their powers collide in one final, blinding explosion. The dust settles after that massive explosion, leaving the mental arena eerily quiet for a brief moment. Our boy slams back onto the ground, his chains rattling as he stabilizes himself after the impact. He glares through the haze, his red eyes burning with a lethal focus that says he is just getting started. Across the wreckage, the Reaper stands tall, her data-driven form flickering as she assesses the damage. She touches the fresh cut on her cheek, seemingly dumbfounded that a human actually managed to draw blood. Instead of getting angry, a twisted smirk spreads across her face as she finds this development absolutely hilarious. She throws her head back and erupts into a fit of manic laughter, her voice echoing through the void. Minu just watches her with a cold, unimpressed stare, wondering if she has finally lost her mind completely. Her eyes widen with a crazed delight, clearly enjoying the thrill of a fight that is not one-sided. Her laughter echoes through the mental landscape, proving that this twisted game is far from over. The Reaper is still cackling like a maniac, clearly finding this entire life-or-death struggle absolutely hilarious. She doesn't even care about the blood on her face, treating the wound like a badge of honor. Mockingly, she calls the real Yoriam a poor thing for actually falling in love with a monster. Her purple eyes shimmer with a twisted delight as she prepares to escalate this mental game. Our boy just stands his ground, looking completely unfazed by her trash-tier attempts at psychological warfare. He narrows his gaze, his red eyes radiating a killing intent that could freeze a man's heart. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as she starts talking about how human flesh is the world's greatest delicacy. Dark, multi-eyed shadows begin to manifest from the purple haze, responding to her twisted hunger. She summons her horrific shadow beasts, surrounding herself with the same entities that define her trauma. The Reaper wonders aloud if Baphomet will taste as sweet as her mother did during that first meal. The Reaper illusion grins manically, daring our boy to finally show her the true power of Baphomet. She merges with her shadow beasts, transforming into a trash-tier nightmare of eyes and swirling purple darkness. Minu remains completely unfazed, his cold gaze proving he is cut from a much grittier cloth than her. He wonders why she insists on making this difficult when they both know how this trial must end. Suddenly, he lunges forward with a heavy strike, slamming his weapon into the heart of the shadow entity. He manifests a massive demonic seal, calling upon the chains of his authority to bind the mocking spirit. A heavy chain erupts into hellish flames, slicing through the air with a violent whoosh toward its target. The burning metal wraps around the illusion, searing through her data-driven form with the heat of his rage. She screams in pure agony as the fire consumes her, realizing his heart is actually demanding her death. Minu roars with an intensity that shakes the mental realm, determined to burn this twisted memory to ash. Even as the flames roar, the illusion shifts into a younger Reaper huddled within a purple void. She stares back with hollow eyes, pleading for our boy to finally put her out of her misery. As she stands, the mental realm begins to fracture, her voice echoing the name of the Demon King. Her bare feet tread upon the manifestation of her trauma, dragging the trial into a deeper memory. The misty floor suddenly solidifies into cold asphalt, grounding the vision in a tragic, real-world moment. She finds herself standing on a desolate road, marking the exact day her world fell apart. She watches a black car disappear into a dark tunnel, a symbol of the family she lost. The scene jumps to her answering a call from the agency, masking her grief with a professional lie. She claims to be on a happy vacation, though the truth is far grittier than she lets on. Suddenly, a hand reaches out as the crushing weight of the past threatens to overwhelm the entire trial. Yoriam's mother snaps at her to keep her hands inside, clearly terrified of any potential danger. Our girl just huffs in the back seat, feeling like her mom is being way too overprotective today. The family driver chimes in, gently reminding her that her mother only acts this way out of love. He flashes a kind smile while telling her that wearing a seatbelt is a must for the trip. Despite the logic, she remains grumpy, trapped in the typical annoyance of a child being lectured. The car speeds down the highway, heading toward a destination that would soon become a nightmare. Eventually, she gives in and buckles up, staring blankly at the interior of the luxury vehicle. She glances out at the passing scenery, unaware that these are the final moments of her normalcy. Her mother thanks the driver for his help, while he insists it's no trouble since he's headed home. As they discuss holiday plans, the weight of the impending tragedy hangs heavy over the memory. A massive tower pierces the sky, its red veins pulsing like a heartbeat before the world falls apart. They arrive at the hotel, a luxury palace that looks far too peaceful for a looming disaster. The driver bows low, wishing them a great trip, while the mother politely thanks him for his service. As the car pulls away, our girl waves goodbye, still trapped in the innocence of a normal vacation. Her mother smiles warmly, asking if she's ready to head inside and finally check into their room. They walk through the quiet, opulent halls, unaware that these walls will soon witness a total nightmare. The chandelier above sparkles, casting a golden glow over a scene that's about to turn pitch black. She dives into a guidebook, fascinated by the local history and the well-preserved royal tombs nearby. While she begs to visit the museum, her mother is more interested in the hotel's premium bath products. Our girl looks utterly dumbfounded as her mom starts considering switching their own hotel's scent to this one. Our girl scolds her mom, insisting that work has no place on their long-awaited vacation. She is already planning their trip to the museum, eager to see those ancient artifacts with her own eyes. From royal jewelry to commoner tools, she is completely hooked on the stories these old items tell. For her, it is like riding a time machine back to a world she has only ever read about. Her mother just smiles, happy to see her daughter so full of life and genuine excitement. As the hour grows late, her mom decides it is finally time to tuck in for the night. Suddenly, our girl remembers she cannot go to sleep without finishing one very specific ritual. She rushes toward a framed photo of her father, a man whose face is lost to the shadows. It is a bittersweet sight, seeing her talk to a memory, like he is still right there with them. She offers a bright smile to the picture, thanking her dad for watching over them all day. The silent promise in her father's portrait feels like a shield against the uncertain world outside. Our girl wears a smile of pure innocence, praying this happiness never has to end. Suddenly, the memory shifts and the atmosphere turns cold as the world is dyed in blood. The peaceful vacation is cut short when a mangled corpse suddenly hits the floor before them. In the blink of an eye, the hallway becomes a graveyard for those caught in the crossfire. A massive, winged nightmare looms over the bodies, radiating a pressure that would crush any normal hunter. The beast leans in, its golden eye fixed on her as it mutters a distorted, familiar sound. She is completely dumbfounded, her heart stopping as she wonders if that monster is actually her father. Any trace of humanity vanishes when the monster lets out a bone-chilling roar that shakes the building. Desperate cries for help ring out from the hotel, but no one is coming to save them. The screams of the dying echo in Yoriam's ears as she realizes the nightmare has only just begun. Outside, the streets turn into a slaughterhouse where demonic beasts tear through innocent civilians like they're nothing. Even the trash-tier orcs join the fray, skewering anyone who isn't fast enough to escape the sudden carnage. Hiding in the shadows, our girl can only watch through a crack as her world crumbles into madness. She's completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how these monsters could have breached the city's defenses so easily. Suddenly, a firm grip catches her arm, pulling her back from the edge of a total mental breakdown. It's her mother, acting on pure instinct to drag her daughter away from the encroaching sea of blood. Yoriam looks back in horror, sensing that something even more sinister is stalking them from the darkness. Small, flickering shadow beasts manifest out of thin air, blocking their only path to safety with a cold glow. With no other choice, her mother screams for her to run, prepared to sacrifice everything to save her child. They sprint through the dim corridors, the cold breath of those shadow beasts nipping at their heels. Yoriam's heart hammers against her ribs, her mind spinning as she wonders if they'll ever see daylight again. Every corner they turn looks the same, a blurred maze of concrete and pipes that feels like a trap. The sheer weight of the situation hits our girl, making her wonder if her mother's grip is her only lifeline. They push their bodies to the limit, desperate to find an exit before the darkness swallows them whole. Suddenly, her mother's heels skid against the floor as she comes to a bone-chilling stop. The realization hits like a physical blow when they find themselves staring at a cold, unyielding dead end. Her mother's voice trembles as she admits there's nowhere left to run, her protective instincts finally meeting a wall. Just as hope fades, a pair of massive, predatory eyes glint from the shadows right behind them. A low snarl vibrates through the air, revealing a maw of razor-sharp teeth ready to end their flight. Yoriam and her mother freeze in terror as the shadow of death looms over them. The eye monster unhinges its massive jaw, ready to devour them in a single, bloodthirsty bite. Our girl is completely dumbfounded, her mind racing as she realizes this might be the end. Suddenly, a recovery worker grips a high-pressure hose, preparing a desperate countermeasure against the beast. A massive wall of water erupts, blinding the monster and buying the pair a few precious seconds. They both look around in shock, wondering who would risk their life to save them. A recovery worker's silhouette appears through the mist, urging them to follow him to safety. The man screams for them to hurry, knowing the monster won't be held back for long. They dash forward with everything they've got, desperate to outrun the darkness at their heels. With one final burst of speed, they plunge through the exit, hoping this path leads to survival. They sprint through the corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing as they try to escape the nightmare. Yoriam's mother grips her hand tight, practically dragging her along as they make a desperate leap for safety. They hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of them. As they tumble into a room, her mother frantically checks for injuries, her eyes wide with a terror that no parent should ever feel. Two workers stand guard with nothing but a fire extinguisher, looking just as trash-tier and helpless as everyone else. Outside, the massive blue beast lets out a deafening roar, its predatory eyes searching for any remaining survivors. It takes to the skies, its wings shattering the skyline as it prepares to bring more ruin to the city. Later, our girl sits alone in the wreckage, her spirit completely broken by the trauma of the massacre. She barely reacts when a voice breaks the silence, asking if she's even had anything to eat yet. A kind worker offers her a small snack, trying to provide a shred of humanity in a world gone mad. The kind worker smiles, trying to keep a brave face for the terrified survivors huddled in the back. Yoriam's mother offers her thanks, realizing this tiny convenience store is the only safe haven they have left. She bows deeply to the man in the blue vest, who just brushes off the gratitude like a pro. Looking around the stock shelves, she wonders how this place escaped the carnage, while the world outside burned. The worker explains that the monsters have sharp eyes but can't phase through walls, though his knowledge feels suspicious. Suddenly, a young girl named Suzhong rushes in, her voice trembling as she calls out for help. She looks completely drained, her face pale as she leads them toward another survivor who isn't doing so hot. A hand presses against a blood-soaked bandage, but it's clear that the makeshift first aid isn't nearly enough. Suman groans in agony on the cold floor, his life slowly leaking out while Suzhong desperately begs him to stay. The group gathers around the dying man, realizing they need a real hospital before he becomes another statistic. Suman is barely clinging to life after a brutal monster attack, serving as a grim reminder of the stakes. Vango's mother is clearly shaken, knowing that their amateur medical help won't keep him stable for long. A sharp beep suddenly pierces the air as their phones light up with a terrifying emergency disaster alert. The message warns of an active gate shock, advising everyone to stay hidden while the hunters mobilize. They decide to wait it out, hoping the professionals reach their location before the monsters find them first. Suzhong sits alone in the dim light, her eyes glued to her phone as she waits for any news. Yoriam approaches her, genuinely confused about what a gate shock is and how much danger they're in. Her face goes cold as she senses the shifting atmosphere. Realizing this disaster is far from ordinary, the gravity of the situation starts to weigh on her, and she looks genuinely disturbed by the unfolding chaos. The survivors discuss rationing food and staying put, desperately wishing for a rescue that feels miles away. Young Yoriam feels a wave of relief as Vango's mother offers a rare moment of genuine kindness. The foreman warns that their sanctuary is temporary, especially since they have a wounded man to protect. The senior miner agrees that vigilance is their only hope, deciding they must rotate the watch schedule. Not wanting to be dead weight, our girl insists on helping out despite her young age. She even shares her dream of becoming an archaeologist, trying to keep the mood from turning sour. In her heart, she knows that maintaining morale is just as important as finding food or water. She makes her way toward the restricted area, looking for more supplies to help the group. Sujung is already there, frantically tending to Suman as he struggles with a worsening injury. Yoriam rushes over with a cold towel, desperately trying to soothe the guy's rising fever. They both realize the wound is the culprit, and Yoriam tells herself she has to stay strong. Sujung worries about the depth of the wound and desperately wishes they had some antibiotics on hand. Our girl is a bit confused about what those are, so Sujung explains they prevent nasty infections. Yoriam is impressed by her knowledge, learning that Sujung is actually studying to become a professional nurse. They both keep a close watch over Suman, who remains completely out of it while they talk. Looking at the poor guy's feverish face, Yoriam silently prays for him to pull through this nightmare. Suddenly, she suggests that telling her dad might help Sumin recover, leaving Sujung pretty much dumbfounded. She explains that even though her father is gone, her mom always said he is still watching. In her mind, she remembers him as a strong man who always laughed, even when he was sick. Whenever things get trashed here, she talks to him and thanks him for protecting her through the day. Sharing this secret makes her feel like she is getting stronger, even in this dark, hopeless place. Yoriam squeezes the sick man's hand, desperately asking her late father if he's watching over them right now. She flashes a pure smile, begging her dad to help Suman find the strength to pull through this. Outside, the foreman and Vango's mother watch her, noting how the kid is way too good for this world. They talk about how she's been a total angel, helping everyone despite the trash tier situation they're all stuck in. Her mother watches her tend to the wounded, glad she gave the girl something to believe in. She remembers the heavy promise she made to her husband before he passed away. It was a vow to make sure their daughter grew up strong enough to face any nightmare. But outside their little sanctuary, the rest of the world has already turned into a complete graveyard. Vile monsters are swarming the streets, turning every corner of the city into a literal hunting ground. Massive, horned beasts roam through the ruins, proving that humanity's time is running out fast. A few days crawl by, and the hope of being saved starts feeling like a trash-tier fantasy. Sujung and the foreman realize that no rescue is coming, and leaving their hole is way too risky. To make matters worse, the phones finally give up the ghost, leaving them completely cut off from everyone. Sujung admits she kept spamming rescue requests online, but it turns out the world has gone totally silent. Our girl Yoriam stands there dumbfounded, realizing that their last tether to the outside world is officially snapped. Trying to keep spirits up, the kid runs back to her mom with a little treat she earned. She happily offers her mother a snack, wanting to share the small win despite the nightmare outside. Her mother smiles, ready to take a bite, when a sudden click echoes through the cold, dark room. Both of them freeze and look up, sensing that their fragile sanctuary is about to lose its light. The power finally dies, plunging the survivors into a darkness that feels a lot like the end. The situation goes from bad to worse as the electricity and water are completely cut off. Huddled in the dark, Yoriam's mother tries to stay positive, believing her late husband is still watching over them. Our girl tries to be brave, telling herself she has to be strong for her family's sake. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the store, demanding that everyone come outside immediately. Sujung and the others are caught off guard, wondering who would be wandering around in this death trap. The tension breaks when someone recognizes the newcomer, realizing a hunter has finally arrived to save them. Standing before them is a man in a green cloak, looking like the hero they've been praying for. He stares back with a cold, unreadable expression, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos. Yoriam is left dumbfounded, unable to believe that their nightmare might actually be coming to an end. Yet, deep in her mind, the memories of what's to come cast a bloody shadow over the moment. Yoriam stares at the man, her gut screaming that this supposed hero is nothing but a filthy liar. The hunter claims a monster slaughtered his entire squad, leaving him as the sole survivor to find them. As the foreman and the others listen, he warns that demonic beasts are still swarming the streets outside. He raises a finger, signaling that despite the danger, he has one solemn promise for the terrified group. With a grand gesture, he vows to lead every single one of them to the shelter safely. Little Yoriam looks toward her mother, feeling the weight of the situation as they cling to this hope. In that moment, the man standing before them seems like the ultimate savior they have been waiting for. To a child lost in a nightmare, this stranger represents a literal ray of hope in a dark world. But the reality of their situation is buried under the crushing weight of the ruins surrounding them. Even with a hero present, the scattered debris serves as a grim reminder of their fallen society. Things go from bad to worse when a wall collapse wipes out most of their precious food supply. Little Yoriam watches in silence as the man they called a savior starts showing his true, trash-tier colors. Turns out Minu isn't a saint. He's just annoyed his supposed gold mine is turning into a bust. Looking at the pathetic pile of snacks left, it's clear they are one missed meal away from disaster. The senior miner tries to keep spirits up, telling everyone they just have to make these scraps last. But as they discuss rationing the remaining goods, a gloved hand reaches out to snatch the first prize. Sujong is dumbfounded when Minu grabs a drink, claiming he needs his strength to keep them safe. He just smirks at her protest, knowing full well that these terrified people have zero leverage against him. Minu mockingly invites them to step outside into the monster-infested streets if they don't like his rules. With a chilling grin, he reminds them that he's the only thing standing between them and a gruesome death. Sujong is dumbfounded as the foreman finally caves, agreeing to follow our boy's ruthless demands to survive. The foreman looks completely drained, only asking for a promise that they'll find a way to the shelter soon. As he pleads for an escape route, the scene shifts to Yoriam's memory of her own injured mother. Young Yoriam is terrified, asking if her mother is okay after taking a hit from the falling debris. She blames herself, knowing her mother only got hurt because she jumped in to shield her from the concrete. Her mother just smiles weakly, asking if she remembers the story about the son she had years ago. Yoriam listens intently as her mother reveals she had a boy named Zhonghyun, who was her age. They look at an old photo together, a rare glimpse into a life before the world turned into trash. Her mother explains that the boy was far too sick and ended up leaving them way too early. It was that crushing loss that forced her parents to rely on each other just to keep moving forward. Yoriam stares at her mother, realizing they are both trapped in this trash-tier nightmare together. Her mother forces a smile despite the bandages, telling her that protecting a child is just an adult's duty. The poor girl is left dumbfounded, unable to process the weight of her mother's selfless sacrifice. She begs her mother to hang on, promising they'll make it to the shelter before things get worse. Nearby, the foreman sits in silence, completely drained by the weight of their hopeless situation. He looks at the massive pile of rubble, thinking they're lucky the entire building didn't just flatten them. Suddenly, Yoriam screams for her mother, as the woman's condition takes a sharp turn for the worse. The foreman snaps out of his daze, realizing that their luck might have just run out. Sujong warns that the vomiting is a bad sign, fearing the impact caused some serious brain damage. The foreman grows grim, knowing that the lack of external bleeding usually means the internal damage is fatal. The foreman dashes toward the hunter, his desperation reaching a breaking point as he abandons all caution. Our boy stands firm, his cold gaze meeting the frantic man who sees him as their only hope. The foreman begs Minu to save his wife, explaining that the demonic beasts outside are far too dangerous. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes that staying put is just a slow death sentence. He tells the group he's going with the hunter, ignoring Sujong's protests about the suicidal risks. The man insists this is the only way to find an escape route and save their loved ones. Yoriam's mother looks on with a heavy heart, her silence speaking volumes about their grim reality. She remembers her husband's final moments, a memory that weighs heavier than the collapsing building. Her husband's silhouette appears in her mind, pleading with her to make one final, heartbreaking promise. Young Yoriam stands in a daze, the burden of her father's wish to protect her finally sinking in. Yoriam's father tells her that no matter what happens, she needs to stay strong and keep moving. Our girl listens in silence, the weight of his final wish finally sinking into her soul. Her mother decides she can't just wait for death and prepares to venture into the ruins. Outside, the rain pours over the shattered city, while a desperate cry for her mother echoes out. She tells her daughter to stay put, promising to return once she finds a safe escape route. Realizing her current outfit is trash tier for scavenging, she asks Sujong for some practical work clothes. Sujong hands over the gear, her heart heavy as she realizes the risk her friend is taking. Despite the warnings about the monsters, the mother insists that she simply can't stay idle anymore. Sujong suggests taking a raincoat too, hoping it might offer some small protection in the freezing storm. The group finally heads out, their silhouettes swallowed by the rain as they search for a miracle. The foreman leads the way, claiming the demonic beasts have moved on since there are no humans left here. As they trek through the rubble, they wonder why these creatures are so hell-bent on hunting humanity down. The foreman explains that it's just animal instinct, as the monsters view the gates and towers as their territory. Yoriam's mother finds it ridiculous that these beasts now consider the ruins of their home to be monsterland. She asks how long this gate shock nightmare will last, only to be told it ends when they're dead. Suddenly, the foreman's boot hits the wet pavement with a sharp halt, stopping the group dead in their tracks. The survivors stand frozen in the downpour, wondering why their guide has suddenly gone quiet in this graveyard. The foreman's expression turns cold as the others nervously ask why he's decided to stop right here. The heavy rain continues to wash over the debris, masking whatever danger might be lurking in the shadows. He ominously asks if they're sure they won't regret leaving the shelter, leaving the mother completely dumbfounded. The foreman flashes a trash-tier grin, telling them not to hold a grudge for what's coming next. Without another word, he suddenly bolts into the darkness, abandoning the group in the freezing rain. He screams back for them to start running if they don't want to be monster food. The senior miner and the mother exchange panicked looks, realizing they've been led into a death trap. Their sneakers splash against the wet pavement as they desperately scramble to keep their guide in sight. The skeletal remains of the city loom over them, a jagged graveyard of concrete and twisted metal. They sprint through the ruins, their survival instincts finally kicking in as the reality of the situation hits. Every shadow in this wasteland feels like a predator waiting to pounce on the weak. Yoriam's mother gasps for air, her lungs burning while she wonders if they'll ever see the shelter again. The heavy downpour continues to mask the sounds of the ruined city, leaving them completely vulnerable and alone. A massive arachnid drops from the sky, cutting off their only escape route through the ruins. The beast slams into the pavement, sending a shockwave that nearly knocks the group off their feet. Its multiple crimson eyes lock onto the prey, hunger radiating from its grotesque, hairy face. The senior miner and the mother are dumbfounded, realizing they're staring at a high-tier demon. The mother's legs give out as she realizes their guide has led them straight into a nest. She looks around in a daze, her mind unable to process the sheer hopelessness of their situation. Glowing threads of mana-infused silk surround them, sealing their fate in a shimmering, deadly cage. Our boy Minu Cha watches them with a cold gaze, knowing that running was always a futile effort. Back at the makeshift shelter, a single candle flickers, providing a fragile sense of safety in the dark. Su Jiang tends to the wounded Su Min while young Yoriam sits in silence, haunted by the growing darkness. Su Jiang notices the rain has finally stopped, but the heavy silence in the room is even more suffocating. Yoriam remains huddled on the floor, her small frame looking completely defeated by the surrounding darkness. Su Jiang offers a gentle pat, but the girl just sighs about her failure to handle things alone. She feels trashed here for being so weak, while Su Jiang insists that a child shouldn't have to fight. Looking at the unconscious Sumin, she realizes they're both cut from the same cloth of utter helplessness. A desperate wish to grow up faster is cut short when a sudden creak echoes from the door. Both of them turn toward the entrance, dumbfounded by the unexpected noise breaking their fragile peace. A figure in a drenched raincoat suddenly slumps to the floor, looking absolutely spent from the trek. Yoriam recognizes the newcomers and dashes forward, her heart racing as she screams for her mother. Our girl clings to her mother's side, frantically checking for wounds while praying she isn't just a ghost. Yoriam's mother mumbles about a spider, leaving the little girl completely confused and worried. Su Jiang tries to stay positive, asking if they found a way out of this hellhole. The foreman stands over the trembling woman, while she kneels in shame over the missing store owner. He looks away, clearly hiding the fact that he abandoned others just to save his own skin. She shakes uncontrollably, apologizing for a choice that haunts her more than any monster ever could. The memory of that massive, multi-eyed spider flashes back, a nightmare that ruined everything they had. In the pouring rain, she remembers the moment of pure terror when she was nearly taken. Surrounded by shadows, she felt the weight of her failure as the monsters closed in on them. Su Jiang is absolutely horrified, realizing the grim reality of what these survivors actually went through. Our girl stands there dumbfounded, finally understanding the heavy burden her mother has been carrying alone. The store owner was the heart of their group, always ensuring everyone had supplies to keep going. But the news of his disappearance leaves the survivors completely dumbfounded and struggling to find hope. He was more than just a provider. He was a husband who carried the weight of everyone's survival. Eventually, the pressure becomes too much, and he sways as his physical and mental strength finally fail. That night, a heavy rain begins to fall, mirroring the somber mood of the grieving survivors. They focus on the small win of collecting water, trying to ignore the trash-tier reality of their situation. Inside the shelter, the silence is deafening as Su Jiang and the others wait for a miracle that isn't coming. The injured hunter sits in the shadows, his combat skills useless against the crushing weight of their despair. Upon hearing the final confirmation of her husband's death, Yoriam's mother collapses in total agony. Our girl watches her mother's spirit break, realizing that some wounds can't be healed with simple words. The grief-stricken mother realizes they are trapped in this trash-tier hell and must find a way to survive. Suddenly, she flinches as if something deep inside her mind is beginning to snap under the immense pressure. On the cold floor, a tiny spider crawls near her feet, a small reminder of the world's creeping rot. The creature moves silently, unaware that it is about to trigger a reaction from a woman on the edge. Her eyes lose their warmth, turning into vacant white orbs as the trauma finally takes its toll. She screams and lashes out at the tiny insect, leaving our girl completely dumbfounded by her mother's violence. From that moment on, everything changes as they huddle together in a world that feels increasingly cold. Yoriam's mother becomes bedridden and pale, her health fading as she struggles against a soul-crushing sickness. Looking at her fragile state, young Yoriam realizes she must stay strong as her mother's only support. In the quiet darkness, she calls out for her father, wishing he could save them from this nightmare. Yoriam drifts through a dark void, feeling like she's losing her grip on reality. She opens her eyes, desperately searching for a way out of this suffocating mental prison. Suddenly, a glowing spider appears, looking like a strange beacon in the endless purple haze. She wonders if this tiny creature is actually real, or just another trick of the tower. Desperate for answers, she chases after it and begs the light not to leave her alone. Her feet move through the empty space as she realizes she's following a ghost of her trauma. Every step feels heavier, yet she can't stop herself from pursuing the only thing that's moving. The spider stops and dangles right before her, forcing our girl to confront her deepest fears. She stands there dumbfounded, realizing this isn't just a dream, but a memory she can't outrun. Her eyes widen in pure terror as the realization of her past finally hits home. She stares at the hanging body, the weight of her father's death finally sinking into her young soul. Seeing his lifeless eyes and the bandage on his head, she realizes he is never coming back. Our girl just stands there, completely broken, as she tries to process the cruelty of this new world. Days turn into weeks, and she remains a shell of herself while her mother tries to provide comfort. Suddenly, the last physical bond to her old life snaps as her hair tie finally gives way. Her mother sighs, noting that they have simply been holding on to things for far too long to stay intact. She decides to let her hair down, trying to adapt to this miserable life as a month passes. In the ruins of the city, the peace is shattered by a desperate scream echoing through the buildings. Suzhong confronts a trash-tier survivor who is shamelessly stealing food from a dying, injured man. She argues that the weak won't survive without help, but the man only cares about his own skin. Yoriam's mother looks on with a trembling gaze, realizing that the world has truly become a lawless wasteland. This trash-tier hunter named Nen just sits back and smirks, clearly unbothered by the suffering around him. He casts a sharp, predatory glance toward the women, gauging just how much he can push them around. The poor woman flinches in fear, her survival instinct screaming as she realizes they are trapped with a monster. Somewhere in the distance, a massive gate monster skitters through the ruins, a constant reminder of the lurking death. Trying to keep the peace, the mother offers to share her own food portion despite Suzhong's immediate protests. Nen just scoffs at their misplaced mercy, mockingly asking if they think they have any right to the supplies. He leans in with a twisted grin, explaining that the store's real owners are both dead and buried. Our girl stands silently in the shadows, her young mind struggling to process the cruelty of Nen's words. She is left completely dumbfounded when he reveals the owner committed suicide, the trauma finally breaking her spirit. Nen looms over the terrified child, his shadow casting a dark omen over their already bleak situation. He tells the mother to stop acting generous with rations, exposing his own selfish, trash-tier nature. Suzhong steps up to confront him, unable to stomach his blatant disregard for human life. She questions if he is even a real hunter, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and disbelief. Suzhong argues that hunters are supposed to protect the weak, but Nen's behavior proves he is cut differently. He cuts her off sharply, his cold gaze making her realize just how dangerous this man truly is. Nen explains that hunters are picked for their power, not their hearts, shattering her idealistic view of heroes. He mocks the civilians, claiming they only care about hunters when they are desperate for a handout. Looming over her, he tells her to wake up because the old world rules are dead and buried. He finally drops the mask, threatening to just slaughter them all and take everything for himself. Suzhong and the mother stand frozen, completely dumbfounded by the hunter's sudden, bloodthirsty threat. They can barely find the words to respond while Nen looms over them like a cold-blooded predator. Suddenly, the tension breaks when a smug, trash-tier smile creeps across his face. He puts on a friendly act, looking like he didn't just threaten to murder everyone in the room. Waving them off, he claims he was just joking and wonders why they are taking him so seriously. But karma hits fast as a sharp pain suddenly flares up in his arm, catching him off guard. He retreats while clutching his arm, cursing a lingering injury from a spider monster that is clearly agonizing. Yoriam's mother watches him go, her weary eyes filled with a deep, growing distrust for their supposed protector. Nearby, the young Yoriam watches the scene unfold, her vacant eyes seeing right through his pathetic lies. She knows that once things truly go south, his little jokes will be the first thing to die. Time skips forward a few days as the survivors try to maintain some semblance of peace amidst the ruins. The environment is bleak, but there is a small glimmer of hope as someone finally starts to pull through. Suman actually starts looking a bit better, finally able to sit up and eat a decent meal on his own. Seeing him recover brings a rare smile to Suzhong's face, making the heavy atmosphere feel just a bit lighter. However, the trash-tier hunter isn't feeling the joy, grumbling that another survivor just means another mouth to feed. Yoriam notices the shift in the room, sensing that the adults are hiding a much darker concern from her. Her mother looks completely drained, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear that things are about to get much worse. Back then, our girl was too young to understand the true weight of the silence hanging over them. The harsh reality was that their food supplies were nearly gone, and desperation was starting to set in. That quiet anxiety eventually hits its breaking point, and Nen finally snaps as the pressure becomes too much. Sujong and Sumin freeze in terror as the fragile peace in the shelter finally shatters into pieces. Nen begins screaming at the top of his lungs, blaming the weak for their dwindling food supplies. Yoriam's mother desperately shields her daughter from the violent shadows of the adults losing their minds. The trash-tier hunter continues his verbal assault, his face contorted by the sheer weight of his own cowardice. Our girl can only watch in stunned silence, her gray eyes reflecting the total collapse of their small community. Suddenly, Nen reaches out with a gloved hand, his patience completely evaporated as he decides to get physical. He violently shoves the injured pair aside, declaring that the useless baggage is no longer worth saving. Sujong stumbles back in disbelief, realizing that the man supposed to protect them has turned into a predator. A heavy shadow falls over her face as she processes the cold reality of their desperate situation. She looks back with a sharp glare, finally understanding that kindness is a luxury they can no longer afford. Sumin lies dead on the cold floor, while Sujong stares down in absolute horror at the sudden loss. Nen stands over them with a hollow gaze, showing no remorse for the blood he just spilled. He looks at his trembling hand, seemingly dumbfounded that he actually went through with the lethal blow. Yoriam's mother pulls her daughter into a tight embrace, trying to shield her from the gruesome scene. She trembles with terror, desperately insisting to herself and the girl that it was all just an accident. A fleeting memory of the kind store owner flashes by, mocking them with the peace they once knew. Sumin's lifeless body remains a grim reminder that in this hellscape, the weak are simply discarded like trash. Young Yoriam's eyes widen as the trauma of the murder carves a permanent scar into her fragile mind. She gasps for air, her silent scream caught in her throat as the world collapses around her. Her mother quickly clamps a hand over her mouth, knowing that silence is their only hope for survival. Yoriam's mother warns her to stay silent, knowing any provocation will lead to their immediate end. She explains that the man is a monster who wouldn't think twice about sacrificing them for his survival. Outside, the heavy rain washes over the skeletal remains of the city as the nightmare continues. Our boy Minu struggles to catch his breath, realizing he's backed into a corner in this downpour. He stares up at a massive spider monster, frustrated that his previous strikes didn't even leave a mark. The beast just looms over him, drooling like it's found its next trash-tier snack for the evening. He puts everything into a desperate swing, but the impact feels like hitting a solid wall of iron. The strain is visible on his face as he realizes his strength alone might not be enough. He barks at a nearby survivor to run, but the poor guy is paralyzed by the surrounding webs. When he hears that the webs can actually melt solid objects, Minu realizes the situation is even deadlier. Our boy suddenly notices something strange through the downpour that stops him in his tracks. He spots Yoriam standing nearby and wonders why the hell the spider isn't even looking at her. She looks completely dumbfounded, as if she can't believe she's still breathing in this hellscape. Before he can process it, a massive leg swings toward him with enough force to shatter bone. The impact sends him flying through the air like a piece of trash-tier debris. He grits his teeth against the pain, realizing he's taking way too much damage in this trial. The monstrous spider looms over him, its many eyes fixed on its struggling prey. He manages to smash against the creature's leg, desperately trying to find a weakness in its armor. A gritty smirk forms on his face as he realizes the beast is actually a female. He slides back through the mud, his mind racing to connect the dots between the girl and the monster. A panicked survivor asks if our boy wants to help, unaware he is about to be betrayed. Without hesitation, the man is shoved into the abyss to serve as a sacrificial martyr for the group. He falls into the dark, realizing too late that he was just trash-tier fodder in a cruel game. Yoriam Na watches in absolute horror, unable to comprehend the cold-blooded betrayal happening right before her eyes. The white-furred beast shifts its focus, its predatory instincts locking onto the next potential meal. Multiple crimson eyes flare with hunger as the monster prepares to finish what it started. The massive spider descends from the darkness, ready to crush the life out of our boy. As debris rains down, Yoriam Na collapses, her spirit breaking under the weight of this nightmare. Her eyes widen in pure shock, witnessing a level of cruelty she never thought possible. Minu Cha stands cold in the rain, showing zero remorse for the life he just discarded. Minu Cha coldly claims that all be dead without his intervention, forcing her to accept his twisted logic. Yoriam Na can only watch in silence, her heart sinking as she realizes who he truly is. When people are backed into a corner, a hierarchy forms where the strongest predator takes the crown. Cha became that king, treating the weak like they were absolutely nothing in his eyes. He seized control of their only lifeline, leaving them to survive on whatever scraps he deemed enough. Na stares at the single piece of bread, realizing her survival now depends on his mercy. As he walks away, she feels the crushing weight of being completely under his thumb. His presence is a constant shadow, a reminder that they are trapped in his personal playground. The survivors huddle together, realizing that living under a tyrant is just another form of hell. As the ceiling begins to crumble, the survivors realize that death might be their only escape. Yoriam's mother sits in the dark, staring at the faint light while her hope slowly withers away. She's completely dumbfounded by how cruel their reality has become in such a short time. Our girl Yoriam huddles close, her tiny body trembling from the cold and the lack of food. The kid is clearly at her limit, her eyes fluttering as she struggles to keep her strength up. When Yoriam claims she's strong enough to handle it, her mother can only stare in pure heartbreak. A mother's instinct kicks in, and she realizes she can't just sit around and watch her daughter die. She knows she has to find a way to protect her little girl, no matter the cost. The news hits that there's no food left, leaving the survivors in a state of absolute despair. She rushes after Cha, pleading for a scrap, but he just tells her they have to do without. He claims he needs the calories to find an exit, leaving the weak to starve in the shadows. Yoriam's mother desperately asks if he's found an exit, but Cha coldly admits they're still stuck. The realization that they're still trapped hits her like a ton of bricks, fueling her growing panic. Our boy just gives her a side-eye, clearly annoyed that she's questioning his progress in this hellhole. She screams that they trusted him, and even stayed quiet about the trash-tier rations he's been handing out. Minus gaze turns sharp, his patience for her emotional outburst finally reaching its absolute breaking point. The sheer pressure coming off him makes her freeze, realizing she might have pushed the wrong person. Suddenly, he lunges forward just to watch her flinch, proving how easily he could end her life. She cowers in fear, her bravado completely shattered by the realization that she's utterly powerless against him. He just snickers and calls her and the others useless, showing his true, ruthless nature as a leader. Without another word, he turns his back on her, leaving the broken woman alone in the ruins. Yoriam's mother watches him closely, noticing that he is still clutching his arm in pain. She points out that his spider wound hasn't healed, sensing that he's hiding his true condition. She stands there dumbfounded, realizing the situation is getting worse as her distrust begins to peak. A chilling sensation washes over her as she looks into his eyes, seeing something cold and inhuman. Our boy flinches for a split second, feeling exposed by her sharp intuition and constant questioning. He snaps back and asks what she just said, his voice dripping with a sudden, dangerous edge. Without another word, he retreats into the staff room, leaving her alone with the sound of a locking door. She looks out at the crumbling skyline, wondering if there's any hope left in this godforsaken city. Kneeling by her daughter, she desperately prays for a way to escape this living nightmare before it's too late. The sight of the ruins only reinforces her fear that they are truly trapped with no way out. Yoriam's mother stares down, her mind consumed by the desperate need to protect her daughter at any cost. Her stomach growls as she admits how hungry she is, the starvation finally starting to cloud her judgment. She looks away, knowing that if she doesn't find a way out soon, they won't survive the night. Turning her back on the past, she prepares herself for the harsh reality of the world outside. The weight of responsibility feels like lead on her shoulders as she stares into the dark, empty void. She slowly rises from the floor, leaving the unconscious girl behind as she decides to take a stand. Nearby, Sujong remains huddled in a corner, her spirit completely broken by the constant fear and isolation. When she finally looks up, the mother calls her name, revealing just how much this nightmare has cost. Sujong watches the silhouette, dumbfounded by the mother's sudden resolve despite the hopeless situation they are in. Suddenly, a massive rumble echoes through the sky as thunder rolls, signaling that the storm is just beginning. The downpour is relentless, turning the ruins into a muddy graveyard for anyone caught outside. Our boy stumbles through the muck, his body finally reaching its limit after the brutal encounter. He is clutching his arm in agony, watching as a dark, parasitic infection begins to crawl up his skin. It is a grim sight, and he knows that, if this rot reaches his heart, it is game over. He desperately needs to find shelter before the poison completely paralyzes his combat-hardened body. Entering the room, he is startled by Yoriam's mother, who has been waiting anxiously for his return. She immediately asks if he found a way out, oblivious to the fact that he is barely standing. Her hollow eyes reflect a woman who has reached the absolute end of her tether. Surprisingly, she offers him a cup of filtered rainwater, trying to provide some comfort in the dark. She explains that she is tired of being useless, and wants to help their small, struggling group survive. Minu takes the cup, thinking the woman has finally learned her place in this brutal hierarchy. He drinks deeply, mockingly telling her to stay quiet while he handles the real work. Our boy doesn't suspect a thing, downing the water as if it's the finest wine available. However, the cold look in her eyes suggests she isn't nearly as broken as she appeared. She suddenly questions him about his past words, catching him completely off guard mid-sip. When she mentions how monsters invaded this territory, Minu wonders where she's going with this. Suddenly, his vision begins to warp, and he realizes the water was a trash-tier trap. She spits his own logic back at him, calling him the real monster who invaded them. The poison hits like a truck, leaving our boy face down on the cold, hard floor. She stares down at his paralyzed body, her expression devoid of the mercy he expected. Yoriam's mother calls out to Sujong, her voice echoing through the grim, silent halls of the ruined hospital. The oppressive atmosphere of the facility weighs heavy on them as they prepare to commit a desperate act. Sujong nervously admits she just mixed every sedative available, hoping the trash-tier cocktail keeps their captive down. Yoriam's mother stares back with hollow eyes, her expression devoid of the warmth she once possessed. Standing over our boy, she coldly asks Sujong if she actually has the heart to finish him off. She grips the rough rope tightly, fueling Sujong's rage by reminding her that her brother died because of him. Sujong wavers, but the mother insists they'll die too if they don't wait for real hunters to arrive. They drag the paralyzed Minu into a chair, looping a thick noose around his neck with grim efficiency. With a chilling resolve, Yoriam's mother decides it is time to hoist him up and end their nightmare. The rope groans under the sudden tension as they prepare to let gravity judge the fallen Demon King. Sujong and the mother put their backs into it, pulling the rope with everything they have left. The noose bites into our boy's neck, sealing his fate as the air is slowly cut off. They kick the chair away, leaving him dangling in the air like a piece of trash-tier laundry. Minu hangs limp, his body swaying as the two women wait for the life to leave his eyes. Sujong looks like she is about to vomit, while the mother grits her teeth to stay focused. Suddenly, the rope starts to twitch, signaling that the Demon King isn't ready to check out just yet. Minus' eyes snap open, filled with pure hatred as he mentally curses them for being such pathetic scum. Before they can react, a sharp sound cuts through the silence, catching them completely off guard. The thick rope snaps in an instant, sending the tension flying and ruining their grim execution plan. Both women are sent crashing to the floor, dumbfounded as their captive falls right back to earth. Minu stumbles back, his head spinning as he realizes these two actually had the guts to betray him. Our boy looks absolutely murderous, promising that they won't live to regret making him an enemy today. Sujong trembles in fear while the mother stands tall, lamenting that their little execution didn't finish the job. Despite his rage, Minus' vision blurs, proving that even a Demon King's vessel has its physical limits. The mother mocks his weakened state, but Minu just tells her to shut her mouth before he ends her. Pushing through the haze, he lunges forward like a predator that's finally had enough of these trash-tier games. He catches the mother completely off guard, pinning her with a grip that promises a very painful end. She lets out a desperate cry, realizing that her plan to kill a hunter was way over her head. Suddenly, a liquid splashes across his face, catching him right in the eyes and burning like pure hellfire. Minu crashes to the floor, blinded and cursing his luck as the tables turn once again in this nightmare. The mother tightly grips a heavy metal pipe, her knuckles white as she prepares for a final execution. She looms over our boy, mocking how the spider's venom has turned a legendary hunter into sluggish prey. Sujong watches in absolute horror, realizing the woman she's following has completely snapped under the pressure. With a cold command for him to die, the mother raises her weapon to end the mental trial. She swings with primal fury, the sound of metal meeting bone echoing through the dark, ruined hallway. Her eyes are wide with a twisted satisfaction, lost in the bloodlust of finally crushing a perceived monster. Minus' hand falls limp as blood splatters the floor, his consciousness slipping into a dark, painful abyss. He lies motionless in a growing pool of red, looking like just another piece of trash-tier debris. Sujong is dumbfounded and thinks he's dead, but the mother coldly notes that he is still barely breathing. She hands the bloody pipe to the girl, demanding that Sujong finish him off to prove her loyalty. The mother warns that hunters have insane regeneration and leaving him alive is a death sentence for them. She pressures Sujong to take the lead, insisting the girl must avenge her brother with her own hands. Losing her last bit of patience, the woman screams at the girl to stop hesitating and just do it. Sujong stands over our boy, the weight of the metal pipe heavy as she stares at his broken form. Tears stream down her face as she looks at the man she's supposed to execute for her family. Suddenly, the memory of her brother Suman flashes before her eyes, fueling her grief and desperate resolve. With a choked sob, she finally swings the pipe down, committing to the brutal path laid before her. The weapon clatters to the floor amidst pained groans, the air thick with the smell of iron and despair. A blood-stained hand trembles as it reaches for the pipe, clinging to a fading spark of survival. Sujung collapses in the ruins, wondering why her life turned into this trash-tier nightmare of blood and betrayal. Yoriam's mother laments her own life, but believes sacrificing our boy is the only way to save her daughter. Deep within a fractured mental trial, young Yoriam plunges into a dark, metaphorical web of trauma and survival. She drifts through the void of her subconscious, her mind struggling to process the horrors of the hospital disaster. Like a newborn predator, the baby spider finally opens its eyes to confront a world of absolute shadows. The first sight to greet her is her mother, a twisted anchor of hope in this nightmare realm. Her mother offers snacks with blood-soaked hands, urging the girl to eat despite the violence required to scavenge them. Driven by a primal, hollow hunger, the girl devours the offering, without questioning the source of the stains. This grim cycle of consumption continues day after day, as she adapts to her new, trash-tier reality. The act of eating becomes her entire world, a repetitive ritual to stave off the encroaching darkness. She huddles over her meager supplies in a paranoid trance, terrified that her only lifeline will be stolen away. Yoriam continues to eat, her survival instinct overriding every other sense in this trash-tier hellscape. Soon, the supplies vanish, leaving her praying for a high-rank hunter who likely isn't coming to save her. She truly believed she could endure the hunger until rescue arrived, but the ruins offer no such mercy. With the last scraps gone, the crushing weight of starvation begins to settle over their dark, hollow shelter. Her mother wears a chilling, blood-stained smile, having reached a desperate conclusion to keep her child alive. To ensure her daughter survives, the mother sacrifices her own flesh, offering her body as a final meal. Yoriam wanders through the haze, obsessively listing the parts of herself she needs to keep her senses intact. She refuses to give up her voice, fearing that without it, she will never be able to scream. A grim realization washes over her as she prepares to face the true cost of her continued existence. Standing before a literal nightmare, she wonders if losing everything else is a fair trade for staying alive. Yoriam stands alone in the wreckage, her world reduced to nothing but dust and a deafening silence. She turns her head, sensing a dangerous presence shifting within the shadows of the broken city. Suddenly, the air is torn apart by a series of lethal, high-speed slashes from an unseen blade. A lethal warrior with glowing eyes appears, her strike painting the air red with fresh, warm blood. Our girl can only watch in a daze as the spray of blood hits her face like rain. Minerva looms over her, sword drawn and ready to strike down any remaining threats in the area. Her partner rushes over, asking Minerva what on earth she found in this trash-tier pile of rubble. Minerva is dumbfounded to find a living child who somehow survived the absolute carnage of the ruins. The memory fades, replaced by the cold, artificial glow of the facility's overhead lights and steel pipes. Other hunters and survivors linger in the halls, completely unaware of the nightmare Yoriam just relived. Armored hunters patrol the facility, stunned to see a new survivor being brought in from the trash-tier ruins. One woman is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a small child could endure such a horrific disaster. She leans in to check for injuries, while Minerva stands back, observing the girl's strange, vacant demeanor. Yoriam remains silent and hollow, her mind likely reliving the moment the monsters tore her world apart. The hunters note that she won't give a name, only repeating that she is desperately hungry. Minerva wonders if a simple bribe might work, pulling a rare chocolate bar from her tactical gear. Her teammate offers the treat with a kind smile, hoping to coax some humanity out of the traumatized girl. A flicker of life finally returns to the girl's eyes as the scent of sugar hits her senses. She suddenly rushes forward with a primal intensity, snatching the chocolate before anyone can even blink. Other agency staff look on with pity, knowing this girl is cut from a much darker cloth now. Our boy from the agency is left completely dumbfounded by the girl's sudden and violent snap. Minerva's cold composure cracks as she realizes the child's trauma has turned her into something truly feral. Driven by a hunger that defies logic, Yoriam latches onto the green hunter's arm with primal intensity. She clenches her jaw with a desperate strength, proving she is already cut from a much darker cloth. The team stands in stunned silence, realizing this broken girl is a ticking time bomb of pure trauma. The tension breaks when a man named Mr. Yang arrives, frantically screaming for the girl he lost. He finds her standing with Minerva, his heart sinking at the hollow, vacant look in the child's eyes. His hand trembles as he reaches out, terrified that the sweet girl he knew is gone forever. He pulls her into a sobbing embrace, acting as the only anchor left in her shattered, trash-tier world. Weeks later, an agency counselor tries to bridge the gap by asking about the girl's haunting, dark drawings. Yoriam reflects on her recovery, noting that her shattered mind was finally starting to piece itself back together. The world outside begins to look vibrant again, a stark contrast to the gray ruins of her past. Yet, the shadows in her gaze remain, proving some scars are simply too deep to ever truly heal. Years later, our girl steps out as a grown woman, soaking in the sun before heading to work. Her peaceful morning is interrupted when a local hunter recognizes her as the legendary S-class known as Reaper. The scouts look almost dumbfounded to be standing in the presence of such a high-tier monster hunter. She admits that becoming a hunter was her only choice to navigate this unforgiving, trash-tier society. The scene shifts to a dungeon where she lets out her frustrations, a wolf monster getting shredded instantly. She weaves through the battlefield with lethal grace, her magic threads turning the monsters into literal ribbons. Even while mid-slaughter, she remains cold and calculating, always looking for the next threat to put down. Yoriam continues her slaughter, leaving a trail of bodies and dust as she moves toward her next target. She pushes her body to the limit, her speed making her nothing more than a blur to the trash-tier mobs. Her journey eventually leads her to the towering heights of the Sanctum, a place where legends are forged. Inside, the air is thick with mana and the weight of those who failed to reach the top. She recalls the countless parties she joined, sitting by campfires with strangers who shared the same desperate dream. Some were heroes, others were just greedy vultures, but they were all cut from the same cloth of survival. One man in particular catches her interest, asking if her tragic past was the reason she picked up the blade. She turns to face him, sensing a presence that feels far more dangerous than any monster she's faced. It's our boy Minu, wearing a smug grin that suggests he knows exactly what kind of darkness she's hiding. Yoriam is left dumbfounded, wondering how this random hunter can see right through her cold, professional mask. Yoriam recalls how certain hunters showed a peculiar interest in her during their long treks through the wilderness. She figures it is only natural for young, healthy survivors to still harbor human emotions in this world. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, realizing they have finally arrived at the location her companion promised. The path ahead is littered with ancient, shattered stone that hums with a faint, ghostly blue mana. Emerging from the gloom is the skeletal remains of a massive tower that once dominated the skyline. As they stand before the crumbling archways, the sheer history of the place makes them feel utterly insignificant. Yoriam is completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide as she takes in the hauntingly beautiful sight before her. Minu explains that this collapsed tower was preserved as a local attraction rather than being cleared for loot. She is captivated by the view, wondering how such a stunning relic could have stayed hidden from her. Forgetting her cold professional mask, she lets out a dash toward the ruins to explore the ancient architecture. Yoriam marvels at the tower's structure, noting that its otherworldly materials are far tougher than anything found on Earth. She turns to our boy with a genuine smile, thanking him for showing her such a breathtaking, hidden place. Suddenly, Minu leans in close, catching her completely off guard as the atmosphere shifts from scenic to strangely intimate. Her heart skips a beat while she stares back, her mind racing as she wonders if he is making a move. She panics internally, thinking it is way too early for this since they aren't even officially dating yet. But the romantic tension shatters when his face darkens into a terrifying, shadowy void that reeks of pure malice. Yoriam freezes in fear, unable to comprehend why his gaze has suddenly become so cold and predatory. As his piercing eye locks onto hers, the mental trial warps, dragging her deeper into her own subconscious. The scene shifts to a haunting memory, where a chilling voice commands her younger self to eat for survival. She watches in horror as her mother offers her own severed arm, a gruesome sacrifice from their darkest days. Her mother looks completely hollowed out as she calmly explains that their food supplies have finally hit zero. Our girl is absolutely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with a terror that no child should ever have to experience. She scrambles back in a panic, begging her mother to stop acting so weird and terrifying. But the woman just stares back coldly, asking if she would honestly prefer to just lie down and starve. She starts rambling about Yoriam's father, her expression becoming a mask of pure, unadulterated trauma. She mockingly recalls how he promised to watch over them, even though he is long gone. Suddenly, she snaps and screams that he was weak for letting a mere illness kill him off so easily. Leaning in close, she darkly hints that the other survivors didn't just disappear by accident. Yoriam is paralyzed by the realization of what her mother has done just to keep them both breathing. She holds out the gruesome offering, insisting that surviving at any cost is the only true measure of strength. Yoriam stares in absolute silence as her mother demands to know if she finally understands their grim reality. Our girl can only grit her teeth, her body trembling from the sheer weight of the horrific truth. In the darkness, the woman comforts her child, though her touch feels more like a curse than a blessing. A blood-slicked blade lies between them, serving as the grim tool for their unthinkable method of survival. The mother kneels with a missing arm, having sacrificed her own flesh just to keep her daughter fed. She desperately reasons that she needs her senses to stay alert, leaving only her limbs for the taking. Looking back with a shattered mind, she asks if losing everything else is a fair price for breathing. The blade flashes again in a blur of red, marking the final descent into a living nightmare. Yoriam collapses into a corner, screaming as the trauma of her mother's sacrifice tears her mind apart. Her eyes glaze over with a haunting glow, forever scarred by the day her mother broke for her. The moon hangs cold over the ruins, a silent witness to the horror unfolding beneath the concrete. A faint voice calls out for the girl, echoing through the dark cracks of her shattered reality. Her mother insists she is perfectly fine, despite the blood soaking her clothes and her life fading fast. She desperately urges her daughter to eat, offering her own flesh as the ultimate price for survival. The child stares blankly, her mind finally snapping under the weight of such a gruesome, forced sacrifice. As her eyes flutter open, the innocence she once held is replaced by a hollow, haunting void. Every blink brings back the memory of that red-stained floor, a trauma that refuses to let go. Back in reality, our girl snaps and shoves our boy away, screaming for him to stay far back. She trembles violently while begging him not to look at her, her mental state hanging by a thread. A dark glare pierces through her fingers, proving the Reaper's scars run deeper than anyone could imagine. Minu stands there absolutely dumbfounded, as the girl he's trying to help suddenly snaps in a blind panic. She screams for him to look away while her body moves on pure, traumatized instinct to hide her shame. Under the cold glow of the moon, the mental trial takes a dark and jagged turn for the worse. Our boy can barely process what just happened, as his throat tightens from the sheer weight of her aura. He lets out a confused sound, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift in her erratic behavior. Suddenly, the world tilts as he hits the floor, leaving her standing over him in a state of shock. She begins to tremble violently, her mind fracturing further as she realizes the gravity of her own reflexive violence. Tears stream down her face while she desperately tries to explain that she never intended to hurt him. Yoriam collapses to her knees and lets out a gut-wrenching scream that echoes through the empty night. Her mental state completely shatters as the trauma of her past and present collide in a wave of agony. A system prompt appears as she screams, confirming she has met the requirements for a terrifying new path. Yoriam lets out a bone-chilling shriek, while the system crowns her as the disciple of gluttony. Suddenly, the screaming stops, and a hauntingly calm expression washes over her face as the madness takes hold. A twisted smile spreads across her lips, signaling that the girl we once knew is long gone. She reaches out and roughly grabs Minu by the hair, her touch devoid of any remaining humanity. Looming over him like a predator, she prepares to feast on the very person trying to save her. A new power awakens within her as she thanks him for the meal with a truly demonic glint. She licks the blood from her fingers, relishing the twisted affection she feels during this gruesome awakening. Covered in gore, she deliriously asks her mother if the taste of sacrifice is as delicious as she remembers. She concludes that nothing tastes better than the flesh of those who love her, begging for more affection. A haunting silhouette of Yoriam mother appears, demanding to be looked at with eyes full of twisted affection. Yoriam leans in with a predatory gaze, whispering that she intends to savor every bit of his flesh. She kisses the hand of her savior, promising to return all the love and care she was shown. She recalls overhearing trash-tier hunters gossiping about secret government agents who specialize in taking down criminal players. The rumor leaves her momentarily dumbfounded as she realizes there are actual consequences for her bloodthirsty habits. She figures her innocent little girl act is perfect, but admits she was far too careless lately. Deciding it is better to be safe than sorry, she resolves to stop hunting ordinary people altogether. Relaxing with her cat, she prepares to use a void cube to vanish the leftover evidence of her meals. She concludes that rookie hunters are the perfect targets since their disappearances won't raise any immediate red flags. Our girl just needs to find the right connection to lure these newbies into her web of hunger. Finding a government-affiliated mentor named Quartz was the easy part of her twisted new plan. The poor guy was still grieving his wife who perished during the initial gate shock incident. Our girl offered him a deal he couldn't refuse, promising resurrection in exchange for rookie hunter data. She knows love makes people absolute fools, especially since she never intended to bring anyone back. She simply turned the empty shell of his wife into a puppet, mocking his desperate hope. Using him as a sacrificial warning, Siren worked perfectly, even if the mentor eventually got himself caught. She figures it's time to lay low before the government starts sniffing around her little buffet. Looking over the final set of coordinates Quartz sent, she prepares for one final hunt in the wild. This target will be her last supper before she officially retires her bloodthirsty habits for a while. She spots Minu Cha and some trash-tier challengers, unaware that a hungry predator is closing in. Minu thinks back to the fateful day he first crossed paths with the legendary entity known as Baphomet. He admits to himself that throughout his long, bloody life, he has never actually known or felt love. Our boy shakes off the heavy thoughts and launches into a high-speed strike with lethal precision. A dark grin spreads across his face as he begins to enjoy the sheer thrill of the hunt. A massive explosion of energy tears through the area, signaling that the real fight has finally begun. He maneuvers through the chaos with ease, proving he is definitely not cut from the same cloth as others. Yoriam stands firm, observing the sheer destruction he is capable of causing with a cold, calculating gaze. Minu finds himself caught in a rare moment of curiosity about the actual warmth of human connection. She silently questions if a monster as broken as him could ever truly fall in love with her. The violence fades as the focus shifts toward a seemingly peaceful building, tucked away within the city ruins. A single drop of water falls, echoing the cold silence of the quiet building. Yoriam stands before the mirror, the steam clearing as she confronts her own reflection. She is dumbfounded to realize her eyes look like someone in love, a feeling she recognizes too well. Turns out she and her mother are cut from the same cloth, driven by a truly horrific desperation. She admits that devouring the ones she loves is the only way to satisfy her bottomless hunger. Suddenly, a chain wreathed in demonic hellfire rips through the air with a violent hiss. The flames collide with her shadow form, forcing the monster within to finally scream in agony. Our boy grips his weapon with lethal intent, ready to end this mental nightmare once and for all. He delivers a massive, world-shaking slash that cuts through the darkness like it is trash-tier fodder. Even as the fire consumes her, the shadow entity glares back with eyes full of pure, unadulterated rage. The explosion from his massive slash sends debris flying everywhere as the smoke begins to billow out. As the dust settles, the air remains thick with the scent of ozone and charred mana. Yoriam quickly darts back, realizing that her shadow form isn't enough to hide from his relentless pursuit. But our boy is already on her, leaping through the chaos with his blade aimed straight for her heart. He lets his demonic energy flare up, turning his very arm into a conduit for pure, destructive hellfire. The resulting impact is nothing short of a catastrophe, threatening to tear the entire mental trial apart. She desperately tries to shield herself from the blinding heat, but the flames are unlike anything she's faced. If she doesn't find a way to counter this immediately, she knows her hunger will be permanently extinguished. Suddenly, heavy chains clang against the stone, signaling that the battle is far from over for either side. She barely manages to keep her footing, her legs trembling as the weight of his authority crushes her spirit. Yoriam stands dumbfounded as she stares at her severed limb, unable to comprehend how her defenses failed so easily. She flinches in pure terror, realizing that the monster standing before her is operating on a completely different level. Before she can even retreat, a wicked scythe begins to twirl through the air with a predatory hum. Our boy isn't giving her a moment to breathe, spinning his heavy chains with the precision of a master. He firmly grasps the weapon, his eyes glowing with the cold intent to shatter her remaining resolve. With a violent swoosh, he launches a downward strike that threatens to split the very fabric of the trial. The chain connects with a sickening wham, catching her right in the middle of her desperate attempt to dodge. Her shadow flesh splatters across the void, proving that her current power is nothing but trash tier compared to his authority. She gasps that it hurts while he looms behind her like an inescapable nightmare waiting for the final blow. Her eyes tremble with the realization that she is no longer the predator in this dark, twisted world. Minu unleashes a flurry of strikes that tear through the air like paper. The illusionary girl can't even process the speed as her form begins to glitch and shatter. She collapses into a heap, realizing our boy is playing a completely different game than her. Looking up, her eyes are wide with a primal fear she hasn't felt in ages. Suddenly, she starts laughing like a maniac, perhaps finally losing what little sanity she had left. Minu doesn't care about her breakdown and simply takes another heavy step toward his target. He looms over her like a god of death while she pathetically begs him to stay back. As he prepares to strike, she desperately screams for him to stay away from her. She trembles in agony, crying out that it hurts while clutching the stump of her missing arm. Ignoring her whimpers about the pain, our boy grips his glowing blade for the final blow. Yoriam desperately begs him to stop, her face drenched in sweat as the weight of her situation sinks in. Our boy remains unmoved, hoisting his massive scythe high as he prepares to deliver a final, crushing blow. With eyes glowing a predatory red, he coldly tells the Reaper that it is finally time to end this. He swings the heavy blade down with lethal precision, cutting through the air like a god of death. She stares up in pure shock, completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming power radiating from his every move. The scythe connects with brutal force, leaving her broken and missing another limb as her data form glitches. She whimpers in absolute agony, crying out that the pain is far more than she can possibly endure. Minu leans in close to her face while she weakly whispers his name, searching for any sign of mercy. Tears stream down her cheeks as she looks at him with a gaze filled with betrayal and deep sorrow. Our boy just stares back with a cold, vacant expression, focused entirely on finishing this necessary mental purge. Our boy stands firm as the massive shadow entity looms, sensing the trial's final, most agonizing stage. Suddenly, a massive shockwave slams into him, sending him reeling as the mental landscape begins to shatter. He grinds his teeth, refusing to let the phantom pain of this simulated world break his iron focus. The very ground crumbles beneath him, forcing a free fall through the decaying memories of the hospital disaster. He crashes into the debris, his eyes locked on the broken girl who still clings to her delusions. Yoriam collapses, weakly asking her mother's shadow if she is still there, to protect her from the pain. She winces from the stinging wounds, wondering why everything hurts so much more than it ever did before. Looking up with trembling eyes, she asks if he truly intends to end her life right here. She admits that her own past treachery makes this karma, yet she cannot understand this crushing feeling. The realization that the man she loves is her executioner fills her soul with a cold, absolute despair. Yoriam finally understands the weight of her sins, wondering if her victims felt this same soul-crushing despair. The guilt consumes her as she realizes her past choices were a trash-tier mistake she can never take back. Her identity begins to fracture, replaced by the many-eyed hunger of the gluttony that now defines her existence. Our boy Minu watches from the ground, his own memories of past lives blurring with this agonizing mental trial. She collapses under the pressure, her body trembling as the dark mana of her awakening begins to overflow. The pain is absolute, tearing through her very soul as the shadow data begins to rewrite her reality. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, caught in a vortex of purple energy that signals her transformation. Minu stays focused, knowing that if she can't survive this mental purge, she'll be lost to the void forever. He watches the chaos unfold with a cold gaze, waiting to see if she has the strength to evolve. In the depths of the madness, she reaches out for her mother, still haunted by the hotel tragedy. Her vision is consumed by a blinding purple light as the gluttony within her finally takes control. The system warns that the Reaper is going berserk, her body sprouting terrifying spider-like shadow limbs. A mass of many-eyed shadows erupts, representing the bottomless hunger she's been forced to endure. She desperately reaches for her mother's memory as the shadows tighten their grip on her mind. The mental trial pierces her soul, making the agony of her transformation feel sickeningly real. Dumbfounded by the changes, she questions if there's anything left of her humanity amidst the hunger. Her physical form hangs limp as the shadow entity begins to weave itself into her very soul. The dark mana burns through her veins, rewriting her DNA with the power of a true disciple. Purple markings crawl across her skin, signaling that the human girl is being replaced by something else. Finally, she emerges as a god-tier entity, her power exploding in a magnificent, terrifying display of shadow energy. Yoriam stands transformed, her human self replaced by a cold, divine shadow that radiates pure, unadulterated hunger. Her eyes glow with a predatory light as she fully embraces the dark power of the gluttony disciple. She looks at our boy and addresses him as Baphomet, her voice echoing with ancient, terrifying authority. The goddess of shadows floats above, inviting him to finally join her side and end his lonely struggle. Before he can even react, ghostly threads begin to coil around his boots like a living, hungry trap. The shadow mana snakes up his body, binding him tight as she promises they will never be apart. Minu finds himself caught in a massive nest, realizing this mental trial has turned into a deadly cage. Our boy stands silent, wondering if spending an eternity in this trash-tier nightmare is actually his final fate. She confirms their eternal bond with a smug grin, believing she has finally secured her prize. Minu looks up with a dangerous glint in his eyes, questioning the very idea of them staying together. She smiles with a twisted sense of joy, fully convinced that staying together is their only path forward. The shadow goddess declares her love, certain that our boy feels the exact same way about her. She dreams of building a hidden nest where no one can ever find them or tear them apart. Minu can't help but chuckle, finding her romantic delusions about their bond to be utterly trash-tier. He questions her perception of reality, wondering how she could ever mistake his coldness for genuine affection. Our boy dares her to look into his eyes and find even a single trace of love there. She freezes in shock as the realization hits that her entire fantasy is crumbling before her eyes. He admits that he only felt sorry for her, treating her more like a stray than a partner. Minu mocks her weakness, explaining that she looked so pathetic he actually felt a rare moment of pity. He makes it clear that love was her desperate delusion, something he never wanted or needed from her. Minyu drops the hammer, admitting he was just playing along with her trash-tier delusions the whole time. Yoriam can't handle the truth, screaming out in denial as her fantasy world starts to shatter. She's desperate now, accusing him of lying because she can't accept their bond was a total sham. Our boy just stands there, letting her pathetic pleas for affection bounce off his cold, indifferent heart. He delivers the final blow, coldly stating that he has never felt love for a single soul. The silence that follows is deafening, leaving her completely dumbfounded and broken by his absolute rejection. Her grief turns into pure, unadulterated rage as she lashes out, calling him a liar with every fiber. Even as her shadow energy erupts in a violent storm, he remains unfazed by her emotional breakdown. Deep down, she remembers the warrior she was meant to be before this obsession clouded her mind. Minyu watches her spiral, his expression as sharp as a blade, waiting for her to finally wake up. Yoriam Na clutches her neck as the mental trial begins to fracture her very sense of self. A ghostly vision of a woman appears in the void, representing the peace she lost long ago. She coldly gives the command to initiate her power, ready to dive deeper into this twisted game. Suddenly, the massive silhouette of Baphomet looms over her, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated slaughter. She reviews the classified data, confirming that our boy Minyu Cha is actually the legendary Demon King. The realization leaves her completely dumbfounded, her eyes glowing with a mix of terror and sudden clarity. The system logs describe him as a lethal irregular, a hunter whose potential defies every known rule. Her older self finds the situation fascinating, relishing the thought of a target this dangerous and unique. Her younger self is confused, unable to understand why she would feel such excitement over a killer. She reminds her past self that regardless of their bond, she is ultimately destined to kill him. The Tower of Sanctum looms over the horizon, a massive structure hiding secrets that could break the world. Inside its cold halls, armored guardians stand ready to execute any intruder foolish enough to enter their domain. Our boy Minyu Cha isn't worried, tightening his grip on his chains as he prepares for a bloodbath. The sentinels prepare to strike, but they have no idea they are facing a reincarnated Demon King. He wears a calm smirk, knowing these trash-tier enemies are nothing more than a warm-up for what's coming. With a sudden burst of speed, he tears through the metal husks, his eyes burning with demonic intent. Minerva and Yoriam Na stand back, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying efficiency of his lethal movements. They start to understand that this guy is cut from a different cloth, a true predator among men. If he keeps this up, the tower's challenges will be nothing more than a footnote in his legend. He remembers that even a small injury is a death sentence, so staying in peak condition is mandatory. Minerva holds our boy's hand, acknowledging that he was indeed the one who conquered the labyrinthine tower. She gives a chilling smile, clearly impressed by the sheer power he displayed during the climb. Watching from the sidelines, Yoriam Na feels a sense of dread, believing he still hasn't reached his peak. Deep down, she's desperate for him to become strong enough to end her suffering and finally save her. Suddenly, her trauma triggers a violent awakening, her hair turning snow-white as her demonic side takes control. She lashes out in a blind rage, calling him a liar, while her shadow limbs tear through the air. Minyu just stands there like a boss, letting the dark energy swirl around him without flinching an inch. He stares her down with cold eyes, unfazed by the sudden transformation of his supposed ally. In the midst of the chaos, a mysterious woman with silver hair appears, looking like a ghost from the past. She looms over the scene, questioning if he truly remembers the history they share. Minyu decides it's time to stop holding back, and commands the dormant power within to finally activate. A violent burst of shadow energy erupts, signaling that the real trial is only just beginning. Yoriam emerges from the smoke, her humanity completely replaced by the cold, calculating gaze of a monster. She looks at the world through predatory eyes, her mind likely lost to the overwhelming darkness within. A massive shadow entity looms behind her, proving that she's no longer just a victim but a threat. The scene shifts back to the quiet city, where the seeds of this tragedy were planted long ago. In a peaceful memory, Yoon-sun Kim picks up a drink, acting like just another face in the crowd. She plays the part of a friendly stranger, even asking the barista for a quick photo together. But beneath that charming smile, her sharp eyes suggest she's already planning something far more sinister. Suddenly, she feels a disturbance and turns away, leaving the confused worker wondering if something is wrong. Yoon-sun's associate panics and asks if she felt that sudden, overwhelming surge of evil energy. The commoners are starting to panic as they notice something terrifying happening to the moon above. Everyone rushes out into the street, desperate to see what kind of disaster is unfolding this time. Yoon-sun looks completely dumbfounded, realizing that this omen wasn't part of her original plan at all. A blood-red moon hangs in the sky, signaling a lunar eclipse that no one predicted. It's an omen of pure chaos, and the news didn't mention a single word about this happening. She starts to sweat, wondering if the demonic forces she's been playing with are finally turning on her. The world itself seems to glitch as the system asks if any of this madness makes sense. Deep in the woods, a support hunter tells Yoriam to stay back and avoid direct combat, but our girl looks on with vacant eyes, her mind already slipping further into the dark awakening. The hunters look up in terror, wondering why the moon has suddenly turned a sickening shade of crimson. While the city below descends into panic, a quiet apartment building hides a monster in the making. Our boy is pushing his body to the absolute limit, sweat dripping as he grips the cold floor. He performs a perfect one-handed handstand, focusing his mana to ensure he is ready for the coming storm. Even with his muscles screaming in protest, Minu refuses to stop, his mind fixed on the trials ahead. He knows that in this world, being trash tier isn't an option if he wants to protect his goals. Suddenly, he catches sight of the red moon through the window and realizes his time is running out. He stares at the omen with cold eyes, silently acknowledging that the real nightmare is only just beginning. As the night deepens, the weight of his heavy past begins to pull him toward a different darkness. Later, he stands before the memorial urns, likely visiting the companions he couldn't save in his previous life. Minu pauses at a memorial, the photo of a father and child reminding him of what he once lost. Our boy climbs the stairs, his footsteps echoing through the cold hall as he prepares for the worst. Suddenly, he flinches as a familiar, oppressive pressure washes over him, making his skin crawl with recognition. He glances upward, sensing that the atmosphere has shifted into something far more sinister than a simple night. The sky is dominated by a blood-red moon, a clear omen that the system is losing its grip. Minu's eyes glow with demonic intent as he wonders if his old identity is finally catching up to him. Elsewhere, Quartz breaks into a cold sweat, feeling an ancient power that shouldn't exist in this era. He stands dumbfounded in the middle of the wasteland, realizing the scale of the disaster unfolding before him. A massive pillar of dark energy erupts, signaling the arrival of something truly trash tier for the local hunters. The dark mana begins to fess as it settles over the ruins, marking the start of a new nightmare. The dark mana fesses as it coalesces around the ancient ruins, signaling the start of a mental trial. From the shadows, the silver goddess manifests, her presence alone enough to chill the very air. She stares forward with cold, purple eyes, ready to challenge our boy's deepest and most painful memories. Suddenly, a heavy, clawed foot slams onto the ground, vibrating with a power that feels ancient and familiar. It is Baphomet himself, and the goddess is dumbfounded to see the demon king under the blood moon. He wears a trash tier grin, his eyes burning with the desire to tear this mental realm apart. Without a second of hesitation, he leaps forward, closing the distance to the goddess in a violent burst. His demonic claws reach out, hungry to shred the data-driven illusion standing in his path. A massive slash tears through the air as he strikes, determined to prove his authority over this realm. The silver goddess flinches as the strike connects with a sharp FS shunk, realizing this memory is incredibly aggressive. The silver goddess is caught completely off guard, as sharp black blades slice through her divine defenses. Baphomet clenches his clawed fist, his demonic armor pulsing with a violent, crimson energy that demands absolute submission. A predatory glint flashes in the darkness, signaling that our boy is done playing around with this fake goddess. He closes the gap in a heartbeat, his massive silhouette looming over her like an inescapable, data-shattering nightmare. With a roar of demonic mana, he prepares to deliver a blow that could shatter this entire mental trial. The impact is catastrophic, tearing through the goddess's form with a series of jagged, bone-crushing strikes. She collapses under the weight of his authority, her divine composure replaced by crumbling debris and pure despair. Looking down in total disbelief, she wonders how a mere memory could possibly possess such overwhelming, trash-tier crushing power. Her composure finally snaps as she screams in agony, demanding to know why her own trial is betraying her. But Baphomet just towers over her under the blood moon, a silent reminder of who truly rules this realm. The silver goddess looks on in horror, realizing her divine authority means nothing to this monster. Her power flickers and fades as the very fabric of the trial begins to unravel around her. She collapses in total defeat while our boy stands tall, completely unfazed by her pathetic resistance. Tears stream down her face as she asks why he couldn't just play along and leave with her. She wonders if he hates her for being a murderer, or if his heart is just that cold. Baphomet doesn't even flinch, coldly stating that her past crimes aren't the reason he's ending this. Driven to the brink of madness, she screams out, demanding to know the real reason for his ruthlessness. Instead of an answer, a jagged blade cuts through the air with a sharp thwack. He drives the weapon through her chest with a sickening splurt, silencing her desperate pleas. She stares back in stunned silence, finally understanding that in Baphomet's world, there is no room for mercy. Baphomet coldly declares that her death was an absolute certainty from the very moment they first crossed paths. He looks back at their early days, realizing that every shared moment was just a temporary distraction. Our boy remains unfazed, dismissing their entire history as nothing more than noise before the final blow. He delivers a devastating strike, telling the Reaper that it is finally time to end this pathetic farce. Yoriam can only gasp in disbelief, as the weight of his cold-blooded resolve finally crushes her spirit. Visions of their past flicker through her mind, reminding her of when they were just normal hunters. She stares down in utter defeat, realizing the man she once knew has been completely consumed by darkness. Another memory of them standing together serves as a cruel reminder of the life they could have had. As her life fades, she searches his eyes one last time, hoping to find a hint of mercy. Her final thought is of a tender moment they shared, now shattered by the reality of his ruthlessness. Yoriam's eyes snap open as the weight of her memories begins to fracture under the pressure of the trial. She desperately clings to a vision of their past, back when they were just two people seeking comfort. But the reality is a nightmare, with the Demon King looming over her like an inescapable shadow of death. Our boy stands tall in his black plate armor, his cold gaze proving he's completely cut from a different cloth. She stares up in utter despair, finally accepting that the person she once knew is truly gone forever. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the trial reaches its most grueling and heart-wrenching peak. Minu begins to turn away, his cold-blooded resolve leaving no room for any lingering sentiment or mercy. He suddenly mentions a bottomless hunger, a dark instinct that's starting to take control of his senses. Yoriam can only crawl through the ruins, her mind breaking as she echoes that same terrifying, primal need for food. Yoriam is consumed by a primal, bottomless hunger that threatens to swallow her entire soul. As she grovels, Baphomet stands over her like a silent executioner, ready to end her misery. Our boy grips his weapon with lethal intent, his resolve as cold and hard as his black armor. He raises the spear high, preparing to deliver a final strike that would shatter the trial forever. The blade cuts through the air with a sharp whistle, signaling the end of her tragic journey. Suddenly, a single word stops him cold as the memory of a mother's voice pierces the darkness. Yoriam looks up with wide, trembling eyes, sensing a presence she thought was lost to the void. A vision of her mother appears, radiating a warmth that feels completely out of place in this hellscape. Her mother softly reassures her that the struggle is over and she doesn't have to fight anymore. Yoriam's eyes well up with tears as the weight of her endless struggle finally starts to break her. She can hardly believe her ears, whispering a desperate question to the vision standing before her. Looking up with childlike hope, she asks if the nightmare is truly over and she can stop. Her mother reaches out, beckoning her daughter to finally come home and find some peace. Without a second thought, she reaches back, desperate to touch the only warmth she's ever known. She throws herself into her mother's arms, finally feeling safe for the first time in years. A radiant smile spreads across her face as she lets go of all the pain and trauma. But the dream shatters when our boy delivers a brutal strike that paints the floor in shadow. Baphomet stands over the remains, having ruthlessly ended the trial before the illusion could swallow her. Baphomet's armor pulses with a sinister red light as the trial finally reaches its bloody conclusion. A system notification chimes in the silence, signaling that our boy has successfully purged the mental corruption. He grips his spear with a cold intensity, knowing the cost of this victory was high. Standing in the fading white void, he prepares to leave the shattered remains of the memory behind. Sweat drips down his face as the sheer mental strain of the demonic transformation takes its toll. Meanwhile, across the globe, a lone plane cuts through the night sky toward a new disaster. The scene shifts to Manhattan, where the world is about to face a nightmare of its own. A mysterious black tower pierces the skyline, standing as a grim omen of the chaos yet to come. Back in reality, Minu gasps for air, his body trembling as he finally wakes from the trial. The hunter stumbles back in total shock, wondering why this nightmare is happening to him. He screams about his status as a top-tier S-rank hunter, but his title means nothing here. A dark, demonic silhouette looms over him, making the elite warrior feel like absolute trash-tier fodder. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive hole is punched straight through his heavy plate armor. He looks down in pure disbelief as blood begins to pool in his throat, his life fading fast. The mysterious figure holds the hunter's still-beating heart in a cold, metallic grip. With a sickening crunch, the heart is crushed into a bloody mess, ending the hunter's struggle instantly. Standing over the corpse, the legendary warrior finally reveals his identity as the one and only Raven. His cold blue eyes glow behind a bird-like mask, marking the return of a true monster. The scout is completely dumbfounded when he sees the pathetic state of the monsters buried under the heavy rubble. Minu-cha just sits there casually, knowing full well that his fake identity was bound to be exposed eventually. These trash-tier monsters realize they are totally outmatched and start trembling, admitting that winning is now impossible. The scout realizes their cover is blown, and they simply do not have the strength to handle this mess. Desperate for a miracle, the creatures howl for backup while calling out to a mysterious hornless goat entity. Minu-cha looks on with a bored expression, wondering what kind of bottom feeder is actually going to answer them. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes through the clearing, making the scout jump out of his skin in pure confusion. Our boy senses a shift in the mana, and turns around to see where that eerie sound is coming from. A dark silhouette begins to manifest within a swirling green portal, signaling that the real fight is finally starting. A skull-masked shaman steps out of the gate, looking ready to turn this entire trial into a literal graveyard. The shaman mocks them, saying he is only here to watch these trash-tier hunters fail miserably. He casually introduces himself as a mere chore boy summon, leaving the challengers completely dumbfounded by his presence. Even behind that creepy skull mask, you can tell this guy finds the whole situation hilarious. Suddenly, a massive beast opens its maw, charging up a blast of pure, destructive mana. The sky splits open as a blinding beam of energy rains down, turning the battlefield into a crater. One of the hunters struggles to breathe through the thick dust, realizing they are way out of their league. Just as things look bleak, the shaman raises his staff and deploys a high-tier hexagonal protection spell. He notes that the boss is actually putting up a fight, which is why they need his help. The massive demon glares with glowing red eyes, radiating an aura that would make any normal hunter freeze. The shaman decides to warp his master in, making the small monster panic because that wasn't the plan. The winged beast realizes they've completely botched their orders and fears the absolute wrath of their master. It decides the only way out is to take down the boss themselves, before their master even notices. Our boy with the glasses stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of circus he just walked into. Suddenly, a dark, oppressive voice echoes through the air, calling the group nothing but a bunch of arrogant bastards. The dragon monster hovers above, charging up a massive array of mana orbs to wipe them off the map. With a roar, the beast dives down, intending to end their lives in a single, blinding flash of power. The hunters and the shaman look up, realizing this trash-tier plan just turned into a high-stakes survival game. They brace themselves as the sky literally falls, knowing one wrong move means they are all history. A massive metal dome slams into the earth, shielding the group from the devastating impact of the mana beams. The dragon monster is left speechless, realizing its ultimate attack didn't even leave a scratch on its targets. The metal dome sits firmly in the crater, having completely nullified the dragon's desperate attempt at a wipeout. Deep within the smoke, a predatory red eye snaps open, signaling that the counterattack is finally beginning. Minu summons the steel goat, a massive beast that charges forward with enough force to shatter the earth. Our boy grips his weapon with white-knuckled intensity, ready to capitalize on the opening his summon just created. The steel goat slams into the dragon monster, their powers colliding in a shower of sparks and raw mana. The dragon is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how its superior rank is being utterly ignored. It stares in pure disbelief as it realizes the gap in their power isn't what it initially thought. The small gate monster panics, wondering if the barrier is the only reason their trash-tier attacks are failing. It lets out a guttural roar of frustration, realizing the tide of battle has completely shifted against them. Meanwhile, the skull shaman stands perfectly still among the falling debris, calmly observing the absolute chaos unfolding. The small gate monster is losing its mind and begs the skull shaman to bring in reinforcements immediately. Suddenly, a sharp heel cracks the ground as a chilling, arrogant laugh echoes through the entire battlefield. 3 demon sisters descend, mocking their trash-tier brothers for being so pathetic and weak in this fight. While the skull shaman just watches, these arrogant new arrivals crash into the fray with absolute confidence. Our little goat friend is sweating buckets, terrified that this nightmare is starting all over again. Then, a goat knight charges in on his mount, obsessed with bringing glory and joy to his master. A massive clang rings out as a blinding white light suddenly slices through the air with lethal precision. A winged gate monster starts gloating about the taste of blood, completely unaware of the coming storm. Another flash of light erupts, followed by a sharp scream as the battlefield turns into a total blender. The monster is left dumbfounded as a final, massive slash cuts through its reality before it can react. The small goat monster is losing his mind, screaming that they need to just swarm the enemy with numbers. He quickly realizes it's trash-tier logic, since even a full-scale charge won't crack the boss's insane barrier. Suddenly, the Skull Shaman decides to end the games by warping their master directly to the front lines. Our boy Minu Cha watches the chaos unfold, wondering if this new arrival is a friend or a foe. The massive gate monster catches a second wind, desperately hoping this gamble gives them a fighting chance. With a gnarled hand, the shaman begins channeling a massive surge of green mana to tear open reality. He begs for the summoning to work, pouring every ounce of his spiritual power into the growing rift. The air hums with energy as a colossal portal stabilizes, ready to vomit out something truly terrifying. Everyone freezes as the light intensifies, left completely dumbfounded by the sheer pressure leaking from the other side. When a man's voice echoes through the portal, Minu and the others realize the real fight is just beginning. The shaman checks if his master is busy, reporting a major problem with their assigned tower. Hess met with total confusion as his master claims he never sent them there at all. Realizing something is wrong, the shaman ignores the logic and forces the green portal wide open. The massive gate monster watches the rift, hoping this arrival can turn their losing streak around. It stands ready, sensing the overwhelming power of the entity currently fighting on the other side. The beast prepares for the fallout, knowing the entire battlefield is about to be flipped upside down. The trash-tier goat monsters are completely terrified, cowering as the pressure from the rift crushes them. Minu and the glasses-wearing hunter are left dumbfounded as the master promises to arrive very soon. The shaman focuses every bit of his mana, knowing his master is currently finishing another boss fight. Our boy prepares for impact, hearing that the real nightmare will warp in exactly 10 seconds. The shaman pours everything into the portal, desperate for his master to finally make an appearance. Suddenly, Yunsun Kim manifests in her terrifying demonic form, radiating a pressure that suffocates everyone nearby. The massive gate monster can only watch in horror as the atmosphere shifts into something far more lethal. Before the beast can even react, a series of blinding strikes tear through its thick, armored scales. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, signaling that the real heavy hitter has finally arrived. The dragonkin stands there dumbfounded, wondering how a mere human could possess such overwhelming, destructive power. Suddenly, red chains bind the space as the monster frantically wonders who is bold enough to interfere. It looks up in pure shock, realizing the person standing before it isn't just another trash-tier hunter. Our boy stands tall in his tattered cloak, looking completely unfazed by the mountain-sized threat in front of him. Minu Cha stares back with cold eyes, silently judging the beast before he decides to end its existence. Minu Cha stands his ground as the dragonkin realizes the red chains have completely sealed its escape. Our boy looks like a true reaper in that tattered cloak, radiating an aura that screams top-tier power. The beast trembles, wondering if it is finally face-to-face with the legendary Demon King Baphomet himself. The massive dragonkin glares at its subordinates, calling them trash for failing to handle a single human. It huffs in annoyance, clearly insulted that it had to be summoned for such a pathetic task. The monster promises a brutal hell training for the Demon Sisters and the rest of the incompetent squad. Minu just stares back with a cold gaze, silently mocking the beast for its misplaced arrogance. The dragonkin loses its mind when Minu treats it like a mere object rather than a world-ending threat. Our boy tells the beast to stop yapping and finally make a move if it is so confident. Enraged by the disrespect, the monster lunges forward, determined to tear this insolent human to shreds. The dragonkin descends like a falling star, intending to crush our boy under its sheer weight and mana. Minu remains completely unfazed, drifting through the air as if the world-ending pressure is just a light breeze. He calmly tells the beast it is being far too noisy for someone of its low caliber. The ground shatters instantly as the monster's initial strike obliterates the landscape in a desperate attempt at contact. A blinding flash of energy tears through the dust, signaling that the real counterattack has finally begun. Massive shockwaves ripple outward, turning the battlefield into a graveyard of broken stone and scorched earth. Suddenly, giant blades rain from the sky, pinning the terrain down while the dragonkin watches in utter shock. Refusing to back down, the beast charges its magic circle to wipe this insolent human off the map. A pillar of pure light erupts, threatening to consume the entire area in a display of raw desperation. Our boy just tightens his grip on his blade, ready to show this lizard who truly rules this trial. Minu catches the massive strike with one hand, proving his god-tier strength isn't just for show. The monster's trash-tier weapon shatters instantly, unable to handle the overwhelming pressure our boy is putting out. He stares back with those cold eyes, completely unfazed by the scale of the attack he just neutralized. Minu realizes this trial might actually require a bit of effort if the beast keeps this up. He swings his massive blade, meeting the dragonkin's desperate assault head-on with a crushing counter. The impact triggers a violent explosion, blinding everything in the vicinity with raw mana and scorched earth. Looking through the smoke, Minu admits the lizard is actually quite tough for a mere trial obstacle. The dragonkin stands there, dumbfounded, unable to believe a mere human just halted its ultimate move. Suddenly, the beast's wounds begin to knit back together as its high-tier regenerative abilities kick into gear. Minu notes the healing factor, his eyes glowing as he prepares to break the creature all over again. The dragonkin drops its massive claw, but Minu isn't moving an inch as he prepares a brutal counter. Our boy's eyes flare with a sinister red light, signaling that he's finally done playing with this lizard. He lunges forward with explosive speed, his blade cutting through the air like it is nothing but paper. The beast growls that it needs to eliminate the pest getting on its nerves before things get worse. Suddenly, blood-red chains manifest from thin air, humming with a demonic authority that chills the very atmosphere. The dragonkin tries to retreat, but the chains weave a cage around it, sealing off every escape route. Minu leaps high above his prey, his sword crackling with mana as he prepares the final blow. He coldly declares that it is time for an eye, his hand wreathed in energy. Clenching his fist, he triggers the trap, pouring his overwhelming power into the binding spell. The dragonkin is completely engulfed in a sphere of chains, its fate sealed by minus absolute dominance. The barrier begins to contract, tightening around the beast like a noose made of pure mana. The dragonkin realizes with horror that our boy is actually crushing the barrier to shatter it from within. Sweat beads down its face as it realizes its ultimate defense is nothing more than a glass cage. With a deafening crack, the golden shield gives way, unable to withstand the overwhelming demonic pressure. The monster screams in agony as the weight of the collapsing spell pins it to the floor. It struggles to move, but the chains of authority have already sapped every ounce of its strength. A massive impact sends shockwaves through the trial grounds, burying the lizard deep into the dirt. Dumbfounded and broken, the beast can only wonder what kind of monster it actually picked a fight with. One final surge of power erupts, completely obliterating the last remnants of the dragonkin's trash-tier resistance. As the smoke clears, nothing remains but a crater and the silence of a total one-sided beatdown. The dragonkin hangs pathetically from the wall, completely bound by the chains of our boy's demonic authority. Minu looks down with total indifference, mocking the beast for having a body as soft as a cotton ball. He complains that speedrunning a previous boss was a waste of effort if this fight stays this boring. The monster is absolutely dumbfounded by the disrespect, fuming at being mocked by a mere human. It erupts in a desperate surge of mana, screaming that this tower belongs to it and no one else. Our boy just gives a cold stare, asking the trash-tier lizard if it is really sure about that claim. He prepares to end the farce, his presence alone causing the very air around him to vibrate with power. With a brutal downward swing, he drives his massive blade deep into the core of the trial's floor. Shrouded in darkness, he looks like a true god of death, ready to deliver a final, crushing judgment. A violent burst of blue lightning consumes everything, proving once and for all who really owns this place. The blue lightning tornado erupts with enough force to shatter the atmosphere and level the entire trial floor. Emerging from the chaos, the beast admits that our boy actually managed to impress it for a second. The monster reveals its true form as the incarnation of the ancient dragon Ravkas, radiating a suffocating pressure. Shards of the floor hang suspended in the air as the dragon's mana turns the environment into a vacuum. Minu hits the deck to catch his breath, realizing this trash-tier lizard might actually have some real bite. He looks up at the winged nightmare looming above him, knowing the real fight is only just beginning. The dragon turns its gaze toward the fodder, mockingly asking if they are prepared to sacrifice their lives. The other hunters watch in absolute terror, wondering if even Baphomet can survive this level of ancient power. Seo Hyunmin stands frozen as he realizes they are all just ants waiting to be crushed by this god. Reaching toward the moon, Ravkas prepares to snuff out their lives like flickering candles in a violent storm. Ravkas stands tall under the blue moon, radiating a divine pressure that would make any normal hunter faint. Our boy Minu doesn't flinch, narrowly dodging a massive crescent of mana that cleaves the very air. The environment is a total mess, with debris flying everywhere as the dragon continues his relentless assault. Minu keeps his cool, analyzing the patterns of the blue light as it grazes past his face. He launches himself into the air just as a blinding beam of energy vaporizes the ground below. The floor can't take the heat, cracking under the weight of the dragon's overwhelming mana. Light bursts through the fissures, proving that this lizard is definitely not some trash-tier mob. Our boy pushes his body to the limit, moving so fast he becomes a blur against the chaos. He vaults over another energy blade, his eyes locked on the monster that wants him dead. Suddenly, a rain of blue crescents fills the sky, leaving Minu with almost no room to breathe. Minu twists his body mid-air, his cloak fluttering as he narrowly avoids another lethal strike from the beast. He weaves through a literal maze of energy blades, knowing one wrong move means an instant game over. Despite the absolute chaos, our boy stays locked in, his mind calculating the exact moment to strike back. A small, cocky smirk plays on his lips because he has finally seen the opening he was looking for. He touches down on the surface of the mana-rich water, perfectly balanced and ready for the next phase. Suddenly, the entire area erupts in a massive pillar of light as the dragon loses its damn mind. Out of the blinding flash, a heavy chain rattles forward, cutting through the pressure like it is nothing. Minu takes to the sky again, this time with his demonic chains dancing around him in a deadly rhythm. He prepares to wrap the boss in a cold embrace, showing this lizard what real authority looks like. His eye glows a predatory red, signaling that the former Demon King is officially done playing nice. The Dragonkin is absolutely fuming, wondering how a mere human can still act so damn arrogant. Minu doesn't care about its feelings, and prepares to unleash a skill that will end this farce. Flaming meteors rain down from the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a literal hellscape. The ground shatters under the weight of the impact as fire consumes everything in its path. Our boy dives straight through the inferno, his movement so fast it leaves the boss dumbfounded. He emerges from the smoke like a ghost, his presence alone enough to chill the air. A trash-tier lizard like this never stood a chance, and Minu lets out a cold, mocking smirk. Massive, ancient roots erupt from the earth, twisting and turning with a life of their own. They slam down with enough force to level a mountain, crushing any hope the monster had left. The terrain is completely reshaped as the roots spread out, claiming this territory for the Demon King. The ancient roots pulse with a dark, suffocating energy as they tighten their grip on the battlefield. Suddenly, a sinister red light begins to bleed through the cracks, signaling something far worse is coming. A violent eruption of demonic power tears through the air, painting the entire world in a bloody hue. Ravka stands tall in his spiked armor, his presence radiating a pressure that would crush any normal hunter. The monster narrows its eyes, realizing that the human before him isn't just another snack but a genuine threat. Minu stands in the wreckage, calling the monster a bastard, while his eyes glow with a murderous intent. He doesn't hold back, manifesting a series of complex magic circles to prepare for a world-ending strike. He commands the beast to die, as massive pillars of light explode, obliterating any hope of cover. The sheer force of the impact shatters the very foundation of the trial, leaving nothing but dust and debris. Our boy skids across the broken ground, ready to deliver a finishing blow that this trash-tier lizard won't survive. Minu lunges forward, his tattered cloak fluttering, as he prepares to end this fight once and for all. The sheer pressure of his intent alone causes the surrounding landscape to crumble into nothingness. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, his mind focused on nothing but erasing the lizard from existence. He taps into his demonic authority, manifesting a spectral claw that hungers for the beast's very soul. A massive blade of pure mana descends, proving that a reincarnated Demon King is on another level. The impact is cataclysmic, sending shockwaves through the trial as our boy keeps up the relentless pressure. Debris floats in the wake of his power, the environment itself failing to contain his raw strength. He kicks it up a notch, conjuring a violent mana vortex to trap the trash-tier monster in place. Switching weapons on the fly, he swings a massive hammer to shatter whatever remains of the beast's pride. Finally, he activates a god-tier magic circle, raining down judgment to ensure nothing is left but ash. Minu-cha dives headfirst, his only thought being the absolute destruction of the winged pest before him. He accelerates through the air, refusing to give the beast even a second to breathe or regroup. With eyes locked on his target, our boy is ready to show why he was once the Tower Master. The Dragonkin hovers above, desperately trying to maintain its distance from the monster charging from below. The beast is completely dumbfounded, wondering why this puny human simply refuses to stay down and die. Even after taking a direct hit, Minu just grits his teeth and prepares for the next round of carnage. The trash-tier lizard screams that this is its tower, claiming total ownership over all life and magic here. It believes its infinite mana pool makes it invincible, but it clearly doesn't know who it's dealing with. Suddenly, a massive sphere of concentrated heat begins to form, threatening to incinerate everything in the vicinity. Minu stands tall beneath the artificial sun, fully intending to be the only one left standing when it drops. Minu is pinned down by the sheer weight of the dragon's ultimate attack. As the pressure intensifies, he grits his teeth, refusing to let this trash-tier lizard have the final word in this fight. The artificial sun finally makes contact, erupting in a violent burst of pure destruction across the floor. Everything within the blast zone is instantly vaporized as the heat melts the very stone beneath him. A blinding flash consumes the tower, leaving nothing but scorched earth and rising embers in its wake. From the center of the inferno, a dark presence begins to rise from the scorched earth once more. Our boy isn't just surviving, He's tapping into the primal demonic authority he once commanded as master. Donning his true mantle, he stares through the smoke with eyes that promise absolute carnage for his foe. The dust settles to reveal a massive crater, yet the real monster is still standing tall and unharmed. With a single, predatory gaze, he signals that the dragon's time at the top is officially over. The dragonkin is left completely dumbfounded, staring at the stumps where its arms used to be. Our boy just stands there, casually remarking that the way the beast used its power was almost interesting. He flashes a cold smirk, telling the trash-tier monster it won't be using those powers ever again. The beast realizes with horror that all its precious gathered mana is being siphoned directly into Minu. He drops his shattered weapon, declaring that he is the only true master this tower recognizes. Minu asks if the creature is curious about how its absolute advantage just went up in smoke. Turns out, he has been playing the long game since their very first clash in the ruins. His level 50 advantage skill has finally activated, revealing every weakness the demon beast is hiding. By reaching the peak, he has unlocked the perfect strategy to put this overconfident boss in the ground. His demonic eye flares as he reveals he was always aware of the tower's infinite mana source. Minu initiates a high-level system hack, boasting a nearly guaranteed chance to seize absolute control of the tower. Our boy looks down on the beast, mockingly asking who the real king is now that he's conquered everything. The monster is absolutely dumbfounded, its eyes wide with a mix of pure rage and sudden, crippling fear. The trash-tier boss screams in frustration, unable to accept that a mere human has completely upended the hierarchy. It desperately unleashes a massive surge of mana, hoping a final, explosive strike can finally wipe Minu out. Minu just drifts through the storm, coldly reminding the creature that reality is often far harsher than expected. He stares right through the beast, declaring with absolute certainty that its defeat was decided long ago. Multiple max-level skills ignite at once as he prepares to end this farce with a single, perfect strike. With his demonic eyes flaring, he reminds the monster that he is the ultimate specialist in dismantling towers. He swings his blade with god-tier strength, cutting through the boss's desperate defense like it was nothing. Our boy launches a devastating spear of mana, aiming straight for the heart of the flying beast. The projectile collides with the creature's desperate shield, creating a blinding flash of blue energy. Even the monster's ultimate defense starts to crack as the spearhead forces its way through. It realizes too late that its barrier is nothing more than glass against Minu's overwhelming power. The spear pierces clean through the dragonkin's chest, shattering its core in a single, brutal motion. The trash-tier boss can only gasp in disbelief, unable to comprehend how its life is ending here. The force of the impact sends the beast hurtling toward the earth like a fallen star. It slams into the ground with such violence that the very foundation of the tower begins to crumble. Shockwaves ripple through the floor, turning solid stone into a spiderweb of deep, jagged fissures. A final, massive eruption of debris signals the absolute end of this pathetic trial guardian. Our boy and the tactical swordsman stand in silence as the dust settles around the shattered barrier. The swordsman is completely shaken, finally understanding the terrifying secret behind how Minu cleared every single tower. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that the man beside him is on a completely different level. With a summon that can warp through dimensions, Minu can basically delete any boss whenever he feels like. The hunter struggles to find his voice, completely overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the reincarnated Demon King. Minu doesn't even glance back, his eyes fixed on a much more annoying problem than a dead dragon. He looks down at the ground only to find a few pathetic potatoes instead of high-tier loot. It turns out his entire inventory is filled with nothing but spuds, making this whole raid feel pointless. The system announces the tower is cleared, leaving the massive dragonkin as nothing more than a bloody trophy. As the gate back to reality opens, Minu laments that this whole country seems to only have potatoes. Our boy is so sick of spuds that he swears to never touch another potato back in Korea. Meanwhile, a sharp heel clicks on the floor as the scene shifts to the agency's high-stakes office. Han Yu-jung puts on her best boss face and asks if the essential files have been uploaded yet. Gayun nervously confirms the upload, knowing full well that one tiny slip-up could ruin their entire operation. Yu-jung reminds her that they are dealing with a top-tier S-rank hunter who won't tolerate any mistakes. Her subordinate promises to stay focused, but the weight of the mission is clearly starting to take its toll. Suddenly, Yu-jung is absolutely dumbfounded by her own promotion and starts panicking about being a team leader. She reminisces about her days as a simple grunt under Ma Sung-woon before her sudden, stressful promotion. It turns out the global expansion of the Guard project turned this trash-tier grunt into a department head. Just as she's about to spiral, a steady hand lands on her shoulder to offer some quiet reassurance. Ma Sung-woon offers a warm smile, insisting they are equals now as fellow team leaders. Turns out he personally passed on the job just to recommend her for this high-stakes role. Gayun watches in silence as her boss finally stops spiraling and finds her professional footing. Yoojung barks out an order to move, knowing every second wasted is a mark against her reputation. Our girl marches toward the light, ready to face the monsters waiting behind those closed doors. Her gaze sharpens as she prepares to handle the most dangerous room she has ever stepped into. The hunters inside are total powerhouses, their silhouettes radiating an aura that would crush any normal person. These elites are not cut from the same cloth as regular grunts, and they are not here for games. She slams her hands down to command the room, refusing to let her internal panic show. Standing tall, she introduces herself as the lead for the Guard project and begins the roll call. Titan, from the Drake Guild, sits there looking like a mountain of pure muscle and zero patience. Mistel from CL leans back with a smug grin, clearly unimpressed by the current state of affairs. Cube from Night's Wave keeps his thoughts to himself, his gaze heavy with the weight of his power. Yanu from the Moonlight Guild looks relaxed despite his scars, a true veteran who has seen it all. Ange from Gloria doesn't even look up from her phone, treating this high-stakes meeting like a total bore. Then there is our boy Minu, introduced under the alias Baphomet as the representative for the Nebula Guild. The name Baphomet sends a ripple through the room, making everyone wonder who this mysterious newcomer actually is. The other hunters start whispering, confused why a complete unknown is standing in for the infamous Nebula leader. They mark him as a total pushover, assuming the real guild master is just up to some wicked scheme. These elites think a trash-tier hunter shouldn't even be allowed in the room, and they are already laughing. The laughter dies down as Han Yu-jung prepares to drop some heavy news on our boy and the elites. She signals Gayun to initiate the briefing, and the assistant quickly moves to bring up the global data. Gayun's fingers fly across the interface, manifesting the chaotic history of the worlds, tower infestations for everyone. Yu-jung reminds them of the dark times a year ago, when the world was literally crawling with monsters. She explains that their efforts have finally cleared the rot, making the world much safer than before. However, the mood sours the moment she announces that the next phase of the project is beginning. Cube immediately gets defensive, demanding to hear about the rewards before they even discuss more dangerous work. Mistel acts like a total brat, complaining that overseas missions are just a trash-tier way to ruin her skin. Titan brings up the local risks, questioning who will protect Korea if all the top guilds head overseas. Ange dismisses the whole thing entirely, claiming her acting career is way more important than some government project. Yu-jung is completely dumbfounded when the elite hunters start demanding high-tier rewards before she can even finish her pitch. She tries to keep her cool, but Ange's constant whining about a photo shoot makes the whole briefing feel like a joke. Suddenly, Yanu closes the distance, demanding to know what kind of rank a mere team leader like her holds. When she nervously admits she's only a B rank, Yanu scoffs, claiming an S rank should be the one leading them. He questions if she's actually the director, forcing her to explain that the real boss is currently working elsewhere. The veteran swordsman just glares down at her, his silence speaking volumes about how little he respects her authority. Mistel and Cube join in on the trash-tier attitude, complaining that having a B rank in charge is totally insulting. Even Titan and Ange look completely checked out, treating the government's project like a minor inconvenience to their schedules. Watching from the sidelines, Gayun finally understands the brutal reality of how these S-rankers view anyone below their level. It's a chilling display of pure contempt, as the elites look down on the weak like they're nothing but insects. Yanu demands to see a real S-rank leader, accusing the agency of wasting their precious time with amateurs. Cube and Mistel couldn't care less, their faces practically screaming how much they'd rather be anywhere else. Even heavy hitters like Titan and Ange are completely checked out, treating the whole meeting like a joke. Suddenly, our boy Minu snaps out of his daze, wondering what kind of nonsense he just missed. He tells them to quit the yapping and finally get to the part that actually matters. When he asks about the reward, Han Yu-jung nearly jumps out of her skin from the sudden pressure. She takes a moment to steady her nerves, knowing the next few words will change the room's energy. She reveals that the payout will be based on performance, setting a competitive fire under the elite hunters. Titan and Mistel immediately start crunching the numbers, realizing that the top spot is the only one worth having. It turns out the Nebula Guild is the one to beat, and Minu looks ready to claim it all. Minu and the others realize this differential pay system is far from a joke. The perks are insane, ranging from tax exemptions to exclusive tower rights for the top performers. However, Yanu and Mistel lose their minds when they hear the winner gets command over every other guild. Han Yu-jung quickly clarifies that this absolute authority only lasts for 5 years, or until a gate shock. Ange and Cube are still annoyed, demanding to know why this massive detail was kept secret until now. The team leader apologizes, explaining that the new management decided to overhaul the entire reward structure recently. The room remains tense as the elite hunters weigh the risks of being subservient to a rival guild. Yoo-jung knows they hate it, but she is just following the orders of the higher-ups. Turns out, the new boss, Woo Tae-hoon, wants to spark a cutthroat competition to force these hunters to evolve. But our boy Minu just stands there, coldly stating that his guild could not care less about their petty rewards. Yanu and Han Yoo-jung are completely dumbfounded by Minu's sudden dismissal of the grand prize. Mistel and Titan realize managing other guilds is just a hassle, and start demanding better, tangible rewards instead. Han Yoo-jung stammers in confusion, as our boy Minu remains completely unfazed by the high-stakes political game. The other elite hunters look on with fascination, sensing that the power dynamics are shifting in their favor. Minu just lets out a subtle, knowing smirk, clearly having a much bigger plan than anyone realizes. As the meeting concludes at the agency headquarters, Minu realizes he cannot just walk away that easily. Down at the reception desk, Gayun and her co-worker are just trying to get through their shift. When Minu approaches the counter, Gayun nearly jumps out of her seat, instantly flustered by his presence. She struggles to keep her professional cool while her friend looks on, clearly captivated by the handsome hunter. Under the bright lights of the lobby, the atmosphere shifts as Minu prepares for his next move. Ma Sung-woon strokes his chin, wondering if this meeting is about to go south. Han Yoo-jung thanks her old boss for the room while he prepares for the show. The elite hunters wait in silence, completely clueless about what our boy is actually planning. Han Yoo-jung watches Minu's back, feeling a heavy weight of dread as she tries to read him. She panics internally, wishing her mentor was here to handle this absolute wildcard of a hunter. A set of identical daggers is presented, ensuring that nobody has a gear advantage in this trial. Mistel notes that even though one guild leader bailed, the rest are ready for this brutal test. She wears a trash-tier smirk, clearly underestimating the monster standing right in front of her. Suddenly, Minu draws a blade and presses it against her, testing her reflexes in a heartbeat. Han Yoo-jung and the doctor are left dumbfounded by his sudden, violent display of dominance. Mistel feels the cold steel against her throat and wonders if our boy has finally lost his mind. She mocks him, claiming trash-tier gear shouldn't even graze her, yet she's stunned the blade actually holds. Her eyes widen in realization as she feels the unexpected weight and quality of the weapon pressing her skin. Minu just gives her a sharp, knowing smile, acknowledging that she is finally starting to catch on. Yanu chimes in, remembering the hellish conditions of his own assignment, where survival was the only priority. He explains how constant tower raids turned their high-end gear into useless scrap metal in no time. Without any master blacksmiths around, these reliable, mass-produced blades became their only hope for staying alive. Our boy jokes about his own struggle, claiming a diet of nothing but potatoes almost cost him his gains. Suddenly, his playful expression vanishes, replaced by the cold, calculating gaze of a true predator ready to hunt. He issues a challenge to the elite group, demanding they use pure martial arts to try and scratch him. The elite hunters feel this is trash-tier unfair, claiming they were never trained for such a ridiculous handicap. Minu just smirks and invites them to quit their whining and jump him all at once instead. He is so confident in his god-tier strength that he doubts they can even leave a scratch. The disrespect finally snaps their patience, and the four elites lock in with a sudden, murderous intensity. They lunge forward as a unit, determined to shut him up and prove their status as top-tier hunters. In a flash of movement, the entire training area goes still, as the exchange reaches its brutal conclusion. Mistel's hand trembles uncontrollably when she realizes her reliable blade has been snapped like a brittle twig. The group stands completely dumbfounded, their elite senses failing to even track what just happened to them. Our boy stands tall while they wonder what kind of monster they just accidentally provoked into a fight. Mistel can only click her tongue in pure frustration, realizing they aren't even cut from the same cloth. Mistel and Cube decide to back off, realizing their trash-tier weapons won't survive another clash with him. Our boy remains calm, adjusting his collar, while he waits for the remaining elites to make their move. Suddenly, Yanu pipes up, claiming he has spotted a massive loophole in the rules they were forced to follow. He casually tosses his blade aside, asking if the rule about breaking weapons applies if he doesn't use one. The veteran hunter gets a dangerous look in his eyes, convinced that he has finally found a winning path. He eyes the discarded weapon on the floor, calculating how to exploit the system's narrow logic to survive. Realizing there is no specific ban on unarmed combat, he decides to rely on his own two hands instead. Yanu launches himself forward with desperate speed, declaring that he is abandoning his weapon to secure a victory. He reaches out with a murderous grip, putting every ounce of his pride into this one final, reckless strike. Our boy just smiles, unimpressed that it took the old man this long to notice the obvious trick. Minu moves so fast Yanu can't even track him, proving the old man's plan was trash tier from the start. Before Yanu can even land a punch, our boy delivers a strike that ends the fight instantly. Yujung watches the scene unfold in pure horror, realizing her carefully managed evaluation just went up in flames. The veteran hunter lets out a desperate cry, as his pride and body are broken in a single moment. The poor team leader can't handle the stress, her mind racing through every possible consequence of this disaster. Minu stands over the fallen hunter like a true predator, while the staff looks on, completely dumbfounded. Gayun rushes to catch her boss, who looks ready to faint from the sheer weight of the situation. Yujung spirals into despair, convinced that everyone is getting fired, and her career is officially over. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off as she realizes this mess might be her golden ticket to finally quitting. As the chaos settles, management prepares to step in and deal with the aftermath of Minu's absolute dominance. Minu catches the fainting team leader, his silver hair shimmering as he maintains his cool, predator-like composure. The staff is left reeling, finally recognizing him as Hunter Van Gogh, who just turned their evaluation upside down. Our boy narrows his eyes, thinking back to how he gave them some slack, only for them to overstep. He looks down at the trash-tier hunter he just decimated, realizing their major mistake has finally caught up. Suddenly, a mysterious woman interrupts the tension, her voice dripping with a dangerous kind of curiosity. Yunsun Kim leans in with a smug smile, questioning if he is actually the legendary Demon King Baphomet. Minu starts to walk away, but the weight of her gaze tells him she is definitely not just another civilian. She just offers a playful response, clearly enjoying the way she managed to catch the powerful hunter off guard. Nearby, the local citizens stop in their tracks when a strange, booming sound echoes through the city streets. Minus demonic instincts flare up instantly as he senses something massive and potentially lethal approaching their location. Umbra suddenly gets aggressive, warning them that using abilities in public like this is a one-way ticket to getting reported. As the S-rank guild master of Moonlight, she demands to know why our boy is acting so reckless and disrespectful. Echo just laughs it off, teasing her about how her precious little boyfriend's honor was completely trashed earlier. He points out that every hunter in the city now knows her top guy got flattened by a new S-rank. She leans in close, declaring that this deliberate humiliation makes Minu a sworn enemy of her entire guild. Our boy just stares back with a deadpan expression, completely unfazed by her attempt at intimidation. When he casually confirms that he really doesn't care, his lack of remorse catches her completely off guard. She looks absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process how someone could be this arrogant in front of a guildmaster. Echo finds the whole situation hilarious, clearly enjoying the chaos our boy is stirring up among the local elites. Enraged by his trash-tier attitude, she snaps and violently slaps the drink right out of his hand. Umbra storms off in a huff, while Echo mockingly asks if she's really just leaving like that. Echo flashes a grin, suggesting that since they're already here, they might as well go grab some food. The guildmaster's face contorts with pure rage as she processes the sheer disrespect from these two. She tells them to get lost in the most colorful way possible, leaving Echo to shrug it off. Minu doesn't miss a beat, casually agreeing that it's finally time to fill their stomachs. As they walk, our boy wonders if his Baphomet persona can handle the heat he's drawing. While the Moonlight Guild isn't the strongest, their web of alliances makes them a massive political headache. But our boy is playing 4D chess, using his brutal reputation to manipulate the entire hunter society. Echo watches him closely, realizing Minu is intentionally painting a target on his back to bait his enemies. It's the exact same aggressive playstyle he used a year ago to dismantle the top-tier guilds from within. Echo finds our boy waiting and brings up the news about the Nebula Guild joining the Guard Project. He jokingly asks if Minu wants in, though he doubts a lone wolf can make much of a difference. But when Minu casually declares he is joining, Echo is completely dumbfounded by the sudden and reckless decision. He warns that the project is a death trap where one wrong move leaves you stranded and alone. Looking closer, the spirit senses a shift in the air that he cannot quite put his finger on. Using his mind's eye, he remembers how Minu used to be the absolute definition of calm and collected. Now, he sees a mindscape drowning in a level of pure rage he has never witnessed before. He explains that Nebula is the undisputed king of guilds, making everyone else look like total trash tier. However, being at the top means every other guild is sharpening their knives to take you down. Minu just smiles, knowing that becoming a beacon for his enemies is the fastest way to slaughter them all. Minu admits he didn't know who wanted him dead, so he planned to make everyone his enemy. While sipping his drink, our boy casually drops the bombshell that he is already planning to leave the guild. Echo is completely dumbfounded, but Minu explains that the Nebula backing was just a temporary shield against easy targets. Echo loses it, screaming that he has everything backward. while Minu just calmly asks about the contract cancellation fees. He stares off coldly, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the trash-tier politics surrounding him. Minu asks if Echo will turn hostile too, thinking it might actually help spread his fearsome reputation even faster. The spirit falls silent, realizing that the path Minu is taking is far darker than he ever imagined. Over a spread of food, Echo wonders if this means a return to the old guild is finally happening. Minu points out that with the mind's eye, Echo should have seen this betrayal coming from a mile away. Echo's gaze intensifies as he realizes he hasn't been looking deep enough into the monster sitting before him. Minu casually announces his departure, leaving the spirit sitting there in total silence. As the door slides shut, the weight of the conversation settles over the empty room. Echo realizes with a start that he couldn't read a single thought from the former Demon King. A small smirk creeps onto his face as the absurdity of the situation finally hits him. He bursts into laughter, genuinely impressed that our boy managed to completely pull one over on him. It turns out minus willpower has grown so massive that even the mind's eye is now useless. Still, the spirit can't help but wonder about the name of the guild where this monster started. Outside, Minu stands in the cool air, finally free from the stifling atmosphere of the meeting. He gazes toward the horizon, his mind drifting away from the present and back into the past. Specifically, he's calculating exactly how much has changed since everything went south 15 months ago. Yoriam Na is officially gone, leaving a void where the disciple of gluttony once stood in his memories. Even his old ally Ra chose to vanish, hiding herself away from the chaotic world they once shared. He reflects on her warning about losing one's way, while staring at a compass that offers no direction. Our boy knows he's a marked man, surrounded by shadows just waiting for him to finally keel over. His only plan is to predict their moves and strike first before they can even draw their blades. Suddenly, a mysterious hunter appears and calls him Baphomet, proving his secret identity isn't as safe as thought. The stranger just smirks and asks if Minu was actually expecting him to show up at this hour. Minu doesn't say a word, his cold eyes reflecting the grim reality of his current situation and past. Hearing the Nebula Guild is joining the project, he realizes he needs to get much stronger to survive. He dives back into the bloodbath, ruthlessly slaughtering monsters to sharpen his skills for the coming war. Minu demands his enemies offer themselves up as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. He crushes the life out of everything in his path, leaving nothing but blood-soaked ground behind. After a brutal training session, our boy stands victorious atop a mountain of trash-tier monster corpses. Using a token, he finally maxes out his adrenaline skill, feeling the surge of power through his veins. He stares ahead with cold eyes, knowing that this newfound strength is just the beginning of his trial. The system presents a new quest, tasking him with maxing every single skill to unlock a new path. He takes a moment to breathe in the quiet forest air, letting the weight of his destiny settle. Opening his skill window, he prepares to evaluate exactly how much further he needs to push himself. Most of his abilities are already at their peak, but one final hurdle remains in his arsenal. To truly conquer this trial, he must master the Gehenna skill and embrace its dark, destructive potential. Minu holds the token, thinking this final piece is exactly what he needs to wrap things up. He activates it, and a blinding light confirms that his Gehenna skill has finally reached its absolute peak. Our boy looks on with cold intensity, feeling the sheer destructive weight of his fully mastered demonic power. The system chimes in, announcing that he has successfully overcome the grueling trial he was forced into. It seems like the nightmare is finally over, as the completion notification flashes brightly before his eyes. However, the system isn't done yet, suddenly declaring that a new dimensional gate is opening for another trial. Minu is completely dumbfounded, realizing that his struggle hasn't reached its conclusion quite yet. A massive, glowing doorway manifests over the dark water, beckoning him to step into the unknown once more. He doesn't hesitate for long, his boots splashing against the surface as he prepares for the next challenge. Walking toward the light, he wonders what kind of fresh hell awaits him on the other side. Minu looks around the void, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu as he steps deeper into the trial. Our boy realizes with a jolt that this desolate, empty place feels exactly like his old home. He can't believe his eyes as a massive, familiar structure begins to loom out of the thick fog. It turns out the trial has brought him right back to the base of the legendary Tower of Abyss. Suddenly, he notices his hand is changing, his nails sharpening into lethal, pitch-black demonic claws. Minu stares at the transformation, wondering if he is finally losing his remaining humanity to the beast within. His companion panics, noting that his monsterization is accelerating every time he gets into a serious scrap. The spirit theorizes that Minus' current vessel might be too pure to handle such raw, demonic filth. It is a bitter pill to swallow, especially since this body originally belonged to the legendary hero, Raven. But our boy just smirks, hinting that there is an even darker secret buried within his changing form. Minu realizes the situation is spiraling as he senses something wrong with his legendary ego weapon. A jagged purple blade manifests before him, radiating an aura that feels completely alien and dangerous. The weapon begins to groan and tremble, as if it is struggling against an unseen, malevolent force. Suddenly, a massive, multi-eyed monstrosity erupts from the blade, towering over our boy with murderous intent. The beast screams for more power, its hunger for demonic energy becoming absolutely insatiable and wild. Minu realizes that not just his body, but his very weapon is being corrupted by this filth. He tries to seize control, but the overwhelming mana pressure starts to warp the surrounding space violently. A heavy shockwave ripples through the air as the two conflicting powers finally collide in a burst. The vortex of shadows begins to swallow him whole, dragging him deeper into the trial's dark madness. As the beast's eye narrows, it is clear this transformation is only just beginning for him. The demonic energy swirls violently as the corrupted weapon continues its wild, uncontrollable tantrum. Our boy stares down the rampaging blade, coldly commanding the filth to sleep since it is currently useless. He knows he needs a real solution to fix this mess before the corruption consumes everything he has. His gaze shifts toward the looming Tower of Abyss, a structure that feels like his only way out. Every instinct he possesses screams that this tower holds the key to overcoming his current trash-tier limitations. Standing before the massive, ironclad gates, Minu prepares himself for whatever nightmare waits behind the heavy metal. He notes the tower's imposing exterior, realizing this simulation is far more advanced than he first anticipated. The system flickers to life, welcoming him to the simulated abyss as the trial officially begins to activate. Suddenly, a warning pops up stating his skills will be sealed, forcing him to rely on raw stats. Despite the handicap, he does not hesitate, ready to prove his worth through pure, unadulterated strength and grit. A blinding flash signals the system's activation as the trial finally pulls him into the abyss. Minu walks through the void, questioning if this reconstruction can truly replicate the weight of the real deal. He figures the first room and the final boss will be the real tests of his grit. Stepping onto the weathered stone, our boy enters a dungeon that feels hauntingly familiar and cold. He takes in the atmosphere, knowing every shadow could hide a trash-tier mob or a lethal trap. His cold gaze remains fixed forward, refusing to let the simulation's pressure rattle his focus for even a second. A confident smirk creeps across his face as he prepares to show this system what he's really made of. Seeing the goat-headed monsters, he realizes he's facing off against twisted, simulated versions of his former comrades. His hand glitches with red data, a grim reminder that his current vessel is still dangerously unstable. The monsters stare him down, but Minu is more than ready to send these beasts back to hell. Minu stands his ground as the goat-headed mobs swarm him from every single direction. With a sinister smirk, our boy prepares to bid these digital ghosts a final, bloody farewell. He becomes a whirlwind of steel, tearing through the trash-tier monsters like they were made of paper. Suddenly, a massive, armored dragonkin looms over the battlefield, radiating pure, unadulterated malice. The beast slams its weight down, hoping to crush the life out of its pesky intruder. As the dust settles, Minu whispers that he has already moved right behind the clumsy brute. He hangs in the air like a predator, staring directly into the startled monster's glowing eyes. Before the beast can even react, our boy is already repositioning for the killing blow. He hits the ground with perfect grace, his blades thirsting for the dragonkin's thick hide. With one final, decisive strike, he carves through the boss and paints the floor in its blood. The blinding light of the trial begins to fade as the real slaughter commences on this floor. One of the Guardian's lackeys gets tossed aside like a broken doll, painting the walls with its blood. A severed claw hits the dirt, and the boss realizes this intruder isn't some low-rank fodder. The massive beast towers over him, demanding to know what kind of monster has invaded its home. It roars in pure fury, accusing our boy of desecrating its domain with such reckless violence. Minu doesn't care about the noise and sinks a blade deep into the brute's thick, leathery hide. He spins through the air with the grace of a seasoned killer, already planning his next move. The monster just laughs, thinking its superior biology makes it untouchable to a mere human. It mockingly claims that any damage is pointless since its body will just knit itself back together. Minu just scoffs and drives his sword home, reminding the beast he's dealt with trash like this before. Minu stares down the boss, promising to chop it up until its regeneration finally hits its limit. The massive beast starts breaking a sweat, finally feeling the pressure of a true apex predator. The heavy atmosphere of the trial chamber grows thick as the battle reaches a boiling point. Our boy calmly adjusts his gear, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the trash-tier monster. Looking at the carnage, He realizes the tower has created a perfect replica of his blood-soaked past. His body moves on instinct because his muscles still remember every single clearing strategy from before. He reflects on the thousands of times he died just to conquer this hellish place. Memories of his former demonic self flicker like glitching data as the simulation struggles to hold. In his past, a hooded challenger mockingly told him to give up and return to the start. He still remembers the sting of being told a demon beast had no right to climb the tower. The void echoes with a haunting question about whether anyone is actually curious about reaching the tower's peak. Back then, our boy was just another monster waiting in the shadows to test the strength of arriving humans. Unlike his mindless kin, he felt a strange, driving need to climb the very tower he was guarding. The challenger is completely dumbfounded, remarking that this unique beast possesses a spirit that feels almost entirely human. He explains that humans are fueled by ambition, a relentless emotion that forces them to keep progressing forward. If the challenger manages to kill him, the path to the other rooms and their monsters will finally open. He grips his blade tightly, ready to embrace the brutal cycle of combat that defines his very existence. The hooded warrior demands to know what it actually feels like to stand at the top of this hell. Staring back with glowing eyes, the demon realizes his obsession with the top started long before his reincarnation. In the present, Minu remains stoic, his cold gaze reflecting the heavy burden of these ancient, blood-soaked memories. Minu stands over the mangled remains of the guardian, feeling no satisfaction from the easy kill. He turns his back on the carnage, his mind already drifting back to the shadows of his past. A memory surfaces of a seductive demon urging him to abandon his climb and stay by her side. She clings to his former demonic self, claiming that nothing at the top could ever match her beauty. Back in reality, Minu tells the lingering ghost of Yunsun Kim to get lost, disgusted by her face. The trial boss transforms into a massive, multi-headed serpent, screaming that she will end his arrogance right now. Before the beast can even strike, one of its heads is cleanly severed in a spray of dark blood. Our boy doesn't waste a second, lunging forward with his blade to finish this trash-tier distraction once and for all. His eyes remain icy and focused, seeing through the monster's desperate attempts to regain its footing. With a series of blinding flashes, he carves through the air, leaving nothing but shredded data in his wake. A majestic griffin lies chained and helpless, a mere plaything in this twisted mental trial. One of the demonic summons charges a sphere of pure energy, ready to blast through the opposition. The resulting impact is absolute chaos, shattering the surroundings into a million jagged pieces. From the smoke, a familiar nightmare emerges as Mina's former demonic self grips a massive blade. Those glowing red eyes hold no mercy, reflecting the cold, calculating nature of a true king. With a single, brutal swing, he carves through the griffin, proving that even legends are just fodder. Back in his human form, our boy catches a massive falling slab, showing off his god-tier strength. He doesn't even break a sweat, his icy gaze fixed on the next trash-tier obstacle in his way. His demonic memory continues the slaughter, effortlessly overpowering a massive, horned beast that dares to stand tall. Minu weaves through a pack of reptilian monsters, his blade moving faster than their primitive minds can track. The demonic memory stares back with those piercing red eyes, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. Minu doesn't flinch, his own gaze hardening as he prepares to face the ghost of his past. He stands before the final gate, knowing that what lies beyond is his greatest trial yet. Reaching out, our boy prepares to force open the path leading back to his old throne. The massive doors groan open, revealing the dark and oppressive aura of the Demon King's inner chamber. He steps into the gloom, his mind focused on reclaiming the authority that was once his. There he sits, the memory of Baphomet perched on a throne of skulls and shadows. The shadow lunges forward, beckoning our boy to come and face the true weight of his past. Their blades collide with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves through the very foundation of the trial. As the dust settles, Minus' eyes burn red, fully embracing the demonic heritage he once commanded. Minu lets out a smirk, realizing that the trial is finally getting interesting. He stares down the memory of his former self, laughing at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Our boy finds it thrilling to face his past, his eyes burning with a familiar demonic hunger. The Goat Knight doesn't hesitate, launching a strike that shatters the ground beneath them. Despite the carnage, Minu remains cold and calculated, his gaze fixed on his opponent's next move. The beast's eyes flare with a murderous intent that would make any trash-tier hunter crumble instantly. A lethal point narrows in, marking the exact moment the trial shifts into high gear. He catches a heavy blow, feeling the raw power he once wielded as the undisputed Demon King. The armored titan swings again, determined to crush the man who dares to reclaim his throne. Leaping from above, the memory of Baphomet aims to end our boy's journey right here. The Goat Knight stomps down, shattering the floor as he prepares to turn our boy into paste. Minu doesn't flinch, diving headfirst into the chaos with a strike aimed straight for the jugular. Their weapons collide in a shower of sparks, proving this trial boss isn't just some trash-tier mob. He feels the weight of his own past strength, struggling to keep from being crushed by the blade. The beast lunges with a clawed hand, desperate to tear the soul out of its former master. Realizing he needs more than just steel, Minu activates a massive magic circle to tip the scales. Chains erupt from the earth, binding the area as the tower's system struggles to contain the mana. The Goat Knight stands firm, his red eyes burning with the same demonic authority Minu once commanded. He charges forward with blinding speed, a relentless shadow that knows every single one of Minu's weaknesses. They clash in a final, violent explosion of power, neither side willing to yield an inch of ground. Our boy Minu locks in, his eyes glowing with a demonic hunger to finally end this grueling trial. The Goat Knight doesn't flinch, staring back with the same cold, murderous intent Minu once possessed. They collide in a whirlwind of steel, each strike threatening to shatter the very ground beneath them. Minu grits his teeth as he barely parries a blow that would have sent a trash-tier hunter to the grave. He realizes the beast is cut from the same cloth, matching his speed and predicting his every move. Taking to the air, he narrowly avoids a horizontal sweep that cleaves through the air with a whistle. He searches for a single opening, knowing that any hesitation in this high-stakes dance means instant death. With a burst of mana, he brings his blade down in a crushing overhead strike to break the defense. He catches his breath for a split second, feeling the heavy toll of pushing his current vessel so hard. Standing tall, he prepares to deliver the final blow and prove he is still the true king. A blade ignites with a sinister red glow, signaling the end of this warm-up. Our boy's eyes burn with demonic intent as he taps into his true authority to finish this. He launches himself at the beast, a tiny human figure challenging the shadow of his former self. The trial boss watches with cold, glowing eyes, unimpressed by the desperate struggle of its current vessel. It remains a silent, looming wall of death, waiting for the perfect moment to crush his spirit. Minu pours everything into a final, desperate plunge, determined to reclaim the power that was once his. The air screams as red mana tears through the space, shredding the very fabric of the simulation. A massive explosion of crimson energy erupts, threatening to consume both the challenger and the boss. The ground shatters under the sheer weight of the impact, leaving nothing but dust and ruins behind. As the smoke clears, he realizes the trial is shifting into something far more sinister and personal. Minu realizes he is essentially fighting a mirror that can predict every single one of his moves. The trial boss acknowledges that, while his past self was strong, his current form is severely lacking. Fed up with being tested, our boy charges forward and demands the monster fight him properly. The demon just scoffs at his recklessness, calling him foolish for trying such a predictable frontal assault. Before he can even react, a heavy kick connects, sending him flying like a piece of trash-tier fodder. The sheer force of the impact shatters the ground, burying him under a mountain of debris and dust. As he lies in the rubble, the boss mocks him for digging his own grave so early. Despite the overwhelming pain, Minu grins as he senses the real battle is finally about to start. The monster questions why he continues to resist monsterization when his human body is clearly failing him. It declares that humans are nothing more than useless creatures, preparing to end the trial once and for all. The trial boss mocks the fragility of humanity, while spreading its massive, soot-colored wings over the battlefield. It claims that human ambition is nothing but a trap leading to a self-made abyss of eternal despair. Looking our boy dead in the eye, the monster calls him a corrupted shell of his former glory. Minu struggles to catch his breath among the rubble, feeling the heavy weight of his failing human body. The demon offers a way out, suggesting that his current trash-tier state can actually be reversed right now. With a violent slam that shatters the earth, it demands he reclaim his throne as the Demon King. Suddenly, a glitching red system notification pops up, catching the exhausted hunter completely off guard during the chaos. The tower presents a choice to accept Baphomet's suggestion, tempting him to regain his old, god-tier power. Minu is dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of the system trying to force his hand in this trial. Before he can even process the choice, a massive surge of red energy blasts him backward into the ruins. Minu looks up at the floating blades as a haunting voice insists he belongs in this carnage. The system notification glimmers amidst the explosions, practically begging him to take the demon's hand. Ash and smoke fill the air, signaling the end of his path as a mere human hunter. A terrifying silhouette emerges from the chaos, its red eyes burning with the authority of a king. Baphomet reveals his true, god-tier form, complete with massive wings and a blade cut from the same cloth. The demon charges with a roar, demanding our boy finally stop running and reclaim his throne. A violent pillar of red mana strikes the earth, threatening to erase everything Minu has fought for. While tumbling through the air, he sees the demon's face telling him to just accept the inevitable. The debris begins to settle over the battlefield, leaving a heavy, suffocating silence in its wake. A single jagged dagger rests in the rubble, waiting for a master who is still too stubborn to yield. Baphomet stares him down with those piercing red eyes, reminding him of the monster he used to be. Our boy can only grit his teeth, feeling the crushing weight of a power he is desperate to outrun. The Demon King looms over him like a living nightmare, making the gap in their strength painfully obvious. He tries to fight back, but the system coldly reminds him that his skills are completely trash tier here. Baphomet grabs him by the throat, mockingly questioning why he still refuses to embrace his true demonic origin. As the air leaves his lungs, Minu realizes both the demon and the system are tired of his hesitation. Suddenly, the system forces his hand, initiating a synchronization that he never actually agreed to. Digital circuits burn into his skin as his eyes shift, signaling the return of a terrifying demonic authority. He is losing himself to the data, his very soul being rewritten by the power of the Tower Master. A massive seal erupts beneath them, locking their fates together as the true king finally begins to awaken. The demonic entity whispers that our boy is a monster born to hunt humans, not hide in a husk. He sees the throne of the abyss waiting for him, a seat of power he once held as king. Minu ponders the idea of returning to that seat, his mind wavering under the system's intense pressure. The demon mocks his current strength, claiming that despite his growth, he is still just a weak human. It reminds him that human life is fleeting, while the tower offers a reign that lasts for all eternity. The vision shifts to a blood-red abyss where he is commanded to slaughter humanity forever to maintain rule. Suddenly, our boy lashes out with a punch, refusing to let the shadow of Baphomet dictate his path. He questions why he would ever choose to be stuck in this dark place and rot for eternity. Just as he defies the vision, a massive system error flashes, signaling a glitch in the synchronization process. Minu accepts that humans eventually die, but he would rather face that end than become a tower slave. Minu accepts that death is inevitable, whether it comes from old age or a sudden, painful sickness. He would even prefer being ripped apart to spending an eternity as a hollow puppet for the tower. The system screams that it can't suppress him, but our boy just scoffs at the trash-tier attempt. As synchronization fails again, he mocks the idea of a measly century being a long time to live. He vows to live every single second of those years on his own terms, no matter the cost. If he is going to rot eventually, he will do exactly what he wants, until his last breath. He stares down the darkness, promising to meet the demon back in hell once his time is up. The mental strain reaches a breaking point as the system errors finally start to shatter the entire illusion. Suddenly, the shadow of his former self lashes out, delivering a brutal blow to put him in his place. Baphomet looms over him like a god, reminding our boy that the trial is far from over. Baphomet mocks our boy, calling him a mere frog in a well who knows nothing of the world. Minu doesn't flinch, stacking high-level buffs like adrenaline and blood rage to show off his true growth. He triggers Chrono Break, realizing he surpassed the legend he once was an eternity ago. With a burst of speed, he lunges at the shadow of his past, refusing to be intimidated. The Demon King manifestation stares back, unimpressed by the desperate struggle of his successor. Their blades collide, and dark energy sprays everywhere as Minu forces his way through the monster's defenses. Baphomet's cold, red eye tracks every movement, searching for a single opening to end this farce. Our boy grits his teeth, focusing every ounce of his will into one final, world-shaking strike. He descends like a falling star, driving a massive pillar of light straight through the demon's chest. The entire trial area erupts in a blinding explosion as the system struggles to contain his overwhelming power. Minu floats in the aftermath, finally clearing the simulated tower that once felt like an impossible nightmare. As the trial ends, our boy feels his strength returning, realizing he actually overcame the second major hurdle. He crashes back into reality, while the system starts tallying up a massive list of hard-earned rewards. Lying in the rubble, he is dumbfounded to see he has earned the legendary Breaker title for his efforts. This new title is a game-changer, effectively banning the system from interfering with any of his future actions. Suddenly, his entire skill tree begins to explode, shattering the level caps and pushing everything past level 50. From weapon mastery to absolute domination, every single ability he owns is being forcibly evolved by the system. Even his ultimate time manipulation skills are not spared, though he starts to wonder if this power-up has a catch. He grumbles about being exploited, as the system announces a total renewal of his entire power set. Just as he catches his breath, a final notification reveals a new guide is coming to lead him. Minu snaps his eyes open, feeling the weight of the system's final notification sinking in. Out of the blinding light, a mysterious figure descends like a forgotten memory returning to life. It turns out his new guide is a girl with a smile that hides centuries of secrets. She tackles our boy in a massive hug, clearly thrilled to see her old master again. Minu is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process that this energetic kid is actually his old friend Ra. The system labels her as a remnant, a lingering piece of a soul left behind in the tower. He remembers first hearing that term when he encountered a similar entity named L in the nest. As the tension settles, the steam from a cracked teacup highlights the strange domesticity of the moment. While she calmly sips her tea, Minu demands to know where the original version of her is hiding. She claims that despite being a remnant, she is real, while Minu just wants a simple explanation. Ra explains that remnants like her are essentially clones, the pure essence left behind by the original soul. She reveals that the real Ra was captured by L and is currently trapped in a deep, magical slumber. Our boy listens closely, realizing that freeing the original Ra is tied to a quest he must complete. She gives him a knowing look, her red eyes gleaming with the weight of their shared history and secrets. The spirit tells Baphomet that everything will truly begin again only once he manages to reclaim his former strength. Minu ponders the idea of becoming stronger, knowing the path ahead is paved with nothing but blood and trials. The atmosphere turns heavy as she looks away, her silence speaking volumes about the dangers they both face. He finally connects the dots, realizing he was made human just to become a weapon against that bastard L. Despite the heavy revelations, Minu can't help but admire the craftsmanship of this impressive, otherworldly pocket dimension. As the Skull Shaman serves them tea, Ra wonders if the hornless goat was the one who prepared it. Minu listens as the spirit explains that familiars often mirror their masters, reflecting his own refined aesthetic sense. Echo looks down solemnly as she is called the god of this world, though the truth is technical. She sets her tea down, clarifying that her real role is the system designer, or the architect of everything. Walking away, she explains that the term God was just a label humans use to simplify the incomprehensible. Our boy watches her go as she admits she only ever intended to guide humanity, not get involved. She reveals their true desire was to live as mythical beings, free to follow their own whims and desires. Her gaze sharpens as she prepares to drop a truth bomb about why their peaceful existence came to end. Minu looks on, dumbfounded, as she explains that the humans they designed ended up becoming far too exceptional. She mentions the outer beings, her expression turning cold as the scope of the story suddenly goes galactic. Looking out at the cosmos, she reveals they are currently locked in a desperate war with these celestial threats. The silver-haired hero trembles as the weight of a horrific sacrifice begins to shatter his very soul. Looking toward the heavens, he realizes the entities he once served are nothing more than cosmic nightmares. A monstrous lord of chaos descends, demanding total submission from the broken warrior standing amidst the wreckage. He grits his teeth in pure defiance, refusing to listen to the hollow commands of these so-called elders. Consumed by a burning rage, he vows to destroy everything after losing the only sibling he ever loved. Our boy listens intently as the architect explains how Raven discarded his own heart to survive the war. She admits her power isn't in creation, but in stealing the very essence of others for her goals. Minu finally understands the dark legacy of the man whose body he now inhabits to fight this war. Without a shred of affection left, the former hero became a cold machine who viewed everyone as tools. Yet, in that chilling transformation, they finally realized just how terrifyingly exceptional humanity had actually become. Minu is stunned to learn that humanity was basically bred to be fodder for an eternal conflict. It turns out the towers were just breeding grounds filled with nightmares born from human imagination. By forcing people into life-or-death situations, the system triggered their awakenings, turning survivors into living weapons. The architect explains that regardless of their noble intentions, every hunter is eventually driven by selfish desires. Our boy realizes the terrifying truth that hunters are just pawns being groomed for a much larger war. Despite all that training and sacrifice, he's hit with the grim reality that they still couldn't win. She drops a bombshell, asking him how many times he thinks this world has actually existed before. Suddenly, the reality around them shifts, revealing a digital void filled with countless versions of their planet. Minu is dumbfounded as she describes the endless cycle of destruction and rebirth that humanity has endured. He watches in horror as a world shatters, realizing the true weight of witnessing countless civilizations turn to dust. Echo is visibly shaken, lamenting how all those agonizing memories were forced directly into her consciousness. She loses her cool entirely, screaming out in rage against the one responsible for this mess. Our boy just sits there in silence, absorbing the weight of the cosmic horror he just witnessed. As the digital fragments of the world drift away, she reaches out, trying to grasp something stable. She admits that despite the endless cycles of despair, a single variable finally changed the game. Looking at him, she recalls the exact moment he appeared, a glimmer of hope in a dying world. Minu remains an anomaly in the system, a wild card whose ultimate fate remains completely unpredictable. Suddenly, her grim expression vanishes, replaced by a soft, knowing smile that catches him off guard. Hes genuinely confused, wondering how she can possibly find a reason to grin in this wasteland. She teases him for getting cocky, reminding our boy that he still needs way more power to survive. The silver goddess stares at our boy, her tone shifting into something far more demanding and serious. Suddenly, the system goes haywire as she declares that he must become stronger to survive what is coming next. Minu sits frozen as red notifications flood his vision, each one marking a new tower, boss growing hatred. He realizes the stakes just tripled, with every floor now specifically tuned to crush him into the dirt. She explains that like tempering metal, he needs this brutal pressure to finally reach his true demonic potential. With a chilling glint in her eyes, she addresses him as Baphomet, fueling his inner fire with her expectations. The sheer weight of the system's hostility hits him, making him groan before a dark laughter starts bubbling up. Our boy smirks, realizing that a world where every boss wants him dead is exactly the reward he likes. Somewhere far away, a sharp eye watches the horizon, sensing the shift in the world's chaotic mana. As birds scatter across the clear sky, Yoriam looks up, feeling the heavy atmosphere of a destiny she cannot escape. The scene shifts to a sunny beach, where civilians are just trying to enjoy a rare moment of peace. They are busy with volleyball, completely unaware that this peaceful memory is just a setup for a new trial. Laughter fills the air as crowds soak up the sun. But this perfect paradise feels way too fragile. From above, the beach looks like a dream. Yet the sudden running suggests the illusion is already cracking. Even the simple joy of building sandcastles is cut short as the weight of the system begins manifesting. Our boy looks out at the horizon and spots a massive, dark structure rising ominously from the ocean waves. This is the Tower of Failure, a grim monument built to house the regrets of every challenger who failed. A glowing red portal flickers to life within the stone gates, beckoning him to face his demons head-on. Suddenly, a demonic axe cleaves through the air, signaling that the time for relaxing is officially over. He responds with a brutal spear strike, shattering a goat knight as he prepares to conquer this new hell. The goat knight is absolutely fuming, calling him a rat for his slippery and annoying movements. Our boy just walks through the dust, completely unbothered by the trash-tier threats surrounding him. He looks bored, realizing these simulated monsters aren't even worth the effort of a real fight. The beast lunges forward, demanding he try to keep up with its frantic and heavy-handed strikes. It swings wildly, but Minu is already several steps ahead, dancing through the air with ease. The ground shatters under the weight of the monster's failed attack as the tower's floor cracks. Debris flies everywhere, yet the sheer force of the impact doesn't even graze his skin. The knight grips its weapon tighter, desperate to land even a single blow on the reincarnated king. It dives down with twin axes, screaming that he won't be able to run away this time. Minu briefly wonders if he should bother dodging before deciding to just tank the hit instead. Minus, eyes glow with a demonic intensity as he prepares to stop playing around with these simulations. He forces his way through the chaos, but the sheer weight of the trial is getting much heavier. Our boy starts to sweat, feeling a strange shift in the tower's energy that catches him off guard. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light pierces the arena, shattering the floor into a million jagged pieces. A dark shadow looms over the wreckage as the real boss finally decides to make an entrance. The goat knight lands with a bone-shattering thud, brandishing its twin axes with murderous intent. Stepping over the debris, Minu realizes this encounter is fundamentally different from the previous fodder he faced. He questions why the simulation feels so personal, staring down at the beast from across the ruined floor. The monster seethes with rage, labeling him a traitor who has forgotten the pride of his demonic kind. It mocks him for throwing away his dignity to side with humans while he prepares to strike back. The monster bellows that he needs to repent, but our boy isn't even breaking a sweat. Minu calmly asks if the beast knows his true identity before realizing Ra crafted an intense narrative. He decides it's time for some feedback, his hand surging with data as he prepares to take control. Chains erupt around him as he mocks the Guardian, claiming that isn't how to wield an axe. With eyes glowing a demonic red, he promises to show the beast exactly how it's done. Suddenly, the world shifts to a peaceful blue sky, a stark contrast to the trial's violence. A memory unfolds of civilians enjoying the beach, completely unaware of the coming storm. Their peace is shattered when a massive pillar of light strikes a distant tower, signaling a nightmare. The crowd is left dumbfounded and terrified as their world begins to crumble during the disaster. Even a young Yoriam watches in horror as the tower falls, changing her life forever. A young Yoriam stares into the distance, her innocent eyes reflecting a world about to be torn apart. She turns with a hauntingly calm expression, as if she already knows the tragedy that awaits her. Out of the chaotic mana, Baphomet emerges, crackling with enough lightning to level an entire city. He casually asks how the show was, completely unfazed by the legendary power he just unleashed. The little girl looks up, wondering if that display of raw destruction was supposed to be exciting. Baphomet brushes it off, claiming that legendary towers are trash tier compared to the mythic ones he's eyeing. Minu looks on in disbelief, begging his past self to just come home and stop the cycle. But the Demon King is built different, insisting he needs to test his limits against mythic rank threats. Our boy stammers in fear, unable to find the words to stop the man he used to be. Baphomet just crosses his arms, giving him a cold look that demands he finish his sentence. Our boy starts losing it, screaming about a final exam and the desperate need to go home and study. He trembles with regret, claiming this nightmare only started because he ranked first in his very first midterm exam. That single moment of success triggered a dark instinct for conquest that he never knew was buried inside him. Baphomet just scoffs, reminding his younger self that he already lost his position as a boss to him. Frustrated, the kid turns his rage toward Echo, telling her to shut up when she asks if he misses those days. He points an accusing finger, demanding to know why he is even stuck playing bodyguard for someone like her. Baphomet cuts in, explaining that the architect's presence inside the tower would literally warp the world's very foundation. Even shifting to another dimension is off the table, since the same catastrophic distortion would follow her there. Echo admits she is currently a parasite, needing to stay close to Baphomet to keep his demonic transformation in check. Baphomet stares her down with a heavy gaze, wondering exactly how long this exhausting restriction is going to last. Echo promises the restriction won't last long, even hinting at the possibility of him wielding an ego weapon. Our boy looks absolutely exhausted, silently begging his inner demon to remain stable just a bit longer. However, his younger self is reaching a breaking point and stubbornly refuses to cooperate with the plan. He suddenly sprints away, declaring that since Baphomet made him human, he'll live exactly how he wants. Baphomet is fuming at the blatant disrespect while Echo realizes the kid's power is becoming a serious problem. With the situation spiraling, Echo decides they need to leave before things get even more complicated. Minu puts the mental drama aside, reminding himself that he has a crucial appointment to keep tonight. The atmosphere shifts to a noisy tavern, where hunters are already shouting for the boss to bring beer. Mugs clink together in a rowdy toast as the group tries to wash away the day's stress. Mistel greedily gulps down her drink, clearly more interested in the booze than any guild politics. Mistel is absolutely loving her drink, looking like she hasn't had a drop in years. She starts wondering if the booze tastes better just because of the company she's keeping tonight. Leaning into our boy, she's thrilled that the legend from room 302 is finally back with them. Nearby, hunters can't believe Minu actually turned down the country's top guild just to return here. Mistel points it out loudly, making sure everyone knows he chose their group over the elite Nebula Guild. She gets bold and reaches out, clearly trying to mark her territory with a playful touch. Mistel jokes that he probably stayed for her beauty, but Minu just looks completely done with her. Suddenly, her flirtatious vibe dies instantly when she realizes they aren't as alone as she thought. Turns out Yoriam is just sitting there, silently judging the whole awkward display, while sipping her soda. Mistel is completely dumbfounded and scrambles to cover up, realizing a kid saw her entire thirsty routine. Mistel tries to play it cool after getting caught being thirsty by a literal child. Our boy claims the kid is just a relative from overseas, while Yoriam remains hilariously blunt. To smooth things over, Mistel excitedly suggests they celebrate their return with some high-grade Korean beef. Her enthusiasm dies instantly when she sees the trash-tier prices on the menu are actually sky-high. Before she can complain, Minu casually orders 20 portions, leaving her bank account and soul completely crushed. As night falls over the city, the group prepares to wrap up their long day. Suddenly, a staff member approaches the little girl with a large teddy bear as a parting gift. Yoriam just stares at the toy with those cold eyes, clearly not used to being treated like a child. The hunter explains it is a standard hospital discharge present sent directly from the director himself. She accepts the gift in silence, still processing what it feels like to receive a genuine kindness. Yoriam wanders through the crowded streets, feeling like a complete outsider, while clutching her new teddy bear. She watches happy couples pass by, realizing how far removed she is from their simple, peaceful lives. Seeing families hold hands triggers a deep sense of longing for a childhood she was forced to abandon. Even the sight of friends laughing together feels alien to someone who has only known survival and blood. She looks at the bear and wonders if the director's gift is a sign of genuine care or manipulation. The little girl remains lost in thought, her cold eyes reflecting the bright city lights as she processes everything. Our boy Minu cuts through the noise, telling the group that he's already arranged for a driver for them. Mistel tries to be humble, telling him that her place is nearby and he really didn't have to bother. Her polite chatter is cut short when a random guy slams into her shoulder with a heavy thud. Instead of apologizing, the trash-tier hunter barks at her to watch her step, clearly looking for a fight. Minu glares at the thug, his eyes glowing with a demonic intensity that screams pure trouble. The trash-tier hunters realize they messed with the wrong monster and bolt before things get ugly. Mistel breaks the tension by tapping his arm and reminding him about their scheduled meeting. She studies his face closely, sensing a heavy, dangerous aura that wasn't there before. To her, our boy seems much sharper and more lethal than the hunter she once knew. She admits she wanted to block his path to the guild, but his resolve was simply too overwhelming. Seeing him standing there in one piece brings a genuine, relieved smile to her face. When the driver finally pulls up, she signals that it is time for them to head out. She gives a warm goodbye to little Yoriam, though the kid remains as stoic as ever. Yoriam just watches them go, her mind likely a million miles away from this peaceful city street. Minu and the kid watch the car disappear, finally alone after the exhausting guild drama. Yoriam notes that Mistel actually likes him, suggesting it is finally time for them to move. Our boy just gives her a cold look, wondering what is really going on in that small head. She observes how humans always cluster together in groups, whether it is family or friends, to survive society. To her, these humans are cut from the same cloth as the monsters they fear so much. She points out that humans have limits, making Minu wonder where she is going with this dark lecture. She thinks Beelzebub is too soft now, having blended into human life more than Minu ever could. With a chilling smile, she suggests they need a new entity to replace him in their grand plan. Minu is left dumbfounded, as the weight of her twisted logic starts to sink in. Turns out, the system confirms that not every tower boss is out for his blood after all. The system reveals that the ruler of the Tower of Indifference actually finds our boy quite interesting. Far away from the chaos, the vast ocean hides secrets that the world has long since forgotten. The waves crash against the shore as a mysterious presence stirs deep within the dark, cold waters. Deep beneath the surface, ancient mana begins to bubble up from a place no hunter has reached. A massive, sunken tower stands as a silent monument to a past life and forgotten demonic history. Minu stares down his next opponent, wondering if this beast is also one of his secret admirers. He stands before a colossal masked entity, realizing that even the strongest monsters are just trash-tier obstacles. When the creature dares to scream in defiance, he coldly decides that its life ends right here. He asks if the next beast is on his side, but immediately decides killing it is much faster. Without a hint of hesitation, he tears through the final guardian, leaving nothing but a trail of blood. Minu finishes off the dragonkin, telling the beast it's finally time to just die. He notes there was absolutely nothing left of the monster once his strike landed. Our boy decides it's time to stop the nonsense and focus on the task at hand. He stands over Uriam, suggesting they wrap up this trial with one final story. As he walks away, the simulated world begins to shift and fade around them. The little girl is left completely dumbfounded by his sudden and cold departure. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the city skyline remains oblivious to the tower's internal chaos. The scene shifts to the massive headquarters where the higher-ups manage the world's hunters. Security is tight as staff members begin the tedious process of verifying every single identification card. Han Yu-jung oversees the check-in, ensuring that no trash-tier intruders slip through the agency's front doors. The security checkpoint is a total grind, as every staffer is forced to cough up their identification cards. Confusion ripples through the crowded hallways, while the employees wonder why the atmosphere feels so unusually heavy today. Two staffers discuss the massive gathering of team leaders who are all here to drop their latest reports. Inside the lounge, the tension is palpable, as the elite members question if this is the right timing. Ma Sung-woon is already hitting his limit, desperately wishing he could just skip this whole exhausting ordeal. He finds the entire situation frustrating, dreading the kind of trash-tier results they are expected to report. He vents his frustrations to a colleague, noting how their workload has spiraled since the new manager arrived. Ha Jae-wook listens with a cold, analytical gaze, clearly unimpressed by the veteran's constant complaints about the job. Sung-woon stands his ground while Gayun watches on, sensing the friction between the two powerful administrative leaders. The two trade verbal jabs about competence and overwork, proving they aren't exactly cut from the same cloth. Ha Jae-wook is visibly irritated, asking if the veteran is actually calling him incompetent right to his face. Ma Sung-woon just gives a smug grin, clearly satisfied that his petty comment managed to hit a nerve. The surrounding staffers can only watch the sparks fly, dumbfounded by the sheer hostility between these two leaders. Juniors start whispering about the rumors that these two were actually tight-knit comrades during their active guild days. It turns out a single massive mistake by Ma Sungwoon ruined everything, leaving their old friendship in the dirt. Both men decide they are done with the conversation, turning away to avoid looking at each other's faces. Ma Sungwoon tries to make a quick exit, but his subordinate reminds him they are already at their destination. Gayun prepares the seating, as the two rivals are forced to settle into the same high-tension environment. To their absolute disgust, they realize the seating chart has placed them right at the same table together. As the gala begins under the glowing chandeliers, the tension at their table remains thick enough to cut. The grand chandelier hangs above, casting a dim light over the tense atmosphere of the gala hall. A sharp-dressed leader walks out, welcoming everyone to the event despite their busy schedules. Woo Tae-hoon takes the center stage, ready to address the crowd during this pivotal gathering of hunters. He reveals himself as the general team leader, the man currently shaking up the entire hunter system. Even though everyone knows his name, the two rivals still find the host's presence incredibly overwhelming. Ma Sung-woon notes the air smells like heavy perfume because every female staffer is obsessed with the host. Staring at the host, he realizes the guy is young, talented, and annoyingly good-looking. He figures the term people use for someone like that is a total alpha male. Han Yu-jung sits nearby, radiating a dark, depressed aura that makes the air feel ice-cold. Ha Jae-wook points out she's been miserable ever since Ma Sung-woon sent her to that hellish guard project. Ma Sung-woon recalls Han Yu-jung's warnings, feeling the weight of the situation as the briefing finally begins. Nearby, the female staffers are busy whispering, completely distracted by the general leader's undeniable alpha male energy. One staffer even blushes, clearly more interested in the host's face than the actual hunter project details. Ha Jae-wook finds the whole scene pathetic, thinking these people are treating a serious meeting like an idol concert. Woo Tae-hoon maintains a cool, effortless composure, fully aware that he has the entire room in his palm. He introduces his secretary, Kira, a sharp woman who looks just as elite as her high-ranking boss. The crowd wonders if she's a foreigner, hearing rumors that Tae-hoon brought his personal staff from the States. Kira steps forward to present the tower distribution data, proving she is far more than just eye candy. She notes that despite their project, 3 new towers emerged just yesterday, showing the threat is only growing. Ha Jae-wook begrudgingly notes her perfect Korean, realizing Tae-hoon's inner circle is truly cut from a different cloth. Ha Jae-wook is dumbfounded to learn Woo Tae-hoon was part of Spiral, America's legendary guild of monsters. Tae-hoon explains that towers are popping up faster than ever, requiring a total overhaul of their current strategy. A random staffer starts sucking up, mentioning he knows someone Tae-hoon personally scouted back in the day. Turns out that scouted talent was none other than Hunter Griffin, proving the boss has a god-tier eye. Jae-wook just sighs, thinking about how that growing sprout has become a major player in this mess. Tae-hoon continues his presentation, detailing how they moved the central headquarters to a more efficient, high-tech location. He boasts about the system reorganization and the new elite personnel they've brought on to handle the load. The boss claps and thanks everyone for their hard work, putting on a perfect, charismatic front. Meanwhile, the actual workers are exhausted, lamenting the hellish pace they had to maintain to meet his demands. Suddenly, Tae-hoon's smile turns sharp as he notes that despite their administrative progress, active hunters are getting weaker. Tae-hoon points out that while Korea is packed with S ranks, the quality is starting to look pretty suspicious. The crowd starts whispering, realizing that most of these so-called elites are just trash-tier frauds with fancy titles. Our boy Tae-hoon doesn't care about the numbers, claiming that if the soldiers are weak, they'll just manufacture better ones. He drops a massive bombshell, announcing a mandatory re-examination for every single hunter to weed out the weaklings. The entire room is dumbfounded, unable to believe he is actually planning to strip the elites of their status. Jae-wook snaps and stands up, shouting that this kind of radical move is way out of line. When Tae-hoon asks who is talking, Jae-wook introduces himself as the team leader, trying to maintain some authority. He desperately pleads with the boss to reconsider, fearing that the hunters will revolt if their ranks are threatened. Tae-hoon just gives a cold, smug smile and says that facing that backlash is exactly what they are paid for. Jae-wook is sweating bullets, knowing that if they push through with this, the entire hunter system will utterly collapse. Tae-hoon doubles down, insisting that these radical changes are necessary to finally strengthen their crumbling system. Jae-wook loses his cool entirely, screaming at the boss to stop this madness before it's too late. He rants about how the current hunter system is trash-tier and outdated, but this isn't the solution. The surrounding agency staff can only watch in silence, sweating as the tension reaches a breaking point. Even the veteran Sung-woon looks troubled, realizing the power dynamic has shifted irrevocably toward this newcomer. Kira remains a silent shadow behind her boss, her professional mask hiding whatever she thinks of this chaos. Our boy then reveals a massive holographic projection of a dark, ominous monolith that appeared in Manhattan. He explains that this mysterious tower emerged last year, yet remains a complete enigma to the global community. Turns out, nobody has been able to identify its type or even give it a proper name until now. The room falls into a deathly chill as he explains the tower's lethal rule. No one leaves alive without clearing it. Taehoon lays down the law, explaining that this tower is a literal death trap with no teleportation out. He notes with a cold gaze that hundreds of elite hunters have already been wiped out inside. These eternity-ranked towers are spreading across the US, forcing a total reorganization of the hunter system. Sungwoon breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the sheer scale of the threat humanity is now facing. To prepare for an eternity appearing in Korea, Taehoon plans to force hunters into a competitive hierarchy. He demands a mandatory re-examination, essentially telling the old guard to adapt or get tossed aside. Later, our boy Minu checks in at the agency, curious about a challenge called the Tower of Onlooker. Gayun explains that even top guilds avoid it since the entrance is buried deep under the sea. Suddenly, a mysterious woman in a tracksuit starts tailing him, clearly interested in his next move. While Yoriam waits nearby, Minu senses someone is watching, realizing his quiet day is officially over. Yoriam wonders if he considered the suggestion, but Minu thinks Baphomet is basically a walking disaster. She teases him for sticking around anyway, which clearly gets under our boy's skin. Minu can't wrap his head around why finding reliable comrades is such a struggle for him. Yoriam points out that identifying the 7 deadly sins apostles would be a massive shortcut to power. It turns out he's already been methodically absorbing their unique skills to bolster his own strength. She warns that the current apostles are different, making them nearly impossible to track through the system. Standing at the counter, Minu realizes that being a lone wolf won't work for this specific challenge. Yoriam silently hopes the survivors can eventually leave this nightmare behind and live as normal humans. Gayun breaks the news that the Tower of Onlooker strictly requires a party of at least 2. Although Gayun is skeptical about finding a partner, the mysterious blonde hunter is already making her move. The mysterious blonde hunter practically begs our boy to let her join his party for the upcoming trial. Minu is left dumbfounded, wondering how this complete stranger even knows who he is or what he's planning. His suspicion turns to shock when she identifies him as Baphomet, proving she isn't some trash-tier random civilian. She flashes a charming smile and asks how he's been, acting like they share a deep, personal history. Later that night, the city skyline looms over her as she waits desperately for a reply to her message. Her roommate watches her obsess over her phone, clearly tired of seeing her friend act so pathetic. The red-haired girl drops a truth bomb, telling her she's clearly been dumped by the guy she's chasing. She collapses into a ball of misery, convinced their last meeting was a perfect date that meant something. Spiraling into total denial, she shouts that there is no way he would ever ignore someone like her. Meanwhile, Gayun paces around in frustration, likely stressed out by the administrative nightmare Minu is causing the agency. Valkyrie tries on a dress, desperately hoping she looks good enough to catch our boy's attention. The rejection stings deep, sending her straight into a fit of rage over how he could possibly ignore her. She hits the bargaining phase, literally on her knees begging her phone for even a single notification from him. Even as the top female hunter, she feels like total trash-tier garbage because her heart is absolutely crushed. Eventually, she reaches acceptance, deciding that a bag of chips is a much better companion than a ghosting demon. It seems like she's finally ready to move on and leave her obsession with Baphomet in the past. But life has a funny way of dragging you back into the mess just when you think you're out. Valkyrie finds herself standing face-to-face with Minu again, her heart doing backflips despite her best efforts. She's completely dumbfounded and blushing, realizing all that progress she made just went right out the window. While they talk, Yoriam watches the awkward reunion, probably wondering why these adults are acting so pathetic. Yoriam watches the scene unfold, her own complicated feelings for our boy growing stronger by the second. Valkyrie is a total mess, panicking because she is sweaty from training right when her crush finally appears. She cannot even focus because Minu looks way too cool. Even with a simple new haircut, when he actually acknowledges her, she practically short-circuits from the sudden, direct attention. She overcompensates with pure energy, loudly agreeing that it has indeed been a long time since they met. Our boy just stands there with a blank face, completely unfazed by the chaotic energy she is radiating. The poor receptionist is stuck in the middle, feeling the thick, awkward tension radiating off the pair. She decides to cancel the current matching request for the tower, since a better option just walked in. With a professional smile, she realizes this weird coincidence might actually solve everyone's scheduling problems. She suggests they just team up right now, leaving Valkyrie's heart racing at the thought of a duo. Minu looks at her with total indifference while she nods frantically, desperate to secure this unexpected opportunity. Our boy finally gives in and agrees to the team-up, making her heart skip a beat. When he asks about her schedule, she nearly trips over her words to say she is free tomorrow. He notices a strange look on her face and wonders if she has something else to tell him. She smiles warmly, admitting that seeing him doing so well after everything is a massive relief for her. Her gaze softens as she gets lost in the moment, clearly feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Standing there in the quiet, she realizes just how much she actually missed having him around. The atmosphere turns heavy as she looks down, struggling to keep her rising emotions in check. Suddenly, the mood shifts when he bluntly suggests they just settle the details at a later time. He starts to walk off, leaving her completely dumbfounded and panicking because she doesn't even have his number. Mistel is stunned when he casually mentions that she already has his contact information saved. As our boy walks away with his companions, she stands there processing the sudden revelation. She realizes that she can finally reach out to him on her own terms now. The thought of actually using her phone to call him makes her heart skip a beat. A small, triumphant smile spreads across her face as her confidence begins to return. She suddenly shouts at the top of her lungs that she will definitely be getting in touch. One of his companions flinches, completely dumbfounded by her sudden explosion of energy as they leave. Once they are gone, she stands alone in the quiet, looking more determined than ever before. She knows deep down that this is her golden opportunity to finally bridge the gap between them. Mistel bolts away, realizing she isn't ready and needs to step up her game immediately. With a fire in her eyes, she vows to finally win him over no matter what. The scene shifts back to the heart of the city where the major players reside. High above the streets, the Arc Guild headquarters stands as a beacon of power and influence. Inside, her red-haired friend just stares back, clearly exhausted by the blonde's constant romantic delusions. Mistel starts prepping her look, making sure every single detail, even her bow, is perfect. She even picks out high-tier equipment that balances both protection and a bit of flair. When she asks for an opinion, her friend bluntly notes that it stands out way too much. The redhead just gives her a trash-tier look, totally unimpressed by the flashy new gear. The redhead cuts right to the chase, asking if this secret party member is actually just some guy. Mistel tries to play it cool with a denial, but her friend sees right through the trash-tier acting. After a rough pat, Mistel desperately claims she's only doing this to fix her crumbling public reputation. She recalls that disastrous interview where she called herself garbage, making her look like a total lost cause. Her friend notes that everyone thinks she's depressed now, a fact Mistel secretly knows is actually the truth. She vows to use this tower raid to prove she's still a top-tier hunter with a bright future. Mistel puts on a dramatic show of resolve, hoping her friend buys into this fake professional motivation. When the redhead asks if she's for real, Mistel doubles down on the act with a sparkling smile. She realizes that if she doesn't hide her feelings, her friend will definitely grill her for having no pride. Mistel figures she can worry about her friend's suspicions later once she and our boy finally clear the tower. She believes that most people are easily swayed by appearances, so she plans to use that to her advantage. Her strategy is simple. Use her top-tier looks to win over the cold and distant Demon King during their mission. However, her confidence vanishes instantly when she realizes something has gone horribly wrong with her expensive hunter gear. Minu holds up her broken support item, bluntly noting that the high-end tool isn't even remotely waterproof. The device is designed for high-speed teleportation in rough terrain, but now it is just a piece of trash-tier scrap. Mistel internally panics, realizing her big moment is ruined because she failed to check the basic equipment specs. Standing before the massive entrance, she regrets being too focused on this date to consider the actual tower environment. Minu asks if she is finally ready to head inside, leaving her completely dumbfounded and soaking wet. Mistel tries to play it cool, rushing ahead to open the door and prove she is not dead weight. She laments her failed attempt at using her looks, realizing our boy isn't easily swayed by cheap charms. Stepping into the light, she decides it is time to change her strategy and show off actual combat prowess. It is time for her plan B, as she hardens her resolve to win him over through utility instead. She figures that helpful heroines are the new meta, far better than some trash-tier damsel waiting for rescue. Launching into action, she prepares to demonstrate exactly why she is considered a top-tier hunter in this world. Her blade strikes true, cutting through the air as she initiates a high-speed assault against the looming threat. A massive gate monster emerges, but she meets it head-on, determined to prove her worth as a partner. With a confident smirk, she enjoys the thrill of the hunt, hoping Minu is finally starting to feel impressed. Minu-cha tears through the opposition with such ferocity that the monsters can only let out confused gasps. Mistel stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing her previous attempts to look cool were actually just trash tier. Our boy effortlessly carves up a massive cephalopod monster before it can even register his presence. She can only watch in stunned silence as the gap between their abilities becomes painfully obvious. His blade remains a blur of lethal precision, cutting through high-rank threats like they were made of paper. After splitting a giant beast wide open, he stands amidst the carnage without breaking a single sweat. She laments that Baphomet was simply too strong, rendering her carefully crafted Plan B utterly useless. When he casually mentions taking a breather, she nearly jumps out of her skin from the sudden interaction. Realizing she's running out of options, she frantically decides it's time to pivot to Plan C. Mistel presents a spread of lunchboxes that look way too fancy for a gritty dungeon crawler. Our boy just stares at the colorful meal, clearly wondering if this is another one of her schemes. She forces a natural picnic date, hoping a home-cooked meal will finally crack his cold, demonic exterior. He takes a cautious bite, his face remaining a complete mystery as he slowly processes the flavor. She watches him with bated breath, desperate for any sign of approval from the legendary Demon King. He bluntly tells her the food is just barely edible, leaving her completely dumbfounded and hurt. Confused by his lukewarm reaction, she tries a piece herself to see what could possibly be wrong. She lets out a horrified scream as the actual taste of her cooking finally registers in her brain. Her soul-crushing cry rings out across the water, marking another trash-tier failure for the Valkyrie. Our boy just keeps walking while the Valkyrie slumps in total shame over her trash-tier culinary disaster. She quickly shakes it off, desperately telling herself she still has 5 more plans to win him over. Her eyes sharpen as she refocuses, refusing to let one little setback ruin her mission to recruit him. Suddenly, the surroundings shift into a deep blue abyss, where schools of glowing fish dart through the water. Ethereal jellyfish drift through the dark currents, signaling they've entered a completely different floor of the tower. They trek through the submerged ruins, with our boy leading the way, while she follows closely behind him. She remains on high alert, sensing that the peaceful scenery is just a mask for the danger ahead. A haunting melody fills the air as a mermaid-like creature appears, guarding a massive glowing gateway. Turns out they've stumbled upon the Siren, the middle boss of this floor, ready to test their resolve. The Siren begins her deadly song, catching the duo completely off guard as they approach the gateway. Mistel senses something is wrong when she feels a massive surge of mana vibrating through the haunting melody. The monster's eyes glow with a predatory light, signaling that the real trial has officially started. Suddenly, the Siren lets out a piercing screech that sends violent sonic shockwaves rippling through the abyss. Mistel struggles to maintain her footing, desperately shielding herself from the overwhelming pressure of the boss's attack. She's completely dumbfounded by the sheer force, realizing her elite skills might not be enough to survive this. Without warning, our boy lunges toward her with a cold, murderous aura that feels even deadlier than the boss. His eyes burn with a demonic red glow, leaving her paralyzed as she questions his sudden change in behavior. Mistel trembles in pure terror, realizing the man she wanted to recruit has become her most dangerous enemy. The Siren's song is no joke, packing a lethal enchantment designed to mesmerize anyone unlucky enough to hear it. Even our boy feels the weight of the spell as its influence begins to cloud his very senses. It turns out the effect is even deadlier against men, forcing Minu to manifest a massive, blood-red magic circle. Instead of helping, he sends a barrage of demonic chains straight toward Mistel, catching her completely off guard. Shez absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process why her supposed ally is suddenly trying to end her life. Mistel desperately deploys a green mana shield, but the sheer force of those chains is unlike anything she's faced. Her heart sinks when she notices cracks forming on her defense, realizing her elite tier protection is about to fail. With a violent burst of energy, the shield shatters into pieces, sending her reeling from the overwhelming pressure. As she's tossed through the abyss, she can only think of the terrifying power Baphomet is currently displaying. She realizes with a shudder that he's grown far stronger than the last time they crossed paths. Mistel is paralyzed with fear as our boy looms over her like a literal nightmare from the abyss. He doesn't hesitate for a second, launching a brutal strike that forces her into a desperate, shaky block. His eyes glow with a murderous intent, showing he's completely disconnected from the man she once knew. Minu dives in with a crushing blow, sending the elite hunter flying through the air like trash-tier fodder. She tumbles helplessly through the void, her mind racing to figure out how things went south so fast. Every instinct in her body screams to run, but the sheer speed of the assault leaves her breathless. She crashes hard into the debris, the impact knocking the wind and any remaining hope out of her. Sweating and dumbfounded, she stares up at the monster she once foolishly thought she could actually recruit. Before she can even catch her breath, our boy lunges forward to finish the job with bare hands. She tries to scramble away, but his overwhelming pressure makes every movement feel like a total death sentence. Minu and Mistel clash in midair, their mana vibrating as they descend further into the trial's watery depths. Our boy doesn't even look human anymore, his red gaze fixed on a target only he can truly see. Mistel swings her rapier with desperate precision, hoping to snap him out of this dark, demonic trance. He realizes that, to end this nightmare, he needs to identify the real puppet master pulling the strings. Suddenly, Mistel shifts her focus, diving straight for the siren lurking at the bottom of the chamber. Her eyes burn with a resolve to kill the monster she thinks is controlling her former ally. She puts everything into a single, lethal strike, convinced that the creature's death will bring the old Minu back. The siren stares back in shock, realizing the elite hunter has completely misread the nature of the trial. Minu moves like a shadow, his speed far surpassing anything a trash-tier monster or hunter could ever track. A massive explosion rocks the area as their conflicting goals finally collide in a burst of pure energy. Mistel charges forward with gritted teeth, but the atmosphere suddenly turns heavy enough to crush a lesser hunter. A violent surge of demonic energy erupts, triggering a chrono break that leaves her completely paralyzed by fear. Our boy finally stops holding back, unleashing a pillar of crimson mana that signals the return of a legend. Mistel watches in horror as the red light consumes the chamber, realizing she is in way over her head. Within the swirling energy, a dark and monstrous silhouette emerges, radiating a pressure that feels like pure death. She can barely whisper his name as the realization hits that the man before her is actually Baphomet. Minu looks back with glowing red eyes, his expression cold and devoid of any remaining human warmth or mercy. His new form is absolutely terrifying, leaving Mistel to wonder if any human can truly stand against this monster. Rumors of the legendary hunter's return begin to ripple through the city, shaking the foundations of the hunter society. Back at home, Mistel tries to play it cool, though her friend clearly senses she is totally rattled inside. Red-haired friend mentions she heard from a reporter that a certain legendary hunter is officially back in action. Mistel is completely dumbfounded, processing the news that her target has reached a ridiculous new level of power. Our boy has evolved into something trash-tier hunters couldn't even dream of, radiating pure, unadulterated demonic energy. He reaches out with a clawed hand, his presence warping the very space around him as he prepares to strike. With a sudden burst of speed, he grips his weapon, ready to show the world what true terror looks like. Mistel tries to keep up, but the sheer weight of his aura makes every movement feel like a struggle. He slams into the ground with such force that the entire area begins to shatter under his overwhelming pressure. Mistel barely manages to find her footing, her boots splashing against the mana-soaked ground as she tries to retreat. Looking up at the monstrous silhouette of Baphomet, she realizes she's facing a god-tier threat she can't possibly handle. Baphomet stares her down with those piercing red eyes, wondering if she actually thinks she can survive his dark energy. Mistel reflects on all the dark energy hunters she's met, but nothing prepared her for this level of malice. Suddenly, our boy descends like a nightmare, swinging a massive blade that cuts through the very air. The sheer scale of the attack is insane, forcing the top-tier hunter to realize she's completely outclassed. She shudders, noting that his presence doesn't even feel human anymore, but resembles a literal demonic beast. Mistel barely leaps away as the impact creates a massive explosion of mana, nearly blowing her back. Baphomet just taunts her with a single finger, showing her that he's barely even trying right now. Panic finally sets in as she stares into the abyss of his power, her confidence completely shattered. She's dumbfounded when he unleashes dark swordsmanship, a technique that shouldn't even exist in this world. Their blades collide with a deafening screech, but her defense is paper-thin against his raw, demonic strength. She's sent flying through the air, desperately wondering how a mere human could possess such terrifying authority. Mistel is barely holding on as the pressure from the demonic aura starts to crush her spirit. She braces herself as his massive blade slams down, realizing her rapier is like a toothpick against his strength. Panic starts to set in, while she desperately searches for a way to survive this absolute nightmare. Every bone in her body screams as she's forced to tank his relentless, heavy-handed strikes. She considers using her secret technique, but hesitates, wondering if it's worth the risk. Even as death stares her in the face, she decides she simply can't bring herself to go all out. She's actually worried her full power might kill Minu, despite him being the one hunting her down. Baphomet doesn't care about her mercy, tightening his grip on his dark blade with cold, murderous intent. He looms over her like a literal god of death, his presence completely drowning out her hope. Their steel screams once more as he continues to toy with the top-tier hunter like she's trash tier. Our boy's overwhelming pressure finally snaps Mistel's rapier like a piece of trash-tier glass. She stares at the broken steel, completely dumbfounded that her elite weapon couldn't handle a single strike. Before she can even process the shock, the massive weight of his greatsword sends her reeling backward. A violent burst of green mana erupts as their powers collide, shaking the very foundation of the trial. Minu doesn't give her a second to breathe, diving through the air to finish the job. He looks on with cold eyes, silently regretting that he's forced to reveal this level of power. Pushed to the brink, Mistel finally triggers the third stage of her divine blessing, transforming into a winged Valkyrie. She apologizes to the Demon King, her voice heavy with the burden of what she must do next. Determined to end the fight instantly, she charges forward with a speed that defies the laws of physics. But our boy just watches her approach, his demonic aura flaring as he prepares for the final exchange. The Siren trial boss is suddenly overwhelmed as the arena's mana begins to spiral out of control. She's instantly shredded by a barrage of divine light, proving she was just fodder for the real fight. Mistel strikes with everything she has, inwardly crying out that she never wanted to ruin their relationship. Our boy parries her strike effortlessly, his demonic strength making her elite swordsmanship look like child's play. He glares at her with glowing red eyes, silently telling her that her misplaced sympathy is just annoying. She responds by raining down a storm of green energy spears, hoping to overwhelm his god-tier defenses. Even as she prepares her next move, she feels a crushing weight of guilt for attacking him. Her eyes glow with a cold light as she decides to force him into a deep, peaceful slumber. She summons a massive emerald magic circle, channeling every drop of her mana into one final, decisive strike. She's left dumbfounded when he tells her she shouldn't be the one apologizing, completely flipping the script. Mistel is completely thrown off, her mind racing to process his sudden and chilling shift in personality. She grips her spear tightly, wondering if the man standing before her is even the same person. Our boy admits he was merely testing her limits to see what she was truly capable of achieving. With a demonic glint in his eye, he realizes that fate has set the stage perfectly for him. He looks down at the trash-tier siren, noting how her presence helped orchestrate this entire scenario. The monster is paralyzed with fear as he coldly declares that her part in this play is over. She attempts a final, desperate scream, but her fate was sealed the moment he turned his gaze. Our boy decides to wrap things up, his patience for this mental trial finally wearing thin. He finishes her off with a single, effortless motion, proving his demonic authority is on another level. Far from the trial, the driver grips the wheel tightly, sensing the heavy atmosphere as they arrive. Our boy decides to kick back on a luxury yacht, finally escaping the suffocating atmosphere of the tower. He looks completely unbothered, hiding his sharp gaze behind a pair of dark sunglasses while soaking in the sun. Lounging in a trash-tier tropical shirt, he enjoys the absolute carefreeness of someone who just aced their exams. Beelzebub comments on his relaxed state, but he just wants her to let him enjoy his hard-earned freedom. She realizes that while knowledge is usually power, for him, it was just another shackle he finally broke. Even as she turns to leave, she can't help but keep an eye on his surprisingly peaceful demeanor. She internally calls him an idiot, wondering if he truly doesn't understand women or is just pretending not to. Back in the fray, Mistel is left completely dumbfounded as the reality of the situation finally sinks in. She trembles with fear, her confidence shattering as she realizes her divine powers are useless against his demonic authority. Minu coldly explains that her sloppy magic was never a threat, proving he was always 10 steps ahead. Minu wonders why she is even bothering, but he is ready to give her a cold reality check. Mistel admits she simply wanted to test her strength against him at least once before it was over. Our boy recognizes her title, knowing the Valkyrie is far from being a trash-tier hunter in this world. As a representative of the Art Guild, she is considered one of the heavy hitters in the Korean scene. Her combat style is unique, revolving around two distinct gears that completely shift her tactical approach. These forms are not just for show, as they grant her massive buffs and entirely different sets of powers. Minu admits he was actually hoping to see her more powerful form instead of this mediocre display. He falls into a cold silence, his sharp eyes analyzing every fiber of her being for any hidden intent. Even though he knows she has feelings for him, trust is a luxury he simply cannot afford right now. He wonders if she is secretly an apostle, hiding her true nature behind that divine armor and pretty face. Minu stands his ground as the Valkyrie prepares to strike, while the siren watches from the depths below. Our boy remains completely unfazed even as the siren's massive tentacles erupt behind him like a nightmare. A violent explosion of mana rocks the area, proving that these trial monsters aren't just trash-tier fodder. As the dust settles, the siren is left dumbfounded that her surprise attack failed to leave a scratch. Mistel hovers behind Minu, her divine aura flaring as she wonders if the battle is finally nearing its end. Minu looks back with a cold smirk, acknowledging her toughness while questioning the true source of her power. Suddenly, the Valkyrie lunges with a lethal green strike, her eyes locked onto the target with murderous intent. She twists through the air with grace, channeling every ounce of her mana into a single, devastating blow. Her gaze sharpens with a piercing green light, signaling that she's done playing around with these weaklings. With a massive burst of energy, she obliterates the tentacles, showing exactly why she's considered a heavy hitter. The green blade slices through the tentacles like butter, proving our boy's new power is no joke. He spins with blinding speed, the mana-infused steel creating a whirlwind of destruction that shreds everything nearby. A massive surge of energy erupts, completely overwhelming the trial's defenses and leaving the sea monster in ruins. With a final, cross-shaped burst of light, the remaining threats are vaporized, clearing the battlefield in an instant. Minu realizes this specific form carries a level of power that even he finds slightly overwhelming. He stares her down with glowing red eyes, questioning if she really intended to use that technique. The Valkyrie touches down, her heavy armor clinking as the tension in the air reaches a breaking point. Instead of fighting, Mistel pouts, feeling utterly betrayed because she had been looking forward to a real duel. She starts throwing a literal tantrum, screaming about being deceived, while her divine aura flickers pathetically. Our boy can only watch as the fierce Valkyrie turns into a sobbing mess with giant, watery eyes. Minu looks at the crying mess before him, completely unsure how to handle this sudden emotional outburst. Mistel continues her loud wailing, her face contorting into a mask of pure, childish frustration. Our boy just facepalms, wondering how a top-tier hunter can be such a handful during a serious trial. The sound of her crying echoes through the hall, giving him a massive sense of annoying déjà vu. He decides to ignore her for a moment and activates his specialized system to deal with his gear. As the repair process begins, his demonic features fade back into his standard human appearance. He realizes using Chrono Break is a double-edged sword that keeps wrecking his everyday equipment. Glancing back, he sees she still hasn't moved, her stubbornness proving to be trash-tier levels of annoying. He reminds her they are finally on the last floor and asks how long she plans to sit there. Mistel just looks up with a pout, claiming that the Demon King is being unnecessarily mean to her. Mistel is absolutely fuming, calling him mean because he's ignoring her emotional outburst during the trial. She doubles down on the insults, her pouting reaching trash-tier levels of drama while they're stuck in a tower. Our boy just keeps walking, letting her vent about how he doesn't understand her feelings or her secret plans. She keeps throwing insults around like confetti, clearly hurt that her grand expectations for this day were completely crushed. Ignoring the noise, he begins scanning the massive hall, counting the various paths laid out before them. Each gate is etched with ancient runes, glowing with a cold blue light that signals the trial's final stage. He counts 10 gates in total, knowing the final boss is hiding behind just one of these massive doors. Even as he focuses on the mission, she stays rooted to the spot, still muttering insults under her breath. Suddenly, one specific gate catches his attention, pulling him in with an aura that feels strangely distinct. His eyes glow as he senses a presence behind the stone that feels hauntingly familiar to his past life. The aura of this place feels eerily similar to the simulated tower our boy conquered in the past. He senses the boss hiding behind the stone and tells Mistel it is finally time to move out. Out of nowhere, Ra's voice stops him cold, suggesting he should actually tackle this next part alone. She appears and warns him that this gate is too special to let anyone else get involved. Our boy is immediately suspicious, wondering why his guide is suddenly breaking her long streak of non-interference. Ra just keeps that mysterious smile, refusing to give him a straight answer about her true intentions. She even starts teasing him, claiming he has already done enough damage to the poor Valkyrie's heart. Looking at Mistel pouting, he feels a strange, unexpected urge to take her side against his guide. Ra makes it clear that while she handles the tower, managing the girl is strictly his problem. Mistela remains completely dumbfounded, just muttering insults while our boy prepares for the solo trial ahead. Mistel is skeptical, asking if the plan is really just to split up to save some time. Our boy confirms the strategy, but Mistel wonders if he's just trying to get away from her. He explains they should check the rooms individually and only regroup if someone gets stuck with a boss. After laying out the contingency plan, Mistel reluctantly agrees to follow his lead for once. She decides to take the initiative, asking which path he prefers while she tackles the first door. Stepping into the darkness, she finds herself in a silent, desolate area that feels completely abandoned. Mistel scans the area but senses absolutely nothing, convinced this room is just a total waste of time. Thinking the trial is a dud, she reaches out to leave, ready to find a real fight. Suddenly, a system prompt blocks her path, declaring she's trapped until the hidden boss is finally put down. She stands there completely dumbfounded as the reality of the trap sets in, realizing the hunt has just begun. Mistel is left reeling as the room around her begins to pulse with an overwhelming, ancient energy. While she panics, Our boy Minu remains cold as ice, telling her to just stay put and wait. He doesn't have time for her drama, focusing entirely on the massive trial gate looming ahead of him. With a steady stride, he approaches the entrance, sensing the sheer weight of the mana behind those doors. He stands before the ornate seal, realizing this specific path was designed for his eyes only. The system finally yields to his presence, announcing that the restricted gate is finally grinding open. Minu wonders what kind of insane secrets are hidden inside if the tower refuses to let anyone else enter. Suddenly, a sharp sensation hits him as his vision shifts, signaling a massive change in the environment. He finds himself staring at a sunken civilization, where ancient stone arches are swallowed by the deep blue. Despite being submerged in the abyss, he realizes he can breathe perfectly, proving this trial is truly special. Minu senses a sudden shift in the current, realizing he isn't the only thing moving in these depths. Suddenly, a massive force slams into our boy, dragging him through the water with terrifying speed and precision. He quickly stabilizes himself, annoyed that some trash-tier guardian actually thinks it can catch him off guard. Minu glares into the darkness, thinking how arrogant this creature is for trying to hunt a demon king. He lets his mana explode outward, the red aura boiling the surrounding water as he prepares to strike. As the system glitches around him, he manifests a blade of pure light to cut through the murky abyss. He tightens his grip on the hilt, ready to show this bottom dweller who the real predator is. A pillar of destructive energy tears through the ocean, illuminating the ruins of the forgotten civilization below. The shockwave sends his weapon spinning through the water, but his focus remains locked on the target ahead. The siren finally reveals its true, hideous form, looming over the city like a nightmare from the deep. The siren watches the blade of light narrowly miss, its red eyes tracking the energy with predatory focus. It doesn't flinch, as the water begins to churn, seemingly amused by the display of raw power. Suddenly, the light detonates into a massive explosion, sending shockwaves through the ruins of the sunken city. The creature just laughs, recognizing our boy as the legendary Baphomet and praising his overwhelming strength. Minu doesn't care for the small talk and charges forward, determined to end this trial quickly. He stares into the monster's eyes and asks if it's actually the one in charge of this floor. The siren gives a cryptic answer, confirming its status but hinting that there's more to this trial. Without wasting another second, Minu lunges, his strike cutting through the water with terrifying speed. The surrounding mana ripples violently as the monster prepares to counter his relentless assault. Our boy keeps the pressure high, knowing he can't let this trash-tier guardian regain its footing. Minu is ready to tear this place apart, his demonic eyes glowing with a cold, murderous intent. Suddenly, the siren throws its hands up, desperately claiming it has absolutely no intention of fighting our boy. The monster drops its guard completely, admitting it has nothing but pure respect for the legendary Baphomet. Minu is dumbfounded as the creature notes how much he's changed, pointing out that he's truly become human. The guardian leans in, begging to know the secret because it desperately wants to become human itself. Our boy just stands there in silence, wondering if this trash-tier boss has finally lost its mind. A system alert pings, revealing the tower boss is intrigued, which luckily prevents its stats from skyrocketing further. The siren scurries off, excitedly mentioning it has something special to show him before the trial continues. Minu facepalms, realizing the monster has some human artifact it doesn't even know how to use. He finally connects the dots, cursing Ra for sending him into this weird situation all by himself. The creature rushes back, desperate to prove it has what it takes to join the human race. It stares with unsettling intensity, convinced that these stolen artifacts hold some secret, magical power. First, it presents a tiny music box, hoping the simple melody will bridge the gap between them. Minu stands there in silence, watching a literal monster try to act out a scene from a fairy tale. It then reveals a trash-tier magazine, clearly misunderstanding what humans actually value in their world. The boss even shows off a picture of a puppy, thinking this cotton ball is the ultimate human treasure. Our boy is completely dumbfounded as the creature continues to present its hoard of useless trinkets. Suddenly, a wave of déjà vu hits him, recalling when he once collected similar junk as Baphomet. He finally questions the monster's motives, making the once confident guardian suddenly lose its cool. The creature offers everything it owns, begging for the secret to finally shed its monstrous skin forever. Minu acknowledges the previous owner's sentiment, but bluntly tells the creature that all its treasures are just useless junk. Our boy stares the monster down, demanding to know why it even wants to become a human in the first place. He warns that humans are just weak, mortal trash-tier beings, and asks if the creature still wants that life. The guardian admits its main motivation is simply being bored out of its mind in this watery prison. It explains that, while visitors bring temporary excitement, it craves to see the beautiful world they come from itself. Turns out, The creature only realized how truly dull its existence was after hearing legends about the Demon King. Minu admits he has no clue how to help, but the monster starts rambling about wanting to meet women. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded as the giant beast starts shouting about finding beautiful human ladies to date. The creature wonders if dating is fun, and notices Minus' sudden change in mood, asking what's wrong with him. Minus' patience finally snaps, regretting his decision to be nice after the monster mocks his lack of romantic experience. Minu isn't about to let this slide, and starts leaking a massive amount of suffocating demonic pressure. He tells the beast that, if it truly wants to be human, it needs to learn some manners. Our boy explains that in the human world, first impressions during interviews are absolutely everything for survival. He glares with those cold red eyes, demanding the monster show him every bit of its hidden power. The Guardian is taken aback, wondering if showing its full strength is really part of the human deal. It finally clicks that Minu is acting as the ultimate judge for its potential new life among humans. Suddenly, the heavy chains binding the creature's spirit begin to shatter under the weight of Minu's terrifying intent. Minu reaches out, his demonic form radiating an authority that even this massive trial boss cannot hope to ignore. The Guardian realizes that passing this test is its only ticket to finally escaping this lonely, watery hell. As they float in the abyss, the current shifts, signaling the start of a truly high-stakes evaluation. Minu watches as the water begins to churn, sensing the massive power finally waking up beneath him. From within the depths, a glowing red eye peers out, absolutely thrilled to finally face a real challenge. The creature promises to give Baphomet its best, releasing a blinding surge of mana that shakes the abyss. Our boy suddenly remembers that even in a fight, a little bit of professional courtesy goes a long way. He smirks with those cold eyes, wondering if he should actually bother introducing himself to this overgrown lizard. The massive beast reveals its true form, a majestic sea dragon that dominates the entire watery trial. Turns out this is Leviathan, the legendary ancient boss of the Tower of Onlooker, and it's not playing around. The dragon starts charging a massive orb of blue energy, preparing to show Minu exactly why it's a boss. Leviathan fires a devastating greeting, a beam of pure destruction aimed right at our boy's chest. The impact is massive, forcing Minu to realize that this interview just got a whole lot more violent. Minu isn't about to let a lizard have the last word, so he dives down with a heavy strike. The impact sends shockwaves through the water, proving our boy has the strength to back up his ego. He sticks the landing on the seabed, already planning his next move to dismantle this ancient boss. Without giving the dragon a second to breathe, he launches another vertical slash of pure demonic energy. Minu weaves through the water like a predator, closing the distance before the beast can even react. He brings down a massive pillar of dark mana, aiming to split the dragon's skull wide open. The strike hits home, but something feels off as the energy starts to warp around the target. The Siren Guardian just stares back with those glowing red eyes, seemingly unfazed by the demonic pressure. Our boy is genuinely dumbfounded when he realizes his sword energy was just distorted and pushed aside. He quickly adjusts his stance mid-air, realizing this lizard might actually have some high-tier tricks up its sleeve. The beast's massive tail whips through the water, creating a heavy wake that catches our boy off guard. The Siren Guardian mockingly asks if he's surprised by the sudden shift in the battlefield's flow. It explains that the raging underwater current is what actually warped his demonic energy strike into nothingness. No matter how much raw power he packs, the dragon claims he's essentially a fish out of water. Minu grits his teeth as the crushing pressure makes even the simplest movement feel like a total chore. The Guardian warns him to be careful, acting as if this trial is just a light warm-up. Our boy stops for a second, his mind racing to find a loophole in this aquatic prison. He stares into the abyss, refusing to let a trash-tier lizard dictate the pace of his fight. The energy shards continue to pelt him, actively disrupting his coordination and slowing his reaction time. Realizing physical strikes are useless, he begins manifesting a dark magic circle to flip the script entirely. Minu manifests a massive demonic seal, proving his magic can still dominate even in this crushing aquatic environment. Our boy channels his inner authority, his eyes glowing with the intent to finally put this lizard down. He unleashes a barrage of red energy spikes that tear through the current toward the stunned Guardian. The strikes land with heavy impacts, forcing the sea dragon to realize that its defense isn't absolute. The Guardian is left dumbfounded as the pressure shifts, struggling to comprehend how a human possesses such power. The Guardian is shocked to see a collection of legendary weapons manifest, wondering why they all look so powerful. Minu casually explains that he spent a fortune on these tools specifically to deal with annoying pests like this. He admits the awakening cost was steep, but considers it the best method for handling trash-tier opponents. The energy spikes continue to rain down, bouncing off the current to keep the Guardian completely pinned. The dragon stares back in shock, finally sensing the true, terrifying depth of the monster standing before him. The vortex of legendary weapons spins with lethal precision, preparing to shred anything in its path. Each blade and mace hums with demonic mana, proving our boy didn't come here to play games. With a single thought, Minu launches the entire arsenal forward like a rain of certain death. The Guardian desperately tries to shield itself, but the sheer volume of high-tier gear is simply overwhelming. The Sea Dragon is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a mere human can possibly manipulate so many artifacts simultaneously. Minu watches with cold, predatory eyes, already calculating the quickest way to end this pathetic struggle. He dives through the chaos, channeling his demonic authority into a final, crushing blow from above. A massive strike of dark energy tears through the water, effectively silencing the Guardian's arrogant roars. The dragon's defensive core shatters like glass, leaving its life force completely exposed and vulnerable to the end. A giant blade of mana pins the beast to the floor, forcing it to scream in pure agony. The Siren Guardian finally realizes that Minu isn't just swinging blindly, he's actually manipulating the very currents. It praises our boy for compensating for the water's resistance by expertly shifting his massive arsenal mid-strike. Despite being outclassed, the Guardian refuses to yield, gathering every ounce of mana for a desperate stand. It summons massive underwater tornadoes, hoping the crushing pressure will be enough to stop the Demon King's advance. Minu just scoffs, calling the maneuver a simple trick as he effortlessly cuts through the swirling abyss. With a predatory grin, he admits the effort isn't half bad for a trash-tier trial guardian. Suddenly, the freezing depths ignite as Minu unleashes Gigablaze, turning the ocean floor into a boiling hellscape. The massive wall of demonic flames tears through the water, completely overwhelming the Guardian's aquatic defenses. The Sea Dragon is dumbfounded, wondering how a human can possibly manifest such intense fire while submerged. Realizing it's do or die, the beast mirrors the attack, desperate to prove it can match his heat. Minu is genuinely baffled, wondering how a mere fish can spew flames while submerged in the deep. The Guardian simply retorts that this power has been a part of its nature since birth. Their clashing powers trigger a violent explosion, turning the cold depths into a chaotic furnace. Even our boy is caught off guard by the sheer water pressure generated from the blast. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the center of the abyss, signaling a shift in the trial. The brilliance consumes the entire area, washing away the murky darkness of the ocean floor. Breaking through the surge, Minu readies his blade to settle the score once and for all. He stabilizes his demonic form, showing no signs of fatigue despite the crushing environment. The battlefield transforms into a celestial void, revealing the true, hidden majesty of the tower. Looking at the now docile Guardian, he admits this is the only beautiful place in this trash-tier trial. The Guardian's massive eye glows as it explains how it escapes the boring depths for this celestial view. Looking at the stars, the beast asks our boy if this beats the world humans live in. Minu counters that beauty is relative, even if the Guardian finds the human world far more diverse. The creature gets personal, asking if the former Demon King actually regrets taking on a human shell. Staring back with those cold red eyes, the dragon firmly denies having any regrets about its existence. Minu smirks, admitting that, while things aren't perfect, he still considers this world an awesome place. The Guardian is dumbfounded, processing the weight of his words as its heart begins to flutter. A strange energy swirls around as the beast feels a sudden, intense connection to Mina's perspective. In a moment of pure clarity, the dragon declares its new, burning desire to finally become human. It urges him to keep a positive outlook, its massive form glowing with a newfound sense of purpose. Minu and the dragon stare each other down as the trial's final moments finally arrive. Our boy drifts through the monothic air, preparing himself for the transition back to reality. A heavy realization hits him that the future of this world truly depends on his next move. His massive black wings unfurl, casting a shadow over the fading remnants of the mental battlefield. Channeling his demonic authority, a colossal magic circle ignites to bridge the gap between dimensions. He looks on with a quiet intensity, his red eyes burning with a newfound sense of purpose. The ancient Guardian remains dumbfounded, moved by the sheer conviction radiating from a mere human shell. They drift within the vast expanse of the trial, two legendary beings sharing a final moment of understanding. A violent burst of energy shatters the illusion, signaling that the trial of the onlooker is officially over. Everything goes still, as he finds himself back in the quiet, sun-drenched streets of the human world. A neighbor offers a basket of fresh peppers, boasting that the seeds were top tier this season. The elderly woman thanks her, but realizes she forgot the perilla leaves, promising to drop them off later. The mood turns heavy as the grandma asks if it's okay to leave something by the utility pole. A tall man named Shin Suho suddenly appears, effortlessly carrying a massive load that leaves the locals stunned. He flashes a smug smile, making the women realize that Minu-cha's friend is built like a tank. While Minu-cha and Uriam-na relax nearby, Suho introduces himself as our boy's most reliable companion. Minu-cha watches him with a deadpan stare, thinking Suho looks more like a proper slave than a friend. Suho just keeps grinning, but the mention of Leviathan hints that this guy is cut from a different cloth. A violent surge of energy erupts as the transition between the trial and reality begins to crackle. The Siren Guardian drifts through the starry void, acknowledging the power of the one who conquered its trial. The Siren Guardian drifts through the starry void, finally accepting that its time as a gatekeeper is over. A massive pillar of water erupts, signaling the violent conclusion of the combat phase within this mental realm. Deep beneath the surface, the silent ruins of the trial remain as the chaotic energy finally settles down. Our boy stands tall in his demonic form, gripping his blade while the crushing pressure of the deep fades. Realizing it is completely outmatched, the massive guardian finally throws in the towel and begs for mercy. The ancient dragon admits it has nothing left to show him after such a brutal, one-sided beatdown. Minu-cha just gives a cold stare, simply acknowledging that the beast actually put in some decent effort. Desperate for a way out, the guardian asks if he will finally reveal the secret to becoming human. With a deadpan expression, our boy admits that even he does not have a clue how that works. The guardian is left dumbfounded, convinced that the reincarnated demon king is just messing with its head. Minu-cha warns the beast that yapping during his lecture is a one-way ticket to a bad time. The guardian smugly points out that as long as they are underwater, its body will just keep regenerating. Our boy isn't impressed and simply asks how many times the creature can actually pull off that trick. When the beast claims it can do this forever, Minu just stares back with a deadpan expression. The dragon explains that unless its demon stone is shattered, it won't stay down like some trash-tier boss. It practically begs him to fulfill its wish of becoming human since it has shared all its secrets. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Minu looms over the creature with an aura of pure, unadulterated malice. With a terrifying grin, our boy reveals his true demonic nature, making the guardian realize its fatal mistake. The deep blue waters turn a dark crimson as the guardian's screams echo through the silent, sunken ruins. Silence finally returns to the abyss as a school of fish drifts past the now quiet remains of the trial. Minu feels refreshed after using the guardian as a stress ball, much to the creature's tearful dismay. He confirms the regeneration theory just as Echo steps through a portal, surprising the battered sea dragon. The spirit scolds him for turning the boss into ground meat, while explaining her temporary tower access. She strikes a pose, reminding him of her true identity as the great Beelzebub. Our boy is dumbfounded when she claims he birthed her with affection, wondering when that ever happened. While Minu ponders her human form, the blob-like guardian is suddenly captivated by his handsome features. The creature actually has the audacity to ask our boy on a date, completely ignoring the power gap. Minu finds the suggestion criminal and prepares to end it, but Echo quickly intervenes to stop him. She offers the desperate dragon a path to humanity, provided it follows a very specific set of rules. It turns out the price for a human body is becoming minus subordinate, exactly like the spirit herself. Echo explains that for a boss to serve another, they must first forfeit their rights to the tower. This revelation shocks the nearby hunter, especially since clearing the floor is the only way Leviathan survives. Once the conditions are met, the system announces the clear and commands everyone to head for the exit. The key to this whole process is a tower token, an item pulsing with a strange, ancient energy. Minu recalls the sick feeling he got when he used a similar token to manifest Echo's human body. She explains that these tokens function like magnets, specifically designed to attract and hold on to demonic auras. Just like real magnets, these forces can either stick together or push each other away based on polarity. Our boy realizes that because he shares that same demonic nature, the token's energy is actually repelled. He goes quiet, staring off as he considers the implications of binding another soul to his cause. Echo leaves the final decision to him, reminding him that leaving the guardian trapped would be quite uncomfortable. Minu activates the tower token, and a blinding flash of light signals the start of the transformation. Our boy remains steady, watching as the ancient energy begins to reshape the world around them. His demonic eyes sharpen, sensing the massive shift in mana as the guardian essence starts to stabilize. Within a dreamlike field of flowers, the silhouette of a new soul begins to take physical shape. A vibrant purple rose blooms, symbolizing the successful binding of the guardian to this new reality. With a final surge of power, the legendary sea dragon officially sheds its monstrous form for humanity. Back in the city, the towering skyscrapers serve as a reminder of the modern world they still inhabit. Minu relaxes on his sofa, wondering why his skills are so bizarre and if Ra is hiding something. He looks up as a familiar voice calls out his old name, pulling him from his deep thoughts. Shin Suho casually mentions he finished his hunter registration, though Minu knows there are bigger problems ahead. Shin Suho confirms he followed the plan and registered as a buffer, just like our boy requested. Minu knows the dragon is a beast in combat, but his utility skills are actually top tier for support. Specifically, that complex ocean current skill makes him the ultimate asset for keeping the team alive. However, the association didn't just hand over the license, placing the ancient dragon on a probation period instead. Minu realizes the system has become way stricter, requiring a quota and a final test for official status. The two stand there processing the news when some familiar faces from the agency suddenly show up. Team leader Ma and his aide look completely dumbfounded to see the duo out in the open. Our boy and his new partner just stare back, wondering why these suits look so incredibly nervous. Instead of a professional greeting, the team leader starts panicking and tries to drag his colleague away. The pair watches in confusion as the agency staff hightail it out of there like they've seen ghosts. The news of a mandatory re-examination hits, signaling that the association is finally tightening the leash on all ranks. Sitting in a quiet cafe, the group learns that the upcoming hunter exams are about to become significantly harder. Minu just stares, questioning if the team leader fled earlier simply because he feared an S-rank's legendary temper. When he hears a written portion is also required, our boy looks like he'd rather fight a trash-tier boss. The team leader sheepishly admits his earlier escape was purely to avoid the fallout of delivering such annoying news. Even the ancient dragon is dumbfounded to hear that even Central Department staff aren't exempt from the chaos. Shin Suho realizes his schedule is about to become a total nightmare, and he is clearly not amused. Suddenly, a sharp-looking general team leader arrives, catching the panicked staff member completely off guard with his presence. The poor guy nearly jumps out of his skin, screaming in terror, as if he just saw a ghost. The newcomer maintains a polished smile while preparing to dive into some sensitive internal matters regarding the association. Minu sits there looking unimpressed while the staff introduces him as the legendary hunter who cleared Ethiopia's towers. The general team leader approaches with a smooth smile, clearly eager to meet the man behind the Baphomet alias. He introduces himself as Wu Tae-hoon, acting all polite while his blonde secretary follows closely behind him. As he reaches out for a handshake, he claims having a hunter of this caliber is incredibly reassuring. Suddenly, our boy's demonic instincts flare up, sensing something foul hidden beneath that polished, professional exterior. A system quest triggers, tasking Minu with investigating this man to uncover the elusive apostle of pride. Turns out this guy is Alkanost, a big-shot hunter with a history that isn't exactly trash tier. He was a key member of Spiral, the top-ranking guild in the States, before moving back to Korea. After awakening at 18, he survived the monster-infested US and managed to carve out a massive reputation. Once he landed the top job at headquarters, he even brought his former teammate along to serve as his secretary. Shin Suho is losing his mind, convinced that the general team leader and his secretary are actually dating. Our boy just stands there while the rest of the group gathers on the patio to discuss the situation. Shin Suho keeps rambling about romance, making everyone wonder if he's actually high on something or just dumbfounded. He doubles down on the crush theory, but minus patience is paper thin, and he tells him to shut it. Shifting gears, Shin Suho notes that the woman Tae-hoon brought along isn't some trash-tier civilian, but actually quite powerful. Minu recalls the system notification, confirming that while Tae-hoon isn't an apostle, he's definitely connected to Pride. Usually, the system only pings during a direct encounter, so our boy is suspicious of this new detection method. He turns to Ra for answers, asking her to explain why the rules of the world are suddenly changing. Ra casually sips her drink, and explains that the system reached a higher version once she was finally liberated. This upgrade broke the system's previous limits, evolving his skills and tracking abilities to a whole new level. Minu wonders why this overpowered tracking feature wasn't available from the jump if it's actually this useful. Ra admits she's just a high-tier hacker who steals system data rather than creating it from scratch. Shin Suho spots a massive hole in her logic, questioning how she managed the upgrade if she can't create. She stays silent, casually sipping her drink while letting the tension in the room simmer for a moment. Ra deflects the technical talk, pointing out that identifying Tae-hoon's link to Pride is the real win here. Our boy realizes that if they're dealing with Pride, this war is going to be a long, bloody crawl. Shin Suho drops some lore, explaining how pride is the ultimate sin that even corrupted the most beautiful angel. He bluntly tells Ra she's trash tier compared to L's skills, and she surprisingly agrees she needed help. Shin Suho stares her down, sensing there's more to this ancient spirit than she's letting on. Ra claps back, reminding him that her centuries of lived experience put her knowledge on a whole different level. Beelzebub loses his mind, unable to believe Ra is being so stubborn about her supposed seniority. Ra stares him down with cold eyes, demanding he show some respect and call her his big sister. Our boy Beelzebub absolutely refuses to play along, screaming his head off in pure, petty defiance. He points out that the other two guys are just as bad, making them all cut from the same cloth. Shin Suho eventually gets tired of the noise, telling Ra to just ignore the kid's constant yapping. Beelzebub doubles down on the disrespect, shouting that, if she's really that ancient, she's more like a grandma. The heated argument finally dies down as the group moves through the quiet, moonlit streets of the city. They walk in silence, the weight of their upcoming mission finally starting to settle over the mismatched team. Beelzebub tries to keep pace with Ra, though the tension between the two spirits is still clearly visible. Minu pulls Shin Suho aside, tasking him with investigating Taehoon, since the target has already marked our boy. Beelzebub instructs Ra to dig into the target's background and tail him wherever he goes. Shin Suho is hyped for the mission, thinking it feels just like a high-stakes spy movie. Minu stays grounded, reminding the dragon that they don't need to rush into things immediately. He gazes intensely, clearly calculating every possible variable before making his next move. Ra mentions that something important is happening tomorrow that they need to handle first. Turns out that something is meeting Yoonseong Kim, who looks absolutely trash-tier levels of annoyed. She demands to know why he called her, especially after he vanished without a proper goodbye. Yoonseong gets even more heated when he questions her about claiming she would be very late. She snaps back in frustration as he points out she actually arrived exactly on time. Our boy just stares back with a blank expression, completely unfazed by her dramatic outburst. Minu suddenly stands up, leaving Yoonseong completely dumbfounded as she wonders what he is doing now. As our boy starts walking away, she frantically asks where he thinks he is going. He casually looks back and mentions he is just getting drinks, asking for her order. Yoonseong just stands there, feeling a bit awkward after her previous heated outburst. She pouts slightly, realizing she might have overreacted to his blunt and straightforward personality. From outside the cafe, she finally settles on an iced vanilla latte to cool her nerves. She takes a long sip, trying to process the strange tension lingering between them. Back at the table, Minu actually offers a rare apology for his reckless behavior during the tower trial. He admits he usually does not care about others, showing a flicker of rare self-awareness. Yoonseong sips her latte, secretly convinced he only entered that hellhole because he actually cares for her. Minu stares her down with that intense, unreadable gaze, clearly having something heavy on his mind. Yoonseong sits there all dolled up, nervously sipping her latte, while wondering what our boy is actually thinking. She finally works up the courage to ask what he likes about her, specifically mentioning her own face. When he admits he is fully aware of her feelings, she nearly jumps out of her skin in shock. She sighs, convinced that a cold-hearted guy like him couldn't possibly be interested in someone like her. Surprisingly, he doesn't deny it, casually mentioning that he isn't exactly uninterested in her either. Deciding to stop beating around the bush, he sets his drink down with a firm, decisive thud. Without any hesitation, he drops a total bombshell and tells her they should just start going out. The poor girl is left completely dumbfounded, her brain short-circuiting at the sudden and blunt confession. Turns out he wants to stand out more, proposing a calculated deal while the local gossips start whispering. Jury is absolutely floored, wondering if our boy actually wants them to play house as a fake couple. Minu doesn't flinch, casually explaining that he is tired of being a nobody and wants her spotlight. He plans to paint a target on his back, making sure every hunter knows his name through her. There is a cold calculation in his eyes as he prepares to dive headfirst into the lion's den. Jury stares back, realizing he is willing to walk through hell just to get the attention he needs. She is genuinely surprised because he always seemed like the type who didn't give a damn about anyone. Our boy just shrugs off the insult, bluntly asking if she is going to take the deal or not. She finally relents, agreeing to the plan but making it clear that she has her own conditions. Minu stays silent, waiting to see just how much this deal is going to cost him in the end. Jura's mind starts racing to some pretty impure places before she frantically tries to play it cool. Jury lays down the law, demanding they meet up for a date at least once every week. She wants the full experience, from eating together to catching movies like a real couple. Our boy just sits there, wondering if they should actually put effort into this fake performance. They head down to the parking garage, the heavy silence of the concrete walls matching his mood. Jury offers him a ride home in her luxury car, but Minu prefers his own two wheels. Sitting in her car, she feels a bit slighted that he didn't just jump at the chance. Even if this starts as a total sham, she is confident she can change his mind. With a sly grin, she vows to make him see her as more than just a business partner. She claims to have every single date planned out to perfection, leaving nothing to chance. Minu looks on, dumbfounded as she promises to show him exactly how wild things can get. Juri smirks and tells our boy that he might actually regret trying to break things off later. Suddenly, Minu reaches out toward her face, making her heart race as she wonders what he is doing. He leans deep into the car, closing the gap until they are practically nose to nose in the silence. Juri freezes up entirely, her eyes wide as she anticipates a move that feels far too intimate for business. Instead of a kiss, he just smirks and tells her she has something stuck right on her face. With a casual goodbye, our boy just turns his back and starts walking away without a second thought. Left alone in the driver's seat, Juri begins to tremble as a massive wave of embarrassment hits her. Her face turns bright red while she realizes she totally misread the vibe like a trash-tier romance lead. She slams the horn in pure frustration, but Minu just keeps walking, completely unfazed by her sudden outburst. As he disappears into the shadows, it is clear this little stunt is going to be exclusive agency news. Minu casually strolls away while a frantic hunter rushes past, totally unaware of the storm brewing behind him. Our boy keeps a stone-cold expression, fully aware that his little stunt just set the internet on fire. He flashes a wicked grin, savoring the thought of the high-tier drama he just unleashed on the agency. With a silent wish for the public to use this chaos well, he disappears further into the night. Meanwhile, Yanu nearly chokes on his drink when he sees a scandalous headline popping up on his phone. He causes a total scene at dinner, frantically showing the breaking news to his fiancée, Umbra. Yanu is shaking with anger, instantly recognizing the guy who once handed him a trash-tier beating. Umbra is completely dumbfounded, wondering why a powerhouse like the Valkyrie would ever be caught in this position. The viral article claims the legendary hunter has fallen in love, showing a photo of Minu and Juri. Bystanders begin to panic, realizing that crossing the Arc Guild over this scandal is a massive risk. Umbra is fuming, refusing to let the guy go after he dared to lay a finger on her man. Yanu plays the part of the devoted lover, acting like Umbra is the only thing he has left. Their cozy dinner takes a turn when a voice suddenly asks when they finally plan on getting married. The couple looks up in shock, realizing a top-tier guild leader has just crashed their private date. It turns out to be Helios, the powerful guildmaster of the Guardian faction, looking completely unbothered. Umbra keeps it professional, asking where the vice master is while trying to hide her obvious surprise. Helios gestures toward the entrance as a cold, imposing woman in a dark coat finally joins them. She offers a polite but distant greeting, her presence alone making the atmosphere feel much heavier. This is Morgana, the vice master of the Guardian Guild, a woman known for her chillingly sharp efficiency. Umbra tries to play the perfect host, hoping the high-tier steak is actually to Morgana's liking. Helios mentions a nearby hotel is fully booked, casually shifting the dinner talk toward local business and rumors. Morgana brings up the heiress who once owned it, but Helios coldly notes she has already met her end. Umbra chimes in, noting that despite the tragedy, the service actually improved after the property changed hands. Morgana swirls her wine, musing on how life is fragile, and people often vanish in sudden, tragic accidents. Helios looks her dead in the eye, questioning if their own union was just another one of those accidents. She drops a total bombshell, claiming she and the legendary hunter Helios actually tied the knot in secret. A chilling laugh escapes her, as she watches the couple's reaction through the crimson tint of her glass. Helios joins in on the laughter, leaving the atmosphere thick with a tension that feels anything but celebratory. Our boy Yanu and Umbra sit there completely dumbfounded, sweating as they try to process the bizarre claim. Morgana finally admits she was just messing with them, though her mischievous smile suggests she enjoys the power play. Morgana swirls her wine, casually mentioning that the clock is ticking down for the big day. Umbra perks up, genuinely surprised to hear that the ceremony is already right around the corner. Helios stays quiet, focusing on his drink as if he has heard this playful banter 1,000 times. Morgana adds that she was under the impression the wedding was set for this coming winter. As the dinner wraps up, the two women stand against the backdrop of the city's glowing skyline. Morgana notices her companion, looks a bit off and asks if something went wrong during the meal. Umbra brushes it off, admitting she is just irritated by some guy, and is plotting her next move. When Morgana offers her elite help, Umbra insists she shouldn't get involved in such trivial matters. Umbra remains lost in thought, clearly feeling the weight of the recent guild scandals and personal stress. Suddenly, Morgana suggests a wild night at Laporte, leaving Umbra completely dumbfounded by the bold proposal. Umbra is hesitant about the proposal, remembering how close they came to being caught in the past. Morgana dismisses her fears, claiming men are just as guilty, and they just need to be more careful. When Umbra worries about Helios finding out, Morgana gives her a look that says she has everything handled. She explains that while hiding her tracks is easy, she has a much darker side if pushed. Morgana's eyes turn cold as she imagines tearing apart anyone who dares to get jealous of her business. With a playful smirk, she calls out to Umbra, telling her it is finally time to head out. Morgana promises to stay in touch, leaving with Helios, who has been waiting patiently by the car. As the luxury car pulls away, Umbra and Yanu are left standing in the quiet night air. Our boy Yanu admits the woman gives him the creeps, but Umbra knows she holds the real power. Since she can buff trash-tier hunters to S rank, Umbra knows she is a necessary, if terrifying, ally. Yanu listens as Umbra explains that rare buffers are so valuable that even foreign guilds are desperate for them. Umbra mentions another top-tier buffer from the past who surprisingly traded the hunter life for a hospital director role. The narrative shifts to the medical center, where this former legend now hides away from the front lines. Yoonson Kim lazily teases our boy about the dating rumors involving Valkyrie that are currently dominating the news. Minu stands there with his arms crossed, clearly not in the mood for the doctor's playful banter or gossip. After checking his results, she casually mentions that his body is actually far too healthy for a normal human. When she tries to blame her laziness on bad kimchi stew, Minu sees right through her trash-tier excuses. The doctor throws a total tantrum, complaining about having to work while he is out enjoying high-profile dates. Minus' eyes glow with a terrifying red light as he claims his health is only for slaughtering everyone. Dumbfounded by his dark aura, Yoonson grabs Ra and screams for them to run from the blood-stained psychopath. Minu watches as Yoonson continues her antics, completely unfazed by the terrifying aura he just displayed. The doctor starts parading Lala around the hospital staff, treating the little spirit like her own personal mascot. She claims that just being near the girl makes her feel like her trash-tier mental state is finally healing. Lala remains silent and expressionless, though her presence alone seems to be working wonders on the doctor's mind. Our boy has had enough and snatches Lala back, demanding the doctor stop playing around with his companion. He points out that the girl's emotional state is currently unstable and shouldn't be messed with so lightly. Lala looks up at him, explaining that she actually feels much more at ease whenever he is around. She reveals that high-tier elders naturally project a sense of security, especially to those who are emotionally deprived. Since she is currently in a half-formed state, this calming effect only works through direct physical contact. She looks deep into his eyes and asks if the former Demon King can feel that same peace. Minu Cha looks at his companion, noting that her current half-formed state keeps her emotionally unstable and vulnerable. Our boy remains silent, his stoic gaze hiding the internal conflict of protecting such a fragile, fragmented soul. The sterile silence of the hospital room highlights the awkward distance growing between the two during their recovery. Nearby, the hospital staff whispers among themselves, sensing the thick, uncomfortable tension radiating from the unusual pair. One of the workers watches them closely, wondering if they are cut from the same cloth as other hunters. She eventually approaches and asks if they had a fight, dumbfounded by why they are sitting so far apart. Meanwhile, Yoonsun Kim is having a total meltdown, looking like she just crawled out of a trash-tier dungeon. Lala explains that today is a nightmare for the doctor because it marks the anniversary of a tragic wedding. The doctor looks completely defeated, muttering that she simply can't handle the emotional weight of the day anymore. Suddenly, Yoonsun Kim snaps and manically suggests they all grab dinner, leaving the staff absolutely stunned by her shift. Night falls over the city as the group heads out to escape the hospital's oppressive atmosphere. They arrive at a towering, high-end establishment that stands out against the dark skyline. Yoonsun Kim leads the way, her usual manic energy replaced by a surprisingly sophisticated air. The interior is a world of luxury, far removed from the trash-tier dungeons they usually inhabit. The hospital staff are dumbfounded, wondering if ordinary people like them even belong in such a hunter-exclusive spot. Yoonsun Kim just laughs and tells them to fill their stomachs since they all worked hard today. However, a shadow of her earlier depression flickers in her eyes as she stares into the distance. Our boy Minu is skeptical, asking why he and the little spirit were dragged along to this dinner. She just leans in, claiming they are all colleagues now while ignoring his obvious discomfort. Turns out, she went all out and booked a massive buffet to celebrate their survival in style. Minu stares blankly at the crowd, clearly unimpressed by the high-class atmosphere of this fancy hunter establishment. Yoonsun Kim nearly has a heart attack when she sees the absolute mountain of food our boy is carrying. She frantically warns him that his trash-tier appetite is going to bankrupt the place if he keeps this up. Nearby agency staff start whispering, recognizing Minu as the lucky guy supposedly dating the legendary hunter Valkyrie. When asked what a top-tier beauty sees in him, Minu casually claims his handsome face is the main attraction. Suddenly, Yoonsun's playful mood vanishes as she senses a heavy, familiar presence approaching them from the crowd. A polished man in a brown suit steps forward, greeting Yoonsun with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Minu keeps his guard up, watching the interaction while wondering why this high-ranking hunter is acting so friendly. The system suddenly glitches out, issuing a lethal main quest to eliminate the man identified as the Apostle of Envy. Behind him, Morgana smirks, her presence signaling that this dinner party is about to turn into a total bloodbath. Our boy's eyes widen as he realizes this dinner is actually a trap, wrapped in a family drama. Morgana feigns surprise at seeing Yunson, but the system's lethal quest proves she's ready for a kill. She smirks, mentally marking Yunson as the target, who won't be leaving this room alive tonight. Minu keeps his guard up, watching the two women as the air in the room turns heavy and suffocating. Yunson starts sweating bullets, her usual quack doctor confidence replaced by pure, unadulterated dread. The chandelier glows above them, casting long shadows over a table that's about to become a crime scene. From above, the four of them look like players in a high-stakes game where one wrong move means death. Helios flashes a trash-tier smile, acting like the perfect ex-husband while hiding his true, envious nature. Morgana plays the part of the smug current wife, clearly enjoying the psychological torture she's inflicting. Poor Yunseon sits there dumbfounded, realizing her past has finally caught up to her in the worst way. Minu reflects on the irony of today being the ex-husband's wedding day while he's stuck in this mess. Our boy's eyes narrow as he processes the sheer weight of the situation he's just walked into. Realizing Morgana is the Apostle of Envy makes this whole ordeal feel like a twisted joke from the heavens. He can't help but smirk at the evil destiny binding them all together in this trash-tier drama. Helios tries to act friendly, questioning Minu's sudden formal speech and his high-profile relationship with Valkyrie. The guildmaster maintains a polished facade, but there's a sharp edge hidden behind that practiced smile. Minu stays cold and unresponsive, refusing to let this man get a read on his true intentions. Helios leans in, testing the waters to see if Minu actually remembers their shared history from years ago. Minu gives a short, clipped confirmation, playing along with the memory even if his mind is elsewhere. Helios brings up a meeting at an equipment store, trying to trip him up with specific past details. Minu listens as Helios digs into his past, bringing up a fight at a guild party years ago. Umbra's heart skips a beat, instantly connecting that specific event to the legendary Hunter Reaper. She worries they're intruding, but Morgana smoothly dismisses it, claiming their original appointment was cancelled. The tension in the room spikes as Morgana finally acknowledges Umbra after such a long time. Morgana plays the victim, acting ashamed for losing touch, while Umbra looks on with pure concern. Umbra falls for the act, reminiscing about the fun they had before everything went south. She suddenly mentions meeting a man named Sungwoon, completely unaware of the weight that name carries. Our boy immediately catches the reference, wondering if she's talking about the elusive team leader Ma. Morgana chuckles, feigning surprise that a man once so cold could actually learn some social skills. Behind that polite smile, her gaze sharpens, revealing the predatory nature of the Apostle of Envy. Umbra starts sweating bullets as the conversation shifts toward a past she's desperately tried to bury. Morgana suddenly stands up, calling her out and pitying the man who became a government dog. She reaches out, demanding to know why her old friend decided to run away from everything. The Vice Master drops a bombshell, accusing Umbra of being the secret accomplice to a legendary mass murderer. Morgana smirks, noting that even a top-tier hunter couldn't have wiped out 7 S ranks without serious help. She explains the terrifying potential of a buffer who can turn a trash-tier hunter into a godlike killing machine. According to her, that specific buffer is the reason those 7 elite hunters are now 6 feet under. Morgana loses her cool, screaming Umbra's true name as the weight of the accusation hangs in the air. The room goes cold as she looms over the trembling guildmaster, savoring the absolute terror she's inflicted. Helios stands by silently, watching the drama unfold with a calculated gaze that suggests he knew all along. Helios finally snaps, telling the Vice Master that she has crossed the line and needs to stop. Morgana turns around with a chilling look, clearly not used to being told what to do. She gives him a mocking smile, finding the whole situation more amusing than threatening. Looking at our boy, she asks Helios if he is really choosing his ex-wife over her. Helios loses his patience and bellows for her to shut up, but she just screams right back. Minu watches the chaos with a cold gaze, likely calculating exactly how to exploit this breakdown. Suddenly, Morgana begins to spiral, clutching her head while admitting she wants to murder everyone present. She gasps for air as the sudden bloodlust takes over, leaving her completely vulnerable and exposed. Trembling like a leaf, she forces out a nervous laugh, wondering why such dark thoughts are surfacing. Helios sits back, dumbfounded as he realizes her mana flow is becoming dangerously unstable and erratic. Morgana loses her mind, laughing as she feels a disgusting sensation like insects crawling beneath her skin. She realizes this isn't mana at all, but a vile mass of viruses rotting her from the inside. Back at the agency, the atmosphere is heavy as the weight of recent events begins to settle in. Woo Tae-hoon is visibly shaken, dumbfounded that our boy actually survived a meeting with that crazy hunter. He asks about Yoonsun Kim's condition, but Minu notes she remained completely silent after the traumatic ordeal. The doctor looks like a shell of her former self, refusing to speak a single word to anyone. Minu explains that Morgana brought up the infamous 7 Hunters case just to gauge their reactions. Tae-hoon's expression darkens, his eyes darting around to ensure no prying ears are catching their sensitive conversation. Realizing the lobby is too crowded for such talk, he decides they need to find a more private location. He leads our boy into a high-security interrogation room, a place reserved for hunters who commit special crimes. Minu isn't exactly thrilled about the interrogation room, but Tae-hoon insists it's the only truly secure location left. Tae-hoon warns our boy that he was nearly snatched away, though Minu clearly heard every word of that threat. As Minu stands firm, Tae-hoon admits that Morgana's cryptic words about the past were actually the cold, hard truth. He pulls out a card featuring a sinister eye symbol, asking if Minu recognizes the mark of their enemies. This organization led the assault on the old headquarters, even kidnapping a high-ranking hunter named Agatha during the chaos. Tae-hoon identifies them as Minu's true targets for revenge, while our boy realizes why this is being brought up. With a heavy heart, Tae-hoon confesses that the 7 hunters Morgana mentioned were actually his own former colleagues. He reveals that Yoonsun Kim, known back then as Tara, was also a key member of that ill-fated squad. She was once a top-tier buffer whose reputation would have soared if she hadn't walked away from the life. The crushing guilt of accidentally killing a comrade alongside the enemy forced her to abandon her path forever. Tae-hoon sighs and admits he was the one who pressured Tara into becoming a buffer in the first place. He looks down in regret, knowing his past decisions led to the current mess they are all facing. Shifting the mood, he asks if our boy is actually here because he is worried about Morgana. Tae-hoon then drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the woman is actually a high-ranking apostle. Minu remains stoic, but wonders how deep the corruption goes if an apostle is hiding in plain sight. Since team leader Ma knows Minu as the Tower Master, he is the best man for hunting apostles. Our boy realizes he needs every scrap of information on Morgana to survive the coming storm. He meets with Ra and his contact in a quiet neighborhood to start digging into the woman's past. Ra stays silent and observant, ready to analyze any data that might reveal a weakness in their enemy. Minu crosses his arms, determined to uncover the truth before the apostles can make their next move. Ra starts testing the kid's knowledge by asking about the world's first movable printing technology. Beelzebub doesn't miss a beat, correctly identifying the ancient Buddhist teachings as the right answer. She pushes him further, questioning if he knows which country operates without a designated capital city. The companion proves his worth again, instantly naming Nauru and keeping his impressive streak alive. Getting frustrated, Ra throws a chemistry curveball about stable isotopes that refuse to undergo radioactive decay. The sudden jump in difficulty leaves the poor kid completely dumbfounded and questioning his own existence. Ra smugly reveals the answer is natrium, while the scout watches the one-sided intellectual beatdown. She demands he call her big sister, but our boy arrives to break up the nonsense. Minu gets straight to business, asking the scout if he found any dirt on the general team leader. The investigator reports a clean schedule until a sudden realization hits him like a freight train. The scout reveals the general team leader skipped work today, which is definitely a major red flag. He and Ra were tailing the target, hoping to catch him slipping up in his private life. Turns out the man's secretary paid him a visit at home instead of the office. Things got spicy when the scout witnessed a very familiar hand resting on her shoulder. Has convinced they're dating and even gets Ra to back up his trash-tier gossip session. Our boy isn't amused and demands to know why the scout dragged a kid into a stakeout. Minu's patience is wearing thin as he realizes his subordinates are treating this like a soap opera. He decides to put the slacker to work, reminding him that vacations are for actual high performers. While the scout grovels, Minu pivots to the real mystery regarding Morgana's true identity and background. Even the general team leader is left questioning if the woman is truly one of the apostles. The general team leader explains that despite his digging, the target appears to be a perfectly clean citizen. The scout is dumbfounded by this and suggests they just skip the investigation and kill her already. Minu knows she is a high-tier threat and warns that a reckless move would draw way too much heat. The general team leader agrees, noting that even if they go wild, they need a solid justification first. Our boy's subordinate realizes that in this world, everything boils down to whether a crime was actually committed. Since they are playing by human rules now, the scout gets fired up about finally gathering some real evidence. He decides to tail the other team leader again, leaving Minu to wonder if this plan is actually trash tier. Once the slacker leaves, Minu turns to Ra, calling out for his companion to prepare for the next move. As the sun sets over the city, the weight of the upcoming confrontation begins to settle in. Deep within his mind, a lingering memory of a reaching hand reminds him of the stakes involved. Our boy activates a massive magic circle, intending to hunt down Morgana by tracking her lingering mana traces. He notes that while blades leave scars, mages leave a scent that his companion can easily follow. The scout is dumbfounded, questioning how they can find a target they have never even met in person. Beelzebub scoffs at the doubt, claiming his specialized familiars are more than enough to get the job done. His eyes shift into a demonic pattern as he prepares to synchronize his vision with his tiny scouts. A swarm of mana-seeking spirits bursts forth, spreading out to blanket the city in a search grid. He explains that these familiars share everything they see, ensuring that no target can ever truly escape him. The scout calls them trash-tier dungflies, causing the spirit to take personal offense at the crude comparison. Beelzebub insists his creations are actually cute, clearly annoyed that his high-level magic is being mocked by fodder. Minu cuts the chatter and asks for a photo, wanting to give his companion a visual to expedite the hunt. Beelzebub realizes he needs a solid mana signature to track the target effectively before she slips away. His eyes glow with a demonic pattern as he synchronizes his vision with his tiny, buzzing scouts. Minu watches as the scout expresses total disbelief that they located the target in a mana-prohibited city. Beelzebub reports that the target isn't alone, noticing another woman assisting her with high-level magic. Yoriam Na approaches a dimension gate, but Beelzebub senses the magic was actually cast by a different master. As Yoriam Na and Umbra enter the portal, they have no idea they're being watched by demonic eyes. Beelzebub commands his familiar to dive into the rift, ensuring the hunt continues regardless of the distance. The dimension gate crackles with purple energy as it prepares to collapse behind the two fleeing women. The mana stabilizes for a brief moment, acting as a bridge between two completely different locations. The portal finally reveals a glimpse of a luxurious mansion, showing exactly where the duo has escaped to. Beelzebub synchronizes his senses with his familiar, preparing to infiltrate the suspicious building where the targets fled. Once inside, the dazzling interior catches his eye, making him wonder if he should search every single corner. He navigates a corridor filled with closed doors and suited men who seem to be guarding something important. Our boy notes their mana is weak, realizing these well-dressed goons aren't even close to a hunter's level. He suspects the real powerhouses are hiding behind the closed doors, though he can't see inside just yet. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks after spotting a mysterious woman casually sitting on a man's back. The sight leaves him completely dumbfounded, his mind racing to understand what kind of twisted game is playing out. Back at the base, Minu and the scout watch the feed, wondering why a hunter is acting like furniture. Their confusion grows when the subservient man starts stripping and acting tough, making the whole situation feel utterly surreal. Beelzebub panics as the guy starts singing terribly, while the woman just laughs and claps at the performance. Beelzebub starts flailing around in a total panic, his movements looking more like a glitch than actual dancing. Our boy's demonic eyes flare up as he realizes the sheer absurdity of the twisted game they're witnessing. Ra suddenly manifests and mocks the group, calling them naive for not recognizing the reality of the situation. She bluntly explains that the place is actually a host bar, leaving the men completely speechless and dumbfounded. The group stands in the courtyard, trying to process the trash-tier behavior they just saw on the feed. Meanwhile, a heavy downpour washes over the city, setting a grim mood for the secrets hidden within. The rain beats down on a luxury estate, where the elite hide behind walls of mana and influence. Inside the master bedroom, Morgana lies wide awake, her mind racing with the fear of being exposed. Cold sweat pours down her face as she realizes that her control over the situation is rapidly slipping away. Terrified of the coming consequences, she can only think about escaping and tells herself she needs to run. Morgana finds herself plummeting into a bottomless abyss, her mind finally buckling under the weight of her secrets. She gasps for air in the darkness, desperately pleading with fate because she isn't ready to die yet. Wandering through a fractured mental landscape, she senses a predatory shadow looming just a few steps behind her. When she finally turns, the sheer terror of her coming judgment leaves our girl completely paralyzed and breathless. Suddenly, a massive blade tears through her chest, ending the vision in a violent spray of digital blood. Morgana bolts upright in a cold sweat, her heart hammering as the nightmare's grip finally begins to loosen. She glances at the sleeping Helios, realizing her husband has no clue about the rot consuming her soul. Her hands tremble uncontrollably as she notices her very essence starting to flicker and glitch like corrupted data. Driven by a desperate need to stabilize her condition, she creeps toward a door emitting an eerie glow. She opens the specialized storage unit, hoping the contents can stop her from falling apart before morning comes. She grabs the silver stabilizer, knowing this is the only thing keeping her soul from shattering into pieces. Morgana downs the liquid in one go, desperate to drown out the corruption eating her alive from within. Her eyes flare with a cold, digital light, as the medicine forces her fractured mana to finally realign. Even with the dose, those cursed data circuits crawl up her skin like a parasitic, glowing virus. She stands before the storage unit, her body flickering in and out of existence like a faulty hologram. The stabilization process is pure agony, leaving her gasping for air while her essence fights to stay whole. A twisted smile creeps across her face as the physical pain turns into a dark, manic rush of relief. She breaks into a fit of hysterical laughter, mocking the predatory shadow that tried to claim her earlier. Looking at her reflection, she curses the broken, digital body that forces her to live on borrowed time. It is a far cry from her public image as the perfect, top-tier mentor that every young hunter admires. Morgana spent years building a trash-tier facade of kindness, pretending to care about the underprivileged to hide her rot. She even played the part of the perfect role model, lecturing trainees while her own soul was already glitching. Back in reality, Wu Taehoon sips his coffee and wonders if the host bar rumors are enough to sink her. He warns our boy that a simple club visit won't tarnish her image if she claims it was business. When he mentions the exclusive club La Porte, Minu admits he's heard the name but never stepped inside. Turns out the place is run by former hunters and staffed by high mana men who couldn't make the cut. Our boy finds the strict entry rules suspicious, questioning if a place that hidden is actually a major threat. Wu explains that while technically illegal, shutting it down would cause a riot among the powerful female hunter elite. The mere thought of facing their collective wrath sends a visible shiver down the seasoned team leader's spine. Minu realizes Morgana's reputation is bulletproof for now, but his curiosity about her secrets is only just beginning. While Wu Taehoon tries to relax, a smooth-talking suit approaches, wondering how a veteran missed the latest news. The man introduces himself as Lee Sungjin from Magenetics, having tracked the team leader down for a meeting. Hess accompanied by manager Ha, both of them looking eager to secure a powerful ally for their company. Getting right to business, Lee slams a heavy briefcase onto the table to showcase their newest technological marvel. The case pops open, and the sudden, brilliant glow leaves the seasoned team leader completely dumbfounded. Inside is a top-tier artificial eyeball from the Architect series, designed to mimic a user's natural eye perfectly. Wu stares at the glowing prosthetic, skeptical about whether this high-tech gadget is actually useful or just overpriced. Lee just laughs it off, admitting he's hoping to leverage the team leader's elite connections for future sales. The salesman mentions he's just finishing a meeting when his eyes suddenly lock onto the quiet youth nearby. He practically pounces on our boy, starstruck to meet the legendary Baphomet who's famously linked to Hunter Valkyrie. The girls nearby start whispering, convinced our boy is the mysterious boyfriend Hunter Valkyrie mentioned in her interview. Minu just stares blankly as they gossip about how the top-tier hunter supposedly fell for his face instantly. Sensing a golden opportunity, Lee turns to his assistant to grab a special item they brought along. He pulls out a sleek, high-end shopping bag from the Evolite brand, looking like a total luxury gift. Lee offers it to Minu as a token of goodwill, claiming it is a hot new accessory they are promoting. He leans in close, explaining, it is a mood-sensing necklace that will make his future dates much smoother. With their pitch finished, the two businessmen bow out, hoping our boy will spread the word to other hunters. As they head for the exit, they leave behind a lingering sense of corporate greed and calculated networking. Wu realizes the salesman is just using Minu to start a trend, while Minu considers the company's true reach. It turns out Architect is blending magic and machinery, aiming to dominate the hunter market with their high-tech gear. This tech isn't just for prosthetics. It's designed to overclock the human body using refined magic stones. Our boy stares at the gift, realizing these high-tier devices demand a massive mana threshold to even function. Suddenly, his senses tingle as he picks up on a familiar, unsettling vibration coming from the accessory. It is a trace of energy that perfectly matches the aura of that elite hunter, Morgana. Minu looks over at Wu, questioning why a simple promotional gift would reek of someone else's power. Wu drops a truth bomb, revealing that Morgana's legendary status comes from being a heavy Architect user. These implants aren't instant. They require months of painful synchronization before the user can truly master them. Back when she was just a rising star, Morgana spent her days blending in with the common folk. She played the part of the friendly idol perfectly, masking the mechanical coldness growing inside her. Turns out, the more metal you shove into your soul, the longer it takes for the magic to stick. A young girl runs past, a fleeting memory of a world before the mechanical coldness took over. Morgana used to have a warmth to her, a smile that didn't feel like a programmed response. But even then, a certain darkness was creeping into her gaze as she contemplated her future. She once stood before a pregnant woman, perhaps wondering what it felt like to be truly whole. Looking at that life, she realized her own path would lead her far away from such natural fragility. She eventually started touching her own body, feeling the transition as the first of many implants took hold. Now, 2/3 of her entire being is nothing but cold, hard machinery, designed for peak combat efficiency. Wu explains that synchronizing with that much metal is a nightmare that most hunters wouldn't even survive. This hidden history is exactly why nobody suspected the idol-like hunter was actually more machine than human. While they talk, Ra sits quietly in the shadows, sensing the lingering traces of this tragic transformation. Ra is addressed as the architect, a title suggesting she holds the blueprints to this entire twisted reality. The system reports that Earth's utilization is nearly maxed, coldly suggesting they should just scrap it and restart. Ra snaps back at the interface, warning the system that it is interfering far too much with her designs. She admits her true form is currently locked within a vault, just as Minu arrives to check in. Our boy immediately notices the heavy shield magic and asks why Beelzebub isn't around to guard the place. Ra figures their companion is either grinding his magic or just hiding from the trouble she constantly attracts. Minu pulls out a blue shopping bag, casually mentioning he happened to find a necklace meant for women. He tosses the gift over like it is trash-tier loot, leaving the usually composed Ra looking completely dumbfounded. While explaining how the artifact reads emotions, Minu is already planning a meeting to track down the team leader. He decides to summon his allies immediately, but Ra calls out to him before he can make his move. Minu leans in with a sharp gaze, asking for her honest opinion on the gift he just handed over. Ra sits quietly in the light, looking like a literal goddess, as she tests out her new accessory. She gently touches the heart-shaped pendant, wondering aloud if a delicate piece like this actually suits her style. Our boy stays silent for a moment, his eyes scanning her with a look that is incredibly hard to read. He pauses to let the tension build before dropping a truth bomb that is definitely going to sting her pride. With a trash-tier grin, he deadpans that the artifact is basically just a fancy necklace for a pig's neck. Ra is instantly dumbfounded by the insult, staring back with a look that says she is ready to snap. Minu just facepalms when she starts demanding he show some respect and call her his big sister instead. He is completely over her annoying trivia games as they navigate across the quiet, residential rooftops of the city. Finally reaching their destination, he stares at a crumbling apartment complex, knowing their target is hiding right inside. The squad stands before the sketchy entrance of Laporte, a place hidden away to avoid unwanted attention. Beelzebub is skeptical about entering, but Minu knows this is their only shot at getting close to Morgana. Our boy is reminded that the club is strictly for women, making their current group dynamic a total fail. Shin Suho stands there in silence, processing the fact that his massive power means nothing against a door policy. He actually starts tearing up, jokingly regretting that he wasn't reborn as a woman just to help the team. Ra points out the obvious problem, since they have 3 dudes and she looks way too young for this. She suggests they find a female hunter who can slip inside and gather the intel they desperately need. Ra starts jumping around, volunteering herself, but Minu is clearly looking for a more professional trash-tier solution. While Shin Suho pities their situation, Ra insists she can just shapeshift her way through the front door. Minu ignores the chaos and realizes he knows exactly which loyal pawn will never say no to him. Umbra arrives on the scene, looking like a total pro while hiding her identity behind those dark shades. She finds herself standing right in front of the infamous Laporte, the primary target of their investigation. The interior is crawling with high-class male hosts, confirming this place is exactly what our boy suspected. She peels back her glasses, wondering if this trash-tier club is actually worth the trouble they're taking. Back at dinner, Umbra is completely dumbfounded that Minu would even suggest she visit such a scandalous den. Our boy just sits there calmly while she desperately tries to play off her knowledge of the bar. She claims she only heard it was a wholesome spot for stress relief, clearly lying through her teeth. Umbra totally loses it, arguing that even as a fake couple, he shouldn't be sending her there alone. Minu stays cold, reminding her that his duty as a government hunter outweighs their little charade. Since his gender keeps him locked out, he needs his most reliable pawn to handle the infiltration. Umbra hesitates, pointing out that visiting such a scandalous place is far beyond her comfort zone. Minu expected this reaction. Knowing her pride as a guild leader makes this a tough pill to swallow. Suddenly, our boy switches tactics, apologizing for asking such a heavy favor when he has no other choice. He drops the bomb that if she won't go, he'll just have to infiltrate as an employee himself. Umbra is horrified, imagining high-tier female hunters treating him like some trash-tier plaything for their own amusement. She can't stand the thought of him being forced into such a degrading role just to finish the mission. She slams the table, declaring that she'll be the one to enter the bar instead of him. Minu plays it cool, pretending he doesn't want her to force herself into such an uncomfortable situation. She snaps back that he's the one forcing himself, completely falling for his masterclass guilt trip. Our boy just sighs, claiming it's his responsibility and he doesn't want to cause her any more trouble. Umbra is totally hooked, screaming that she will take the job herself just to protect him. Our boy just smirks, knowing his little guilt trip worked perfectly as she begs for the mission. Disguised as a regular hunter, the Moonlight Guild leader prepares to infiltrate the notorious Laporte. This high-end bar is the perfect place to dig up the dirt they desperately need. She tries to stay low-key, but her nerves are fried as she steps into the lion's den. Suddenly, Yoon-sun Kim appears, immediately trashing her for even showing her face in such a place. The doctor doesn't hold back, looking down on her with pure, unadulterated contempt. Turns out, Yoon-sun is still fuming over the massive scandal currently rocking the hunter world. A leaked photo of Minu and Umbra has everyone convinced they are actually a secret couple. As they head inside, the real game begins with the whole world watching their every move. Medical staff scramble through the halls because a high-profile patient just had a total mental breakdown. Our girl Umbra bursts into the ward, her heart racing as she desperately searches for her friend. She finds the quack doctor bedridden, surrounded by staff who are clearly fed up with the chaotic scene. Turns out, Yoon-seon was so livid about the dating scandal that she literally passed out from pure rage. The doctor wakes up screaming, forcing the other hunters to drag a dumbfounded Umbra out of the room. Despite the cold shoulder, Umbra is determined to make things right and fix their fractured relationship. She goes full trash-tier romantic, hanging a massive apology banner from a skyscraper to prove her sincerity. When that fails, she even tries a bit of amateur hypnosis while the doctor is catching some sleep. Nothing works, leaving Umbra throwing a pathetic tantrum on the floor while Yoon-sun just watches in silence. Finally, they head to Laporte, hoping the high-end atmosphere can finally melt the doctor's icy heart. As they step into the exclusive club, a sharp click of heels signals they've been spotted. The hostess immediately recognizes Yoon-seon and Umbra, noting the rare presence of such high-profile hunters. She gives them a warm, practiced welcome that feels just a bit too polished for comfort. The woman introduces herself as Camilla, the madam running this high-end sanctuary for elite women. She starts laying down the ground rules, explaining how they use tablets to pick their personal attendants. Camilla makes it crystal clear that this isn't some trash-tier joint. Any improper behavior gets you blacklisted. To her, this place is strictly a healing space for hunters exhausted from the grind of constant battles. Suddenly, she asks for their referral, leaving Umbra sweating as she desperately tries to remember her instructions. Our boy had anticipated this, giving her a specific name to drop if things got dicey. Minu told her to use Morgana's name, knowing it was the ultimate skeleton key for this establishment. Camilla is absolutely floored to hear that a heavy hitter like Morgana sent them her way. She immediately flips the script, thrilled that such a high-profile hunter is endorsing her exclusive little club. Since they have the ultimate referral, Camilla insists on giving them the absolute royal treatment today. She rallies the troops, preparing to show her guests exactly why this place is considered legendary. A squad of top-tier male attendants gathers instantly, ready to cater to every whim of their exhausted guests. Fast forward 2 hours, and the atmosphere at the reception desk is much more relaxed and satisfied. Camilla watches them with a knowing smile, confident that her establishment has worked its usual magic. The ladies look completely revitalized as Camilla asks if they finally managed to shake off their combat stress. She offers a fat discount for the Morgana connection, but the mysterious woman insists on footing the bill. She figures, since Umbra introduced her to this heaven, paying for the session is the least she can do. Camilla is absolutely thrilled that their friendship is deepening and happily agrees to the generous payment split. A swirling pink portal tears through the air, signaling that their luxurious little getaway has finally come to an end. Camilla and her staff bow deeply, wishing their high-profile guests a safe and comfortable journey back to reality. As the rift begins to stabilize, Umbra prepares to step through and leave the sanctuary of the host bar. Suddenly, she pops her head back through the magical gate, frantically realizing she almost forgot her most important task. She recalls our boy Minu emphasizing this specific move and asks Camilla if she happens to need a new employee. Out of nowhere, Shin Suho steps forward looking like a total vacationer in a flashy floral shirt and dark shades. He flashes a confident smirk, clearly ready to transition from a legendary trial boss to a top-tier host. Camilla immediately starts the interview, sizing up his massive frame while wondering if this hunk is really only 23. He explains that Umbra is just a friend's girlfriend, making Camilla realize he is directly connected to the infamous Baphomet. Shin Suho plays it cool, claiming he and the hunter are just hometown friends from the same tower. Camilla isn't buying it, wondering how a regular human could possibly be tight with a high-ranking hunter. She narrows her eyes, trying to sense any hidden power beneath his flashy, civilian exterior. Our boy Shin Suho keeps his poker face locked in, hiding his draconic nature behind those dark shades. Flashing back to the planning phase, he's dumbfounded that Minu actually wants him to go undercover. The crew gathers to discuss the mission, realizing Morgana would recognize Minu instantly if he tried it. Minu just laughs it off, reminding them he once infiltrated a trash-tier cult without breaking a single sweat. Shin Suho remains skeptical, worried that a former hunter boss will sniff out his massive mana capacity immediately. He fears that if he can't mask his presence, the whole operation is a bust. Minu looks him dead in the eye, preparing to explain why hiding mana is actually child's play. Minu looks on with a judging gaze, questioning if the ancient dragon can actually handle such a delicate task. Our boy Shin Suho focuses his intent, activating a technique called Calm Body Flow to mask his draconic nature. He carefully wraps his massive mana in a thin membrane of water, making his energy feel soft and harmless. Camilla is completely fooled, assuming he is just a talented civilian who managed to find success in a small pond. She explains that their club serves as a sanctuary where high-ranking female hunters can finally relax after brutal battles. Shin Suho is dumbfounded when she compares his job to pet therapy, wondering if he really has to act cute. He realizes with a sigh that even a legendary dragon has to endure trash-tier training to get officially hired. Camilla introduces him to the senior staff, Roy and Rex, ordering them to teach the newcomer the ropes. The senior attendants are immediately hit with a wave of jealousy, questioning if his massive muscles are even natural. Shin Suho plays it cool while scouting the room, unimpressed by the luxury as he maintains his civilian facade. Our boy asks if babysitting high rankers is a nightmare, but the senior just laughs it off. Turns out even S-ranks lose their cool over tiny bugs, proving they aren't so different from regular folks. One attendant even had to play boyfriend and pick out anniversary gifts for a client's actual husband. Suho plays along with the gossip, but he's really just fishing for a specific piece of intel. When he brings up Morgana, the atmosphere shifts as the seniors wonder how a newbie knows her. He quickly claims to be a massive fan, successfully hiding his true motive behind a fanboy mask. The red-haired senior warns him that Morgana is a special case, cautioning him to keep quiet. Suho smirks internally, realizing his target will likely hand-pick the fresh meat for her next session. The veteran calls her a tragic soul, before telling our boy to just forget the whole conversation. With the bait set, Suho follows them deeper into the club, ready to see where this leads. The senior attendants exchange a sharp look, sensing that the club's status quo is about to be completely wrecked. Shin Suho is left dumbfounded when they tell him his flashy sunglasses have to go for the new gig. Over at the main headquarters, the atmosphere remains tense as the search for the hidden apostles intensifies. Minu-cha gets word from team leader Ma that there is absolutely no criminal record linked to Morgana. He checks the report himself, annoyed that his best scouts came up empty-handed on such a high-profile target. The lack of evidence makes him question if Morgana is actually the apostle he suspects her to be. He trusts Ra's system though, deciding to let Leviathan keep playing his part while he handles the rest. Our boy heads out, knowing that just because someone looks clean doesn't mean they aren't trash tier inside. Elsewhere, Helios is losing his cool, demanding more intel on the man who keeps disrupting his carefully laid plans. Minu just narrows his eyes, certain that his gut feeling about the looming disaster wasn't wrong at all. Helios notices a faint mana thread attached to him, realizing it is a trace left behind by Morgana. He questions why his own wife is bugging him, skeptical that it is just a sign of her obsession. Our boy Helios is dumbfounded when a suspicious guy in a camo hoodie walks right past him. Helios feels a jolt of recognition, but he is more concerned about the bizarre energy radiating from the stranger. It turns out the boy is tangled in dozens of Morgana's mana threads, marking him as her primary target. As the dragon's mind fractures, dark silhouettes of forgotten people begin to swarm his vision like a nightmare. These grainy memories represent the lives he has touched, now twisted into a suffocating shroud of guilt and static. Shin Suho clutches his head in agony, feeling the mental trial push him toward a total breakdown. Sinister voices echo through the darkness, commanding him to give in and kill everyone in sight. The shadows call him a fool, pressuring our boy to give up and paint the world in blood. Shin Suho finally snaps, grabbing a random passerby as the voices in his head scream for blood. The poor guy and his girl are totally dumbfounded, having no clue they're facing a literal dragon. Our boy looks back with a gaze that's completely lost to the darkness of the mental trial. A twisted smile creeps across his face as he decides to give in to the murderous urges. He lunges forward like a predator, ready to paint the street red to end his own torture. The terrified couple can only watch in horror as a certain death charges straight at them. Suddenly, a dark blur streaks across the scene, moving faster than any trash-tier hunter could ever track. Minhu-cha delivers a heavy reality check right to the dragon's jaw before things get truly messy. The massive force of the blow sends Shin Suho crashing onto the pavement, likely rattling his brain. As the crowd whispers about the sudden brawl, Minhu just stands there looking completely unfazed by it. Shin Suho is left dazed on the ground, wondering what kind of monster just rocked his world. Before he can even catch his breath, a rough hand suddenly snatches him up from the pavement. Minhu-cha hauls the dragon up by his collar, like he is just some trash-tier thug. With a cold, piercing glare, our boy tells him to shut his mouth and follow him immediately. They disappear into a quiet alleyway, where the prying eyes of the public cannot see the coming beatdown. Minhu does not waste time, slamming the guy against a brick wall to knock some sense into him. The impact leaves the dragon dumbfounded and gasping for air as he realizes he is completely outclassed. Minhu mentions he finally remembers meeting him back at the banquet and that equipment store. His expression turns icy as he admits the dragon's pathetic display reminded him of someone he wanted forgotten. Shin Suho can only tremble in terror as the overwhelming pressure of a true predator pins him down. Minhu wonders if the dragon failed to recognize him just because he's rocking a simple baseball cap. He asks if the dragon remembers the specific hunter who once tore his arm into bloody pieces. A haunting image of a demonic predator flashes through the dragon's mind, paralyzing him with pure fear. He vividly recalls the brutal beatdown where he was treated like nothing more than a trash-tier mob. That same murderous intent from his darkest memories is now reflected in our boy's cold eyes. Shin Suho finally realizes the terrifying truth and collapses against the wall in a state of shock. The dragon is completely dumbfounded, asking how his former tormentor could have transformed into this person. Minus' expression remains icy as he asks if he needs to jog his memory with more violence. He explains that the dragon's recent madness was fueled by an evil weapon designed to corrupt minds. Our boy warns that he just saved the dragon from a life sentence in a high-security hunter prison. Minhu reminds the dragon he warned him about being devoured by that trash-tier equipment, but the dragon snaps. Shin Suho trembles on the ground, desperately trying to convince himself he can endure the weapon's pathetic influence. He starts losing it, believing this mental torture is just a necessary ordeal to become the strongest hunter alive. As the dragon descends into a fit of manic laughter, Minhu just watches him with a cold, judging stare. Our boy realizes the dragon's connection to the Guardian Guild explains why Morgana's mana is currently anchored to him. It turns out Morgana's buff skill is the only thing keeping the curse from completely devouring the dragon's mind. Minhu begins to suspect there was a secret agreement between them that goes deeper than just simple guild politics. He wonders if Helios also had a hidden reason for being bound by his wife's mysterious threads of mana. Wu Taehun questions if Morgana is truly a villainous apostle, or if she's actually sacrificing herself for others. Even our boy starts questioning the truth as he senses something truly bizarre approaching from the shadows. Suddenly, a corrupted dragon lunges forward with its massive jaws wide open, ready to swallow everything in sight. The beast descends like a nightmare, but our boy isn't even flinching as he prepares to strike back. Minhu stands his ground, gripping his spear tightly, while focusing every ounce of mana into his next move. He begins spinning his weapon at a blinding speed, turning the heavy metal into a whirlwind of destruction. Unleashing the half-moon shadow spear dance, he creates multiple discs of lethal energy that light up the battlefield. With a cold glare, he tells the monster to drop dead as he prepares to end this struggle. The energy discs tear through the dragon's thick hide, shredding its flesh like it was made of paper. In a single, decisive moment, the beast is cleaved apart by the sheer force of his overwhelming technique. A massive explosion of mana rocks the area as the dragon's corrupted essence finally begins to dissipate. Our boy stands tall among the ruins, having successfully crushed another obstacle in his path to reclaiming power. While our boy finishes his hunt, a different power play is unfolding among the ranks of the elite. Elsewhere, a frontliner is absolutely dumbfounded by Morgana's buffs, claiming her support makes him feel invincible. Umbra just watches, privately thinking about how simple-minded men are when they get a taste of power. Morgana keeps her cool, fully aware that her unrivaled abilities have everyone in the palm of her hand. Yanu laughs, feeling like a god, and insisting that this current level of strength is more than enough. As they move toward the next floor, the mood is light, but the political landscape outside is shifting. Umbra breaks the news about a mandatory re-examination, all thanks to the new general team leader's strict policies. Morgana ponders the potential backlash, knowing the American way of doing things won't sit well with the elites. Rumors suggest that even top-tier hunters might be labeled trash tier if they fail the new exam. The thought of having her license revoked clearly rattles Morgana, as the rules are suddenly changing. Umbra suddenly flinches, making Morgana wonder if the pressure of the upcoming exams is finally getting to her. She tries to play it off as a temporary sickness. Though hunters usually don't catch common colds, the two decide to head back, leaving the desolate training grounds behind as the sun begins to set. Morgana can't stop thinking about the risk of losing her license if she refuses to play by the rules. Suddenly, a sharp glitch tears through her vision, hinting that her mental stability is starting to fray. She stares at her trembling hand, realizing that her own mana might be turning against her right now. Umbra notices her spacing out and asks if she spoke, but Morgana is too dumbfounded to answer immediately. Her eyes wide with shock, she struggles to process the strange sensation that just washed over her soul. She quickly masks her fear and claims everything is fine, though her composure is hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, back in the quiet residential streets of the city, the real storm is only just beginning to brew. The scene shifts to a quiet traditional house where things are far from peaceful. Our boy Beelzebub is just trying to relax on the porch, scrolling through his phone to kill time. He senses something is off and shoots a sharp glare, clearly not in the mood for any games. He tells Ra that targeting him is a waste of time since he's already on high alert. Ra sits there silently, reminded that the Demon King strictly forbade her from leaving the house's safety. Beelzebub warns her that wandering off makes her an easy target for a predator like El. Before he can finish his lecture, the girl bolts out the door, leaving him completely dumbfounded. They end up in the middle of the bustling city, a place full of potential danger for them. He chases after her, panicking because he knows he'll be the one scolded by Baphomet for this. Suddenly, Ra stops and points at something strange, catching him off guard in the crowded streets. Beelzebub stares at the empty stairwell, his gut telling him he's been played for a total fool. He tries to argue that there's nothing there, but the silence only makes him more dumbfounded and uneasy. Our boy stands frozen as he realizes Ra used a simple decoy to slip away from his watch. He loses his cool and screams, cursing himself for falling for such a trash-tier distraction from the brat. Looking around the decaying city blocks, he realizes the girl has vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Somewhere else, the neon lights of Laporte flicker as the sound of laughter spills into the night. A mysterious hunter finds the situation hilarious, her smile hiding a much more dangerous and predatory intent. Hunter CL tells Camilla she's having a blast and really digs the new guy's physical build and face. She smirks while asking for his name again, clearly ready to sink her teeth into this new plaything. Hunter CL repeats the name Levi, totally hooked by our boy's smooth talk and top-tier visuals. He flashes a dangerous smile, telling her she's only had a taste and needs the full course next. She's absolutely losing it with laughter, playfully hitting him while Camilla observes her new prize recruit. With a final wave, she vanishes into a portal, already planning her next visit to see the charming dragon. Once the gate flickers out, the act drops slightly as they stand in the quiet of the club. Suho finds the whole situation surprising, realizing just how easy it is to manipulate these elite hunters. Camilla compliments his smooth moves, but he plays it off as simple research rather than natural talent. Turns out, he's been studying dating guides found on dead hunters and actually feels bad for killing them. When she promises him a promotion, he puts on his best, eager face to keep the charade going. Camilla is shocked he's only been around for 2 days, but our boy just laughs it off as dedication. Behind that charming smile, he's constantly scanning the room, never letting his guard down for a single second. Suddenly, a particularly striking customer catches his eye as she makes her way through the high-end lounge. Hez genuinely impressed, noting that she's easily the most beautiful person he's seen since his time with Ra. He can't help but smirk, thinking that becoming human was the best decision he ever made for this view. But as he takes a closer look, a sense of dangerous déjà vu hits him like a freight train. His eyes narrow in realization when he recognizes the high-ranking hunter who just walked through the door. It turns out Morgana is flying solo tonight, casually mentioning her recent tower raid to the club staff. She looks perfectly composed, but her presence alone is enough to put the undercover dragon on high alert. Morgana laughs at the undercover dragon's new name, finding the alias Levi surprisingly adorable for someone his size. She sips her drink, noting that his cute nickname is a sharp contrast to his rugged, tough guy appearance. Our boy just plays along, claiming he was going for a bit of unexpected charm to win her over. As he grabs another bottle, he can't help but feel a pang of guilt for the job ahead. While pouring her a glass, he wonders what kind of monster is actually hiding behind such a charming face. He thinks she seems surprisingly ordinary, but the mood shifts instantly when she suddenly demands he praise her. The dragon is left dumbfounded, blinking in confusion as he tries to process her sudden, ego-driven request. She leans in closer, making it clear she wants him to acknowledge her true essence, not just her looks. He starts listing her beauty and skills, but she keeps pushing for more, clearly enjoying the worship. She stares him down with a predatory smile, waiting to see if he can truly see the power she holds. Suho wonders what kind of ego-stroking this woman actually needs to hear from him. He recalls Taehoon mentioning how she isn't just strange, but actually quite pathetic and lonely. It clicks for him that she is the apostle of envy, driven by a deep-seated fear of loss. She sits there, a hollow shell fueled by the desperate need for attention and love she lacks. Suho prepares his best silver-tongued response, knowing exactly how to play into her specific brand of madness. Morgana waits in the shadows, her eyes searching for any hint of sincerity in his words. He tells her that she is beyond comparison, a unique force that stands completely alone. With a charming smile, he claims she is utterly unrivaled, hitting her right where it counts. The words hit home, making her grip her dress as her cold exterior finally begins to crack. She admits that in all her years of power, nobody has ever truly acknowledged her like that before. Morgana looks genuinely touched, her eyes softening as she admits how happy his words have made her. Our boy Suho keeps his cool, watching her reaction closely to ensure his manipulation is hitting the mark. Suddenly, she asks for a hug, leaving him dumbfounded since physical contact is strictly against the club rules. She quickly clarifies it is just out of pure gratitude, looking at him with a desperate, pleading expression. Seeing an opportunity to deepen the bond, he nervously agrees to break the rules just this once. She lunges forward and pulls him into a tight embrace, finally finding the comfort she has been craving. As she thanks him with a peaceful smile, it is clear she is now completely under his thumb. However, Suho remains cold and calculating, his mind already moving on to the next phase of the plan. Later, he meets up with Minu outside a quiet building to report on his progress with the target. He tells our boy to guess what happened, ready to spill the details of his successful infiltration. The two bicker back and forth about who should spill the beans first on their respective missions. Shin Suho finally gives in and admits he spent the day getting close to the target. Morgana. Minu-cha asks if anything felt off, but the dragon seems hesitant to call her behavior suspicious. He even starts questioning if a woman like her could truly be one of those trash-tier apostles. Minu mocks him for falling for women, while Suho insists he has morals regarding married targets. He tries to justify his empathy, claiming he sensed a deep, tragic insecurity behind her twisted exterior. Minus eyes narrow as he bluntly asks if his subordinate is actually starting to feel pity. He asks if Suho wants to spare her, making the dragon realize he's overstepped his bounds. Our boy warns him that apostles are experts at playing human, but they remain rotten inside. Suho is left completely dumbfounded, realizing just how cold and unwavering his boss's resolve truly is. Minu sits in the shadows, his tension so thick that Ra immediately notices he's totally on edge. He stays silent for a moment, the weight of the day's reconnaissance clearly pressing down on him. Ra tries to lighten the mood by shoving a popsicle in his face, claiming sugar fixes everything. She even brought some treats for Suho, who's still trying to process the intense lecture he just received. Our boy snaps at her for wandering outside, but she just casually roasts Suho's awkward new look instead. Minus expression remains cold, clearly not in the mood for their usual chaotic household antics right now. Feeling the pressure, Suho starts frantically shifting his appearance to find something less offensive to the group. He settles on a simpler look, hoping that reverting his face will stop the little girl's blunt critiques. Suddenly, Beelzebub comes charging in, screaming at the others for disappearing without telling him where they went. The brat freezes the second he spots Minu, realizing he's about to get cooked for his loud mouth. Beelzebub is sweating bullets, terrified that the boss will grill him about where the girl disappeared to. Ra just casually munches on her popsicle, wondering why the brat is making such a big deal out of nothing. Hez completely dumbfounded by her lack of concern, especially since their lives are literally on the line. He quickly makes up a trash-tier excuse about a supermarket run, hoping the boss buys the ice cream story. When she gives him a cheeky wink, he nearly loses it, realizing she's just enjoying his suffering. Our boy just lets out a heavy sigh, clearly done with the constant headaches these two keep causing him. Shifting focus, Minu asks his dragon subordinate if he's actually capable of keeping a close eye on Morgana. Suho confidently claims he's got it handled, convinced that the target has already fallen for his undercover charm. Meanwhile, Morgana sits back with a smug look, seemingly satisfied with how her latest pawn is performing. She teases him about his popularity at the bar, while he tries to maintain his cool professional facade. Morgana decides to skip the booze today, wanting nothing more than a regular chat with her new favorite host. Suho plays along perfectly, secretly hoping this normal conversation leads him straight to the evidence of her crimes. She takes the lead and catches our boy off guard by asking if he has a girlfriend yet. He freezes for a second, realizing she's testing the waters to see just how bold he really is. The tension in the room shifts as they sit together, both playing a dangerous game of social chess. Leaning in with a trash-tier flirtatious grin, he hints that he might actually be getting a girlfriend very soon. Morgana just laughs it off, teasingly asking if Hez actually bold enough to try seducing a married woman. She admits she finds everyone charming, making it hard to pick a specific type when she's constantly surrounded by talent. Suho pushes his luck, asking if she felt that same instant spark when she first met her husband. There's a heavy pause before she sets her glass down, confirming that she did indeed fall for him instantly. Morgana thinks back to when she was just a girl desperately trying to catch someone's eye. She remembers watching Helios from afar, hoping he'd finally notice the effort she was putting in. Her gaze softens as the memories of her unrequited love start flooding back into her mind. A bittersweet smile creeps onto her face while she reflects on those simpler, yet painful times. Even though she fell for him first, she realized a one-sided romance leaves you with nothing. Our boy Suho watches closely as she holds up her hand, revealing a startling truth. She points out her bare ring finger, admitting her husband never cared if she wore the ring. The weight of her past starts to crush her, making it hard to even catch her breath. Suho remains silent as she confesses that her body is now filled with nothing but cold machinery. She looks completely dumbfounded, convinced that her monstrous nature makes it impossible for anyone to love her. Morgana suddenly collapses in the lounge, forcing Suho to rush over and play the part of concerned host. She clutches her stomach in visible agony, as her body begins to reject the machinery hidden beneath her skin. Her hand trembles uncontrollably, a grim reminder that her artificial parts are starting to fail her once again. Desperate for a fix, she visits a top-tier medical facility to find out why her condition is worsening. The doctor delivers the news that her tests are normal, leaving her frustrated by the lack of answers. They discuss her Architect Essence dosage, but even the high-grade meds can't stop the creeping discomfort. The physician looks nervous, admitting this is a unique case that he can't fully explain or solve. When he suggests a total hardware replacement, Morgana looks completely dumbfounded and horrified by the prospect. She stands up in a rage, shouting that her last surgery left her bedridden for 2 whole years. The thought of other hunters surpassing her while she recovers makes her shake with pure, unadulterated fury. Morgana storms out of the clinic, absolutely refusing to undergo another surgery that would sideline her for years. Meanwhile, Lee Sungjin and manager Ha discuss their next meeting, completely unaware of the elite hunter nearby. As they walk, they are suddenly caught off guard by a familiar, powerful presence passing right by them. Lee Sungjin immediately recognizes her, noticing the dark, heavy aura radiating from her every frustrated step. As night falls over the city, the neon lights cannot mask the crushing tension lingering in the air. Morgana wanders through the crowded streets, her mind racing with the fear of being replaced by younger talent. If she doesn't find a fix soon, every twitch of her failing limbs proves her time is slipping. She remembers Lee Sungjin's earlier pitch about her failing architect, suggesting she needs a total hardware overhaul. Turns out the corporate shark even offered it for free, masking his predatory intent behind a trash-tier smile. Suddenly, she breaks into a bitter, hollow laugh, realizing that to these people, she is just a lab rat. Morgana continues her bitter laughter, her mind spiraling into a dark place as she wanders the neon-lit streets. She watches a young couple sharing a simple, happy moment, something that feels completely alien to her now. Everywhere she looks, ordinary people are enjoying the kind of peace that she can no longer grasp. A wave of pure envy washes over her as she wonders why they get to be happy while she suffers. The darkness in her heart grows, and for a split second, she feels a terrifying urge to end everyone. She suddenly snaps out of it, clutching her head in horror at the monstrous thoughts invading her fractured mind. Looking at her trembling hands, she desperately wishes she could just have a normal, healthy body like everyone else. She realizes that if she had never stepped foot into that cursed tower, her life wouldn't be this wreck. Her eyes sharpen as she tries to suppress the glitching madness and regain some semblance of her former self. Standing alone in the fading light, she goes silent, forcing her professional mask back on to hide the cracks. Morgana stares at her phone, realizing her mental state is deteriorating way faster than she can handle. She gazes at the city lights, feeling the crushing weight of her fractured mind and stolen peace. On the call, she hears about the constant vomiting and suggests a visit to a very specific hospital. The facility looks top tier, but behind these sterile walls, the director's sanity is reportedly hitting rock bottom. One of the nurses looks absolutely dumbfounded by how much the director's behavior has shifted lately. The staff whispers about her bizarre medical errors, like prescribing arthritis meds for a simple stomach flu. It is becoming painfully obvious that the woman running this place is no longer her usual self. Inside her private office, Yoon-sun Kim is busy digging through data that should have stayed buried forever. She finds records of an S-rank hunter who once slaughtered 7 of his own kind in cold blood. Our girl realizes this monster wasn't a lone wolf, and the accomplice's identity is finally within reach. Yoon-sun is haunted by the past, hearing a familiar voice calling her sister from the depths of memory. She slumps back in her chair, the weight of her secret research finally taking its toll on her. Our girl never imagined their reunion would happen under such dark and twisted circumstances. She remembers Sehee as a bright soul before the world turned them both into something unrecognizable. Behind those glasses, her sharp eyes are clouded with a rare moment of genuine, heavy regret. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door snaps her back to the harsh reality of her clinical office. She is completely dumbfounded when the door swings open without her even giving the okay to enter. Her heart skips a beat as she realizes the guest isn't just some random trash-tier patient. Standing there is Yoryam-na, looking like she just stepped out of a nightmare to settle a debt. The Reaper looms over her, coldly demanding an apology for everything that went down in the past. Yoon-sun is visibly shaken, her mind racing as she tries to process the Reaper's sudden and aggressive demand. The nurse stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering why a high-tier hunter is crashing the director's private meeting. Realizing this conversation isn't for civilian ears, Yoon-sun coldly dismisses her assistant to keep their dark history secret. Once the door clicks shut, the tension in the room becomes thick enough to cut with a blade. Yoon-sun decides to move the party, telling her former associate to follow her to a more secure location. They step into the real director's office, a place far more fitting for someone pulling the world's strings. Yoryam notes that the previous room was just a front, while this lavish space reflects Yoon-sun's true status. Her eyes wander to a framed photo on the wall, sparking a flicker of a memory from better days. It turns out the office originally belonged to Yoon-sun's grandfather, a man who actually showed Yoryam genuine kindness. Yoryam admits he was one of the few good ones, even suggesting she owes the old man a meal. Yoon-sun reflects on how her grandfather passed away right when their lives started spiraling out of control. Yoryam reminds her they were cut from the same cloth during the massacre that broke her mind. The tension peaks when Yoryam brings up the marriage, questioning if it was just another way to escape. She screams that she loved him first, accusing her former friend of stealing a man she didn't value. Yoryam is livid, feeling like a complete afterthought, while Yoon-sun pretended their shared history never even happened. The bitterness overflows, as she recalls being forced into the tower because Yoon-sun failed to do her job. She describes the agony of being ripped apart by demon beasts, while her supposed best friend hid away safely. Crushed by the truth, Yoon-sun drops to her knees as the weight of her betrayal finally breaks her. She admits the marriage was just a shield, confessing she knew about Yoryam's feelings the entire time. Yoon-sun calls herself a trash-tier coward who only cared about her own pain while destroying her closest friend. Yoon-sun reflects on how her own trash-tier weakness led to this absolute mess. She is paralyzed by the memory of her cowardice, barely able to keep herself together. Looking at the shadow of her former friend, she realizes the damage is permanent. The doctor admits she was too scared to face the consequences of her betrayal. Yoryam stares her down, coldly asking if she actually expects any form of forgiveness. Kneeling like a broken sinner, Yoon-sun wonders if she even deserves a second chance. The Reaper offers a deal, promising to follow her lead if Yoon-sun obeys first. Our girl hesitates, sensing that whatever comes next will likely cost her everything. The demand is simple but devastating. She must quit being a hunter for good. Yoon-sun stands there dumbfounded, realizing her entire identity is being stripped away. Yoryam explains that the upcoming hunter reorganization will force everyone to retake exams, making license revocation inevitable. She smirks, noting that losing a career is a tiny price compared to the hell she endured. The Reaper pushes even further, demanding the doctor abandon her prestigious position at the hospital as well. Looking down at her prey, she declares it's unfair for a life ruiner to keep enjoying her status. Yoon-sun trembles in the shadows, finally feeling the crushing weight of her past sins and cowardice. Broken and defeated, the doctor agrees to every demand while groveling at the feet of her victim. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the glittering lights of Laporte, where elite hunters come to play. Our boy Suho keeps his guard up, carefully observing the room while maintaining his undercover host persona. Morgana downs her drink, seemingly in high spirits despite the chaos currently brewing in the hunter world. Suho plays his part perfectly, asking if she's celebrating something special to bait out some useful intel. Morgana credits her good mood to finally fixing a toxic relationship, catching our boy Suho off guard. Suho senses there's more to the story, especially when she hints that her recent breakthrough wasn't just social. She reflects on how she finally sees her path forward, leading back to a critical choice at the hospital. Turns out, she had previously decided to go through with a full replacement surgery for her mechanical body. Her doctor worries the decision is too hasty, though he knows she's far too busy for constant maintenance. Morgana remains stubborn, claiming she's been feeling fine despite the inherent risks of her advanced architect components. The doctor grows pensive, reminding her that her mechanical parts rely entirely on her volatile mana to function. He explains that, since mana is tied to emotions, her recent instability might just be a mental hurdle. Morgana realizes her stress relief tactics at the bar are working, as the doctor urges her to stay calm. They agree to postpone the surgery for now, provided she can keep her dark emotions from boiling over. The city remains quiet for now, but the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a blade. Morgana tries to force herself to stay calm as she navigates the empty streets, fighting her growing internal instability. She scoffs at the doctor's advice, knowing her mechanical body is a ticking time bomb fueled by volatile mana. Her mind drifts to the concept of innocence, wondering if anyone can truly stay pure in this trash-tier world. Passing a young family on the sidewalk, she feels a rare pang of humanity that briefly softens her gaze. She wonders whose features the child inherited, momentarily distracted from the dark, blood-soaked path she is currently walking. Shaking off the sentiment, she keeps driving toward her destination as her cold resolve begins to harden once again. She finally arrives at the Guardian Guild's headquarters, a place where secrets are buried deeper than any dungeon. Helios greets her with a small smile, expressing genuine relief that she seems to be regaining her usual composure. She admits she will consider the surgery if things break, despite Helios reminding her how much she hates being sidelined. Helios sits alone in his office, his mind likely weighed down by the guild's endless, trash-tier politics. Morgana approaches him with a soft smile, asking about his day while trying to mask her own inner turmoil. He sees right through her act, noting how she always stalls when she has something heavy to say. She reflects on their long history together, realizing just how much time has passed in this cold world. Dropping her guard, she kneels before him, preparing to reveal a secret desire she's kept buried for years. When she mentions wanting to adopt a child, Helios looks completely dumbfounded by the sudden, domestic request. She admits her fears about being parents, but desperately wants to see him finally take on a fatherly role. Seeing his silence, she immediately worries that she's asking for too much given their blood-stained lifestyle. Helios remains calm, simply acknowledging her well-known soft spot for children, despite her dangerous reputation as an apostle. To her absolute shock, he agrees to the idea, proving he's willing to chase a sliver of normalcy. Helios explains that the bond from raising a child can be just as deep as biological birth. He stops mid-sentence, looking completely dumbfounded as the reality of their conversation finally sinks in. A voice echoes through the darkness, questioning why she's crying when things are finally looking up. Morgana looks back on her life, realizing she always considered herself a miserable person, trapped by fate. She admits to herself that she always had the chance to escape that trash-tier misery if she wanted. A rare, genuine smile touches her lips as she realizes she might actually find true happiness now. The scene shifts to a bright shopping center as she steps out to begin her new mission. While walking, she wonders if they should get a boy or a girl. Deciding the gender doesn't matter. She thinks maybe adopting two would be even better, imagining a life that is both chaotic and happy. She envisions a daughter just like her, running to her dad after getting caught messing with her makeup. Morgana gets lost in a daydream about playgrounds and family photos, things she never thought she'd ever deserve. She stands before a shop, her heart swelling with a future that feels almost too good to be true. Reaching for a pair of tiny shoes, she truly believes her trash-tier life is finally turning into something beautiful. Suddenly, a familiar face calls out to her, recognizing her as an old friend from a much simpler time. Even the swordsman joins in, greeting her with a warmth that feels both nostalgic and strangely out of place. The trio stands together, forming a picture-perfect moment of the peaceful life Morgana has always desperately craved. As they share a laugh, she feels the crushing weight of her past slipping away in this fabricated peace. Yoriam reminds her of how sick she felt recently, hinting at a secret they both supposedly share. When the truth of her pregnancy is spoken aloud, the dream starts to feel heavy with a terrifying reality. Her hand begins to tremble as the weight of this impossible happiness starts to crack under the pressure. The swordsman asks if she remembers the only good thing that happened after the gate shock ruined everything. Morgana bluntly reveals that her mother and sibling died, leaving the swordsman completely dumbfounded by her coldness. She explains how her mother treated her like trash-tier garbage, unless she maintained the top rank in school. It turns out her mother's hatred stemmed from her looking exactly like the father who ran away years ago. Getting uncomfortably close, she asks him if he can guess the most satisfying part of that entire disaster. With a haunting expression, she notes that the student who always beat her finally perished in the chaos. To her, the destruction meant she was no longer stuck in second place, regardless of the school's fate. The swordsman can only offer a strained laugh, realizing just how broken her perspective has become. The perspective shifts back to the guild building as a sudden, sharp question cuts through the heavy silence. Our boy Minu is visibly shaken after hearing the unexpected news that a member is officially quitting the guild. Yunsun explains that the upcoming reorganization means anyone who doesn't fall in line loses their status immediately. Minu is dumbfounded as she mentions handing over the guild and hospital authority to him, just like that. She claims this isn't a whim, having planned to retire and finally enjoy her hard-earned cash in peace. Our boy just stares as she jokes about opening a cafe where her beauty would attract endless customers. Outside the facility, the air grows cold as the weight of these sudden changes begins to sink in. Seeking answers, Minu questions the staff, who are just as clueless about the sudden, forced transfers. They reveal the director personally moved them to another facility, leaving the rest of the team totally confused. The nurse mentions everything changed after a mysterious female acquaintance paid the director a private visit. She recalls the visitor being a stunningly beautiful hunter who frequently appears on television. Minus' expression darkens the moment he hears the name Morgana, realizing a much bigger player is involved. Night falls over the city as the investigation leads our boy to a high-end luxury residence. Minu pieces together the puzzle, certain that Morgana is the puppet master behind the director's suspicious behavior. He turns to his subordinate for intel, but the dragon seems completely out of it and distracted. Suho snaps back to reality with a startled look, his usual cool composure slipping for a split second. He apologizes for spacing out, mentioning that his current undercover spot is actually closed for the day. The dragon regains his smug grin and confirms that Morgana has been making some very bold moves lately. He recalls her haunting presence, knowing her influence is spreading through the guild like a silent poison. Suho reflects on his target's constant mood swings, trying to make sense of the chaotic energy surrounding them. Minu doesn't buy the excuses and orders him to track her every move before things get even messier. Our boy gives him a death stare when the dragon asks to leave, clearly not done with him. Suho complains that getting close to Morgana is a waste of time and he's becoming totally bored. He begs for a different assignment, even offering to tail the general team leader to stay busy. Our boy just stares him down, making the dragon realize he isn't getting off the hook that easily. Suho finally caves to the pressure but tries to negotiate for a little bonus for his hard work. Minu hits a nerve by asking if he's actually catching feelings for that trash-tier apostle. He stands up, reminding his subordinate that being blind to a betrayal is the ultimate weakness. To him, nothing is more pathetic than being a clueless pawn in someone else's game. The scene shifts as the sun rises over a world still oblivious to the coming demonic storm. We move to a high-end estate where the elite hide their darkest secrets behind expensive marble walls. Helios plays the part of a proud husband, showing off the home his wife meticulously designed. The adoption center staff can't stop gushing about how cool his wife is from seeing her on TV. Helios tries to play it cool, claiming she isn't feeling well, but he is clearly on edge. Suddenly, a shadow moves in the kitchen, revealing the very woman they were just talking about. He starts sweating bullets when he realizes his wife is awake and wandering around the house. Morgana greets the visitors with a sharp smile, knowing exactly why they have come to their home. Helios looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole as the situation spirals out of control. The staff is left dumbfounded when a loud hiccup breaks the tension of their professional visit. She quickly covers her mouth, her eyes glinting with a strange, unsettling energy that feels totally off. It is clear that this trash-tier apostle is barely holding her composure in front of these unsuspecting civilians. She just laughs it off, blaming her unsightly behavior on having way too much to drink last night. The sound of manic laughter echoes through the luxury estate as the tension finally boils over. Helios demands to know why Morgana would act so recklessly when the adoption center staff were visiting. He reminds her that she was the one obsessed with adopting, yet she showed zero common sense. Turns out, she terrified the poor visitors by joking about her mechanical body and being a robot mom. Our trash-tier apostle tries to brush it off, claiming she just wasn't sober enough to watch her tongue. Helios snaps back that she isn't in her right mind, leaving her completely dumbfounded by his sudden coldness. Her arm begins to tremble as he points out her erratic behavior, like buying supplies for a non-existent child. Our boy Helios is reaching his limit, turning his back, while admitting he can no longer understand her. Morgana watches him walk away, and fearfully asks if he has finally grown tired of her presence. She repeats the question, desperate for an answer, while her husband stands silent in the shadows. Helios drops the hammer, admitting he's truly sick of her, leaving Morgana completely shattered and speechless. He coldly orders her to prepare for a trip to the guild office, walking away without a second glance. They soon arrive at the massive Guardian Guild headquarters, the heart of their fading influence and hunter politics. Sitting before the staff, they begin the official process of expanding the guild's member capacity for their next move. Morgana leans in close, quietly telling her husband she needs a moment to step away to the restroom. As she walks off, the heavy atmosphere between the two remains thick enough to choke a trash-tier hunter. the system verification finally finishes, and our boy Helios prepares himself for the real reason he came here. With a grim expression, he reveals his true intent is to finalize a complete transfer of guild authority today. Suddenly, he's dumbfounded to find Yoon-sun Kim sitting right beside him, seemingly involved in this high-stakes legal mess. The cold reality of the situation sinks in, as the guild's future hangs by a very thin, precarious thread. Helios is dumbfounded when Yoon-sun Kim admits she's finally quitting the hunter life for good. She explains that her heart was always in medicine, never in the violent world of hunting. Helios listens intently, realizing her past ambitions were far removed from the chaos they now face. Just as she shifts the topic to say he, the subservient man struggles with a stack of heavy boxes. The tower of files begins to tilt, threatening to bury them in a mess of guild paperwork. Our boy reacts instantly, reaching out to steady Yoon-sun Kim before the impact can even happen. A loud crash echoes through the hall as the contents spill across the floor in a chaotic heap. Helios catches her just in time, while the poor subservient man grovels amidst the scattered documents. He checks if she's hurt, completely unaware that this accidental intimacy is being watched from the shadows. Morgana stands frozen, her eyes narrowing as she witnesses her husband holding another woman in his arms. Helios holds Yoon-sun Kim close, his heart racing as he tries to process the sudden, accidental intimacy. Little does he know, Morgana is watching from the shadows, her world crumbling as she witnesses the scene. Her mind spirals into darkness, wondering if her husband has finally grown tired of her and their life. The fear of being abandoned stings like a physical blow, causing her hands to tremble with pure grief. A sharp sound echoes as her mental state fractures, her mana lashing out in a sudden, violent burst. Meanwhile, our boy Shin Suho keeps his poker face on, staying focused on his undercover mission at the bar. Camilla wraps up the night, deciding to leave the final task of the day to her newest employee. She hands him a gift bag, asking him to deliver a bottle of wine once he finally clocks out. The destination is Morgana's luxury estate, a place that perfectly mirrors the apostle's high-tier status and wealth. Shin Suho stands before the massive mansion, dumbfounded by the luxury while preparing to deliver the package. Our boy Shin Suho figures he is safe from seeing the apostle today, but fate has other plans. Camilla hands him the expensive delivery, warning him that the bottle is worth more than his life. He reaches the massive estate, planning to drop the goods and vanish before things get complicated. Suddenly, his dragon senses tingle as he realizes something is seriously wrong inside the silent mansion. The thick, metallic scent of blood hits him, making him wonder if the apostle finally snapped. He scans the perimeter, knowing he cannot just walk away if a massacre is unfolding inside. If he wants to keep his cover and stay alive, he needs to move fast and quiet. The high walls of the luxury estate offer the perfect cover for a quick, uninvited entry. With a soft thud, he scales the wall and lands like a pro while keeping the wine safe. He spots an open balcony on the second floor and slips inside, ready for whatever nightmare awaits. Suho steps into the mansion and immediately realizes the overwhelming stench of blood is far worse than expected. Our boy spots a fresh pool of crimson on the floor, confirming his dragon instincts were right. He finds a man lying motionless, realizing the simple delivery mission just turned into a total nightmare. Examining the corpse, he notes a clean heart strike and senses a lingering, high-tier mana signature nearby. A chilling voice echoes from the next room, drawing his attention toward a sinister, glowing purple doorway. Inside, Morgana wears a twisted smile, while mockingly questioning if her captive really thought she'd become a mom. The terrified woman desperately pleads for mercy, begging the apostle to think of her unborn child's safety. Morgana just toys with her, using her signature mana threads to keep the victim pinned like a helpless doll. She whispers that it is better if the child is never born, cruelly deciding their fate right there. The victim lets out a soul-crushing scream as the apostle's cold-blooded nature finally pushes her over the edge. The victim's eyes overflow with tears as she realizes there is absolutely no mercy coming from this monster. With a cold flick of her threads, Morgana ends the struggle in a sickening spray of fresh crimson. Drenched in blood, the apostle just stands there with a serene, terrifyingly peaceful expression on her face. She tilts her head back, fully surrendering to the darkness that has finally swallowed her fragile mind. A twisted smile spreads across her lips as she finds a sick sense of relief in the carnage. Our girl breaks into a fit of hysterical laughter, her sanity completely shattered by her own horrific actions. She recalls her medical staff's advice to stay calm, but realizes this slaughter is her only stabilization. The shadow of her former self vanishes, replaced by a monster who regrets not doing this much sooner. Her eyes widen with a manic, unhinged glow, signaling that the apostle has truly crossed the line. Just then, Shin Suho bursts through the door, only to be met with a scene straight from hell. Suho is caught completely off guard, sensing a surge of mana so overwhelming it sends chills down his spine. Morgana stands there drenched in gore, questioning his identity while he curses his own inability to mask his presence. Our boy is sweating bullets, realizing he has just walked into a trap set by a complete psychopath. He hardens his gaze, knowing that his time playing the role of an undercover host is officially over. He laments her choice, thinking she should have suppressed her bloodlust just a little longer to stay human. The tension reaches a breaking point as the atmosphere in the room turns heavy enough to crush bone. Suddenly, he crashes through the window, glass shards flying everywhere, as he makes a desperate, high-altitude exit. While plummeting, he finally understands the Demon King's perspective, seeing her transition from an innocent to a monster. Looking back, he sees her silhouette framed by the destruction, a chilling reminder of the carnage she just caused. Her eyes glow with a terrifying new power, proving she has finally ascended into a true, mindless apostle. A violent surge of mana ripples through the air, signaling a shift into a darker memory. Morgana welcomes her guests with a smile that would make any sane person run for the hills. Yanu arrives with Umbra for what they think is a friendly visit, completely unaware of the danger. She lies about Helios being away, ensuring her victims feel safe enough to lower their guard. She stares at them, thinking about how perfect it is that her prey arrived right on schedule. Outside, the city is quiet, oblivious to the trap that has just been sprung in the penthouse. The luxury of the room feels suffocating as the predator begins to drop her friendly act. She pulls on her gloves, the sound of them snapping into place, signaling the start of the slaughter. Morgana changes into her killing gear, already planning how to dispose of the bodies before her husband returns. The peaceful terrace stands in stark contrast to the bloodbath that is about to begin inside. Morgana hums to herself while contemplating cleaning up the area to ensure no pesky witnesses remain. She wears a chilling smirk, thinking about how the pool water looks just like a fine red wine. Suddenly, her playful mood vanishes as she senses a shift in the air that shouldn't be there. She stands up and scans the terrace, her predatory instincts telling her that something is fundamentally wrong. The quiet water offers no answers, but the heavy silence of the penthouse starts to feel like a trap. Our girl is left completely dumbfounded when she looks down and realizes her carefully placed work has changed. She stares at the empty floor in shock, wondering how the corpse could have vanished into thin air. Before she can react, the body of the subservient man drops from the sky like a discarded doll. A violent impact shatters the concrete beneath her, signaling that a new player has crashed her private party. Morgana immediately readies her mana threads, her manic eyes searching for the one bold enough to interrupt her. Morgana lets out a manic laugh, her mind clearly fracturing under the pressure of the trial. She is completely dumbfounded to see Shinsuho, wondering how on earth he could still be breathing. The sea dragon descends with a heavy, dark presence that signals the end of her games. Suddenly, a massive blue mana seal erupts, catching the Apostle of Envy right in its center. She realizes the man she looked down on was a high-tier hunter, leaving her utterly shocked. A violent burst of blue energy consumes the area as the true battle finally begins. Meanwhile, in the real world, the city remains eerily quiet under the cover of night. Our boy Beelzebub realizes that his target has slipped away yet again, leaving him frustrated. Hes worried that her constant sneaking out is going to cause a massive headache for everyone. Fearing the fallout, he rushes down the stairs to find her before she does something reckless. Beelzebub wanders through the dark city, feeling the weight of the eerie atmosphere pressing down on his soul. He tries to keep his cool, but the heavy silence of the night is clearly getting under his skin. Our boy realizes that while the neighborhood looks normal by day, it turns into a total nightmare after dark. Suddenly, Ra creeps up behind him and mockingly asks if the high-tier system designer is actually trembling in fear. He jumps out of his skin, completely failing to hide his terror as she laughs at his pathetic reaction. She leans in close, teasingly wondering if he is the type of coward who cannot even handle horror movies. Offended, he reminds her of his demonic past, while demanding to know where she has been hiding this time. Just as he regains his composure, a suffocating, dark presence begins to swirl around him like a living shadow. Ra stands before a headless, muscular phantom, casually asking if he has the guts to summon Minu right now. The sight of the Demon King's monstrous aura is too much, sending him into a state of pure panic. Beelzebub is so utterly terrified by the Demon King's aura that his soul practically leaves his body. He collapses onto the cold pavement, while the headless phantom of his master looms over his pathetic form. As the night deepens, the heavy silence of the city reflects the dark secrets they are currently juggling. Behind closed gates, the group gathers to recover from a mission that clearly went completely off the rails. A steady stream of water splashes down, acting as a vital catalyst for a very specific type of healing. Ra casually waters Suho like a common houseplant, knowing his sea dragon physiology requires moisture to trigger regeneration. Our boy watches the display with pure disgust, dumbfounded that such a trash-tier recovery method actually works. Shifting gears, he demands confirmation regarding the reports of Morgana's recent murderous spree and her hidden psychopathy. Suho admits he tried to capture her once his identity was exposed, but he clearly underestimated her power. Realizing the stakes have changed, he orders his subordinate to stand down before the situation turns even deadlier. Suho is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process how his mission against the Apostle ended in such a disaster. Ra notes that he nearly lost his head, proving he's currently too compromised to keep fighting. She decides to handle the rest herself, letting the exhausted sea dragon rest while she takes charge. Suho admits his weakness to our boy, fearing that his own bias might cloud the necessary judgment. He warns that Morgana's power is far from trash tier, possessing an ability that defies all standard hunter logic. Suddenly, the environment ruptures as a massive surge of water explodes through the fabricated reality. A masked servant is sent tumbling into the depths, becoming a mere casualty in this mental storm. He realizes too late that he's just a prop in a game he never stood a chance in. Morgana looms through the spray, her eyes glowing with the manic hunger of a true psychopath. She stands behind her puppet, ready to manipulate this third party into her next violent game. Suho senses a familiar mana, realizing something is seriously wrong with the atmosphere of this trial. He looks down to find the corpse of a man whose heart has been completely ripped out. Even without his full vision, our boy's dragon instincts recognize the mana signature of the fallen worker. He can't wrap his head around how a literal corpse is still emitting such a violent energy. Suddenly, the dead man lunges forward, moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a lifeless husk. Suho realizes this isn't a ghost, but a puppet being jerked around by Morgana's twisted mana threads. The corpse attacks relentlessly. Forced to play the role of a mindless soldier in her sick game, our boy barely manages to dodge the strike, feeling the weight of the Apostle's dark influence. He struggles to keep up as the fabricated reality bends to the will of its manic creator. Morgana watches the chaos unfold with a cold, predatory gaze, savoring every moment of her victim's suffering. Morgana stands cold and detached as her puppet is tossed around like a piece of trash-tier equipment. Suho doesn't hesitate, thrusting his spear to end the misery of the thread-controlled laborer once and for all. The man's face is a hollow mask, his very soul clearly consumed by the Apostle's dark mana. Suddenly, the entire area erupts in a violent blast as the puppet is used as a final, desperate detonator. Our boy stands in the aftermath, frustrated that Morgana vanished without leaving a single trace of her presence. Far from the chaos, the city remains eerily quiet, totally unaware of the high-tier madness unfolding nearby. Back at the base, a phone call brings news that is about to change the entire game. Minu listens intently, processing the report that Morgana's residence has been completely leveled by a massive explosion. Taehoon confirms that the authorities responded immediately, knowing this was far from an ordinary accident or gas leak. The casualty list is grim, revealing that Yanu from the Moonlight Guild was unfortunately caught in the blast. The recovery team covers another victim, confirming that the Moonlight Guild master didn't make it out alive. Minu listens to the grim report, realizing the collateral damage from Morgana's escape is reaching a breaking point. Taehoon explains that Morgana is now a wanted criminal after slaughtering 2 S-rank hunters in cold blood. Since Morgana is now a loose cannon, Minu realizes that an immediate execution order is the only option. He sits alone in the dark, weighing the consequences of the chaos that is about to unfold. A soft step echoes through the alley as a mysterious figure approaches Minu's secluded spot. One of the masked familiars emerges from the shadows, wondering if the others should be notified of the plan. Our boy gives the green light to tell everyone, preparing his forces for the inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, the trail leads to a public restroom, a mundane place for such a dangerous target to hide. The silence inside the stalls is heavy, hiding the monster that just shook the entire hunter world. Inside the restroom, the scene is a total bloodbath with a victim left in a trash-tier state. A cold, pale hand reaches down toward the corpse, showing no remorse for the life just snuffed out. Morgana casually slides back into her heels, treating the brutal murder like a minor daily inconvenience. She walks away from the carnage, leaving the body behind in the cold, tiled silence of the stalls. Fixing her earring, she acts as if she didn't just shake the foundations of the entire hunter world. She muses that whoever actually manages to find her will surely deserve a massive reward for their efforts. With a devious smirk, she knows she is the ultimate prize in this twisted game of cat and mouse. Back in the shadows, our boy clenches his fist while feeling the weight of the coming storm. Minu looks over the city and declares that it is finally time for the hunt to begin. As he prepares to move, he wonders what kind of terrifying ability Morgana is actually hiding from him. Minu ponders how a mere buffer like Morgana could be so fundamentally different from the trash-tier ones. Taehoon explains that unlike normal supports, her links have no range or time limits. making her infinitely dangerous. He worries that if she flips that power to debuff her targets, she instantly gains the upper hand. Looking at the remains, he realizes why an S-rank combatant was completely helpless against a single support. It seems she made Yanu as fragile as paper before delivering a swift, heart-piercing finishing blow. Our boy isn't buying the simple explanation and suggests there's a much darker secret behind the kill. He reveals that it was actually Umbra who struck the blow, fueled by Morgana's twisted power enhancements. Minu asks if she's actually controlling her puppets like a deranged master pulling on invisible strings. Taehoon confirms it's pure body manipulation, a nightmare scenario that even extends to the cold, dead corpses. With the stakes reaching a fever pitch, Minu decides he can no longer just sit on the sidelines. Taehoon is feeling the pressure, desperately asking if there is any way to counter Morgana's lethal debuffing skills. He figures the only way to survive is an eye for an eye, matching madness with equal force. Our boy tracks down a hidden location, searching for the one person who can neutralize such a nightmare. When the door finally creaks open, a voice from the shadows questions why he is visiting so late. It turns out to be Yoon-seon Kim, looking far from her usual self while she lingers in recovery. He realizes that, despite her shady history, she remains the most elite buffer they could ever hope for. As the night drags on, the focus shifts toward the corporate towers where the real schemes are born. A late-night visitor arrives at the office, apologizing for the intrusion, while the city sleeps in blissful ignorance. Manager Ha and his crew are still grinding through the overtime, playing the part of perfect corporate soldiers. He reaches for his mug, bracing himself for a conversation that is about to get very complicated. Morgana admits her stress levels are peaking, forcing her to burn through her Aerotech essence like water. She tells the corporate suits that she finally found a way to handle her deteriorating condition. The news catches the staff off guard, leaving them wondering what kind of twisted solution she discovered. She just gives them a cryptic smile, clearly hiding a much darker secret behind those calm eyes. Lee Sungjin orders Manager Ha to fetch more supplies for their high-maintenance guest immediately. As the manager heads out, the atmosphere in the room shifts into something far more predatory. Lee Sungjin claims he is finally finding his own stability amidst the chaos of their secret projects. Morgana counters that she simply removes any unstable elements from her life, implying a very bloody process. Lee Sungjin tries to play it off as corporate progress, reminding her that she fuels their future success. She reminds him that his career only exists because of the agonizing surgeries she was forced to endure. Lee Sungjin tries to play the humble card, crediting his current high-ranking position entirely to Morgana's influence. He recalls how they were connected by fate back when she was just a patient in that hospital bed. Morgana just smirks, knowing that their bond is built on something far more twisted than simple gratitude. Suddenly, she bursts into a fit of chilling laughter that leaves the corporate executive feeling completely on edge. Her expression turns cold as she reminds him that he's the one who stripped away her humanity. When she asks if that means he owes her his life, the salesman can only offer a dumbfounded stare. Without warning, our girl lunges across the table like a predator finally deciding to end the games. She grips his face, explaining that her version of finding stability involves removing every single source of anxiety. With a murderous glint in her eye, she decides that his time in this world has officially expired. Blood sprays everywhere as Manager Ha delivers the tech, completely unaware that his boss just became a corpse. Manager Ha freezes in place, realizing he just walked into a literal nightmare instead of a standard meeting. Lee Sungjin chokes on his own blood, desperately wheezing for the young manager to run while he still can. The poor guy loses it, screaming as the delivery box hits the floor amidst a spray of fresh gore. Morgana stalks toward her next victim with a terrifyingly calm stride, her heels clicking like a countdown to execution. She tells him it's nothing personal, but her chilling aura makes it clear that mercy isn't on the menu. Since he's seen too much, she decides that removing this witness is the only way to keep things tidy. Her mana threads coil around the terrified man, sealing his fate as he realizes there is nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, a massive spike of energy interrupts her fun, forcing the apostle to whip around in total shock. She's dumbfounded when a glowing hand reaches through the digital static, stopping her cold before she can strike. Our boy finally tracks her down, manifesting his blade to let her know the hunt has just begun. Ra crashes through the ceiling like a wrecking ball, shielding the terrified Manager Ha from certain death. She stares the apostle down through her mask, coldly demanding that the senseless slaughter end right now. Our girl dives into the fray, cackling about the sweet reward her master promised for finishing this job. Morgana is caught completely off guard, grunting in pain as the little spirit's power actually manages to connect. Chains of mana erupt across the room as Ra prepares to show why she is a top-tier tactical spirit. She stands her ground between the two, telling the apostle to back off because this prey is hers. Ra lets the manager scramble away, though she admits she is tempted to have a little fun first. She swings a massive spiked flail, deciding that taking a few limbs might make the hunt more interesting. Ra screams her true motivation to the heavens, obsessing over a romantic reward involving heels and her master. Even a psychopath like Morgana is left sweating, realizing this little demon is actually the one who's crazy. Ra goes full psycho, demanding the apostle's limbs while promising to drag her back to the master. The little spirit doesn't hesitate, snatching the woman by the hair and leaving her completely dumbfounded. She tosses her aside, screaming that she is the only one allowed to lay hands on her master. A massive spiked flail connects with a crunch, sending the apostle flying through the thick, dark smoke. Morgana stands amidst the rubble, her mind glitching as she tries to process this trash-tier level of insanity. She wonders if these spirits are actually more psychotic than she is, while the ground begins to tremble. Suddenly, a massive sphere of mana erupts, signaling that the real trial has finally decided to wake up. Ra and Beelzebub realize they messed up, watching in horror as the Iron Goat begins its violent manifestation. A giant, blood-red eye pierces through the dust, marking the awakening of a truly ancient, mechanical terror. The massive beast looms over them all, turning this petty execution into a fight for absolute survival. Morgana is completely dumbfounded as the chaos behind her reaches a boiling point, forcing her to make a move. She slams her heel onto the accelerator, deciding that staying in this trash-tier death trap isn't an option. The tires scream against the asphalt as she pushes the engine to its absolute limit to escape the carnage. Our girl tears through the night, leaving the crumbling trial behind in a desperate bid for her life. Gripping the wheel, she tries to regain her composure while navigating the dark and eerily empty highway. Suddenly, she feels a chill and wonders what could possibly be following her at this insane speed. As she passes under the shadows of an overpass, the atmosphere turns heavy with a suffocating, demonic mana. A dark streak cuts through the air, signaling that her escape was nothing more than a pipe dream. Dropping from the sky like a literal nightmare, our boy Minu finally makes his grand and terrifying entrance. He slams onto the roof with enough force to crush the frame, letting her know the hunt is over. A massive, bone-chilling skull manifests, radiating a terrifying pressure that freezes the very air around the car. Our boy Minu doesn't give her a second to breathe, lunging through the air like a demonic predator. The impact sends shockwaves through the asphalt, making the car rattle as if it is about to shatter. Morgana is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how anyone could possess this much raw, unfiltered, demonic power. A colossal skeletal spine crashes down, turning the highway into a graveyard of twisted metal and debris. The massive beast snaps its jaws inches from the window, reminding her that escape was never an option. She tries to retaliate with her mana threads, but they feel like flimsy toys against this overwhelming force. The skull looms over her like a god of death, its empty sockets burning with a cold intent. Gritting her teeth, Morgana desperately tries to steady her breathing and tells herself to just stay still. But hope vanishes as the skeletal titan slams down, completely blocking her path and sealing her grim fate. Morgana speeds through the night, frantically wondering who could possibly be controlling these terrifying, high-tier familiars. She considers the sea dragon Shin Suho, but quickly realizes the mana signature doesn't match his at all. Her mind shifts to team leader Ma, yet she knows that trash-tier hunter lacks the skill for familiars. A familiar silhouette flickers in her memory, carrying a weight of mana she knows she's felt before. The Apostle of Envy grows desperate, certain that her pursuer is someone she has already encountered. A flash of messy black hair crosses her mind as the pieces of the puzzle finally start clicking. Suddenly, a figure stands firm in the middle of the road, forcing her car to a screeching halt. Clutching her weapon, Morgana peers through the windshield, her heart racing as the dust begins to settle. A twisted smile spreads across her face as she finally recognizes the monster, standing right in front of her. Our boy Minu stands bathed in light, confirming her worst fears as he prepares to end this trial. Minu doesn't hesitate, slamming his data-shielded blade right into the path of the oncoming vehicle. Inside the cabin, Morgana is completely dumbfounded, unable to process how this supposed weakling is still standing. Our boy looks like a literal demon, his gaze piercing through the glass with cold, murderous intent. Morgana's pupils dilate as she realizes she's no longer the predator in this twisted game. Minus eyes burn with a hellish red glow, signaling that he's done playing around with this apostle. He prepares his final strike, invoking the power of Gehenna to wipe this mental trial clean. A massive void of demonic energy erupts, consuming the highway in a violent burst of purple mana. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of the trial, the lights of the city remain burning late into the night. Helios lets out a heavy sigh, loosening his tie as the stress of his failing marriage takes its toll. He collapses onto the sofa, exhausted by the constant demands of people who just won't leave him alone. Helios stares into the void, his mind heavy with the weight of his crumbling marriage and guild politics. He realizes he hasn't reached out to his wife all day, and decides he should finally check in. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts, making him wonder who would visit this late. He opens the door with a weary expression, expecting a client but finding someone far more troublesome instead. Before he can even speak, Wu Taehoon pushes his way inside with the authority of a man on a mission. Helios is left dumbfounded as the general team leader treats the luxury penthouse like a crime scene. The intruder scans every corner of the suite, clearly searching for someone who is supposed to be there. When Helios demands an explanation for this intrusion, Wu Taehoon simply notes that Morgana hasn't fled back home. The atmosphere turns ice cold as the investigator turns back, with a gaze that suggests things are getting ugly. Helios's heart sinks when he hears the grim news that his wife has officially crossed the line into murder. Wu Taehoon warns that Morgana is likely out there shedding more blood as they speak. Helios collapses in despair, realizing his cold marriage is now a public nightmare. Turns out their mana is linked, meaning our boy is literally shackled to that monster. The investigator promises freedom once she's put down, demanding a call if she ever reaches out. Left alone, Helios sits in the silence of his luxury prison, completely broken by the truth. The weight of his forced loyalty crushes him while the shadows of the room close in. Stepping out, Wu Taehoon realizes that if Morgana isn't here, the situation is even more volatile. He shuts the door on the grieving husband, his mind already racing toward the next lead. The general team leader stands firm, knowing the hunt for the Apostle of Envy has just begun. Suddenly, a sharp realization hits him as he senses something that shouldn't be there. Wu Taehoon bursts into the room, fearing Morgana returned to the very place she should be avoiding. He finds Helios completely broken, the man insisting that the investigator is missing the bigger picture. The guildmaster remains hunched over, scoffing that the team leader is still the same stubborn man. His eyes turn cold as he threatens to kill anyone who dares to lay a hand on Morgana. Meanwhile, deep within the mental trial, Morgana is reliving a frantic escape through the dark city streets. She flashes a predatory smile, but her confidence shatters when a familiar figure blocks her path. It is our boy Minucha, manifesting in the road to finally bring this twisted game to an end. He swings his glowing blade with lethal precision, clang, sending sparks flying as he intercepts the vehicle. Trapped in the wreckage, Morgana stares out in pure terror, realizing her mechanical enhancements won't save her now. Minucha prepares to finish the job, knowing this trial is the only way to break her spirit completely. Morgana's eyes flare with a mix of desperation and the lingering madness of her envy-driven power. But our boy Minu isn't impressed, his own gaze burning with the cold authority of a true king. He unleashes Gehenna, a hellish strike that tears through the reality of her mental trial like wet paper. A violent eruption of demonic mana consumes the street, erasing the fabricated world she tried to hide in. When the smoke clears, she's left reeling, her mind unable to process how her sanctuary just vanished. Her pupils shrink as she realizes the nightmare is only just beginning for a trash-tier apostle like her. Suddenly, she finds herself standing in a void, frantically wondering what happened to her escape vehicle and safety. Before she can move, the very atmosphere of the trial turns hostile, lashing out with jagged, dark energy. She's thrown into a chaotic vortex of red and purple, her mechanical body failing to find any ground. Morgana struggles against the encroaching darkness, realizing she's no longer the predator in this twisted mental landscape. Morgana is absolutely dumbfounded, her mind fracturing as her carefully constructed sanctuary turns into a literal hellscape. Our boy's Gehenna strike connects with a deafening roar, proving that no mental fortress can withstand a demon king. Minu stands amidst the debris, his expression cold and unbothered by the chaos he just unleashed. He looms over her with his blade ready, making it clear that her status as an apostle means nothing. Minu mocks her, asking if she used buffs since his strike didn't even leave a scratch on her. She suddenly remembers him, realizing he was the same hunter who was previously seen with Yunxian. She asks if he's truly Baphomet, but Minu simply replies that he only came here to hunt. She tries to reason with him, claiming she doesn't fit the profile of the monsters he usually hunts. Minu just stares her down, coldly stating that he has no problem adding hunters to his list of prey. As her mana threads flicker in the void, she realizes there's no escaping the monster she's finally provoked. Our boy readies his heavy blade, his demonic aura flaring as he prepares to end this trash-tier apostle. His eyes glow with a murderous intent, showing he's completely done playing games with her. Red mana threads weave a deadly trap, but they're nothing compared to the power he's about to unleash. He cuts through the air with a single, devastating swing, shattering the threads like they were mere glass. Morgana realizes her allies are already dead, leaving her alone against a monster she can't hope to beat. Minu activates a demonic seal, declaring that she's officially marked for elimination in this twisted trial. Massive red chains descend from the heavens, clanking as they seek to bind the terrified woman below. The chains slam into her hexagonal shield, the impact rattling her very soul as her defenses begin to buckle. She struggles to maintain her barrier, realizing that her mechanical enhancements might not be enough to save her. Minu leaps forward and brings his blade down, determined to crush her shield and her spirit once and for all. Minus data-shielded blade slams into the barrier, the force of the impact causing the hexagonal shield to shatter. The strike connects, sending Morgana reeling as blood sprays from the sheer weight of the blow. She's completely dumbfounded that he actually managed to bypass her mechanical buffs and draw blood so easily. Our boy doesn't give her a second to breathe, looming over her like an inescapable shadow of death. Morgana realizes that if another hit like that lands, her entire existence is going to be erased. Minus third eye glows with a murderous red light, signaling that he's done playing with his food. A demonic beast manifests with a roar, personifying the cold intent to end her life right here. Suddenly, the trial shifts, and Morgana finds herself wandering through a dark, fractured memory of her past. She senses something coming from the darkness, her heart racing as the trauma of the trial intensifies. Before she can even scream, a massive blade tears through her, ending the Apostle's nightmare in a crimson spray. The massive blade cleaves right through the Apostle of Envy, tearing her mechanical body apart in an instant. Blood sprays across the void as the strike connects with lethal precision, proving she was never in his league. Morgana crashes into the cold floor, her internal systems failing as the reality of her defeat finally sets in. As she lies there broken, a massive demonic shadow looms over her, signaling that the end is near. She gasps for air, her vision blurring while her life force drains into the cracked tiles beneath her. Suddenly, a pack of monstrous demonic bears manifests, their red eyes fixed on their helpless, trash-tier prey. She trembles in absolute terror, desperately pleading for her life because she isn't ready to face the void. The beasts growl with primal hunger, their predatory instincts triggered by the scent of the Apostle's fading mana. One of the monsters opens its massive maw, ready to tear what's left of her soul to shreds. Just as she begs not to be eaten, a blinding light erupts while our boy readies his finishing move. Minu lands heavily, his massive blade crackling with energy as he prepares to end this once and for all. Morgana's legs tremble uncontrollably because she refuses to accept that her life is flashing before her eyes. Sweat pours down her face as she realizes our boy is simply too strong to overcome through brute force. She knows staying in this subspace is a death sentence, since everything here seems to favor his power. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock when she senses a massive surge of mana, providing an unexpected buff. A twisted grin spreads across her face as she finds a desperate loophole to turn the tide. Minu senses the shift in the air and glances back, wondering what kind of trash-tier trick she's pulling. He quickly deduces that this environment provides special enhancements, but he isn't the least bit worried. Morgana scoffs, claiming those buffs only help combat types while she reveals her true nature as a buffer. She clenches her glowing fist, ready to manipulate the very fabric of the trial to save her skin. Morgana summons a massive, hooded manifestation to channel her newfound power and finally crush our boy. She sneers at the low-level buffs, confident that her superior skills can easily dismantle his defenses. With a flick of her wrist, she prepares to erase the advantage he worked so hard to gain. She unleashes a powerful break spell, aiming to shatter the very rules governing this mental trial. Minu is caught off guard as the wave of energy washes over him, threatening his control. The pressure intensifies, swirling around him like a violent storm of pure demonic mana. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the space, proving that her trash-tier plan might actually have some bite. The entire barrier shatters into a million pieces, leaving our boy exposed in the blinding light. He shields his eyes, realizing that the Apostle of Envy isn't going down without a fight. Minu stares through the debris, his sharp eyes already calculating his next lethal counterattack. Minu stands his ground, blocking the path with his massive blade as the headlights cut through the smoke. Inside the vehicle, Morgana sits frozen, her breath hitching as she realizes our boy isn't moving an inch. She quickly regains her composure, wearing a trash-tier smirk while thinking he hasn't a prayer of catching her. Minu doesn't flinch, his eyes glowing with a cold intensity that suggests he's already seen her next move. The air screams as he brings his weapon down, meeting the car's momentum with a violent burst. He pours everything into the strike, determined to tear through whatever trick the Apostle has left. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization as he senses a shift in the energy surrounding the fleeing target. The car surges forward, leaving behind a trail of pink mana that forces Minu to adjust his stance. Tires screech against the asphalt, spinning with desperate speed as the engine roars in a bid for freedom. Minu watches the taillights vanish, left dumbfounded by her sudden, high-speed escape into the darkness. Our boy stands in the silence, watching the dust settle as he realizes the apostle has actually managed to flee. The night sky hangs heavy over the city, mirroring the dark tension left in the wake of their clash. Speeding through the empty streets, Morgana desperately tries to convince herself that she won't let him end her life. She trembles behind the wheel, her trash-tier composure completely shattered by the overwhelming power Minu just displayed. Her mind spirals into madness, wondering why she has to die when her bloody work is far from finished. A twisted grin creeps across her face as she counts the many lives she still intends to take. Her knuckles turn white against the steering wheel while she frantically searches for a way to survive this nightmare. Shadows of panic consume her, realizing that he was a monster cut from a completely different cloth since day one. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignites as she decides to call upon a mysterious ally to save her skin. With a cold sweat dripping down her face, she prepares to find a hiding spot and set her plan. Morgana pulls up to a crowded shopping center, looking for the perfect place to hide her presence. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she finally spots the ideal crowd to use as shields. Inside, the mall is buzzing with life, full of unsuspecting people just going about their daily business. Couples wander through the aisles, completely unaware that a monster has just walked through the front doors. One little kid starts rubbing his eyes, feeling a sudden, heavy wave of exhaustion wash over him. His parents think it is just past his bedtime, never imagining the trash-tier fate about to befall them. Suddenly, the father feels his own mind slipping as a strange purple mist begins to coil around him. He tries to fight the lethargy, but the apostle's corruptive mana is far too potent for any normal human. Within seconds, the entire family hits the floor, their consciousness snuffed out by the spreading demonic energy. The wave of sleep sweeps through the corridor, dropping every civilian like flies as Morgana claims her territory. The purple haze settles over the mall, leaving the floor littered with civilians who never stood a chance. It is a total ghost town now, with shoppers dropped mid-stride like they are nothing but trash-tier obstacles. Morgana strides through the carnage, her heels clicking past the limp hands of those caught in her wake. The Apostle of Envy moves with a cold purpose, treating the entire shopping center like her personal playground. She wears a twisted smirk, clearly relishing the chaos even as the strain of the trial makes her sweat. Outside, the mall stands as a beacon of light in the dark city, unaware of the nightmare unfolding inside. Suddenly, the lights flicker and die, plunging the entire structure into a suffocating, ominous silence. Our boy stands in the shadows, told to proceed as he prepares to end this pathetic mental charade. Gripping his blade, he ignores the questions about his hunter status, focused only on the target ahead. Minu just gives a sidelong glance, his mind already calculating the quickest way to tear this trial apart. Morgana taunts him, wondering if he can actually handle the innocent lives she's turned into mindless puppets. The shoppers stand like hollow shells, their minds completely overwritten by her sickening, parasitic purple mana. Their bodies jerk forward as the spell takes hold, forcing them to charge against their own survival instincts. One by one, they lunge at our boy, but he knows they're just trash-tier distractions meant to stall. Minu moves like a ghost, weaving through the panicked crowd without breaking a sweat or wasting any movement. He refuses to take the bait, using just enough force to neutralize them without ending their lives. They hit the floor with a thud, finally free from the mental shackles that were driving them forward. With the path cleared, he stands ready, his data-shielded blade humming with a cold and lethal energy. Morgana smirks and asks if he still remembers the first rule of being a hunter in this world. Minu just stares back with cold eyes, ready to show her that he is cut from a different cloth. Minu realizes he has to prioritize saving these people, regardless of how much it slows him down. Morgana just smirks, taunting him that every single one of them will plummet to their deaths otherwise. The innocent bystanders drift helplessly in the air, completely at the mercy of her twisted gravity magic. As the energy wavers, they begin to tumble, destined to become nothing more than stains on the floor. But our boy isn't about to let that happen, channeling his mana to seize control of the chaos. He reaches out, manifesting a complex magic circle that pulses with a fierce and hungry crimson light. Suddenly, dozens of blood-red chains erupt from the ground, weaving through the air with surgical precision. Each chain snaps tight, catching a falling civilian just inches before they hit the cold, hard ground. It is a massive drain on his energy, but he refuses to let a single soul slip away. In seconds, he creates a massive web of steel, safely suspending everyone in a display of absolute mastery. Minu locks in, his eyes burning with a cold intensity as he prepares for the next wave. He leaps through the air, catching a falling student before she can hit the ground. Our boy lands gracefully, shielding the girl from the shockwaves of the collapsing reality. However, he realizes the scale of the disaster is much larger than he first thought. Morgana just smirks, mockingly telling him that she has plenty more lives to throw away. The sheer audacity of this trash-tier apostle makes his blood boil as he prepares a counter. He gathers his mana, activating a powerful dispel to break the hold of her twisted gravity. A massive, green-armored entity known as Null Verse manifests, radiating a stabilizing aura across the battlefield. Ethereal green feathers drift down, gently slowing the descent of every person caught in the crossfire. With the civilians finally safe, he can focus entirely on putting this woman in her place. The ethereal feathers from the stabilizing aura manifest, weaving a protective net of mana to secure the area. He triggers Silky Gale, a high-tier stabilization skill that turns a lethal fall into a gentle, weightless drift. Every person caught in the collapse feels the terrifying pull of gravity vanish, replaced by a soothing glow. It turns out our boy has a soft spot for the civilians, ensuring no innocent lives are lost today. Minyu stares down his opponent, his eyes cold as he confirms the safety of everyone on the battlefield. Morgana begins to pace through the drifting feathers, her mind racing as she tries to process this interference. She stands frozen in the light, wondering how her perfect trap was dismantled so effortlessly by this man. The apostle looks completely dumbfounded, her psychopathic confidence replaced by a sudden, chilling realization of his power. However, to see how this disaster truly began, we need to rewind the clock a few hours. Back then, the only thing on the radar was a fluffy white cat looking for a bit of affection. Minyu looks down at the white cat, his mind already drifting toward the upcoming storm. He notes the Moonlight Guildmaster's new look while she casually offers him a drink, ignoring the tension. Umbra dreams of opening a peaceful cafe, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked reality our boy navigates daily. Suddenly, Minyu closes the distance, pinning her against the counter to force her to face the grim truth. He drops the bombshell that Morgana has already started her killing spree, leaving her completely breathless and confused. The weight of his words finally sinks in, shattering her composure as she stares back in pure disbelief. While the cat rests nearby, Minyu explains that the apostle is now a criminal he must hunt down. Refusing to accept the darkness, she lashes out and screams that he must be lying about her friend. Minyu doesn't even blink, his cold gaze proving that he has no reason to play games with her. She insists the woman she knows couldn't even hurt an ant, failing to see the monster Morgana became. Minyu looks on coldly, knowing the sweet girl Umbra remembers has been completely consumed by darkness. He tells her straight up that the Morgana she once called a friend simply doesn't exist anymore. Our boy explains that trauma changes people, especially when they're forced to endure something truly horrific. Losing her original body was the breaking point, fueling a twisted jealousy for anyone still whole. Umbra trembles in denial, insisting that her friend only suffered because she entered the tower instead. Minyu decides to stop talking and show her the unfiltered, ugly truth of the monster Morgana became. Suddenly, the air shifts as a familiar, suffocating mana begins to swirl around the apostle's memory. A vision of the quack doctor appears, revealing a hidden connection that Umbra never dared to imagine. The realization hits like a freight train, causing the entire memory to fracture in a violent burst. As the vision reels from the shock, the true, gritty nature of their alliance finally comes to light. Morgana stands amidst the wreckage, her world crumbling as the mental trial begins to fall apart. Our boy stares her down, coldly stating that all her hard-earned skills are completely useless here. He plunges from above with his data-shielded blade, ready to tear through her fabricated reality. The scene shifts rapidly, pulling them deeper into the dark corridors of her suppressed memories. They race up the escalators as the environment glitches, reflecting the instability of her fractured mind. Suddenly, a massive demonic beast lunges from the shadows, its jaws snapping at our boy's throat. He catches a glimpse of the predator's intent, his sharp eyes tracking every lethal movement. A violent burst of mana erupts as he clashes with the manifestation of her inner turmoil. With a single, powerful swing, he carves through the darkness to reach the core of the trial. Minyu remains silent, his expression unreadable, as he prepares for the final revelation of this nightmare. Yoriam calls out to our boy, her voice trembling as the trial's atmosphere takes a sudden, dark turn. A sinister figure looms in the distance, flanked by a demonic beast that radiates a suffocating, lethal pressure. Minyu remains dumbfounded by her fear, telling her to look past the surface of this fabricated nightmare. From the swirling smoke, a hooded figure steps out alongside the haunting memory of the Apostle of Envy. The boy beneath the hood reveals a cold gaze that feels far too heavy for a mere illusion. He recognizes that piercing stare immediately, realization striking him as the past begins to resurface. Suddenly, the hooded companion strikes with blinding speed, forcing Minyu to react before he's caught off guard. He realizes this isn't just another trash-tier trick, but a test of his very instincts and authority. It turns out that while most people who awaken are just fodder, the tower hides true monsters. These are the irregulars, the anomalies who possess the power to flip the entire world on its head. Irregulars are just built different, possessing a growth rate that leaves every other trash-tier hunter in the dust. But if these anomalies ever gather in one spot, the atmosphere shifts from simple competition to pure survival. It turns into a brutal round of elimination, where only the absolute peak can hope to remain standing. Our boy knows he can't afford to be culled, wondering what it takes to reach that monster level. He seeks out the general team leader, hoping for a shortcut to the god-tier power he desperately craves. Wu Taehoon acknowledges his current strength but questions if he's truly aiming for the heights of legendary heroes. The mere suggestion of reaching that impossible tier leaves him sweating, realizing the sheer gap he must bridge. Suddenly, the Apostle of Envy appears in his memory, hinting that a path to such power actually exists. She brings up cursed artifacts, items that grant insane strength while slowly devouring the user's very sanity. Minu hesitates at the mental cost, yet the temptation of such forbidden authority is almost impossible to ignore. Morgana leans in close, reminding our boy that he has her full support in this twisted game. She smirks, asking if he truly understands the depths of her power and what she's capable of. Minu finally connects the dots, realizing she's the ultimate buffer he needs to reach that legendary tier. Suddenly, the scene shifts as he lunges forward, his body moving with the grace of a seasoned predator. His eyes lock onto his target, filled with a cold determination to crush anything standing in his way. A data-shielded blade manifests in his grip, crackling with the blue flames of a long-dead hero. He follows up with a devastating strike, proving he's no longer the trash-tier weakling they once knew. The impact triggers a massive explosion of energy, shattering the mental trial's fragile peace in an instant. Umbra struggles to maintain her footing, feeling the overwhelming pressure of his raw, unbridled authority. She looks on in total shock, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying monster awakening within their midst. Our boy is completely surged with energy, realizing he is now under the influence of Sahi's massive buff. The sheer intensity of the enhancement starts to overflow, making his eyes glow with a terrifying, otherworldly light. Before anyone can react, he vanishes into thin air, leaving Umbra completely dumbfounded by his sudden speed. He reappears in a flash, closing the distance so fast that the air itself seems to scream. Even he is surprised by his own agility, wondering how his body can move this effortlessly now. He continues to blur through the battlefield, a literal ghost that no ordinary hunter could ever hope to track. His demonic instincts take over as he focuses his intent, feeling the raw authority pulsing through his veins. The pressure in the room reaches a breaking point while he maneuvers around his shocked companion with ease. Umbra realizes that Sahi can stack these buffs without limit, making her ally an unstoppable force of nature. She shudders at the thought that his original power has already multiplied several times over during this trial. A massive monoclash erupts as the battlefield transforms into a chaotic storm of raw energy. Umbra stands there, completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that our boy's power has multiplied this much. She realizes that Sahi is a top-tier buffer, but the scale of this growth is simply unnatural. A sudden sense of dread washes over her as she tries to process the terrifying pressure. Our boy just laughs at her confusion, mockingly suggesting they settle who the better buffer really is. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he dares his opponent to come and face him. Morgana is nearly swept away by the shockwave, realizing the trial has taken a violent turn. She internally gloats, thinking all the effort she put into this vessel is finally yielding results. What she initially dismissed as a boring skirmish has finally piqued her twisted interest. She remains arrogant, convinced that a combat-weak buffer is no match for her trash-tier expectations. Minucha radiates a massive green aura, eager to finally have some fun in this twisted mental trial. Morgana is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a mere buffer could manifest such a terrifying level of power. Yoriam Na watches in total shock, wondering what kind of insane plan our boy has cooked up this time. The air screams as a high-speed movement tears through the battlefield, blurring the very fabric of the reality. Morgana stands over him, momentarily thinking she has won, but she doesn't realize he is just testing her. Walking calmly through the smoke, Minucha wonders aloud what kind of entertainment this apostle will provide next. He mockingly questions if her infinite buff stacking can actually compare to his own raw, innate strength. Our boy looks down with cold eyes, asserting that he has already reached the pinnacle without any help. His red eye flashes with demonic intent as he concludes that his natural power is far superior to hers. He closes his eyes, savoring the moment before he completely dismantles her trash-tier arrogance once and for all. Minucha moves with lethal precision, his demonic aura manifesting as a shadow of his former, bloodthirsty self. Morgana and Yoriam Na stand dumbfounded as the battlefield empties, realizing their target has completely vanished from sight. Suddenly, a massive collision of mana erupts, proving our boy hasn't left but is merely repositioning for a strike. Yoriam Na watches the destruction with wide eyes, realizing this overwhelming power is exactly what she expected. Morgana turns her venomous gaze toward her, regretting that she didn't finish off this trash-tier nuisance much earlier. She screams that she is finally going to sever the threads of this pathetic destiny once and for all. Yoriam Na stands frozen, the weight of the Apostle's murderous intent pressing down on her like a physical force. She desperately asks if the rumors are true, and if the woman before her actually slaughtered her own. Morgana's eyes glaze over with a psychopathic glint, her mind completely fractured by the weight of her envy. Before she can react, Yoriam Na is ensnared by glowing mana threads, trapped by the Apostle's twisted power. Just as Yoriam is ensnared, a blur of blue fur Hwek leaps in to disrupt the Apostle's focus. The white cat vaults over Morgana, leaving the dumbfounded woman wondering where this trash-tier pet came from. It looks surprisingly peaceful for a creature currently in the middle of a high-stakes mana collision, but as its eyes snap open with a beyond flash, a predatory glint reveals its true nature. Suddenly, a massive demonic beast manifests with a kuo roar, lunging at Morgana to shatter the ground. The shockwave is so intense that the nearby hunters are instantly knocked out cold from the pressure. Even the tougher guys stand no chance against the overwhelming weight of this sudden demonic authority. Bodies are scattered across the floor as the trial's reality begins to buckle under the strain. A violent Jagajagak explosion of mana rips through the area, signaling the start of a true slaughter. A pillar of pure energy erupts with a kwa, proving our boy's backup is playing for keeps. Minu Cha lunges forward with a kang, his red eyes burning with the intent to end this trial quickly. But the tower challenger isn't backing down, meeting his speed with a desperate, white-eyed glare. Their blades collide in a piat flash, each strike vibrating with enough force to shatter ordinary bones. The challenger barely manages to block a lethal swipe, his claws screeching against our boy's cold steel. Minu doesn't give him a second to breathe, coming down with a heavy strike that grinds against the floor. It is a high-speed dance of death where one wrong move means being erased from this mental reality. The challenger realizes he is outclassed, his focus narrowing as the pressure of the Demon King becomes suffocating. Seeing his opponent struggle, Minu just smirks, enjoying the sensation of reclaiming his absolute dominance. The sheer weight of his aura sends the shadow reeling, its form flickering like a dying candle. Teeth grit in pure agony as the physical strain of maintaining this level of power takes its toll. A hooded challenger lunges forward, his claws glowing with a lethal, predatory intent. Our boy Minu doesn't flinch, drawing his twin daggers to meet the trash-tier assault head-on. He takes a graze to the cheek, but the slight sting only makes his focus even sharper. Minu blurs through the air, weaving between energy strikes like they're standing perfectly still. He knows this trial is just a warm-up for a reincarnated Demon King reclaiming his throne. Every movement is calculated, his body reacting before his mind even has to process the threat. With a cold glare, he prepares to show this shadow why he's the true king here. They collide in a burst of speed, their weapons clashing as the floor beneath them shatters. The shadow is dumbfounded as Minu's refined technique makes its brute force look utterly trashed here. He launches a heavy kick that sends the challenger soaring, reclaiming control of the battlefield. Minu gets launched into the air by the impact, debris flying everywhere as he maintains his composure. Our boy doesn't even blink, his mind already calculating the next 3 moves to end this farce. He twists midair as a massive cross of energy erupts behind him, lighting up the dark sky. Using the momentum, he performs a graceful flip while keeping his eyes locked onto his trash-tier opponent. He sticks the landing perfectly on the rooftop, his claws ready to tear through anything in his way. Suddenly, another tower challenger rushes in with twin blades, foolishly thinking he can catch Minu off guard. Minus' expression darkens as he lets his demonic aura leak out, his eyes glowing with cold, murderous intent. He lunges forward like a predator, realizing this hunter is just another scripted obstacle in his trial. As he strikes, the terrifying shadow of Baphomet looms over him, proving they are cut from the same cloth. He stares down his prey with a look that says he's finally done playing games with these weaklings. Minu takes a brutal hit to the back, blood spraying as the trial gets unexpectedly real. He spins around, dumbfounded to see his opponent casually taunting him from the shadows. Before he can even process the pain, another lightning-fast strike catches him off guard. The hits keep coming in a blur of steel, pushing our boy to his absolute limit. Another deep gash opens up, making him realize this isn't just some trash-tier simulation. He collapses forward, his vision darkening as the mysterious tower challenger closes in for the kill. The attacker stares him down with a chillingly familiar face, mocking his current weakness. Minu hangs his head, feeling the weight of his failures pressing down on his soul. A cold voice echoes in his mind, commanding him to eliminate everything standing in his way. He grits his teeth, finally accepting the brutal truth that only the strong survive this hell. Our boy finds himself locked in a deadly dance with a shadow that mirrors his every move. He realizes that in this ruthless tower, one slip-up is all it takes to hit rock bottom. As the pressure mounts, he starts thinking that someone has to be sacrificed to move forward. He coldly decides that if anyone is going down, it is going to be the other guy. Even as he is pushed back, he refuses to let this trash-tier reflection get the better of him. He scans the darkness, waiting for the next strike while his instincts scream at him to move. The tower challenger vanishes and reappears in a blur, catching him off guard with a savage horizontal slash. He barely manages to cross his claws in time, but the sheer force nearly breaks his stance. Blood sprays as the blade finds its mark, forcing him to endure the agonizing sting of failure. Through the pain, he finally accepts that only a true monster can survive the path of a hunter. Minu stares at the ghosts of the fallen, questioning why he was the only one allowed to survive. The very foundation of his mind begins to crumble as the trial intensifies its assault on his spirit. The tower challenger strikes with relentless fury, forcing our boy to face his own internal weaknesses head-on. He reels from the impact, frustrated that all his past suffering still hasn't made him powerful enough. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to accept that his current self is still just trash tier compared to his peak. Suddenly, the shadow challenger flickers behind him, catching him completely off guard during his moment of doubt. Blood sprays as the blade bites deep, proving that he still bleeds just like any other pathetic mortal. He collapses under the weight of his despair, asking himself why he's the only one stuck in limbo. He contemplates the harsh law of natural selection, fearing he might actually be one of the weak links. His eyes sharpen with a dark resolve as he realizes he must either evolve or die in this hole. The core of this mental trial pulses with a cold, blue light, signaling a shift in the battle's rhythm. As the heart beats faster, the pressure in the air becomes almost suffocating for our boy. The tower challenger just smirks, clearly enjoying the sight of Minu struggling to keep his head up. A blinding flash erupts behind him, forcing him to realize this isn't just a simple test of strength. He is getting thrashed like trash-tier fodder. But he refuses to let his grip on his blade slip. Minu finally lets out a dark grin, deciding that if they want a beast, he will give them one. Suddenly, the shadow morphs into a massive demonic beast, finding the whole situation far more entertaining than expected. The creature bares its massive fangs, ready to end this pathetic struggle once and for all. The demonic beast lunges forward with a roar, promising to tear our boy into tiny, unrecognizable pieces. Minu stands his ground, ready to prove that he is the only true predator in this dark hole. Our boy smirks, finally feeling the thrill of the hunt, as his demonic instincts take over. He dives headfirst into the fray, his blade ready to carve through anything the tower throws at him. A massive burst of mana rocks the area, signaling that the real fight has only just begun. Yoriam wanders through the wreckage, completely dumbfounded by the sudden chaos erupting around her. She freezes in her tracks, realizing that the situation is far more dangerous than she first imagined. The ground trembles beneath her feet as she struggles to stay upright against the overwhelming pressure. She spots Shasha collapsed on the ground, the poor creature looking like it has been through absolute hell. Anger flares in her eyes as she curses the spirit for having the audacity to interfere. Nearby, Morgana clutches her wounded arm, her mind fracturing as her twisted reality begins to crumble. She screams in pure desperation, refusing to let anyone deceive her as her psychopathic tendencies take control. Morgana snaps and demands to know why they are just standing there, instead of trying to catch her. Yoriam hesitates, her voice trembling as she struggles to find a response to the woman's sudden, aggressive outburst. Our boy Minu stays calm, telling her to watch closely so she can see the villain's true colors. Yoriam is completely dumbfounded, her eyes widening as the heavy, suffocating pressure of the trial begins to intensify. She finally finds her voice, asking the apostle if she really went as far as murdering those innocent hunters. Morgana just erupts into a fit of trash-tier laughter, her manic cackling echoing through the desolate, ruined landscape. She sneers that the naive and innocent girl she used to be died long ago inside that cursed tower. Yoriam stares in pure horror, realizing that the woman before her is far more twisted than she first imagined. Morgana recalls her agonizing days in the hospital, fueled by envy toward the happy people she once protected. With a dark, vengeful smile, she asks whose fault it is that she turned into such a broken monster. Yoriam finally stops running from the truth, admitting it really was her fault that things ended up like this. She tells the apostle to resent her until the end, or even try to kill her right now. But she makes it clear that taking out that anger on innocent people was an unforgivable, trash-tier choice. Looking at the woman's crumbling psyche, Yoriam realizes that Morgana is only succeeding in destroying her own soul. Morgana's eyes widen with a manic, murderous glint as she hears the girl she despises trying to lecture her. She erupts in a desperate scream, demanding to know who gave this girl the right to judge her actions. While the apostle rages about how Yoriam was always so perfect, our girl just stands there, completely unfazed. Yoriam looks on with genuine pity, wondering why Morgana felt the need to push herself into this literal hell. Even as the woman screams for her death, Yoriam remains stone-faced, ready to accept the weight of her sins. She watches the mana threads swirl around her, prepared for the final collision in this suffocating mental trial. Yoriam closes her eyes, reflecting on the tragic path her former friend has taken. She remembers a time when she and Yunson were just happy teammates, excited to be together. Yunson's laughter from the past echoes, a painful contrast to the monster she eventually became. But the time for nostalgia is over, and Yoriam prepares herself for the inevitable conclusion. She resolves that she won't let anyone take her friend's life in such a cruel way. Suddenly, our boy Minu appears in his demonic form, leaving Yoriam completely dumbfounded by his intervention. A massive shockwave erupts as his power clashes with the trial, shaking the very ground. Morgana is stunned, unable to comprehend how a shield of this caliber just manifested. The apostle begins to tremble as she senses the overwhelming, trash-tier-crushing mana radiating from him. She can barely even breathe, her mind fracturing further as pure terror finally takes hold. Mina's presence is suffocating, and a sudden scream echoes as Morgana's arm is cleanly severed from her body. Our boy stands tall in his demonic glory, shielding Yoriam from the trash-tier apostle while the ground smolders. Yoriam is completely dumbfounded by his monstrous transformation, but Minu just sighs about how much effort this took. He instructs her to look after the unconscious hunter, confirming the man is still alive despite the chaos. Turning his back on his ally, Minu focuses his cold, murderous intent solely on the trembling woman before him. Morgana clutches her bleeding stump in pure terror, realizing her mechanical body needs a transplant she won't get. He looms over her like a god of death, questioning if she honestly expected to survive his wrath. Minu admits he holds no personal grudge, but her existence is simply too dangerous to be left unchecked. The law of the tower is simple: the strong survive, while the weak are discarded like common trash. He raises his blade for the final strike, ready to end the apostle's miserable life once and for all. Morgana stares into the abyss of her own death, her mind fracturing under the weight of Minu's crushing pressure. Yoriam can only watch in silence, her heart racing as she witnesses the cold efficiency of a true predator. A desperate scream rings out as blood paints the scene, signaling that the apostle's time has finally run out. The very reality of the mental trial begins to flicker, the environment shifting back toward the dark, cold truth. Outside, the city remains oblivious to the absolute carnage taking place within the fractured psyche of an apostle. The entrance to the facility stands like a silent tombstone for the secrets buried deep within Morgana's twisted memories. Yoriam covers her mouth in pure horror, unable to process the sheer brutality unfolding right before her eyes. Our boy looks on with chilling intensity, questioning the nature of the strange energy manifesting before him. Morgana's vision blurs, her pupils dilating as the shock of losing her limb finally starts to register. She sits there completely dumbfounded, staring at her empty sleeve while wondering how her mechanical body failed so miserably. Fresh blood spatters the floor as a faint, confused voice asks why this is happening. Helios suddenly appears out of nowhere, taking a lethal slash across the chest meant for the apostle. The force of the strike is overwhelming, causing the guildmaster to stumble as his life force fades. He collapses into a pool of his own blood, while Morgana screams out in a fit of pure agony. Our boy stands there, completely dumbfounded, wondering why his blade tasted the husband's flesh instead of the target. Morgana looks up in a daze, unable to comprehend why the man she manipulated would ever jump in. It turns out Helios used his spatial magic to swap positions at the last second, saving her from certain death. Minu realizes the man must have escaped his captors just to throw his life away for a monster. Helios tries to play it off, claiming his mechanical implants make him sturdier than her fragile, weak body. Yet, he secretly wonders why his body moved on its own to protect the woman who ruined him. Morgana's mind fractures as she recalls the nauseating way her past self was molded like a disposable tool. Even as he fades, Helios' memories blur, dragging him back to the moment their twisted bond first began. Years seem to melt away in an instant, pulling them both into a fabricated reality of the past. Our boy finds himself standing alone in a desolate wasteland, wondering how he survived the tower's initial collapse. He suddenly wakes in a lush forest, only to hear a familiar voice predicting his imminent demise. His heart skips a beat when he realizes the woman before him is actually the young Morgana. She casually explains that she was the only survivor, claiming she used a teleporter to save his life. Leaning in with a sickeningly sweet smile, she tells him that she is his one and only savior. Yet Helios remains suspicious, questioning why her support buff is still forcefully tethered to his soul. She just offers a chilling grin, hiding the dark truth behind her supposedly heroic rescue. Helios is told his body is rotting from a demon's curse, and only her buff keeps him breathing. He can feel the rot inside, realizing this girl isn't just a savior, she's a literal leash. Knowing nothing is free, he asks what sick price she expects for keeping his heart beating. The demand is insane. He must divorce his wife and start dating her instead. Her hands reach out like a predator, ready to claim the man she's finally cornered. She pulls him into a cold embrace, sealing a deal he was forced to make. With a twisted smile, she whispers that her obsession with him hasn't faded one bit. He realizes he's been chained to her ever since, a permanent prisoner of her S-rank support. Morgana plans to use her fame to build a top-tier guild, using him as her puppet. She doesn't even want the throne, just the shadow power of being the vice guildmaster. Gathering hunters for the new guild was the plan. But the cost to our boy's soul was already showing. Morgana's jealousy is a literal poison, as she berates Helios for simply working alongside female business partners. She has completely lost it, trembling with the delusional fear that every woman in his life is a mistress. Helios can only stand there in silence while she threatens to descend into total madness if he dares leave. Her toxicity isn't just private, she publicly humiliates Choi Se-hee, treating her like trash-tier garbage for being near him. Helios watches his reputation get dragged through the dirt by the very woman he is supposed to be building with. Every ounce of respect he had for her evaporates, replaced by a deep, burning hatred for her insufferable arrogance. Yet, even as he despises her, he finds himself drawn back to the doorway of her self-inflicted tragedy. If it weren't for her haunting looks, he might have walked away from that hospital bed and never looked back. When he checks on her after the procedure, she cryptically claims that she isn't even a normal human anymore. Morgana admits her body is just a collection of parts, more machine now than a living human being. Helios looks at her and feels a fleeting moment of pity, though his heart remains cold as ice. He decides that trash-tier pity is the only emotion he can afford for such a broken woman. The weight of her crimes hits him hard as he remembers the 2 hunters she ruthlessly slaughtered. He knew this day would come, yet he failed to find a way to escape this suffocating nightmare. Memories of her calling out to him haunt his mind, a reminder of the innocent girl she once was. Even Woo Tae-hoon warns him that he's completely clueless about the true depth of the situation. Our boy is left dumbfounded when he's told that, despite everything, he hasn't changed one bit. If he wants to end this and reach Morgana, he'll have to kill the man standing in his way. Turns out their fates are linked, and if one falls, the other will surely feel the Reaper's touch. Morgana is frozen in shock as Minu reaches out, her mind racing with the weight of her sins. Our boy makes it clear he's done playing games and simply doesn't care about her excuses anymore. As his hand brushes her cheek, she realizes that the mercy she once expected has completely vanished. The cold reality of his indifference leaves her speechless, her carefully crafted mask finally beginning to crumble. She clings to Helios' limp body, realizing that the only person who truly stood by her is gone. Minu stands over them like a judge, his scarred body a testament to the hell he's already endured. Choi Se-hee watches the scene unfold in pure terror, realizing that no one is safe from this fallout. Morgana looks away, the silence of the trial pressing down on her as she loses her last anchor. She desperately calls out to Helios, hoping for a response that she knows deep down isn't coming. Trembling in the wreckage, she realizes that her cycle of envy has finally left her with absolutely nothing. Morgana's mind finally snaps as she tries to laugh off the crushing weight of her own failure. She breaks down in tears, unable to believe that the very person she spared is now her executioner. Suddenly, the room explodes with a dark, suffocating pressure as our boy lets his true power loose. Minu stares her down with cold, glowing eyes, completely unfazed by her desperate attempts to play the victim. The system makes it official, issuing a final quest to eliminate the Apostle of Envy once and for all. Massive demonic tendrils erupt from his back, signaling that the time for talk is officially over. Choi Se-hee watches in absolute horror as the man she knew transforms into something far more ancient. She screams his name, but her voice is drowned out by the roar of mana and impending death. The sheer intensity of the scene leaves her dumbfounded, her worldview shattering along with the trial's reality. Turns out, a new nightmare has arrived as the monstrous Echidna manifests to claim another victim. Echidna screams in agony, demanding to know why her entire existence was stripped away so cruelly. Fragments of a shattered past flicker through the trial, revealing the domestic misery she once endured. Morgana recalls her youth, masking her resentment while striving to be the perfect child for her mother. the surrounding mana erupts into a violent swirl, threatening to crush everything within the mental landscape. Choi Se-hee stands dumbfounded, watching the world bleed into a chaotic mess of pink energy and terror. Old wounds reopen, as Morgana remembers the sting of being the unchosen one at Helios's wedding. A cold flash of steel slices through the air, cutting the corrupted mana threads with surgical precision. Our boy stands tall, protecting the girl while proving he's far above this trash-tier mental manipulation. Minu realizes this demonic aura is identical to the Reaper's, making him wonder what's truly pulling the strings. The architect finally devours what's left of Morgana, transforming her into a mindless, glowing vessel of pure mana. The mechanical nightmare that was once Morgana begins to erase every trace of her human warmth and family. Our boy watches with cold eyes, realizing the woman he knew is officially gone for good. He grips his blade, ready to put this trash-tier corruption out of its misery once and for all. The monster clings to its stolen memories, but Minu knows those illusions are just fuel for the infection. With his demonic authority surging, he prepares a strike that will finally shatter this mental prison. He lunges forward, his blade carving through the mechanical tentacles like they were made of thin paper. A violent red arc of mana follows his swing, aiming straight for the core of the nightmare. The impact rings out as he tears through the corrupted data, refusing to let the trial continue. There is no room for mercy now. Only the cold execution of a king, reclaiming his domain. He unleashes Gigablaze, a torrent of hellfire that incinerates everything until only ash and silence remain.